joining a reality show for tour guides. Other tour guides take female guests to visit the Red Romance, but you are planning to take a female guest to dig up the tomb of the first emperor of Qin. Everyone thinks you are just seeking attention in traffic, but when you open your backpack, the whole internet is shocked. The female guest stared blankly at the equipment in front of her and asked you, "What are you buying a military shovel for?" You glanced at her and said, "To explore the underground palace of the Mausoleum of the first emperor. We definitely need to dig." "Then what is the black donkey hoof for?" You said in shock. "To ward off evil. All sorts of mysterious things could happen underground. So it's for safety." Dai Mei was a bit puzzled. "So, what's the use of this cold flame fire of yours?" You picked up something that looked like a hand grenade, weighed it in your hand, and then spoke seriously. "The underground palace of the Mausoleum of the first emperor is deeply hidden underground, and so far only 4 passages have been discovered. But the one we are going to take is naturally the 5th passage that no one has ever found. And because this passage may have special features like fault cliffs, that's when the cold flame fire comes into play. The cold flame fire can help us determine the height of the cliff, whether it's a sheer cliff or something else. To some extent, it's an item that a flashlight cannot replace." As Damie listened to your professional words, she suddenly felt a bit confused. She always felt that the other party's so-called exploration of the underground palace of the first emperor's mausoleum was not just talk, but seemed to be the real deal. Your words naturally entered the live broadcast room. "Goodness, the tour guide next door is buying notes and diving equipment with the host. But you, on the other hand, are directly buying tomb equipment with the girl." The more the netizens listen, the more they feel it. This script is well done. I'm being drawn into it. It's quite thrilling. Could it be that we're really going to explore a tomb later? But does the road leading to the underground palace and the mausoleum of the first emperor really exist? For a moment, everyone is somewhat expectant. Are you really going to explore the tomb? Upon seeing the sudden surge in popularity in the live stream room, Dai Mei also felt a burst of joy in her heart. Next door, just after purchasing a bikini, they were getting ready to buy diving equipment. Mosey once again noticed a significant loss in the popularity of her live stream room, causing her head to buzz instantly. She then clicked on Dai Mei's live stream room and exclaimed, "What? Is this momentum heading towards a burial ground?" At that moment, she looked at the bikini and diving gear in her hands and was instantly shocked. The guide beside her also had an unpleasant expression, as the increase in popularity of Dai Mei's live broadcast room would to some extent affect her chances of winning the final 3 billion prize. With a sneer, she said, "Mosey, don't worry, Chen Tianran is just seeking attention and creating hype for the show. Despite his current popularity, if he fails to broadcast live from the tomb later, the audience will instantly lose interest." True, Mo listened, but her face was full of longing as she watched the live stream. "But I also really want to." Before she could finish her sentence, the tour guide named Situ Nan beside her interrupted. "What's so interesting about that? Later, I'll take you underwater to appreciate the beauty and grandeur of the seabed." With these words, Mo's interest was once again ignited, and the popularity of the live stream stabilized. Situ Nan felt relieved when he saw the situation and didn't pay much attention to his sister's live broadcast room. Comparing a bunch of clay figurines to diving? Ridiculous, no comparison at all. If you have the ability, go dig a hole instead of talking about the 5th rule of the mausoleum of the first emperor. It's just nonsense. After leaving the military supply store, you took your sister around a few antique shops, spending the money in her pocket to buy a golden compass and a black donkey hoof. As you were leaving, the antique shop owner grabbed your hand and whispered a cryptic message. He must not be looked at directly. Without saying a word, you simply glanced at the slender antique shop owner and quickly left with your sister. The latter looked at the WeChat bill with a worried expression and said, "What kind of phone gene compass is this? Why is it so expensive?" With your skills, all you need for phone gene acupoint determination is a compass. To find the entrance to the 5th tomb passage, one cannot be careless. Daimi looked at the increasing number of viewers in the live broadcast room and could only grit her teeth and swallow her anger. Following that, she opened her mouth and asked, "Are we going to the mausoleum of the first emperor at Mount Li now?" You shook your head slightly, then took out a divination compass, swung it around, muttered some cryptic and incomprehensible words, and suddenly your body shook, pointing in a direction, saying, "Found it, over there." As Daimai looked at your confident appearance, she also felt a little surprised, always feeling that the other party's acting skills were too good, as if they were about to go into the grave. The viewers in the live broadcast room had the same thoughts, dividing the gold and determining the acupoint. This tour guide is indeed meticulous, making it look quite authentic. I've read a lot of tomb raiding novels. This show is really something. It looks quite realistic, but thinking about it carefully, at most he just did some research on tomb raiding and the like. The whole 5th tomb passage thing is pure nonsense. Even Damie noticed something was off and said, "Did we take the wrong path?" This doesn't seem like the way to the mausoleum of the first emperor. You glanced back at her. The fifth tomb passage is different from the other four. Its entrance is indeed quite special. Dai Mei was astonished. Is there really a fifth way to enter the underground palace of the first emperor's mausoleum? You smirked mysteriously. You'll find out soon enough. Your words undoubtedly sparked another round of discussions among the group. Is this a joke? Another way into the underground palace? Did they mess up the script? Let's drag them out and give them a beating. Exactly. Everyone knows there are only 4 ways into the first emperor's mausoleum. This tour guide's professionalism is a bit lacking. They should go home and study up. Under the barrage of bullet comments, the live broadcast screen showed the two of them arriving at the foot of Lee Mountain in Lee Mountain Park, which was relatively remote. You carefully judged the direction with the compass in your hand. Then, after confirming the location, you took off the entrenching tool on your back. It should be here. No mistake. Dai Mei looked around, but there was no tomb passage here. You helplessly said, "Of course, we have to dig it ourselves." Dai Mei was stunned on the spot, watching the other person pick up the entrenching tool and shovel the soil shovel by shovel, her mind buzzing. Where am I? What am I doing? In the live stream chat, the viewers were bursting with laughter. Ha ha ha, I can't stop laughing. Mosey next door has already set sail to go diving, but poor Dai Mei got tricked into digging a hole. They promised to explore the underground palace of the mausoleum of the first emperor, but ended up digging holes in the wilderness, calling it tunneling. It's hilarious. They might as well have gone diving. At the same time, Mo sat on the speedboat, enjoying the sea breeze and sipping a drink, watching the silly girl digging a hole on her phone screen, feeling fortunate. Indeed, a speedboat is essential. Situ Nan, who was tinkering with diving equipment nearby, also smiled and said, "It's been said that these showy effects don't last long. After digging for about 10 minutes, they won't be able to continue. The ultimate winner will definitely be me." Momo nodded slightly. Then she looked at Daini, who was sweating profusely in the picture, feeling even more beautiful. So tired. I'm not digging anymore. I'm not playing anymore. Daini lay flat on the grass, looking utterly disheartened. Instead, Chen Tianran pulled out his split gold compass and carefully examined it, slightly angling his head. And, it's almost done. That's what you said 10 minutes ago. Nerd Girl charged in exasperation, but before Chen Tianran could open his mouth, a voice suddenly rang out. Hey, what are you two doing? Who told you to dig a hole here? A middle-aged man in security attire came striding in and Chen Tianran immediately stepped forward to negotiate. The situation was a little tense for a moment. The water boys have been commenting on the script was somewhat on point, actually arranging for security guards to make an appearance, creating a skirmish? That's interesting. Dodo, that's right. With this wave going down, there's really enough to watch. Ash, heh, sure enough, after this security guard shows up, he'll definitely stop them from continuing to dig the pit, and then it'll be because they won't be able to dig the pit, and this whole adventure thing will be hastily ended. Warm woman, I'm going. What a good point, bro. Wouldn't that be a force majeure factor and then end the vignette, and finally return to serious tour guide narration? Dark Forest, huh? Really? If that's the case, this live stream is not to be watched. Don't watch it. Dull Sister looked at a pop-up screen in the live broadcast room. The inner heart is also nervous. If it is really as the pop-up screen said, then this popularity will be very serious. But in the next second, that security guard came with Chen Tianran with a serious face. He first looked at the Dull Sister sitting on the ground, and then swept his eyes at Chen Tianran, and then spoke. You too. It looks like you've never gardened before. This shovel, to be used like this, the security uncle said, is to copy the engineering shovel of fierce operation like a tiger. 3 minutes time. Froze the pit and dug down more than 10 centimeters. This scene stunned the dumb sister. What's with this security guard? Is he on the wrong medication? Only Chen Tianran was aware of why the other party would be such a change. Purely because when he said he was filming the program after the other guy strongly stated that his childhood dream was to act. So it had to come with a few shovels. But as it turned out, once he started doing it, there was a complete symptom of addiction. Wow! Of flinging that dirt outward. Suddenly, a shovel went straight down. The security uncle looked up and shouted, "It's empty down there." Upon hearing this, the corner of Chen Tianran's mouth lifted slightly, while the Dull Sister on the side was filled with shock. Is there really a hole? Is there really a fifth tunnel? Not kidding? And as the live camera drew closer, the watermen were able to see the canal underneath that security uncle's shovel. Dodo? No way. Right? The first emperor's tomb doesn't really have a fifth tunnel leading to the underground palace, does it? I'm afraid this is an unprecedented discovery. Lily, I thought you were joking, but you're really going to rob a ING tomb? For real? Teenager, this one doesn't even look like an act. It's too damn professional. Now it's actually even found the entrance. Call the police. Call the police. Meanwhile, Foamy, who was sitting on the yacht, ready to go into the water. After seeing the picture of the Dull Sisters live broadcast on her cell phone, she also shouted, unable to strain herself. What? They actually did go grave robbing? This is exciting. Sito Nan on the side of the screen full of confusion looking at the tunnel. Immediately a mouthful of nationalists spit out of the mouth. Asterisk. Chapter 4, Getting Too Deep into the Tomb Tunnel's Serial Flip-Flop Mechanisms. Chapter 4, Too Deep in the Drama? Tomb Passage Serial Flip-Flop Mechanism. This bastard is really going to steal the mausoleum of the first emperor? This guts are too fat? Situ Nan was filled with shock. And Foamy was shivering with envy. And, I want to go too. Tomb raiding and exploring, that's every young girl's dream. At the same time, the water friends in her live room immediately began to shift their positions and, good man, you're playing hard to get. They've actually gone grave robbing. Oh, my god. I've never seen anything so outrageous in my life. A live broadcast of grave robbing? It's a show. Go. I'd like to see how this one is going to play. For a time, the popularity of the Dull Sisters live broadcast room also rose. Originally only about 100,000 people watched online, but now it was a direct breakthrough to 200,000. Even the heat is soaring. Dull Sister first looked at Chen Tianran and then surveyed the heat of the live broadcast, and instantly came to a realization. The program is effective. This must be the effect of the show. The security uncle on the side then also slightly angled his head. That's all I can help. The rest is up to you guys. After he said that, he left a dashing figure and paced away. It's like a martial arts movie where the masters retreat. And this scene certainly made the nerdy girl more sure of her inner thoughts. If it were true, then the security uncle would have beaten the demonic spirit long ago. How can you possibly still come along for the ride? Awesome. The tour guide guy is so good at the whole job. Little stars of adoration had begun to bubble up in her eyes as she looked back at Chen Tianran. The latter smiled without saying anything, but his eyes were constantly surveying the popularity of the live broadcast. 300,000 it is. 300,000 it is. This popularity is already approaching the #1 spot. Now just finding the Thief Hole Canal. It's already that popular. Wouldn't the heat explode again if we entered the never-explored Shi Tomb underground palace? 10 million. The little master is coming. Chen Tianran was so confident that he immediately began to open his handbag, took out his equipment and began to wear it. And the security guard's botched acting caused quite a stir in the broadcast room. Ash, Code 4. This acting is so fake. The security guard looks like an actor. Lily, I almost believed it when I first saw the robber's hole. If it wasn't for the poor security play, I would have called the police. Dodo, but there's one thing to be said for this tour guide. He's really got a knack for even setting up a live-action view of the robber's cave tunnel. Lock, if we were to build a real-life scene, wouldn't we have to go through it before we got very far? We can't really dig a long tunnel down there, can we? Ash, haha. Suddenly I'm starting to get a little excited about the show flopping. On the screen of the live broadcast room, the pop-up screen is constantly brushing. Chen Tianran is already wearing a tactical suit, but also a series of equipment all wearing the body. The Dull Sister is even put on with style, but her face is a bit sad. She steals a glance at Chen Tianran from time to time. She had also seen the pop-ups in the live broadcast, and if the next one really flopped, that traffic popularity is afraid to plummet. This whole job of grave robbing seems to be fun and eye-catching, but it's walking a tightrope. There are crises every step of the way. Just when she was in a daze, Chen Tianran is already ready. Pick up the flashlight is lying in the hole, carefully survey. To determine that there is no crisis, is to jump down. Bang! Foot landing. The flashlight is also followed by the illumination of the tunnel. The dark tunnel is deep and long. Seems to be unable to see the end. Dull Sister slightly hesitated, but after careful consideration, she also jumped down in one step. But compared to Chen Tianran's ease, this jump of Dull Sister's was a direct fall to the ground. Ouch! Chen Tianran just swept his eyes and did not care too much. Put down a sentence, hurry up and follow, is to walk forward. This scene was unsurprisingly transmitted by the camera into the live broadcast room, and the water users were instantly a bit unsettled. Fairy, holy, a straight man of steel? The girl fell down. Why don't you help her? Lily, it's just acting too deep, isn't it? Really think you're grave robbing? Ash, heh. When the actual scene comes to a head, I'd like to see how you still pretend. No gentlemanly guy. Dull Sister also slightly dissatisfied. Silver teeth clenched. Stood up and patted the dust on the body. Is hurried to follow. Now is not the time to question the other person for not helping themselves. Concentrate on good acting to create show results. That's the traffic code. At the same time, Foamy was watching the two of them enter the tunnel, envy written all over her face. And Stenon spoke quickly. Foamy, don't be anxious. Don't look at how hot they are right now. But didn't you see what the water friend said? These are all live action builds. When the live action comes to a head later, there will be no more acting. Or watch our dive live. Foamy nodded slightly. For her who had been in the live broadcasting circle for years, she naturally understood that this kind of momentary whole job could not last long. Immediately after putting on the diving equipment, he jumped into the sea together with Situnan. With the camera inside the seawater, the beautiful and magnificent underwater scenery immediately into the live screen. The number of pop-ups instantly skyrocketed. I'm going. It's so beautiful. What's so great about digging next door? This is the real scenery live. It's so beautiful. I wish I could live here forever. As the camera advances, the bottom of the sea coral, underwater fish as much as possible into the eyes. The excitement of the water friends is also rising. The dull sister who had been rushing in the tunnel for a long time, and had nothing to do but to click on the Foam's live broadcasting room, was able to see the beautiful scene of the. He was a little tickled again, until the next second. Chen Tianran suddenly raised his hand to stop her. Halt! We have a situation. What? Nerdy girl hurriedly put away her cell phone and looked at the other party in surprise. I saw Chen Tianran looking left and right, seemingly observing, and then analyzing, saying, just now I was wondering that the length of this robber's tunnel was a bit abnormal, and now that I think about it, what we're in now is already the fifth tomb passage leading to the underground palace. What? Dull sister was surprised as she looked around, realizing how this so-called fifth tomb passage was so deflated and cramped. Unlike the other four tomb passages that were so grand, Chen Tianran continued. I once read in one of the colder manuals that the legend says that Hu Hai, after burying the first emperor, had additionally secretly dispatched his men to create a fifth tomb passage, and that's why the size of this fifth tomb passage appears so different from the other four. Listening to his professional analysis, Dull Sister once again picked up the flashlight and surveyed the surrounding area. It was also obvious that this tomb passage was very much like a professional craftsman digging it, and it was very different from the robbed hole tunnel that she had walked through earlier. Just as she was pondering, Chen Tianran opened his mouth again and said, it is written in the manual that when Hu Hai was building the fifth tomb passage, in order to prevent others from entering the underground palace, he specially invited people from the Gongtu family to utilize their superior organ techniques to build heavy and thrilling organs. As he said that, he was pointing to the ground in front of him. Tomb passage chain flap. A very classic tomb passage mechanism. Once the mechanism is triggered, one will fall directly into a deep pit full of sharp blades, and a lot of rocks will fall from above. Chen Tianran's internal adventure expert skill started to launch, and the rich knowledge also flooded into his mind like a fish. And some details of the scene also instantly made him understand the construction of the organ in front of him. As Dull's sister listened to his set of words, the thought reappeared in her mind that, wait a minute, this isn't really the fifth tunnel of the tomb of the first emperor, is it? It's not like he's acting at all. This scene into the live broadcast, but caused the water friends crazy ridicule. Ash, what the what? There's an organ? This script is pretty decent, but if you really want to make a trap, can you set it up here? Lily, it's hard. Isn't it? After all, most of the movies and TV shows with tomb-robbing themes nowadays use special effects for the organs. It's not that difficult to do it in real life. Warm woman, indeed. Not to mention it's still a live broadcast, so it'd be a big joke if it flipped later. In the midst of a cluster of pop-ups, on the screen, Chen Tianran picked up a stone on the ground and without hesitation threw it directly not far in front. Suddenly, that ground instantly lost weight and collapsed, and several 50-pound rocks plummeted above. Bang! 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 The huge commotion startled the Dull sister subconsciously hid behind Chen Tianran. Her pupils clenched, her delicate body trembled, and she muttered under her breath. This is a real organ. Chen Tianran responded. I said I take you to explore the beginning emperor's tomb, so how could I take you to play something fake? No, Nerd girl was a little too shocked to speak for a moment, and that image even made the water friends in the broadcast room not calm down. Lily, is it hard to believe that this TM is really the fifth tomb passage leading to the underground palace of the first emperor's mausoleum? Teenager, if this isn't the beginning emperor's tomb road, then this guide is really awesome. To actually be able to make such a mechanism, he's really put in a lot of effort. Dark Forest, my god. Someone who knows what they're doing say whether this is the real tomb of the first emperor or not. Under the intense curiosity of a group of waterbenders, a waterbender with the ID name of Wind and Snow Archaeology graduate student gave his insights. First of all, I can tell you very responsibly, leading to the tomb of the first emperor's tomb of the underground palace. After these decades of excavation, there are only 4. There is never a 5th tunnel. And secondly, the archaeological team that I was part of the archaeological team at the tomb of the first emperor. We've never stopped studying the tomb of the first emperor. The so-called claim that Hu Hai entered the underground palace of the first emperor's mausoleum for the second time is nothing more than a rumor, and there is no real record of it. Therefore, we can also see that this tour guide called Chen Tianran obviously did a lot of homework on the mausoleum of the first emperor. In this point is still worth appreciating, but fabricating facts, not so much. Just putting those issues aside, the serial flap of the tomb passage he made was pretty ingenious. 2. Very much in line with the tomb mechanisms that would have been used in the tomb of the dynasty in which the tomb of the first emperor is located. So all of you just watch it purely for fun. Just think of it as a tomb raiding TV show. Inside the Institute of Archaeology in the city of Lishan, a beautiful woman skillfully tapped her cell phone, and so on all the text sent out, is once again watching the live broadcast. This tour guide is quite interesting, and he actually quoted this theory from the Bible. If I hadn't been the one studying the tomb of the first emperor, I would have been bluffed. Chapter 5, I'm a tour guide, so it makes sense that I should know some physical skills. Chapter 5, I'm a tour guide. It makes sense that I know some physical skills, right? Wind and Snow Archaeology graduate students, this ID has official certification. So when this message sent out, the live platform side is also to give a certain degree of preferential treatment in the public screen on top of the stay for a full few seconds before being swallowed by other pop-ups drowned. But those few seconds were enough time for the waterbenders to see what she was trying to say. The professional's explanation has certainly taken the heat of the live broadcast to another level. The dodo, worthy of a professional. This analysis really hits the nail on the head. Teenager, since it's all fake, this tour guide has some bull. He actually made a real-life organ. It's almost as good as the real thing. Lily, the most crucial point is not here, but in the acting skills of Chen Tianran and Dull's sister. These two are simply stunning, especially the dorky sister. That shocked expression is a true expression of love. Dodo, for this acting skill, I won't watch Hollywood without her next year. Dull's sister looked at the pop-ups in the live broadcast and hurriedly opened her mouth to explain. Brothers, this is a real organ. It's not fake. It's really not fake. Her anxious appearance once again drew nods of admiration from the crowd. The little fairy, dorky sister is too deep in the drama. Teenager, there's one thing to be said for her. Just for those few words, there's no doubt that she's the queen of the movie. Broken-hearted, call out the script planner this time. I want to give him a red packet. Nerdy girl looked at the pop-up screen, suddenly had a feeling of being unable to love. Originally thought that this is a whole job. But after actually entering the place and witnessing the serial flap of the tomb passage, she was already feeling like beating a retreat. Will going any further life be lost? Inside the security room of Lishan, the security guard who helped Chen Tianran and the two of them to dig a pit, also couldn't wait to take out his cell phone to watch the live broadcast. When he saw the two of Chen Tianran enter into the tunnel, he couldn't help but TSK in admiration. This live action setup is good. I can actually get it under my nose, without God realizing it. There's something about this guide. Then when he saw that falling stone mechanism, he even almost shook his little hand, letting the tea spill all over his pants leg. The asterisk. That's ing awesome, isn't it? When was this built? Why don't I know anything about it? Was it during my vacation? If so, that makes sense. At the same time, Foamy, who had just finished a round of diving, swam out of the water to the speedboat, intending to look at the pop-ups of the waterman. I just clicked in, and it's all about nerdy girls. Asterisk. Foamy, you also tore a day. People next door dorky girl tour guide directly to her to get a real-life tombstone serial flap. Nice guy. That's so true. That's it. If it wasn't for the rumor of the archaeologists of the first emperor's tomb in Lishan, otherwise I would have really believed that they were entering the tomb passage of the first emperor's tomb. Have a say. Nerdy girl's acting skills are off the charts. Foamy, go watch it. A short video with a small link was also posted. On the recommendation of the Waterboys, Foamy was slightly confused as she clicked on the short video, and then she was able to see on the screen Chen Tianran's unpredictable narration about the organ. This was followed by throwing a stone for verification. And swish, the stone falling mechanism was instantly activated. The huge commotion scared the dorky girl out of her soul for an instant. This short 10-second short video, but a few minutes of work, the amount of playback is already hundreds of thousands. Breaking 1 million is on the cards. Seeing this scene, Foamy was instantly unbalanced in her heart. Then she looked at her own tour guide, Situ Nan, who was full of embarrassment, and couldn't help but open her mouth and say, "It's all about other people's guides. I want to experience it too." Sito-nan awkwardly scratched his head, and then is quietly glanced at his vixen balance, and finally is determined to say, Foamy, what's the point of this real-life scene? It's not like going to an escape room. It's all fake. Since you want to play, then I'll just have to pull out the killer. Killer? Foamy turned back, puzzled. The latter smiled mysteriously. The ocean is the most mysterious. The ocean is the true home. I am going to rent a cruise ship, take you on a real sea experience. A cruise? Foamy was shocked, not realizing that this tour guide was really willing to put his money where his mouth was. And the curiosity of the aquanauts on the air was instantly piqued by the, ooh, a little something. You're going on a cruise? Yeah. I heard it's been a rough time at sea. I hear the sea is not so peaceful these days. But since we're playing, it's definitely going to be a big one. The sea can't be faked. Situ-nan looked at the gradually stabilized popularity of the live room, and was also slightly relieved. After all, one's main focus was a reality. Regardless of how he, Chen Tianran, had built the tomb passage realistically, there was ultimately a time when it flipped. And as long as he can stabilize his water friends, then this last $10 million prize is definitely his own. Just Situ-nan has not yet been happy for a long time. He is to see the live broadcast friends once again let out a burst of gasps. My mom, the tour guide next door is back in business. Ah. How did this real-life effect come about? Don't tell me this is all designed in advance. Ah. Hell no. If you say this is all true, I absolutely believe it. Where is the expert? Come out and explain it to me. Seeing this situation, Situ-nan was instantly filled with question marks, and after looking at each other with Foamy, the two of them chose to click on the Dull Sisters live broadcast room in unison, and chose to rewind the replay to rewind for a minute. Only on the screen, Dull Sister carefully followed Chen Tianran as she continued to go deeper into the tunnel. But the next second, Chen Tianran once again raised his hand to stop the other party, and said that there was danger ahead. As a result, as soon as his words fell, hundreds of arrows exploded head-on almost instantly. Nerdy girl screams in terror. Ah. Chen Tianran was agile and yanked the other party's hair, followed by taking her 90 degrees down. The dark arrows had just ended when a cloud of tomb capture above suddenly erupted. Boom! The fire burns. Burning tunnel. Already a forbidden place of death. But on the contrary, Chen Tianran has long been carrying a small chicken General carry Dull Sister. The rabbit rose and fell like a falcon rushed to the depths of the tunnel. The thrilling scene made all the water friends in the live broadcast hold their breath, until Chen Tianran calmly said that, base S don't 6. But layman, still, please don't imitate. As soon as the words landed, the pop-up screen in the live broadcast completely exploded. Ash, you're a ING tour guide. To not be so outrageous. Lily, so what 90-degree lower back is serious? And the way you dodged the ambush fire of the ancient tomb is something a normal tour guide can do? Fairy, you're a tour guide. What do you call this? Sito-nan watched the live replay and fell into a deep state of self-doubt. What the hell am I fighting a guy for? How the do you fight? Can't fight at all. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The progress of the exploration of the tomb of the first emperor has reached 1%, obtaining a reward, a full level of physical skill. Chen Tianran recalled the hints in his mind, and was also secretly relieved. If it wasn't for the system gifting a full level physical skill reward, otherwise the machine crossbow and hidden arrows alone would have allowed them to stay here completely. Just as he was thinking about it, the nerdy girl poked him in the waist and, what's wrong? Chen Tianran held a flashlight and surveyed the dark tunnel in front of him, vaguely seeming to be able to see the end. The Dull Sister asked, opening her mouth with slight hesitation. Aren't you a tour guide? Why is the body would be so good? Upon hearing this, Chen Tianran smiled and, that's a bit of a problem for you to say. It makes sense for me, a tour guide, to know some physical skills, doesn't it? Chapter 6 I just want to take you to explore the underground palace. I'm not interested in any entertainment company. Chapter 6 I just want to take you to explore the underground palace. What entertainment company? Not interested. A series of question marks popped up on the dorky girl's brain. Hey, do you call that human talk? Guides are so in scroll these days? There's actually a requirement for physical skills? The water friends in the live broadcast room were also a bit nonplussed when they heard Chen Tianran's words. Lily, good man. Since when was there a physical arts class in the mandatory guided tour program? Duo, I'll be damned. I've never seen anything so outrageous in my life. Ash, got it. This is going to sign up for a travel agency. Those who don't know physical arts don't deserve to be my tour guides. The heat is on in the live room. There was also a specialized editing master who edited this wave of Chen Tianran space manipulation into a short video and released it directly to Douyin. In just over half an hour, this short video has already surpassed 1 million views. The heat is so high that it hangs at the top of the Hot 100 charts. Anyone who opens the app will receive a corresponding push. Only on the screen, Chen Tianran was dodging hidden arrows with great difficulty, easily and effortlessly carrying the dull sister to dodge the ambush fire attack. It's no better than an action movie. The comments at the bottom are even more varied. What kind of movie trailer is this? It's so cool. There's a word for the action scenes and special effects. This movie will be a hit in theaters. Don't you guys think the female character in it kind of looks like a dorky girl? Upstairs. That's a hammered movie trailer. It's a video clip from the live broadcast. What? Live clips? This is live footage. At the same time, inside a luxurious villa, Chinese kung fu superstar Chen Liden was lying on the sofa, swiping the doujinshi. It just so happened that he also saw the image of Chen Tianran dodging hidden arrows and ambushing fire. Not bad. The trailer for this Toon-rating action movie is pretty deep. He then wanted to see the name of the movie, only to instantly sit up from the couch when he saw that one review that. What? This is live clip content? Real or fake? Immediately afterward he also immediately called his agent and asked the other to inquire about that is to say, all the things such as the actual scene on this live broadcast screen were all planned and arranged by this tour guide himself? The agent nodded slightly. I think so. For now. Because some archaeological graduate students of the Mausoleum of the First Emperor came out to dispel rumors, saying that the place where Chen Tianran and the dull sister are is definitely not a tomb passage leading to the underground palace of the Mausoleum of the First Emperor. So the claims of the actual scene are also strongly supported. Chen Liden watched the short video repeatedly, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly, leaving aside the fact that it's a real-life scene or not. Just this Chen Tianran dodging a few movements, just simply not something an average person can do. He must be a practiced fighter. Practicing? The agent asked, slightly puzzled. Aren't you a practiced fighter too? What's particularly noteworthy about him? Chen Liden shook his head slightly, his eyes glowing with wisdom. You don't understand. It's said that outsiders look at the scene and insiders look at the doorway. I, as a person in the world of national martial arts, have to marvel at myself for this stance of his. What? The agent's mind was blown. It is important to realize that although Chanlik Dan is an entertainment kung fu superstar, he is also a solid martial arts champion. It's because of this base that he was able to step up and achieve superstardom, and now the other guy is saying that this guide is even better than him. Hey, he's just a tour guide. What's that supposed to mean? Dan, could this have been a martial arts instructor behind the scenes and then rehearsed? At those words, Chen Liden looked back at him and, although we can do human control of explosions, fire or arrows, the party of the Bao releases dark arrows at a surprisingly fast speed. Even when I was prepared, it was difficult to avoid it, and the coverage of that voltaic fire was extraordinarily wide. The tour guide not only managed to get away easily, but also ran away with a woman weighing more than 100 pounds with great speed and strong arms. Even if this has a rehearsal component, it's on the air. One success. And I can pat myself on the back that no one else in the world can do it. Gulp. The agent swallowed deeply, and when he turned back to look at the video again at the handsome young man with black-rimmed glasses, a touch of admiration vaguely surfaced in his heart. He had never heard Chen Liden praise a person like this before. It was enough to show how powerful this youth was. At that point, it occurred to him that, Dan, in that case, this guide has the potential to be a superstar of tomorrow. Not only are his hands so excellent, even to be able to build and arrange such a subtle and realistic scene, even a few of the set teams in the industry are not as good as they should be. Chen Liden nodded slightly. Use our Dan Huang company's name to solicit. This kind of talent may be the key to the rise of our action movies. Understood. The agent left at a quick pace. Instead, Chen Liden dialed another number. Hello, Uncle Chen? It's like this. I was swiping the video just now, and I saw that there's a person with extremely strong hands yet it's not any national arts sect I've ever seen. You want to see it? Okay, I'll send it to you on Vixen now. A few minutes later, Chen Liden received a text message that this person's lineage is unknown, and it is speculated that he is from a hidden national art school. Contact him if possible. Chen Liden scanned the message. His heart was also slightly shocked, and when he looked into the video, a slight sizzle lit up in his eyes, and as Chen Liden's manager began to throw out olive branches in the live broadcast with the name of Dan Huang Entertainment Company, the water friends in the live broadcast room were completely blown up. Dodo, what? Dan Huang Entertainment wants to sign Chen Tianran? He's just a tour guide. Lily, I've come to my senses. I'm afraid that's the reason why Chen went through the trouble of building the actual scene. As long as one is on fire, there will definitely be an agency to approach oneself. Then one can step into the entertainment industry smoothly. Hiss. Fantastic. Ash, I see. I'm afraid this tour guide will be nodding his head yes soon. Dull Sister closely followed Chen Tianran from time to time to steal a glance at the live broadcast pop-up screen. After noticing the message sent by the Dan Huang agency, she is also full of doubts. Could it be that everything that the party experienced was staged? Is it really a script? Then if you get hit by an arrow, by fire, wouldn't it be? GG? She shook her head, then also looked at Chen Tianran curiously. Brother Chen, Emperor Dan said he wants to sign you. What do you think? Chen Tianran, who had been observing the situation in the tomb passage, stopped in his tracks and looked back at her. I'm a small tour guide. I just want to be reserved and lead you to explore the beginning Emperor's tomb underground palace. What entertainment company? Not interested. The dorky girl looked into the other's sincere eyes, and for a moment, she was a little speechless, and at this time Chen Tianran continued. Don't move. Something's going on. Chapter 7, Seaman Blade Car Dorky Girl Wades into Danger. A new discovery from the Institute. Chapter 7, Seaman Blade Car Dorky Girl Wades into Danger. A new discovery from the Institute. What? The dorky girl was stunned, and immediately stood carefully behind him. The water friends in the live broadcast room obviously didn't care too much about Chen Tianran's words in the moment. Instead they were shocked because he refused to sign with Dan Huang Entertainment. Fairy, what? What I heard? This tour guide actually refused to sign with Dan Huang Entertainment? Really? Is he that arrogant? Dark Forest, that's right. You participate in the tour guide reality show. Isn't it because you want to make money to get out of the circle? Now that you've attracted Dan Huang Entertainment you're still not satisfied? Lily, ladies and gentlemen. Is there a possibility that Chen is getting too deep into the drama? As an actor's self-cultivation, one would never reveal oneself until one has finished the scene. Dodo. That makes sense. It makes sense to understand it that way. Only to see the live broadcast screen. Dull Sister due to Chen Tianran's sentence directly scared in place did not dare to move. Although the waterboys on the air thought these were real and fake, but she, as a first-hand witness, could see no falsehood in especially the feeling of getting out of a close call was incredibly real and intense. Whether it was a hidden arrow or an ambush fire, it grazed the face. At this time, Chen Tianran slowly opened his mouth. According to my judgment, this should be where the mechanism of the Simon sword carriage is located. Seaman Blade Car? The dorky girl looked at the other curiously, confusion in her eyes. Chen Tianran patiently explained. In ancient times, when attacking a city and pulling out a fortress, the attacking side would choose the Simon Blade chariot to attack. Because of the large number of blades set in the front of the car, it can be attacked in advance and defended in retreat by virtue of the huge wooden board surface. And when it is applied on top of the tomb passage mechanism, it is even more unfavorable. For example, as he said that, he was pointing to a place in front of him. Dorky sister, stand up. Oh, nerd girl immediately jumped over and click. Instantly a crisp sound of an organ being touched rang out suddenly. This was immediately followed by the rolling of gears. The walls on both sides, which were more than 10 meters long, began to tremble. The dust that had filled the wall disappeared in an instant, and the densely packed blades flashed coldly under the two men's flashlights. The already deflated and cramped tomb passageway began to narrow with each breath as the slammer knife carriages on either side of the door were activated. The dorky girl was so shocked that her body was covered in cold sweat. Looking at the approaching blade, her brain once again went into downtime. The next second, a huge force tugged at the waist of her pants again. She was like a kite with a broken string, quickly being pulled away from the Xian danger. Bang! As Chen Tianran's right foot stepped on the tamped ground, the two sides of the Simon blade carriage behind him instantly closed. The originally scattered stones were also cut under this blade. Chen Tianran first held the shaking Dull Sister, then rushed to the live broadcast and opened his mouth. We must remember not to run too roughly against the Seaman blade car. It must be done with a light hand, otherwise it's easy to set off the mechanism. And this professionalism of his explanation, as well as his personal field verification, caused the heat in the live broadcast room to skyrocket, and the pop-up screen to brush wildly. Lily, speaking with facts? Chen is so damn good at it. Duo, this wave of field commentary. I straight call 666. Dare I ask a Chen, have you ever considered the feelings of the Dull Sister? Ash, holy crap, if I didn't know it was all built live. It's all scripted. Otherwise, I would have believed they were actually going down to the tomb. It's so realistic. Fairy, wow, this tour guide is so classless. It really doesn't take us women seriously at all. How dare you let the nerdy girl risk her life? It's really not gentlemanly. Dark Forest, that's right. What kind of man are you? Teenager, hey. The fairies upstairs are quiet. This is all scripted. Do you understand the script? Don't look at Dull Sister's face full of shocked dullness, but it's actually all due to her great acting skills. Broken-hearted, despite the words. I suggest that the police investigation should be properly investigated. Did they really just build a real scene? And not really down a tunnel? Ula, don't think too much upstairs. People's Mausoleum of the First Emperor researchers have come out to dispel rumors. There has never been a fifth tomb passage in this tomb passage leading to the underground palace of the First Emperor's tomb, with Chen Tianran repeatedly displaying his overpowering abilities, and again triggering the tomb passage mechanism again. Hot searches about whether this is a real scene or a real tomb passage are also topping the list. The netizens at the bottom of the page were abuzz with fervor, and for a while they couldn't tell the difference, until an archaeologist blogged that there could never be a fifth tomb passage in the tomb of the First Emperor, because they have been surveyed with all kinds of instruments, unless the Qin dynasty 2000 years ago had materials that could circumvent the probing of instruments. Otherwise it could never have existed. With the expert characterization, the heat of this hot topic dropped instantly. Inside the Archaeological Institute of the Leviston, the woman in the fishnet stockings, who was watching the live stream of the nerdy girl, from time to time, slightly angled her head. That's quite a reductio ad absurdum for the mechanism of this seaman blade carriage. Even its antiquity is somewhat restored. She secretly marveled. I guess this tour guide must have majored in archaeology as well. And just then, a voice broke her relaxing moment of, "Lin Yi, come here for a second." "Coming, Professor." Lin Yi hurriedly put away her cell phone and stood by urgently. As archaeologists, there is limited time to rest, and most of the time they are in the middle of intense work. The old professor, who was only in his flowery years, observed the bamboo slip in front of him, which was filled with writing in small seal script, and after noticing Lin Yi coming over, he also turned around and said, "You go and take this bamboo slip to Professor Hua's side and ask him to help translate it." "Small seal?" Lin Yi queried as she surveyed the bamboo slip in her hand. "Professor, what kind of bamboo slip is this? From the tomb of the First Emperor?" "No." The old professor rubbed his slightly sore eyes and explained. "This was auctioned off in the black market, and after a kind soul took it and it ended up with us. Because there are parts on it that, according to my understanding, should be related to the tomb of the First Emperor." "What?" Lin Yi was shocked. "Didn't you say that any records about the tomb of the First Emperor were all destroyed back then? How can it still be?" The corners of the old professor's mouth lifted slightly. The person who recorded this bamboo slip should not be a participant, but something related to Hu Hai was written on it. "Hua?" Lin Yi frowned slightly and, "I'm not very good at this sort of translation," said the old professor, finding a comfortable position to sit in. "But roughly, I can tell that the bamboo slips record the rumored fifth tomb passage. The exact truth or falsehood is still unclear." "What?" Lin Yi's pupils clenched, and her mind immediately was recalling Doll Sister's live broadcast. There was a vague sense of uneasy foreboding in his heart. Chapter 8, A Gas Trap. "You call that lucky?" Chapter 8, What do you call luck when you meet a gas trap? Lin Yi immediately was recounting in detail what happened in the Doll Sisters live broadcast room. The old professor sniffed, but shook his head slightly and, although this bamboo slip implicitly states the so-called fifth grave passage, however, all kinds of instruments and mapping data show that there are only 4 tomb passages leading to the underground palace of the First Emperor's Mausoleum, and there is no fifth one. Even if this bamboo slip, suspected to be from 2,000 years ago, says something about a fifth tomb passage, or maybe it was made up by some loafers. But, Lin Yi carefully recalled the various images within the Doll Sisters live broadcast room. If all the contents of that live broadcast are true, indirectly it can also support the authenticity of this bamboo slip. But if that's true, how can the instrument's mapping data be interpreted? For a while, Lin Yi was in a daze. At this point, the old professor spoke up and, "Don't go thinking too much about it. Maybe that tour guide you're talking about stumbled upon a similar legend, and that's why he's been building these kinds of real-life scenarios, carrying on to gain heat for a so-called tour guide reality show. As for what the truth is, we'll know when Lao Hua has thoroughly translated it." "Aha!" Lin Yi nodded slightly, but what floated in her mind was still Chen Tianran's handsome face with black-framed glasses. On the live feed, Doll Sister also slowed down from the trance, looking at Chen Tianran beside her anger. A grieved one after another surged to the heart. Chen Tianran, hush! The latter raised his hand and directly covered her mouth, while whispering that if you don't want to trigger the mechanism, be quiet. "Me." Doll Sister instantly held her red face, wanting to get angry but not daring to. Taken completely and utterly, this piece of the tomb passage appeared to be plain, but there was a hidden mystery. Chen Tianran carefully surveyed the surroundings, and finally slowly opened his mouth. "We're lucky." "Lucky what? Could it be that we've reached the ceiling earth of the dungeon?" Nerdy girl already felt from the bottom of her heart that these were definitely not any so-called real-life scenes. Otherwise, how can one explain the various organs and dangers one encounters? Movies don't even dare to do that. Chen Tianran said while surveying the surroundings with his flashlight without looking at it. The Gong Fu organ technique is really powerful. This section of the tomb passage conceals poisonous gas that can be triggered based on the size of our speaking voice. What? Dull sister was stunned. 10,000 alpacas raced through her mind. You call that lucky? The conversation between the two was also transmitted into the live broadcast room. And the water friends were also talking about it. Lily, laughing my ass off. Chen's wave is a reinterpretation of what it means to be lucky. Dodo, I can't breathe from laughing so hard. Ulala, that said. But voice-activated release of poison gas? This kind of technology existed in the Qin dynasty too. 000 years ago? Ash, Chen made this wave a bit fake. Voice-activated technology was obviously born in the 90s. You're putting aside the technology to directly advance it by 2,000 years? Fairy, this kind of flawed script is good enough to bring out. It's hilarious. After noticing the words of the water friends, Dull sister also immediately related to Chen Tianran. The latter, however, laughed and said, Gong Fu organ technique can never be a simple organ technique. To produce the effect of a voice-activated organ, all that is actually needed is liquid. But as for how it works internally, that's not so clear. The only way to know is to wait for the archaeology team to arrive and excavate it. Dull sister listened to her heart become more and more shocked, thinking that Chen Tianran was really knowledgeable. It was followed by a shout to the live broadcast that, the archaeological teams come quickly. The secret of the tomb of the first emperor's underground palace is just around the corner. The pop-ups on the live feeds were once again rapidly swiping and, Lily, are these two people getting a little too deep into the drama? What kind of machine art is so powerful? If it's so powerful, why hasn't it been passed down? Dodo, that's right. Still shouting at the archaeological team from a distance here is too much of a stretch. Do you really think they're going to come and dig up the actual scene you built? Idle. Dark forest, dorky girl. What's the point of being an anchor? Hurry up and enter the entertainment industry. You'll be the future movie queen. Nerd girl desperately tried to defend herself. We really didn't build the real thing. It's all real. All really close calls. Her voice got louder and louder. So much so that it was. Touched the organ. Ka-ching. The gears turn. A dark green mist came from both sides. Chen Tianran looked back at her and, lucky as hell. Run. The dorky girl panicked and just tried to pull her opponent into a wild run. As a result, before she could run 2 steps, she was once again reduced to a pendant to be picked up by Chen Tianran with one hand. But poisonous gas is not something like ambrosia, and it spreads surprisingly quickly, especially if there is air flowing through it. The crowd of sailors in the live broadcast room were all tense for a while. Teenager. Other than that, just the interactivity between this script and the live streaming water friends, and the dangerous tension. It's really a big deal. The broken-hearted, facts aside, the graphic effect, the plot of survival in danger. It's simply bunker. In the cluster of pop-ups, Chen Tianran's feet generated wind, running faster and faster, gradually as to shake off the poisonous gas infestation. Phew! So lucky. Chen Tianran paused to exhale a breath of air. In the hands of the dull sister has long been shaken to some brain fog. It's more exciting than a roller coaster ride. It was only a short time before this luck came. And then trouble followed. Nerdy girl, have you ever seen a centipede? Centipede? Dull sister, lying on the ground and gasping for breath in an effort to clear her head, looked sideways at Chen Tianran and, what happened to the centipede? Oh, it's fine. Chen Tianran smiled. Just wanted to ask if you'd be afraid of centipedes. What's so scary about a centipede? That kind of thing won't die with 1 foot. Dull sister skimmed her mouth, thinking that when she was a child, she had stepped on several of them in her rural hometown. He was nicknamed the Centipede Killer. Chen Tianran sniffed and said in relief, in that case, I'm relieved. What do you mean? Dull sister slowly stood up and pointed a flashlight at Chen Tianran's face. What are you trying to say? Chen, I was trying to say that we're lucky. Chen Tianran slowly moved her hand holding the flashlight and had it shine on the giant centipede that had slowly crept in not far from the tomb passage. Well, you try? The dull sister's expression completely froze, and then in the next second, her mouth exploded. Step on ahead. Run. Chen Tianran shook his head once again. I've said we're too lucky. There is a giant centipede in front. There's poisonous gas in the back. We're in a dilemma. Do you think we can call this a great stroke of luck? Lucky? The corner of dull sister's mouth twitched, and tears were already bubbling up in her eyes. People are dying. What's the point of being lucky? Chen Tianran shook his head calmly. Don't panic. Just slaughter it. Chapter 9, a slide shovel blasts giant centipede. This is reasonable. Chapter 9, a slide shovel blasts giant centipede? Is that reasonable? What? Slaughter? The dorky girl was once again surprised by his statement that, a centipede that big? What to slaughter? We're dead. Chen Tianran unhurriedly unloaded the engineer's shovel on his back waist, lowered his body center of gravity, raised his hand to make a forbidden shushing motion, signaling the other party to be quiet. The huge centipede figure also appeared in the live camera under the flashlight's illumination. The horrifying scene, which left the waterboy stunned, was, Lily, what the hell? What a big centipede. Is this a ING special effect or is it real? Dodo, why do I have a feeling that this broadcast isn't some kind of fake at all? Junior, I feel the same way. From the beginning of the live broadcast until now, it's not at all obvious that it's what's called live. If it's really live action, it's bound to be full of holes. Ash, maybe this Chen Tianran is actually a set master, with a team behind him at the same time? Doesn't that explanation make sense? Urara, so true. Even the giant centipede in front of us could have been made by hologram technology. The broken-hearted, if this kind of technology is applied to movie and TV blockbusters, our domestic movies can directly beat foreign Hollywood. Fairy, that said, Chen's centipede is still over-exaggerated. The largest centipede in the world right now is just over 60 centimeters. Look at this one. It's at least a dozen meters. Even if it's to attract attention, it shouldn't be made that big, right? Dark forest, that's right. Centipedes rely on shedding their skin to grow, and each molt can grow 2 knots. It's more than 10 meters, so it's hard to believe that it's been living for 2,000 years. Think about it and you know it's impossible. Centipedes only live for 5 or 6 years. At the same time, inside the Lishan Research Institute, Lin Yi, who had returned from delivering the bamboo slips, also couldn't wait to open her cell phone and start watching the live broadcast. As soon as one saw the huge centipede, the entire person also shivered. Centipede? A giant centipede? Wait. Her body trembled, and she suddenly remembered that in the ancient books there was a record that when the first emperor was looking for the elixir of immortality, he had received a large number of fengshi, and among them were the companions from the southern border. It is said that one of the compulsion techniques they possess can prolong the life of poisonous creatures and keep them molting and growing, but that's only a small part of the historical record. No similar fossils have even been seen in later excavations, but now the content presented on the screen of the Dull Sisters live broadcast made her feel more and more puzzled. And she then approached the old professor for advice. The latter, too, spoke with his head slightly raised. Lin Yi, as a young man, you are supposed to be more familiar with this means of live broadcasting. Since he chose to use the mausoleum of the first emperor as a gimmicky point, it was only natural that he would be tapping into the historical information pertaining to it. Then about the fact that there were southern border compass masters among the fengshi received by the first emperor. It would never be a secret. It's not hard for them to then use this to project it using brand new technological techniques. But Linny still felt a bit incredulous that the old professor raised his hand and interrupted, and without mentioning anything else, just one sentence. For this centipede to survive for 2,000 years in the so-called fifth tomb passage, what does it eat? The rule of conservation of energy dictates that the larger the volume the more food will be required. Linny, you have to believe in science. But Professor, Linny stammered slightly, what if there is metaphysics in the world? The door is over there. Get the hell out. The old professor chided, and Linny turned and slipped away. But after she left, the old professor was taking out a yellowed photograph of the. Above the ancient photograph is a ship shaped like a conch. There were people from Wanzhou who arrived in spiral boats. The boat was shaped like a conch and sank to the bottom of the sea without the water intruding. The old professor murmured a little account from the gleanings of the. If there is a metaphysics, it's a science we can't understand, right? Linny returned to her research post, and as soon as she walked over, she saw on her cell phone screen that Chen Tianran, who had broken hair and black-framed glasses, looked like a true warrior as he swooped down directly towards the giant centipede with an engineer's shovel in hand. The latter's movements were strangely fast, and in a split second, he erupted into an attack. The great Ao instantly attacked and killed. Chen Tianran's body dodged like a ghost, and the engineer's shovel in his hand was swung from top to bottom like a sharp blade. Clank! As if it had smashed into metal, it erupted into dazzling sparks. The scene startled the nerdy girl's delicate body and she trembled. What the hell is this centipede made of? The water friends in the live room were also in awe of the Lily. In the end, the technology is so advanced that I can't tell it's fake. Or is this ing true? Dodo, experts. Where are the experts? Tell me if there's any technology that can do this kind of effect. It's a pure punch to the gut. A staff member of Special Effects Technology has also stepped forward. After 1,000 calls from his water friends, this kind of special effects technology, in fact, is completely possible. The scene should be used as the green screen scene. And that giant centipede should be a human being moving around in a green screen costume. The reason why we're seeing this real-time footage on the air The price to be paid behind this is also extremely high, so I guess they shouldn't let the fight go on for too long. The crowd was relieved to see that the professionals had answered the question. On the other hand, Lin Yi, who was inside the Li Shan Research Institute, shook her head with some disappointment. It's a pity that it turned out to be all special effects. Ha! I was so naive to think that the beginning Emperor's Tomb would really exist with a fifth tomb passage. But the next second, on the live broadcast screen, Chen Tian ran in a few rabbits between the leap to the mid-air, mouth popping and shouting. The hand of the engineer shovel is in his swing, ruthlessly smashed in the giant centipede head. Then he impacted with a handsome sliding shovel. The engineer's shovel in his hand was cutting the giant centipede's body as if it was unmatchless. Bared. Green sticky blood splattered in all directions. The fishy stench hit his nose. Chen Tianran slowly straightened up, raised his foot and stepped on the body of the giant centipede, making sure that the other party would not move before turning to look at the dull sister. Sure enough, you need a sliding shovel when things don't work out. Nerd girl. The same fell into speechlessness as also the live broadcast. When Chen Tianran began to kill, everyone is holding their breath to watch the live broadcast. It wasn't until the sliding shovel against Chen Tianran killed the giant centipede that the pop-ups in the live broadcast room skyrocketed again. Teenager, I don't know. A sliding shovel directly explodes and dries a large centipede? Is this something a carbon-based creature can do? Oolala, sure. You're a little tour guide who can actually kill centipedes with a slide shovel? Is this reasonable? Muji, crikey, you call this a regular little tour guide? And once again, Chen Tianran's wave of action was posted on a short video app after being set to background music by the editing gadgeteer. A few minutes of work. Once again the video exploded. The live stream is heating up to 1 million. I'm a tour guide. It makes sense for a slide shovel to kill a large centipede, right? Ask for tickets. Ask for favorites. Ask for favorable reviews. Chapter 10, what you call a giant centipede with a sliding shovel and a little side skill with a shrimp line. Chapter 10, do you care to slide shovel dry giant centipede? A shrimp line called a little side skill? The short video exploded in popularity, allowing more people to recognize Chen Tianran. The comments underneath the video are also refreshing one after another. Nice guy. I'm a slider when I see one. Whoever messes with me in the future, don't blame me for being merciless with a slide shovel. Laughing. A tour guide who can slide a shovel. Ask who can stand it. At the same time, always paying attention to Chen Tianran's movements, superstar Chen Leiden. After seeing his opponent's operation of sliding and shoveling to kill the centipede, he couldn't help but angrily slap his thighs. Asterisk. How the hell did this mother her make that move? The agent beside him, however, was puzzled. And, Dan, isn't this kind of action common in action movies? Is it worth being so shocked? Chen Leiden shook his head slowly. This is where you are an amateur. On the screen just now, he leapt 3 meters. See? The agent said senselessly. Wouldn't it be fine to hang on to the willy? Don't you do that all the time, Dan? No. Chen Leiden's eyes glittered. I can tell from his body movements that he definitely isn't wearing any prestige equipment. Otherwise, the movements wouldn't be this stretchy and explosive. Once the agent heard this, he also immediately took out his cell phone to play up the clip that the water friends had intercepted. And after carefully observing it, he also exclaimed, "That's pretty much it." Chen Leiden continued. On top of that, the operation of cutting the centipede with his sliding spatula to rattle out its shrimp threads was even more difficult. This kind of action, which is essentially impossible to pull off without editing, is, not to mention the fact that he's actually broadcasting this live in one continuous shot. Hiss. Dan. The broker was instantly enlightened after hearing this answer from the other party. According to you it's all but impossible to achieve production with special effects. Then this scene, or this giant centipede, could it all be real? When Chen Leiden heard this, he also fell into deep contemplation. After all of this was too mysterious. Is the world really that technologically advanced to be able to do real-time special effects? And in the middle of a live broadcast that won't even show a hint of horseplay? The more Chen Leiden thought, the more incredible he felt. And then he clicked on the app to watch the live broadcast of the Dull Sister. The result is a mouthful of nationalism. Asterisk. The agent sniffed and came over. And instantly there was a cry of consternation. Yet. Only on the live broadcast screen, Chen Tianran smashed the giant centipede's head with a shovel. Green brain matter was splattered in all directions. And then, after rummaging through it a little bit, he took out a bone mat. This is getting interesting. The dorky sister on the side was already extremely sick to her stomach by this wave of his brain-crushing and bone extraction operation. Vomit. On the spot, she was already vomiting like a madwoman, not caring about her ladylike image. And the water friends in the live broadcast room are even more shocked. Pop-up screen straight brush. Lily, in front of which being batch with the old man said this is all green screen special effects come out here. Duo, whose green screen special effects can still just shatter centipede heads. How can this be a special effect? It's almost as good as a spell, right? Teenager, Inema. Where the hell are they? This giant centipede is actually real? Woolala, holy crap. Real or fake? In that case, Sister Dull and Brother Chen are really going down the grave? With Chen Tianran's shovel mashing the centipede's head. It was a direct and powerful shattering of the rumor of building a scene. Nerd Girl fought back the feeling of revulsion and looked at the pop-ups on the livestream, while saying, I told you, it's all true. I can't believe you guys still don't believe it. Vomit. She finished by throwing up. On the side, Chen Tianran also saw the pop-ups in the live broadcast and opened his mouth to say, Gentlemen, I've been saying it for a long time. We as tour guides are all about honesty. How could we possibly do that kind of faking, right? Also I still have to say one more thing. Professional behavior. Please don't imitate. As the words fell, the pop-up screen in the live broadcast room once again frantically swiped. Foolishly, good man. Goddamn professional behavior. You're a tour guide. Brother Chen. You're a tour guide. Woolala, nice one. Who's a tour guide who can still crunch shrimp threads for a giant centipede? Is the tour guide industry imploding to this extent now? Broken-hearted. If it's true that Dull's sister and Chen are inside the tomb passage, doesn't that mean Chen is really good at dividing gold into points? Pure and simple grave robber. Call the police. He doesn't look like he's acting at all. Chen Tianran looked at the pop-ups in the live broadcast and was also slightly flustered. Call the police on something. How can this be? He's running for the $10 million prize for the tour guide reality show. It wouldn't do to get caught in it. Then he spoke. Brothers, it makes sense for me, a tour guide, to have some side skills, right? The pop-ups skyrocketed again when he said this. Fairy, do you call sliding shovels drying giant centipedes and GA shrimp lines a little side skill? The Dark Forest, whose side skill would be splitting gold and fixing holes. Finding grave paths? Woolala, penalty. It's too criminal. I've just called the police, saying that someone is trying to steal the mausoleum of the first emperor. But the police said I'm crazy. The mausoleum is full of mercury. If you go in, you'll die. The broken-hearted, that makes sense. Isn't the result of the instrument that the underground palace under the ceiling soil contains a large amount of mercury? Dodo, it's just too confusing. The experts have all said that there is no fifth tomb passage in the tomb of the first emperor. But where is the place where they are? The fifth tomb passage that none of the experts have found. Is it hard to believe that they have really found it? At the same time, inside the Lishan Archaeological Research Institute, Linny watched the live broadcast and also fell into deep contemplation. The next second an idea fishtailed into her mind and this was followed by a rapid tapping of words. Graduate student in wind and snow archaeology, assuming that the tomb passage they are in is not that of the tomb of the first emperor might explain it. Because according to our investigation, there are large and small accompanying tombs near the tomb of the first emperor, and even the tombs of the royal family and nobles. Therefore, if the place where Chen Tianran and Dull's sister were both real places, it was likely that they were other people's tombs. I'll report this matter immediately. As Linny sent the message out, the heat in the live broadcast room rose again. After all, these words undoubtedly corroborated that Chen Tianran and the others were really descending into the tomb. Only it's not the tomb of the first emperor. Broken-hearted, Mom, yeah. Does that count as a stone hammer? Nice guy. I thought it was a fake at first. But this tour guide is really taking the girl to rob a tomb. Teenager, show me a face. From now on, tour guide standards will follow Chen's. A guide who can't go down to the grave is not a good guide. Woolala, cowhide. I just want to say a tour guide who can go down to the grave. Who else? With Lin Yi's message, the water users almost stoned the fact that Chen Tianran and Dull's sister went down to the grave. For a time, it also caused the heat of the live broadcast to skyrocket again. Already has a firm grip on the top spot for guided reality TV. At the same time, Linny even found the old professor again with her own conjecture. Chapter 11, Straight Man of Steel. Are you afraid of shenanigans? Chapter 11, Straight Man of Steel. Are you afraid of shenanigans? Professor, I've made a new discovery. The old professor was squinting at the photo, and when he heard the voice, he also immediately put it away. What's wrong? Immediately, Linny was recounting the situation in the live broadcast room once again, and emphatically stated that this must not be a live shot, much less a CG special effect. After listening to some analysis, the old professor once again fell into deep thought, and then a pair of old and godly eyes emitted a fine light. Lin-Yi, what you said makes sense. Under these circumstances, the place where Chen Tianran and Dull's sister are located is most likely an area that we have yet to survey and develop. It's more likely that there are tombs of princes and generals lurking that we don't know about. Go! Stay tuned for this live stream. the old professor said as he turned toward the data room. I'm going to look for the relevant information, and if it's confirmed, we should immediately order them to stop going deeper. Linny was puzzled. Then why don't you have them stop going deeper now? The old professor shook his head. Whether it's you or me, it's nothing more than a guess. Rushing out to order them to stop going deeper. What if this is still false? Wouldn't it be indirectly fueling their fever, and thus serve some bad purpose? Archaeology is supposed to be quiet, and too much attention is sometimes not a good thing. It will make more miscreants cast their eyes over it. Hearing these words, Linny instantly understood that. Grave robbers? The old professor slightly raised his head and did not speak. Then he turned around and headed towards the data room. Linny also immediately picked up her cell phone to watch the live broadcast, and was even a bit regretful of sending that message. On the live feed, Chen Tianran also did not continue to bull ***** with the water friends, as opposed to verbally making them believe that they are in the fifth tomb passage leading to the Bei Huang Mausoleum underground palace. Rather, it's better to prove it with factual actions. And that's when dorky girl spoke up, resisting the urge to be nauseous. Brother Chen, why is there such a big centipede here? The latter sniffed and explained that, although the centipede's lifespan is only a few years long, what if it came from the hands of a southern border companion? Southern border companions? Dull's sister froze. What's that? The southern border companions come from the south and are considered an offshoot of a type of shaman in the southern region in ancient times. Because of the characteristics of the region and location, all types of poisons are also surprisingly abundant in the south, thus giving rise to this type of existence that specializes in imperializing poisons and refining poisons. So that's how it is. Dull's sister nodded her head slightly. Brother Chen, you know a lot. Chen Tianran smiled. As a tour guide, it's normal to know some history. Nerd girl. Hearing his words, the water boys were a little taught, too, and, ulala, normal? Chan who would a normal guide check out some southern border companions? You're not normal at all. Broken-hearted man, that's right. It's not normal at all. I think Uncle Police Inspector can check Chun He doesn't look like a tour guide at all. As soon as Dull's sister saw this message, she immediately relayed it to Chen Tianran. Brother Chen, are you really a tour guide? The latter froze, looked at the pop-up, and immediately was explaining that. Brothers, that's a slur, haha. Actually, I did all this on the spot. Get it? It's just a temporary fix. It's a temporary fix. With that he sang a couple of lines, but the live-streaming waterboys were apparently a bit offended by the idea of fairy. Brother Chen, you do not pretend. Speaking so professionally at your fingertips, it doesn't seem like a temporary huddle at all. Dark forest, exactly. Obviously prepared. Duo, from the moment I went down the tunnel, I felt something was wrong. This Chen was acting just too professional. It's not acting at all. And the dorky girl's reaction is even more true to life. Seeing this, Chen Tianran also spread his hands somewhat helplessly. Brothers, how is it that the most basic trust between people is gone? With that, he went on to explain. As a matter of fact, since I am a tour guide in Leishan, I must be constantly doing my homework on all kinds of historical information about the tomb of the first emperor. It was also a coincidence that when I was checking out Shi Huangdi's year when he had enlisted all the world's prescription doctors to look for the elixir of longevity for him, it just so happened that I came across an ancient book on the southern border companions. It is said that back then, the southern border companions had also contributed good advice to the first emperor, but because the ways and means were so excessively dark that they were eliminated. But now it seems that the second Hua is in touch with them again. Nerd girl was surprised when she said, are we really in a tomb passage to the underground palace of the tomb of the first emperor? Chen Tianran nodded. Naturally. But, nerd girl's face was as confused as it could be, as she recalled the message in the live feed. Chen Tianran raised his hand to interrupt and swore as he raised his right hand at the live camera. If I, Mr. Chen, have half a lie, I'll never be able to marry my sister. As soon as these words came out, the water users in the live broadcast room once again boiled over. Dodo, old 6 it's too chicken show. Swear on it. How dare you make fun of a dumb sister? Lily, laughing my ass off. I thought he was going to come out with some kind of earth-shattering evidence. But this? A world where only nerdy girls get hurt is born. Ha ha ha. Broken-hearted, it's really hard to tell. Chen's old 6 attribute is actually that strong. And the dull sister on the side froze and watched the other party swearing on the rest of her life. Then she was furious and said, Chen. She was so angry that she just charged straight over. As a result, Chen Tianran made a false move, causing his opponent to fall straight to the ground. That hurts. A solid fall that really hurt. At this time, however, Chen Tianran was rushing forward and, well, Dull's sister froze, looking at the other party's caring eyes. Her heart abruptly warmed up and, just about to open her mouth to say it doesn't hurt, it's fine, but the other party's second half of the sentence, directly will not be able to make her whole. Don't freeze, get up quickly, don't break the equipment in the backpack, it's not going to be easy if you get into trouble after you break it. The dorky girl watched in confusion as her opponent yanked herself up, then worriedly checked her backpack for gear. The heart was on fire, and the effect of this wave, once again led to the live broadcast of the Water Friends in a big surprise. The Dark Forest, Mother thought there was a chance to see the iron tree blossom. I did not think Chen this iron tree pure is made of metal Walala, there's one thing to be said for Chen. If he's ever been to a security check, the metal detector will absolutely drip and ring. Junior, what a show for me. I won't watch the next Steel Warriors variety show without Chen. The doll sister, who had slowed down, also made a wah-wah-wah sound. That is, she wanted to go to retaliate. But in the next second, Chen Tianran raised his hand to cover the other party's mouth once again. Don't talk. What? Nerd girl was startled and whispered. Something's going on? Chen Tianran turned back to her, raised his hand to adjust his black-framed glasses, and smiled faintly and said, Are you afraid of ghosts? Nerd girl, ask for favorites, ask for favorable reviews, ask for votes. Chapter 12, The True Existence of the Sky Phosphorus Cryptid. Get out of the way. I'm going to start pretending. Chapter 12, Does the phosphorus cryptid really exist? Get out of the way. I'm going to start pretending. Chen Tianran's sentence directly confused the doll sister. What do you mean you're not afraid of ghosts? Brother Chen, don't scare me. As doll sister said that, she was approaching towards Chen Tianran, her eyes filled with fear, while the Water Friends in the live broadcast room were in a state of tears and laughter. Ulala, Chen is totally catching the dorky girl in the act. It's so funny. Broken-hearted, yeah. We are staunch materialists. What kind of bulls and ghosts don't exist? It looks like Chen is just teasing the dorky sister. Little fairy, the poor doll sister was completely taken and teased by Chen. Sad. In the cluster of pop-ups, Chen Tianran was slightly gloomy looking at the tomb passage behind him, vaguely able to feel that there seems to be something moving, but not really sure what. A sense of unease filled the mind and he hastened to say, Enough about that, grab and go. Chen Tianran also did not have the heart to joke, patted the shoulder of the dumb sister, is holding a flashlight first step towards the front. The latter also did not dare to be slow, especially Chen Tianran's sentence afraid of ghosts, directly as to let the dull sister's heart terrified, did not dare to leave the other party too far, and then was hurried to follow. But the road hadn't been traveled for long, when the dull sister was surprised and said, Brother Chen, take a quick look, there are fireflies here eh? So pretty. Fireflies? Chen Tianran's brows tightened. Looking back instantly cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The Explorer skill packs are launched. Immediately it was a way for him to learn more about this insect. Immediately as without saying a word to swing up the engineer shovel is to knock it down on the ground. Nerd girl exclaimed. Brother Chen, what are you doing? Isn't this just a firefly? Wrong. Chen Tianran crouched down and shone his flashlight on the bug and spoke. And, in the ancient books, there is a kind of bug named Sky Phosphorus Hermit. It looks like a firefly, but it's not a firefly, for at the end of the light is something like phosphorus. Once it is contaminated by the Sky Phosphorus cryptid, the sac at its tail end will burst. It will then be burned by the fire. Dull sister originally still had some pity and wanted to reach out, but once she heard these words, she directly withdrew her hand. What? There's this kind of bug? It's horrible, isn't it? She took half a step back, wincing. The live streaming Water Friends also exclaimed at the news that, broken-hearted, nice guy. What the hell is this place? There are actually bugs like this that can kill people? Walala, it's so scary. It's going to catch fire when it falls on you? That's scary. Why haven't I heard of this before? Little Fox Fairy, yeah. How come I've never heard of this horrible bug before? At this point an insect lover also popped his head up and said, Love bug, Brother Chen. You're talking a bit of nonsense here. Where in the world can we find this kind of cryptozoology in the sky? I'm afraid this is just a variation of the common cryptozoological bug, right? After all, once a Cryptoptera lands on the body it produces scars similar to acid burns. And as for the Sky Phosphorus cryptid that burns when it lands on your body, that's a bit unscientific. If you don't believe me, you can look up the information on the internet. When these words came out, the live broadcast once again set off an uproar. Lily, so in that case, isn't Chen just fooling people? Dodo, after all, it's for the show's effect. Can you get heat without saying that? Fairy, that's right. That's right. Isn't that what the country likes to do nowadays? Pretending to be knowledgeable and then using that to lure little girls. But what happens? But it's nothing. Dull sister looked at the pop-up screen, but also hastily asked Chen Tianran if he had misread it. The latter shook his head and stated that, It is impossible to be mistaken. The heavenly phosphorus cryptid was originally an insect recorded in ancient books, essentially extinct. The main reason for this is also the fact that they are harsh on the environment in which they live. A survival situation? Nerd girl queried. That's right. Chen Tianran nodded slightly. The sky phosphorus cryptid is more like a companion creature that they will only exist where the sky phosphorus flower is located. And this sky phosphorus flowers will only exist in extremely dark and damp places. They don't need soil, but they do, to use the carcass as a nutrient. So disgusting. Dull sister shivered. That is, she had a feeling of coolness that came over her. Chen Tianran then shook his head and said, be more careful, otherwise it's not good to be too lucky. And still, that insect lover on the air was a bit unrelenting. Love bugs, oh, and actually make up things like sky phosphorus flowers? Brother Chen, originally I thought you were quite knowledgeable, but I didn't realize that you were just a class act. It's no fun, but it turned out that in the next second, the water user with the halo of an insect expert on his head was vocalizing that insect study, upstairs, regarding the insect, the sky phosphorus cryptid. I can vouch for the fact that this has existed throughout history. At the same time, the heavenly phosphorus flower also exists, so there is no mistake in Chen's words. It's absolutely not nonsense. The expert's voice caused an instant sensation. Dodo? There's actually such a bug? That's outrageous, isn't it? Wouldn't this be a direct GG if we encountered it in the wild? Lily, old iron. You're really not listening carefully. Chen has said that this kind of thing is very harsh for survival conditions. It simply won't have a chance to come to you. But you can't tell if you sneak down to the grave. Dark forest, this looks like Chen is still very good at what he does. Handsome and talented? Love. But immediately afterward, the entomologist continued. Having said that, this kind of plant and animal has long been extinct and it is impossible to exist in the world. So Chen should have mistaken the firefly for the sky phosphorus cryptomeria this time. The pop-ups kept swiping, while Dull Girl was the one who no longer had the heart to read them. She followed Chen Tianran as he continued on, and actually came to a cliff. What about this? Chen Tianran looked at the opposite bank, which was a good 20 meters apart, and also fell into a slight contemplation. This was followed by pulling out a cold flame and throwing it straight down the cliff after opening it. Swish! Cold flame instantly erupted with bright and dazzling white light, like a comet trailing a tail of light straight towards the depths. In the midst of that firelight illumination, a dark blue plant was vaguely visible, and this deep abyss, even more so, haunts one's heart with a sense of uneasiness. Brother Chen, what do we do now? Go down the cliff? Dull sister asked anxiously. Chen Tianran pondered slightly. It's better to go straight over. The cliffs here are too deep. How do I get over there? Nerd girl was a little confused. In the next second, she saw Chen Tianran take out a bundle of iron ropes from his backpack and fix it on top of the rock wall with special climbing spikes. He then took the other end of the rope in one hand, took a dozen steps backward, and roared sternly that get out of the way. I'm going to start pretending. Chapter 13 The Great Crisis. Jumping off the cliff. Chapter 13 The Great Crisis. Jumping off the cliff. Live streaming pop-ups. Broken-hearted, What is Chun trying to do? Is it possible to jump over? No way. It's more than 20 meters. How can this be possible? Walala, there's one thing to be said for Chen. If he doesn't become a tour guide anymore, he can go and become a comedian. The effect of this wave of program is full of pull. If Chen can jump over in one step, I'll rip my head off and use it as a night pot for him. As a result, the next second, with a figure arcing over the cliff, the live broadcast completely exploded. Lily, I'm Nima. You really jumped over 20 meters. Duo, the assisted long jump world record is just under 9 meters. This is more than 20 meters for you. Are you still a human being? Every day, is this what a tour guide should be like? Full of scientific reasoning. And as a result gravity just fails on you? Teenager, Newton's coffin board is about to be crushed. And after Dull sister, who was stunned and frozen in place by this scene, slowed down, she exclaimed, Brother Chen, you're really a tour guide? The latter was fastening the climbing rope tightly to the opposite cliff, while a sideways glance showed a smile that, as a tour guide it's okay to practice long jumping when you have nothing else to do, right? Isn't it normal for a person to have more hobbies in general? Nerd girl. After saying that, Chen Tianran continued to busy himself, completely ignoring the dumb sister who was full of confusion. Live streaming pop-ups. Walala, good man. I'm calling good guys straight up. Chen, please be a man. Little Fox Fairy, whose hobby of practicing a long jump can break the Guinness World Record. You call this a hobby? Broken-hearted, sure. I don't want a guide who can't break the world record next time. Nerd girl slowed down, looked at the one climbing rope, and wondered that wait, how do I get over there? Chen Tianran casually said, it's very easy, just grab the rope and then slowly move over. Grabbing a climbing rope? No, how is that even possible to do? Nerd Girl was filled with confusion, and the water boys on the air were thinking the same thing. Dodo, how can this be done? It's completely impossible to do without specialized training. Lily, if this were to climb to the point of general arm weakness, wouldn't it be straight down the cliff? Ulala, can this rope really carry the weight of a person? Don't just break it later. In the midst of the crowd's surprise, Chen Tianran gave another boost to directly cross the cliff and came to the side of the doll sister. Come, don't be afraid. I'll teach you. Nerd Girl, what are you looking at me for? Chen Tianran touched his face. Is there a flower on my face? No. Doll sister laughed bitterly. I sometimes wonder if you're human or not. Brother Chen, why can you jump so far? No doubt about it. Chen Tianran patted his chest. Not only can I jump far, my staying power is also awesome. When these words came out, Doll sister's cheeks instantly flushed red and she lowered her head in embarrassment. Chun, what the hell are you talking about? Chun, I mean running endurance, asked Chen Tianran with a straight face. What did you expect? Doll sister instantly turned her head and stopped talking. Live streaming pop-ups. Olala, Kama. They say Chen is a will of steel. Turns out he's a master when it comes to flirting with people. Little Fox Fairy, what a show. I have reason to suspect that Chen's previous appearance as a straight man of steel was all an act. Fairy, that's the old iron tree blooming. It's too good. Chen Tianran did not waste any time, but quickly put on the protective gear rope for the doll sister to prevent the loose hand to fall under the cliff. Then they began to give verbal instructions. Just move over slowly. Don't rush. Good. The nerdy girl grasped the climbing rope and struggled to climb, although there were protective gear ropes, but this deep cliff was still frightening. But just as she was halfway up, it was a rude awakening that Brother Chen, is the lasting effect of your cold flame that strong? How come it's still lit up until now? Chen Tianran looked suspiciously at the dark blue light under the cliff, and then the next second, he hastily roared sternly, and, dorky sister, so lucky, what Dull sister was dumbfounded, but a sense of uneasiness was waning in her heart. However, he saw Chen Tianran take a step onto the climbing rope, walking the tightrope as if he were walking on a flat surface. Don't you think the fire is getting closer to us? Nerdy girl froze, then looked down, and indeed, and after another moment, she exclaimed, Brother Chen, isn't that the heavenly phosphorus cryptid? The dorky girl looked up in horror, and instead of getting an answer, she felt her backside being carried in the next second, she was weightlessly being taken by Chen Tianran's strides to the opposite side of the cliff. The roller coaster-like thrills keep the nerdy girls gasping in amazement, and at the same time, the swarm of sky phosphorus cryptids that rushed up from the ground emitted a deep blue light. It was like an instant onslaught of ghostly flames all over the sky. The successive thrilling images have even raised the hearts of the water friends in the live broadcast to their throats. More. Shouldn't this damn thing really be a sky phosphorus cryptid? Lily, oh my god. This number of sky phosphorus cryptids are completely dead. Completely wasted. Broken-hearted, it's over and done with. Haven't even explored the brand new unexplored Mausoleum yet. Brother Chen and Sister Doll are going to be accounted for here. But in the next second, Chen Tianran was reaching out and pulling out a jet shaped like a firearm from the doll sister's backpack, while pulling out a gas bottle. I only saw him shouting under his breath, burn the boom. The fierce fire instantly erupted wildly. The fiery barrier that was constructed temporarily protected the two people's surroundings. The image of the flames burning was so visually appealing that the pop-ups on the live broadcast completely exploded. Walala, and you say you're not here to rob tombs? Who the hell would bring a flamethrower for nothing? Little Fox Fairy, Brother Chen's arm strength is simply fortress. The recoil from a flamethrower setting fire at full power must be extremely strong. How can you hold it down? Broken-hearted, Mom, yeah. Chen's preparation for this is not too comprehensive. It's not at all like simply coming to explore. Hurry up and call the police. Call the police. Tell Uncle Police Chan has to check. The gas was exhausted and the fire dissipated, but the blue light in the sky had not yet dissipated. Nerd Girl took half a step back, dumbfounded. Brother Chen, are we going to be accounted for here? Chen Tianran reached out and skillfully grabbed the other party's pants waist and opened his mouth. Ready? Nerd Girl froze. The next second, but see Chen Tianran directly ripped off the rock climbing nails nailed on the rock wall, and then the right hand tugged tight climbing rope, the left hand carrying the doll sister, without hesitation to leap into the cliff. Chapter 14, Phosphorus Flower. There really are dumplings. Chapter 14, Sky Phosphorus Flower. There really are dumplings? Chen Tianran's jump not only stunned the doll sister, but also made the water friends in the live broadcast room boil. Dodo, oh my god. You're really jumping. You really think you're Adam. Little Fox Fairy, how high is that cliff? It's at least a few dozen meters, right? Urara, it's outrageous. Jumping vertically from such a high cliff is completely reckless. Broken-hearted, I'll just ask one question. Is this real or not? The more I watch it, the more it looks like a movie. Can a normal person really do this? Directly on the screen, Chen Tianran tugged the climbing rope to leap down. In the process of weightlessness, but as if special forces combat, tugging the climbing rope parallel to the ground like speed drop. At this moment, the water friends in the live broadcast room were completely dumbfounded. Completely dumbfounded. Dark forest, special forces rappelling? Hey. Although I've seen this on TV. But, Brother Chen, you're a tour guide. You actually know this kind of skill? Ulala, nice one. People speed drop, at least do it for safety. Not only is Chun unprotected, he's even carrying someone with one hand. Lily, dare you be more outrageous? Is this the kind of operation a carbon-based creature can do? In the midst of the shock of the water friends, Chen Tianran relied on an extremely fast speed drop. He had already landed at the bottom of the cliff. A deep azure light lit up all around. But the source of this light was not the sky phosphorus cryptids, but the ghostly blue flowers that bloomed on top of the rotting corpses. When the follow-up live camera captured this treacherous phenomenon into the broadcast room, everyone was in a state of shock. The duo, Inema. What a heavenly phosphorus flower really grows on corpses. This is so creepy. Broken-hearted, vomit, these bodies are all disfigured. When did they all exist here? Urara, it doesn't look like a long time ago by the state of decomposition of the body. What's going on here? As for Chen Tianran, after landing, he first threw the pendant doll sister to the side, and then he walked up and started to survey these corpses that had heavenly phosphorus flowers growing out of their bodies, then slowly analyzed that. According to my observation, these corpses should be those of a grave robbing gang from the last century, and due to the deeper location of this place, where it is cold and gloomy, it is obviously of greater benefit for storing corpses, coupled with the fact that the heavenly phosphorus flower has the effect of slowing down the corruption of corpses. The effects of the two are superimposed, which is why this last century's corpse has not yet been turned into skeletons. A rather professional explanation has just been exported, is to lead to a burst of exclamations in the live broadcast room. Dora, I'm going. This doesn't look like an act at all. Chun, it's even less like a temporary fix. I seriously doubt that Chen has ever buried anyone. It's too professional, isn't it? Broken-hearted, that's right. I think Uncle Police Inspector can consider checking out Brother Chen. There might be something special found. Fairy, doesn't anyone care about the nerdy girl who was thrown away like trash? This Chen brother, is it really Iron Tree or is he deliberately pretending to be a straight man of steel? It's too rude. Family members, who understands? With the little fairy's reminder, the water friends instantly remembered the doll sister who was lying on the ground waiting for Chen Tianran with resentful eyes. Dodo, the world where only nerdy girls get hurt is reached again. Little Fox Fairy, pity the doll sister. Touching his head. A straight man of steel doesn't know how to feel pity. We do. Broken-hearted, that's it. Chen is too straight-natured and will only go straight beside you. But we are different. We are always behind you to support you. Lily, upstairs. I suspected you were driving, but I have no proof. Dull sister scanned the pop-ups in the live broadcast room, and then she stood up and, Brother Chen, do you want to explain the explanation? Why am I on the ground? The latter shook his head slightly and spoke. If I had let you land on both feet during the party speed drop, due to inertia as well as a smaller force surface, then your feet will be under considerable force. At that time there is a risk of, well, breaking your feet. Ha! The dorky girl froze, and after careful thought it seemed to make sense that Then Chen Tianran stood up again and said, that's why I chose to have you come down flat on your back, so as to increase the surface of force and take much less damage. Think about it, is that right? As if. Dull sister thought carefully. It seems like it's really Brother Chen, thank you. What's the point of being polite? Chen Tianran looked at the bare rock wall with his hands behind his back. Sometimes it's a kind of pain to do things that aren't understood. Brother Chen. Dull sister suddenly felt a sense of guilt that, and the waterbenders who witnessed the whole thing were completely on the edge of their seats. Ulala, good man. Brother Chen, you're damned if you're really scientific enough. Please explain obviously already to the ground. You still throw her out is a what operation? Broken-hearted, moral high ground shift? Good guy. Chen's pure old 6. Just show me a face. Little Fox Fairy, what the hell? The dorky girl is actually feeling guilty? Oi. You're the one he threw out. For a while the pop-ups were boiling, and Nerd Girl unintentionally scanned it, and then again, noticed that a water user had intercepted a video clip of the only on the screen. Chen Tianran threw himself out as if he was throwing trash after landing. In a split second, Nerd Girl's face darkened. Shun. Shoo. As soon as her words fell, Chen Tianran had already come to her side, and raised his hand to cover the other party's mouth. This action was directly to scare the dull sister instantly behaved. Even the atmosphere did not dare to breathe a bit. Chen Tianran's eyes gleamed as he surveyed the scene. Before whispering, take the black as hooves out of your backpack and hang them up. Ha! The dumb girl was first stunned, and then she recalled the other party's explanation when she bought the black donkey's hooves. Ward off evil. What? Brother Chen. Could it be? Chen Tianran didn't say anything, just nodded slightly at her. But it was also this one action that caused the dull sister to once again look grave, not daring to move at all. The two men's trembling appearance was immediately a surprise to the waterman. Dodo, what's going on? Black as hooves? Can it be that these corpses will still turn into dumplings and start corpses? Ulala, no way? Are there really zombies in the world? Are there really big dumplings? Fairy, what are you thinking? These things can't exist at all. This is a materialistic world. In the midst of everyone's amazement, Chen Tianran, however, spoke again. That's right, there are no zombies in the world, much less any dumplings. As he spoke, he slowly gripped the black donkey's hoof in his hand, and in the next instant, swung a shovel behind him. Bang! Chapter 15 The most unscientific thing is you. Brother Chen. Chapter 15 The most unscientific thing is you. Brother Chen. The engineer's shovel swung down, and a figure covered in sky phosphorus flowers instantly flew backwards until it crashed into the wall. The dull sister on the side had already been dumbfounded and, rise the corpse. The pop-ups on the live feeds are boiling over again. Olala, Yet. Nice guy. A shovel version of a Dobby Doodle with his mouth non-existent and his hand raised? Little Fox Fairy, the image of you, Brother Chen, clenching the black donkey's hoof with one hand. It's just too beautiful to look at. Broken-hearted, dumplings don't exist? Brother Chen, please explain. What was that thing you just sent flying? My ING worldview is being turned upside down. Dull sister, without saying anything, decisively hid behind Chen Tianran, and then carefully said, Brother Chen, what the hell is that thing? Is it really a dumpling? Chen Tianran laughed. Dumplings and all that are just movie and TV dramas to cheat people. Don't believe it? Then why are you still holding the black as hoof? The corner of Dull sister's mouth twitched as she immediately questioned. Chen Tianran shook his head. Holding an engineer's shovel in my right hand. If I don't grab something in my left hand, it always feels empty. You can't arrest your little hillbilly grandmother, can you? The dorky girl blushed and stuttered for a moment, while huffing so hard she wanted to smack the other guy. But immediately afterward, Chen Tianran was full of integrity and began to explain about this sudden attack on the corpse. In fact, there is no need to be too afraid of the corpse of the party. The characteristics of the sky phosphorus flower are actually slightly similar to those of the cannibal flower. And because it parasitizes corpses, it naturally reacts when a living body arrives. But the corpse's reaction was clearly a bit overdone compared to what was written in the ancient texts. Perhaps it has something to do with compulsion. And if it were explained scientifically, it would be. The next few minutes, Chen Tian ran to extremely professional scientific point of view to tell how the corpses how to act, how to attack the various principles. Nerdy girl is already a little out of step with the pace, and the acquaintances on the air were even more shocked. Dark Forest, holy, how the hell can you bring science into this? Brother Chen, are you any good? Olala, that's it. The most unscientific one is clearly you. Shun, you're still talking about science here. Little Fox Fairy, I see. Chen should be afraid that this kind of unscientific stuff will lead to the live room being blocked outright. That's why he said something like that. Lily, so that's how it is. It's Chun who's the best at talking nonsense. Suddenly, just as Chen Tianran was copying, another figure slowly stood up from the ground and positioned right behind Chen Tianran. But since imparting knowledge is something that is very much a matter of concentration, otherwise there wouldn't be so many people going in for learning English. For a while, the live streamers began to tense up for each other. Broken-hearted, I'm Nima. Brother Chen. Back behind you. There's really something. Dodo, there are dumplings. Brother Chen. Turn back quickly. Dark Forest, dangerous. Brother Chen. Hurry, quickly, turn around. Amidst the cluster of pop-ups, Chen Tianran finally realized something was wrong and swung through with an engineer's shovel once again. Swish, but it was a raw landing. For a moment, his face was slightly unsightly, not expecting that these corpses controlled by the heavenly phosphorus flower would still have the ability to dodge. But in the next instant, he, too, lowered his body weight and paced slowly in search of a suitable opportunity to. However, the scene of the corpse dodging just now also shocked the crowd in the live broadcast once again. Broken-hearted, what the hell? You're a ING NPC who actually flashes? Ulala, in this case, Chen. You still dare to say it's not dumplings? Fighting fan, this wave is dangerous. The equivalent of a corpse with fighting ability is just not having a sense of pain. In this situation, even though Chen is extremely skilled, it will be very difficult to win. With the precise analysis of the fighting enthusiasts, it was instantly a cause for everyone to be on tenterhooks. Everyone was staring intently at the live feed, afraid that they might miss something on the screen. And right at this moment, Chen Tianran fiercely stepped forward with one foot, his left hand explored in vain, and his right hand instantly swung the shovel like a tiger or leopard. Bang! Instant headshots. But that's just the beginning. Sharp shovels kept chopping at the bodies as if they were blades. It didn't stop until the other person could no longer stand. Only after all this was done did Chen Tianran exhale deeply and, phew, that really scared me. It's so dangerous. His look of getting away with it was also something that threw Dull Sister into a state of confusion. She looked at the broken limbs and wreckage on the ground, and then at Chen Tianran, who was not injured at all and did not even sweat. The corner of her mouth twitched and said, "You call that too dangerous?" Chen Tianran helplessly spread his hands. How fierce that thing is. If this takes a hit, it will definitely be GG. Nerd Girl looks to the wreckage on the ground, once again in deep thought. The pop-ups in the broadcast room are also exploding. Broken-hearted, ITM. Chen brother, you but a drop of sweat. This sentence is convincing. Ulala, what a fierce one. You're clearly the one who's fierce. Chen, the dark forest. But then again, what kind of mausoleum for a king or queen is this? There could actually be something as sinister as this in existence? Nerd Girl looked at the pop-ups and wondered the same thing. Brother Chen, what kind of person's tomb are we exploring? Chen Tianran spoke helplessly. Didn't I say? This is the fifth tomb passage leading to the underground palace of the first emperor's tomb. Really, the tomb of the first emperor? Nerdy Girl was a bit skeptical. After all, an expert had come out and debunked the rumor but now the other party was still so certain, which made even the Dull Sister a little unsure. Chen Tianran spoke again and explained. As I said earlier, the fifth tomb passage was originally dug by Qin Ershi Hui. At the same time, he has a closer connection with the companions, the people of the Gong Gong. As to why he entered the tomb and set up such a thrilling mechanism, it is not yet known. The only way to solve the mystery is to explore it thoroughly. But when Chen Tianran's words landed, many people immediately jumped out of the live broadcast room to question him. Lily, brother Chen, you're still holding on to the tomb of the first emperor? People's archaeologists have all denied the rumor. They said that you can't be the tomb of the first emperor. Dodo, there's one thing to be said for that. Although Chen intentionally said that this is the tomb road leading to the tomb of the first emperor in order to create a program effect, but because of Chen's skill, we still have to cooperate with the show. Ulala, that's right. Just, broken heart. So many dumplings. So many dumplings. My god. Amidst the cluster of pop-ups in the live broadcast room, the corpses that were originally lying on the ground were getting up one by one, their bodies gradually igniting a dim azure light. Chapter 16, The Battle. Grave Chamber. Serious people who understand the small seal script. Chapter 16, The Battle. Grave Chamber. Serious people who understand the small seal script. Chen. Brother Chen. This. What about this? Dull Sister was also a bit confused. Can't believe there are actually that many dumplings again. Chen Tianran surveyed the corpses around him and opened his mouth unperturbed by the change. But, what? Nerd Girl uttered, puzzled. The next second, originally still standing in front of her, Chen Tianran has disappeared. And then she felt a huge force grab the waist of her pants. The familiar strangling sensation came again. The wind is tight, pulling and whistling. Live streaming pop-ups. Broken-hearted, good for you, Chen. Your mouth says nothing more than that. How can your body be so honest? Ulala, crack me up laughing. The humanoid pendant dorky girl is on again. Dark forest, sure. It's obvious that you're helping the dumplings, but you're actually going to bluff your way out before you run? Not bad for you. Chen. Only to see on the screen, Chen Tian ran in between, running wildly in his hands, engineering shovels first stuffed into the Dull Sister tactical clothing on the, skillfully pulling out a cold flame from the pocket of the tactical jacket on the other side. He cupped it with one hand and projected it into the cave like a dart. The slowly rising bodies along the path were also illuminated in turn. After determining that it could be an escape route, Chen Tianran's footsteps quickened by a few points. There is a feeling of passing through 10,000 armies without a single leaf touching one's body. Suddenly, in front of a body in armor abruptly got up, holding a halberd, bringing gusts of wind whistling as it swung. The ground trembled slightly as it took a step. It was evident that the power was strong. But even in the face of this situation, Chen Tianran still did not retreat in a timid manner. The dorky sister in the hand has long been screaming in terror that, Brother Chen. Can't beat it. Can't beat it. The latter smiled confidently and, I have a spatula of crunchable shrimp threads. I've got a spatula to crack. Between words and breaths, the distance between the two sides is only a few meters, and the halberd dances close at hand. The wind is so strong that it makes people's clothes hunter and hunter. On the contrary, Chen Tianran was agile, dodging and avoiding the attack, and when his body swayed, he had already come to the other side. The engineer's shovel with the edge of the blade glinting with coldness swung in the same direction. Bang! 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 Under the illumination of the cold flame, Chen Tianran was like a ghost infested in the night, and the engineer's shovel in his hand was like a dagger that constantly left wounds on the enemy's body, until the thud of a hard hit. Watermelon explodes. Blood splattered everywhere. The camera shifted. Chen Tianran was already carrying the humanoid pendant dumb sister into the cave. An adrenaline-fueled scene that ignited the live feeds once again. The Ulala, Brother Chen, handsome to the point of explosion. Strictly speaking, the action scenes of future action movies should be based on Brother Chan's Little Fox Fairy, just for this wave of Chen's operation. A lifetime of powder. Handsome, broken-hearted, my god. Chen is too skillful in this operation. Definitely more than 2.5 years of practice. Explosive combustion. Naturally, without any surprise, was made into a small video transmitted to the short video app. Several of the videos that have exploded in popularity lately have been all Chen Tianran's. And now with the appearance of yet another short video by Chen Tianran, hogging the heat again. A few minutes is already 1 million plays, and at the same time even the hot searches have shot up to number 1 on the list. The wind is blowing. The netizens at the bottom of the hot search are all shocked constantly. Asterisk. This TM really in the lower tomb and dumplings fighting? So strong. So strong. This is a true master of the national art. It's awesome. What sparring? What taekwondo? In front of Chen. It's nothing but fancy fists. Killing. That's the real thing. Chen Leiden, who was inside the luxurious villa, looked at the short video screen, and the corners of his mouth couldn't stop twitching. So the national art is so dang good. Inside the Lishan Archaeological Research Institute, Linny was also tuned in to watch the live broadcast. The smooth to the points fight sequences, the bodies standing up, all of which continued to shock her worldview. Sure it's not a movie? She had a hard time believing that there were any of these things underneath this land. It's too unbelievable. However, the next second of the live broadcast caused her petite body to tremble. The burial chamber. It's the burial chamber. Professor. She rushed into the data room, excited, and the old professor, who was flipping through the materials at the moment, raised his head in confusion after hearing these words from the other party. The crypt? Linny hurriedly handed her cell phone over, and the latter pushed the presbyopia glasses on the bridge of her nose. Looking at the screen, Chen Tianran was breaking into a tomb after escaping from danger. The surrounding walls are full of complicated texts, but they have become slightly blurred under the baptism of time. This is the small seal script? The old professor murmured, and as the flashlight in Chen Tianran's hand turned, the coffin in the center of the chamber entered everyone's eyes. This should be a tomb from the Qin dynasty, only the writing on it is not too clear to read. So it's not too good to analyze what kind of person's burial chamber this is. Linny sniffed, and also picked up the conversation. Professor, then do we need to send a message for them to leave in a hurry? After all, these are precious archaeological materials in the burial chamber, especially those corpses that are alive out there. A corpse? The old professor looked at her, puzzled. Linny then also backed up the live broadcast time and released the battle footage of Chen Tianran's battle against the halberd-wielding corpse. The old professor gradually fell into silence as he watched the screen. Linny looked at the other side. Professor? The latter shook his head slightly, lowered his bold spectacles, smiled, shook his head slowly, and, ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's just unscientific. Linny was also a bit dumbfounded for a while. After all, this kind of thing was a ridiculous thing in anyone's eyes. But Professor, I'm afraid this kind of special effects can't be done even if he wanted to. Professor. The latter also fell into silence once again. But right at this moment, Chen Tianran's voice came out from within the live broadcast. What's on this little seal is still relatively easy to understand. At these words, the old professor who was in the middle of silence also raised his head, and then he followed the light of the camera and flashlight to look at the line of small seal scripts. Easy to understand? This guide is more or less arrogant. It's not easy to read through the small seal, let alone this long and vague one. The old professor sneered but the next second, Chen Tianran was eloquent and said, the text states that this is an organ tomb, not really a burial tomb. The only way to proceed further into the tomb is to open the coffin. As for some other contents, They are accounts of some folklore rumors about the Qin dynasty. Not too important, but I can still tell you about them for you in general. Listening to his words, the old professor's pupils gradually tightened as well. Although he was not proficient in the small seal script, he could more or less recognize some characters that, after scrutinizing it, he was also shocked to say that he, a tour guide, really knows the small seal, and in the live stream, the waterboys were subdued by his interpretation of this wave of broken-hearted, good man. Brother Chen is multi-talented. Ulala, who in their right mind would have nothing better to do than study the small seal script? Little Fox Fairy, Chen is not simple. Please, Uncle Policeman, look into it. Chen has definitely been planning this for a long time. What adventure? It's just plain old grave robbing. Chapter 17, you talk about science, but you light a candle in the southeast corner. Chapter 17 talking about science, you backhandedly light candles in the southeast corner? The aquatic friends in the live room were a bit confused, and as the dull sister standing on the sidelines, her face was full of shock. She looked incredulously at Chen Tianran, who was acting as a real-time translator, and the corner of her mouth couldn't help but be a slight twitch. Brother Chen, are you really just a tour guide? Why are you even proficient in the small seal script, or even being able to translate it directly? Chen Tianran first swept his eyes at her, then looked at the writing on that wall and opened his mouth, saying, in fact, I have always had a dream of joining the archaeology team, only that I failed to get into the corresponding school because of my poor grades. Although this is a rather unfortunate thing, I have never been discouraged, so I do study and research some information about the Qin dynasty from time to time. Can you understand it when you put it that way? So, Nerd Girl probed, this is just a hobby for you? An interest? That's right, just a small interest. Chen Tianran nodded with satisfaction but the waterboys on the air aren't buying it. Broken-hearted, whose interest is so damn professional? Void Lolo, off the charts. This is off the mark. This level of your understanding of the small seal script is even better than that of me, a college student majoring in archaeology. Little Fox Fairy, hey, Brother Chen, as a tour guide, don't you know a bit too many things? Is this normal? Is this reasonable? For the words of the water friends, Chen Tianran is directly ignored, because his ears are already ringing a prompt. Ding! Congratulations to the host's exploration progress of the first emperor's tomb has reached 10%. Receive the reward black gold ancient knife. Do you choose to extract it? Chen Tianran thought for a moment, and then he was nodding in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the black gold ancient sword. Currently, the black and gold sword is 2% open. With the drop of the prompting sound, Chen Tianran was feeling that a long knife emanating an ancient and mysterious atmosphere had already appeared behind him, as if it had been assembled from the time he entered the tomb passage. Madaka! Chen Tianran was also curious to directly draw his long knife. The crisp sound of drawing the knife immediately attracted the attention of the dull sister. Brother Chen? When did you bring such a long knife? And how come it's covered in rust? What a thick layer. Rust, Chen Tianran murmured, and in his mind, he recalled that systems tip that perhaps the degree of openness represents rust, and it's hard to get rid of rust by going to a knife sharpener? He thought about it and laughed in his mind. After all, this kind of thing, in the current situation, was not very realistic just to think about it. And when the camera of the live broadcast focused on the ancient black and gold sword full of rust, the water friends could not help but laugh out loud. Dodo, ha, laughing my ass off. Forgive me if I can't help laughing out loud. Brother Chen, when the hell did you bring that long knife with you? This rust. Are you trying to play tetanus blade technique? Ulala, it's simply unbeatable. I originally thought that Chen's was an engineer's shovel would be fierce enough. I didn't expect him to have a rusty long knife. Little Fox Fairy, I'm afraid you can't even cut the grass with this blade. It can only be smashed with brute force. For the pop-ups in the live broadcast, Chen Tianran directly ignored and paid no attention to them. And at that moment, he still opened the door of the passageway of the tomb as soon as possible. Nerdy girl, stand back. I need to open the coffin so we can move on. Ha, dull sister said with some trepidation. Brother Chen, will there be dumplings here too? Or could it be dirty? Ha. Chen Tianran laughed helplessly, spreading his hands and stating, dull sister this is an era of materialism. Why do you still have stubborn thoughts? It's not right. We have to believe in science. We have to believe in science. You can't believe in that kind of mystical stuff. Understand? Dull sister was momentarily speechless, but she obediently stepped aside and, as a result, in the next second, Chen Tianran skillfully took out a candle from his backpack, and then after pinching his fingers to calculate, he came to the southeast corner to light the candle. Nerd girl, live streaming pop-ups. Walala, show Brother Chen, It's really worthy of being the reincarnation of Tian Xiao. Little Fox Fairy, talking about believing in science. You turn around and light a candle in the southeast corner? Ghost blowing a lamp? Good guy. I haven't read many novels. Broken-hearted, hard-mouthed body truthfulness. It's amazing. Inside the Levi Star Institute, the corners of the old professor's mouth were also twitching as he watched the live broadcast, and he slowly turned back to look at Linny. Are you sure it's not a movie clip? Surely not. Professor, Linny explained with a bitter smile. Although this live broadcast looks very arcane, is definitely not a movie clip. After all, the mere fact that they can interact with their water friends in real time already rules out that one possibility. After hearing these words, the old professor looked at Chun Tianran's action of lighting the candles and also fell into silence once again. After a few breaths, he sidled up and said, "It's true that any unexplained phenomenon can actually be explained by science, isn't it?" Linny asked, somewhat not understanding what the other party meant. "What do you mean, Professor?" "There's a 70% chance that where they are is maybe true. Not entirely convinced, but assuming it's true." The old professor's eyes were already glittering with light. This might give us a deeper understanding of the Qin dynasty, especially since the place where Chen Tianran and Dull's sister are located isn't too far from the tomb of the first emperor. Maybe there's some connection between the two. In that case it's true. Linny nodded slightly, but if we directly ordered them to stop exploring, wouldn't that be a disguised way of corroborating the authenticity of the mausoleum? Thus allowing the wrong people to target them? The old professor laughed. Why make a big deal out of it? Just send a team of people to take a look. Anyway, it's just around the corner from the mountain. Not far. Linny nodded slightly. I see, Professor. I'll lead the team this time. Good thing too. The old professor nodded heavily and Linny then also left quickly after teaching the other party how to use her cell phone to watch the live broadcast. When she left, the old professor looked at Chen Tianran's back on the screen, and a figure of a man with a gold-touching talisman on his waist and a black and gold ancient sword slung across his back slowly appeared in his mind. Who? Ancient swords appear. Could it be that the great event spoken of by that person is really going to happen? The old professor's face gradually became grave, and on the live feed, Chen Tianran carefully pushed the heavy coffin lid, and with every inch he moved, he would carefully sweep the candle flame in the southeast corner of the. Seeing that it still burns straight, it continues to push. It was only after the coffin had been moved halfway through that he stopped moving and, after the hovering live broadcast camera slowly approached and filmed the stunningly beautiful woman in the coffin wearing a bright red robe into the live broadcast room. In a split second, the whole place was abuzz. Chapter 18, The Man in the Coffin. The Secret of Yuji's History. Chapter 18, The Man in the Coffin. Yuji? History? The woman was dressed in a red fancy dress and colorful makeup, as if she was a bride on her wedding day. The beauty of the situation is so evocative of the broken-hearted, I'm so meow, so beautiful. If it's a sister, I can. Walala, oh my god, why is there a pretty girl hidden inside this coffin? What dynasty is this? Little Fox Fairy, this is too unbelievable. Look at the features of her costume. It's clearly from ancient times. How did she manage to keep her body from decaying for such a long time? Could it be that superior embalming techniques were already in place in ancient times? Inside the Archaeological Institute of the Leviston, the old professor looked at the cell phone screen. The appearance of the woman in the coffin, also slightly shocked. And, typical Queen Qin period clothing, but why is she wearing such bright red? Who the hell is she? Chen Tianran's reaction to the small seal on the wall was naturally heard by the old professor, but the heart is also puzzled. Never heard of any organ tomb will really be in the burial of a person. Especially since the man was dressed in a very specific way. The old professor looked towards the data room not far away with a sad face. After so many years of practicing archaeology, it's the first time I've encountered such a tricky problem. He shook his head slightly, then he got up and walked towards the data room. But before he left, he made a phone call. Hello? Old Hua, how's the deciphering of the contents of the bamboo slips going? The old man on the other end of the phone also spoke after hearing that. Half deciphered, but there's one very strange thing. Strange place? The old professor uttered, puzzled. Prof. Hua said, the contents of the bamboo slips indicate that there is a fifth route to the underground palace of the first emperor's tomb, and it is still made by Huey. As for the reason it is not clear. What? That's really what the bamboo slips say? The information is accurate? The old professor was slightly agitated and, if the existence of the fifth tunnel is a fact, then the study of the tomb of the first emperor may be greatly advanced. Prof. Hua on the other end of the phone laughed. Old Li, don't be too happy. Sometimes there aren't people who are too idle to write little anecdotes that. Maybe it's one of those little anecdotes. Prof. Li fell into a bout of contemplation, then said, It's also possible that it was recorded by the surviving workers of the year. Prof. Hua sniffed, but laughed. The possibility of this probability is still relatively low. And, after all, this bamboo slip records something about growing on a corpse if it's a corpse, and a hoodoo that burns at the touch of it. It also sounds more and more mysterious. We are all materialists. Surely we will not believe it. Prof. Lee. For a few minutes, Prof. Lee did not answer the question. Prof. Hua was a little anxious. Old Lee? Old Lee? Why don't you say anything? What's going on? It's fine. You continue deciphering first. I have something to do. Professor Lee wiped the sweat from his forehead and hung up the phone. Then again, he called up the live broadcast and watched the live broadcast. If that's true, then how did this tour guide know about it? Could it be that he and that? Professor Lee shook his head violently, trying to shake the unscientific figure out of his head and, on the live feed, Chen Tianran carefully surveyed the appearance of the woman in red in the coffin, while continuously marveling at the TSK. The dorky girl on the other side of the room, however, frowned, scowled at herself, and muttered, "Definitely stuffed." Chen Tianran slowly looked up. "What did you say?" "Nope. No yo." Dull's sister hurriedly defended. "I just wanted to say, Brother Chen, do you see what's going on with this woman? Why did her corpse remain incorruptible as well? And her clothes are as good as new?" Upon hearing this, Chen Tianran slowly opened his mouth. "According to my observation, she is most likely UG." The dumb girl looked at him in direct confusion. "No, Brother Chen? Did I hear you right? I really didn't hear it wrong. Did I? Who did you say she was? UG? Chen Tianran was full of calmness and nodded once again. "That UG from the drama Farewell My Concubine." When these words came out, the water friends in the live broadcast room couldn't sit still. "Dodo, no. Chen, you don't even have a brain in your head with your ability to make up stories now? UG, how could UG be in this place? People have UG's tomb alright." "Lily, that's right. Didn't UG cut her own throat in Wujiang River? Why did she come to MT? Lee, Brother Chen, we've read the history books too. Even if you haven't read the history books, you've seen the TV series. Blossom, it's a ripoff. It's really too much. I can't believe it's even pulled on UG. I am Qin Shi Huang. Call for money. Fairy, ha ha ha, die laughing. If she's UG, then I'm Wolverine. Quick, do you believe her or me?" The heat on the airwaves soared again. After all, the presence of a corpse that hasn't decayed for 1,000 years inside a tomb is enough to shock the world. Everyone is speculating about its true identity. Dull's sister was equally puzzled by the "Brother Chen, you can't be unaware of it and be talking nonsense here, right?" As soon as Chen Tianran heard this, he looked up at her, and then he said, "History actually paints a very vague picture of where UG ended up, even that so-called UG's tomb. Could there really be UG buried inside? It is important to know that after the king of Chu, Xiang Yu, entered the Hanga Pass, he came to the mausoleum of the first emperor in a rage. The world only knows that the king of Chu smashed some of the exposed buildings above the underground palace back then, but in reality, the king of Chu should have led people into this fifth tomb passage. The best evidence is that among the group of corpses outside that cave, there are quite a few corpses of warriors from the Chu Han period. The character of their battle armor was very much in keeping with the times. But this is all your guess, right, Brother Chen?" Dull's sister looked at the other party questioningly and, live streaming pop-ups. "Walala, yeah, Chen is definitely making it up. How could it be UG? Ash, that's right. If it's really UG, I'll rip my head off and use it as a night jug for you. Teenager, how many times have you said that upstairs? When do you screw?" Under the watchful eyes of the water friends and the doubts of the Dull sister, Chen Tianran got up and came to the rock wall, pointing to a line of words carved by a sword in the corner. Thy wish, and mine, is to fight for thee in the afterlife." A simple sentence, but it is written out of the feelings of children. Chen Tianran was reading while looking at Dull's sister again, causing the latter's cheeks to blush slightly. If I'm not mistaken, these words should have been left by the king of Chu when he was trapped in this place back then, and the reason why he was able to leave peacefully afterwards might have had a lot to do with UG sleeping here. Listening to these words, the Dull sister is still a little incredulous. The water friends in the live broadcast room are even more out of breath. "Ulala, that's unlikely. Brother Chen, did UG really go into the tomb of the first emperor with the king of Chu back then? Broken-hearted, wait, how come we're circling back? This isn't the tomb of the first emperor at all. Brother Chen, you've got it all wrong. Little Fox Fairy, no. Wait, what the hell is this place? If this is really UG, wouldn't that prove that Chen and the others really found the fifth tomb passage leading to the underground palace? Bull *******. Lily, unreadable. It's becoming more and more unreadable. It's so confusing. But just at this time, a water user with the title of Chu and Han history research expert bubbled up and posted a large paragraph of text. Gentlemen, the possibility of what Chen said exists. According to some records, it is indeed possible that the king of Chu entered the Hanggu Pass and brought Yuji into the tomb of the first emperor. As soon as the news came out, the broadcast room fell into a brief silence. Chapter 19, he died a long time ago. This cut is going to be awesome. Chapter 19, he died a long time ago. This cut is going to be awesome. Urala, the experts have confirmed it? Doesn't that mean that this place is really the fifth tomb passage of the tomb of the first emperor? Real or fake? Broken-hearted man, no way? You're kidding? It's really the fifth tomb passage of the tomb of the first emperor? My god. If it's true, it's definitely the most significant discovery in the history of archaeology, ever. Lily, strange. Why isn't that archaeologist from the Offspring Institute talking? Don't be silent. Silence doesn't mean acquiescence. But in the next second, the party's research expert from the Chuhan period, Basil, once again spoke out. Words though, but that's all a historical account. But the content of this broadcast is simply too far-fetched to be true. What corpse is alive? It's like an action movie. It's purely special effects. One can tell that this Chen knows a lot about history, so he purposely found this kind of cold point for design. When this statement came out, the water friends immediately began to dislike each other. Ulala, where's the second pen expert? Can you make me one of these special effects? Broken-hearted, laughing my ass off. Special effects? On the blue planet, there's no technological means to do this level. Even though you're an expert, I still want to call you an little fox fairy. It's okay if you don't say that, but it's just plain stupid to say it, okay? Basil, who also serves at the Levi Stone Institute of Archaeology, is on his day off and has nothing to do today before flipping through the Douyin, which is usually not an opportunity to do so. As a result, he swiped to the live broadcast of the nerdy girl, and after seeing that wonderful scene, he thought for a moment that it was a live movie. But when he saw the expression of the other side and the content of the pop-ups on the air, he began to express his own opinion. The last thing that happened was that they were disliked by their friends in the water. Asterisk. What is wrong with people nowadays? Can't you tell by the special effects? What a bummer. He was so angry he was close to just smashing his cell phone, but was holding back and started tapping words on the screen, ready to lash out with his vast knowledge of the. But in the next second, the image in the live broadcast violently startled him. Asterisk. Only to see that on the live broadcast screen, Chen Tianran was just about ready to continue speaking. Suddenly, the candle in the southeast corner, out. For a moment, the scene was plunged into a ghastly silence. The dull sister swallowed her saliva raw, slowly looked sideways at Chen Tianran, and lowered her voice to say, Chen, I've seen on TV that when the candles go out, it means. The latter, without changing his face, raised his hand and patted her on the shoulder. Dumb girl, we are materialists. How can we believe in that kind of nonsense? Isn't that right? We have to believe in science. There's no such thing as a ghostbuster in the world. Relax. Between words, but inside the coffin 5 meters behind them, a fair white jade hand slowly raised and placed on the coffin, and then another jade hand. Immediately after that, the upper body, which was not tied up with hair and had 3,000 green threads like a waterfall, slowly lifted up. When the eyes opened on that absolutely beautiful face, the crowd that was watching the live broadcast were all shaken by a tiger's body. Broken-hearted. Alive. Really alive. Ulala, Ghostbusters. The corpse has risen. Brother Chen. Nerdy girl. Run. Little fox fairy. I don't believe this can be explained by science. Dull sister peeked at the pop-ups in the live broadcast room, and after noticing that the water friends were talking about corpses, she undoubtedly became even more flustered, and her small hand tugged at the corner of Chen Tianran's coat tightly, refusing to let go. It was also at this time that a mournful female voice rang out behind her. Since I, with the great king, have been fighting in the east and the west, subject to wind and frost and toil, year after year, I only hate the fact that the ruthless Qin has brought the living souls into misery, and has caused the people to be in dire straits, and now I am willing to stay here alone in order to restore Chu to the great king. When the words fell, the scene was even quieter to the point where you could hear a pin drop, and even the pop-ups in the live broadcast room disappeared without a trace at this moment. Everyone was staring at the poignant woman who looked as if she had stepped out of a painting with a deadpan stare. But then, in the next second, a voice broke the silence and, Chua Whacker, he died a long time ago. You fool! Chen Tianran slowly stretched out the rusty black and gold ancient sword as he spoke, and with this sentence of his, Not only did he leave Yuji stunned, but he also made the dull sister by the side directly confused. Hello? So direct? Without the slightest euphemism? The water friends in the live room were even hissing. Broken-hearted, Chen brother, you are really reckless, This is if the real Yuji. People heart Chu King Xiang you. Wouldn't you just make her explode with that one sentence? Little Fox Fairy, this Nima is absolutely 24K titanium alloy steel straight man. Walala, it's hopeless. It's hopeless. Chen, rest in peace. Rest in peace. Amidst the exclamations of the crowd, the red-clothed Yuji also slowly came back to her senses. She cocked her head and, the great king, dead? Her face gradually began to distort, and her raised hand was already probing towards Chen Tianran without a second thought. You said the Maharaja is dead? Clank. Chen Tianran would not let her get her hands on him. Dodging sideways, he swung out a knife in the same direction. However, when the knife collided with the arm, it was as if it was a clash of cold weapons, rubbing out starbursts and palpitating. Only this preliminary test already let a person understand that this dumpling is not good to provoke. Chen Tianran put one hand on the dull sister and spoke. It's true that whatever it is gets harder over time. Dull sister was also filled with anxiety. What then? Can we beat it? Ha! Chen Tianran smiled confidently. I am not talented, and I just happen to have learned a move and a half. When he said that, he lowered his center of gravity and wandered off to the side, and the water friends on the air have been clenching their hands nervously. Dodo, brother Chen, don't try to be brave. With that rusty knife of yours, I'm afraid you can't even peel an apple. Let's run. Broken-hearted, that's right. Brother Chen, those who know what's good for them are good at what they do. Even if you're good with your hands, but in front of an absolute gap, anything is futile. Give up. Brother Chen. Ulala, brother Chen. It's impossible to fight. You're just a broken sword. Chen Tianran naturally could not see the pop-ups in the live broadcast. His eyes narrowed slightly, holding the black and gold ancient sword. In a trance there seemed to be a sense of wonder. His mouth drank. Dumb sister. Shun. The latter clenched his fists and raised them in front of his chest, all tense but the next second, Chen Tianran's words were what made her silent once again. Keep your eyes open and watch. This next cut, it's going to be awesome. Nerd girl. Suddenly, Yuji's body swayed and dragged the red tail, flashing like a ghost. The great king, it can't be dead. Chen Tianran was motionless, but he was already holding his breath, and his muscles were bloodshot. His mouth and nose spewed out hot air. Both sides are just a stone's throw away. But just in the space of a breath, the blade burst into flashes. The speed had been so fast that it was a blur. That chop. Brothers, ask for favorites, ask for votes, ask for praise. Please, 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 please. Chapter 20 Decimation. You destroyed the living relics. You are a sinner. Chapter 20 Decimation. You destroyed the living relics. You are a sinner. The blade swept by. Chen Tianran had arrived behind Yuji and maintained a horizontal chopping stance. When this scene was reflected within the screen of the live broadcast, the water friends were also completely blown up. Broken-hearted. So handsome. Brother Chen. Urara, numb. Never thought a person could juggle a sword so handsomely. Little Fox Fairy. Oh my god. It's like a world-famous painting. Love it, love it. In the midst of the gusts of amazement, Yuji on top of the screen slowly lowered her head and looked at her own red dress that had been cut by the blade and shattered. And at the same time there was even more dark green blood seeping out continuously. This is the great king's reward. Chen Tianran withdrew his momentum and knifed his sword, once again lowering his body's center of gravity, his brows and eyes showing his composure, as he faintly spat out a sentence under his breath. He's long dead. LOL. The scene was as if there was the sound of a heartbeat pause, and the dull sister, who was surprised by Chen Tianran's slash on the side, also subconsciously took a step back once again. Brother Chen, this cut of yours didn't work out. Chen Tianran smiled blandly. If one blade doesn't work, I can also make 2, 3 daggers, until the fire of life stops. Dull girl instantly eyes light up, fangirl-like look at each other, heart deer in the head. Suddenly, I realized that the other person was so handsome, and the next second, Yuji broke out into a sharp hiss. One step forward was already an instant kill, but Chen Tianran was directly turning around and running without even thinking about it. The wind is tight, pulling and whistling. A word to the wise. Nerdy girl is in a daze. The crowd of aquatic friends in the live broadcast room also completely froze. Dodo, brother Chen, you're really an old 6 Lily, thanks to my earlier compliment of being so handsome, you're a real ing show-off. Ulala, brother Chen, you are really a dog. I've never seen one more doggy than you. In the midst of the crowd spitting, Chen Tianran turned around and ran towards the cave entrance. and the only thing left in the large chamber was the UG who was bleeding green blood as well as the trembling Doll sister. Doll sister looked at the inhuman and ghostly UG. Her heart had long been terrified, and she instinctively raised her hand and waved. Hi. UG approached slowly with his head cocked. Since I, along with the great king, have fought in the east and the west, and suffered from wind and frost and labor, year after year, I only hate the fact that the ruthless Qin has brought the living souls into misery, and has caused the people to be in dire straits. Now I'm willing to stay here alone so that the king can restore Chu. Are you staying too? Nerd girl backed away in horror and, no, I don't want it. Suddenly, a figure suddenly flashed out, astral aura overflowing, long sword sweeping across, Raleigh chopping off UG's head. Rip. It was not until this figure gradually solidified that the Doll sister realized that the person who saved her was Chen Tianran. Chen, you didn't run away? The latter ruffled his hair handsomely, his thick eyeglass lenses reflecting slightly as he revealed an evil smile, coming up to the other's ear and saying, scared? Don't worry, you have to believe that I'm always behind you. The dorky girl's eyes glowed again, her small hand clenched in a fist and raised to her chest, her petite body trembling slightly, then answered, with a forceful, I'm sure. The water friends in the live broadcast room watched Chen Tianran's behavior and exclaimed, Walala, poor Tom is being played in the palm of Chen's hand, but he doesn't even know it. Broken-hearted, I saw it with my own eyes. The hovering live camera just followed Chen out. Good man. There's a whole bunch of ING corpses out there. Little fox fairy, I'll prove it. Chen definitely came back because he couldn't escape. In the midst of everyone's amazement, research expert Rohrer, however, made a very ill-timed pop-up comment. Chen Tianran, you are destroying national cultural relics. You are committing a crime. You are breaking the law. If she is really UG, then she is bound to possess an extremely high research value. It may even still allow us to develop drugs that change people's genes and allow them to live for 1,000 years. You're a sinner. The Waterboys were also abuzz with this statement. Fairy, that makes sense. He actually dared to destroy the artifacts. What a crime. Dark Forest, damn it. This is an artifact that bears witness to our historical legacy. Chen actually killed her. Even broke her clothes. Liam, really? This could be our way to a deeper understanding of ancient history. Brother Chen, guilty as charged. In an instant, the winds of the live broadcast instantly began to shift. The various donkey fists have jumped out and started beating up Dragon Fist, even to the point where the news has topped the Weibo Hot 100. It also caused a furor for a while. Countless fairy netizens at the bottom started commenting that, that's it, how can he fight back in this situation? Doesn't he know to give way to girls? Well, that's just the way it is, isn't it, Cope One? Whoa, what a lack of knowledge of making sacrifices, when it's clear that just a little sacrifice would have gotten us a more in-depth understanding of the Chuan period. A smooth set of dragon fists swung out, hitting a crowd of sensible netizens full of bafflement and, I'm Nima. Nice guy. Is this sacrificing yourself for the good of others? 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6. Donkey Punch is really a bullpen. I can't afford to mess with you. Just came from the live broadcast. If Chen doesn't make a move, Doll Sister's life will be in danger. Artifacts? This kind of thing that can harm people can also be called a cultural relic? It's really not that funny. And it's also because the heat has gotten so loud that it's led to an influx of fighters in the broadcast room, who have started to swipe. Seeing this scene, Doll Sister naturally cried out anxiously. And, how can you be so unreasonable? If Brother Chen didn't make a move, we would have definitely lost our lives off. Since when are human lives so lowly? But the boxer didn't have any intention of letting go, and even caught the dumb sister cursing. Ha! You're no good either. People are divided into groups, abominable to the core. If you weren't going to participate in this What's His Name reality show, would you have caused the precious artifacts to be killed? Nerdy girl, you're guilty too. You have too. Nerd girl is momentarily a bit flustered in the face of the fighter's undifferentiated attack, but just then a big strong hand patted her and, nothing, but, Nerd girl was aggravated and wanted to cry a little, but Chen Tianran spoke up. It's all scripted. It's all staged. It's all live action. Where's the artifacts? When these words came out, the pop-ups in the live broadcast instantly stopped, and even Doll Sister looked at the other party with some confusion. Immediately after that, Chen Tianran continued, who's ever seen a living artifact? Your parents lived too. 000 years? Please pull it out sometime so I can see it. That's hilarious. It's just a script. I can't believe you're taking it so seriously. Here he paused again, and continued, the real name system has been implemented long ago now. None of those who took the lead in talking just now will be able to run away. Rumor mongering on the internet? Ha! All your house along the net. Chapter 21, saying nothing, but carrying a compass in his hand. Chapter 21 talking about nothing and carrying a compass in your hand? A passionate and furious spew that had the fighters on the air completely laid to rest. The facts are even better than arguments. And no one can produce evidence that this live broadcast of the dorky girl is the real deal. And for a while, the pop-ups dissipated quite a bit. Iron fans, who have been kept down for so long, have had a chance to poke their heads out this time of year. Broken-hearted, Numb is really suffocating me. These donkey fists are so crazy. How dare they come up here and accuse others like this? Walala, it's so hard. If it wasn't for what's-his-name Basil there leading the charge, how else could Donkey Fist have gotten that crazy? Little Fox Fairy, indeed. It's the first time I've seen a history expert like that, and it's a real eye-opener. Duo, I'm furious. Luckily, Chen is resourceful. Directly denied it. There wasn't any evidence to prove it anyway. You have a problem, then you have to prove it. I'm convinced by this maneuver. Lily, indeed. It's still my brother Chen. Witty reaction. This wave is so cool. And that Basil. After seeing the winds of the live broadcast completely disintegrated, he was a bit tense for a moment. Bullpen what? Immediately afterward, he received a phone call. Hello? Prof. Lee, you're coming to the institute now? Okay, I got it. Even though it was a day off, an authority figure like Prof. Lee called him to go back and work overtime. No matter what, Basil exasperatedly kicked the coffee table and was in a hurry to leave. At the same time, after Chen Tianran finished resolving the offense of the Stiast fighters, he turned back to look at the dull sister. Alright, keep going. Dull sister was still somewhat immersed in Chen Tianran's valiant display of disliking the donkey fighters just now. For a moment, he didn't react. Chen Tianran didn't care too much about it, and pushed that coffin away with all his might. Next, the sound of a boom suddenly rang out. This was followed by the sound of gears rolling. The thick stone wall directly in front of them slowly opened. This performance of the organ also made the dull sister slightly flabbergasted. How awesome! I can't believe I can open the door by pushing the lid of the coffin. And in the live stream, the Waterboys are calling it a day. Duo, earlier, Chen had been saying that this place was some kind of organ built by the Gonglu clan. Could it be true? Lily, overthink it. The rumored originator of the organ technique, the Gongfu clan, is nothing more than a rumor. How could such a person really exist? Walala, that's right. Just listen to what you're saying. If you take it seriously, you'll lose. Just as the Waterboys on the air were sending out pop-ups. And the hovering live camera slowly floats. Suddenly, between the camera shaking, a long-haired figure in plainclothes suddenly floated by. Although just a moment, but led at this time as watching the live broadcast of the millions of water friends. All scared a cold sweat. Broken heart. I saw something. What the hell is that? Walala, Numb. I thought I was mistaken. So you all saw it. Dodo, what the hell? What the hell is that figure? Why haven't we seen it before? What's going on here? The pop-ups were surging like crazy in the live room. And after seeing it, the dumb sister also subconsciously looked back, but did not see half a figure. She looked at Chen Tianran in confusion. Brother Chen, the water friends are saying they just saw a figure in white on the live camera. Oh, Chen Tianran looked back, but immediately revealed a smile. And, what a white figure. Some overthinking. We are materialists. Any cowboys or ghosts don't exist. Everyone must believe in science. As he said that, he beckoned to the dumb girl to continue to go deeper into the tomb passage. And although the water friends in the live broadcast room were a little surprised, but after seeing Chen Tianran this calm, they were also relieved. Broken-hearted, 9 times out of 10, it's the live platform's fault again. All day long, they don't get that little bully server right. They just know how to make money out of their users. Little Fox Fairy, that's right, live platforms these days are really getting worse. Ulala, don't mention it. I almost lost my soul just now. What a pain in the ass. Similar complaints are also heard one after another, and even some ruthless people directly to report complaints. The boss of the live broadcast platform received several phone calls from the summit at one time. Hello? Leader? I know. I'm going to rectify it. I'll get it. That's going to fix it. Yeah. This is about millions of people. That's right. Yes. The old boss then stormed into the maintenance department in a huff. What the hell is going on here? I've gotten a dozen calls from the upper peaks. What are you guys doing? A group of programmers in the maintenance department all spread their hands and, old boss, it's really not that we're not capable. The software didn't malfunction in any way. What? The old boss was puzzled and spoke. pull up the replay and show it to me." The programmer spread his hands again. A few of us have also repeatedly watched back that very pop-up clip, but there's no such thing as some long-haired figure in a veiled dress. What? The old general manager was once again stunned. Then do you mean it's hard to say that those millions of people all looked at the wrong thing at the same time? The programmer glanced at his colleague beside him, and spoke in a slightly embarrassed whisper. "The old boss. Even the dumplings appeared. It's reasonable to have a floater, isn't it?" Swish. Only a second. The old boss was drenched in cold sweat. He swallowed deeply, but also forced calm and waved his hand to signal a few people to continue to work. The old boss was drenched in cold sweat. He swallowed deeply, but also forced calm and waved his hand to signal a few people to continue to work. The old boss was drenched in cold sweat, and as he left the department and came out onto the porch, abruptly, the lights began to flicker. The night wind blew open the window at the end of the corridor that had never been opened. On the live feed, Nerd Girl was holding her knees and gasping for air. "Brother Chen? We've been traveling for over an hour here. Why aren't we there yet?" Chen Tianran shook his head. "There's no rush. Just walk a little further." Between his words, he had already taken out the gold-splitting compass and was secretly practicing gold-splitting in point setting. The 5 elements of the 8 trigrams are the same as each other, and the situation they are in now, slightly complicated. As for the dumb sister did not suspect anything, answered "oh," and continued to follow. But the live streamers who witnessed this were a little tense and broken-hearted. Poor dumb sister completely taken by Chen. "Ah, ulala, brother Chen. It's still you. Saying that it's fine, but in your hands you've already started to carry a gold dividing compass? Little fox fairy, why do I always feel like how they walk around is still in the same place? Is this an illusion? Or are they? Have they entered a maze? Lily, really if we enter the labyrinth, that would be really dangerous. There's no village in front of us. There's no store in the back. There's no chance of survival." But just as the water friends were talking, Chen Tianran suddenly stopped in his tracks. "Ask for tickets. Ask for favorites. Begging for everything." Chapter 22, The Mechanism is Alive. "I have a tetanus blade." Chapter 22, The Machine is Alive? "I have a tetanus knife." There's something unusual about the labyrinth here. Even if I use the split gold to locate it and the 8 trigrams to break the square, I still can't find the real way out. At these words, the dorky girl instantly froze and, "Wait, brother Chen, are we really in the maze?" Chen Tianran didn't hide it and nodded slightly. "Gong Tu organ technique. It really lives up to its name. To be able to disturb the 5 elements and 8 trigrams orientation. It's truly magical." "Ha, this. The dorky girl was a little flustered, her head full of mush. Right. Water friends, brother Chen. There's strength in numbers. I'll ask the water friends in the live broadcast room if they have a solution." Chen Tianran smiled and didn't stop it. Likewise in his heart, he knew very well that in this situation, it was difficult to find a way out using normal methods. There was also a lot of brainstorming going on in the Pittsburgh live room. Broken-hearted, when it comes to mazes, the easiest way is actually to touch the right or left wall and walk all the way through. Never change direction or you'll never get out. This method, although laborious but very versatile. Urara, that's right. That's how I won the game when I entered the labyrinth before. Duo, yeah. Brother Chen, dull sister, give it a try. It can only be a dead horse. Nerd Girl looked at the pop-ups on the live feed, and quickly relayed them. To Brother Chen, how's it going? Is there any truth in what they said? Well, Chen Tianran pondered briefly. It's quite feasible. It's just that the Gong Fu organ technique won't be cracked by such methods. When this statement came out, the live streamers were once again a bit unconvinced. Lily, brother Chen, you have to admit that times are changing. This method is kind of tested. Broken-hearted, yeah. Brother Chen, even if the ancient Gong Fu organ technique was so powerful, could he still build a perpetual motion machine? Ulala, that's right. The blue is better than the blue. The previous wave died on the beach. The water friends fiercely retorted. Chen Tianran did not say much but began to move along the left side of the wall with the dull sister without stopping. A full hour later, he stopped in his tracks again, and the dorky girl gasped, holding her knees. What's wrong? Brother Chen, did we go out? No. Chen Tianran shook his head regretfully. We're still in the same place. As he said that, he pointed to a mark left behind by the party. When dull sister saw this scene, she subconsciously took a step back, her petite body trembling slightly. What? How can this be? Then won't we? Inside the live broadcast room, the water friends are also wailing all over the place. Broken-hearted, what kind of labyrinth is this? Can't we actually walk out this way? Damn it. Ulala, this can't be called a labyrinth. It's a maze of death. Little Fox Fairy, the tomb passage of the first emperor's tomb is surprisingly this treacherous. Even the king of Chu couldn't penetrate halfway. In the midst of everyone's shocked trembling, Chen Tianran raised his hand without any waves and attached it on top of the wall, and opened his mouth, saying, "The method of the party may be applicable to an unusually dead organ, but what if it is alive?" Live? Dull sister was so puzzled that she looked at the other party. "Brother Chen, the maze is still alive? That's unlikely, right? It's not like this is some sci-fi movie. Live streaming pop-ups. Walala, that's right. What do you mean a living maze? It's hard to believe that this labyrinth is still a living creature. Just thinking about it makes it unlikely. Little Fox Fairy, that's right. Brother Chen, if you have a way to do it, you should hurry up and show it to us. We don't believe the maze is still alive." Teenager, Chen likes to fool people as usual. It's a pity we're not Tom or Dumb Sister. But in the next second, above the screen, Chen Tianran spoke once again. "After the party has walked around, I have a general understanding of this labyrinth. The labyrinth has a pivot, and it's also its destiny. The only way to see the true face of the labyrinth is to open the life gate." What fate? Dull sister froze and looked at the other party. "Brother Chen, you still know organ magic here?" He. Chen Tianran laughed as he began to look for a location on the wall and spoke faintly. "Just a little knowledge. But you are clearly a tour guide." The nerdy girl was a million times more confused. "Why do you even know organ magic? That doesn't make any sense at all." Chen Tianran didn't turn around and said casually, "Just a hobby. You back off." "Oh." The dorky girl obediently listened to the other and took a step back. However, the water friends in the live broadcast room are not so good at fooling around. "Junior, Brother Chen, you can fool a one-horse dorky sister, but you definitely can't fool us optimists. Bulala, upstairs has a point. Optimists like me stand tall, see far." Brother Chen. This set of sayings obviously highlights one sentence. Only the hand is familiar. Broken-hearted, that's right. This subconscious judgment of Chen's. If he didn't have a bit of experience in grave robbing, I would never believe it. Little Fox Fairy, although I don't know exactly what Chen is going to do next, but Uncle Police Inspector must check him out. This kid isn't even pretending. Surrounded by the pop-ups in the live broadcast room, on the screen, Chen Tianran's lips and teeth were slightly open, seemingly chanting the incantation of dividing the gold and fixing the acupoints. At the same time the right hand moved, and finally was stopped in a corner. He turned back to the dorky girl once more and, 10 steps back. 10 steps? Dull sister was puzzled. "Brother Chen, what exactly are you doing?" Chen Tianran grinned. "I'm going to awaken the giant." The nerdy girl was full of questions, but her body was solidly backed up 10 steps. Seeing the situation, Chen Tianran was also not waiting, stretching out the black and gold ancient sword behind his body with his right hand and pressing it with his left hand in vain. Ka-ching! The gears rattled. The ground began to tremble. The wall in front of Chen Tianran gradually began to shift and began to rotate, until the moment it slowed to a stop. The original wall made of rock and earth was turned into a flesh-like shape. The blood-red muscles were constantly bulging, and the hidden capillaries could be vaguely seen in them. Only the beginning. Flesh and blood were still moving about, and in the darkness, spitting letters sounded one after another. Hiss hiss hiss. Dull sister shrunk her body in fear and looked timidly at Chen Tianran in front of her. "Brother Chen, what's going on? What the hell is this? How come there's still the sound of a snake spitting out a letter?" After Chen Tianran turned back, his expression was also completely frozen, but he still calmly said, "Do you like snakes?" Dorky girl was confused. "That kind of thing. Thin and long and slippery. I don't like it." In the next second, Chen Tianran took a step and stepped on her back to use the force to leap up. An explosive shout came out of his mouth. "I have a blade that can break the wind." Chapter 23 The Law of No Harm Without Smoke. Please don't imitate professional moves. Chapter 23 The Law of No Harm Without Smoke. Please don't imitate professional moves. Above the live feed, a huge vertical pupil fluttered behind the dorky girl. The huge triangular serpent's head stands as if it were the scythe of death. The hearts of the water lovers are hanging by a thread, until Chen Tianran leapt forward, holding the black and gold ancient sword in his hand, and swung a brilliant slash in that darkness. Boom! The Big Dipper ran away, rolling up gusts of dust and mist, and that sword-lightened shadow was not disappearing. The sounds of fighting and slaying were loud and clear. "Kill!" The words burst out, causing people's hearts to jump and jump, until the sound of the sword ceased and the dust and fog gradually receded. Only then did the dull sister call out Chen Tianran's name with fear and trembling. "Brother Chen! Brother Chen! Are you okay? Are you okay?" A small test of a bull's knife. Why is there something wrong? Under the flashlight light, Chen Tianran, who was carrying a black and gold ancient knife, came walking leisurely, and the crimson blood that slowly slid down the rust-covered blade fell to the ground one drop after another. He paused, lifting his free left hand to ruffle his hair, and his features, which looked like they had been carved by a knife and axe, became more and more eye-catching in the light of the flashlight. It's even making the dorky girl's eyes light up with a fangirl expression. And this scene is to make the live broadcast of the water friends into a boiling state. The duo, cam This then are letting Chen finish loading broken-hearted, on pretending to be a beeper. Chen, really haven't lost to anyone. Little Fox Fairy, then the King of Kings. What a show! Just as everyone was boiling, in the mist behind Chen Tianran that had not yet dispersed, a huge triangular snake head once again lifted up, and its vertical pupils suddenly opened. The deep yellow pupils were as if they could take in the heart. Hiss dash. Originally still full of joyful dull sister, but abruptly expression stiffened. No, didn't die. I can't believe I'm not dead. The water users in the live room were also completely blown away. Broken-hearted, Yet. There is the law of smoke and no injury. Dragon Ball honestly does not deceive me. Wolala, good man. Nice one. This is nifty and scary. It's not even a fight. Little Fox Fairy, simply desperate. On the contrary, Chen Tianran on the screen was still standing like that, lifting the black and gold ancient sword with a calm demeanor. Dumb sister. The latter was a bit confused, not knowing what the other was going to do. In the next second, Chen Tianran spoke blandly. Close your eyes. It's going to get bloody later. The words fell. The snake's head sank down violently, turning to devour it. This scene directly shocked the nerdy girl for 20 years. Brother Chen. She erupted into a sharp hiss, and all the water friends in the live broadcasting room stood up at this moment, grabbing their heads with both hands, unable to believe this scene in front of them. I'm brown. Dead? Just like that? Mom, this tomb passage is so dangerous? Is this really the tomb passage of the first emperor? It's horrible. It's horrible. And going down to the tomb, it's really fighting for your life. Everyone was shocked. There were even a couple that called 120, only to be a little unclear in their recounting of the situation. Hello? 120 Yes. We have someone swallowed by a snake here? What? Direct contact with the cemetery? But just as everyone was amazed, the giant snake that had devoured Chen Tianran was already slowly writhing towards the dull sister. Hiss hiss hiss. The sound of spitting letters became more and more palpable. The dull sister's heart had long been filled with fear, and she kept falling back. Looking at the huge triangular snake face, all that swirled in her mind was the scene of Chen Tianran being devoured. Suddenly, she paused in her steps, slowly lowering her head. Her right hand groped backward for something that, in the next second, the dull girl suddenly pulled out a flask, blowing on the flamethrower. As soon as it was lighted, and illuminated by the firelight of that signaling wire burning, dull sister hissed, with a look of sadness and anger. You return my Chen. The sadness of the scene is heartbreaking. The water boys are also hammering out words of exhortation. The broken-hearted, dorky girl. Think twice. Don't be impulsive. Olala, that's it. Calm down. Calm. This kind of thing isn't even humanly possible to fight. Little Fox Fairy, run. Throw it and run. Don't get on the head. However, in the midst of the convergence of pop-ups, the head of the snake that was gulping out letters suddenly came to a halt. In the midst of the crowd's amazement, a blade instantly burst out from it. Swish, the blade swept by, stirring up a puff of dust and smoke. At this moment, the dull sister froze, and she once again asked tentatively, Chen, Brother Chen? Immediately afterward, a voice that made her excited slowly sounded. I didn't expect the gong gong organ to be so bizarre, to actually connect the labyrinth to a snake. Unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Chen Tianran marveled as he walked out slowly. But when he saw the incendiary flask that was about to explode in the dorky girl's hand, he exclaimed, violently, Dorky sister. The latter instantly froze. Her pretty face climbed up into a thick blush, and a small wave of stealing joy instantly surged to her heart. Chun, before the word brother could be uttered. In the next second, a foot had already kicked her hard. Bang! The body fell to the ground with a welcome sound, and the Molotov cocktail erupted in violent flames the moment it hit the ground. Boom! Blazing flames instantly ignite this place. A series of black lines appeared on Chen Tianran's forehead, and without saying a word, he grabbed the waist of the dull sister's pants and started a wild escape. I say you don't you know how to play with fire and pee on the bed? Dorky girl felt the familiar strangling tug, and a small satisfaction filled her heart as, well, Chen Tianran looked at her appearance, also helplessly had to shake his head, looked back at the fiery pursuit, then immediately accelerated his pace. When the giant snake was chopped, the labyrinth organ was already cracked, and the gold splitting and point setting was immediately performed. The 5 elements of the 8 trigrams appeared at the foot. The door to life is close at hand. Nerd. Chen Tianran had just shouted out a word when he felt a force at his back pushing him, not waiting for him to react to turn back. is already with the dull sister weightless fell into a deep tunnel. Bang! Chen Tianran face heavy quickly get up, black and gold ancient sword in the hand slightly trembling, scanning around but did not see the slightest oddity, but the vigilance has not been loosened. Nerd girl rubbed the sore spot from her fall and fluked out. Brother Chen, it was so dangerous just now. We almost died in the snake's mouth. At those words, Chen Tianran turned around with his neighbordashers and rushed at the live streaming camera suspended in midair. Everything is special effects fiction. Scripted plot. Please don't believe it. Also a word of advice. These are professional moves. Please do not imitate them. Thank you for your cooperation. Nerd girl. The live broadcast pop-ups also fell into silence at this moment, and the next second erupted into countless bars. Wolala, what a professional action, please don't imitate. This mother asterisk should also be able to imitate broken-hearted man. Goodyu Chen is really too deep into the drama. Show me. Little fox fairy, I can't live with laughing. Do you dare to show off a bit more? In the midst of a cluster of pop-ups, Chen Tianran's line of sight was already following the flashlight in his hand to land on top of this underground lake in front of him. Above the dark lake, the road white as if the embryonic thing suspended. Bursts of fishy smell came to the face. Chen Tianran retracted his sight, turned back to look at the dull sister who had not yet slowed down, and opened his mouth, saying, "Nerdy girl, we are so lucky." When the latter heard this, her delicate body instantly trembled, and she rose in horror and, "What? Beg for everything, ask for everything, brothers." Chapter 24 Setting up the fondue pot. It's all high protein. Chapter 24 Setting up the fondue pot. It's all high protein. Whenever Chen Tianran says words related to luck, all kinds of dangers always happen. In a moment, she, too, looked quickly toward the dark lake, and the slender glow of the flashlight illuminated the milky white floating object looks alive like the embryo of some creature. She looked back at Chen Tianran in fear. Brother Chen. What is this? The latter stood with his arms folded and spoke faintly. According to my observations, this should be a fetus of some kind of creature. Exactly what kind of fetus still needs to be ovulated in the water, and it is impossible to identify for the moment. But what I can say for sure is this. It's definitely dangerous. Nerd girl. Live streaming pop-ups. Wolala, to summarize, I really don't know. Little fox fairy, laughing my ass off. Chen is simply playing bull literature to the extreme. I didn't know it could still be so righteous. Worthy of the name sure. Broken-hearted man, nothing to say. 666 served. With the previous experience, all the dangers on this toon passage have already made the dull sister's heart palpitate. Carefully following Chen Tianran as she walked along the edge of the dark lake. Walking, she asked, puzzled. Brother Chen, didn't you say that the one we're in is the fifth tomb passage leading to the tomb of the first emperor? Why is this tomb passage so long? And there's this incredible mechanism inside? Upon hearing this, Chen Tianran slightly angled his head. After the death of the first emperor, it was Hu Hai who finally presided over the funeral of and it is he who sends all the people to preside over the sealing of the land. I just don't know why he chose to order people to open up the fifth tomb passage again at the last moment of sealing the earth. This layer of reasoning is the most confusing of all, but to a certain extent, if not for Hu Hai's initiative, we are afraid that in this life we'll not have the chance to set foot in the mausoleum of the first emperor. After all, underneath that sealed earth is all mercury, and those who step on it will die. Listening to these words, the dorky girl said, somewhat helplessly, by comparison, mercury is just poisonous. But, it's this fifth tomb passage that takes lives. Life-snatching? Chen Tianran looked at the other party with a puzzled expression. Are you injured? Or was I injured? Or who was injured? No. The nerdy girl scratched her head. But, then she thought about it. It does seem pretty safe? Look. Facts speak louder than words. Chen Tianran clapped his hands together and, live streaming pop-ups. Ulala, poor dorky girl gets played again. Little fox fairy, show's scalp is numb. What do you call the dangers along the way safe? Even the iron triangle can't handle it. Broken heart, extreme poison running, hand-to-hand combat with thousand-year-old dumplings, battle with giant snakes. You call this a safe tomb passage? You're really showing me off. Dodo, then again, if this is a tomb passage leading to the tomb of the first emperor, wouldn't we really be witnessing history? Witnessing the underground palace of the tomb of the first emperor, which has never been excavated before? Lily, this is definitely going to be a historic moment. Being able to excavate the Shi Huang tomb underground palace. TSK. It's enough to go down in history. Just as everyone was talking, an unholy pop-up screen hung on the pop-up screen of the live broadcast once again. Historical researcher Basil, to put it mildly, Even if the place this tour guide and anchor are in right now is really a tomb passage. But how does it prove that it must be a tomb passage leading to the tomb of the first emperor? Just the front of UG? Oh, if you know geography should know that the historical tomb of UG would have been not very far from the mountains away. In addition, based on information from a variety of geodetic surveys, all of which suggests that there is no fifth tomb passage in the Shi Huang Tomb underground palace. There is no record of a so-called fifth tomb passage in either history book? Dare I ask, tour guide, where did you find the information to corroborate your so-called speculation? On a side note, I also serve at the Leishan Archaeological Institute, and in terms of knowledge of the first emperor's tomb, there are not many people who know it better than I do. Basil's comment, which hung above the public screen for a long time due to the special hardness of his account. It wasn't until it had completely disappeared that a barrage of pop-ups began to swarm up and, duo, what? Then in that case, the tomb passage Chen and the others are in really isn't the tomb of the first emperor. Walala, I'm going. This one who was leading the rhythm is actually from the Leaving Mountain Archaeological Research Institute? Then his words are still a bit convincing. Broken-hearted, Ainyet. So now isn't the problem back to square one? What kind of tomb are Chen and the others exploring? Whose tomb is this so treacherous? Little Fox Fairy, yeah. Chen, come back and say it. Dull Sister looked at the pop-ups in the live broadcast, but also immediately pulled Chen Tianran's coat corner. Brother Chen, the water friends all want you to tell them exactly what graveyard's tomb passage we're in now. They didn't really believe that this was a tomb passage leading to the underground palace of the first emperor's tomb. Chen Tianran turned around and spread his hands. Nerdy girl, what are you talking about? We're shooting live action here. These are special effects. It's all scripted. What cemetery? What graveyard? I don't understand. Nerd girl. Chen Tianran walked forward while spreading his hands. Live streaming pop-ups. Broken-hearted man, yeah. This wave is a dead giveaway. Ulala, laughing my ass off. Chen still has a soft spot in his heart for those donkey punches. Little Fox Fairy, too funny. In terms of the most terrifying existence in the world, it was the donkey fighters. That one little fairy was simply so showy that her scalp went numb. It's also the right choice to stay out of the limelight for a while. Meanwhile, on the main road away from the mountain, Basil was rushing to the institute in a cab. He looked at the pop-ups among his cell phone, and a hint of contempt came out of his eyes. And, to actually blurt out that the tomb of the first emperor has a fifth tomb passage? I can't believe it. I'll call the police later. Dare to go down to the grave? That's a crime. He secretly clenched his fists, but at the same time, he was more or less curious about what Professor Lee was doing when he suddenly called himself back to the institute. Just as he froze, a scene on the live screen nearly shocked him off his cell phone. What the hell? Only to see on the live broadcast screen, in that dark lake, in the illumination of the flashlight, a 3-inch milky white embryo was gradually breaking out of its shell. Their bodies are white, like apes and monkeys, but without the slightest hair. They dive into the water and disappear. Above the large dark lake, the milky white embryos kept disappearing. The immediate aftermath brought a sense of dead silence. Dull Sister nervously hid behind Chen Tianran. Brother Chen, what is all this stuff? Hungry? Chen Tianran looked back at her. Eat up before you hit the road. Ha? The Dull Sister was instantly a bit confused, but as a result, in the next second, Chen Tianran had already pulled out a pot from his backpack and pulled out charcoal to set it on. And took the fire folders and handed them to Dull Sister. You're familiar with this job. Come and blow. Dull Sister first stunned, but did not refuse. Pouting mouth is gently blowing. Swish. The fire folders were instantly lit. Immediately, Chen Tianran threw it onto the charcoal. The flames burned, and the light of the fire reflected on the faces of both and clearly let the live camera capture Chen Tianran's evil smile, only to hear him open his mouth with a light smile and say, "Oh, this is all high protein." Chapter 25, Little Bugs. Grandpa's here. You really eat. Chapter 25, Little Bugs. Grandpa's here. You really eat? Listening to this, the dorky girl froze right in her tracks. What? What are you talking about? Chen, protein is high? The aquanauts on the live feed were also surprised by the, "Ulala, good man." I said, what a guy. Anyone else would probably be scared out of their wits if they saw this picture. But you're not so good. You're craving her body? Little Fox Fairy, holy. I've never encountered anything so outrageous in my life. Eating everything will kill you. Brother Chen. Dodo, horrible, terrible. Chen really isn't a normal person. Amidst the amazement of a crowd of, Chen Tianran slowly drew out the ancient black and gold sword and raised his hand to rub the blade. After several sound battles and under the baptism of blood, the rust on the black gold ancient blade had been reduced by a lot. It was because of the discovery of this vision while beheading Yuji that gave Chen Tianran the courage to kill the labyrinth organ's giant snake. His eyes rested on the milky white creature that was gradually surfacing at the edge of the dark lake. In the ancient books, there is a 3-inch humanoid white body, which looks like a young ape from a distance, and whose meat is so delicious that it is comparable to the blood and flesh of the dragon and phoenix, and whose name is white clover worm, Chen Tianran said, already licking his lips and teeth. The scene gave nerd girl goosebumps. Chun, brother Chen, think twice eat everything, will eat bad not to mention, this stuff is so gross to look at. The latter shook his head. That's what you don't understand. Proper protein. Don't eat it. Crave it later. Between words, more and more white clover worms were also climbing up the shore by the dark lake. Inside the live broadcast room, the water friends had already gotten goosebumps one after another. Broken-hearted, Inaya. This thing looks so disgusting. Brother Chen, are you serious? Little Fox Fairy, are you sure this stuff is edible? Why do I have the feeling that I'll go to the west after eating it? Walala, no. No way. I have goosebumps all over my body. But just then, a waterbender named Paleontological Research Scholar immediately sent a pop-up that, Brother Chan, dumb sister, hurry up. This is definitely not a white clover bug. Among the paleontologists there do exist such things as white clover worms, which were regarded by the ancients as the flesh of the phoenix and the flesh of the dragon. But there is another existence very similar to it. That is the poisonous spirit worm. Its teeth are sharp enough to shake gold, silver and copper. It likes to eat human flesh. It is written in an ancient book that a group of poisonous spirit worms once infested a village in the middle of the night. The next day there were no corpses left in the village. Only blood stains remained. It is never child's play for a poisonous spirit worm to pass through an inch of grass. Most importantly, it looks almost exactly like that legendary white clover worm. This message from a platform authenticated ID, which has also been parked for a long time. The watermen were also thrilled when they saw that the Lily, oh my god, poisonous spirit worms? Isn't that what is considered to be the ancestor of the piranha? Walala, good man. I straight up called out good guy. Chen, run for it. This thing can bite through metal. Little Fox Fairy, that's right. With your wound-breaking wind blade technique alone, there's no way you can deal with this number of poisonous spirit insects, either. The next second, in the fear of all people, in the dumb sister's surprised and shocked eyes, Chen Tianran rabbit like a sister-in-law, carrying the black and gold ancient sword is rushed into the lake. Little bug, grandpa's coming, poof, with the sound of falling water. Nerd girl was already looking thoroughly dumbfounded by the Chun. She screamed again, and the airwaves are abuzz with it. Ulala, Inaya, this is pure madness. It's just as well that he didn't run. He even went straight into the water? What the is that supposed to mean? Is it really like that? Little Fox Fairy, it's outrageous. First time ever seeing something that outrageous. Chen is definitely not a creature of this planet. Su, I've never seen a person who is so eager to die. Other experts have said, this mother will die. He actually rushed up. He's really desperate. Lian, that's right. Chen is really overconfident. I'm afraid this time there will be no bones left. Dull sister stared blankly at the dark lake as it gradually calmed down, and her heart sank as it won't. It's not really dead, right? The next second, the water was flooded with a large number of blisters. This was followed by one white clover worm after another floating up the lake. Finally, there was a figure suddenly leaping out of the water. Woohoo! It's a bumper crop. Chen Tianran was carrying a black and gold ancient sword on his back, grasping two plump white clover worms in each hand, and standing on the shore like this. The white clover bugs, that originally attempted to disembark have also retreated to more than 10 meters away, had also retreated to a dozen meters away. The corner of Dull Sister's mouth twitched, looking at the other party's appearance. Her heart was already flooded with waves of shock and horror. Brother Chen, is this really a white clover bug? Chen Tianran smiled bashfully. What else? This creature is characterized by a relatively small depression between its eyes. That's what a white clover bug is, but if it doesn't have a dent, it's another, more terrifying poisonous spirit bug. Got it? Nerdy girl nodded her head numbly and the pop-ups on the live feed have been completely boiling over. Broken-hearted man, Chen brother you yet even paleontology understand you have a serious problem with this who has nothing else to study this kind of cold things Olala, call the police. Call the police. Let's call the police. There's something wrong with Chen. Even a paleontology researcher could be wrong about something. Brother Chen actually saw through it with a single glance. This skill can't be honed without 7 or 8 years of training. Little Fox Fairy, I'm brown. Brother Chen really gave this thing a pot You are really going to eat it? As Chen Tianran took the white clover worm off the pot, the entire aquatic community in the live broadcast room was completely shocked, and Dull Girl was even taking a dozen tactical steps back with a face full of resistance. I won't eat it. I won't eat it even if it kills me. 3 minutes later, Dull's sister, with her mouth full of oil, giggled at Chen Tianran and said, Chen, you're so crafty. It smells so good. The pop-ups are moving in unison on the live feed. Short, nice guy. The law of true scent? This nerdy girl's eating froze me up. Urara, there's one way to put it. Does this stuff really taste similar to dragon meat? Paleontologist, so what? Eat slower, MS. Nerd. Leave us some samples for research. Chen Tianran looked at the other party's appearance and also smiled heartily. But suddenly, he noticed something else floating in the water, and his right hand was already grasping the hilt of the black gold ancient sword. Nerd Girl nibbled on her leg, dropped the bone in satisfaction, and rose with her arms crossed. Brother Chen, you still want to eat, right? Stay here. Let me tell you. I'm not good at anything else, but I'm still good at this water. Then she hurriedly prepared to go into the water. Chen Tianran hastened to stop it. Come back, that terrible motherfucker. It's not a white clover bug. It's a poisonous spirit bug. You can eat a cow in 3 seconds. Brothers, ask for favorites. Ask for favorites. Please vote. Seek reward Lu. Chapter 26, This Waist in Belly. Rich women are all confused. To scream. Chapter 26, This Waist in Belly. Rich women are all confused. To scream. What? Dull sister instantly exclaimed, and in the next second, a poisonous spirit insect instantly leapt up from the water as if it were a 3-inch villain, opening its huge mouth, revealing its sharp teeth, and emitting a sharp sound that, a horrifying scene, shocked the Dull sister body stiff, legs leaded like unable to move half a step, flashlight shocked to the ground, slender light in the air shaking. The life and death were but an instant, and a blade that emitted a deadly aura appeared. Rip. Wound-breaking wind blade technique. Chen Tianran sipped out of his mouth, and the blade of the rust-covered black and gold ancient knife cut the poisonous spirit insect into 2 horizontally as if it was cutting tofu. The blood didn't pass over the blade, causing the rust to fade a bit. Chen Tianran waved his sword to disperse the bloodstains on the blade, pointing diagonally at the ground, and his sword shocked the poisonous spirit worms poking their heads out of the lake in front of him, not daring to advance by half. The proud gesture is what makes the deer in the heart of the Dull Girl a bump in the road. So handsome. Live streaming pop-ups. Broken-hearted, unpretending. It has to be Chen. Urala, this wave is simply a face-first delivery for Chen to load up on. This group of poisonous spirit worms is too powerful. Paleontology research scholar, dumb sister. Brother Chen, don't freeze and hurry. Poison spirit insects do not have any intelligence, although they will faintly freeze because of this slash from you, Brother Chen. But in the next instant, they were bound to erupt into an even more powerful attack. The poisonous spirit insect was definitely a rare and terrifying existence in the world. If one pounces, 2 or 3 will follow. With expert pop-ups floating up there were already quite a few poison spirit insects on the screen that had begun to launch their attacks. It was like swarming like locusts. Chen Tianran skillfully grabbed the waist of Dull Sister's pants and took a step backward and, ready? Nerd Girl was tempted to say that the strangulation wasn't really that comfortable, but before she could slow down, that crotch strangling feeling came on suddenly. Chen Tianran took a step out, carrying Dull Sister. His body was like a ghost, while dodging the pouncing bites of the poisonous spirit insects. The black and gold ancient sword in his hand would take away a poisonous spirit insect every time he swung it, and blood spilled out, blotting red all over the ground. But he was heading in a direction that made the dorky girl gasp in surprise for the second time in a row. Brother Chen, wrong, going the opposite way. That side is a dark lake. There are so many poisonous spirit worms in there. In the midst of her exclamation of surprise, Chen Tianran's eyes were firm, and between his hands, he took advantage of the gap to say, when I was eating the hot pot, I had already observed the 5 elements and 8 trigrams of this place, and if I hadn't guessed wrongly, the waterway would be the real way to live. The Dull Sister was filled with question marks, especially when a poisonous spirit bug suddenly jumped up and almost bit her. It made her heart tremble with fear and, Brother Chen, could it be that you have misjudged? This is not a path to life. It's clearly a way to get yourself killed. Ha! Chen Tianran smiled coldly. My judgment will not be wrong. After saying that, he was clutching the waistband of the dumb sister's pants, and leapt into the air, entering the water with an extremely stretched posture. The original boiling scorching battlefield instantly calmed down. Zia live camera slowly moved between the bank of the blood on the ground between the vaguely visible what is moving. Live broadcast water friends have been Chen Tianran. This can be described as a desperate move shocked. The broken-hearted, it's crazy. It's so crazy. Brother Chen, you really don't want to die. Little fox fairy, absolutely. He actually did jump. This is a poisonous spirit bug. A cow in 3 seconds. While I will admit that Chen's combat prowess on the ground is comparable to that of an open man, but in the water, there's no place to lend your strength, so how can you fight? Duo, this battle. I'm afraid it's up in the air. Could it be that Brother Chen and Sister Doll are really going to be accounted for here? Lily, hurry up with the white thing a dragon. Just rush this situation. It's basically hopeless. At the same time, Luo, who was heading to the Leishan Archaeological Research Institute, had just gotten off the bus. When he saw that Chen Tianran jumping into the dark lake on the live broadcast screen, he could not help but let out a cold laugh. Ha. What an insouciance. You're threatening that the lake is the door to life? It was so much fun. So much fun. He smiled and walked toward the institute, but did not walk a few steps. He found that the entrance is actually parked 5 military vehicles. At the same time in the doorway there are 2 soldiers armed guard. The atmosphere on the scene was slightly odd. Basil made a pretense of walking inside with his head held high, while at the same time nodding his head slightly at the 2 warriors. But then he ghosted over to the live feed on his cell phone and the result was so shocking that he was almost unsteady on his feet. Is this ING still human? Only to see the live screen has come to the dark lake, with the night vision effect of the live camera, but also the water situation is thoroughly presented. It's hard enough for regular people to do a few synchronized swimming maneuvers in the water. However, on the screen, Chen Tianran was carrying Dull's sister in his left hand and holding the black gold ancient sword in his right hand, his hand rising and falling sharply to kill one poisonous spirit insect after another. The posture is easy to write. Seems to be a fish in the water, but this battle scene is not rare. Like a white horse passing by, it is already over. Disappeared into the tunnel in the depths of the dark lake. Blossom, nice one. This Nima, to have this kind of stretching fight in the water, Chen is going to have to be a bit of a cow. Balala, I'll go. I'm afraid Chen's waist can pull 10 cows. Little fox fairy, hiss. Just this waist and abdominal strength can make 10 rich women scream without stopping night after night. It's so fierce. Picture. Chen Tianran had already surfaced by grabbing his Dull sister. Drink. He was lying on his back on the bank, breathing heavily. Fighting in the water for the consumption of physical strength is extremely large. If it is not the black and gold ancient sword more and more brave, otherwise it is already early to sink to the bottom of the lake. This also caused Chen Tianran to look forward more and more to how powerful rewards would be obtained after the exploration progress was increased. He slowly collected his thoughts and looked at his drowned and unconscious Dorky sister beside him, and was a little anxious that, Dorky sister? Dorky? How are you? As Chen Tianran anxiously voiced out, the water friends in the live broadcast room also exclaimed. Broken-hearted, almost was going to forget. Dull's sister is a normal, ordinary person. Walala, yeah. Just now, Chen went under the water for a full 10 minutes. An ordinary person wouldn't have been able to carry it. Not to mention the ultra-high physical exertion like his. Little fox fairy, Chen's body is simply not human. It's horrible. Dodo, the key now is that the dorky girl is drowning. We're going to have to do artificial respiration in this wave. Lily, hiss. Chen is going to make a lot of money with this wave. In the millions of water friends watching, Chen Tianran without saying anything directly is to lift the other party's head. Directly fan up big mouth. Dumb sister. Wake up. Wake up. Snap. Dorky sister. Snap. Wake up. Snap. In the midst of a burst of loud mouth slapping, Dull sister opened her eyes in a daze, followed by violently spitting out a large amount of lake water. Vomit. She then touched her rolling, hot face in confusion and looked at Chen Tianran. Brother Chen, is this drowning I just did? Yes. Chen Tianran nodded heavily. Thanks to me. It's still my first time. The dorky girl instantly covered her face and bowed her head in shyness. Chapter 27 Shock. Colored glazed terracotta warriors and horses. Chapter 27 Shock. Colored glazed terracotta warriors? Chen Tianran looked at the other party's shy appearance, and immediately understood that she should have misunderstood something. As for why the misunderstanding, Chen Tianran didn't put it too much on his mind. After all, saving someone's life is hard enough on its own. Live streaming pop-ups. Brokenhearted, ITM Chen is really a straight man of steel. Who would choose to slap his mouth at a time like this? Aren't they all artificial respiration? Walala, absolutely. It's truly a perfect match. The two big smarts are truly a match made in heaven. Little fox fairy, Dull sister the shy look. Proper misunderstanding. Lily, the poor dorky sister is once again being played in the palm of Chen's hand without realizing it. Sad. In the next second, on the screen, Chen Tianran had already started to remove the wet clothes on his body. In the light of the flashlight, the tamped muscles looked red in the face of the nerdy girl. Ah, Brother Chen, don't you do that. She raised her hands in a hurry to cover her face, and at the same time, with a skillful parting of her fingers to peep quietly at the Chen Tianran spread his hands. It's too uncomfortable for the clothes to stick to my body. Let's cool off first. Oh, dull sister responded, while gulping uncontrollably at the same time. The gulp. The voice was not loud, but it was just right to reach the ears of the two men. Chen Tianran frowned slightly and turned back to her. Dull sister shamefully put her head down, toes snapping frantically. Has been able to embarrassingly gouge out a tomb of the first emperor. The water friends in the live broadcast room also exclaimed. Lily, the muscles. What a great guy. You could rub your clothes on those abs. Broken-hearted, mama yeah. Mom asked me why I was doing sit-ups. Who wouldn't be confused looking at this abs? This body? Dodo, gulp. Forgive my indisputable gagging. From now on, I'm Chen's face dog. Between the awkward atmosphere, Chen Tianran also turned his back, took out the gold-splitting compass, performed the gold-splitting point fixing, judging the 5 elements and 8 trigrams orientation. The place where they were now was still a narrow tunnel, but in front of them were 3 passages that, if you make a wrong move, you could be doomed. It is undoubtedly the most appropriate to use the split gold fixing point at this time. Just, in his judgment, all 3 channels are dead. Just then, the dorky girl voiced that. Brother Chen, why is there a black handprint on your back? What's going on here? Chen Tianran turned back at the words and drifted his eyes. His mind immediately was recalling the time when he fell into the dark lake tunnel while escaping from the burning fire of the labyrinth organs. It seemed vaguely as if a force had pushed itself. All of a sudden, he had a shuddering feeling that, it's nothing, I guess it rubbed off on me. Chen Tianran smiled bashfully, dissolving the sense of surprise if any in the air, but the acquaintances on the air were a little nonplussed. Broken-hearted, no, wait, this black handprint, it's hard to believe that the long-haired, white-clothed figure that suddenly passed by earlier, is not an illusion, much less the so-called system error? Ulala, hiss, don't even say it. The more I talk, the colder my back gets. Little fox fairy, dry. I feel like I'm in an 18-degree air-conditioned room without the air conditioning on, and my back's getting cold. On the live feed, Chen Tianran also decisively skipped the topic and directly analyzed the current situation. With 3 caves in this place, it is obvious that there is only one living way out of them. So, Chen, you found it? Dull sister wondered. Chen Tianran nodded confidently. Of course, I'm also a good hand at this kind of 3-choice multiple-choice questions. So, I'm relieved then. Dull sister nodded her head vigorously and, then he started to move in the direction that the other party pointed out. It was only when entering the tunnel that she once again opened her mouth in puzzlement and, Brother Chen? You're still performing the split gold fixation point this time? No. Chen Tianran probed the road in front of him with a flashlight and, Nerd Girl was puzzled. So how did you tell? What when you can't take the exam, you choose B without hesitation. Didn't your teacher teach you? Chen Tianran responded with a face that took it for granted. Snap, the dorky girl's feet lurched, and she looked at the other side with a face full of disbelief. This tomb passage is so dangerous. How can you blindly guess? Chen Tianran clapped his hands together. Is it dangerous? Nerd girl. Chen Tianran's words, once again detonated the effect of the program. The live broadcast of the crowd laughed into a ball. Little fox fairy, laughing is not living. I can't live to laugh. God damn it. If you can't decide what to do, just go with B. You guys have to choose blindly when you're playing with your lives? Ulala, what a heavenly show. Show makes my scalp numb. Chen, do you dare to show a little more? Broken-hearted, absolutely brilliant. This wave. The stones are falling only on the live screen. The dorky girl was so emotional that she threw her right hand and slammed it right into the wall and then there was a violent vibration sensation that struck and the gears rolled. The rumbling sound was endless. Dull sister's heart and mind swayed. Chen this. What's going on here? There you are. Really my blessing. Chen Tianran smiled helplessly and bitterly, not waiting for the other party to return to his senses. Probed his hand and grabbed the waist of the other party's pants. Turned around and ran wildly. The wind is tight pulling and whistling. A huge rock instantly rolled in. The intimidating force was great enough to shake the heart. And Basil, who was watching the live broadcast, smiled coldly at the sight of this. Truly arrogant and cocky. Entering the tomb and actually daring to blindly choose? Do you really think your Master Bei can easily escape from death? This is ridiculous. With a sneer, he continued to stride into the institute with his head held high, just about to call out to Prof. Li. It was to find that inside the office of the institute, there were already many warriors in field uniforms, as well as 3 solemn old men gathered. Sitting opposite the old man is Prof. Li. When the latter saw Basil, he waved at him. Come here. Oh, Basil was also a bit overwhelmed by the spectacle, and now his whole brain is mushy and completely baffled as to what the hell was going on to gather so many soldiers over here, especially those three old men. They were even more imposing. He carefully walked over, and suddenly thought that he was still clutching his cell phone in his hand, which was playing the live broadcast, and immediately he was ready to turn it off. But suddenly, the contents of the live feed startled him into exclaiming, and even bursting out, in the midst of the state occasion. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is actually a terracotta warrior? And damn if the colored glaze isn't peeling off? Hell how is this possible? That's just not possible. Basil looked at the live broadcast with a face full of shock, vaguely having a feeling that his worldview had suffered a strong shock. On the live broadcast screen, Chen Tianran escaped with Dull Sister, and the place he reached was a burial pit. This place is vast and sprawling, with tens of thousands of colorful terracotta warriors standing like tigers and horses. With just one glance, one can feel the shock of those millions of soldiers. This moment, the heat of the live broadcast completely exploded. Iron Men, ask for favorites, ask for votes, please praise, seek reward Lu. Backstage good empty Lu. Chapter 28, The Beautiful Country. With a history of over 500 years. Chapter 28 The Beautiful Country. With a history of more than 500 years? Broken-hearted. Terracotta Warriors. Terracotta Warriors. It's the real Terracotta Warriors. Mom! Little Fox Fairy, holy, is this really the tomb of the first emperor? Brother Chen wasn't joking with us. He said he would take us to the tomb of the first emperor. He's really going there. Woolala, nice one. Good guys. This one burial tomb has more terracotta warriors than all three pits that have been discovered. And when this news came out, it was immediately a detonation of the live broadcast. At the same time as also immediately let this word named, the fourth pit terracotta warriors and horses present, directly topped the scarf hot search. High hanging, the heat is already making huge waves. The comments at the bottom are even more awe-inspiring. Oh, my god, they really weren't acting. It's all live. Cao Pan said to go to the tomb of the first emperor. Really went, and found the fourth pit of terracotta warriors that never existed. This is definitely the most amazing discovery in our archaeological history. And along with the heat, there's been a growing influx of people into the live stream. Millions, 2 million, 3 million, until finally breaking 10 million. It's even reached the absolute supreme hotness of 50 million. The comments are more like hundreds of swipes almost a second. The maintenance staff of the live broadcasting platform also started the maintenance work immediately. 50 million simultaneous online viewers is also a major test for the servers, just as they looked at the terracotta warriors also in deep contemplation. Brother Chen is so unbelievable. He actually did it. This is actually really the tomb passage of the first emperor. I actually found the terracotta warriors. The Dull Sister on the side had been completely dumbfounded. She looked out at the millions of heroes in front of her, and deeply swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Only then did he slowly turn back to look at Chen Tianran. Brother Chen, this is the terracotta warriors? No, Chen Tianran shook his head. Nerd girl looked at him, puzzled. The latter laughed. Color-glazed terracotta warriors. This is what the terracotta warriors really look like. At the mention of this, the dorky girl also exclaimed, yes, how come the terracotta warriors here are colored? Shouldn't they be terracotta? And her confusion was likewise the confusion of the crowd in the broadcast room, especially those new to the waterworks. Sigh, fake batch. Do you really think I haven't been to the mountains? I've never seen the terracotta warriors? This is obviously fake. The terracotta warriors are clearly the color of clay. How could it possibly look like this? Maiko, that's right. Who are you fooling? I thought I'd really found something new. But this is it? Oh, laughs, it's a laugh. Dora, laughing. You're just a showman after all. You really think no one understands the terracotta warriors, don't you? He's such a fun guy. In the midst of the water friends' banter, Dull Sister also noticed the crowd's remarks, and also looked at Chen Tianran with some suspicion. Brother Chen? They all said the color of the terracotta warriors should be terracotta? How come this? Upon hearing this, Chen Tianran nodded his head heavily. They're right, too. When these words came out, the water friends who jumped in the live broadcast room also immediately began to be arrogant. Sigh, TSK. Look at that. I thought they'd be tough, but I didn't think they'd give in so quickly. I've never seen anything like this in my life, and I'm sick of their claptrap. It's a gimmick that results in this kind of collusion. Strongly recommend the platform to just block their accounts. Straw, that's it. It has to be sealed. Otherwise it's hard to calm people's hearts. The claptrap made me think that there was really some new discovery in the tomb of the first emperor. It turned out to be a wasted joy. So disappointing. Delilah, that's it? Delilah, oh. And you lied about the fifth tomb passage? That's hilarious. More and more waterbenders and even donkey punches are starting to join the fray, spewing this spit like crazy. It made Dull Sister look a little anxious. After all, she knew very well that they had come all this way to play with thrills and spills. It's not even remotely related to the word fake. But now Chun Tianran is admitting that the terracotta warriors should be terracotta colored. But in the next second, she was to see that Chen Tianran was already walking beside the color-glazed terracotta figurine, his voice coming out slowly. It is well known that the terracotta warriors are terracotta colored, whether in photographs on the internet or in reality. When you go to the mausoleum of the first emperor in Lishan, what you see is terracotta colored. But that which you see is just the color after it is unearthed. He paused at this point, and then he looked up at the live camera. A touch of fortitude and an earnestness that could not be ignored were written on the handsome face of the Chen Tianran. Raised his hand to correct his black-framed glasses and continued. And it should be clear to anyone who has majored in history or read the news reports of the early years. When the terracotta figurines were unearthed, they used to be colored glaze color. But when they encountered sunlight and air, they oxidized rapidly, and only then showed the color of terracotta. So whether one says that the terracotta warriors are terracotta colored or colored glazed, there is really nothing wrong with that. But the colored glaze color to show the terracotta warriors more perfectly. The mastery of the craftsman's handiwork. The impassioned words, immediately is to calm the agitation in the live broadcast room. Many watermen who know this piece of history have also spoken out and, paleontology research scholar, on this point, I can prove for Chen that there were indeed relevant reports back then. And if you are interested, you can search the internet. Lily, that's right. When I used to take a history class, the teacher had specifically talked about something related to this, and said that it was most unfortunate that the terracotta warriors had lost their colored glaze color, and because of that, that's why the survey of the tomb of the first emperor has been interrupted from time to time. Even the underground palace under the ceiling soil has not been developed for fear of not having the relative technology to protect the artifacts. Bulala, and Chen. This wave is for us to witness the real history, seeing what the terracotta warriors once really looked like. Witness the Qin dynasty craftsmen's peak-like skills. This is a historic moment, one after another. The Iron fans have sent out pop-ups in solidarity, and in terms of momentum, they have just overwhelmed the little black man. But the next second, yet another black person spoke up and questioned that. Sigh, that said, but you explain, why haven't these terracotta warriors lost their color? Is it hard to believe that you can survive in a place with no oxygen? That's hilarious. Straw, exactly. Do you really think we're stupid? Is it possible to preserve 1,000-year-old colored glaze until now? That's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Delilah, oh, what a loophole. Still think you're well disguised? Too funny. Even with the current technology in the beautiful country it would be difficult to do so. Ancient agrarian society? What are you thinking? Li Si Tan, that's right. If you really want to talk about technology, you have to go to the beautiful country. Even the beautiful country has not been able to produce the antiseptic technology, but the China of 2,000 years ago can do it? The small black sun of the restrike, and has triggered a new storm. Especially that sentence beautiful country is to make the live broadcast of the water friends exasperated to knock the keyboard. On the contrary, Chen Tianran didn't have any panic and opened his mouth lightly. Who says ancient embalming techniques don't work? That's just you underestimating the wisdom of your ancestors. Not to mention that the so-called beautiful country, has a history of more than 500 years? Chapter 29, The Truth is Revealed. Chapter 29, Lian My Archaeological Leader. Truth exposed? As soon as these words came out, the pop-up screen in the live broadcast instantly calmed down, followed by loud laughter like thunder. Broken-hearted, laughing my ass off. I was trying to think of words to use to dislike these sheepdogs who sit crookedly. I didn't expect Chen to directly explode the kill with one sentence. Urala, can't live without laughing at my family. I didn't realize that a national sheepdog with a history of only a few hundred years would come here and make a big deal out of it. The wisdom of our old ancestors is beyond your imagination. Paleontology research scholar, I agree with this statement. Not to mention anything else, just that one Chinese medicine technology. It's already something that can make Western medicine bow down. Those real Chinese medicine practitioners can only do the job of bringing the dead back to life. This is the wisdom of our ancestors. And the voice of the angry sheepdog grew stronger. And that group of black people also know that they cannot be defeated. Decisive dives simply do not dare to make a sound. Chen Tianran also understands that with the appearance of this color-glazed terracotta warriors and horses, it is bound to set off a shocking storm. And even more so, it will make everyone crazy. The heat is definitely going to be high. The arrival of some wrong-minded people is, to a certain extent, justified. Waiting for the dispersal of the darkies, Chen Tianran spoke up and said, in fact, the terracotta warriors in what might be called pit 4, who were not specially preserved. There was no special blending of colored glazes, either, purely because the ambient humidity here, as well as the thinness of the air, is very conducive to the preservation of colored glazes. It is also for this reason that if you want to appreciate this unparalleled treasure, you have to go here. Otherwise they will be hard to escape the fate of their predecessors as soon as they see sunlight. Upon hearing these words, the water boys also exclaimed that "Woolala, that's a bit of a shame. I thought I'd be able to see the color-glazed terracotta warriors directly in the museum in the future. Little Fox Fairy, if you go down to this place, there's no way to survive. I've admired the treasures of our country of China." But just then, another ill-timed pop-up drifted out. The historical researcher roarer, color-glazed terracotta warriors? What a joke. There's no way that could have existed. What a lie. It's hard to imagine how dark the mind of this program's production team is, when they can even tell such lies. Claptrap clowns? Oh, I'm here in the Ryama Archaeological Institute. At the same time, I was accompanied by a leading figure in the archaeological field, Li Luo. Mr. Li, Professor Li. I am sure that all of you historical and archaeological enthusiasts are no strangers to Mr. Li. So, Chen Tianran, if you have the guts to still dare to believe that what you are in is the 5th tomb passage of the tomb of the first emperor, being in the 4th terracotta warrior burial pit in the tomb of the first emperor, then you come and confront my teacher. Exchange. But don't say something shady about you guys being scripted. If it's scripted, then it's off the air on the spot. Don't you dare. A small essay was dumped directly on top of the public screen, and it hung there for a good 10 seconds before disappearing. But as a result, for all to see what's in the pop-ups, suffice it to say, the show has skyrocketed. The heat on the airwaves has skyrocketed once again. And, broken-hearted, holy, the archaeological world's leading figure, Li Luo. I can't believe it's Mr. Li. Little Fox Fairy. It is said that the mausoleum of the first emperor of Lishan that year, Li Lao or just graduated students have been involved in excavation. It can be said that Elder Li has witnessed the development of archaeology all the way to Lishan. He's definitely a great figure. Bulala, my goodness. I didn't realize that Jumpy Basil was actually a student of such a titan. What a surprise. Dodo, famous teachers can sometimes look the other way. Lily, but now this Basil is so sure that Chen and the others are just playing the script. Just faking it. It looks like some of them don't end well. Delilah, it's true that you Chinese people like to make false claims. How nasty. Luckily, I immigrated a long time ago. Li Sitten, yeah. My visa is also coming down soon. It's so uncomfortable to be around these people who like to make false claims. The appearance of the sheepdogs, once again, has made a lot of noise on the air. At the same time Basil, who was at the Archaeological Research Institute in Lishan, looked at Li Luo beside him with a satisfied face after sending the message. Professor, I didn't realize that you watched this live broadcast. The fudging in this is just too high. Your willingness to appear on camera this time is bound to make these curmudgeons stop that despicable play. As the words fell out, the three old men sitting on the sofa with slightly odd expressions looked up at Li Luo, who had a thoughtful face. The latter, after a moment's reflection, spoke. Basil, come over here for a minute and I'll tell you something. Yes, Professor? Basil dutifully came closer and Li Luo thought about it and then spoke. I'm sure you can see the gusto at the institute today, right? Well, Basil surveyed his surroundings, and his original joy didn't keep him absolutely relaxed. Li Luo continued. In fact, it was Linny and a few of our colleagues who entered a tomb passage, only that due to the dangers of that tomb passage, the signal interference was so severe that it caused our contact with Linny's people to be completely cut off. What? There's such a thing? Basil instantly came to his senses, concern for his colleague written all over his face. At the same time it was understood why these warriors appeared. With his head held slightly high, Li Luo looked at the ceiling and spoke again. Linny has to be rescued, and this tomb passage has to be descended. So I've specially invited a few old friends from the former military district to ask for their help. And so, I'd like to ask, Basil, if you'd like to be a pioneer, become the leader of an archaeological team that unearths history? What? Basil was instantly shocked, and while listening to the other party's narration, his mind was guessing that but did not expect such a burden to fall on his own shoulders. He hardly hesitated to. Good. Student. Definitely live up to your teacher's high expectations. Li Luo probed. The tomb passage is dangerous. Are you really willing to take the risk? I will never regret fighting for the cause of archaeology. Basil impassioned. In his heart, he has already made a good calculation. This kind of exploration of unexplored ancient tombs, for his resume will be a colorful one. What's more, how much more dangerous could it be? It can't be the same scripted program as that dorky girl's live show, can it? Li Luo looked at the other party's firm attitude and also turned back to nod his head with his three old friends. Old man, my student. It's also very bold. Basil sniffed and straightened his back a little more. In the next second, the voice of Chen Tianran came from the cell phone. Since Elderly is willing to communicate in a continuous mic, I will not refuse. It just so happens that I have a few questions that I would like to ask Elderly for some guidance. Brothers, ask for tickets. Please collect. Ask for a reward. Ask for everything. Chapter 30, I said I'd ask for advice. But you're the one who's instructing the archaeologists. Chapter 30, I said I'd ask for advice? You're the one who's instructing the greatest archaeologist in the world? Chen Tianran's words naturally sent the 10 million water friends in the live broadcast into a frenzy. Broken-hearted, holy crap. Brother Chen is tough. Directly want to communicate with the archaeological titan? Awesome class. Walala, it's still Brother Chen. Tough enough. I thought it was just pure connecting, but I didn't realize you actually had to communicate with Elderly? Little Fox Fairy, hiss. This wave of anticipation is really pulling full circle for me. But the little black sheepdogs continue to pop up in an endless stream of, Delilah, heh, dare to link up? What a joke. Don't wait, what a script too. Ha ha ha. Don't the women just love to fudge? Li Si Tan, that's it. The women's people just like to do these hooks. Unlike the beautiful country people who are all very, very truthful. As for Basil, he couldn't help but laugh after hearing Chen Tianran's words. Ha ha ha. Professor, did you hear that? This kid actually blurted out that he wants to communicate with you. It is really interesting. Doesn't he realize? This streak is to poke through his fake mask. The atmosphere was more eccentric, and there was no one to agree with him. So much so that Basil felt a little embarrassed to collect himself for a few moments. Oh, so what? Professor, where is the tomb passage you said you want to explore? It would be good for the student to prepare in advance. He, Li Luo laughed. There's no rush. Let's link up first. That's fine. Basil was quite excited, and he couldn't wait to see Chen Tianran fall under Prof. Li Luo's attack, and finally be forced to kneel down and kowtow to beg for forgiveness. The very thought of it was a burst of darkness within him. Immediately, he clicked on the invitation to connect, and aimed his cell phone at Li Luo, not filming the people in the military region. The invitation to connect to the microphone was quickly answered. When Li Luo's appearance appeared in the live broadcast room, the water friends were also boiling again. Dodo, oh my god, it's really Prof. Lolo, it's really Prof. Lolo. I've only seen him in history books before. Little Fox Fairy, this is playing for real. Playing for real. Phew. I'm getting excited already. Starting to get excited. A titanic presence in the archaeological world. Ulala, I'm kind of curious as to what kind of questions Chen will actually ask. In the midst of all the anticipation, Chen Tianran greeted the live camera and at the same time looked at the aged old man in the middle of the cell phone and said, Hello, Prof. Li Luo. I'm Chen Tianran, a contestant in the tour guide reality show. Oh, Li Luo smiled and then spoke. I've heard about your match. Other people's tour guides take them to all sorts of attractions food. The only one who has never been discovered is you, taking your nerdy sister on an expedition to the fifth tomb passage of the tomb of the first emperor. It's a big shocker, so to speak. When Li Luo said these words, Luo Lei, who was holding his cell phone, was already secretly happy in his heart. As expected of my teacher, the good offices method is really played out. First agree with the other side of the argument, and then refute and thus defeat the other side? Awesome. It was awesome. The sounds that followed from the live broadcast were the ones that made him more and more upset inside. Oh, nothing great. Just bringing my dorky sister over for a trip. After all, this is the real way to open the tomb of the first emperor. Li Luo couldn't help but laugh at the other party's words. Ha ha ha. Comrade Xiaochen, you are also very interesting. But you are not wrong. In history, the tomb of the first emperor did harbor many dangers, many troubles, and we've been afraid to excavate it so easily because of the mercury under that sealed earth. So I would like to ask Little Chun, are you sure that the fifth tomb passage you are in is the one that leads to the interior of the beginning emperor's tomb underground palace? Will you encounter the sealing earth mercury as well? Upon hearing this, Basil rejoiced. And, it's coming. It's finally coming. Punch him in the face. Professor, punch him in the face. Inside the live broadcast room, Chen Tianran said after a little contemplation. Why don't Elderly answer a few questions for Little Shang first? Oh, Li Luo smiled brightly in return. It's fine. Basil, who was holding his cell phone, laughed coldly in his heart. This kid is quite good at delaying things in this way? Oh, immediately afterward, Chen Tianran in the live broadcast room is speaking. How much does Elder Li know about the Fans? Feng sure? Li Luo frowned slightly. There aren't too many archaeological materials that tell us about the founder. But fundamentally, The Fonzie should be a bunch of pit bulls, right? Chen Tianran slowly shook his head. No, 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 Elder Li, you are wrong. One word, and the booth goes straight to silence. Immediately afterward, there was a torrential downpour of pop-ups. Broken heart. Brother Chen actually directly questioned Elder Chen? Wolala, good man. I straight away called out good guy. Brother Chen is competing with Elder Chen for knowledge of history? Bull. Little Fox Fairy, I have a vague feeling that it's not good. Brother Chen, what are you trying to do? Did not say that there are a few small problems want to ask Li Lao to teach? You're trying to teach Elderly. And Basil, who was holding the cell phone, was a bit angry. How dare he question the archaeological titan's knowledge of history? It was so wild. But he remained composed and did not dislike him angrily. After all, he knew his teacher's temper. And if the other party couldn't say a word, he would surely be placed under Li Luo's tongue. Li Luo facing the camera also showed a stunned look, but did not have any huffing and puffing meaning. On the contrary, asked, Chen, have a great opinion on this? He, Chen Tianran laughed. Insights can't be talked about. At best, I understand a little bit. Oh, Li Luo became interested. Why don't you tell us? For the Fengshe, many people think that all are some of the people who cheat, but in fact, not. Chen Tianran began to say in a serious manner. Fengshe has a long history, dating back to the time of the 3 emperors and the 5 emperors, when the Fengshe were sorcerers, also known as shamans. It wasn't until later that it slowly began to evolve into a variety of genres. In the following half an hour, Chen Tianran spoke in detail about the various knowledge about the founder, some of which were known to the general public, but a lot of it is extremely cold. And he even quotes scripture to give examples of it. Listening to Li Luo, the archaeologist of the archaeological world, were all in a daze. He is an archaeologist, but he is also an expert in historical research, but he has not had the opportunity to learn much about this area. And after this explanation from Chen Tianran, it gave him a sense of awakening. So it is. It turns out to be so. In that case, back then, the first emperor had already been communicating with the founder long ago. And that's why the decision to build the mausoleum was made. And the so-called mausoleum could actually be described as an ascension platform for his desire to become immortal? On the opposite side of the connecting microphone, Chen Tianran slightly angled his head. It can also be interpreted in this manner. The two of them had a conversation that directly confused Basil, who had his cell phone in his hand. No, wait. What's wrong with this? Shouldn't you just cry about him, Professor? Why do you still have a sense of being taught? And this scene made the water friends in the live broadcast go crazy. Chapter 31 Refusal to join the Archaeological team. Chapter 31 Refusal to join the Archaeological team. Broken-hearted, this state is not right. How is Chin pointing Yuya too show it. Ulala, am I crazy or is the world crazy? How come the one who preaches is Chen, and the one who receives instruction is the archaeologist? Little Fox Fairy, holy. Brother Chen is directly imparting knowledge to the archaeological greats in terms of history? I'm not sure if you're a good person, but I'm a good person. Show me your face. On the other hand, Li Luo did not have any uncomfortable emotions, and even had a great sense of being taught. For him to fill in some cold knowledge, while also having a deeper understanding of some of the points of the tomb of the first emperor, was undoubtedly more enthusiasm in his heart. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of his friends and Basil, Li Luo opened his mouth to ask for advice. Little Chen then do you have any other deeper understanding of this mausoleum of the first emperor? At those words, Chen Tianran smiled. Ha. That's what I'm going to say next. Elder Li, you should have participated in the initial excavation of the tomb of the first emperor back then, correct? That's right. Li Luo listened attentively and nodded vigorously, not daring to slack off in the slightest. But the more he did, the more Basil, who was on his cell phone, panicked. Because something is very wrong with this situation. Very wrong. He kept winking, but Li Luo's attention didn't fall on him for half a minute, only to hear Chen Tianran continue. Did anything strange happen during your excavations back then? Strange things? Li Luo's brows furrowed slightly, somewhat unable to understand the other party's meaning. Chen Tianran laughed. For example, the ground shakes. As soon as the words landed, the water friends in the live broadcast room were a bit puzzled. Lily, isn't an earthquake a normal thing? What's so strange about that? Delilah, that's right. An earthquake in the area is a big deal? Make a big deal out of it? Women people are so funny. It really makes you want to laugh. Li Si Tan, laughing my ass off. It's so funny that this can be related to spirituality. Ha. On the other hand, Li Luo in the microphone instantly changed his color and exclaimed. How did you know? Chen Tianran spoke faintly. I'm not sure. But I just saw some words in the middle of the organ tomb where the Yuji was located. It's written here that there's something to be said about the feng shui pattern of this place. When the mausoleums see the light of day again, it will change the landscape of the place. And it will also cause the intruder's chi to suffer some degree of erosion. While this claim is rather nebulous, rather elusive and esoteric, but in those distant days, when many things were still worth examining and believing in, it's like King Xianyu of Chu entering the Hango Pass and attempting to demolish the tomb of the first emperor, but in the end it turned out to be a non-starter. And since then, perhaps his chi has suffered erosion. Therefore, the temperament gradually began to change drastically, and caused himself to fall in the Battle of Chu and Han. A few words, but also let Li Luo once again into the contemplation. The aquanauts in the live stream were, however, puzzled by the little fox fairy. What? Is there such a mysterious saying? It's outrageous, isn't it? Brother Chen, you can't be talking nonsense in front of the archaeological leaders, right? Dodo, yeah. Shun, it's not okay to talk nonsense. You're getting more and more mysterious. It's not scientific at all. The broken-hearted, although Chen is talking nonsense. It is also a kind of boldness for him to have the guts to show off his skills in front of the archaeological world's leading figures. Luo Lu, who was holding a cell phone, listened to Chen Tianran's voice coming from the cell phone, and the original feeling of uneasiness was instantly cleared. I'm left with nothing but complacency. Oh, bull asterisk 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 asterisk. You just pull it. How dare you talk about luck? Really thought. Just as he thought of this, he saw a subtle change in the expression of his teacher, Li Luo. An inexplicable feeling of uneasiness rose again. Li Luo nodded heavily. There are some things that aren't appropriate for public consumption because they can lead to bad things, but the theory of qi is never nebulous, and it can be said that the science that, after all, a lot of things that science can't understand can be called esoteric. But when technology is more advanced, all problems can be solved, he said, and in his mind's eye, the yellowed photo of the conch submarine, too. So, there is some truth in what Chen said. His words, once again, sent the water friends in the live broadcast room into a boiling frenzy. A barrage of pop-ups appeared like a torrential downpour, and the cell phone on the end of the Luo Lu is even more surprised, because he found that the presence of the three status lofty military region bigwigs, not because of these words were surprised. It seems that, they know that too? Basil felt a rising pain in his brain at once, and the feeling of uneasiness intensified. Inside the live broadcast room Chen Tianran spoke again. If it is to be relied upon, those who are interested may go through the gleanings, in which there is a passage about the people of Wan Ditch. The people of Wansu arrived in a spiral boat. The boat was shaped like a conch, sinking to the bottom of the sea, but the water did not intrude. Perhaps in ancient times, technology was already advanced to a certain point. Only leave us with mystery and reverie. Li responded. Comrade Xiao Chen has a point. The Wansu people can be said to be the most inexplicable existence in the history of archaeology. If you connect it with that claim of the Ascension platform, it actually produces a marvelous justification. Chen Tianran smiled. How the secret really is, Elder Li. Perhaps it can only be truly revealed after stepping into the underground palace, the legendary underworld. His words grew hotter and hotter, and the foot-hopping presence on the air grew more and more intense. Li Si Tan, still pretending? Still pretending? Can't you see that the archaeologist is teasing you? Delilah, haha, what a laugh. Playing a big sword in front of Guangdong? I can see that Li is playing along with your performance. Lien, laughing at the Kakubo screw-up. A small wizard sees a big wizard. Do you really think you can make Elder Li believe what you say just because you make some impassioned remarks? What a lazy. Amidst the flurry of pop-ups and under the tense gaze of the end user's cell phone Basil, Elder Li opened his mouth after a brief moment of contemplation and said, in fact, just today, we were able to donate a scroll of bamboo slips from the Qin dynasty. After Prof. Hua's deciphering and successfully obtaining the contents of the inside, the bamboo slips tell about Hu Hai entering the underground palace of the tomb of the first emperor and secretly building the fifth tomb passage before the establishment of the tomb of the first emperor was about to be completed. So, starting today, our institute will join forces with the 6th military region to form an archaeological team, and go to the fifth tomb passage discovered by Comrade Chen Tianran, and jointly explore the secret of the underground palace that has been hidden for 2,000 years. I wonder if Comrade Xiao Chen, would you be willing to join our archaeological team? When these words came out, the whole room was in an uproar, and everyone was completely shocked and dumbfounded. Basil's pupils were wide, and his head was full of questions. But the next second, it was Chen Tianran's clear and cold voice that came from the live broadcast room. Allow me to decline. Brothers, ask for support, ask for votes, ask for favorites, ask for rewards. Chapter 32, I am a Chinese national. It is incumbent upon you. There are terracotta warriors in my house. Chapter 32, Request for Subscription. I am a Chinese national. Righteousness. I have terracotta warriors in my house. Originally, everyone was already surprised by Li Luo's words. But now, Chen Tianran's sentence of I refuse had undoubtedly set off an even more violent wind in waves. Broken-hearted? Brother Chen, did you say something wrong with your mouth? If so, you should change your words quickly. Little Fox Fairy, that's right. Brother Chen, if you refuse an invitation from a leading archaeologist, then your behavior of going deeper into the fifth tomb passage of the tomb of the first emperor will become a grave robber. No way. Dodo, that's right. It'll probably still be carried by that jumped-up guy Basil. Delilah, laughing. Turning down an invitation from a leading archaeologist? Who do you think you are? People like you should be arrested. Leon, what are you? How dare you reject elderly? It's such a big difference compared to the quality of the people of the beautiful country. Basil, who was holding the cell phone, also wanted to rebuke, but after seeing the look in Li Luo's eyes, he shrunk his neck and swallowed back the words that were on his lips. Li Luo withdrew his eyes and looked back at the camera in the live broadcast room as he opened his mouth and said, Comrade Xiao Chen, may I have your reasons for refusing? Chen Tianran smiled faintly, and then he righteously said, it should be incumbent upon my generation of Chinese to join the archaeological team, not necessarily as a formality, as long as there is a need. I, Chen Tianran, will answer any request. An emotional speech that instantly lit up the broadcast room. Walala, good lord, you almost threw me out of the car with that sharp turn. Little Fox Fairy, the 40-meter sword almost didn't retract. Brother Chen is really showing me a face. Broken-hearted man, you almost scared me with that big breath. The frowning Li Luo instantly stretched and smiled with satisfaction. I can understand where you're coming from, Comrade Xiao Chen. It's been controversial since you discovered the robber's hole. No one really believes you found the fifth tomb passage, and you, as a tour guide in the Leeward Hills, have an even higher respect for history. Having a vision of the first emperor's tomb palace is why you chose to participate in this guided tour reality show, right? After all, even if you go straight to the police after you find out, it doesn't really get any attention. Instead, it's a way to get even more attention by appearing on the show live, unafraid of hardship and danger, unafraid of people's opinions, just to make a contribution. Comrade Xiao Chen, you're an amazing person. On the opposite side of the connecting microphone, Chen Tianran fell into a brief moment of contemplation. Oh, so my purpose for participating in a reality tour guide show was so noble. So it is. I see. I wonder when the $10 million program will call me. The dull sister on the side instantly developed an extremely high respect for Chen Tianran after hearing Li Luo's words. So you are such a Chen. The water boys in the live room were even more touched that the Little Fox Fairy, I see. Brother Chen's ambition turned out to be this great. Oolala, woohoo. Moved to tears. Moved to tears. I won't watch this year's Moving 10 without Chen. Lily, it's still my brother Chen. I knew it. Brother Chen is never that simple. Everything he does is selfless. Hula hula, in terms of greatness it has to be my brother Chen. Amidst everyone's admiration, Chen Tianran calmly opened his mouth. Because I'm Chinese. A light sentence once again caused the heat in the live broadcast room to skyrocket. The pop-ups were moving like crazy, even to the point of making the phrase top the hot search #1 in Weibo as well. The comments at the bottom are coming in droves. It's so hot. I'm from China. I'm from China too. It turns out that Chen's ambitions are this far-reaching. He explored the tomb of the first emperor to contribute to the history of China. 2. Brother Chen. He's a role model for our generation. Listening to Chen Tianran's words, Li Luo was also deeply touched and nodded slightly. Good, good, good. 3 good ones in a row was enough to show how sure he was of Chen Tianran. Then Li Luo also continued. Comrade Xiao Chen, in that case, please wait patiently for some time here in the 4th pit of the terracotta warriors and horses. Wait for our side of the archaeology team to meet you. Sure. Chen Tianran smiled. Do you need me to pick it up? Upon hearing this, Li Luo laughed. Those responsible for escorting us this time are the most outstanding special warriors of our country. Good. Chen Tianran nodded slightly and did not say any more. Afterwards, Li Luo said that he still had some things to take care of, so he disconnected the connection. Li Luo, on the other hand, began to deploy the matter concerning the archaeological team. He turned back to Basil and Little Luo. This exploration of the 5th tomb passage of the beginning emperor's mausoleum will depend on you. The latter's expression was bitter, with a great feeling of being slapped in the face, but for the sake of the strong ink on his resume, he still managed to force a smile. And, don't worry professor, I'll live up to the expectations. Another thing, Li Luo continued, is that the meaning of the above is also very clear? Chan and Dumbass are sort of entertainers, after all, and can't speak for us, and to show the world the importance and popularity of archaeology, you'll need to get on the air. Then, too, and record things along the way. Ha, I'm going to be on the air too? Basil was a bit surprised and excited at the same time that, after all, in this way, his popularity will also rise greatly, and even as long as he can show his knowledge and talent, there will be a place for him in the future archaeological world. After a brief moment of thought, he spoke. Understood, Professor. The live broadcast heat is soaring, and therefore is making the online key numbers of the live broadcast room is still soaring and skyrocketing, and the pop-ups are rolling in. Chen Tianran wandered around the terracotta warriors, carefully observing their appearance, and with nothing else to do, Dull Sister simply pulled out her spare cell phone and opened a small number to brush through the other people's live streams. Suddenly is brushed to a special do treasure anchor, watching each other to introduce a variety of antiques said with style. An idea popped into her mind, and she shouted directly at the live streamers. The Iron Men. I'm going to open my trumpet to check out the room, and I saw one that does live treasure hunting. What do you guys say? Should we get a mic? Show him the terracotta warriors here? The effect of the program was instantly drawn out by this statement. The broken-hearted man, Kama. Nerdy girl has also learned from Chen. Too showy. Little fox fairy, nice one. You're talking about Dawn. That bastard's been appraising the boss's treasure day and night. I guess I don't have time to watch the news. This would be a good idea to link up. TSK, TSK, TSK. The program would be an absolute blast. Ulala, looking forward. But if it's Chen too, definitely more explosive. Dull Sister looked at the words of the water friends in the live broadcast, quietly swept the eyes of Chen Tianran who was not far away, and then sent a pop-up screen in Dawn's live broadcast. Tongue, brother Tongue. I have terracotta warriors in my house. Chapter 33, linking up with a treasure forensics anchor. The archaeological team descends into the tomb. Chapter 33, requesting subscriptions. Lien my treasure forensics anchor. The archaeological team went down to the tomb. At the same time, just with others ended the continuous microphone Dawn. Lazy stretched a lazy waist, just ready to take the phone to brush the jitterbug results. Just to see the live broadcast of the pop-up screen drifted through the Dull Sister so a sentence. Directly it was causing him to stifle his laughter. Ha 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 ha. This sister. You're too funny, aren't you? You but say you have Tang San Kai. I wouldn't have laughed so loud. Dawn. Ha 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 ha. And as the Dull Sister began to live the whole thing, a large number of water friends began to pour into Dawn's live room, lifting his popularity up a segment hard, shocking Dawn with a face full of consternation. What the hell? Did I get recommended on the front page? The traffic is actually so fierce today. He was stunned for a moment. And the live streamers were cooperative in not exposing it. One even hides behind his cell phone and snickers. Although Dawn was puzzled but did not forget the content of his live broadcast. That's connecting with fans to identify treasures. When he thought about it carefully, with this high popularity, if he could live the whole thing, the heat of the live broadcast was bound to be very high, especially the one who lied about having terracotta warriors at home. Can't help but be a burst of heartfelt laughter. Terracotta warriors, what a joke. It's probably just another woman mistaking a clay figure for a terracotta warrior. But in that case, it's good. At least the program effects are there. Dong immediately opened his mouth as he made a calculation in his mind. The one who said he had a terracotta warriors fan at home. I'll send you a link-up invite and you agree. When these words came out, the pop-ups in the live broadcast instantly exploded. Quickly connect the mic. Ha ha ha. Hurry up. Don't hesitate. Hurry up and link up. I can't wait. I can't hold it in any longer. Dawn looked at the pop-ups in the live stream, and was suddenly happy in his heart. So the Waterboys are thinking the same thing as me? Can. Then the show will turn out great. While in the Terracotta Warriors pit, Dull Sister was smiling badly, again flipping the cell phone lens to aim at Chen Tianran. Brother Chen, it's just a coincidence that there's a treasure forensic anchor. Treasure appraisal? Chen Tianran was slightly puzzled by. The next second was to see the large halibut head on the dull girl's cell phone screen. In the next second before Chen Tianran could open his mouth to speak, Dong directly exclaimed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell is that thing beside you? Lao, is it really a ING terracotta warrior? He was then shocked. Once again. Wait, why is it so dark around you? Where the hell are you? Older brother? Don't you scare me. A flurry of consternation, straight out of pulling the show full of effects. The Nerd Girl livestream was a joy for the Waterboys. Broken-hearted, ha ha ha, laughing my ass off. Dawn's whole thing is just clueless. It's so funny. Walala, laughing my ass off. This wave of program effects is what makes it one of a kind. Little Fox Fairy, if Dong finds out later that they're really in the tomb of the first emperor's underground palace, I'm afraid his jaw will be dropped, right? Ha 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 ha. Chen Tianran looked at the other party's expression, and then at the bad smile of the dumb sister, and immediately in his heart, he realized, with a calm face, he said, the tomb of the first emperor. As the words fell out of his mouth, Dong fell into a moment of silence, and then he laughed again and said, ha ha ha, older brother, you're a real tease. The tomb of the first emperor? This is your cellar, isn't it? As for the terracotta warriors you're talking about, how could they possibly be colored and glazed? To know that when the excavation of the terracotta warriors, due to contact with the air and ultraviolet radiation and other reasons, the terracotta warriors on the body of the colored glaze has long been off. I'm afraid you've got this made by a recent craftsman? The place where Chen Tianran was right at the edge of the burial pit, and there were only one or two color-glazed terracotta warriors and horses in the middle of the dorky girl's shot. When these words came out of his mouth, Chen Tianran also smiled. Recent craftsmen can't make the real terracotta warriors look as good as they do. Then just as Dawn was about to speak, Dull Sister was already turning her cell phone while taking out a flashlight and shining it over to. In the next second, Dawn's crying voice came from among the cell phones. Big brother, I was wrong. You do not shoot. This is so criminal. This nigga, it's going in. Dong immediately is in hands praying full Chen Chang. He has a treasure anchor. Naturally a glance to see these terracotta warriors extraordinary. While some of the water friends in Dong's live room who didn't watch the news and brush the douyin were a bit puzzled and sent out scattered pop-ups. The tongue. Aren't terracotta warriors supposed to be terracotta colored? That's right. I'm afraid there'll be some problems with making fake terracotta warriors in such large quantities. Won't there? Why does this guy on the mic give me a feeling that he's not fooling around? Is it an illusion? Dong looked at the pop-ups in the live broadcast, but also stabilized his mind and opened his mouth. I originally thought it was a fake too, but if you look closely at the environment, you will realize that this place definitely has a historical year. And then there's the glazed terracotta warriors. If I'm not wrong, this terracotta warrior is definitely something from 1,000 years ago. A precise judgment that made even Chen Tianran give a thumbs up. Dong, something. With just these few glances, you can tell? Ha ha ha. The corners of Dong's mouth lifted as if he were possessed by the crooked-lipped god of war. Older brother. Well, at least I've looked at no less than 100,000 collections, and these are all base S. Chen Tianran smiled without saying much, but Dong was extremely curious and said, older brother, can you reveal exactly where you are now? Chen Tianran didn't hide anything and said bluntly, off the mountain. Oh, Li Shan, Dong exclaimed, after slightly angling his head and, are you really at the tomb of the first emperor? Chen Tianran signaled Dull Sister to reshoot the scene carefully. Doesn't it look like it? No. Dong still didn't believe it, but the next second his phone received a push that the fifth tomb passage of the tomb of the first emperor has been officially discovered. The archaeological team is preparing to leave for the tomb passage to meet up with Chen Tianran and the others. Dong blankly clicked on the tweet, and then he saw a short video of Chen Tianran shouting, I'm from China. He instantly slapped the table and shouted that, asterisk. Bro, you played me. You're really in a tomb. My goodness. Dong's exaggerated performance instantly lit up the airwaves. Ha ha ha, laughing my ass off. He finally reacted. Absolute perfection. My stomach hurts a little from laughing. Ha ha ha. Invincible. People's treasure appraisal is all about appraising ancestral things at home. Chen is directly in the birthplace of babies. Ha ha ha. Amidst a flurry of pop-ups, Chen Tianran also smiled and waved goodbye, and said that after entering the underground palace, he was connecting with the other party. Shocked, Dong got up and bowed 90 degrees. Big brother, you go for it. Chen Tianran shook his head helplessly, while at the same time, the live broadcast room of the archaeological team that Basil was on had opened. Only on the screen, they were already in the vicinity of a cave of robbers away from the mountain. The surrounding area was already surrounded by soldiers from the military region, and even a tin wall had been erected to stop idle people from approaching. The solemnity of the scene is daunting in the mind. The security guard who helped Chen Tianran and the two of them to dig the pit earlier also appeared beside the robber's hole. He was surprised and looked around, and asked a doubtful question. I get to be on TV again? This statement immediately caused the live broadcast to burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. It's still the security guard uncle. Absolutely perfect. It's thanks to Chun who is now a member of the archaeology team, or else you'd be an accomplice in grave robbing. Uncle Security. Once Basil and the others were ready, they started down the hole. 8 special fighters, dressed in perfect equipment, walked carefully through the tomb tunnels of. Suddenly, a large pit pierced by falling rocks appeared just ahead. The captain of the special fighters went up to investigate, and when he looked at the sharp blades below that emitted a ghostly light, he had palpitations of fear. If there is no, Chen has already explored the road for us. Otherwise, this kind of organ, once suffered, bulletproof suit is useless. The remaining few nodded their heads. 2. Only Basil grunted indignantly and, it's not just a serial flipper. Talk as if anyone can't spot it. With that, he took a step forward. The next second, a clear sound of gears turning suddenly rang out. The click moment. The air froze. P.S. 2 extra chapters on the shelf. 2 more chapters tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. It will start popping up in the next couple days. Brothers, ask for support. Ask for rewards. Ask for votes. Chapter 34, The So-Called Expert. The Trigger Mechanism. Chapter 34, Request for Subscription, The So-Called Expert. That's it? Trigger the organ. And the sound of the gears coming into the broadcast room caused an uproar. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's triggering the organ. Mom, this is deadly. Damn it. How come nothing happened to Chen when he passed through here? How come he stepped on it and triggered the mechanism? Basil was in a cold sweat. His eyes gurgled, and slowly turned back, but he spoke out in relief, saying, ha, Captain Xiao, don't panic, it's just a little, hemp, boom. Before the word annoyance could come out of his mouth, a huge rock instantly fell from above. Basil looked up in horror, but his feet were as immobile as lead. His heart sank into the sea and his eyes blurred, as if he were standing on the edge of the cliff of death. Suddenly, a huge force came from the waist of his pants, directly yanking him back from the brink of death. Boom! The boulder fell, smashing a crater in the ground once again. Basil panted heavily, his chest heaving, his body leaning forward slightly, and by the light of the flashlight, he was also able to make out the sharp blades emanating a chilling light from the dell below. So close. Shaolin once again applied force to stabilize him and spoke. Just be careful. The tomb passages here are far from as simple as the Nerd Girl's live replay. With that, he was the first to walk over, while also removing a few marbles from his tactical pocket, which he then threw forward. Next, bang, 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 a succession of huge stones fell. The ground was also smashed with multiple deep craters. The great commotion was undoubtedly causing the crowd at the scene to feel a chill down their backs. But they, as special warriors, battle-hardened and highly educated, were also quick to adjust their state of. Only Basil froze in place and swallowed his saliva, and then his eyes fell on a pop-up screen on the cell phone live broadcast. Nima, this is too thrilling. I originally thought that this chain flipper was the least dangerous mechanism. I didn't expect it to be that treacherous. I'd like to know when Chen was crossing this place. Why does it show so much ease of riding? It was still because Chen's body was too athletic, leading to too much confusion. Let's make the mistake of thinking that this serial flipper isn't too dangerous. TSK. This comparison shows just how strong Chen's ability really is. A barrage of pop-ups swiped by, more and more disconcerting to Rohrer, who was indignant in his mind. And, it's true that the wolves have deliberately hidden their hand. This is an attempt to harm us? It's really vicious, but it didn't show, as he quickly followed Shaolin and the others, and the images of the archaeological team encountering danger went viral immediately. After all, it was a live broadcast room that had been given the name official, and from the moment it started broadcasting, the heat was already pushing 10 million. There are even many people who saw Chen Tianran's name in the official archaeological team's live broadcast room, and then ran to Doll's sister's live broadcast room to join in the fun. Dwayne, is this Chen? Mom, yeah. It's so handsome. Lindo, say, can Chen explain how you could tell there was an organ there at the time? Nighty-night, yeah. I saw in the replay of the Doll Sisters live broadcast that you didn't throw any more rocks after that, except for the demonstration. Chen Tianran is also watching the official live stream of the archaeological team, and after seeing the pop-ups from the Waterboys in her own live stream, the dumb girl also scratched his head in confusion. Brother Chen, why did we only throw one stone and not trigger the mechanism again after that? Chen Tianran looked back at the other party, then spoke faintly. Isn't it true that something like a mechanism is just a matter of looking at it? Why would it still trigger? At those words, the corner of the dumb sister's mouth twitched, and in her heart she wanted to spit but she didn't know where to start. While the Waterboys in the broadcast room were laughing with pleasure. Broken-hearted, ha. Chen's classic statement, abbreviation only hand familiar Ulala, with that hand of Chen's, I'd never believe him if he didn't have 10 or 8 years of experience in going down to the grave. Little Fox Fairy, joy. It's no use calling the police now. Chen has turned from black to white. Just as they were laughing and giggling, On the screen of the Archaeological team's official live broadcast, Basil and Shaolin and the others were already at the location of the Seaman Blade car. Before they came, they naturally studied the replay of the Dull Sisters live broadcast, and they were also clear about the corresponding trigger points of the organs. As soon as he thought of this, Basil quickly opened his mouth after rationalizing his thoughts and said, "Ahem! Fellow live streamers, hello everyone, my humble name is Basil, a scholar at the Lehigh Mountain Institute of Archaeology, and also the leader of this archaeological team." When these words came out, many people who had not seen the live broadcast of the Dull Sister also immediately sent pop-ups accordingly, but those who have seen it have started to break into song and dance. "I'm so sorry, so it's this thing pussy, asterisk 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 asterisk." What was Mr. Lee thinking? Why would he send this kind of person to lead an archaeology team? Can this be trusted? That's right, this kind of person who carries the tempo should get the hell out of here. Basil's line of sight swept over the live broadcast pop-ups. The corners of his mouth were also slightly twitching, but in order to maintain his image still did not have a seizure. Next, I would like to introduce you to one of history's more famous Simon knife carriage organs. Immediately after that, he was recounting what Chen Tianran had said during the live broadcast, in its original form. And naturally, this professionalism caused quite a stir. So professional, so worthy of being a scholar from the Ryama Archaeological Institute. Indeed, this explanation is very educational. I'll have my son watch it too. What a great program. The archaeology captain who led it was professional. Good review. Plenty of positive reviews have followed. But the iron fans of the Dull Sisters live broadcast were naturally upset when they saw this situation. Isn't this just a direct lift of Chen's explanation to say a bunch of things? This is outrageous. Isn't there any way to say something insightful about yourself? Oh, what a laugh. Is this the level of the so-called expert title? You're just going to memorize the text? I'm so happy. Basil looked at the pop-ups from a few people and simply chose to ignore them, instead continuing to professionally explain that, "Gentlemen, for this kind of stuffed door and knife cart, if you come across it, but be sure to watch the ground carefully, and then carefully cross over. Like here." He pointed from memory to the place where the Dull Sister had stood. Places like this, once you step on it, you'll trigger the mechanism. Live streaming pop-ups. Professional. What a professional. Right. This one seems to have a very deep understanding of the tomb organs. He's really something. That's right. It's hard to tell without in-depth research. Basil's ego soared as he watched the pop-ups. As for how to tell the safe spots, then you need to do what I do. Step here. With that, he took a step and jumped over. Ka-ching! A crisp sound of gears snapped. Chapter 35, Shen Tianran's Reversal. Pointing to Archaeology. Chapter 35, Request for Subscription, Shen Tianran's Reversal. Pointing to Archaeology. What's going on? The sound of gears turning? Could it be that this is the mechanism that was triggered? No? You're kidding? Didn't you just promise? Didn't you tell us to avoid triggering the trap? Reverse teaching? Sure. So it's reverse teaching. No wonder it triggered the mechanism. You're an archaeologist. So it seems that he should be able to solve the trouble very easily, right? That's for sure. After all, it's an expert. It's never nothing. Inside the official archaeology team livestream, unsuspecting waterbenders complimented Basil's superb rendition of the. But as the party concerned, Basil was so nervous that sweat fell from his forehead as if it were raining. Shaolin, who was on the side, felt a burst of headache. He really couldn't figure out why the summit would agree to let such a 205 join the archaeological team, especially if you have to deal with a team with this level of danger. The replay of the Nerd Girls live broadcast he had naturally seen. It was even more clear about the terror of the Seaman sword carriage. A full 30 meters of the length of the Seaman sword carriage, pushed by the mechanism. It will close instantly in 4 seconds. In other words, get out of here in 4 seconds. What's 4 seconds? The record of the world's top sprinters is just barely inside 4 seconds. And that's with perfect play. Damn! Shaolin shouted angrily and immediately took out a telescopic stick, at both ends of which there is a device like a jack. All place lateral jacks. In the next second, the remaining 7 people took out the same equipment and immediately set up around them. And in the meantime between the Seaman Blade car has started to drive. Bang! Huge strength. Even the 8 horizontal jacks surprisingly vaguely is to be crushed. The terrifying power made the crowd at the scene tremble. Shaolin roared directly without hesitation. Run! Run! Basil sniffed and took the lead. The next best thing is the special warrior who chooses to be humble. The shocking scene was undoubtedly a tense one for the aquanauts in the live broadcast room. I'm going. That was close. Luckily they're well equipped enough. That's right. If I didn't have this equipment, I'm afraid it'd be hard to get out. What a thrill. Basil swallowed deeply. seemingly remembered something and then rushed to the live broadcast to open the mouth and said, "Ha! Gentlemen, truth be told, this was all in my plan. The lateral jacks we use here, one will hold up to a ton. 8 roots. It's more than enough to hold up against these types of slammer knife carts. Bye." The words have not yet been spoken. Bang, bang, bang. 8 consecutive chipping sounds rang out suddenly. Both sides of the seaman blade car are instantly combined. The horrific destructive force stunned the crowd once again. Especially Shaolin is more palpitating to look at that seaman knife car. All that comes to mind is Chun Tianran single-handedly carrying the dull sister without any delayed shuddering of the knife car, fleeing directly by human power. Just how perverted has his physical fitness become? In particular, the concealed crossbow and the ambush fire mechanism in front of the seaman sword carriage, although both of these have been disabled. However, while watching the replay, he had also witnessed Chen Tianran's ghostly stance. By no means a regular person can do that. And now after experiencing the seaman knife car, it is even more so that he has a strong admiration for Chen Tianran, as well as a sense of goodwill. The opponent was extraordinary, but he was an even better extreme soloist. What the body can't bridge the gap. Go high-tech. Shaolin secretly clenched his fists. At the same time, in the archaeological team's live broadcast room, the water friends looked at the closed seaman knife car, and all of them let out a burst of confusion. What's going on? This is a bit different from what Specialist Luo said. Yeah, why is there a discrepancy? Didn't you say it was more than enough? It's obvious that 18 of them won't be enough. Hiss. Shouldn't it be the same as what those Black Luo experts say, that Basil is just a vain guy? And the talk has intensified. 2. Basil didn't dare to let his image be tarnished. He also held back his anger. But the hatred in his heart for Chen Tianran was also getting stronger and stronger. If the other party hadn't been too jumpy earlier, making people think that all the organs here were easy. Otherwise, how could such a thing have happened? Almost died. It's all because of Chen Tianran. All because of him. And just then, he received a message in his cell phone from Leroy. Be aware of the implications. Basil scanned the message, and also once again pushed his anger down to the depths of his heart. At this point, the direction of the pop-up discussion in the livestream was again changing slightly. But then again, it's only really silky smooth when Chen crosses the seaman knife car. Yeah. I watched that replay too. It was awesome. I'm a man of science, and I've done the math carefully, and it doesn't even take 4 seconds for a slammer car to go from mechanism activation to closure. And the entire length of the seaman sword carriage was 30 meters. But Chen was carrying a man. It took less than 4 seconds to run straight through. This is the most terrifying. Luo Lin looked at the pop-up screen some angry simply choose to ignore. Directly is to follow the pace of Shaolin and others. And at the same time, Dull Sister's live broadcast water friends also have started to ask about the time when seaman knife car Chen Tianran in the end did not run out of full strength. Dull Girl took one look at these questions and asked, with a somewhat curious sideways glance, Brother Chen, the water friends are asking, did you use your full strength when you took me to escape from the seaman knife car organ? Chen Tianran thought carefully. It's alright, if you run too fast, won't you lose that sense of urgency? It would make people feel that these organs are just like ornaments. Dull Sister looked at him with a face full of surprise. Brother Chen, are you speaking in human language? And that comment, more than anything else, made the water boys a little nonplussed. Broken-hearted, nice one. That's the right way to open Chen. Little Fox Fairy, what do you call running at the speed of a world-class sprinter's strength in that situation? Too slow? Brother Chen, dare you to be more outrageous. Olala, crazy. The world is crazy. Under the shock of the water friends, Chen Tianran helplessly spread his hands and said, it's not really that I'm intentionally running slow. It's purely that carrying over 120 pounds of meat in my hands is more or less a struggle. 120? Dull Sister cocked her head slightly, and in the next instantly reacted with a roar that, I'm only 90 pounds. 90. Chen Tianran smiled and didn't pay any attention to it, but continued to watch the official live broadcast of the archaeological team. On the screen, they were already approaching where the poison gas organs were, and with the previous experience, Shaolin also reminded Basil to not jump too much, while everyone was also putting on their gas masks. But right at this moment, Chen Tianran was frowning slightly and quickly knocked down a line on the public screen. Chapter 36, Brother Chen appears in Nonsense Casualties. Chapter 36, Request for Subscription, Chen is talking nonsense? Casualties appear. I am Chen Tianran. The poison gas organ is not just a voice-activated method. At the same time, for the location of the landing is also extremely delicate. Otherwise a careless may trigger another organ. He elaborated on his views and insights. And since this number is a small number of the dorky girl, The staff of the live broadcasting platform gave the certification immediately after they noticed it. That's why the pop-up was left hanging for quite some time, causing a wave of shock among the live streamers. What a guy. Who is he? Sounds like he's good at what he does. Doesn't he? Is it possible that he's a grave robber? Brothers. Stupid. This is Brother Chan. He's the one who discovered the robber's hole and found the fifth tomb passage leading to the underground palace of the first emperor's tomb. And it's because of him that we have this live broadcast to watch. So to speak, doesn't that mean that Specialist Luo and the fighters will be in danger again? How can this tomb passage be so treacherous? The pop-ups kept brushing, but Basil was also reading that speech of Chen Tianran's carefully. He then sneered and laughed. Ha ha ha. That's hilarious. There's something to be said about where you land? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. What a ripoff. Shaolin, who was listening to him talking to himself, also came over and asked, "What's going on? Found something?" Basil sniffed and also tuned out Chen Tianran's remark and scoffed. "Captain Xiao, look at this. This Chen Tianran kid is a bit unsuspicious." We've all seen the replay of the Nerd Girl's live broadcast. At that time, when he was running poison, he was that fast, and in that situation, he still had the chance to judge the landing position, and notice that it won't trigger any other organs? Hearing this, Shaolin also took a closer look at Chen Tianran's statement. A lot of people in the archaeological team's live room were also very much in agreement with Basil's statement. What Basil said is not wrong. That live replay I also watched. In that kind of high-speed movement, but also to make sure that they landed, will not trigger the second organ. This is simply not too difficult, right? I think it's probably just Guanan who's afraid he's going to get the limelight. I do think it might just be Guanan who's afraid that he'll get the limelight and is deliberately pointing blindly here. This possibility is not absent, and the probability is still high. In the midst of the crowd's skepticism, Shaolin frowned slightly and opened his mouth, saying, "Just in case, it's better to listen to Chen Tianran's advice. After all, he's the expert when it comes to laying graves." Basil was a little indignant in his heart. Clearly he was the leader of the archaeological team. But he wanted the other party to give the order. But when he met Shaolin's resolute eyes, he shrunk his head somewhat timidly and didn't dare to have half a word of resistance at all. Shaolin then took the lead and walked ahead, carefully following the landing point that Chen Tianran had mentioned, step by step. At first it was going well, but suddenly Basil, who was in the center of the group, suddenly stopped in his tracks and spoke. "I still don't think what he said could be true. The possibility of fooling us is still very high. After all, in the midst of past archaeological history, we also didn't realize that there would be this poisonous gas paired with other organs in the middle of that one tomb." So, with that he took a step and stepped on the rest. Shaolin's pupils tightened at once, and he even had the urge to pull out his gun and shoot the other party. And Roarer, after noticing that no so-called gears were being made, was deigning to say, "Captain Xiao, facts speak louder than words. That Chen Tianran is purely fooling us." For a while, the official live broadcast of the archaeological team was also buzzing with talk. "Cam, is this really true? Looks like Chen's words can't be trusted." "Yeah, I think it must be that the appearance of the archaeology team's livestream was a huge blow to the heat of their livestream. The human heart is not ancient. Captain Xiao trusted me so much, but I didn't expect all I got in return was deception." Amidst the mockery of the crowd, Chen Tianran still continued to send out a pop-up. "It's not too late. Go back. Never go back." His righteous exhortations, once again hoisted up on the public screen, were met with a shower of jeers. "Oh, happy to die master. Still pretending? You're still trying to trick us? You really think you can get us to fall for this? Let's let expert law fall for it, and return it. Expert law, don't listen to him. Let's dance a waltz. Let's do a waltz. Ha ha ha. Right. Punch him in the face. Absolutely no wimping out. We're experts." On the live broadcast screen, Basil naturally saw Chen Tianran's words, and the long-suppressed unwillingness in his heart kept burning. As long as he could expose Chen Tianran's lies now, then, all the credibility he had previously lost could be taken back immediately. But if it's true what the other side says, no way, absolutely impossible. Basil kept shaking his head in his mind, and his eyes were gradually firming up, and then he was slowly taking a step, while saying, "I'm just going to poke holes in this hypocritical fake gentleman's face today. Ka-ching." Another crisp cogging sound rang out. The poisonous gas around them began to be released continuously. At the same time in the upper part of the tomb passage, there is some viscous liquid slowly dripping down. Suddenly one of the special fighters let out a sharp hiss, only to see the parts of his body that had been dripped with the liquid burned directly. Shaolin's pupils immediately tightened and his mouth roared in anger. "Sulfuric acid. It's sulfuric acid." Moment. The crowd at the scene panicked, and Basil was even more terrified and tried to escape, but his legs went straight to mush from fear. Shaolin and the others were already running away at a furious pace with haste. Seeing this, Basil immediately roared, "I'm the head of the archaeology team. If I die, this mission will fail." The moment these words came out, the faces of Shaolin's crowd suddenly looked a bit ugly, especially Shaolin. He didn't really want to have to save this jumping kid. They became an expedition team in addition to exploring the tomb, but also more importantly in the search and rescue of the last archaeological team, Linny and others, as well as another real task. But just as Shorin hesitated, the warrior under his hand rushed straight out, and dragged Basil sharply back to but the acid that dripped from the sky above did not land aimlessly on his head. The corrosion of the strong sulfuric acid made him roll in place in pain, and Basil sees this and pushes his opponent to the ground, dragging his tingling legs as he quickly runs away. "I can't die. I can't die. I absolutely cannot die. Chao Nima!" Shaolin let out a roar, while his huge fist was already blasting towards the opposite side of the door. Bang! A punch that sent Lawler straight to the ground, and the acid dripping from above him had fallen like a waterfall. That warrior even collapsed completely in the middle of the sulfuric acid. Shorin glared angrily at Basil, but couldn't leave the other man behind, and hissed once more, "And go!" The shocking scene caused a long silence to fall over the waterman in the official archaeological live streaming room. Until the next instant, when it dawned on someone that, Brother Chan, he didn't lie. He didn't. Don't listen to Chin. It's killing people. An expert? This is an expert? An expert on getting people killed? And the hot search phrases associated with it were instantly rushed to the top. It triggered a strong uproar. "Brothers, 3 shifts to go. Request for reward. Please give me a good review. Tickets." Chapter 37, Good Words Can't Persuade a Wannabe. Chapter 37, 4th Shift, Good Words Can't Persuade a Wannabe. Why should the special warrior pay for the specialist's fault? Such a hot search instantly rushed to the top of the list. Netizens are hotly debated. After all, the impact of this archaeological broadcast has been unprecedentedly large. The former Chen Tianran to participate in the tour guide reality show live is already bringing up some storms. The announcement of the archaeologist Li Luo was the peak. It's also what led to that move by Basil, which was completely exposed to the spotlight, and even more so to tens of thousands of people. Asterisk. What kind of expert is this? Don't jump out as an expert after 2.5 years of study. A man was killed alive. Asshole. Chen has explained the benefits. Why don't you listen? Why do you insist on proving yourself right? And why did you want to get the special warrior killed at the end? Do you have a conscience? I'm really getting madder and madder the more I look at him. If he hadn't pushed in the end, that special warrior might have had a chance to live. But to the contrary, he pushed that warrior into the abyss. He is the executioner. On the live feed, Shaolin and the others had already escaped to safety. And Basil, still somewhat disoriented, sat frozen on the ground, his mind filled with images of the special warrior who had saved his life and ended up dead and drowning in sulfuric acid. Why? He started patting his head in self-condemnation, and Shaolin and the others, on the other hand, had taken off their hats and made a military salute toward where the dead were. "Brother, have a good trip. Bon voyage. Heroes live forever." The waterboys were also moved by the sight of the, "He's a hero. He is a hero. It's saving scum, but he does save lives. Heroes, go well. We will always remember you." In the Leishan Archaeological Institute, Li Luo sat on the sofa, muttering under his breath, "I was the one who looked at the wrong person." The 3 old men were expressionless, while the one at the head shook his head and said, when they decided to take on this mission, they were prepared for death. Any surprises are to be expected. There's no need to be overly concerned. What's more, this exploration of the tomb of the first emperor's underground palace, it's not just for historical archaeology. Elder Li, you should understand. Upon hearing this, Li Luo slowly raised his head. "I know that this concerns the future of the Chinese people and even everyone in the world." Just as his words reached this point, a hissing sound suddenly came out from the live broadcast room. "It's all because of Chen Tianran. It's because he didn't inform us of the sulfuric acid organ in advance. Otherwise, it would be impossible for us not to take relative precautions." These remarks directly shocked Li Luo, who was as blue as iron. "Old Lu, let Shaolin shoot him." The old man who was called Old Lu was the one who spoke just now, and he shook his head helplessly. "The country is governed by the law of the land, and you can't be angry anymore, so keep watching." On the live broadcast screen, Shaolin was also shocked by his remark that, but now being in a live situation, having gas can't be spread freely, and that punch in the square is already out of character. "I'm bound to write a check when I get back, But many of the donkey fighters in the official broadcast room were extraordinarily supportive of Basil. Expert Luo has a very good point. If Chen Tianran could have informed in advance that there was sulfuric acid here, Expert Luo wouldn't have dabbled in the danger that led to the series of events that followed. That's right. Perhaps our Kokubu is such a being, pure and simple, a hypocrite, ostensibly giving out a large paragraph of guidelines under false pretenses. But he didn't mention anything about sulfuric acid. This son's heart is clear. It is true that the only thing that will harm the country is the country's people. People's hearts are so dangerous. Family, who understands? As a pop-up of donkey punches surfaced, the smell of the live room became more and more like a cesspool, causing many of the water users to jump to the Dull Sisters live room. The little Lily, the live room next door stinks to high heaven. It's disgusting. Urala, it's simply brilliant. Such a scum can still be courted? The little fairy is really something. What a divine triad. Really drunk, broken-hearted, convinced. Convinced. Only I also have some doubts. Chen should also be unaware of the sulfuric acid organ there, right? How else could it have been left uninformed? Dodo, indeed. With Chen's character knowing what's going on, how could he not say anything? Those people are simply slandering. Dull Sister looked at the pop-up screen, also turned back to ask. Chen Tianran sniffed and said bluntly, I know. Ha? You know? Chen? You? Dull Sister was directly dumbfounded and, wouldn't this directly confirm that the other party is deliberately hiding things from the public? Little Fox Fairy. Chen, you don't talk nonsense. Don't you gasp ah. What do you mean you know ah? Broken-hearted man, that's right. What do you know? How can you know ah? You're going to mess things up like this. Fairy, look. See? This is Coke One. This is really Coke One. Only Kuniwa would do something like this to hide it. It's vile. What a nasty one. Humph. Should be shot. Shot. The donkey boxer came sniffing around, fuming like crazy. For a while it made the fair area of the live broadcast another pandemonium. And Dull Sister was even more bewildered as she looked at Chen Tianran. Brother Chen. The latter spread his hands helplessly. How could I possibly have expected that someone would risk trying the organ despite my strong advice? How could I possibly think that someone could be this stupid? If I could have anticipated it, I'm afraid it wouldn't have been as tragic as it was. After a number of stating words, the dull girl was directly stunned. Yes, no one could have anticipated that someone would take a chance against your advice. Iron fans in the live room have also found a vent for broken-hearted man, that's right. Normal people would have been sensible and honest enough to do as they were told, after seeing that advice from Chen. But there are always people who don't listen. Even after Chen's second warning, he's still unrepentant. Walala, that's right. If it wasn't for Basil's pushy behavior, how else could such a disaster have happened? What an abomination. Little Fox Fairy, this kid is even turning black and white upside down and confusing right and wrong. He's clearly the one with the wolf's heart. The image of Chen Tianran's helpless speech was immediately intercepted and made into a short video to spread. The people who originally did not understand the situation and accused Chen Tianran also immediately began to turn their guns around. Cam. That's a good point. You can't blame Choi-chan for this at all. It's hard to persuade a man who wants to die with good words. Even if Chen says more, that Basil wants to die, he still can't be persuaded. The world is cool. The world is a cool place. A place where right and wrong are reversed. In ancient times, they would have been hammered to death. Basil naturally saw that video of Chen Tianran, angry, some hands trembling, just about to angrily rebuke. Instead, a rustling reptile crawl was heard not far away. First order is over 100. Kason, plus one more. I'm begging for more support. Please reward me. Please praise. I'm begging for votes. Chapter 38 Shovel can GA Shrimpline. The rifle cannot penetrate the armor, what a joke. Chapter 38, the fifth shift, a shovel can crunch shrimp threads and a rifle can't penetrate armor? What a joke. What's going on? Basil was instantly mentally tense and the surrounding group of special warriors who were immersed in grief were at this moment like cats that felt a crisis and instantly exploded. They have removed the Type 197 automatic rifles hanging behind them. As a newly developed automatic rifle, it is characterized by a large range and a high rate of explosive power. This time, exploring the tomb passage of the first emperor's tomb. Naturally, we should be equipped with the most sophisticated weapons. Shaolin and the others immediately entered combat mode, extinguishing the flashlights in their hands and opening their night vision devices. However, in a few breaths, he found a large centipede-like existence on the far side of the tomb passage. Target sighted. Attention all units. As the words fell, the crowd pulled the safeties of their firearms and loaded them. The atmosphere of the scene was instantly condensed to the extreme. Among the live replay of Nerd Sister, they had naturally seen this giant centipede. It just didn't occur to me that there was more than one giant centipede. But also for this reason, Shaolin was slightly puzzled in his heart. Did Lin Yi's team of archaeologists really enter the tomb passage? If they said they really entered the tomb passage, could avoid this giant centipede? He shook his head and stopped thinking about it, instead focusing more on the centipede in front of him. The scene was silent, and the water friends were even more nervous in the official live broadcast of the archaeological team. This live camera has night vision too. That green shadow is a centipede, right? What a big one. It's still really big and scary. I didn't think there would be a centipede that big in this world. There is one. Chen was already killing one when he came. I just didn't expect there to be another one. It's really surprising. Brother Chen killed one? It looks like this centipede shouldn't be too strong either. Yeah, definitely not very strong. I saw in that video that Chen just used a shovel to directly up the centipede. If it's really some very scary being, a shovel won't kill it. What's more, now Captain Xiao and the others are using the latest yet to be released Type 197 automatic rifles. Bulletproof vests can't even carry it. A concentrated fire on a single point can even penetrate a tank. I'll be damned. This 197 rifle is so awesome. My country is awesome. In the midst of everyone's amazement, the rustling, crawling sound resumed. Shaolin slowly raised his hand, and constantly judged the distance between himself and his opponent. Before he could give the order, Basil, however, cried out violently that shoot it. What are you waiting for? The words just fell. The giant centipede suddenly ran wildly. The shrill sound that erupted was deafening, and Shaolin couldn't care less about being angry. His mouth roared. Shoot! Bang! 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 For a while, bullets fell like rain. Gunfire illuminated this dimly lit tomb passage, and the centipede's thick oval teeth kept opening and closing like a pair of scissors. Sharp voices kept ringing out, and Shaolin and the others were even sweating cold sweat on their foreheads. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell? Why can't the bullets penetrate? What the hell is going on here? He hissed out in surprise, and the other 6 felt the same way. And before coming here, we also made plans to ensure that in case a centipede appeared again, we could be prepared enough to cope with it. Especially in that replay, Chen Tianran's easy and relaxed way of killing the enemy set that centipede off like tofu. The only way to understand the true power of Chen Tianran was when they actually fought each other. Against all odds, Shaolin gritted his teeth and spat out 2 words, then also continued to change magazines and fire. The scene of the giant centipede being unharmed was naturally transmitted into the official live broadcast of the archaeological team. All the people are trembling. Nima, why is this centipede's armor so thick? It can't even penetrate a 197 rifle? Are you kidding me? I'm going. What a living hell. It was so easy to kill the centipede in Chen's replay, wasn't it? What's going on here? That's it. Is it possible that Chen killed a fake one? But why can't even a gun penetrate it? An engineer's shovel can gar shrimp line, and as a result, a gun can't penetrate it? What an international joke. Chen Tianran looked at the pop-ups within the official live broadcast room and also shook his head somewhat helplessly. Stupid. How can you hit the head? It takes a slide shovel. A slide shovel will do the trick. His words were immediately a shock to the iron fans of the Dull Sisters live broadcast. Broken-hearted, good man. Chen is so kung fu. It's easy to talk. It's outrageous. Ulala, originally, I thought Chen was just good with his hands. Now it seems like it's just open and shut. A giant centipede that people can't even shoot with their guns. But Chen just took care of it with a slide shovel? That's outrageous. It's outrageous. The Dull Sister on the side felt a bit helpless as she listened to the other party's words. After all, the other side said easy to write. Can. Then flavorful And then, Chen Tianran also sent his opinion to the public screen of the official live broadcast room. The Waterboys saw this and immediately started copying it. Captain Shaw. Slide shovel. Use the slide shovel. Hit it in the belly. There is a small depression in its lower abdomen. The only way to shoot it is to go under the knife from here. Also note that there is a short bone in its head that must not be broken. Otherwise it will be dangerous. Basil was hiding in the corner, peeking at the live stream pop-ups from time to time, and when he saw the words, he couldn't help but drink them in. What a joke. This is a pure and simple attempt to harm people. Shaolin, who was gathering fire and shooting not far away, heard this sound and also immediately turned around and roared. Surname Luo. Isn't it Chen Tianran who sent the message? Read it quickly. The voice of unquestionable resistance made Basil's heart a little irritated, but he likewise didn't feel that such a method could really kill the giant centipede in front of him. After all, in that replay, the opponent's movements were so easy to write. It wasn't like he had observed the opponent's weaknesses in advance. At all. 9 times out of 10. It's just bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Captain Xiao. It's like this. Basil carefully shouted out loud. but only ignored the words after. Be careful. After all, if you can really kill the centipede, what danger can there be? Purely fooling people. By the time Shaolin had finished listening, he was also dumbfounded as he looked at the giant centipede that was huge and full of countless tentacles. Abdomen. How the hell can this TM be done? Chen Tianran. What kind of demonic existence are you? But thinking back to the live replay of Chen Tianran's athletic posture and movement, he had to be clenched teeth holding the rifle directly forward. Brothers, give me a concentrated attack on its jaws. The crowd naturally did not hesitate when they heard this and immediately raised their guns to aim at the giant centipede's jaws. The fierce gunfire swept away in an instant. It was also for this reason. Under this gunfire, and amidst the impact of the elixir, the giant centipede's body was also being slowly lifted up. The process was exceptionally difficult, but Shaolin also found the depression in Chen Tianran's mouth at that moment. Damn, this depression is so small. How the hell did he find it? Bang! With a barrage of bullets pouring out, the centipede was instantly armor broken. The special squads are working together and are starting to activate again. Bang bang bang! The intense bullets kept blasting away. The original indestructible centipede body also fell to the ground with a loud bang. The armor that has lost its defensive effect is also as easily broken as tofu dregs. Several bullets missed the centipede's head and shattered the short bones in it, and a cloud of purple vapor rose up and phew, that was close. Shaolin lowered his gun and exhaled deeply. While behind him, Basil was greeting towards the giant centipede. Audience, how about what I said? Still not an easy kill? As soon as he spoke, the centipede's tentacles were jumping violently. Keep up the good work. Brothers, ask for votes, ask for support, ask for a reward. Chapter 39 Southern Border Compulsion. Triggered. Fire. Chapter 39 Southern Border Compulsion. Triggered. Fire. What the hell? Basil was taken aback on the spot, cold sweat instantly wetting his clothes. Inside the official live broadcast room of the archaeological team, the water friends also had their heartbeats pounding. What's going on? Is there any danger? Damn it! Why was the centipede twitching just now? Couldn't it be because that bullet hit the centipede's head and then broke whatever short bone Brother Chen was talking about? What a coincidence! What kind of coincidence is that? No way! No way! The scene of the crowd did not dare to move. Shaolin originally slack nerves are also instantly taut, and slowly raised his eyes dead staring at Basil. Meanwhile the Type 197 automatic rifle that had just been lowered was already uncontrollably starting to raise its muzzle and pointed at him, and Basil was even more mentally tense, and carefully surveyed the bodies behind him. When he was sure he wouldn't get up again, he laughed. Ha ha ha! Captain Shao, don't be too nervous. It's just a big centipede. It can't still come back to life, can it? Isn't it? Shaolin didn't say anything. He always felt that something was wrong. For a moment the gun he was resting on was no longer lowered. Basil didn't care. The other guy couldn't really shoot himself. After all, he was the leader of the archaeological team. How dare you shoot? Pure desperation. He then raised his spine and continued to stand in front of the giant centipede corpse, opening his mouth to introduce. Ladies and gentlemen, look here. It is said that in ancient times, Emperor Shi Huang called upon all the magicians in the world in search of the art of longevity, and among them this South Border companions are among them. While Lawler's earlier misdeeds have allowed him to accumulate a large number of black fans, it can't be helped by the current flurry of professional commentary, and the donkey fighters' support of. That's a good point. Luo expert. So there's still the story of the South Border companions. Is this the legendary compulsion? It's truly magical. To actually be able to cultivate a small centipede to such a large size and still be able to live for thousands of years? It's amazing. It's unbelievable. I didn't realize that expert Luo's store of knowledge was that deep. Admirable. Ha ha ha. But so, nothing more than that. It's just a base. While he was fooling around, next door in the nerd girls' live room, the Iron fans indignantly murmured that the broken-hearted, numb, so angry, Basil Nabi actually plagiarized Chen's science again. Little Fox Fairy, that's right. It's too much before it's too much. Back to so. Doesn't he have his own body of knowledge as an archaeologist? Just copying? I wonder how he graduated. How did he pass the exam? Is it possible that he's also a member of a news organization? Ulala, it's outrageous. Why are there such experts? Dull Sister looked at the pop-ups in the live stream, and was also furious for a moment, as she anxiously said that, Brother Chen, this low. She was just about to say something, but she ended up seeing Chen Tianran tapping the screen rapidly. Nerd Girl moved over to get a closer look at the, beware of centipede corpses. The short bones are broken. Run fast? Run for what? Brother Chen? She looked at the other woman, puzzled, and after sending the message, Chen Tianran exhaled a deep breath of turbid air. Phew, Then he explained. The short bones inside the head of this giant centipede are actually the trigger point for a kind of compulsion art. Once shattered it will trigger the compulsion. What? There's such a thing? Doll's sister uttered in shock, following up with an inquiry that, Brother Chen, then what will happen after this compulsion is triggered? Chen Tianran shook his head slightly. I don't know exactly. I just hope it's not the worst case scenario. The 3 souls and 7 spirits of the person who has been parasitized will lose 1 soul and 1 spirit, completely reduced to a walking corpse, and can no longer be called human. And as Chen Tianran's words exited, the water friends in the Doll Sisters live broadcast room were also stunned. Broken-hearted, compulsion is so menacing. If this gets on you, won't you be dead? Little Fox Fairy, that's right. What's the difference between becoming a walking corpse and being dead? Oolala, but still, the key problem now is that they're not running. Damn it. On the screen of the official live broadcast of the Archaeological team, Basil naturally saw the pop-up screen sent by Chen Tianran. What? Compulsion? Ha ha ha. He couldn't help but burst out laughing, followed by a rebuke that, this man is quite persistent. Making a centipede mutate might be a possibility, but to lose a soul? Are you kidding me? This is a materialistic world. There is no such thing as a soul or anything like that. Don't talk such metaphysical things here. Not far away, Shaolin slowly approached with his gun, his sights staring at the centipede on the ground, fearing that the other party would suddenly jump up and give them a heavy blow. And now he was even more curious about what Basil had actually seen that. Bring it on! In the face of Shaolin's powerful behavior, Basil also broke his teeth and swallowed it in his stomach, not daring to resist at all. Whoever has the gun is naturally justified. Captain Shao. You shouldn't have believed his words as well, right? This kind of esoteric compulsion is mostly a fake. The only way to feed poisonous insects and such is to have some scientific basis. So you, suddenly, Shaolin, after reading the pop-up, took a violent step back, and then he raised his gun and pointed it straight at Basil. Startled, the latter instantly raised his hands in panic and, Shorin, what do you want to do? Are you going to shoot at me? This is against the law. Shorin didn't say anything, and under the eyes of him and the crowd at the scene, including the live camera, a purple aerosol slowly floated up behind Basil's back, looking extremely striking in the flashlight's illumination. Asterisk. What's going on? What Chen said is coming true again. It can't be, can it? It can't be? What's with this purple mist? Why did something like this appear all of a sudden? Who can explain it? Don't understand. Is this the compulsion that Brother Chen said would be triggered once the short bone is shattered? Will it really take away a person's soul and spirit? In the midst of all the amazement, that massive purple aerosol was also gradually wrapping Basil's body. Under the force of this wrapping, Basil was also unable to control the sharp hissing roar that, Shaolin and the others were also a bit confused for a while, not sure what they should do about the current situation. And at this time, a sentence from Chen Tianran floated across the pop-up screen of the live broadcast. Shots fired. Shaolin was still holding his cell phone in his hand, and out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed the bullet screen, but he was unable to control himself to fire the next shot. No way. My guns are for saving lives. When the words came out of his mouth, the rustling sound of crawling insects resounded once more, and the huge centipede figure reappeared. In the meantime, Basil had fallen into a temporary coma, flopping to the ground, and the sharp, piercing, strange screams resounded once again. Shaolin let out a low roar. Gather fire. Attack. Chapter 40, whose guide knows so much about compulsion techniques. Chapter 40, whose guide knows so much about compulsion. Bang! Bang bang! The sound of successive gunshots came once again, and after having the experience of the first sparring session, the 7 of them performed extremely well together. But a few minutes had already killed the giant centipede again. Only after this time, Shaolin was also extremely careful to walk over and carefully check to make sure that he couldn't get up again, and only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Phew, it's weird that this thing is still alive. And that's when the team member next to him came over and whispered, Team Shao, the purple mist just now is. Shaolin shook his head to signal the other party to stop talking. The latter knew better and shut up immediately, and then he went up to check on Basil's condition. After all, he's the nominal head of the archaeology team. He can't be neglected. At this time, Shaolin picked up his cell phone and clicked on the pop-up screen of the live broadcast room to check up the pop-up screen that Chen Tianran had sent earlier. Will you lose a soul and become a walking corpse? But then why shoot? In the next second, Chen Tianran also sent a pop-up in response. This is a puppet compulsion. The victim will gradually lose his memory within a few hours, and fall into a state of insanity, in which his physical strength will be dramatically increased, and has a certain degree of murderousness. The danger level is extremely high. The moment this paragraph of pop-ups appeared, it immediately caused a furor. The puppet compass, that name alone sounds so scary. Hissing, thirst for killing? There's such a thing? That's ridiculous, isn't it? It's too much bull isn't it? Why do I think Chen is fooling around? You know that this Basil has been a bit of a tit-for-tat with brother Chen earlier. Hissing, in that case, Chen really might be. That what? Oh, is it natural for someone to question? And for there to be a hardcore fan in favor of broken-hearted nonsense? Which of Chen's exhortations was unreasonable? Was it incorrect? Which time did this Basil listen? Ulala, that's right. If he, Basil, had but listened to advice, would he still be in the situation he's in now? If you ask me, this is deserved. It's the right thing to do. Little Fox Fairy, what a laugh. If Chen really wants to harm people, just don't say anything, won't you? What a tease. For a while, there was also a lot of noise in the live broadcast. Shaolin, who had been just watching the pop-ups on the live broadcast, was slowly shaking his head. Brother Chen, I admire your judgment, and I admire your physical fitness. But this kind of compulsion and stuff is too esoteric and not within my cognizance. I don't think a person can have a so-called one soul taken away from them by something. Basil, since he got one of my comrades killed, he's bound to pay. I won't leave him here unattended. When these words came out, they were immediately praised by the crowd in the live broadcast room. However, Chen Tianran, who was watching the live broadcast, slowly furrowed his brows and shook his head. Meh, believe it or not, Dull Sister wondered. Brother Chen, do people really have 3 souls and 7 spirits? The human body is the most subtle of all, and the saying that there are 3 souls and 7 spirits has been around for a long time, and it is not without foundation. Subsequently, Chen Tianran also saw that he had nothing to do, so he talked eloquently, talking about it and then pulling into the Taoist law of nature and so on. Listening to the dumb sister full of confusion. How do you know so much, Brother Chen? It's incredible. Chen Tianran laughed. Ha. What's wrong with that? As a qualified tour guide, I naturally need to have a certain knowledge base. Nerd girl, live streaming pop-ups. Lily, Xiora, Brother Chen, and a tour guide. Who are you saying that to? That's bull *******. Dodo, that's right. Who still believes you're a tour guide? Who's a tour guide who's that knowledgeable about parasites? I'm about to suspect that you're a descendant of the Southern Border Companions. Liam, a poofy tour guide who can hack a giant centipede to death with his bare hands? Outrageous. It's outrageous. On the other hand, in the Archaeological Institute in the mountains, Elder Lu looked at Chen Tianran in the middle of the cell phone. His eyes slowly narrowed, and then he looked at the 2 old men beside him. This son is by no means an ordinary person. The 2 old men also nodded their heads. Indeed, it is very unusual, although the Southern Border Companions are not a secret. But I'm afraid that there are not many people in the world who can have such an in-depth understanding. If this trip to the tomb of the first emperor fails to yield the one thing we need, perhaps that program, he could be invited to participate. The old man surnamed Lu held his head slightly high. Participating or not, we still need to observe and watch again. After all, there are a lot of pros and cons at stake in this plan. As Li Luo listened to the conversation of several people, his heart was slightly shaken, because as early as a decade or so ago, he knew that China had been secretly searching for all sorts of ancient tombs, relics, and the like. It is said that the safety of tens of thousands of people is at stake, but it's less clear exactly why. Basil hasn't woken up yet. Shaolin was also a bit curious about the 2 giant centipede corpses, especially the one that had previously been killed by Chen Tianran. He slowly approached. The live camera is also immediately followed, and pulled the lens of the shot closer. Only on top of that corpse, there was a long gully-like wound. Looking at this injury, Shaolin was swallowing deeply. He couldn't believe what kind of power a person possessed to be able to use an engineer's shovel to cut this giant centipede with such a horrendous injury, even if they were using firearms. With state-of-the-art 197 rifles, it was still a lot of work. But Chen Tianran, simply used an engineer's shovel. The moment he thought of this, Shaolin had a feeling of deep admiration, deeply admiring the terror of the other party's combat power. And that camera switched back and forth among the 2 corpses. And for a while it also made the water friends in the official live broadcasting room suffer a strong visual impact. I'm having a good panic attack. 7 Type 197 rifles. The damage inflicted is not as bad as Chen with a shovel? Hiss. I just want to ask, is Chen still human? It's horrible. Brother Chen simply doesn't seem human. ********. It is simply a great evil weapon on earth that walks. Scary. Terrible. In the midst of everyone's amazement, That Basil also slowly stood up and, where am I? Shorin sniffed as he walked over and spoke. Remember who I am? Shaolin? Basil said with a somewhat odd expression. Can Captain Xiao still not recognize him? The latter smiled back. Science first. Afterwards, the crowd continued to go deeper into the tomb after some restoration. Just when they came to the top of that cliff, looking at the deep and bottomless canyon, as well as a full 20 meters across the river, the same question mark popped up in everyone's head. Chen Tianran. How on earth did he jump over? It's outrageous. Chapter 41, Weird Behavior. Compulsed to go the second way. Chapter 41, Weird Behavior. Compulsed? Take the second path. Shaolin was slightly checking it out and retracted his head, his eyes filled with a sense of awe. The scene in the live replay is still lingering in his mind. Phosphorus cryptids. If it falls on the body, it will burn instantly. They did a relatively close study of that video. 2. It was also discovered that Chen Tianran did not actually need to jump into the cliff, but could have simply advanced right after crossing the cliff. Just why the other party made this choice at that time was also a bit puzzling to the crowd. Start preparing tools over the cliff. With Shaolin's order, the remaining 6 warriors also immediately began to set up, and one of them even took out a thick climbing rope and shot it directly to the opposite side. With highly sophisticated equipment, sharp rivets are instantly driven into the rock wall to give extreme support. As for the other end, they chose to go on the peg left by Chen Tianran before. Shaolin tried to pull the nail, but the corners of his mouth twitched in amazement. And, is this really something people can knock into? A few of the rest of the group sniffed, but they also stepped forward to try to pull out the last expression they wore was the same one of consternation. But in order not to waste time, the crowd also quickly chose to tie the climbing ropes to the pegs. When it was completely finished, Shaolin was the first to take the lead in climbing down the rock climbing rope. His movements were slower, but they were more practiced, and when he reached the opposite shore, Shaolin is also once again checked the toughness of some rivets, to determine the correctness before signaling the crowd over the cliff. He hadn't had time to take out his phone and scan the pop-ups until then. And, good guys? Seeing them go over the cliff made me realize just how perverted Chen really is. Indeed. I remember Chen crawling over at first, but at the back, in the heat of the moment, he damn well ran right over it. Simply outrageous endorsement. It's okay not to compare. This comparison, Chen's physical qualities are no longer in the realm of humans, right? In the midst of the crowd's chatter, Shaolin also clicked on some of the short videos sent out by his water friends. Then he looked at that image of Chen Tianran, who had crossed the 20-meter distant cliff in a single step, and the corners of his mouth were twitching. This mother asterisk can't even be described as human. Monster. Really is a monster. Suddenly, there was a call from the cliffs that, "Ara! Lura!" Only to see, roll in the center of the position to carry over the cliff. Basil suddenly began to let out bursts of strange screams, especially that face is written all over the sense of weirdness. He. A creepy feeling instantly played over everyone. Shaolin frowned and looked at the live broadcast once again, but this time, Chen Tianran didn't give any hints. Could really been tricked? It can't be. This kind of metaphysical thing. And how could it happen? He looked down at the rifle in his hand, and instantly that feeling of a cold chill down his back disappeared in an instant. 2. It was followed by a mid-voice. Roar that. Basil, what the hell are you up to? Get your ass over here. Basil froze, and then it was to see that he was actually still in the center of the climbing rope, and then cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and without saying anything he quickly climbed over and, when he came ashore, he was exhaling deeply, as he usually did. Phew, it's so tired. So tired. The extremely contrasting changes once again gave the crowd at the scene an indescribably bizarre feeling of, more than anything, it sent chills down the backs of the waterboys on the air, hissing, what the hell? What happened to this Luo expert just now? Why did he suddenly become like a monkey? Where is the strange screaming? This is too damn weird. Is it possible that what Chen said is true? Did he really fall under the spell of compulsion? Stop it. Don't say it. When I think of what Basil looked like just now, I just get the creeps. How could a normal person make a strange noise like that on top of a 10,000 foot cliff? Is that normal? It's not normal at all. And it's not just the official livestream that's hotly debated. Even Doll Sister's live room was in the same situation. After all, that eerie feeling made everyone get goosebumps. Broken-hearted, hiss. What a weird feeling. Chen, quickly tell me what's going on here. Why is there such a phenomenon? Wolala, that's right. Brother Chen, can't it be that Basil really lost a soul and a spirit, and then started imprinting? Little Fox Fairy, holy crap. All I can't get out of my head right now is the image of Basil just hanging from a climbing rope and then screaming strangely. So creepy. Nerd Girl looked at the pop-up, and quickly paraphrased. 2. Chen Tianran's expression was slightly grave as he heard this. Brothers, here I am as a professional tour guide to popularize a point of knowledge. People need to believe in science. There are no bull s in the world. Also, if you're out there and you smell or see something, remember to get a black s hoof. Then get some more garlic. Also get more sticky rice and apply it to your body so it's less dangerous. Listening to Chen Tianran's words, Dull Sister's expression became more and more odd. No, Brother Chen. What are you talking about? Why is it that as I listen to you, I'm getting the feeling that something's not right? The water friends in the live broadcasting room likewise felt the bone-chilling coldness getting stronger and stronger. Broken-hearted, goddamn believe in science. You call a situation science? Dodo, hiss. Shun. You don't mess around. This thing you're asking us to prepare is clearly for warding off evil spirits. Lily, Brother Chen. I wasn't afraid originally. The more you say that, the more I think about it, the more scared I am. A man in such a dangerous place and hanging on for dear life. Can't stand it. Can't stand it. Unhappy, Brother Chen. You know a little too much as a tour guide. Cam. I'm going to get black as hooves. Meanwhile, on the official archaeological team's live feed screen, the crowd were all already successfully ashore. Just as the crowd was about to take another route deeper into the tomb passage, suddenly, Basil dances on the edge of the cliff once again. Lura! And each of his landings was extremely treacherous, like he could fall under a cliff at any moment. But in the end, he was able to stabilize it. Everyone watching this scene was in a state of numbness, completely unable to understand what the hell was going on. That is, until Shaolin noticed his teammate beside him slowly pulling out a black as hoof. What are you doing? The warrior said in a confused voice. Avoid. Ward off evil spirits. Shaolin was speechless, wanting to retort but not having anything to say in return. But suddenly, Basil jerked his head to the sky and, he then began to throw what he had on him towards that abyss as if he were crazy. After a few breaths, from the bottom of the cliff an ethereal blue light slowly rose into the air. The ghostly blue light that symbolized death gradually approached towards the crowd. Brothers, 3 shifts to go. Requests for favorable reviews. Please reward. Please vote. Chapter 42. Who told you that was a habitat lair? Chapter 42. Who told you that was a habitat lair? Sky phosphorus cryptids. It's a sky phosphorus cryptid. Shaolin bellowed. And the crowd at the scene ran wildly towards the deeper depths. Only Basil stood on the edge of the cliff with his back to the world, as if he were a man of the world. The official livestream of the archaeological team was also completely set ablaze. The phosphorus cryptids. It actually appeared again. Oh, my god. What the hell is this Basil doing? He's doing it on purpose. I'm going. Don't you know that throwing something down will lead to the appearance of sky phosphorus cryptids? You're so brainless. Brothers, is there a possibility that Basil has already lost a soul? Just like what Chen said. Hiss. Don't say such things at night. I don't have enough goosebumps to fall off. Shaolin's forehead was sweating coldly. He took off his backpack and took out the latest portable flamethrower. Among the nerd girl flashbacks, the horrors of the sky phosphorus cryptids were already well established, although they weren't planning to go down the cliff at that time. But it was also made in anticipation of a crisis with the sky phosphorus cryptid. All hands, fetch flamethrowers, meet the battle. In the next instant, the crowd's eyes glazed over as they unloaded their backpacks and took out their flamethrowers to set fire to the attack. In an instant, the top of the tomb passage was already illuminated by firelight, and in the sky above that cliff, a slender figure was faintly visible perched there. As the searing flames rose, the giant vertical moose slowly opened. Scarlet eyes, like a hunter in the night, were looking for a target. The huge head moved, trailing a scarlet wispy tail, but it was once again hidden in the darkness. The flames continued to burn, and the heavenly phosphorus cryptids burned to death one by one and fell to the ground. The barrier created by the blazing fire completely blocked the route of the sky phosphorus cryptic insects. It was a full 10 minutes until the fuel in their hands was completely exhausted, and the fire gradually subsided. The faces of the people have only slightly eased. Shaolin laughed with relief and, meh, all fear comes from a lack of firepower. Live streaming pop-ups. It's too thrilling. It's also fortunate that Captain Xiao and the others were well prepared. Otherwise, it would have been dangerous without the flamethrowers. Indeed. So the reason why Qin jumped under the cliff was also purely because he couldn't defend himself against this heavenly phosphorus cryptic insect's attack. So much for the danger of taking the tomb passage directly above the cliff. But right in the middle of everyone's celebration, Chen Tianran was suddenly sending out a pop-up. Go! Move! Don't look back! Don't hesitate! Sharon was just about to go outside to see how Basil was doing. If he was dead he didn't care. The mission was important. If you are not dead, you are bound to carry it. But just at this time, he saw the pop-up screen sent by Chen Tianran in the live broadcast room, and his brows wrinkled slightly. Get out of here? Why? Shaolin frowned in confusion. In the replay, the other party was clearly unable to block the attack of the Sky Phosphorus cryptid in the face of the attack and thus chose to do the opposite. But now, they themselves and others had gone through fierce fire and other attacks. The Sky Phosphorus cryptids had already been wiped out. In a way, his own and the others were even going to surpass Chen Tianran in terms of their progress in exploring the tomb passage. Oh, Brother Chen, I admit that you have a very strong body, including your speed drop on the cliff. It was an eye-opener. I couldn't have done it if I were you. But, as soon as these words came out, the pop-up screen in the live broadcast room brushed up rapidly. Good guy. This wave is directly certified as a special warrior. It's enough to show how difficult Chen's wave was. Even the special fighters recognized the difficulty. I suddenly wondered, how the hell did Chen practice? Is he really just a little tour guide? It's outrageous. A tour guide? How can you believe such nonsense? Who's a tour guide that's as ridiculous as he is? Brothers, attention! Captain Xiao has a butt. He hasn't finished yet. In the midst of everyone's shocked amazement, Shaolin slowly opened his mouth. But we chose a different path than you did, and so to a certain extent, we would prefer the option of exploring the tomb passage with highly sophisticated gear, not to mention that any danger is purely due to lack of firepower. With that, he fiddled with the 197 automatic rifle in his hand, and then headed out of the tomb cavern, where the fire burned up a fetid fog that, as he did so it gradually receded, while Basil remained standing on the edge of the cliff, uninjured. He had his back to the crowd, the creepy voice still coming out of his mouth, while looking up at something he didn't know what he was looking at. And, Trail Gorara, bleeping, Basil's bizarre behavior continues to raise a sense of unease in the minds of water lovers. I think it's possible that, or should we listen to Chen in this kind of tomb raiding matter? It's better to consult a professional for professional things, right? After all, Chen is the most professional. Why do I always have a bad feeling? Shaolin swept his eyes at the pop-ups in the live broadcast and smiled flatly. Feng Shui talk is all superstition. I think it's better if you don't believe in it. Anything is explainable in scientific terms. With that, he stepped forward and shouted that Basil, let's go. The latter did not react, even as his movements grew louder and louder. Between his doubts, Shorin looked back at his teammates again and, a couple of the men had already put their hands on the grips of their guns in a heartbeat. At the same time, between the pop-ups of the official live broadcast of the archaeological team, Chen Tianran was once again sending out pop-ups again and again. Above, leave quickly, can't stay long. This hole, not just a tomb passage, it's a lair. This piece of news came out, and the watermen were shocked. What's going on? What do you mean? Nest? Are you kidding me? You're calling a tomb that big a nest? What kind of nest is this? It's not a centipede again, is it? Hissing, suddenly a vicious chill began to rush to the sky. Captain Xiao, look up. The latter naturally saw the pop-up, but he shook his head faintly and, ladies and gentlemen, I, Mr. Xiao, nicknamed Coyote, have survived in extreme environments. I've seen many beasts, but the party's tomb passage doesn't have any traces of creatures that have survived. Brother Chen, your judgment may have been off by a considerable margin, Shaolin said confidently, not taking Chen Tianran's words to heart in the slightest. On the pop-up screen of the live broadcast, a group of water friends also agreed that, professional, it has to be Captain Xiao. That makes sense. After all, Chen hasn't gone deeper. And wasn't there anything up there when he was active here? Ha. I didn't think Chen would have a day when he lost his footing and made an error in judgment. Amidst the questioning of the pop-ups, Chen Tianran once again sent a pop-up. When did I say it was an inhabited nest? Haven't you ever heard of creatures that use their nests as bait for feeding? As soon as Shaolin saw the pop-up, he felt a chilling sensation on the top of his head. When he snapped his head up, a pair of scarlet vertical moos were staring at him, spitting out letters. Hiss dash. Just got off the construction site and caught up on my writing. Guys, please support me. Ask for a reward. Ask for a favorable review. Ask for votes. Chapter 43. You call this science? Don't be too outrageous, Chen. Chapter 43. You call this science? Don't be too outrageous, Brother Chen. Asterisk. Shaolin let out a furious curse, and then the rifle in his hand was already pouring out a barrage of bullets. Bang, bang, bang. The rest of the six were also moving strangely fast. Under the reflection of the gunfire, the huge snake's head was also revealed. The scale armor on its body was like dragon scales constantly opening and closing. The bullets fell on it as if on bulletproof armor, and in an instant they were flicked away. The terrifying defense was even far beyond that giant centipede. The crowd was frowning, already somewhat unsure of how to cope. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room were moving wildly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How the hell is there another snake that big? This is even to be more terrifying than that organ snake that Brother Chen and the others encountered. I'll be damned. I wonder if this one is a pair with that machine snake. This size is really intimidating. Compulsion? How could this ancient compulsion art be so terrifying that it could actually create this kind of existence? Previously, attacking the giant centipede could still cause some damage. Now this wave is even bouncing bullets right off of him. This is outrageous. If this were a biologist to see this giant snake, I'm afraid he'd be confused. What recent modern scientific power, in front of our mysterious ancient country, is just not even worthy of mentioning shoes. There's one thing to be said for today's science and technology. There's no way to raise a snake to that size. Brother Chen, calling Brother Chen. Is there any way to fix it? Chen Tianran, who was sitting in the center of a pile of terracotta warriors, shook his head helplessly. Why is it that every time my counsel is given, it is always ignored? Dull Sister was also a bit helpless. After all, before every crisis, Chen Tianran had given hints that, but it was still not adopted. So, Brother Chen, do you have a way to fix this giant python? The latter pondered a little, then spoke. Yes. What? Really? Then you say it quickly. Saving lives is important. The dorky girl looked at the other with anticipation and the latter helplessly patted the black and gold ancient blade on his back. One blade is enough for me. Dull Sister instantly silent, but unable to refute. After all, the other might really be able to do it. And her water friends in the live stream looked a little helpless, broken-hearted, whether to say Chen is too honest, or that he's too pretentious. Ulala, Brother Chen, are you polite? People can't even penetrate the armor with the latest 197 automatic rifle, and you're saying that a single slash can be a second? More or less consider the mood of the person concerned. Little Fox Fairy, Chen is not at all humane. How can you say it's one cut? At least 3 cuts ah. In the midst of a burst of banter, Chen Tianran didn't stay idle, quickly typing text and sending pop-ups on the public screen. I, as an ordinary little tour guide, would like to make a suggestion to Captain Shaw. Strike the snake, then we should strike 7 inches. And according to the gossip I Ching on the orientation of the narrative, we should. He wrote a large paragraph having information about the gossip aspect and told his opponent to attack at a specific pace and angle. Otherwise it would be hard to kill. This message was sent out. And once again, the water friends in the official broadcast room were shocked that, my TM, Chen still says he's just an ordinary little tour guide? Can. An ordinary little tour guide not only knows compulsion, but is even proficient in feng shui. The other goldsmiths are only separating the gold and fixing the points, but you're just pulling out the principle? You're so scientific. You're really scientific. Shaolin looked at the pop-ups in the live broadcast, and the corners of his mouth were twitching. What the hell? You actually have to shoot at a specific angle? He shook his head. Brother Chen, maybe for organs you are a professional, but this kind of hitting the target, hitting the enemy, we are the experts. Brothers, give me a concentrated attack on its eyes. As the words fell, the rifles in the hands of the 7 men frantically declared bullets. The scene was on fire, but the python was very calm, as if someone was tickling him. Only the image of the gunfire is also very visually appealing, causing many acquaintances to gasp in surprise. Ooh, it still depends on the fire suppression. Chen's judgment is sometimes not always accurate. That's right, it's just killing a mutated snake. What specific angle and have to focus on orientation? What's the matter? Do you really think you know some messed up feng shui knowledge and you can tell me what to do here? Captain Shao, show Chen what fire suppression is. Amidst the cluster of projectiles, the speed of the bullets pouring out of Shaolin's and the others' hands seemed to have sped up quite a bit, but the snake's head looked as if it was toying with it, probing its head and not moving on, allowing them to keep attacking. At first the crowd thought it was the set fire approach that worked. However, as time passed by and the ammunition was gradually consumed by more than half, a layer of gloom began to cover everyone's heart. At this point one of the fighters spoke up and, Team Shao, why don't we try Chen's method? Maybe it has a miraculous effect. Looking at the current situation, we may not be able to kill it even if we shoot all the bullets. Shaolin frowned and after careful thought, he opened his mouth and said, on our command, you go over there, then you go this way. As Shaolin gave one command after another, the crowd quickly began to move and then they started shooting at extremely strange angles as ordered. When this scene was transmitted into the live broadcast, many water users were contemptuous of it. I'm going, how can you believe this? Do you have any brains at all? Oh, men just love to fool people nowadays. Team Shaw, they're going to get killed sooner or later. It's an abomination. The police must be called. Call the police. But in the next second, the bullet that had been ineffective was born to give blood to the python. Roar! The The pain spurred the snake's head to twist wildly, completely lacking the original ease of writing. This scene really shocked the crowd at the scene. What? It really worked? What's this? Why is this happening? Holy, what the hell kind of principle is that? Never seen anything so outrageous in my life. Shaolin and others were shocked, and the water friends in the live broadcast room even called out that they could not understand it. As a result, Chen Tianran came up with a very inopportune sentence. Please believe in science. Everything is justified. In the next second, the pop-ups instantly exploded. I'm not going to be able to do that. What the science? Mr. Chan, take a good look between your lines. Which sentence has anything to do with science? I advise you not to be too outrageous. Brother Chen, you call this phenomenon science? I'll go. Chen Tianran, who was sitting next to the terracotta warriors, spread his hands helplessly. How can you treat people with sincerity and all you get in return is alienation? Dull sister was silent once again, and was just about to speak, but she turned back violently, with a slightly grave expression on her face, and, seeing this, Chen Tianran asked, "What's wrong, Brother Chen?" Dull sister swallowed deeply and cautiously said, "Do you have any feeling that these terracotta warriors are looking at us? Will they, all of a sudden, come to life? So tired. Went back to work overtime moving bricks and came back to catch up and write another one. Brothers, please support me. Please, please." Chapter 44 The watching of the Terracotta Army continues deeper. Chamber of Secrets. Chapter 44 The Terracotta Army's gaze? Continue deeper. Secret Chamber. Listening to the words of the nerdy girl, the waterbenders in the broadcast room rubbed their palms together and secretly looked behind them. Broken-hearted, hiss. What the hell? Brother Chen, that sounds a little too creepy, doesn't it? Little Fox Fairy, is it a dorky sister's delusion? Wolala, stop it. I looked at the screen, and I also felt as if those terracotta warriors, in looking at me, I am now a little afraid to look in the mirror. I'm afraid to look in the mirror and see something other than me. Chen Tianran also shook his head slightly as he listened to his dull sister's words. It's fine. Don't worry. This kind of place, the Yin Chi itself is heavier. There won't be any demons or ghosts. Let's believe in science. Really? The nerdy girl looked at the other with sincerity and, as a result, in the next second, Chen was already pulling out his black ass hooves again and handing them to the other party. Take it. Cover it up. It said that the black ass's hooves can revitalize the blood. Nerd girl. This wave of live effects pulls straight through. Lily, ahahaha, laughing my ass off. Talking about believing in science? Backhandedly black ass hooves? Chen, you have to not be so truthful. Little Fox Fairy, it's perfect. It's really great. Please, when you pull out your black ass hooves, do it quietly. Lenny Mono, not bad for an anchor. It's really all about program effects all the time. Aren't you afraid that because you say that, you'll then make someone else scared? If you get scared, can you afford it? Fairy, that's right. You can't talk nonsense about sisters. What kind of terracotta warrior can look at you, think about it and know that it is unlikely? It's not realistic. No, I'm not. Dull sister also felt a bit aggrieved, but for a moment she was at a loss as to how to explain. Obviously one does have the eerie feeling of being watched, but it's off the wall. Some people don't believe it, or even think they're doing a program effect, but just at this time, Chen Tianran patted her shoulder and signaled, "Be yourself, and pay no attention to what other people say, too much, and they can be happy." With one sentence, the dull sister's spirit was revitalized, and the original bloom was instantly swept away. Right, watch it live, watch the live stream, or wait for Captain Xiao and the others to rejoin us, and then we'll go together to unveil the mysteries in the Imperial Tomb's underground palace. Chen Tianran smiled and didn't speak too much, but his eyes were on alert as he swept over the terracotta warriors. At the same time, on the Archaeological team's live feed, since Chen Tianran's method worked, Shaolin and the others also took advantage of the situation. The rifles in their hands poured out bullets crazily, without the slightest intention of restraining. But the python was extremely intelligent, and it also immediately retreated back into the high altitude after suffering damage. Shaolin's brows furrowed as he looked at the gigantic figure high in the sky perched in the midst of the darkness, with only a pair of scarlet vertical moves moving around. The pressure is also unprecedented. Is this also a compulsion? It's just bull asterisk. He cursed angrily and took another step forward to pull Basil in. Go! The latter shivered as if awakened and, Captain Xiao, what are you doing? If you hit me, watch out, I'll sue your leaders. Shaolin's heart became more and more a little bit unfavorable. After all, this Luo Li state, gradually developing towards what Chen Tianran had said. But, this extremely metaphysical thing made him very reluctant to believe it was true. Shut up, hurry up and keep up. or I'll throw you off. Xiao Lin's stomach was full of fire, and he had no interest at all in talking nonsense with him. The latter was also aware that there was something wrong with the atmosphere, especially since his last memory was clearly that he was still climbing the climbing rope. So how come he was suddenly there now? Did you forget too quickly? He scratched his head in confusion. And then he took the cell phone back from Xiao Lin's hand again. Captain Xiao, occupying other people's things. It's not good. Hurry up, Xiao Lin impatiently yelled. And with his gun in hand, he continued toward the depths of the tomb passage. At that moment, Basil was secretly checking the pop-ups on the live broadcast. As a result, as he watched, his expression gradually became odd and, I'm afraid this Luo expert has really been bewitched. Just now, he was still in a state of shock. Now he's suddenly normal? It's too bizarre. If it's really like what Chen said, wouldn't he really become a walking corpse? Ha! That name just sounds like Goosebumps. The Walking Dead. Basil spoke with a grave expression. Fellow viewers, this is pure slander. What do you mean I'm under compulsion? How can you believe that? We can believe in science. The so-called compulsion is, in reality, to a large extent, a minor superstition that, and those so-called unusually large-sized poisons should also be a mutant. Fonzie is also just a way that some people used to circle the wagons and scam people in ancient times. Never believe in nonsense. He spoke with reason, and instantly it resonated with the donkey fists and sheepdogs in the broadcast room. Expert Luo has a point. What kind of compulsion is that? It's all a lie. I knew Chen Tianran was no good when I saw him. He's not honest. That's it. They managed to repel the python just now. It was definitely a coincidence as well. It was already attacked so many times earlier. Maybe it just happened to hit. Oh. What feng shui and bagua? Isn't this all bull asterisk? What can't be solved by firepower? That's right, to say that it's still our Luo de expert who can stabilize his breath. Look at that Chen Tianran. The moment he saw the sky phosphorus cryptosporidium, he was scared out of his wits and wanted to run. Only our expert, Mr. Luo, is able to remain calm in the face of danger. He's not even out of breath. Basil looked at the pop-ups on the live stream and felt more and more odd about it. What's that? What's shooting again? What python? Cryptosporidium? What's going on? Basil slowly raised his head in bewilderment, and when he locked eyes with the scarlet pupils, a sense of horror instantly shot up from the soles of his feet to the sky. Holy Nima! What a big python! Run! Run! Chen Tianran bastard! You actually didn't inform in advance. What a pest! Xiao Lin and the others' faces were also quite grave when they saw the situation, but as long as the person was alive, they had to bring it with them. That's an order. It's just that the danger of this tomb passage of the first emperor's tomb has far exceeded their preconceived notions. Xiao Lin gripped the gun in his hand and roared harshly under his breath. Go! Keep going deeper. Crisis was everywhere, causing the advance of the crowd to slow down. Everyone's heart was lifted, but just less than 10 minutes into the walk, they came to a chamber surrounded on all sides by walls and carved with magnificent floral patterns. Also at this same moment, Chen Tianran's pop-ups immediately surfaced. Leave. Get out of here. Chapter 45, Backhanded Cake After Dislike. The pros and cons of the tomb chamber are dangerous. Chapter 45, Backhanded Cake After Dislike. The pros and cons of the tomb chamber are dangerous. On the public screen of the official live stream of the Archaeological team, many of the water users were scoffing at Chen Tianran's pop-ups. Oh, this one's jumping again. You really think you're an expert grave robber, don't you? He's a real joy. Laughing. A small grave robber who mistakenly broke into a tomb passage is actually here to instruct someone else's professional archaeology team? If they were traveling the same path, perhaps this guide's advice could still be heeded. However, now that the opposite path is being taken, may I ask a question? How can you dare to guarantee that what you are saying is correct? What if your words cause Captain Xiao and the others to be in danger? One after another pop-up screen kept brushing up to see the nerdy girl was full of anger. These black people are so annoying. So annoying. Chen Tianran smiled. What's the point of getting angry with them? Focus on yourself. Aha. Nerd girl nodded her head in a very receptive manner and Basil on the live screen laughed out loud when he saw the pop-ups among the cell phones that, oh, leave? On what grounds? He questioned. That outside can be a giant python. If we really leave this secret room, won't we end up with a sheep in a tiger's mouth? In the midst of his scoffing, Xiao Lin, who was on the side, also understood what Chen Tianran meant and similarly shook his head. Compared to this unknown danger, that python is obviously more threatening. If we retreat, I'm afraid the probability of being killed in action will be higher as well. Brother Chen, I'm sorry for not being able to comply. The two had a conversation that resonated with Donkey Kong and Sheepdog once again. Right on. This Chen Tianran is obviously up to no good. The wolf's ambition is trying to get people killed. That's it. What's wrong with a secret room? How many big centipedes can jump out of a secret room? At least the threat isn't as big as that python, right? Oh, if they were from the beautiful country, how could they say such things? They wouldn't be able to tell us what to do. Chen Tianran watched the live broadcast and listened to the words of the two men, and his frown grew deeper and deeper. His eyes kept observing on that wall, and his face became more and more ugly. Nerd Girl spoke up, puzzled. Chen, what's going on? Why did you tell them to hurry up? Is there something you found? The latter sniffed and was helpless as Shaolin and the others didn't listen to advice. Ha, it's hard to persuade a wannabe with good words. Chen Tianran sighed faintly, and some of the hacks in his livestream took the opportunity to jump in and Fairy, laughing to death. You call people wannabe deadbeats when they poke holes in your little shenanigans? Delilah, that's it. That's the quality of Kokonan. TSK, TSK, TSK. Totally afraid of getting the limelight stolen from you? You're afraid no one will call you Chen anymore, aren't you? Oh, it's disgusting. Li Tan, I have long seen that this tour guide's heart is not in the right place, which is like our beautiful countrymen who are so righteous. Tell me what's wrong with this room if you can. If you don't, you'd better shut up. Don't post any pop-ups. It's so funny. Dull Sister live room within the small black people's remarks more and more intense. Dull Sister just wanna give off. Afraid of affecting Chen Tianran's mind. The latter, however, was already aware that. Ha, little blackie. Don't think you can jump like that after practicing for 2.5 years and collecting $500,000. Want to know why I think there's something wrong with the crypt? Then perk up your dog ears and listen. A rare hard steal. Straight from the group of blacks that broke the defense somewhat. The fairy, cursing? What are you? What a downer. Li Tan, is this the quality of the national Nan? I'm so disappointed. Delilah, if you can't tell me what's going on today, I'll report and block all your accounts. Watch out for me, Jade. Under the angry spray of the blacks, Chen Tianran directly shouted. Just you guys deserve to hear it. Ban all of you. When his words had just fallen, the room manager who had long been unable to look on directly moved to brush all the bans and tea out of the room. Looking at the flurry of exiting rooms that sprang up underneath, Chen Tianran's mood was much better. There really is everything in this world. Dull Sister also did not expect the other party to suddenly be so rigid. The flip was so intense that she didn't react for a moment. For their part, the hardcore fans in the live room were delighted that the broken-hearted, sure, on show it has to be my brother Chen. 2-6. Curse directly after banning T remove a dragon. Too handsome. Even if they want to scold are somewhat powerless. Urara, that's a wonderful maneuver. A normal person wouldn't be able to figure it out. Little Fox Fairy, other than that, I'm still a little curious as to why Chen thinks there's something wrong with this tomb. From where do you see it? Lily, indeed. Chen is never without a point. In the midst of the crowd's confusion, Chen Tianran also stood up and drew a bagua diagram on the ground. It could be that the moment it was just drawn, the system's prompt rang out in his head. Ding. Congratulations to the host for reaching 20% of the exploration progress and obtaining the reward Feng Shui Bagua technique. Feeling the arrival of the brand new Feng Shui Bagua technique, which also immediately filled the massive shortfall of the skill of dividing gold and fixing points. Originally, when Chen Tianran was looking at the situation of the chamber that Shaolin and the others were in, he only knew that there was definitely a certain amount of danger lurking in there, but the deeper levels are hard to see. Now, everything is as easy to see through as white paper. The corners of Chen Tianran's mouth hooked up slightly, and he vaguely guessed that the increase in the exploration progress might just be related to Shaolin and the others taking the other tomb passage in some way. Having watched the live stream and given some pointers yourself, you can count on exploring it yourself. Unico, pour it on. Then he was on the premise of drawing the Bagua diagram, and then he drew the top view of that chamber directly, and spoke. This is actually a typical Feng Shui bureau. It is likewise a Feng Shui chamber. If you want to leave unless you can break through the pattern and find the so-called life door. Otherwise, once the mechanism is triggered, then this chamber will be completely turned into a secret room. So they still have a chance to retreat now. Nerd Girl's live streamers looked at the top view he drew and were straight up confused. Broken-hearted, my god. Brother Chen, are you serious? Just by glancing at that live feed, you can even tell what kind of pattern people are in. Little Fox Fairy, Brother Chen, you've gone too far. You're going a bit too far. Why do you give me the impression that you are the builder of this tomb passage? Walala, good lord. I see nothing in that crypt, but when it comes to Chen's eyes, it's actually so rich? Is this the difference between Chen and me? Brother Chen, what exactly do you do? Chen Tianran looked at the pop-ups in the live broadcast and smiled blandly. It's only reasonable that I, a little tour guide, would be able to draw a floor plan, right? Chapter 46, Who's the guide who can tell fortunes? Chapter 46, Who's a tour guide who can also tell fortunes? Brother Chen, do you dare to be more outrageous? The dorky girl's mouth twitched as she looked at her opponent and Chen Tianran smiled faintly. Oh, what do you mean by outrageous? This is a normal operation. The old iron fans in the live room were already laughing their asses off. And some do not dare to cathead for fear of being kicked. Small black sun is also immediately Chen Tianran's words and deeds all to relay to the archaeological team official live room. For a moment, it immediately drew the ire of the donkey fists that this tour guide is really rampant. How dare he talk nonsense here? Laughing, you can't get out of here once you've triggered the trap? Do you really think this place is made of iron walls? Even if you ate more popcorn, you wouldn't say such a thing. Ha ha ha, Kok Nam Ah, Guan Nam. Is your brain the size of a walnut? It's so funny. Although Basil was also observing the environment of the chamber, he was more focused on the pop-ups in the live stream. Upon seeing Chen Tianran's statement, he also laughed and said, Ha ha ha, can't you get out if you trigger the mechanism? Are you the only one who can go down to the tomb? Chen Tianran can solve the riddle of the tomb? As he laughed and smiled, his feet suddenly lightened, and his left hand was pressed directly on top of the wall. The ka-ching, the sound of crisp gears suddenly began to ring out. The expressions of everyone on the scene immediately became grave. All 7 people's eyes were focused on Basil's body in this instant. Xiao Lin was even more furious, saying, You want to find death? Don't take us with you. He said that he was going to rush towards the stone door that was slowly closing. However, the speed at which the door closed was strangely fast, and in the space of a breath it had already closed with a bang. Even though Xiao Lin tried with all his might to peel it off, it was not halfway feasible. Basil saw this, but he opened his mouth and laughed. Ha ha ha, take it easy, gentlemen. What's the hurry in this? It's just a secret room? Right. I as a professional archaeologist, the study of burial chambers is naturally nothing to sneeze at. And you give me a little time first. Humph. Although Xiao Lin didn't believe in those what bulls and ghosts, and didn't quite trust some of Chen Tianran's esoteric claims. However, compared to Basil up, Chen Tianran is obviously still more convincing. And for a moment, the aquanauts on the air were on tenterhooks. What the hell? Chen Tianran got it right again? Boy, could it be that Brother Chen is really good at this? Even if he wasn't there and hadn't experienced this kind of organ, he could still accurately spot a crisis? Good guy. I'm getting more and more curious about Chen. Is he really just a little tour guide? It's not like that at all. It's outrageous. Under the constant swipe of the pop-ups, Lawler was also lying on the wall constantly looking for a way to break the game. Oh, there's no hurry. It just takes time. It takes a little time. Just as he was speaking, water had begun to trickle down from above the rock wall of the chamber, gradually beginning to expand from a thin stream into a column of water. What? Xiao Lin uttered in horror, and immediately he was copying his rifle and frantically sweeping the closed doorway. But the bullets don't pierce it through. It seems extremely useless, and Basil was nervous to a point. Oh, there's no rush, no hurry. He kept on relieving himself, and then he continued his search in earnest. And at that moment, someone wondered, since Chen was able to discover the crisis in this chamber, is it possible that he also knows the method of escape? This is not too likely. After all, if he really knew, he wouldn't have sent out a pop-up saying that he'd let Captain Xiao and the others leave earlier on. That's true. After all, a person who can remotely see the dangers lurking in the chamber through the lens is already at the limit. If one can still remotely see the problem and can find a solution, that would be truly unbelievable. Doll's sister, who was watching the live broadcast, was also a bit puzzled after noticing the contents of the pop-up screen, and said, Brother Chen, you shouldn't know how to break the game, right? Why don't you know? Chen Tianran looked back at her suspiciously. Finding the life door will break the game. Did you not listen carefully to some of my science just now? Upon hearing this, the dorky girl was instantly silent and, even more so, it led to a burst of laughter from her water friends in the live broadcast room. Broken-hearted, ha ha ha, Brother Chen. Have you ever thought about that big section of your sci-fi that normal people can't understand at all? Ulala, that's right. What was that about a dry door and a dead door and all that? It made my brain spin to hear it. It's even more confusing than my physics class. Little Fox Fairy, Chen's feng shui knowledge is simply the best insomnia medicine for me. Dull's sister also reorganized her words and opened her mouth to say, Chen, I don't suppose there's a way for you to space out the screen and then find the location of the birth door. Is there? Indeed. Chen Tianran nodded without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Dull's sister shook her head with slight regret. Then Senior Captain Xiao and the others will really be in danger. Why do you say that? Chen Tianran wondered. Nerd girl cocked her head. I thought you said you couldn't find the location of the birth door? I'm just saying it can't be found across the screen, but if it is. Chen Tianran smiled mysteriously, then he took out from his bosom the several copper coins that he had gotten along with him because of obtaining the feng shui bagua technique. Coincidence? I also know a bit of divination. With those 3 copper coins, Dull Sister was completely stumped in place, her eyes staring at the copper coins with dead eyes, and the pop-ups in her livestream are exploding. Broken-hearted, Brother Chen, don't you dare to be more outrageous. Who's a tour guide who can tell fortunes? You think you're a fortune teller, don't you? Little Fox Fairy, sure. I thought Chen was going to do a reversal and say that he had actually seen the birth door. I can't believe you're telling me you're going to rely on divination to figure out the location of your birth door? Hey, can you not be so outrageous? Please be a human being like the rest of us. Lily, did I get up too hard and didn't wake up? Or is Chen too contrary? You actually know how to tell fortunes? And when the news hit the pop-ups on the official archaeology team's livestream, Basil saw it, naturally, except that he still scoffed and bristled. What divination techniques? Do you really think we are those existences where people are stupid and good at cheating money? Laying it on for so long just to make us pay you to divine? What a laugh. Shaolin on the side was also frowning. After all, divination, this kind of thing is too mysterious. In his opinion is simply Jianghu cheating. And Basil, however, was saying at this point, all of you, don't panic. I have already contacted Elderly. They will help us find the most professional deciphering team. Since it's a secret room, then naturally there's a password. No matter any password, all will be easily cracked under highly sophisticated instruments. My hands are numb from writing, and the foreman said I'd have to work late today, so if I get there in time, I might be able to pop in more. Brothers, ask for support, ask for a favorable review, ask for a reward. Chapter 47, High-Tech Analysis. You draw it by hand. Chapter 47, Highly Sophisticated Technology Analysis Charts. You draw them directly by hand? Basil's words immediately began to make the live-streaming sheepdog squeal. A high-powered team? Wouldn't that be talking about our beautiful country people? In terms of technology, there shouldn't be any country in this world that can compare to our beautiful country. That's right, on the power of technology, the only one who is the most beautiful country. It's better to hurry up and hire the beautiful country's scientific research team. It's true. This world is still spinning after leaving the beautiful kingdom. Look at that. Now it's a secret room crisis. We're still looking for experts from the beautiful country? A crowd of waterbenders watched the sheepdogs and were outraged. But the technological power of the beautiful country was indeed very impressive. On the other hand, Elderly and Elder Lu were already hiring a team specializing in code breaking. And all of them were characters who had studied the ancient history of China. And they were more than capable of studying this kind of secret room. Although Chen Tianran's stance in the live broadcast was incredible, this kind of feng shui aspect was too esoteric. Naturally, he did not dare to put the lives of 8 people in the hands of this arcane method. One by one, highly sophisticated instruments began to be moved into the room, while Li Luo immediately opened a microphone with Basil, and the other party manually controlled the angle of the live camera, so that it could record the entire appearance of the secret room. At the same time, the busy image of the researchers behind him is also reflected in the live broadcast. Cam? All Chinese? What the hell? How could they be saved? What a disappointment! What a disappointment! Don't you know that this kind of highly sophisticated equipment has to be beautifully made in China? And in terms of technology, there's no one like the beautiful country. In this case, Captain Xiao and the others are also bound to be in danger. When Li Luo looked at the content above the pop-up screen in the live broadcast room, he was also slightly angry. Guys, it's not that foreign stuff is good. Our domestic strength is also growing. What's more, we have a long history in China. As for the word beauty, it's not convenient to comment too much. In the midst of his angry dislike, the sheepdog, however, retorted more vehemently that Elderly, although you are the leading archaeologist in China, but in terms of technology, in these aspects, there is no way that China can match the beautiful people. Elderly is hell-bent on refusing real high-tech talent to help for the sake of the so-called honor of the nation, the grandeur of the country. You'll get Captain Xiao and the others killed. Li Lao, I think we should still recognize the reality. Country and technology really can't compare to the beautiful country. Li Luo looked at the pop-up screen and held a fire in his heart, and one of the researchers behind him was even more furious. They understand that any verbal argument is meaningless, and the only way to hit these walking 500,000 in the face is to show real action. The old man surnamed Lu was silent, but if he was present, he would be able to see a flame emerging from the other's eyes. His low voice slowed to a whisper. I should have killed more white pigs back in the day. Once these words came out, the originally noisy live broadcast room instantly quieted down. They know very well that some existences cannot be discussed. Otherwise the consequences are not something they can anticipate. A little bit of time passed, and the researchers were constantly analyzing the situation in the chamber, even creating a 3D three-dimensional graphic, and split then analyze further. When this scene appeared on the live feed of the crowds have exclaimed, "What a great technological tool. I didn't realize it had actually reached this level. Cowardly. My country. Why aren't those sheepdogs barking? Bark. Why don't you just bark your ass off? On this 3D printing technology alone. Beautiful country people have a fart. I'm laughing my ass off." Just as they were laughing maniacally, there was also a sailor who realized something was wrong. Wait a minute. Why does this picture look so familiar to me? I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Hey, I think I've seen this before. Don't tell me I've seen this decoupage somewhere before. Brother Chen. It's Brother Chen. I Nima. Didn't Chen just draw it for us on the air? I Nima. Brother Chen is also too outrageous. People use highly sophisticated technology to analyze the secret room deconstruction chart, and you just drew it by hand? How can you be so outrageous? This wave of public opinion came up, and it was a direct result of the heat of the live broadcast. It's also a way to heat up the Nerd Girls live stream. Broken-hearted, sure. Brother Chen. I'm already starting to wonder if you traveled over from 2000 years ago. How in the world did you manage to hand-draw an analytical map of a secret room? Ulala, that's ridiculous. It's too much. I originally thought Chen was just drawing a generalization. A picture that. The result is drawn more accurately than the 3D analysis charts created by other people's highly sophisticated instruments. Little Fox Fairy, my dear mother, in the end, is the power of technology not strong enough? Or is Chen too outrageous? Inside the Terracotta Warrior's burial pit, Chen Tianran pressed the archaeological team to watch the live broadcast again. Instead, he leisurely appreciated the dancing live broadcast of the young lady. Good. Then play the music. Then the dance. Ha 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 ha. Dull sister, who was looking at his appearance, was filled with helplessness, and, if this man had gone to ancient times, he would have been a living, breathing comatose ruler. But time passes by. The scientific research team for the secret room deciphering is always no progress. The water in the chamber where Basil and Shorin were already was rising to about 3 meters. In another 10 minutes or so, it will then completely fill the chamber. Basil exclaimed, in a panic. Professor, hasn't it been deciphered yet? Not yet? Li Luo was also filled with gravity as he turned back to the researchers and, what's the situation? The man in the lead shook his head slowly and, this chambers is completely different from all the organ constructions we've ever seen. The mortise and tenon construction used inside was a real eye-opener for me. And according to the live camera balls detector function parse, we found out, this secret room is surrounded by more than 30 kinds of organs. What Basil triggered was just the least dangerous flooding. To find the decryption method while avoiding all the organs, it will take a little more time. A comment that was straight out of a heart-sinking yell that gave Basil a sense of. It was even more shocking to the waterboys on the air. This secret room is actually so terrifying. Composed of more than 30 kinds of organs? I'll be damned. There's no way to live in this situation. How could this happen? After using such highly advanced scientific research equipment, still can't crack it? What can we do? If it's to ask Chen to make a move, maybe that's the only chance? Thanks to the heavy rain, the bricks aren't even hot anymore. It's getting faster. Brothers, I'm begging for support. Tickets. Please give me a good review. Please reward me. Chapter 48. You can make any deal you want. Then take back Sakura and let me take Yua. Chapter 48. The conditions are as you wish. Then retake Sakura country and let me take Yua. And as soon as everyone realized this, a number of sheepdogs started jumping on their feet. Once again. Ha. Is this China's technology? China's high technology? I can't believe it took so long to solve it. 6. Technology doesn't work. So you just start going metaphysical? What a tease. Laugh me to death. I'm laughing my ass off. Pity. What a pity. Originally, if we had been able to invite the beautiful countrymen, it would have certainly been half the battle. This wave is the result of a living overconfidence. What's the use of looking for that Chen Tianran? Do you really think you can solve it? Don't be ridiculous. Give it up. That's right. You guys can't even get it right. And you expect a little tour guide to do it? Don't laugh at me. In the midst of the gusts of ridicule, Li Luo also saw the pop-ups from his aquatic friends. He first interrupted the continuous live broadcast, and turned to look at the old man surnamed Lu. Old Lu, the situation is slightly complicated right now. Why don't you let me call Chen Tianran? Ask him to do some divination to figure out the location of the birth gate. We've seen his magic many times before. The old man with the surname Lu slightly raised his head and fell into deep thought. But just then, the head of the research team was the one who stepped forward and, elderly, Give us a little more time. We are definitely able to decipher it. 8 lives. How can you hand them over to someone who doesn't have a clue? Have faith in science. Elderly. His mood gradually was a bit agitated. Our team is the first domestic team specializing in the study of the history of all kinds of puzzles, secret rooms and other things to decipher. Well, if that's what one little off-key tour guide can do, wouldn't that just negate what we've been working on as a team for the past decade or so? The crowd at the scene looked at each other in disbelief, and appeared to be extraordinarily silent. Li Luo opened his mouth. Comrade Little Wang, it's not that we don't trust you, but at this critical moment, the only way is to try various ways. Only then can we save Shaolin and the others in the fastest possible way. And at this time, the old man surnamed Lu also opened his mouth and said, make the call. It goes both ways. All right, said Li Luo, and with a slightly raised head, he dialed a phone. Inside the terracotta warrior's burial pits, Dull's sister, on the other hand, is always watching the archaeological team's live broadcast. At this point in the picture, the distance water fills the entire chamber. It was already less than a few minutes left. The crisis is close at hand, and Dull's sister didn't mean to lobby Chen Tianran. After all, Basil, who had refused and satirized Chen Tianran, had mouthed off that there would be a high-precision team that, if that's the case, why should Chen lick his chops to divine? Doesn't make sense. But just then, her cell phone suddenly was ringing. Before you open your mouth, first turn to determine. That bird doesn't know he's a chicken. In the middle of a series of music from Blade's new song, Chen Tianran looked up at her with an odd expression. Blackie, finally showing your chicken feet. Nerd girl didn't expect anyone to call her out of the blue at this time of the day either, and smiled in slight embarrassment. Hello? In the next second, the dorky girl's expression got strange again, and nodded respectfully, saying that, fine, I'll give him the phone. The dumb girl took the cell phone and handed it to Chen Tianran. Brother Chen, looking for you. Me? Chen Tianran suspiciously swept his eyes at the series of numbers, and then he spoke. 300 an hour. 800 for the night, and another 300 for the full package. At these words, Dull's sister was instantly confused and cocked her head. HM? What are you talking about? Chen, and the LSP on the air has heard it instantly. Broken-hearted, yes, the old driver is really you. What a ING professional. Ulala, sure. Chen, you dare to be more showy? Little Fox Fairy, who the hell is this calling and you're actually giving him a set of quotes? Nice guy. Listening to Chen Tianran's offer, Li Luo on the other side of the phone was slightly stunned, and then he coughed lightly. Ahem, Chen, it's me, not anyone else. Oh, ha. Chen Tianran burst out laughing. So it's elderly. Then the price will be halved. Oldly, are you still physically capable? Don't learn English and get that way. Live streaming pop-ups. Lily, nice one. Sure. It's really sure. I can't believe it's Li Lao. You Tian Xiu. You actually said that to Li Lao? Dodo, Chen is so crazy. Please be a human being. Little Fox Fairy, God also halved. With that body and bones of Li Lao, how can he still toss and turn? It's outrageous. Inside the Lishan Archaeological Research Institute, the corners of Li Luo's mouth continued to twitch, but as an old man who had lived for decades, this level still couldn't affect his mind. Ha. Comrade Xiao Chen really knows how to joke. I called this time. In fact, it is. Before he finished speaking, Chen Tianran on the other side of the phone had already begun to pretend that there was no signal. Hello? Elderly? Why don't you say something? Why can't I hear what you're saying? Why don't you speak up? Hey, ha, the signal is so bad. Chen Tianran said that he directly poked down the hang-up button, and then threw the cell phone over. Oops, poor signaling can't be helped at all. Come on, then play the music, and dance. Dull's sister looked at his appearance, and was filled with helplessness, and the live streamers were immediately the ones who read it. Broken-hearted. I see. Chen is holding a grudge this wave. That Basil kid is too jumpy. Bolala, it's still my brother Chen. There's anger he really doesn't hold back. Don't you guys not believe me? Don't you think all my skills are fake? Then don't even play. Directly lift the table. Little Fox Fairy, just really hard enough A grudge never lasts overnight. And it's still my brother Chen. Inside the Leishan Research Institute, Li Luo looked at the cell phone that had been hung up, and a touch of anger appeared on his face that hadn't been moved by anger for decades. He was not angry with Chen Tianran. After all, under the transposition, anyone cannot accept this distrust. Time and time again, the reminders were all met with questions and suspicion from the archaeological team. So why lick your chops and work out the kinks again? On the side, Xiao Wang from the research team, after watching the other party being hung up on, also did not hold back and said, He must know he's incapable of doing so, and that's why he refuses in such a roundabout way. Elderly, with us here, we can definitely solve the mystery. And at this time, Li Luo turned back to the old man surnamed Lu. We still lack trust in him. The latter slightly angled his head. Let him make the conditions, as long as Shaolin and the others can survive. Okay. Li Luo dialed the phone again, and without waiting for the other party to utter the series of price lists, he directly opened his mouth and, any terms you want. I want Shaolin and the others to live. 2 seconds later, Chen Tianran's cool voice came out from it. Great. Then reclaim Sakura country for me, and I'll take Yua. Chapter 49, the situation is messed up. Be careful. Chapter 49, the situation is messed up, so behave yourself. A few words, said dumbfounded Li Luo, but also in the live broadcast triggered a strong shock. Broken-hearted, good one. Good to be my brother Chen. The exit is a patriotic word. Sure. Little Fox Fairy, show flip. What a way to take over Sakura Nation. Please leave me one thanks. Ulala, Chen is truly a man of great benevolence. In this situation, he didn't think of talking about money or anything like that. Instead, he spoke such great words of righteousness. Truly a model for my generation. Please save one for me too. In the midst of everyone's trembling, Dull Sister asked, again in a puzzled voice. That what? Brother Chen ah? Who's Yua? You're asking Yua? Chen Tianran immediately started to say. Righteously. That's a milestone in the history of a human being. You have to keep that in mind. You know that. Oh, I see. Nerd Girl nodded her head, full of seriousness, while the aquanauts in the livestream are already a little tense. Dodo, a milestone in the history of God. You're not right, Brother Chen. It's very wrong. Ulala, please elaborate on what local milestone it is thanks. Ha ha ha. Little Fox Fairy, poor dumb sister is being played by Chen again. It's a great show. In the Archaeological Institute of the Lehigh Valley, Li Luo slowly passed out, the corner of his mouth twitching as he opened his mouth and said, Little Chen ah. Things like subjugating the Sakura Kingdom need to be done in a gradual manner. One must not be too hasty. A series of question marks immediately appeared on the head of the old man surnamed Lu behind him. What the hell is involved with Sakura Nation? What the hell did that kid ask for? Li Luo had no choice but to turn around and explain, and the latter was so angry that he wanted to laugh, shaking his head and closing his eyes to stop talking. Then Li Luo said to Chen Tianran, other conditions are open at will when it comes to this kind of thing. There's no way to give promises, only to say that we can do it as much as possible in the future. Yes? Chen Tianran thought carefully. Then, the end of his last word was drawn out, hardening everyone's appetite for the, yet again, all of a sudden, the word. I haven't thought about it yet. How about when I do? Mr. Li? Li Jin was a bit winded by him and stabilized his mind before speaking. Okay. Anyway, there's only one condition. Save them. Ha! Chen Tianran let out a light laugh. Simple. After saying that, Chen Tianran flung the copper coin in his hand, and started divining by pinching his fingers. His movements and demeanor are just like those of the Taoist priests in the TV series, with a relaxed and easy manner written all over his hands and feet. Broken-hearted, Mom yeah. Brother Chen is really divining. But why is he moving so much? Little Fox Fairy, yeah. Don't I see on TV that it's just a pinch of the finger? Ulala, Brother Chen. He really knows how to divine. Dodo, who's a tour guide who also knows Taoist magic. This is outrageous. The relevant footage was also immediately disseminated to the Archaeological team's official livestream. A lot of donkey punches and sheepdogs have been spouting off after seeing the, is this it? What's the matter with Chinese people nowadays? Do they really believe in so-called fortune-telling? Laughing at individuals. How many news stories have there been about so-called fortune-tellers being frauds? A leading archaeologist would actually believe such a person? You're kidding, right? Please don't be stupid. Believe in a nebulous thing. It is better to directly invite the scientific research team of the beautiful country to decrypt it that time. It might even be faster to decipher the secret room. Come on. Can he really decipher it with his crazy ass? Don't be ridiculous. And when the time comes to give you the line that I didn't do the math, that's what makes it funny. Ha ha ha. In the midst of that raucous laughter, Chen Tianran's divining movements came to a violent and abrupt halt. The copper coin that was spinning continuously also stopped completely at this moment. Found it. His sentence was directly a shock that made Dull Sister sit up straight and take the center. 3 paces east, 2 paces left. Secret compartment. Press down. It can be cracked. Chen Tianran's speech speed strange fast. And Dull Sister as the cell phone screen poke up quickly send this message out. And Basil, who had been watching the pop-ups in the live broadcast, after seeing this message, spoke on the spot, saying that, divination? TM only believe you. I only believe in the research team. His words were immediately a strong resonance for Donkey Fist. Luo expert smart. Sensitive enough. What kind of fortune telling can be trustworthy? If this triggers another organ, won't it be GG? Worthy of being the future rising star of our archaeological world. What a wit. So smart. Mr. Luo. It's better to trust this kind of jungle Taoist than to wait patiently for the results of our professional scientific research team. Even if it's not as good as the scientific research team of the beautiful country. Basil looked at the pop-up screen, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, although Donkey Fist's words sounded uncomfortable, but finding recognition was extremely useful to him. Shaolin, who was not far away, but roared at this time. Hey, what the hell is new? Basil spoke directly. That guide used divination to figure out the breaking point. But our highly sophisticated research team had previously calculated that there were more than 30 other kinds of organs here. Captain Xiao, dare I ask, do you dare to put your life in the hands of a little guide? When these words came out, Shaolin was instantly silent. The clamor in the live broadcast room is also getting stronger and stronger. Metaphysics is still metaphysics. Even if you had been so marvelous before, who would believe you in such a life and death situation? That's right, the country still doesn't take itself too seriously. Maybe the other elderly is just a small attempt. After all, a dead horse is a dead horse. It's right not to believe. After all, there's still time now. If this triggers the other organs, won't we just die? Just as everyone was talking, the head of the research team, Xiao Wang, directly shouted, "The results are in." He was then anxious to report the exact point. Basil immediately frowned when he heard that it's a totally different location than what that tour guide said. Damn, you tour guide is trying to get us killed. Shaolin in the distance had instantly dived into the water and raised his hand to press on that target position at that moment of 1,000 shots. The next instant, water passes in an instant. The anger in Basil's eyes could no longer be concealed. What an evil heart. And the water boys on the air were out in force to condemn it. I knew there was something wrong with this guide. He's really a half-wit. I already guessed that. Giving a random result? Laugh it up. Let's trust in the power of technology. Interesting. I'd like to ask if there's a prison sentence for this kind of willful framing of someone? In the midst of the public opinion crusade, Chen Tianran just said faintly, "The situation is in chaos, so be good." Chapter 50, 1 minute later. The gods can't save us. Crisis. Chapter 50, 1 minute later. Gods and immortals. Crisis. This pop-up from Chen Tianran was like a violent splash towards the already rippling water. How dare you speak up here when the results have already appeared? What a tough talker. How dare you say something like that when the truth is right in front of you? I'm laughing my ass off. That's dignifying yourself, isn't it? Ha ha ha. What a joy. In the face of this ridicule and mockery, Chen Tianran did not care too much. Just picked up the 3 copper coins on the ground, is sitting back to the side, continued to brush the short video. Dull sister looked at his appearance, vaguely distressed. She naturally was able to sense that the other party was trying his best. Just the end result, slightly biased. And the hardcore fans on the air have been sending out pop-ups to comfort them. Broken-hearted man, Brother Chan. The truth is, it's not easy to tell the truth, but it's easy to tell the truth. It's not uncommon to be wrong, so don't be too concerned. Olala, yes. Brother Chen, don't take it to heart. Many times we should be more open-minded. A little bit of a small mistake doesn't count for anything. Little Fox Fairy, Chen, cheer up. We will always be your strong backing. Naturally, we are well aware that you don't have any malicious intentions. You've tried to save them from themselves, time and time again. But one small mistake doesn't rub off on your accurate judgment, and your old-fashioned experience. Dodo, Chen. Explore to uncover the mystery of the beginning of the Imperial Toon's underground palace. We still need you. Dull sister looked at the pop-up screen, and then to Chen Tianran, just about to speak, but the other party came to a 1 minute to go. 1 minute? What minute? Nerd Girl was puzzled. Chen Tianran smiled. In a minute, the gods will not be able to save you. This, Nerd Girl is also a little unsure of what to say about with the facts in front of us. No matter what Chen Tianran said, it all seemed a bit pale and powerless. So much so that there was a silence among the Iron fans in the broadcast room that, instead, it's caused some pin-up hacks to jump on the bandwagon. Great Fairy, oh, this is Coconan, isn't it? This is what it looks like when the disguise is lifted. Still creating a crisis out of thin air here? Wanting Captain Xiao and the others to be anxious? Ripples open, it's so sad. It's so pathetic. How can a person be like this? Originally, when I was watching Dumb Girl live, I thought this tour guide was pretty funny, but now it seems like what's the difference between him and the normal ones who are cocky and arrogant countryman? What an eye-opener. Oh, that's another bird, no fun. It's so boring. Take off, take off. It turns out that all those things in the past look like program effects, and they were all done as special effects videos. The remarks in the live broadcast room also became more and more intense, making dull sisters are a bit unable to watch decisively turned off the phone. But just when she was ready to sit a little closer to Chen Tianran, but it was a jerk out of the corner of his eye as if he had caught a glimpse of the terracotta warriors moving slightly. It was this fleeting sensation of watching that caused her delicate body to tremble slightly. What? This. In the next second, Chen Tianran's hand was holding her down. Don't be afraid. I'm here. With a single word, the panic and fear in her heart was calmed. It's just that strange sense of staring that still gives the dorky girl some heart palpitations. With Chen Tianran's this thing more and more intense. The scarf hot search on the hot search is out of the related hot search phrase. The content, 9 of 10 are all in the criticism of Chen Tianran's. The comments at the bottom were even more highly consistent. I told you, how can a person be so versatile? It's really just marketing. Solid, hammer it. The fifth tomb passage of the beginning Emperor's Mausoleum might really be dangerous. But the key was that Chen Tianran might not have gone in at all. And those images were taken by real explorers and then composited to make them his. Upstairs is right. Such a possibility is still relatively high. After all, this one mistake is enough to say a lot. Inside the Levi Star Institute, Li Luo looked at the scene on the live broadcast screen with surprise. He could feel that Chen Tianran was not lying. But the fact is that the research team's decipherment was successful. The man in charge, Xiao Wang, stepped forward slowly and, Elder Li, facts speak louder than words. Science and technology is the right thing to do. And the so-called feng shui talk doesn't hold water. Hearing these words, Li Luo slowly turned back to look at the old man surnamed Lu behind him. But just as he was about to open his mouth, suddenly, one of the scientific team yelled harshly, Team Wang, it's not good. Why did the system suddenly start messing up? What's going on here? Xiao Wang immediately is running over. And after some inspection after the face gradually showed the color of panic. How is this possible? It's not possible at all. The secret room has clearly been unlocked. Why is it still like this? He murmured, incredulously. But Li Luo was puzzled at this time. Comrade Little Wang, what happened? Would it make you panic like this? The latter looked at him with astonishment and, Elder Li, do you believe in science? Li Luo looked at the other side in confusion. What's going on? Xiao Wang's odd language was immediately a bit baffling to everyone on the scene. After he had straightened his thoughts, he opened his mouth and said, just now, the live camera's detector has once again sent back information that the structure of this chamber's mechanism has changed once again. It has actually changed again. How can this be done? Such a large organ chamber, more than 30 kinds of organs, and it could make a new arrangement on its own in this instant. How can this be done? Even with our current technological means, we simply can't do it. Not to mention this 2,000-year-old era. Elder Li, bewilderment gradually crept into his eyes. And both Li Luo and the old man surnamed Lu, who heard these words, had a slight tremor in their bodies. The failure of the research team, yet it is representative of another's correctness. Li Luo looked at the string of numbers on his cell phone, and bitterness appeared at the corners of his mouth. Hell knows what kind of questions this kid will ask again. The old man surnamed Lu slowly shook his head and faintly said, as long as he can prove his worth, no condition is a problem. On the official live feed of the archaeological team, Basil's excitement had not yet risen when he sensed something odd about the scene. Wait, if the chamber is broken, why isn't our door open? Why are we still here? What's going on here? Shaolin slowly turned back and spoke. Did Chen Tianran send a pop-up? Yes. Basil nodded and laughed. He said a minute later, God forbid. This kid is really. He was about to say stiff upper lip, but the next second the chamber began to shake and the hole that had been spewing water gradually began to flowing into the mercury. And there was scorpion after scorpion crawling in one after another from the other side of the pipe. Brothers, ask for support, ask for a reward, ask for a favorable review, ask for votes. Chapter 51. Mr. Chen, have acted openly and honestly all my life. How could it be for your granddaughter? Chapter 51. Mr. Chen, have acted openly and honestly all my life. How could it be for your granddaughter? The scene was plunged into a dead silence, and everyone was dumbstruck for a while. What's going on? Isn't it already broken? Why is that? How did this happen? That's mercury? The poisonous gas that evaporates from such a quantity of mercury can kill. Spare the scene of the crowd-experienced battle. But also at this time the psychological defense line has a slight collapse. Only Shaolin's eyes flashed and he roared. Pull yourself together, all of you. There are gas masks to be afraid of. Give me all these scorpions. A roar shook the sky, and everyone dared not slow down and quickly started shooting. Bang! 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 Gunfire filled the sky. Basil dodged behind the crowd. For a moment, he felt a little dizziness in his head, but was soon recovering again. Strange. What's wrong with me? He scratched his head in confusion, but didn't pay much attention to it, instead checking out the pop-ups on the live stream. Nima. Chen really isn't talking nonsense. Chen really isn't messing around. Good guy. Brother Chen might really have a couple of tricks up his sleeve. Outrageous. What an outrageous departure. What the hell is the research team doing? Is this what you've done? Is this your answer? To die. Mercury again. It's the Scorpion army again. It's going to swallow them alive straight away. And a major mistake by the research team has left the sheepdogs on a collective high. Joy. This is the scientific research strength of China? And you got it wrong? You're killing me. This wave of mistakes is directly going to bury this entire archaeological team. TSK. This would never have happened if it was operated by someone from the beautiful country. Oh, that's what happens when you have blind confidence. Is it hard to recognize your own shortcomings? Is it hard to recognize the power of other countries? Is that hard? Now the result is what you're happy with? Amidst a chorus of taunts, Basil also anxiously dialed Li Luo's phone number. Professor. What to do? Did the research team decipher it? On the other end of the phone, Li Luo, who also had a headache, opened his mouth and said, I'll make another call to Chen Tianran. This time, no matter what the situation is, whatever he says, you all have to listen to me. There must never be any more rebellious situations. Basil queried. Professor, this feng shui stuff, it's not reliable at all. You don't understand. Maybe feng shui is not reliable. But, Li Luo wanted to say something. There were some things there was no way to mention too much in front of the public. Something so arcane that he couldn't believe it. And yet it's all true. Basil does not understand but does not dare to violate. After all, at this stage, the only thing he could hope for was Li Luo. What? Oh, laugh your ass off. You can't find an answer in technology. So you end up going to an out-of-touch fake feng shui master? I'm at my wit's end. You're going to call the tour guide? That's funny. That's interesting. Didn't you explain the situation earlier? Ha. What a laugh. These Chinese people, they just like to make up for themselves. And I don't know how they'll do it again if they fail again later on. Luckily I changed my nationality. Ha. In the midst of that pop-up's frenzied mockery and ridicule, Basil had already hung up the phone, and dialed the number instead. Given the opponent's previous history, he decisively chose to strike first. Xiao Chen. As long as the bottom line is not involved, any conditions can be answered. Before he could get the last word out of his mouth, there was already a pseudo-called busy tone on the other end of the phone. Hello? The number you have dialed is in the middle of a call. Please wait a moment. Sorry, in order to beep. Li Luo. Terracotta Warrior Burial Pit. Dull Sister looked at Chen Tianran in the connecting phone directly after the show again. On the spot, full of shock. Brother Chen. You are really inappropriate. Broken-hearted, good one. What a show. Heaven's only show. Oolala, what a sorry. God TM Saruea. My brother Chen. I'm afraid you're the first person in history to make fun of the archaeologist. Little Fox Fairy. I don't help anyone but Brother Chen. This hand busy tone prompt. Directly to the hole I will not. On the screen of Dull Sister's live broadcast, Chen Tianran was calmly preparing to hang up the phone. But the next second, the words that came from the other end of the phone made its spirit slightly shaken. Little Chen. The old man is also going out of his way. As long as you are willing to make a move. Old me also has a 23-year-old granddaughter. Beautiful person with sweet voice and 1 meter 2 long legs. Dancing on the road. Li Luo this wave of words directly with roar. Afraid that the other party will not hear. Afraid that the other party will directly hang up the phone. And this sentence, but also confused the water friends in the live broadcast room. Lily, what the hell? Please give a contact information. Speaking of which, my ancestors could tell fortunes too. Dodo, Li Lao. Xiao 2 phone calls straight Chan up? Little Fox Fairy, poor old Li, that granddaughter lying down and getting shot. But right at this moment, Chen Tianran was standing tall and said, Elderly, what kind of words are you saying? What kind of character do you take me? Mr. Chen, to be. Why do you think I'm going to succumb to beauty? I, Mr. Chen, have acted honorably and without shame in my life. Even the fortune telling, that's for the greater good. His impassioned words drew praise from the live streamers. Dodo, worthy of Chen. The man I fan. So handsome. Lily, that's right. How could someone as bright and wonky as Chen decide to go out and tell fortunes again because of something like this? Broken-hearted, I've always believed in Brother Cheng's character. This kind of coercion is definitely not going to impress Brother Chen's people. What can impress Chen is definitely his heart of gold. Inside the Lei Shan Research Institute, Li Luo was also slightly moved and marveled in his heart. I was just about to open my mouth to make a compliment. I wasn't wrong about the old man. As a result, in the next second, Chen Tianran continued, I, Chen, am once again striking out today. Definitely not for the sake of looking at those 1 meter too long legs, much less to hear that sweet voice. So please don't misunderstand. Elderly, never misunderstand never never, Li Luo. The nerdy girl looks down at her legs and lapses into silence. Tens of thousands of netizens chanted in unison that, broken-hearted, good for you. Someone Chen, don't breathe when you speak next time. Walala, I thought you were a righteous man, but I didn't realize you were one of the same. Afterwards not past the picture. I'm going to hack you on Weibo. Little Fox Fairy, +1+1. I'm looking for that beautiful, sweet-sounding young lady. I purely want to see what it's like to wear shoes with 1 meter too long legs. Surrounded by a crowd of LSP, Chen Tianran rose again, holding 3 copper coins in his hands. His face changed from the banter of just now. The elderly trust is built between 2 parties. With those words, he threw out the copper coin in his hand in a smooth manner. Brothers, I'm begging for support. Fingers are bald and skinny. Chapter 52 Breaking the Ice. The Crisis of Ghostly Bull *********. Chapter 52, Breaking the Ice. Ghost Bull *********. A new crisis. The sudden change in tone caused the slightly helpless Li Luo's body to tremble slightly. He was naturally able to feel the sense of threat in those words, though he wasn't sure where the other guy's backbone came from. But Li Luo had a feeling that the other side might be a key. And is that one and only key to solving the mystery of the beginning of the Imperial Tomb's underground palace? More than that, it could be the key to that solution to the great unknown. He subconsciously looked back at the old man surnamed Lu, but he also once again resisted the idea of asking. Just a whisper into the cell phone. Please, Chen Tianran, rarely calling out full names, meaning solemn, means trust. Copper money thrown into the air slowly fell to the ground, constantly rotating, constantly issued pattering friction sound. On the official archaeology team's live feed at the same time, the Mercury was whistling and whistling towards all of them. And the Scorpion was emerging from the orifice like a spring. There comes a time when the bullets run out. Damn! Shaolin swung his rifle to smash several scorpions one after another in his anger. That is, until the next second, when a pop-up screen surfaced within the official livestream of the archaeological team. Basil looked at the pop-up and exuded a few seconds of hesitation. Shaolin's thoughts turned 100 times as he turned back, although he was very reluctant to believe that metaphysical things overrode science. But now, he doesn't care anymore. What was said? Read it to me. A stern roar shook Basil's body, and he stammered out the solution to the pop-up. What? Underneath the Scorpion exit? How can it get through? Basil, with a bitter look on his face, again scoffed to himself, and, perhaps, would have been a dead end. Shaolin's eyes flinched as he took a step out and, brothers, use the last bullet. Cover for me. This life path must be opened. Yes. The crowd on the scene responded. They raised their rifles, not caring in the slightest about the scorpions that were pounding towards them to fully open the way for Shaolin. Time was but an instant, just a breath away. Shaolin bent his knees and leapt high. His right hand poked out. At this moment, the crowd on the scene, the tens of millions of water friends in the live broadcast, all held their breath at this moment. Ka-ching! Crisp gears sounded. Everyone's heart stopped completely, and the flow of mercury and the forward and backward movement of the scorpions all seemed like a pause button had been pressed. The bizarre image caused several people at the scene to fall into a stupor. What's going on again? Time can still be suspended? Is this science? Is this really science? I'm not dreaming, am I? Is this really the real world? Basil also stared blankly at the scene before him, the shock in his heart extremely strong. Shaolin's heart was extremely stable, but yet it also produced a slight wave at this moment. Time is suspended? Is it hard for me to be watching a movie? Outrageous! What the hell is going on here? Why is there even such a thing? That's impossible, right? It's the video that's stuck, isn't it? It must be stuck, right? No card. You guys see that Captain Shao and the others are still moving. This is simply magic. Everyone revealed a look of disbelief, until Chen Tianran, who was sitting among the terracotta warriors, slowly opened his mouth. Back, an easily written sentence. Just as it fell, the Mercury and Scorpion on that archaeology team's official live feed screen started to retreat as if it was a movie rewind. The magic of the scene triggered an extremely high level of heat on the nerd girl's livestream. Broken-hearted, Brother Chen, you are really two brushes said Baki really back Ulala, what's going on here? What the hell is Chen's principle? This wave has completely confused me. Little Fox Fairy, oh my god. Brother Chen quickly explain. If you don't explain, I'm going to wonder if I'm dreaming. Dull sister slowly turned back to Chen Tianran with a face full of shock. Brother Chen, you. The latter smiled and waved his hand. It's not a magical phenomenon. And it's actually all backed by science. Ha! The puzzlement on Nerd Girl's face intensified. You call that science? Chen Tianran was full of seriousness. Of course. Let me just ask you, do you know about superconductivity? Ha! The nerdy girl was filled with questions. Once again, Chen Tianran continued, do you know about controlled nuclear fusion? I don't know. The dorky girl's eyes gradually began to get misty and, that's right. Chen Tianran nodded heavily and said, this is actually the El Niño phenomenon triggered by the greenhouse effect. The resulting melting of glaciers, splitting of the Earth's crust, and molecular fission. Within a few minutes, Chen Tianran had pulled something out of his ass, and had thoroughly confused the dull sister. So, this has something to do with the phenomenon just now? She was puzzled and confused. Chen Tianran clapped his hands together. Big deal. Ulala, numb. The show made my scalp numb. Every sentence makes so much sense, but linked together. I can't understand it at all. Little Fox Fairy, God's logic. Poor dumb sister is once again being played with by Chen. Broken-hearted man, a bull asterisk artist? You're just pulling that image out of your ass to prove it's a scientific phenomenon, aren't you? It's too much. Brother Chan. As for Li Luo, who was inside the Leaving Mountain Research Institute, looking at the mercury that had poured and disappeared on the live broadcast screen and the scorpion that had left in a hurry, his face was already thick with confusion. How on earth did that happen? The little king on the side was already giggling and slurring his words a bit. Why? How can it still be like this? On the live broadcast screen, Basil and the others had the same look of surprise on their faces. The suspected stoppage of time was already making them a little confused. Turns out now, is it even still backwards? The crowd looked at each other with some uncertainty as to what to do. Until there was a crisp sound of gears turning and everyone's nerves were gripped once again. They looked around in horror, lest something else should begin to trickle in but the next second, the wall directly in front of him slowly rose. The deep tomb passage is what gives them a hope of life. Broken. It's really broken. Chen Tianran didn't lie to us. Chen is awesome. He's really something. The crowd exclaimed. And even Shaolin secretly praised the other party in his heart. Only Basil did not speak with a grim face. In the next second, Shaolin shouted, "Go!" The crowd is once again on the road, while the live stream is still talking about it. This organ is also too scary. Why is there such a horrible organ technique in ancient times? I remember Chen said that all the organs here were set up by Gong Liao's family. Who the hell is Gong Liao? The history of the Gongtu clan has less records, only know that it is a mysterious research organ art family. But I didn't expect it to be so powerful. I'm already more and more curious about what else I'll encounter as I continue on this journey. Just as the crowd was discussing, Chen Tianran's pop-up hung silently on the public screen. Stop! Something's up ahead. Chapter 53, Chen's Revenge Never Lasts Overnight. Chapter 53, Chen's Revenge Never Lasts Overnight. Compared to before, perhaps everyone had scoffed at Chen Tianran's words. But now, times have changed. Completely changed. A hand of divining heaven and earth, directly is to let all the water friends fold. No one expected that the real gamebreaker would be a self-proclaimed little tour guide. For a while, everyone was extraordinarily looking forward to what kind of question Chen Tianran would say. Basil was holding back in his mind, but he was holding back. After waiting for a full 3 minutes, Chen Tianran sent out a pop-up screen once again. Nothing, I just misread it. One word came out, and it directly stunned the crowd at the scene. You big man. Basil cursed angrily, but the nationalist behind him immediately swallowed back and Shaolin swept his eyes and didn't say anything more, beckoning to continue on his way. The only ones who couldn't hold it together were the live-streaming waterboys. Good guy. Not bad for you. Brother Chen. What a ing show. What's wrong with you? How can you be wrong about this? What a thing to say. Brother Chen's character is obvious to everyone. Every single one of his previous pop-ups. That one wasn't saving Team Shao and their lives? That's right. What's wrong with looking the wrong way once? Even saints make mistakes. A pop-up was all in favor of Chen Tianran. But a few minutes later, his pop-up floated out again and stop. Something's going on. In an instant, Shaolin raised his gun, his eyes full of vigilance. The other 6 fighters were even falling into position to make sure they didn't let the creepy creatures sneak up on them. A minute later, Chen Tianran's pop-up reappeared and, sorry for the misreading. Shoreline. Basil held his fire and didn't spew out any more nationalistic. The pop-ups are raining down on the live broadcast. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I seriously doubt that Chen is doing this on purpose. Ha! Outrageous. How can you be wrong about this thing twice? Just tell me if it's intentional, right? What are you all talking about upstairs? How could Chen, who is so honorable and upright, intentionally tease? Is that reasonable? That's right. If it was really intentional, why did he strike? What else could have happened if he didn't strike? You have to believe in Chen as a person, just like the people of the beautiful country believe in their Jesus. Inside the Lishan Research Institute, Li Luo looked at the pop-ups in the live broadcast room, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly, and he had a vague sense of foreboding. And inside the Terracotta Warrior's burial pit, the nerdy girl looked at the other party seriously staring at her cell phone, and was a bit puzzled. It was really hard to tell if the other party was deliberately taking revenge or not. And the waterbenders in her live stream pop-ups were all in favor of the broken-hearted, look at how hard Chen is working. Could it be swindling? Ulala, that's right. Personality guides online pointing out the mountains. How is it that such a great person always suffers so much naysaying? I don't understand. I don't understand. Little Fox Fairy, Chen has really endured too much public pressure that he shouldn't have. If it were me, I'm afraid I'd have already shrugged it off. Dodo, the great Chen, deserves the admiration of every one of us. In the midst of everyone's praise, Chen Tianran looked at the live streaming screen in his cell phone, and a bad smile slowly surfaced on that ancient, wave-free face. Watch out, something's going on. Same reminder again, only this time, but it didn't make Shaolin and the others care too much, or even relax a little. After all, here come the sheep. That's a familiar story, but they remained in a welcoming stance, and looked carefully around them to make sure there was no danger, before looking back at Basil. The latter's face was slightly grave, and he raised his cell phone to show that one pop-up to the eyes of all. Sorry for the misreading. The phrase he directly is causing the faces of the people on the scene to climb into a huff. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Play me. This kid. It's clearly revenge. It's so damn obvious. With a hee-haw? Is this afraid we won't see that he's retaliating? Don't go too far. Shaolin frowned, but did not make too much noise. And this time Basil is not holding back. Asshole. Do you have any humanity left? We've been through so much danger. I can't believe I'm making fun of this kind of thing. Funny? It's funny? It is. Support the Luo expert. What a tour guide is really bad. Spreading salt on other people's wounds? Is that what you call an upstanding persona? Laughing. Is there a bunch of fans for a guy like that? You're all cuties. What? Such a person would only mock others when they are in danger. He's a bad character. The dawning of a diatribe. And at this time, Chen Tianran's pop-up screen surfaced again. I'm not a saint. What's more, if you had listened to me earlier, you wouldn't have encountered crises several times. Happy. The words are concise and concise 2 sentences. Directly dislike the black people have been between can't find can stand between the point to refute. Angry they can only in front of the screen with a sulk. Until then, Basil spoke up and said, facts aside, isn't what you're doing now wrong? Directly the scene was plunged into speechlessness. It was even making the pop-ups on the livestream a little less frequent. Everyone is a little surprised. And until the next second, Chen Tianran's sentence completely ignited the live broadcast room. Facts aside, I can post whatever I like. It's none of your business. For a moment, Basil was so angry that his mouth went a little askew and asterisk 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 asterisk. Live streaming pop-ups to take off. Ha. Laughing my ass off. This is defeating magic with magic. The only one who can make Basil just dumb down and shut up is Chen. My brother Chen is really remembering the hatred. It doesn't last overnight. In the midst of everyone's chatter, Chen Tianran sent another pop-up that's out of the way, too, and I won't joke about it afterward. He. Everyone who has seen the front of the room has called out that this dude can handle it, and put it down when he says he will. But when he saw the word he, the whole thing went bad. ING. Brother Chen, you are really screwed. Nice guy. I'm calling good guy straight up. That's the real Su Yong. This sentence directly whole people will not How can this still play? For a moment, the water friends in the live broadcast room were all a bit confused, not knowing how to face this kind of heavenly show at all, and Shaolin and the others were as helpless as they could be. After all, what Chen Tianran said was also the truth. If you want the other side to take the heat, you can take the heat. There was no point in thinking about it more, let alone working together after the rendezvous. But just as Shaolin was about to command to move on, above the public screen of the live broadcasting room, once again, the pop-up screen sent by Chen Tianran floated out. Stopping. There's a situation. Don't go. Chapter 54, Falsehood. Another organized burial tomb. Chapter 54, Another organized burial tomb. The pop-ups, which were no more than a minute apart, made Basil outright frown and, "Is there any more to finish?" Shorin asked, puzzled. "What? He's posting pop-ups again?" Basil didn't take it well. "There it is again. Over and over again. Do you really think I'm a cutie pie?" "Funny." He said that he was hurrying forward with a belly full of grievances. "Holy, this tour guide is going a bit overboard. Just finished, and here we are playing this again? Ha, interesting or not? How old are you? Even if I didn't listen to you before, what's wrong with that? Is it necessary to make things happen here 3 times? Boring. It's so uninteresting." He's not even trying to be funny after all the talk. He has no character at all. He's got no character at all. And in the Terracotta Warrior's burial tomb, Dull Sister also looked at Chun Tianran in confusion. "Brother Chen, you aren't kidding, are you?" The latter's face was grave. "Are you kidding me? The place they are in now is an organ accompanying tomb. Only the place is special. It looks similar to a tomb passage, but in reality, it's an embedded organ accompanied tomb." Hearing these words, the Dull Sister also immediately paid attention to it. The water friends in her live room were even more shocked and broken-hearted. "What? I remember the last organ burial tomb was that Yuji's tomb, right? Ulala, the danger of this organ-accompanied tomb far exceeds everything. Even Shen had to hack his way through it for half a day before he was killed. Little Fox Fairy, dangerous to the core, dangerous to the extreme. This wave must be dissuaded, must be stopped." In a flash, tens of thousands of water users flocked into the middle of the archaeology team's official livestream and swarmed with the same pop-ups. Basil looked at what the public screen sailors relayed to him, and had a hearty laugh. "Ha, an organ burial tomb? What a joke. Do you really think I learned history for nothing? Do you really think I've stayed on the archaeology team all these years for nothing? Do you really think it's that easy to get into the Rishan Archaeological Institute?" Shaolin, who was on the side, didn't chime in, but thoughtfully surveyed the surroundings. Having experienced these things, he was also more and more cautious, and in his careful observation, he also vaguely realized that something was not right, and yet I can't say where. By this time, Basil was in his archaeologist stance, speaking eloquently about "This is the place? It's purely a tomb passage. There's no way it could be where the so-called tomb is located. What's going on? A place like this for a tomb? Is it hard to want to play gluttony and eat people? Funny." With that, he walked over to the wall and began to scrutinize the scene. There is not a single crack in the wall, and it is even more unlikely that it will be a so-called burial tomb. In ancient times, there were specifications and standards for burial tombs. Not just any pit or tomb passage can be called a burial tomb. After all, it is the first emperor who lives in that underground palace. Whoever built this 5th tomb passage, neither could possibly disrespect it. Basil spoke eloquently and reasonably, and for a while one couldn't find any fault with him. Even more so, Donkey Kong is once again excited about it. Luo Expert has a good point. What a good point. Worthy of a professional. That's it. Professional things should still be done by professionals. How dare that tour guide still advise himself there? What a joy. Laughing my ass off. Earlier I saw that he had this kind of history thing at his fingertips, but now I think that he's just a clown. I'm afraid it's all just a temporary fix. Basil watched the pop-ups and got more and more into it. I'm sure there are still quite a few sensible beings on the air. As one might expect, the tomb passage here is by no means a so-called organ-accompanied tomb, so I can also responsibly tell you, here is necessarily not. His words had just spoken. Suddenly, the ground began to shake. It began to hiss. The originally deflated and cramped tomb passage began to stretch. It began to widen. The deep tomb passage began to fade gradually as revealed its true appearance. A yellowed wall. But in an instantaneous change, the original tomb passage has been transformed into a palpitating accompanying tomb. The familiarity of what was in front of them gave everyone a creepy feeling. The 4 walls were written with obscure small seal scripts, while a coffin was placed in the center of this burial tomb. Basil's original face of easy composure, but also in this moment, completely disappeared. He swallowed raw and, earlier, I also saw the replay of the live broadcast of the Dull Sister, and I also have an extremely deep impression of this organ burial tomb. And when this tombway changed between breaths, the water friends in the live broadcast room were also frantically swiping pop-ups after a short period of consternation. It's really an organ burial tomb. What the hell? Isn't this exactly the same as the organ accompanying tomb that Brother Chen encountered before? Outrageous. Is it hard to believe that there's another UG here? It can't be? Can't be? Hiss. It's a bit too scary yet. This 5th tomb passage is so weird. And just at this time, Chen Tianran also sent out a pop-up screen once again. Never open the coffin. No way. Absolutely not. As soon as he sent this pop-up, Basil sneered. 2. Ha ha ha. Poor acting skills. Haven't you fooled us enough in the front, and now you're going to keep on lying? It's really funny enough. Isn't it obvious that the organ-accompanied tomb you passed through earlier was only successfully passed through after the coffin was opened? And now it's the other way around? It's really interesting. I really can't figure out why you want to hurt us. Expert Luo is right. I watched the live replay as well, and it was indeed an open coffin that made it possible to successfully break the game. It's really interesting. It's really interesting. Do you really think the internet has no memory? It's too funny. Ha ha ha. Interesting. Even funny. We're not stupid. Chen Tianran looked at the pop-ups in the live broadcast room, was also a bit helpless, and opened his mouth. There are times when a live replay isn't always right. Nerd Girl asked. Puzzled. Chen, why? The latter looked at her. What was in the coffin of the organ-accompanied tomb we were in? After a moment's thought, Dull Sister spoke. UG? That's right. It's none other than UG. Chen Tianran explained. The reason why it's UG in there is because back then, when the king of Chu fled, UG dedicated herself and now, if it's an organ-accompanied tomb that no one has ever set foot in, what would it take to leave? As soon as the words landed on the ground, the expression of the Dull Sister gradually began to stare, and she exclaimed at once that, people, it needs a person. And on the official archaeology team live feed, Basil and the others had already begun to open the coffin. Hello, please give me a good review. Rewards, tickets. Chapter 55, why are you getting more and more stale? Chapter 55, opening the coffin. Team Xiao, why are you getting more and more stale? The conversation between Chen Tianran and Dull Sister had undoubtedly caused a huge uproar in their live broadcast room. Broken-hearted, what? To use a live person? This is ing horrible, isn't it? Ulala, it's really like that when you think about it. Isn't that what happened to Yuji's tomb earlier? Little Fox Fairy, holy. If that's the case, then Captain Xiao and the others, wouldn't they be in danger? In the midst of the crowd's amazement, above the archaeological team's official live feed, Basil even sneered. Oh, still swindling here? Do you really think I will believe your bull asterisk? He shook his head. Then it was while Shaolin and the others were making preparations that he began to check up on the condition of the coffin. The patterns and characteristics of this bronze coffin are very much in line with the level of craftsmanship of the Qin dynasty. Then his expression gradually began to look odd. And, what's going on? How could there still be welding technology in those days? What a joke! Basil's whole body began to tremble as he looked at the weld marks on the corner of the coffin. The worldview is vaguely collapsing. In ancient times, there were welding methods, but to weld so silky smooth and flat is already impossible to the extent. What's more, if he hadn't been watching closely, it would have been difficult to recognize it. What's going on? What's going on with Mr. Law? What are you marveling at? Yes? What could possibly make you look like that? Is it hard to believe that this coffin is really going to eat people, like Chen said? Amidst the amazement of his water friends, Basil spoke slowly. And the Qin dynasty may have hidden secrets that posterity has never discovered, whether it's this machine art or something else. Gradually his eyes were kindled with the fighting spirit of the archaeologists. It was a yearning to solve an ancient mystery. At the same time, inside the Lishan Archaeological Research Institute, Li Luo also exclaimed, "What superb welding skills! This simply can't be in ancient times." His pupils tightened subconsciously and he looked at the old man surnamed Lu behind him. The latter held his head slightly high. Hopefully, it will be as we hope. On the live feed, Basil, as if obsessed, began frantically taking pictures on his cell phone to document that he was also well aware that it would be difficult to bring something like this out, and at the same time it would be difficult for anyone to come back in. So the only way to study it is to take pictures and keep them. At the same time he was chanting under his breath. This will surely be a major discovery in human history of another side of the Qin dynasty. We will have a new perception of the extent of craftsmanship in the Qin dynasty. This news is also immediately rose on the Weibo hot search list. The heat of the high, once again for the live broadcast to attract a large number of viewers. All of them are in a state of great anticipation. True or false? There's a new development in the archaeology of the Qin dynasty history? It can't be, can it? It can't be true, can it? You can still have such welding technology in the Qin dynasty? Outrageous. It feels like things are moving more and more towards the unknown. If welding was that superb during the Qin dynasty, doesn't that mean that there could have been technological developments during the Qin dynasty as well? Only because the ancients didn't want future generations to know about it, so they covered it up? I'm Brown. This one vision is too bold. Ancient Atlantis, right? If it's true, then this will surely be a great discovery that will shock both the Chinese and foreigners. In the midst of Basil's busyness, Shaolin and the others, on the other hand, were arranging things to open the coffin, which they weren't too keen on, but further precautions need to be taken against the dangers that may be encountered after the opening of the coffin. One of the fighters asked in a whisper, "Team Shao, if a dumpling really jumps out, can we fight it?" Immediately after that, someone else asked, "Yeah, Team Shao, we don't have the kind of black and gold ancient knives that Brother Chen has, right? It's hard to hack to death, right?" It's still true. With the equipment we have on hand now, it's still quite difficult to kill. Several people spoke with awe in their words and actions. After all, after seeing the live replay, it was natural to have a strong shadow over the UG that jumped out, especially since they were running low on bullets now, and more often than not had to fight with daggers. However, the playback of the UG, the combat strength is even more explosive. Unusual weapons are not able to hurt the slightest. But just at that moment Shaolin was speaking. "One is so wimpy. What to be afraid of? What demons and ghosts? How do you all usually learn?" The people were admonished and lowered their heads, admitting their mistakes. The water friends in the live broadcast room watching this scene also cannot help but sigh. Shaolin is really able to shock the whole situation. Very Chen style. Basil, on the other hand, at this end of the room, was thoroughly engrossed in his research. He first observed the bronze coffin, then he got up and went to the wall where the small seal script was engraved. When Basil stood there, his body kept trembling, and then his eyes gradually were in a daze. Living as trapped. Look at that. This is the real archaeologist, confronted with history and culture, and just stared at it. Indeed, this Luo expert is a bit unreliable, but in terms of historical research, he's still something. This is the attitude of historical researchers. The future of historical archaeology has a successor. In the midst of a roar of praise, unseen by all, a faint wisp of purple mist gradually floated up from Basil's body, as if a hand had begun to slowly cover his heavenly aura. Chen Tianran, who was watching this live broadcast, didn't continue to sit there any longer. He got up and started drawing on the floor. And, Nerd Girl follows, puzzled. "What are you doing, Chen? Subdue the evil." Chen Tianran spoke out calmly, his face devoid of its usual bantering playfulness and as serious as it could be. Nerdy Girl was also understanding the other party seriously. Immediately, he took a step back, but the next second, she was surprised to look back at the terracotta warrior that inexplicably appeared behind her. "I was under the impression that there were no terracotta warriors standing next to me when I walked over, but now, it was as if they were slowly approaching. The eyes of this one terracotta warrior are a bit peculiar. One of them is empty." In a wave of inexplicable curiosity, the nerdy girl slowly looked into the eyes of the terracotta warriors. "She's a little bit closer." Suddenly, a cold voice sounded behind her. "Don't look!" Swish! Cold sweat instantly wet the dull sister's clothes. She was suddenly shocked to realize that she did not know when she had already walked into the middle of the many terracotta warriors. A weird sense of fear rose in the bottom of her heart. She fled at a fast pace and returned to Chen Tianran's surroundings, not daring to move an inch away. The water friends in the live room were also puzzled as to why the dorky girl suddenly walked into that position. But the images on the official livestream of the archaeological team right now were even more concerning to them. "I saw 7 people standing in different positions, all of them holding daggers in their hands, and grenades in the other hand." Shaolin looked at the surrounding crowd and faintly said, "All fear comes from lack of firepower, but I don't believe it. It can even resist grenades." The crowd nodded their heads, but in the next second, Shaolin's action directly made the crowd whole won't. He was seen taking a candle out of his pocket, walking to the southeast corner, and lighting it. A bunch of his teammates wondered, "Team Shaw, what are you doing? I thought you said you didn't believe in ghosts and gods? Are getting stale." Without blushing or gasping, Shaolin said bluntly, "It's the process. It's not about that." Chapter 56, Non-Professionals Please Don't Imitate. There is no Apow in the world. Please believe in science. Chapter 56, Non-Professionals Please Don't Imitate. There is no Apow in the world. Please believe in science. Good man. Talk about believing in science. Believe in fire. As a result, you've taken after Chen and started lighting candles in the southeast corner of the house? Are you still the Captain Shall we know? Don't be stale Don't be an old 6 Amidst the wails of the water friends in the live broadcast room, Shaolin bravely came to the bronze coffin first. He did not rush to push, but looked at the crowd. "And, if there's any movement, throw a grenade directly into it. Understand?" "Yes. The crowd responded, while the atmosphere was immediately tense. Shaolin placed his hands on the lid of the coffin. His face was filled with gravity. He turned back to survey the slowly burning candles, and stabilized his breath before preparing to apply his strength. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Really so nervous In comparison, Chen's opening of the coffin at that time was really easy to write. There's no way to compare these two parties. How can we compare them? That's right, Chen is not a normal person at all. Have you ever seen a 1v1 with a machete and a python? Amidst the flurry of pop-ups, the lid of the bronze coffin slowly moved under the push of Shaolin's hands. Zip! A piercingly sharp sound that made the crowd at the scene feel like their teeth were on edge. Only Basil was still looking at the small seal on that wall without any reaction. With the coffin revealing a crack, everyone's spirits were lifted and open. Then they all looked at the candle flame that danced without wind. Everyone's heart felt like it had missed a beat. I'm brown. The candle flame moved. The candles are moving. Ghosts. It's really spooky as hell. Really need to have dumplings. Damn it. This fifth tunnel is too dangerous. The first emperor's mausoleum in the middle of the underground palace in the end what things? What is in the tomb of the first emperor? What is in the tomb of the first emperor? What is in the tomb of the first emperor? Amidst everyone's amazement Shorin slowly approached with his Type 197 rifle at his end. Suddenly, he slammed down on the edge of the coffin and empty. As soon as the words landed on the ground, the crowd around them were puzzled and confused. Empty? Why is it empty? Wait, if it's empty, doesn't that mean what Chen said is true? These words, once again, made the atmosphere of the scene gradually condense. And the live streamers were clutching at straws. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chen brother, what the hell are you? This TM can also see out. What a guy. What a guy. How can you tell if there's a person inside the coffin so accurately from the screen? It's outrageous. No wonder Chen next door has already started setting up some kind of evil suppressing 8 trigrams formation. Good guy. Why don't you just don't bother to stop Team Xiao from opening the coffin and go straight to the killer? Shaolin was also a bit anxious, and directly pushed the coffin away with a force. The live camera immediately pulled in closer. Inside the empty coffin, only the blood stains that had dried up long ago remained. A thought instantly presented itself to everyone's mind that it needs someone. All the people looked at each other with fear rising in their hearts. The scene was a little eerily quiet and, because the code that only one person must be sacrificed to leave hangs over everyone's head like the sword of Damocles, lingering, to the death. It's killing me. Is it hard to die another death in this wave? Damn it. What the hell is going on here? Why would a burial tomb have so many twists and turns? It's really hard to understand. What can we do? If we really have to sacrifice someone, then who? When the question came up, everyone's mind was shaken and, at the same time a sheepdog jumped out again and, oh, my god, you don't have the courage to do this, do you? It's just a sacrifice. What's the big deal? If it were the people of the beautiful country, definitely just scrambling to get to the sacrifice. That's it. Anyone who's ever seen an American hero movie knows that the beautiful countrymen that are the best at giving. In comparison, our countrymen are a bit of a worry. But just then, on the screen, Shorin dropped his gun, and was about to step towards the coffin. Amidst all the stares, sacrificing me alone will bring back 7 people. It's worth it. Wait, Team Shaw. No, Team Shaw. I'm the one to die first. If it wasn't for your assistance back then, I would have died long ago. Team Shaw. Sansi, the people have been stopping it with one word or another. It also caused the water friends in the live broadcast room to move and marvel at the bravery of the warriors of the state of China. More than that, the sheepdogs shut their mouths at this point in time. The result is the next second. A figure came slowly and, mainstay Kuriko ficus li tuk tuk dash. A weirdly hairy voice stammered out that. Shaolin and the others also subconsciously retreated and scattered. Instead, he saw Basil's head tilted with a weird expression, and his limbs walking more like they were stiffened. In the midst of everyone's shock, he took a step towards the coffin and lay into it. The next second, a sharp hissing sound suddenly rang out. It was deafening and even more chilling. No one understands what is going on right now. Until the next second, a figure slowly floated up from the coffin. Me, going to take one step, to that top spot. As his words fell, those eyes slowly moved and swept towards the crowd, bringing a gust of murderous intent with them. Shorin slowly raised the muzzle of his gun. He's not human anymore. Fire. The crowd barely hesitated, and the moment that Basil made his move, they already pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang. The few remaining bullets poured down on Basil as if they were raining down. The latter didn't have any intention of blocking it, but instead laughed even more maniacally. I am the man of 10,000. I will be king. The bullets rolled off his body like jelly beans, until a bullet was fired, and the scene was plunged into a long silence that, the silence was chilling. The only thing that was going crazy was the pop-ups in the livestream. What's going on here? Are you really bewitched? Damn it. This is clearly a case of being possessed. It's so scary. This look is a bit alarming. Is it PPO's body? In the midst of all the marveling, abruptly, a bagua shape appeared on the ground. The crowd at the scene was stunned. Immediately afterward, a sound that pierced through the heavy walls came suddenly and forbidden. Rumble. The ground trembled and the invisible object began to hiss shrilly. Ah! Basil's body gradually twisted, sometimes collapsing, sometimes solidifying, until the next instant, the light in the air fell. It hit his body completely. Plop! Collapsed in the middle of the coffin. The scene fell silent once again. Shaolin swallowed deeply, unable to believe what was going on in the scene just now, until he saw a pop-up floating out of a cell phone on the ground beside him. Do not imitate if you are not a professional. There is no PPO in the world. Please believe in science. Instantly, he was messed up. Chapter 57 Sailing Again. The Terracotta Army moves. Chapter 57 Setting sails again. The Terracotta Warriors moved. No PPO? What was that just now? What's the deal with this operation of yours? Why? What the hell for? Shaolin was already feeling his brain buzzing, somewhat unable to react to the surrounding comrades were even more full of confusion, always feeling like they were living in a dream. The pop-ups in the Nerd Girls livestream were already completely detonated. Broken-hearted, nice guy, good guy. I was just guessing how Chun was going to go about this hand. I didn't expect to play straight through the air? Sure. Ulala, what the hell? Chen, how dare you say you're just a little tour guide? Who's a small tour guide who can still play this hand? Don't be too outrageous. Brother Chen, little fox fairy, why are things getting more and more esoteric? Is there really something in this world that is written in novels? No way. No way. Aside of the dull sister full of shock looking at the knocking screen, Chen Tianran, subconsciously as to raise his hand, rubbed his eyes. Brother Chen. What? Chen Tianran asked, turning back. Was that a spell you just did? Dull sister directly asked, the doubt in everyone's mind. The latter smiled broadly at the words and, ha ha ha, what to think? Where in this world are the spells? What an overthinker. Oh, that's good. That's good. Nerd Girl instantly relaxed and, as a result, Chen Tianran's next sentence once again confused her. It's not just a simple evil suppressing technique. It's not uncommon to see the contents inside the divination. And if you meet a Taoist priest in the future, you can have them cast it for you. A series of question marks popped up on the nerdy girl's face. Broken-hearted, is this something you can just cast? Duo, Kama. There's an old Taoist priest in my neighborhood, and I haven't seen him perform any evil suppressing techniques in all these years. Lily, Shen's wave of invisibility has raised the standard of the entire Taoist industry to a new level. Simply outrageous. Chen Tianran swept the pop-ups in the live broadcast room and also smiled without saying anything. This evil suppressing technique comes from among the Feng Shui Bagua techniques. As for why it can be used remotely to quell evil, purely because of the special nature of this first emperor's tomb. Special enough that he was a little shocked it was even remotely possible. Originally, it was just an attempt, but I didn't think it would actually work. The tomb of the first emperor also once again made him feel magical and treacherous. It's not just the tomb passage, it's this whole mystery. Then Chen Tianran took a deep breath, and chose to call Li Luo. Inside the Archaeological Institute of the Leviston, Li froze in place. The three old men with the surname Lu were dumbfounded in place. Xiao Wang from the scientific research group was even more filled with shock as he muttered, I'm dreaming, right? I'm watching TV, right? There's nothing wrong with this being a TV picture, is there? There shouldn't be any of this stuff from some fairy tale in the real world, should there? There shouldn't be, right? There shouldn't be, right? After Li Luo regained his senses, he turned back to the three old men surnamed Lu, and he opened his mouth and said, Little Chen's mystery has far exceeded our imagination. The old man surnamed Lu's mind was also quickly calmed as he nodded slightly and, if the opening of the tomb of the first emperor doesn't lead to something like that, the spot in the program was then handed over to him. Once these words came out, the other two old men with drooping eyes also slightly raised their heads to express their approval. Li Luo was curious and wanted to ask what kind of thing could save the lives of the Chinese people and even the people of the world. But confidentiality is confidential after all. Suddenly, the ringing of a cell phone shattered the quiet of the scene and, jingle bells, Li Luo quickly took out his cell phone, and with a frown on his face, he answered the call. Tran, Elder Li, what I can do has been accomplished, and the lives of Shaolin and the others have been saved for now. Chen Tianran's voice slowly came out from the phone, causing everyone at the scene to feel a sense of awe. Immediately afterward, he continued, only due to Basil's compulsion, and after he became the buried man of the organ tomb, the only way to break the game was to kill it. Kill? Li Luo was slightly shocked and, Chen Tianran said, But all the things he did in the middle of the tomb passage are already outrageous to man and God. Naturally, Mr. Shu is well aware that only the law can sanction him, so when Shu Sang returns, he will remove the compulsion for him. Until then, Shaolin and the others are still invited to stay still in the organ tomb. After all, they can't go out right now. Li Luo's face was slightly ugly but Basil's killing of a warrior in a time of crisis was really over the top, and he'd lost the initiative on that one. And after that, Chen Tianran's sentence-by-sentence analysis had reduced him to a toolman who nodded his head in agreement. Then it's all up to you, little Chen. Chen Tianran laughed. Well, elderly, since that's the case, it's time for us to continue on our way. There's actually another thing. Li Luo thought about it but decided to tell Ling Yi's business. Chen Tianran couldn't help but frown even after hearing this. Oh, in other words, there was an archaeological team that came in before Basil and the others, only to lose track of it shortly after coming in? That's right, Li Luo smiled bitterly, and his originally upright back was much more hunched at this moment. After all, the impact of the folding of two successive archaeological teams is undoubtedly huge, and now all that is left to rely on is this non-professional, a tour guide. After a few seconds of silence, Chen Tianran also spoke. The beginning Emperor's tomb is mysterious and unpredictable. Even I am not too sure about the specific structure here. Perhaps without our knowledge, this fifth tomb passage. In fact, there is a third way is also difficult to protect. If I can meet them, if they are alive, I will try to bring them back. Then, thanks a lot then. Li Luo's voice was slightly breathless, and he couldn't help but sigh after hanging up the phone and, hey, Chen Tianran's voice was not loud, but the content was received by the live broadcast camera solidly. Fox Ferry, what? There was already an archaeological team before this? Olala, hell no. I haven't seen it for so long. Does that mean it's been broken-hearted? It really didn't occur to me that the danger level of this tomb passage would be that high. Going down to the tomb. It's really 10 deaths. Amidst the marveling of the water friends, on the live broadcast screen, Chen Tianran slowly got up but the moment he stood up, an eerie sense of watchfulness struck him once again. At the same time, all those terracotta warriors that were originally supposed to be facing west were all slowly facing him at this moment. An inexplicable sense of oppression continues to brew. Dull Sister muddled in the middle of the terracotta warriors actually once again walked to the center of the position. Her pupils clenched, just about to run wildly, but was violently startled. The head of the terracotta warriors in front of her moved. Ask for support. Ask for praise. Seek reward. Lu. Chapter 58. Taking the general's head in the middle of 10,000 armies. Chapter 58. Taking the general's head in the middle of 10,000 armies. Sharp screams resounded through the place. Instead, it was quickly drowned out again by the crackling sound of broken terracotta figurines. Only that one terracotta figurine was trembling and twisting madly. They tried to raise their hands, bend their knees, and turn around. And in the process, it makes the pottery clay with colored glaze cracked inch by inch, revealing the bronze armor with historical traces hidden under the pottery clay. A few had their facial clay peeled off to reveal a face that was navy blue and had green slime growing out of it. Creepy, horrible, have been the only words that can be used to describe them. Broken-hearted, the terracotta warriors are alive. The terracotta warriors are actually alive. Olala, hell no. Ghost. What kind of a place is this mausoleum? Why are the terracotta warriors still alive? You've got to be kidding me. Little Fox Fairy, could it be that in the history books, the first emperor's search for immortality had actually succeeded? And the object of his experiment is actually living soldiers? While the crowd was horrified, they were seeing a figure crossing over like lightning on that live broadcast screen. His body was like a ghost. His form was like a raging storm, carrying a black and gold ancient sword with most of its rust missing, indiscriminately wiping away the throat of the terracotta warriors. And what splashed out of it was not scarlet blood, but a green and slimy liquid. The moment the liquid hits the ground, it produces another strong sign of burning. The impact of the extreme visual effect shocked the water friends in the live broadcast room. And my mom, make sure this isn't a movie clip too outrageous. So creepy. This terracotta warrior is actually made of living people. Oh my god. This is definitely a historic discovery. What was depicted in the biased historical records turns out there is also true. Suddenly, a terracotta warrior broke out of its shell. It came whistling towards Dull Sister, its teeth and claws open, scarlet green slime hanging all over its body. Tried to open his mouth to hiss, but his lips and teeth had been sewn shut with thick twine and he could only make a low sound that roar, a scene of horror, which caused the constant heartburn of the waterman. To die. It's hard to escape from a nerdy girl. It's horrible. The mystery and treachery of the first emperor's tomb is far beyond imagination. This is forbidden land for humans. It's off limits to mankind. Everyone watched on, dryly anxious, and their minds had even imagined the scarlet image of Dull's sister being killed by slitting her throat. But just in the nick of time, the blade exploded. The glittering cold blade split the terracotta warrior's body longitudinally, splashing scarlet green liquid in all directions. But before it could fall, it was shaken away by a strong wind. Dull's sister curled up her body crouching on the ground. She trembling slowly looked up, but she saw that great figure of a sword to repel the terracotta warriors. At that moment, Chen Tianran, who was wearing black-framed glasses and holding a black and gold ancient sword, had just become the harbor of her heart. Chen. The latter turned back at the words and hooked a smile. Ready? Dull's sister smiled the same smile, then nodded heavily and, the next instant, that familiar crotch-tightening sensation suddenly attacked. Dull's sister has not yet reacted. The body is already present weightlessness like a kite flat. This is far beyond the previous speed. So fast that the terracotta warriors attacking around them became a blur. Broken-hearted, every time I see how fast Makoto is, I sigh a little to myself. After all, I'm pretty slow. Little fox fairy, as the saying goes, as long as you're fast, your sister-in-law's chastity can't be guarded. So I choose to go slower. Ulala, can't understand. Can't understand. Don't drive upstairs. This is a serious moment. Also watching the live broadcast of the Li Luo face has been full of shock. This has been hunched back, and is once again a lot of hunched. The old man surnamed Lu, who was sitting on a distant sofa, came in stride. He sat down beside Li Luo, raised his hand and patted the other's spine. The resurrection of the terracotta warriors has had an impact that is not limited to the archaeological community. What do you mean? Li Luo slowly turned back to him and the old man surnamed Lu opened his mouth and said, in fact, not only China, but also other countries, are likewise scrambling to find that one thing, no matter who it is. Once he finds it, he will become the dominant player in the new world. Li Luo frowned. Old Lu, I know this is confidential, but I still want to ask, what exactly are you looking for? Upon hearing this, the old man surnamed Lu continued, as a historical archaeologist, I'm sure the extraordinary things you've seen are by no means limited to Chen Tianran, are they? As soon as the words landed on the ground, Li Luo's body shook slightly and slowly raised his eyes filled with disbelief. What the hell are you going to say? The old man surnamed Lu slowly shook his head and did not continue to explain. The rest of the content already belongs to the top secret, and the upper peak has no intention of publicizing it for the time being. But all I can say is that in the future, our worldviews will be turned upside down. The world is about to change in a whole new way. These words caused Li Luo and the group of researchers to be shaken. None of them are pillars. None of them know bits and pieces of information about but when an old man reveals and tells you things himself, the weight is decidedly different. The crowd's eyes went to the live feed again. The Chen Tianran who was in the army of terracotta warriors, like the Zhao Yun in the Three Kingdoms, who faced 100,000 Chao troops without fear, facing a heavy siege. Knife breaks through, but the sheer number of them was like sea water trying to drown them. Broken-hearted, oh no, with this kind of number, even if Chen has the ability to one-up the others, he can't resist. Little fox fairy, not to mention the fact that he still needs to protect Dull's sister. Under such a premise, how can one get out of it peacefully? Ulala, it's a shame. It's a pity. It's a pity that we can't see the real secret of the underground palace of the first emperor's tomb. Just when the watermen were worried and nervous, suddenly, on top of the screen, there was a person within the terracotta army with the Meng flag behind him, waving a long sword in his hand and constantly directing the attacks of his men. Roar! Roar! Seeing this situation, Chen Tianran categorically did not have to. He chopped the terracotta warriors in front of him, his body weight sinking, legs muscles taut. The body state is suddenly elevated to the extreme. The color of determination flashed in his pupils. Drink! With an explosive shout, the figure suddenly disappeared. By the time the blurred figure reappeared, he had already crossed over 10,000 troops and arrived in front of the terracotta warrior who was carrying the banner of Meng. Those who should have died 2,000 years ago, don't come out and make a scene. Rip! The blade flashed. The Big Dipper rushes across. The large head rolled to the ground, and green liquid that smelled like sulfuric acid continued to emerge. At the same time, the sound of crisp gears slowed down and the terracotta warriors at the scene also stopped moving completely as if they had been ordered to do so. The scene was silent. Only Chen Tianran sighed in relief. Few warm-ups are over. Chapter 59, The Ming Family Army. The Secrets of the Underground Palace. A Little Understanding. Chapter 59, The Ming Family Army. The Secrets of the Underground Palace. A Little Understanding. The words came out. plunged once again into the silence. The dull sister was thrown to the ground, touching her, but that hurt from the fall, slightly grudging and intent on looking at Chen Tianran. Chen, you call this warming up? At those words, Chen Tianran wiped his forehead in confusion. Also, it's not even a warm-up when you're not even sweating. Nerd girl. Inside the live broadcast room, a group of water friends were all caught in a mess. Broken-hearted. Listen. Is this human language? Is this ing human? Walala, good one, I'm not even sweating yet. Not even warming up. Brother Chen, you are really showing off. Little Fox Fairy, nice one. Those who didn't know thought they were watching a special effects movie, but it turned out to be Chen's one-sided warm-up activity? Finally. Lack of interest. Feeling unsatisfied? Sure. On the live broadcast screen, Chen Tianran was not in a hurry to leave this place with his dull sister. He walked to a terracotta warrior and carefully lifted its battle armor, and applied a live broadcast camera to pull it closer. The opportunity is rare, and at this time, if there are any researchers in archaeology, please cherish them. As soon as the words landed on the ground, Li Luo and the others who were watching the live broadcast took out their presbyopas, fearing that they might miss something. Then, Chen Tianran continued. In history, when the first emperor died, the Meng family army became the keepers of the imperial tomb, and as a matter of course, since they are the tomb guardians, they will naturally guard the tomb of the first emperor. But after the king of Chu entered the pass, there is no record of the battle between the Meng family army and the Chu army at the tomb of the first emperor. Even afterward there are very few accounts of the Meng family army. But now the answer is clear. Broken-hearted, I go to. According to this meaning, the Meng family army was actually all made into terracotta warriors? Made into terracotta warriors? Urala, a fine thought. Who the hell did this? Why did you do this? Little Fox Fairy, hey? That's not right. Why would he do something like that when he's the emperor? Loria, Chen brother, this is to see wrong. Judgment wrong it. This should not be the Meng family's army by the looks of it. 80% of them are just using the flag of the Meng family's army. Lian Li Pei, indeed. After all, befriending the Meng family's army could be of great benefit to him. Even Li Luo, who was an archaeologist, was full of doubts at this time, and didn't really understand why in the world this Meng family army was made into terracotta figurines. On the live broadcast screen, Chen Tianran looked at the pop-ups in the live broadcast room and slowly opened his mouth and said, the probability of Hua is still quite high, at least from the present course of exploration of the tomb passages of the mausoleum of the first emperor. Enough to see that the tomb passage was built by Hu Hai, and that he appeared to be very much worried about the contents of the underground palace being discovered by thereby making great contact with the southern border companions and the Gongshi family, and establishing this fifth tomb passage, which can be called a purgatory. Back then, after Hu Hai sealed the earth for the underground palace, he killed all the craftsmen at that time, sealed within the underground palace, burying the secrets of the dungeon completely. But in the same way, those who know the secret are the people of the Meng family army. You should know that at that time after the sealing of the earth, Hu Hai had sent an opening to re-enter the ground palace of the first emperor's mausoleum, and naturally, the Meng family's army, who were the tomb guardians, would accompany them into it. I'm afraid that what you see inside is the real reason that caused the Meng family's army to be made into terracotta warriors. With some justified words, everyone in the live broadcast room had a creepy feeling when they heard them. Hissing, a chill ran down my back. Originally, I thought that what was hidden inside the underground palace of the first emperor's tomb was, at best, more history about that era. But now it definitely doesn't seem that simple. Indeed, if that was the case alone, there was no need to take the risk of pitting the monarchs at all. Hu Hai definitely found something when he entered the underground palace of the beginning emperor's tomb for the second time. Thunderclap. Terrifying. It's hard to imagine what kind of resentful secrets are hidden in the middle of this underground palace. Or maybe, hiding something that cannot be seen in the world. The pop-ups kept swiping and the related hot search phrases were constantly topped. And for a while, it caused a national heat. More and more. I'm looking forward to what the underground palace will look like when it's opened. I don't know why, but I always have a premonition that once the underground palace is opened, it will be a sight that will radiate the entire era. The heat was so high that it was also causing Dull Sister's live broadcast to head towards 50 million online views. Such a number of online viewers is already the highest in the history of the live streaming platform, at least when it's all real people. Subsequently, Chen Tianran was introduced to some of these terracotta warrior body features. The situation at the same time also carried out a wave of judgment. Therefore, underneath all these superficial characteristics, there should be some relation to compulsion. Only they are casting this compulsion on people. Well, I can't see much more than that. After all, I'm just a little tour guide. doesn't really know much about all this history, compulsion and such, so if there is a chance we still need to ask elderly to come here to investigate. As the words fell out of his mouth, he beckoned, and was signaling for Dull's sister to follow the pace, ready to continue deeper into the tomb passage, and the water boys on the air were already hissing, somewhat impatiently. What a guy! You call that not knowing history and compulsion? I feel like you're more specialized than even the institute. Cam. I'm from a history institute elsewhere and just now my teacher is taking notes. Good guy. Chen Guxiaoa. I'm impressed with the way you're playing this game. Meanwhile, inside Tianqian City, in the middle of a luxurious villa, a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe was hugging a girl beautifully, singing his song and swiping a douyin. Suddenly, he saw that short video about Chen Tianran performing the evil-suppressing Bagua technique. Swish. Got it. He sat straight up, pushed the girl away and, what? Isn't this the same technique I stumbled upon back then? It's actually real. For a moment, his hands trembled with emotion, but after quickly calming down, he was able to smell the heat business opportunity in it. Meh, there's heat to not eat. On the live broadcast screen, Chen Tianran was already leaving the burial pit with Dull's sister. The deep, dark tomb passages are still haunting. The two of them walked slowly forward. The good thing is that the special flashlight is so effective that it remains firm even during the drop and smash. But right at this moment, Chen Tianran suddenly raised his hand to stop Dull's sister. There is a situation. A word to the wise. Dull's sister instantly nervous, not daring to have any audacity at all. She quickly hid behind the other, cautiously probing her head and, Chen, what's going on? The latter slowly raised his right hand to grip the hilt of the black and gold ancient sword. This one action alone had already pushed the atmosphere of the scene into a condensed gar. Dull's sister swallowed deeply, and as she probed again to observe, her pupils suddenly tightened. What? Chapter 60, back off. I'm going to start pretending. Chapter 60, back off. I'm going to start pretending. In front of the two of them, a huge serpent body was blocking across the front, and upon closer inspection, it was extremely similar to that huge python coiled in the upper air of the sky phosphorus cryptic insect. The nerd girl couldn't help but be staggered that this snake couldn't be the one that Team Xiao and the others encountered, could it? Chen Tianran slightly angled his head. Based on the size of that python snake head at that time, such possibilities are not small. At those words, the Dull sister was also alarmed in her heart. What should we do about this? We also don't have that many people to then attack at it. And most importantly we don't have a gun. She shrank again in fear. And, one thing after another that had turned her imagination upside down, had been constantly shattering her worldview. Broken-hearted, hell no. I thought I would never see that giant python again. I didn't realize that it could directly act as two levels with one snake. Cow pen. Ulala, but that makes it understandable why Chen didn't encounter the python when he passed through there at that time. Maybe it was still sleeping over here at the time. Little fox fairy, it never occurred to me that a boa constrictor has two houses. I'm crying with envy. Dodo, upstairs on the wrong set. Joy. The key now is still that Chen and Dull's sister are a little hard to handle this wave. Lily, yeah. This python's defense is so terrifying that even the Type 197 rifle has no way to knock it right back. That speaks volumes about how terrifying it is. Lianiji, although Chen had hacked the organ python to death, it's clear that the two are not on the same level. Definitely not on the same level. Falling, the analysis is very sensible. After all, the 197 style is a very powerful kill. We can't say that a 197 rifle is not as good as a knife, can we? Broken Heart, upstairs suggests going back and watching the replay. Falling, says me like I've never seen it before. Isn't that all trickery? If it's really a hard fight, you won't be able to kill it. In the midst of the cluster of pop-ups, a thin draw sounded quietly and, clank. Chen Tianran unhurriedly stretched out the black gold ancient sword, erected it to the front, while measured the places that were not adhered by rust. The black copper-colored blade flashed with a frighteningly cold light. Meh, guns aren't always better than knives sometimes. Ha! The dorky girl looked at the other party's back, which was slowly moving forward, with some confusion. No, Chen, what are you doing? What do you want to do? Chen Tianran raised his hand and waved it. Back off. I'm going to start faking it. Straightforward and concise. Straight out of the gate. The dorky girl froze in place and, it's even slightly messy for the water boys in the live stream. Asterisk. Ah, Chen brother, you are really not even loaded. Padding also not padding but the key is that this python is really a bit different from the previous organ python. If we really go straight for it, it won't be good, right? Brother Chen thinks twice. Dumb sister, hurry up and stop Brother Chen. This is really deadly. Inside the luxurious villa, Tianqian City, The middle-aged Taoist priest ate the grapes that the female practitioner peeled up for him, and a trace of contempt flashed across his face. Ha! What a clown! Thinking that you've gotten some Taoist inheritance and you really take yourself seriously? Still wanting to go and kill this giant python? Too reckless. Just too reckless. Instead of going through some of the earlier short videos, he just watched the most recent. And still more importantly, he wasn't quite convinced that all of this picture was real. After all, there would have been no cowboys or ghosts in the world, much less any living terracotta warriors that have been alive for more than 2,000 years. Everything is just nonsense. And with that much heat, I think it's the effect of the capital behind the operation. As a former profiteer of capital operations, the middle-aged Taoist priest Sima Ren also has a sense of, that's a lot of resources to get your hands on. The number of times a female giver meets for an opening every day has increased exponentially. What can't capitalize on as long as it can profit? Voila! No one has entered the grave-robbing market without anyone getting into it. And this isn't someone starting to get into it? That's over 50 million people watching online. The money spent on special effects and various props and scenes in the early stages can naturally be earned back very quickly. As for what really made Sima Ren care, it was still Chen Tianran's handful of evil suppressing techniques. It looks like that at a cursory glance, but even more so at a closer look. All in all, the other side definitely has a hand in this. Capital has gone to great lengths to create the persona of a tour guide touching the gold in order to move into this new market and develop new business opportunities. Naturally, it's fully funded. As for that titan, if you have the money, what kind of person can't be hired? For all that, Sima Ren can be said to be familiar to a fault. A single glance is already an insight into the whole situation. But instead of revealing it now, he wants to cooperate. On the live broadcast screen, Chen Tianran's pace was also getting faster and faster. However, in the space of a few breaths, he had already brought his sword to the python, and without saying a word, he slashed it. Jab! The sharp blade instantly entered the flesh, and sliced out a huge mouth. Hiss! The slash startled the python into hissing in agony and twisting its tongue in the next instant. And gulped the letter of the impact towards Chen Tianran. The latter did not have any fear at all, just raised his hand to straighten the angle of his glasses, and then he took another step. His body exploded into a ghostly shape, and rip, hiss. The giant python painfully began to hiss shrilly, but it could not do anything to Chen Tianran. Even so, it was said that the cut was already the desire to escape rising in his heart. Hiss. But Chen Tianran, where will let it as you wish. Hand black gold ancient knife. Not to say is again successive complimentary several cuts. Ha. What are you running for? We're all here now. How can you say that if you don't leave something down? Chen Tianran was like a chow thief who had seen someone else's daughter-in-law who had just passed through the door. And all that flashed in his eyes was green light. The python seems to understand the words. Panic is to escape. But Chen Tianran was faster. Jia. Die for me. Slash after slash. Knot after knot on the giant python. Blood continued to gush out, filling the scene with the smell of blood. Broken hearted, I drop good. People can't even kill a python with 7 rifles. But Chen, you're just going to press and beat it? Ulala, outrageous. What an outrageous direct. Chen quickly said, are you a human being or not? Little fox fairy, why do I vaguely hear the villain's laughter? Half an hour passed in a flash of time, and Chen Tianran, who had been killing too much, wiped the sweat that had not easily trickled down from his forehead and walked slowly, holding a green globular object in his hand. Nerdy girl, I found something great. What? Dull sister had just gotten over the shock of her opponent's terrifying battle power and, in the next second, Chen Tianran handed something in a little bit and, snake gall. It's a great tonic. Take it far. Take it farther. It's disgusting. The nerdy girl took dozens of steps back with hair on her back. Pity. This is something good. Chen Tianran cried out in pity while putting the item inside his backpack again. This scene looked at the dorky girl's body chills, just as she looked down at the pop-up screen, but was puzzled to see a continuously hanging pop-up screen. The thief. This man stole my golden light sex arts. Brothers, ask for support. Chapter 61, False or Real Taoist Priests. Chapter 61, Fake Taoist or Real Taoist? This one pop-up was sent via a big netizen who was certified by the platform that, once issued, it triggered a lot of hot debates among the water users. What's going on? Why did Taoist Master Sima Ren suddenly appear? Yeah, what does he mean by stealing? Why is it a bit cloudy? Wacky, it's really odd. Can't it be that Makoto has really stolen some so-called magic spell? In the midst of everyone's amazement, Dull Sister also immediately relayed Sima Ren's words to Chen Tianran, who raised an eyebrow. Stealing? Yeah, that's what that very famous Netflix Taoist master said. Dull sister looked at the other party with a face full of curiosity and Chen Tianran was a little confused at first, but after careful consideration he understood something of it. You want to rub it in, don't you? Then I'll play with you. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and then he spoke. It's just a clown. No need to pay attention to it. At that, the dorky girl didn't care too much about it. After all, if you really want to talk about who is a big netizen, now that they have more than 50 million online viewers, it is not something that can be compared to ordinary netizen anchors. And naturally, his words were what caused the water friends to swarm against that Simarin. How dare the fake Taoist priest jump out and accuse Brother Chen? I haven't heard much about this Simarin. That's true. When he burst into flames in the past, I thought there really were so-called worldly men in this world. Only afterward did I realize that it was a pitbull. Laughing. How dare a dead liar jump out and cause trouble? It's a good thing I didn't arrest you. That's right. I've heard he's cheated a lot of people out of their money. Scammers are still so arrogant? Call the police. Hold tight. Inside the luxurious villa, a touch of sulking emerged on Sima Ren's face. Looking at the live streaming comments, the flames in his heart were already pounding the ceiling. Humph. A bunch of mediocre people. In fact, when it was revealed that he had bilked people out of their money, although the Zaibatsu had silenced public opinion at an extremely high cost, but it also still took a huge toll on Saman, and that loss continues. It was for this reason that he needed a wave of heat that would prove itself. More than anything else, it needs the power of the guided expedition to the tomb of the first emperor as the driving force behind it. But now, when he heard Chen Tianran's words that he didn't want to take care of himself, that anger had broken through the limit. Humph. Pretending. I'd like to see how you can still act after that. Still pretending with me? Oh, Master Dao's my Dao is not something you can compare to. The female cast master on the side skillfully began to push and shove Sima Ren, praying for the other party to enlighten and bestow blessings on her. The latter was slightly more intentional, but he had to take a few pills to increase the time for himself to be enlightened and blessed. On the live feed, Chen Tianran did not stop because of Sima Ren, and continued to go deeper. But after but a few minutes, there's been a little trouble with kind of interesting. The place they were in at this moment was a secret room, somewhat similar to the secret room Shaolin and the others were in earlier. When this scene entered the broadcast room, all the water users went a little crazy. It's killing me. I can't believe it's a secret room again. Damn it. In that case, won't that crisis level increase exponentially? What a guy. Good guy. Previously Chen has already performed the Bagua technique once, and he can do it again? Amidst everyone's astonishment, Chen Tianran slowly raised his head and began to explain. This chamber, from its construction alone, is in fact similar to the chamber where Shaolin and the others are now located. It is also composed of more than 30 kinds of organs. The only difference remains that it's not a cannibalistic coffin. Just as he was explaining, another pop-up popped up on that public screen. Sima Ren, although the same, but the Bagua feng shui structure of this place is diametrically opposite. From this alone one can tell that the person who set up this organ technique is by no means an idle person. When this pop-up screen appeared, the fans in the live broadcast room began to mock again. Laughs. Fake Taoist priests shouldn't jump out and make fun of us. Ha ha ha. That's it. Don't embarrass yourself. Ha, what a lazy man. You actually want to instruct Chen here? Hey. Chen has eaten more white clover worms than any girl you've ever seen. Amidst the mockery of the crowd, Chen Tianran on the live broadcast screen was revealing a hint of astonishment. He is indeed right. When the words landed, the dull sisters beside him were all unavoidably showing their astonishment. What are you talking about, Brother Chen? This is a fake Taoist priest. Chen Tianran slightly raised his head. But he's certainly right. Once again, the affirmative reply instantly set off a wave of public opinion in the live broadcast room. What the hell? Brother Chen, is there something wrong? This Taoist priest is purely a fake. It's not even remotely real. That's right. He used to trick female givers into giving them enlightenment. And his behavior was abominable. And cheated a lot of people out of their money. I don't even know why he hasn't been arrested. Brother Chan, you must be wrong, right? This joke isn't funny. Mr. Chan. In the midst of the tremors of all, inside the luxurious villa, Sima Ren, who was lying on the bed to enlighten the female caster, held his cell phone, listened to Chen Tianran's words of approval, and slightly angled his head. And, a child can be taught to know what's right and what's wrong. He's just making it up. And as far as all this live stuff goes, it's purely live action and stuff like that. Sima Ren is also a country bumpkin, and doesn't know much about high technology, only that it's very powerful nowadays. What you can't understand, just say that the technology is awesome. and then also continued with his insights. According to the Taoist master, my observation, if you use the art of gossip is also easy to crack, so you need to use. He rattled off what he had once read about the gossip aspect of the, once again, causing the live streamers to laugh. This fake Taoist priest is still pulling the wool over the eyes of the people here. It looks like he wants to break the mold and rub it in, too. If not, his career will be in jeopardy. That's right. It's almost as if he copied it from a random novel on the internet. Just as the Waterboys were talking heatedly, Chen Tianran, however, opened his mouth and said, "What this Taoist priest says is true. It is indeed very reasonable and accurate." As soon as the words landed, Sima Ren, who was inside the luxurious villa, cracked a wide smile. But the water friends in the live broadcast room are a bit messed up. It's not right. Brother Chen, something's not right with you. That is, according to the usual practice, with Chen's nature, he will definitely dislike it. But now, it's completely wrong. Could it be that this Taoist priest really has two tricks up his sleeve? Chapter 62, I see that your seal is dark. I'm afraid there's a plague of blood and light lately. Chapter 62, I observe that your hull of seal is dark. I'm afraid that you've been suffering from a bloodbath lately. Amidst everyone's astonishment, Chen Tianran paced out. This Taoist priest has made an interesting statement, and if we go by what he has said, then this secret room will also be easily solved between. Then Chen Tianran was in the midst of everyone's dumbfoundedness, and began to walk slowly along the wall, and chanting words related to the 8 trigrams under his breath. Unconsciously, the invisible Xian Huangqi slowly rose up and began to search for the only way to live in the middle of this complicated chamber. Why do I always have the feeling that Chen is joking? Why do I always have the feeling that Chen is joking? Agreeing. With Chen's nature, he never easily agrees with others' words. But today, it's a bit abnormal. Indeed, perversely a bit peculiar. I have a feeling in the dark. Chen is brewing. Inside the luxurious villa, Sima Ren, who spent a minute to end the enlightenment, also continued to put his attention on the live broadcast screen. Looking at Chen Tianran's fiddling appearance, he also could not help but laugh out loud somewhat. Ha ha ha, this kid can handle it. What a little bit of understanding. I didn't expect him to get this action right. What a surprise to me. He then nodded his head again with an angsty nod. Well, not bad, not bad. As the trend continues, I should kind of fit into this wave of their plan, right? In this way, hey, Master Dao, will rise again. He excitedly pulled over the female caster. Come. Rather also I am in good spirits today. I'll enlighten you again. Nasty Taoist master is so bad. The female caster was so flirtatious that she raised her hand and pushed the other party. And where that Sima Rin didn't see, a mirror reflected the appearance of the female giver. Only with the Taoist master's eyes of the female giver is different, but the other party in the mirror, actually, glowing green with a ferocious look. On the live broadcast screen, Chen Tianran paused and stopped, his right hand pressed down on top of that wall. Ka-ching! Crisp gears snapped as the rock wall slowly rose upwards. The aquanauts in the live room were also completely confused and This Taoist actually really has two skills. Good guy. I thought this Taoist was here to hustle and rub it in, but I didn't realize that it actually had a pair of skills. Nima. So, we were wrong about him before? A high-ranking person is actually a great recluse? When the Sima Ren, who was in the middle of the luxurious villa and whose face was getting paler and paler, looked at the live broadcast image of the secret room breaking, he also couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. High-tech is really advanced these days. It's incredible. He lamented. Again, as he continued to look at the pop-ups on the live feed, also took out his spare and scanned his doujinshi follower count. From what was a massive drop-off every now and then, it's starting to trend back up. This result alone is enough to show that one of his current strategies is extremely correct. That was wonderful. Fantastic. The woman behind him was also staring straight at the back of his head, and unconsciously began to lick her lips and teeth, as if she was looking at a delicious food. Inside the Archaeological Institute of the Leviston, Li Luo looked at the live screen and was puzzled. This is really not like Xiao Chen's style. Comrade Xiao Wang on the side also nodded his head. Indeed, if we were in Brother Chen's nature, where would he be so peaceful? Definitely a rebuttal. This seems 80% is teasing that Taoist. Just as the two of them were having a chat, the old man surnamed Lu opened his mouth and said, "Old Li, find an opportunity for me to speak with Chen Tianran." Li Luo turned around. The upper peak is planning to make him the replacement for this trip to the beginning Emperor's Mausoleum's underground palace plan? There's no other way. Lu shook his head. Originally it was still necessary to continue the examination. After all, These matters have involved top secret. The consequences of a leak would be unimaginable. But now that countries have started to make moves, we can't afford to stand still. Countries? Li Luo said in a puzzled voice. The old man surnamed Lu held his head slightly high. The revival of the terracotta warriors, as well as the existence of Yuji and other, as well as being an opportunity for all countries to see. And we're not the only country with an ancient civilization. Ancient Babylon, ancient Pharaoh, ancient San. For example, if they find something first, China will definitely be in a passive position. Li Luo nodded heavily. I understand. And just as he was about to dial the phone, but it is to see the live broadcast screen, Chen Tianran, two people have been once again encountered trouble. In front of where they were was a curved space, covered with countless passageways of tomb tunnels. If you are a person with a dense phobia, you will surely have an attack on the spot. The water friends in the live broadcast room are even more frightened by it. I'm going. The design of this tomb passage is really not a small handful. Could there really be passages behind all these tomb passages? Previously, Shen and the others had encountered a choice of 3 tomb entrances, but the end result is still in danger. Hiss. Could it be that this time, will it still be the wrong choice? Amidst the amazement of the waterman, Sima Ren also posted a pop-up immediately. Oh, such a situation can be resolved very simply. I don't know. Little friend, do you have a countermeasure? Dull sister looked at the pop-up screen, also immediately relayed the message. Chen Tianran smiled. My juniors know that their strength is not good. I wonder if I know if the elders can even mic for my juniors to give them some pointers. As soon as the words landed on the ground, Sima Ren immediately sent in a pop-up that, of course, in the middle of the luxurious villa, Sima Ren was in high spirits. After all, the more the other party got on board, the more benefits there were for him, and a back-to-back exits are definitely something that can skyrocket one's fame again. The water friends in the live broadcast room are also marveled repeatedly. Never expected that this thing will be in this direction. Asterisk 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 asterisk? Real or fake? Chen, don't be ridiculous. He's probably just bull asterisk 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 ting. That's right, brother Chen. Think twice. Think twice. Brother Chan. Be sensible. Be sensible. In the midst of a flurry of pop-ups, Chen Tianran was also smoothly linked with the other party, and when Sima Ren's face, whose cheeks were slightly sunken and whitened, and whose seal was yet blackened, Chen Tianran's face was also slightly stagnant. This Taoist master, I see that your hall of seal is black. I'm afraid that there's been a bloodbath recently. Sima Ren's body trembled slightly. He had also been feeling something wrong with his body for the past few days. He was even in a bit of a trance. For a moment, one could not help but speculate whether the other party really had some means of, but then he immediately shook his head, casting the thought away, and laughed out loud, saying, ha ha ha, infinite heavenly father, no harm done, no harm done. Master Tao, I'm very hard. How can any blood and light disaster get close to Master Tao? Oh, is that so? Chen Tianran smiled faintly. Then, would you please guide me for my juniors? Sure, of course. Sima Ren had long been hungry and thirsty for this kind of opportunity to be able to link up with a high-traffic anchor. And now, with the opportunity to cast it, it was more than willing to let go. Immediately, he began to do it in place. The whole thing was in good shape, and as he cast the spell, a figure passed behind him silently. Chapter 63, Crazy. This is crazy. Chapter 63, Crazy. This is madness. Asterisk 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 asterisk? What the hell? What the hell is that walking past behind Sima Ren? A white dress with long flowing hair? Wait. I don't think I'm blinking. I don't think I'm seeing things. No? Is that PPO? It can't be. There's no way there's a PPO in the world. The figure that had flashed across the screen of the live feed just that second before was still fresh in the mind. But when the water boys tried to play it back, they couldn't see it again. This creepy scene caused everyone to have a feeling of chills running down their backs. The last time I saw this kind of thing, it was in the middle of the live broadcast of Dull Sister's screen. But now, they are seeing it again and again. Is this really a system failure of the live platform? I don't know. This thing is creepy just thinking about it. Hissing. Stop it. The goosebumps are falling again. At the same time, in the live platform headquarters, Stay Up All Night and the product department staff is also dumbfounded look at each other. What the hell? How did it appear again? Strange. We all urgently discharged all the problems. How come? Wacky. It's really wacky. Inside the luxury villa, Sima Ren was casting spells while peeking at the pop-ups in the broadcast room, and his mind was filled with a sense of doubt. What the hell? There's a PPO? Are you kidding me? This is a scientific world. Where the hell is PPO? It's really funny, eh? He sneered as he continued his pretense of casting spells, making his movements as perfect as possible, wide open, as if it really meant that. But just as he was sweating profusely, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the flash of greed on the female cultivator's face. Sima Ren didn't care too much about it, but after some maneuvers, he snapped out of his mouth. And, little friend, the path to life lies within that hole to your left. Go quickly. There is only one chance to be born. Please also cherish it. His anxious hissing, which brings out the best in the art of acting. So much so, that the water boys on the air were a little confused. This Taoist seems to really have two brushes. Yeah, but Brother Chen thinks twice. I always feel like this Taoist priest is completely jumping the gun. That's right. It's just a random jump up and down. It's just bizarre. How is it possible to find a real way to live in this situation? Sima Ren looked at the pop-up screen, but he couldn't help but secretly let out a sneer. What a bunch of stupid people. Don't they realize these are scripted? In accordance with the past sets, this situation, absolutely every passage is safe. Then this little guide sends me a thank you after successfully navigating the perilous situation. TSK. This routine it is simply not too familiar. The kid is really on the ball. Sima Ren was also getting more and more emotional and satisfied with Chen Tianran, and was even starting to fantasize about the picture of both parties mixing in this business. TSK. My infinite heavenly father. This is the real way to make a living. He guaranteed that as soon as this live content was edited and broadcast as a short video, definitely creates a storm of public opinion. Then one is successfully thrust into the center of public opinion, and at the same time once again, become a revered Taoist master. And in the midst of his fantasies, Chen Tianran also spoke. So it is, worthy of a Taoist master. Then the latecomer will go in and walk up. Hearing this, Sima Ren also did not hesitate to say, don't worry, if there's any danger, Master Dao, I'll cut off my head and use it as a night pot for you. Chen Tianran smiled and ignored it, but instead waved towards the dull sister. And, the latter, who still had some fear in his heart, opened his mouth and said, Brother Chen, it's not safe, is it? I always feel that there's something wrong with that Taoist priest. He's like, haphazardly jumping around like that. Chen Tianran shook his head slightly. It's fine, just go. As he said that, he put his eyes on the cave that Sima Ren pointed out. In fact, when he entered the place, the feng shui bagua technique was already stripping everything here clear. It could be argued that every cave here is a life door, but at the same time it can be said that all are death gates, because in the midst of each of these caves, there is a parasite hidden. Whether it's the door of life or death depends on the stature of the one who enters. But for Chen Tianran, I'm sorry, it's just like your own home. Feel free to walk. It's just that these words, naturally, he's not going to say them out loud, otherwise it would undoubtedly be a greater blow to the false Taoist priest. And wouldn't the fun be half as much if the play ended early? The boring life of adventure is always looking for some spice. As Chen Tianran and Dull Sister entered into the cave, the hearts of the water users were once again lifted up. It's not right. I'm getting the feeling that something's not right. And don't you say, this claustrophobic feeling, every time there's an accident. Hissing, this damn familiarity. Shun, dumb sister, watch out. Amidst the gasps of the water boys, the flashlight in Chen Tianran's hand was already shining on a snow-white body deep in the cave. It is like a worm crawling on the ground, but that under the body is long with countless tentacles. Body twisting and writhing between the body will emit a strange sound, and when it slowly turned around, that face, which was normal for a human, was emitting an extremely creepy baby cry sound. Oh wow. The creepy scene caused everyone's hearts to snap. Asterisk. What the hell is this? Yards up. Dead Taoist. Didn't you say it wouldn't be dangerous? What the hell is going on here? Damn it. Stinking Taoist. He said that Chen stole your magic from the Golden Light School. Is this how you, a proper heir to the school, divines? Hurry up and give thanks. Sima Ren, who was watching the live broadcast, was also startled by the bizarre image and sound and jerked back a few steps. Asterisk. What the? Are the technological means so superior now? This thing is so realistically made. It still looks really disgusting. It's just that this kid is a little too unconventional. Sima Ren scratched his head in slight irritation. But right at this moment, on the screen, Chen Tianran idly walked towards the parasite, while slowly stretching out his black and gold ancient sword. Rip! A knife cuts out. Bang! Instant! Blood splattered everywhere. The parasite was like a balloon blowing up. Scarlet blood dyed the ground red. The light from the flashlight hit Chen Tianran's body, and the camera gathered at this time. Chen Tianran slowly turned back. The corners of his mouth slowly lifted up, and smiled at the camera. Not bad for a Taoist priest. This path is really a safe way to live. A word to the wise. Sima Ren, who was in the middle of connecting to the mic, almost without hesitation, directly hung up the mic with a pop sound. Nuts. Crazy. You are a lunatic. What is all this? Why is it so disgusting to look at? Hell. Damn. Obscure. It's bad luck. Sima Ren's mind kept echoing the creepy image of the compulsion blowing up just now. At the same time a feeling of nausea was brewing in his belly. But the next second, a slender jade hand was slowly reaching out to his chest in front of the. It's okay, I don't want to throw up. Sima Ren waved his hand and, the owner of that jade hand, however, was slowly lowering his body with his head sideways, turning that miserable to the extreme face towards him, the corners of his mouth, painted with brilliant lipstick, cracking to the back of his head in an instant. The Taoist master. People want it. Ask for support. Ask for support. Chapter 64, you call this big bug a little trouble. Chapter 64, you call this big bug a little trouble? Ah. The miserable screams kept echoing in the soundproofed room. The scarlet blood scattered the walls, and the bleak white figure, slowly pulling its head out of Sima Ren's chest. She narrowed her eyes in pasty pleasure, her long, slanted eyes radiating a ghostly light, but then she licked her tongue with intent as she savored the memory of the. Her delicate figure swayed slightly as she walked, and she picked up the cell phone that had been slammed to the ground, looking at the lean and strong Chen Tianran on the live broadcast screen, her eyes flooded with a touch of fascination. The auntie should like him a lot. Tomb of the First Emperor. In the tomb passage, for Sima Ren would directly hang up the phone. Chen Tianran had expected it, but the other party's blackened seal still made him suspicious. With this in mind, he lifted his hand and pinched his fingers to divine. Izuma-sen? He couldn't help but show a flash of surprise, and at the same time, vaguely, he sensed that a door was opening toward him. And Chen Tianran's flash of dissimilarity did not attract the attention of the water friends. They were all engrossed in Sima Ren's foul-mouthed hanging up the streak at this point. Broken-hearted, laughing my ass off. I have a feeling that this fake Taoist priest is afraid that he didn't have much internet access today, and as a result, he thought that Chen was a fake too? Oh la la, ha ha ha. He casually pointed a finger, and a big bug popped up as a result. It's outrageous. Little Fox Fairy, the most outrageous is still Chen directly slaughtering the big bug with a single slash, hardly chopping a dead end into a living one. 80% of the fake Taoist priests are still at home right now, hugging their heads and reminiscing. Ha ha ha. On the live broadcast screen Chen Tianran slowed down, picked up the flashlight, flicked the switch, and the light from the flashlight's shooting column hit the ground in a smooth manner, and that puddle of filth was extraordinarily noticeable. It's disgusting. This nerd girl subconsciously took a step back, her eyes filled with awe. What in the world is this thing? Why are there such tiny bugs? Only to see that on the ground. Bloodstains, creeping countless tiny bugs. They are all the same white body abdomen long countless tentacles, while the head is a unified standard human face, a dense mass of human faces, with lips and teeth opening and closing, emitting a gurgling baby crying sound that, oh wow wow wow, oh wow wow wow, oh wow wow wow. The voice is small, but it's a throbbing, creepy, heart-rending, broken-hearted, awe. What the hell is this? It's disgusting. How come it has a human face? Walala, it's just shocking my face. It's almost as if 10,000 little cockroaches will hatch after stepping on a cockroach. Dodo, stop it upstairs. The image suddenly came rushing back. Lily, Kam. I just killed one. In the midst of everyone's astonishment, Chen Tianran squatted down and surveyed the young parasites. Then he spoke. This kind of bug is similar to the centipedes, scorpions, and pythons that we saw earlier, all of which are poisonous. But what distinguishes them from them is the fact that the bugs, which are not naturally occurring, rather, it is a compulsion made by the Southland compost masters with their own unique secret method. There are even more categories of parasites, and I won't explain them all here. After all, I'm just a little tour guide and haven't seen that many bugs. Speaking of which, the dull sister on the side was already rolling her eyes at the pretender, unable to help herself, and the water friends in the live broadcast room were twitching at the corners of their mouths. Broken-hearted, I'm so meow. You call this a little tour guide? Brother Chen Brother Chen, if pretending is a crime, you should be 10,000 deaths Ulala, damnable pretender. Surrender. Little Fox Fairy, going to puke. He's still pretending. He's actually still pretending. In the midst of a crowd of netizens sputtering, Chen Tianran also continued, saying, though I, the little guide, am not terribly knowledgeable, about compulsion either. But this compulsion is the trap compulsion. Trap compulsion? Dull's sister, who was also attracted by his words, came over in confusion, and crouched down, saying that, "What do you say, Chen?" Chen Tianran glanced at her sideways and opened his mouth. Trap compulsion in layman's terms means that when we kill it, the trap will be triggered. Nerd girl. She lapsed into a moment of silence, then lifted her hand to point at the small object on the floor and, "So, you're still so calm? Small matter, all is a warm-up to move the body." Chen Tianran smiled, then stood up and, next, the ground began to tremble, and all of the small trap parasites all burrowed into the ground at this moment. The frequency of the ground trembling is also getting stronger and stronger. The Dull's sister cautiously approached towards Chen Tianran. "Brother Chen, what's going on?" It's fine. Chen Tianran still waved his hand in a breezy manner. "Little trouble, just a little trouble. Relax. In the midst of his words, the trembling of the ground became more and more frequent, and finally there was a bang. A thick and steel-spiked maggot suddenly appeared. It has a huge mouth at the front end, countless densely packed teeth all over the period. Opening and closing will also spit out a thick smoke. The giant maggot kept squirming, and the mere places it passed through were cut into pieces by the steel spikes on its body. The corners of Nerd Girl's mouth kept twitching and, "Brother Chen, you call this a little trouble?" The latter didn't speak, but his right hand was already resting on top of the hilt of the black and gold ancient sword. A fresh wind from nowhere was blowing his clothes around, and the scene was quiet and a little creepy. The only thing that was a little dry was the pop-ups on the live stream. "I'm Nima. Brother Chen, you're a real show-off. You're actually calling this big guy a little trouble? Good guy. Please also explain a wave of Chen. What does it mean to be in big trouble? Can't hold it. I really can't." But just then, a pop-up slowly floated up and, "Paleontology research scholar, Chen. This rare big bug is very valuable for research. Can you leave some samples when you chop it later?" When this statement was made, the water users were once again a little unsettled. "Ulala, brother, you are really tiger. In the current situation, it's hard to say if Chen and the others can get out safely. After all, this bug is a bit overly scary. Broken-hearted, that's right. It's good enough to get out of this situation. And you want samples. What are you thinking? Little fox fairy, better hurry up and sing the Bible Amitba Buddha's blessing on Chen with folded hands." Only on the screen, the nerdy girl saw the contents of the pop-up, and also subconsciously paraphrased it. The latter sniffs and stares slightly. "Want a sample? Yeah, but, Brother Chen, let's still think about how to escape." Dull's sister spoke out anxiously but the next second Chen Tianran was speaking. "What's so hard about a sample? Just kill it." Chapter 65, the tables are turned. Iron juice. Is this enough? Chapter 65, the situation is instantly turned upside down. Iron juice. Is this enough? A series of question marks instantly popped up on the dorky girl's brain. "No, Brother Chen. You're trying to have a firefight with it." Chen Tianran waved his hand to signal his opponent to back off, while his body's center of gravity was already slowly pressing down. "It's just a parasite. It's not a big deal. One cut is enough." Under his low roar, his figure instantly burst into flashes. In the twinkling of an eye, he had already attacked and killed in front of the parasites. The bug's body suddenly began to rotate in response, and countless steel spikes began to erupt like a rainstorm. Shoo shoo shoo. When a steel needle lands on a wall, it immediately explodes into small craters. The horrifying killing power of the dorky sister was so shocked that she also crouched down immediately. But luckily, in her path, Chen Tianran waved his black gold ancient blade, blocking all the damage. But the parasite didn't have any intention of stopping, and the spinning motion even became more and more intense. Steel Spike's rate of fire is also climbing by the minute. The originally narrow and cramped tomb passage was also expanded and doubled in size in an instant under this attack. Finished. This wave is still not playing. If this continues, we're going to die for sure. That's it. How can we fight? There's no way to fight. The difference is too great. Danger. The terror of the tomb passage is nothing short of perilous. This time, I'm afraid Chen and the others are in danger. Inside the Leishan Archaeological Institute, Li Luo clenched his hands tightly. There is even this whole existence in this world. It's horrible. The old man surnamed Lu was already unable to control his feet as he walked closer. His eyes filled with worry. If Xiao Chen fails, then the dead soldier program can only be activated. No matter what the cost, the tomb of the first emperor's underground palace must be opened. The secrets that lurk within are to be revealed as well. Hearing these words, Li Luo also turned back in shock. But, hopefully, Xiao Chen can. Before his words were out of his mouth. But then I heard an explosive cry come from that live broadcast room. Chop! Immediately afterward, there was a blade suddenly swept up, But instantly it had already landed on the parasite that looked like a gyroscope spinning. In this instant, everyone's remained motionless as they watched that live feed intently. But, a knife goes down. It doesn't decapitate the parasites. There is even less to stop it from continuing to spin. A sense of disappointment began to grip everyone watching the live stream at the moment. Damn it! This parasite is simply flawless. Chen's knife couldn't even cut it open. It's over. This time it's really finished. If Chen doesn't even have a way to kill it, then there would simply be even more no one. Despair. Originally, I thought I would still be able to see the secrets of the legendary underground palace of the tomb of the first emperor. But now, thinking about, and in vain, Shaolin and the others, who were also in the tomb passage, watched the live broadcast screen and let out sighs of relief. Damn it! What's in the underground palace upside down? It's actually necessary to set up such dangerous organs and poisons, but it's not like they're allowed to use weapons of mass destruction up there. Otherwise just blast him. The crowd spoke one word at a time, but Shaolin raised his hand and said, "Don't say it, we're on a mission too. Just wait. Only when he returns from the underground palace can we truly leave this place. Come back?" At this time, a warrior spoke out. Team Xiao, judging from the current situation, Brother Chen is afraid that it will be difficult to get through the difficult times ahead. Another said, "Yeah, Team Xiao, are we going to be completely trapped here?" Just as the crowd was panicking, Chen Tianran's voice was coming out from the live broadcast room. "Ha, thick skin and flesh. It seems that if someone Chen doesn't have to put some strength into it, he won't be able to cut it open." After saying that, he once again shifted his body, and the black and gold ancient sword in his hand fastened into a blur of shadows. Clanking, one after another, they swung and chopped away. Extremely violent contact was made with the steel needles that shot out explosively, and the more he fought, the more excited he became. "Ha ha 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 ha, come on, come harder, try to make me sweat." Chen Tianran hissed as the black and gold ancient sword erupted with a cold light, while also emitting channels of starfire. Standing at a distance, Dull's sister was also watching with some concentration, while recalling the words of the other party just now. "Work on making him sweat a little? Brother Chen, you're a true demon." And Chen Tianran this maniacal fighting appearance, but also by the water friends have been labeled crazy batch. Crazy. This man is pure and simple crazy. It's the craziest thing in the world. It's the first time I've seen someone who gets more and more excited the more they fight. It's almost like they've poked that watch-a-macallit point. Brother Chen is really outrageous. Such a fight. He actually said he hoped to leave some sweat? Do you dare to restrain yourself? I can almost smell your biwang smell from 1,000 miles away. A hearty battle subsided completely as the compulsion stopped spinning. And when it stopped, everyone was shocked to see that the steel needles that were originally densely packed on that parasite had all been removed at this moment. Ha. You spin it. You shoot. Come on. Chen Tianran was carrying a knife, his feet full of steel needles, while his face was filled with an excited smile. Ha. Don't be afraid. We have an expert who says he wants a little sample from you. Just a little research. Don't be afraid. He smiled, and then he stepped closer towards the parasites. Although the parasite couldn't understand the other party's speech, it could sense the strand of unkindness in the other party's body that it struggled to drive its body to move slowly backward, struggling to keep itself away from this god of murder. Instead, Chen Tianran said softly, "Little one, don't be afraid. I, Mr. Chen, have always been very light and quick with my sword. Don't worry. I won't hurt you. Come on, do as you're told. This handful of this coaxing baby maneuver made the aquatic friends in the live broadcast room dumbfounded once again. Hey, that was just a minute ago. Am I on the wrong channel? Why did it suddenly change? The situation turned upside down in an instant? What's wrong with you? 1 minute ago, the parasites were mightily trying to swallow Chen, and 1 minute later, Chen is carrying a knife to appease the lamb to be slaughtered? This is a bit too much of a turnaround, isn't it? In front of everyone's eyes and amidst everyone's shock, Chen Tianran took a step to leap up and directly stepped on the body of the parasites, and then his hand rose up to drop his sword, chopping off several fat pieces of, then grabbed it with one hand and handed it to the camera. "Iron juice. How's that? Is this sample enough? Not enough for me to cut some more?" Paleontological research scholar. Enough. A small portion is enough. Brother Chen, can't use it up. It can't be used up. The pop-ups immediately drew giggles from the water boys. Ha. Brother Chen is too polite. You scared our little expert. I'm so happy. The sample is too big. And you're still afraid? You do have to be afraid. Who knows if this thing will suddenly turn into a big parasite? Hissing. Fine thoughts. Hissing. Dull sister quickly relayed the pop-up message, and when Chen Tianran heard it, he raised his hand and chipped off most of it, and put the rest of it in a bag, placing it in a piece with the white clover worm meat. Until then, he hadn't seen the sweat stains on his arms. Sweating, good. Warm up over. Chapter 66, Sure. Chapter 66, Sure. Broken-hearted, what a warm-up. I can't believe you call this a warm-up. I'm so meow. Little Fox Fairy, tough guy. This is the ruthless man. Thanks to our earlier worried half a day. The result, Chen purely as a warm-up. Ulala, others go down the fifth tomb passage of the first emperor's mausoleum, which is full of crises, and Chen goes down the tomb passage like he's back in his own backyard? Sure. The tomb passages were deep, and this time they had gone for an hour without seeing the next pass. Chen Tianran frowned slightly, vaguely feeling a slight sense of crisis. At the same time, prompted by his sixth sense to turn back with a jerk. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a figure flashing by, but when he tried to look for it again, there was no trace of it. Nerd girl turns around, puzzled. Chen, what's wrong? Something happened? No. Chen Tianran raised his hand in a gesture. Rest for now. Aha. The dorky girl nodded heavily, before pulling out the fondue pot and setting it up in style. The corner of Chen Tianran's mouth also lifted slightly when he saw this. On the road. Dull sister smiled sweetly. Brother Chen taught you well. The latter nodded slightly, and then he took out the white clover worm meat. This scene directly caused some jaws to drop on the water friends in the live broadcast room. Broken-hearted, hey, are you guys traveling or exploring? Ulala, that's right. How can you be so outrageous? What kind of explorer serves up a hot pot in the middle of an adventure? Little Fox Fairy, speechless. Now the dorky girl is getting stereotypical too. It's over. Dodo, come to think of it, they were just out of danger an hour ago, and it's still kind of creepy and dangerous, and as a result, now, starting to eat hot pot? Nice one. Nerd girl was waiting for the fondue while looking at the pop-ups and laughing. And, guys, did you guys forget that we're on a reality tour guide show ourselves? Isn't the purpose of a reality tour guide show to travel the mountains and eat and drink? A hot pot makes sense, doesn't it? Chen Tianran, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table and blowing the fire folders, listened to the other party's words that were becoming more and more on the right track, and slightly angled his head. And, well, the children are teachable. Dumb girl confidently raised her spine. The only thing she didn't see was a hill higher than the sea horizon, and the water boys on the air are a little messed up. Again. Good man. That's really saying something. It makes sense. But why do I feel like there's something wrong? Why do I feel something is wrong? Iron. You don't say. I think there's something wrong too. Whose tour guide traveled to the ING tomb? It's like a sci-fi action movie. There's one. In fact, there's a group of foamy in that whose names are a bit hard to remember. And they've been out to sea and there's been no news of them until now. These days, if you don't have some skills, you shouldn't go blindly soliciting jobs. The sea is so rough. If you go blindly, you're bound to get into trouble. Then again, is something happening lately? All the ports have been shut down. The fishing industry has stopped. It's not just that. Some domestic and international historical tourist attractions are closed. It's not clear what's really going on. Inside the live broadcast room, the pop-ups were constantly swiping, and Nerd Girl was constantly watching as she waited for the hot pot to boil. The more she looked at it, the more she realized something was wrong. Brother Chen. It seems like something happened recently. There's some turbulence, eh? Chen Tianran frowned slightly. He shook his head slightly. What does it have to do with us? Even if the sky collapses, then there's a taller person to take the top. So let's leave the big things to the big people to worry about. Let's just focus on the hot pot. With that, he lifted the lid of the pot, and the tantalizing aroma of the hot pot instantly rushed into the nostrils of the two men. The tantalizing aroma of the hot pot instantly rushed into the nostrils of both of them, inspiring a strong desire to eat. At the same time, it was also luring the constant twisting and crawling of the figure deep in the tomb passage. And as the water users listened to the two, they kept swiping up their pop-ups. People of whatever status should think about things of whatever class. This change in the general environment is really not something we need to think about. Yeah, what's the point of thinking about it? It's hard to see how the company can give us a raise. Go to sleep. That said, these two have not eaten too much, have they? I'm hungry. It's the middle of the night. I'm hungry. Hey, stop it upstairs. Don't brush it off. I'm hungry too. But just at this time, on the live broadcast screen, the cell phone in Chen Tianran's hand suddenly rang. Old Lee? On the side of the dumb sister gnawing on the meat, listening to the other party's name, almost dropped the meat on the ground. a face of incredulity to look back to the other party. Now even the name calling has changed straight away? That fast? Chen Tianran immediately clicked the answer button. Hello? On the other end of the line came a rather unfamiliar and slightly hoarse voice. Hello Comrade Xiao Chen. I'm the head of the 5th District, Lu Shang-xin. Oh, Chen Tianran responded flatly and, the old man on the other end of the phone, however, was visibly frozen for a moment. I always felt that there was something wrong with the other party's reaction, but I couldn't tell where it was wrong. Lu Shangxin first froze, then said, it doesn't seem to surprise you at all? Upon hearing this, Chen Tianran laughed. What's so surprising about this? Captain Xiao is a dragon and phoenix among men, and his skill is 1 in a million. Unfortunately it's a bit worse than mine, or he could have taken his men over the top as well, and the presence of such a being in an archaeological team is obviously not normal. Therefore, I think you must have something else behind it. A masterful line of reasoning that brought silence to the other end of the line. More than anything, it sent the water boys on the air into a minor boil. What's going on? Who is Chen talking to on the phone? It seems to be not a low status. Hiss, isn't Chen a bit too tough? If you really were a big shot, would you still be able to talk like this? It's still Brother Chen. Really tough. At the same time, Lu Shangxin also slowly opened his mouth and said, what I am about to say is top secret, and is not to be divulged, not to be known by anyone other than you and me. Oh, so Chen Tianran said, and then he swept back and what if it's a camera? It's not human anyway. Anything. Lu Shangxin whimpered as he held his fire. Chen Tianran also heard the fire in the other party's words, and immediately was snickering. Ha. Take it easy. Chief Lua. I'm just easing the atmosphere. Relax. As soon as the words landed, the pop-ups in the live broadcast completely exploded. Chief, are you sure? I'm dropping my mother. Brother Chen, how dare you make fun of the chief? You're a real show-off. Nice guy. Good man. The creation bell god Xiao. You're the real Xiao. Amidst the pop-ups of admiration, Lu Shangxin on the other end of the phone also immediately described the current situation, and the smile on Chen Tianran's face gradually became grave as he listened. I'm begging for support. Please. Chapter 67, Secret Schrodinger's Cat. I'm from China. Chapter 67, Secret Schrodinger's Cat. I'm from China. The dull sister on the side watched the change in Chen Tianran's expression, and at the other party's signal, turned off the live camera's radio function. Brother Chen. It's okay. The latter, with his head slightly raised, then spoke. So you are saying that the world today is about to suffer an unprecedented disaster? But this catastrophe, even you yourselves are not sure what it is? It can be interpreted that way. Lu Shangxin nodded. But what is certain is that this catastrophe is coming, and it will turn everything upside down. Whether it's technology or worldview, everything is going to change. Chen Tianran sniffed and continued. In that case, how can you be sure that the key thing that can solve all these calamities is inside the tomb of the first emperor's underground palace? You know this dungeon has never been opened. Shan Lao responded. There is nothing wrong with what you say, but from the information we have so far, it tells us that this plague is closely related to the ancient, and more evidence is coming to light that the history we see is all about what the ancients wanted us to see. The real historical truth is hidden from them. These words caused Chen Tianran to fall into deep thought. Schrodinger's cat. The Qin dynasty may not have existed in history at all, or even, the Qin dynasty may have been fictionalized. After all, no one's ever been there. The so-called imperial tomb may have been built by a later party. Chu and Han? Maybe it's just a joke. Lu Shangxin laughed. Ha. It can be interpreted that way. After all, no one has ever seen it with their own eyes. No one has ever arrived in person. Any history can be buried. But when you, Comrade Xiao Chen, stepped into the fifth tomb passage of the underground palace of the first emperor, the world that should have been sealed away in the midst of history, hidden by the ancients, is also silently opening its doors. I generally understand what you're saying, too, Chen Tianran said, angling his head slightly. Lu Shangxin probed. So you promise to become one of our sharp knives? At that time we will promise you anything you want. I refuse. Chen Tianran smiled blandly and Lu Shangxin on the other side of the phone didn't have any meaning of annoyance, and likewise said in a relaxed manner, this kind of thing is very uncomfortable to impose on anyone. Originally, you had promised Oldly to enter the underground palace, explore the mysteries, and unveil the treasures of human civilization. It is indeed abrupt of me to add a request so rashly. Ha. Chen Tianran laughed. Chief Lu, worry too much. That's not what I meant. Oh, Lu Shangxin asked with interest. How so? I just feel that Chief Lu doesn't seem to treat me as a Chinese national. Chen Tianran's tone gradually tended to be solemn. As a Chinese, isn't it only right to do this? This is not only a matter of the world, but also a matter of the country we live in. As a member of the Chinese nation, I have no reason to refuse, but please don't taint my honor as a Chinese with any reward. As soon as these words came out, Lu Shangxin, who was in the Lishan Research Institute, also got up in place and performed a military salute. In order to prevent the leakage of secrets, he was already in the middle of a soundproofed secret room, and Chen Tianran's words had undoubtedly touched him. People with this kind of identification with China are the root of China's standing. Comrade Xiao Chen, the trip to the underground palace is over, and no matter what the outcome is, I sincerely invite you to be a guest in my home. Ha ha ha, Chen Tianran laughed out loud. Chief Lu, this outcome can only be a success. It can never fail. Lu Shangxin was slightly embarrassed. Oh, that's true. But, Chen Tianran uttered hesitantly. Lu Shangxin was puzzled. But what, does Chief Lu have a granddaughter? Chen Tianran opened his mouth curiously. There was a silence on the other end of the line. It was only after a long time that the voice came out slowly and, when it's done, I'll set you up. Ha, Chen Tianran hurriedly explained. No, Chief Lu, I'm just casually asking. This person hasn't even been seen yet. How can we just? It's higher than a certain honey's face, Lu Shangxin said. Wake up Chen Tianran in an instant. Chief Lu is righteous. The late generation will definitely go through fire and soup. I'll do as I'm told. Lu Shangxin sniffed, and did not say much, but only wished that the returns safely. Good. Chen Tianran nodded heavily and hung up the phone. And the moment he turned back, it was to meet the sultry eyes of his dull sister. What's going on? The latter's mouth twitched, but he didn't explain too much. After all, it's pretty hard not to want to hear this phone when it's so loud. She hummed arrogantly. Then she was quietly scanning her legs, fantasizing in her mind what she would look like in black silk. Absolutely mesmerized. And the pop-ups in the Pay's livestream were already blowing up. What's going on? Why did you turn off the sound all of a sudden? That's it. What the hell did Chen say to Chief Lu? What's the big deal? What's with the closed mic? Damn. Why do I have a feeling of uneasiness? What's going on? In the face of the crowd's voices, the dorky girl didn't have the heart to speak up. Your brother Chen is going to hold a beauty. Chen Tianran. A phrase that once again ignited the pop-ups. Broken-hearted, good lord. I can smell the strong odor of vinegar through the screen. Oh la la, I'm yet. Nerdy girl is completely pissed off with this wave. Brother Chen, there is Li Lao's granddaughter in front of you. You can't even have plans for Chief Lu's granddaughter? Little Fox Fairy, sure, there's one next to me, and as a result, my eyes have seen 1,000 miles away? In the middle of the cluster of pop-ups, Chen Tianran didn't pay any attention to it, but just sat back down on the floor, knocked the hot pot, yelled at the dull girl, and, do you still want hot pot? You, dull sister instantly drooled indisputably as she looked at the pot of white clover worm meat. Eat, of course eat. When he said that, he sat down on his butt. This scene also made many water lovers quite helpless. Surely the trick to mastering a person is to master her stomach. Laughing my ass off. 1 second the nerdy girl is hard as nails. 1 second later she's instantly soft. The poor dumb girl is once again being toyed with by Chen. For a while, the live broadcast content was also completely transformed into the two of them eating broadcast images. Meanwhile, a water user with the ID name, I'm not hungry for appetizers, posted a pop-up. Yo, Tai Z, you're doing an outdoor food broadcast? What do you think? Are you interested in joining us? Once this message was sent out, the water friends in the live broadcasting room was instantly frozen, but all of them were as tacitly cooperative as ever, and they all demanded that dull sisters connect to the microphone. And naturally, Nerd Girl, who was swiping her phone, saw the pop-up. Anchor with a big appetite? Linking up with us? That's a bit inappropriate, isn't it? After all, we're eating some rather strange things. I'm not hungry for a big appetite. Laugh it up. You can't eat any weirder than I can? Chapter 68, Eating Podcasts Something Newer Than Food. Chapter 68, Eating Podcasts? Something Newer Than Food? At this time, the king of Big Appetite I'm Not Hungry Wang Li, who was in his own workroom, was looking at the screen in his cell phone with great interest. He was already a day and night anchor, and doing food podcasts during the day is far less traffic than doing them at night. As a result, Wang Li's routine was completely reversed, and he had just woken up and, as an anchor, naturally, it is necessary to brush up on other people's live rooms alright, to see if there is the same type of food broadcasting. If there is, then the other side must be compared to the other side. That's how you can take all that traffic from the other side. Just when he swiped to Dull Sister's live room, he was also full of surprise. For the Dull Sister, Wang Li naturally knows. Just did not expect that the other party will jump from the game anchor to the ranks of food broadcasting. And the number of online views actually reached a horrifying 50+ million. This was undoubtedly gigantic for a small $1 million anchor like Wang Li. At the same time, he is supremely confident in the way he eats podcasts, especially since Dull Sister and the others ate just a simple hot pot. It made Wang Li's confidence burst. So he was now also very much looking forward to Dull Sister agreeing to the hyphenation request. After all, with the way he was broadcasting, he was bound to be able to eat a good portion of the other side's traffic. But then he looked at the pop-ups on the Nerd Girls livestream and was a little puzzled that, because the bars on it, vaguely smacking of sarcasm. Are they all laughing at me just because Dull Sister is a big anchor? Think I'm inferior to her and that one unknown vegetarian? That's funny. On the live broadcast screen, the Dull Sister hesitated slightly and again asked Chun Tianran, who also nodded without much thought and said that. Then let's connect. It's more lively when there are more people to eat. Okay, Dull Sister answered. And then she sent an invitation to connect to Wang Li's ID account. The corners of the latter's mouth lifted slightly, already able to see the picture of his future taking the country by storm. And then he picked up the invitation to connect. Hello, nerdy girl. Hi. The nerdy girl waved, and a brief chat ensued between the two parties. Without further ado, watching you guys eat has made me a little greedy, Wang Li said, and was heading to the room in the studio that was specially used to store various ingredients. I'll think about it today, How about a simple raw baby octopus? As he said that, he fished out 3 small fresh octopuses from the bucket. It was then placed in the hand to deliberately focus with the lens so that the water enthusiasts could get a closer look at the vibrant image of this little octopus. What a guy! I know this guy. He's famous for hunting and eating strange and weird things. Yes, eating octopus can be said to be the most normal scene in his daily broadcast. Hissing, being a beachcomber. But there's no way to swallow an octopus raw. The long tentacles, the slimy touch. Just thinking about it gives me goosebumps. And that Wang Li, after seeing the pop-ups in the live broadcast room, the excitement within his heart had begun to flood him. As long as people started to be shocked, as long as people started to pay attention to him, then the popularity of this live broadcast, he could definitely eat up a lot of it. And this little octopus is just an appetizer. The human heart, what it needs most, is stimulation. As long as every dish after your own is rarer and stranger, the more curiosity will be piqued. Popularity must be skyrocketing. The excitement on his face was on the verge of overflowing, turning it into a smile slowly crooked a grin that. The water boys who were watching the live broadcast were laughing and not saying anything. If I were to say it was weird, what Chen and the others ate would be really weird. What can be done when someone makes a fool of themselves? The crowd suppressed the urge to send pop-ups, and continued to watch the live broadcast with a strong sense of, only on the screen. Chen Tianran nodded his head flatly and, remember to dip it in soy sauce. It tastes better that way. The dorky girl on the other side of the table was also not surprised, and continued to eat her meat. And the calm appearance of the two of them undoubtedly caused Wang Li to have a feeling of being humiliated. He cursed angrily in his heart, and then he dropped the octopus, and then took his cell phone and went directly into the food warehouse to rummage around. But in the corner that he didn't notice, an extraordinarily large octopus was clinging to the ceiling. Hazelnut-sized eyes gurgled. Slime slid slowly down the wall. And however, the lighting of the warehouse wasn't too bright, so naturally it didn't attract too much attention from Wang Li. After some searching, he found a mushroom covered in colorful mushrooms. Brothers, look at what this is. This is good stuff. When Mushrooms chart appeared on the air after everyone was instantly nonplussed. This mushroom? So colorful? You'll go straight to heaven after eating this, right? What's the big deal about eating mushrooms nowadays? How dare you eat poisonous mushrooms? I'm a good guy. I straight up called good guys. You really don't take your life for granted for the sake of heat. Wang Li saw the heat of the live broadcast, and his heart instantly crisped up a bit. He's done his homework. 2. These mushrooms look flowery and green, but they're not really poisonous. But the shock value must have been instantly pulled full circle for waterbenders who didn't know the truth. And Chen Tianran, who had unintentionally swept the live broadcast room, also exclaimed in shock at this moment. Don't eat it. It's poisonous. It's highly poisonous. When these words came out, Wang Li, however, the corner of his mouth raised slightly, and in his heart, he lamented that people nowadays really have no insight. It's also thanks to their lack of insight and education that they are able to wrestle themselves into so much traffic. He smiled with slight indifference and, Brother Chen ah. It's fine. It's natural for us, as eaters, to challenge all impossibilities. As he spoke, he was already directly swallowing it raw. Then a plant expert immediately popped up on the air. Brother Chan, don't be nervous. These are ordinary mushrooms, not poisonous ones. It looks like a poisonous mushroom, but it's actually non-toxic. When these words came out, the crowd in the live broadcast room also sighed in relief. So it's not poisoned. I'm scared to death. If this is live GA up, I won't be able to eat. That's it. I won't even be able to sleep tonight. Hi, almost scared me to death. Luckily it's not poisoned. In the midst of the cluster of pop-ups, Chen Tianran's frown grew deeper and deeper, while he sighed and shook his head. Why don't you listen? With that, he looked in the pot and found that there was no meat left, and then he decisively took out a complete white clover worm from his backpack that he had stored earlier. The moment the white clover leaf, which looked like a 3-inch villain, appeared on camera, many of the watermen who have not seen it are all creeped out at this moment. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell is this? Is this what they just ate? Is this ing edible? Hissing. So disgusting. So disgusting. How can this go down? Ha, ha. I said it didn't look right earlier looking at this meat. What the hell is this? And Wang Li in the connecting microphone looked at the white clover leaf on the screen and instantly got goosebumps all over his body. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chapter 69, all the people who mic'd with Chen died in the end. Chapter 69, the people who linked up with Chen all died in the end? What the hell is this? Wang Li's body immediately took a step backward. His mind filled with fog. At the same time, there was a slight sense of dizziness, but he didn't put too much stock in it, purely as an after effect of excessive shock. Just once again, looking at the white clover leaf on that live screen, still with goosebumps all over his body. I'm so sorry. He was about to burst out several times but finally held his tongue, and then he opened his mouth to inquire. That, dull sister, Brother Chen ah, what kind of meat are you guys eating here? How come it looks just like human? Dull sister sniffed and spoke. It's called a white clover bug. Ha, white clover worm? Wang Li was immediately filled with question marks. Dull sister nodded. Survival is within the 5th tomb passage of the tomb of the first emperor. Wang Li's expression gradually became odd. The tomb of the first emperor? The 5th tomb passage? Hey, nerdy girl ah. You don't bully me, just an undergraduate ah. There are only 4 tomb passages leading to the underground palace in the beginning emperor's tomb. This is all common knowledge. How can you fool me here? And the pop-ups in the live broadcast room for some reason all stayed all silent at this moment. The only thing that drifted by was the sporadic, half-assed. No, I can't. I kind of can't help it. Hold it in. Can't laugh. We are professionally trained. Absolutely hold back. Wang Li looked at the pop-up screen as also feeling a little puzzled, but is quickly associated with that. Wouldn't it make sense to say that this so-called white clover worm is actually something made of sweet potatoes or something like that? Moment. He is the one who has come through. It's also understandable why how dull girls transition to food broadcasting suddenly exploded in popularity. They are playing with the persona script, then build the atmosphere of the adventure. So it is. Wang Li revealed an expression of I get it. Then he laughed. Ha. So that's how it is. The dorky girl in the connecting mic didn't react too much when she heard this. After all, the heat of the tour guide's live broadcast was already very high. But right at this moment, Chen Tianran, who was eating the meat, suddenly put down his chopsticks. The strange behavior drew the dorky girl to wonder, saying that, "What's wrong, Chen? It's all right." The latter waved his hand. "For extra food, okay?" And then nerd girl was ripping the legs off of the white clover leaf directly on the live camera, and then barfed and started eating it. It was like eating a mountain of food, the way it looked. Wang Li, on the other hand, was confused. What's this? Isn't it fake? How come it rips right off? And it's brushed? Are ingredients that technologically advanced now? He was slightly confused, but it made perfect sense to him that there can't really be any so-called white clover bugs in this world. Can there? Wang Li also has no time to search on the internet, because when he produced a burst of amazement, on the live broadcast screen in front of him, Chen Tianran was already stretching out the black and gold ancient sword. The environment was already dim, but when he stretched out the black gold ancient blade, the ghostly cold light was shooting straight to his soul through the live broadcast. Asterisk. The scale of the live broadcast is so big now, all of them can show their knives? The treatment of big anchors? In the midst of his daze. However, the live broadcast camera decisively followed Chen Tianran, only to see that several figures were continuously twisting and crawling in the depths of the deep tomb passage. The live camera has a night vision effect, so the striped figure is also revealed at this moment. I'm going. Why are there so many ing snakes here? Damn it. This is a stab in the snake's nest. What a guy. Damn it. How could this number of snakes be killed? Just missing one is a huge danger. Especially this is the snake in the 5th tomb passage. The Waterboys were shocked for days. Wang Li, who was in the center of the microphone, was even more baffled. Not this. Is this really a script? As soon as his words fell, Chen Tianran on the screen had instantly exploded. The black and gold ancient sword in his hand emitted an eerie cold light, and a snake was broken into two between swings. The color of blood filled the sky. Gorgeous images as if they were a well-crafted show. Wang Li was completely and somewhat dumbfounded at this moment. This is a movie screen, right? It's got to be right, right? I'm not mistaken, am I? It must be special effects. It must be special effects. Live streaming pop-ups. The movie? Older brother Village Express, right? You actually asked that question? Laughs. Until now, hasn't old brother reacted? This is a real live broadcast. Where's the movie component? Where's the special effects? Wang Li looked at the pop-up screen and felt more and more confused. Not this. For a moment, he was so shocked that he was somewhat unable to speak, and in the next second, he saw Chen Tianran, who had ended the battle, slowly walking towards the hot pot, carrying several snakes. TSK. There's one thing to say, it would be a shame to eat hot pot without some snake meat. When the dumb sister who was eating the meat looked at the slender and disemboweled snake, she turned white with fear. Don't. I'll kill myself not to eat. I won't eat it. She kept backing away in horror. It was hard to imagine that the other party had not only slaughtered the snake, but was even going to eat the others. Hey, Master Pei isn't as fierce as you are. And with this wave, the effect of the program was instantly drawn out. Broken-hearted, I'm laughing my ass off. It's Chen who knows how to eat. Ulala, brother Chen deserves to be a pure Chinese. He can taste anything. Little fox fairy, ahahaha, sure. It really blindsided the dorky sister. And also looking at that horrifying image, there was Wang Li. The corners of his mouth kept twitching, and his face was filled with amazement. Not this. I'm ing. Wang Li only felt his brain getting dizzier and dizzier, and then a huge octopus figure appeared in front of him. What the hell? Am I dreaming here? It must be a dream, right? Otherwise, why do you still see such a large octopus? His body gradually leaned back between his doubts, and his body fell to the ground with a poof. This scene completely stunned the live broadcast water friends. Asterisk. What's going on? Is it poisoned? Is that mushroom really poisonous? It's killing me. Mr. Chen has advised me. He wouldn't listen, but he wanted to eat it. Who can blame him? That's what I'm talking about. This mother asterisk. What the is that? Why is it so big? On the live feed, the giant octopus gradually crawls past the camera, eventually engulfing the cell phone. The streak is terminated. A horrifying scene that stunned everyone, while at the same time, another piece of news immediately soared onto the hot search. The fake Taoist priest Sima Ren died tragically at home. Heart disappeared. The murderer has not yet been apprehended. Please be more careful when traveling at night. And when the news hit the airwaves, there was an instant explosion of chatter that, asterisk. The fake Taoist priest is dead too? What's going on? With Chen after the seemingly even mic. What's going on? Hiss. I wonder what happened to that treasure connoisseur Dong, who was also watching the live broadcast, suddenly had a chill down his spine, and a sense of unease lingered in his heart. It won't, will it? I don't think so. Between slow turns back, a shadowy figure pressed up against his face. Iron Juice. Please support. Seek votes. Seek reward. Chapter 71 Concern scares all the anchors to a roadless cliff. Chapter 71 Concern scares all the anchors? Pathless cliff. Just as the live stream was buzzing, a piece of news shot up to the top of the hot search. Famous treasure hunting anchor Tony, confirmed to have died at home. When this message appeared, the aquanauts on the live feeds were completely on the edge of their seats. Asterisk. Tongue is dead too. What the hell? What's going on here? What happened to all the people who were on the mic with Chen? Hiss. I clearly remember Chen once told the fortune of that fake Taoist priest. Said he had blood on his hands. Good guy. Brother Chen. You're not bluffing. You really read his fortune. It's outrageous. This is really whoever connects to the mic is in trouble. At the same time, Li Luo, who was at the Lei Shan Research Institute, felt a chill run down his back. The whole thing is so arcane. He looked back at the loaded fighters around him, and was relieved that, and at that moment, on the live broadcast screen, Chen Tianran was already thoroughly processing the snake meat. and then he used the black gold ancient knife to separate the meat and put it into the pot. When the scent was thoroughly aroused, the dorky sister, who had been hiding in the distance, tiptoed over and, Brother Chen, the latter beckoned. Don't talk, hurry up and eat. This freshly slaughtered one is so fresh. Gar, dull sister subconsciously gulped, followed by a shy lowering of the head. Then hands honestly received the dishes. 2 minutes later, she grinned with her bowl. It smells so good. Broken-hearted, good one. Good for you dorky girl. What a change of face. Ulala, 4 foodies. As long as there's food, nothing is a problem. Little fox fairy, I don't know why, but watching them eat so well makes me want to try a bite. Lily, friendly reminder. Snake meat should not be eaten indiscriminately. Beware of poison. And it was at this time that Chen Tianran suddenly thought, why did that hyphenated one run away just now? Dull sister also shook her head in bewilderment. It was probably shaken back by Brother Chen's by Wang aura. Chen Tianran. The latter grinned, and then he said, so I'm going to go find an anchor to mic up? Increase the fun? Okay. Chen Tianran clamped a piece of meat and took a bite of it beautifully. As a result, in the middle of the gap between the two men's words, thousands of anchors on the live broadcast platform all chose to go off the air at the same moment. What's the situation? Dull sister was surprised as she flipped through the anchor page, but she realized that the entire platform only had them on the air. The others are all off the air. The scene also made the Waterboys laugh a little too hard to hold it in. Laugh me to death. Nerdy girl a concern directly stared a bunch of anchors. Can't do it. It can't be done. There's no one who dares to be the next king of appetizers. It's perfect. Absolute. Chen alone has scared away all the anchors of the entire live broadcast platform. Dumb girl again rummaged around and finally came back unhappy. Brother Chen. It's strange. There's actually no one on the air at this point. It's so weird. The latter smiled at his words. Then let's find Elder Li Lianmai. Also, nerd girl nodded heavily and Li Luo, who was at the Lei Shan Research Institute, was in a cold sweat, looking at his cell phone, which popped up with a request for a mic, and then he frantically pressed down to reject it. Asterisk. Good boy. You are too old to live long. The crowd of warriors and researchers around them were also a bit tolerant of this, although everyone didn't quite believe that the deaths of those two would have anything to do with Chen Tianran. It's too esoteric, after all. But arcane things happen quite a bit these days, too. Afraid, and rightfully so. Seeing that Li Luo didn't connect to the microphone, she simply gave up and began to eat with a slight lack of interest. A meal without joy is eaten extremely quickly. 2. There was no place to wash the pot here, so the two men had to abandon it for the time being. Well, it's time to continue the journey. This hot pot was quite satisfying. Hopefully I'll come across some more delicious ones. Really? The dorky girl's eyes glittered with anticipation. Chen Tianran grinned. That's no guarantee. The conversation between the two also once again brought silence to the Waterboys. No pop-ups floated up until a few breaths later. Hey. Are you guys being polite? Captain Zhao's life in the tomb is a matter of life and death. That's it. People are so desperate that you guys are going to open the underground palace while eating hot pot? Do not be so outrageous. What a difference between people going down the grave path. What a difference. In the midst of all the marveling, Chen Tianran and Dull Sister were already walking to the shot of the tomb passage. Upon arriving here, both of them were stunned and, here, there was no road, a cliff, and the only thing across the street was a little starburst twinkling as if it were the only guide. Chen Tianran took out the cold flame from his bag and lit it up before throwing it under the cliff. While the unique glow of that cold flame was completely consumed by the darkness of the depths are so deep that fear is rising in the heart. Nerd girl got a little weak in the knees and said, Brother Chen, we can't even see the opposite cliff here. What should we do? Chen Tianran also fell into a brief moment of contemplation. At the same time, the live camera had the good sense to just keep bobbing around the edge of that cliff, repeatedly making sure that there was no such thing as a road. Broken-hearted, I thought it was the refraction of light not being able to see that there was a road. Now it looks like there isn't any road at all. Urala, nice one. In this situation, isn't it a certain death? Little fox fairy, it's outrageous. How can you get by in a place like this? It's impossible to get by. In the midst of everyone's shocked amazement, Chen Tianran fell into a moment of contemplation. He's struggling with the new skills given to him by his digestive system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching 30% of the exploration progress, and obtaining the reward exploring truth and falsehood. As the system's beep fell, Chen Tianran felt that there was something more in his brain immediately, and at the same time, his eyes were also a little hot. By the time he had completely slowed down, there was no longer a cliff in front of him, but a stone path, and the surrounding walls are covered with that magnificent fresco. The above description should be roughly the great achievements of the first emperor's life, but only at the top. A few drawings of immortals on their way to the world were painted. Symbolizing becoming immortal after death? He murmured, but it was the dull sister who was a little puzzled. That, Brother Chen? What are you talking about? What becoming immortal? The latter was also a bit confused as he looked at the darkness above him but Chen Tianran didn't explain. He simply couldn't explain how exactly the phenomenon here was such that even the live camera could be mesmerized. The mysteries of the first emperor's mausoleum are far beyond human imagination. Alright, let's go. The treasures of China are waiting for us to open. Walk? The dorky girl watched in amazement as the other took a step and, Brother Chen, that's a cliff. Chapter 71, Unknown Matter. Did ancient technology exist? Chapter 71, Unknown Matter. Did ancient times have technology? The crowd in the live broadcast room was even more shocked by this scene, so much so that they hurriedly struck their keyboards to advise that the Brother Chan, the cliff. That's the cliff. Don't mess around. That's it. Brother Chen, what are you doing? If you step over it, you're going to fall. Brother Chan, think twice. This is a cliff of 10,000 feet. Amidst everyone's gasps of surprise, Chen Tianran stomped down on the snap, a bang. The sound of tamping feet making contact with the ground made the quiet cliff seem especially lonely. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room even disappeared at this time. Everyone was shocked as they looked incredulously at that live broadcast image of Chen stepping on nothingness with one foot. No? What is this? I'm not mistaken, am I? Good man. That sound just now was the sound of feet hitting the ground? But there's nothing under his feet. So spooky. It's so weird. What the hell is going on with this thing? Everyone was shocked, and at the same time, that live broadcast camera was also floating directly to the soles of Chen Tianran's feet at this moment, and photographed the mud-stained soles clearly. At this moment, the water friends in the live broadcast room felt even more shocked. Everyone was still rubbing their eyes to make sure they weren't mistaken. And just then a water user named Dramatist ID suddenly came out. Brothers, Brother Chen is playing you guys. The footsteps just now were definitely simulated by dull sister. Chen, on the other hand, had kept his center of gravity from tipping forward by virtue of his powerful muscle control, thus creating this odd image of feet stepping into the void. The point lies in the fact that Chen still has one foot that never leaves the ground, which is the most favorable proof. This statement also immediately drew the approval of the crowd. It makes sense. After all, as long as one has strong muscle control, then one can achieve this level of Chen's. That's right. After all, there can't be such a thing as an invisible road. Can there? Yes. We are a materialistic world. How could that kind of mysterious phenomenon occur? Inside the Lishan Archaeological Research Institute, Li Luo also immediately cast his eyes toward Xiao Wang behind him. Comrade Xiao Wang, how is the situation? Is it certain that the place where Chen Tianran is standing has no physical object to land on? Just a moment. Xiao Wang immediately began to look for the corresponding data, and began to retrieve the various data captured by the infrared rays of the live broadcast lenses, and summarized by it for a presentation that, when he saw the data, Xiao Wang did frown slightly and, Elder Li, this place is weird, odd. Li Luo looked at him quizzically. What's odd about it? According to the scanning of the soles of Chen Tianran's feet by the live camera rays, it was discovered that the place he stepped on underneath his feet was surprisingly made up of a never-before-seen and extremely rare material with the material properties of. Li Luo glared at him. Speak human. The latter also smiled resentfully at his words, and then he opened his mouth and said, there is a path in the cliff where they are. But this path is extremely characteristic. It is even said that without a specific alignment, the slightest mistake can lead to a fall into the abyss. Chance. Only once. Hearing these words, Li Luo's body was also slightly shaken. One chance? Elder Li doesn't have to worry. Xiao Wang patted his chest. Based on our existing technological means, a little calculation can also accurately figure out where to land next. So, he hadn't finished his sentence when another sound of a foot making contact with the ground rang out suddenly and, snap. The voice was directly a shock that caused Xiao Wang to stand up in place. Asterisk. This kid is a real mess. Li Luo also wiped out his cold sweat. Call him brave, or call him reckless. Lu Shangxin, who had just returned, calmly looked at that live broadcast screen, looked at Chen Tianran's upright posture, and murmured, so be it for the men of China. At this moment, Chen Tianran stood with his feet off the ground, hanging in the air. Behind her, the dorky sister was already gaping in shock. Chen, Brother Chen, you can fly. You can actually fly. Ah, my God. The heat of the live broadcast was an instantaneous explosion of, "What the hell is this? Chen actually got both feet off the ground directly? The one in front of you who was playing tricks. You come out and explain it to me. What's going on here? I'm sorry? Is this serious? Are you kidding me? Didn't we agree that there's no road? And there's no support down there? Please, someone tell me what's going on here, right?" Brain CPU went straight up in smoke. This thing is completely incomprehensible. There's no way to figure it out. How the hell did this happen? The crowd was dumbfounded. And the water user ID named Dramatist was even more dumbfounded as he looked at the live feed screen. The worldview that had been in place instantly collapsed. How is this possible? What kind of maneuver did this use to do this? It's impossible. I Nima. Poof. He froze in his seat and, while Chen Tianran on the live broadcast screen was looking back at the dull sister. There's a road here. You just can't see it. Nerdy girl is full of question marks. She used the flashlight to shine hard, also did not see a reason. It wasn't until Li Lone left a message in the comments section of the live stream that at every turn, Comrade Xiao Chen, our scientific research team has done some research on the organs you are currently going through. By calculating and analyzing, it is possible to accurately determine which landing spot can form the ground. Once this pop-up came out, the live streamers were completely confused. What? A ground can be formed by landing on it? What the hell? I'm brown. What the hell does that mean? I don't understand a word of it. Someone explain this to me? Why does the ground form when you land on it? In the midst of everyone's urging, Xiao Wang immediately posted all of his judgments and such to the comment section. It was a huge shock when it was sent out. Unsurprisingly, the live streaming aquanauts have sucked in a breath of cold air. Broken heart, never before discovered element of matter? This nigga, ulala, outrageous. Why do I have a feeling that ancient technology is stronger than now, when there was no technology in ancient times? Little Fox Fairy, stop it. I'm already skeptical of life. The ancients. Is it really the ancients as we imagine them to be? Lily, what kind of secrets are hidden in that dungeon? In the midst of the flurry of pop-ups, Chen Tianran had stretched out his hand towards the dull sister. Come over here. I'll take you to open the underground palace. But, elderly said the research team can. She had just reached her hand over without finishing her sentence, when Chen Tianran had already swept her into his arms, and in the manner of a princess embrace, he idly stepped into the air and went away. Chapter 72, A Light in the Darkness. Karen Blood. Chapter 72, A Light in the Darkness. Karen Blood. This scene not only scared the nerdy girl, but also made the water friends in the live broadcast room extraordinarily boiling. Sudden romance? Mom, yeah. Don't use emotional knives to kill me. That's too hard. Mr. Chan. What a guy. Good guys. Asked the granddaughter of General Liu, an elderly on his lips. So it's already in the mouth? Hey. The point is here? The point is that Chen is actually walking in the air. Didn't you say that the organs in this place are hard to walk through? You call this organ difficult? It feels like Chen is flying when he walks. Inside the Lishan Archaeological Research Institute, Li Luo looked at Xiao Wang, who was at the side, with an odd expression. The latter was even more full of astonishment. And, not this. How in the world did this guy manage to judge with unerring precision that he landed on the right spot every time? This is too elusive. The color of confusion gradually appeared in his eyes. Lu Shangxin, who was sitting in the back, glanced toward the old men on either side of him, and opened his mouth and, "What's the situation out there at the moment?" The old man on the left spoke back. The land of the beautiful is quick on its feet, and while they have little history, much less historical sites, but they took control of some small countries on the strength of their military power and started exploring and exploiting them. Upon hearing this, Lu Shangxin also smiled coldly. Meh, a bunch of white-skinned pigs. And at that time on the live broadcast screen, Chen Tianran had already traveled more than half of the way, but he suddenly stopped and looked up at the dome. In the midst of the live camera shots, this is just pitch black, and it's completely impossible to see what's there. The only thing that was in Chen Tianran's field of vision was a picture of an immortal's approach to the mortal world, but in the very center of it, he was also finally seeing what that one immortal was after he descended from the heavens. Beads? On the picture, the first emperor, wearing the crimson robe of the Xian clothes, is holding a box with one hand, in which is a bead glittering with the light of the sun. Its surface flows Dao rhyme. Seems to be able to let a person completely sink into fascination. That's the end of the picture. And what made Chen Tianran care the most was the beads in the hands of that first emperor. If there was something that Lu Shangxin and the others were looking for, it was most likely this bead. It's just not too clear that this bead exists or not. If it exists, It must be in the coffin of the first emperor. The only way to see the truth is to open the coffin of the first emperor. Chen Tianran suppressed all the excitement within his heart and continued on. But he caused a furor with that one sentence. Broken-hearted, what's going on? What the hell was Chen looking at just now? Did he see something? Ulala, no way? No way. Why can you see things if that dome isn't all pitch black? The more I hear, the weirder I feel. Little fox fairy, hiss. If what we see now is false, only Chen sees the real picture. Lily, impossible. How is this possible? It's always impossible that there's really some kind of ability to cover up live cameras in ancient times, right? If that's true, that's too scary. Inside the Lishan Archaeological Research Institute, Lu Shangxian stood up directly from his chair. He spoke at once. Play back that murmur of Chen Tianran just now. When Xiao Wang heard this, he immediately did as he was told. And he didn't have any right of refusal with regards to this ancestor. As Chen Tianran's phrase beads reappeared, Lu Shangxian's expression gradually began to stare, and in the next moment said, he sees what we cannot see. When these words came out, everyone at the scene was in a state of creepiness, because this is beyond common understanding. Li Luo turned around and asked, what exactly is old Lu's situation? Can you reveal it? The latter blushed hard, but shook his head, and took his cell phone and left the place once more. The discreet look of the crowd was even more puzzling and backbreaking. The same scene was not only staged at the Leishan Archaeological Research Institute, but the high-level researchers around the globe who were following the live broadcast of this Huang Mausoleum expedition all left the research room to make phone calls when they heard that one sentence. Beads. Lu Sangxin went back to the soundproof room and dialed the phone. Hello? The earlier speculation about that item may have been correct. In the dome, which could not even be seen by the live camera, Chen Tianran was suspected to have seen something, thus letting out that murmur. I'll keep an eye on it later and get on the phone with him to ask for specifics on what's going on. If true, people in other departments can look in that direction. Chen Tianran didn't think that his murmur would bring about a great sensation. It was like someone lighting a lamp in the middle of a dark night. When there is a ray of light, what comes after is much simpler. Above the screen, Chen Tianran was still advancing, only his gait had sped up a lot. An inexplicable sense of crisis lingered. Out of the corner of his eye, he seemed to be able to see the approach of a figure that was vaguely. Suddenly, a huge force was pressing the air to act on his body, but Chen Tianran's speed is extremely fast. One step leaps up, like a spring has landed on top of that pair of cliffs. But the moment he landed, he felt a sharp pain in his right shoulder, as if he had been deeply punched. Dull Sister is also did not expect the other party will suddenly jump up. Between the panic slowed down, looking at Chen Tianran face slightly white, puzzled. Brother Chen? What's wrong with you? Why does your face look so ugly? She then noticed that the clothes on the other woman's right shoulder were in a state of openness and cracking. How did you open this dress? Wasn't it intact earlier? Instantly, an inexplicable feeling of dread began to haunt her. Looking back at the dark surroundings, it was as if something was lurking in the darkness waiting for an opportunity. The aquanauts in the live stream were even more amazed by the broken heart. I saw it. Just at the moment Chen jumped, it seemed like a hand came out of nowhere. Walala, it's just outrageous. What the hell was that? Don't scare me. Little fox fairy, it was said that there is no Apao in this world. Then what was that just now? In the midst of the crowd of water friends' exclamations, Chen Tianran slowly stood up, rubbed his sore right shoulder, and when he looked back, a cold light flashed in the bottom of his eyes. Although he did not say anything, but it is the threatening meaning through. Even Dull Sister, who chose to remain silent at this point in time, was. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The exploration progress of the first emperor's tomb has reached 40%, and you've been rewarded with Kirin blood. Chen Tianran, who was getting a bit angry, suddenly heard a system prompt, and immediately afterward, his body began to feel a burning sensation. Chapter 73 This is a moment in history. Earth Palace. Open. Chapter 73 This is a moment in history. Earth Palace. Open. Chen Tianran decisively pushed the Dull Sister away, and his body felt like it was burning with flames, causing his skin to start generating extremely high temperatures. The blood flowed as if it were magma flowing among the 8 veins. He felt the pain in his body, but he clenched his teeth and the dorky girl on the sidelines was a little alarmed that, Brother Chen, what's wrong with you? What the hell is wrong with you? This is a rare picture, but it also makes the water friends in the live broadcasting room to be on the edge of their seats. Broken heart? What's going on? Brother Chen? What's going on? Ulala, Brother Chen, don't let anything happen to you. Little fox fairy, damn it. Why is this broken tomb passage so dangerous? Even Shen has to suffer ordeals. Just as the water boys were worried, an ill-timed pop-up floated up and, Goryo handsome, hey, I came over the wall to watch your so-called archaeological live broadcast of the tomb of the first emperor. This Chinese turned out to be that weak? What a piece of trash. It's so trashy. Ha ha ha. How can you gasp like this even if you're not just walking? It's really sad. Come on. It's better for the Chinese to exercise more in the future, lest you don't have any room to fight back when you're recovered by our Goryo in the future. This statement immediately drew a crowd of netizens. Dead stick. You know. Go watch the replay if you can. That's it. Where's the dead stick man? How dare you say that China is Goryo's? Anyone who knows history knows that Goryo was a vassal state of China. Shouting, shame on you. What a disgrace. In the face of ridicule, this Goliath netizen was not shy about it. Goryo handsome, don't fool yourself Chinese. Anyone with a brain should know that the historical Goryo, the world has long been unified. If it wasn't for the diversity of cultures, until now the world was ruled by Goryo. What's more, I seriously doubt that this live stream of yours is a fake adventure at all. It's not real at all. Inside the live broadcast room, immediately quarrel is not open. After all, as long as the face of the stick or small days, the Chinese people's fighting force will always be able to burst 200% of the fighting force. Dull sister obviously did not have the heart to see the pop-ups, but full of worry looking at Chen Tianran, and then it is thought of something from the bag to take out the refrigeration equipment previously bought. Without thinking too much, he was ready to press directly on Chen Tianran. Suddenly, the latter raised his hand to stop it, and his voice was slightly weak as he said, no need for, but you'll die. Dull sister was so anxious that she was already in tears. I don't want you to die. Sitting on the ground, the corner of Chen Tianran's mouth lifted slightly as he snickered. Worried about me? Who worries about you? The dull sister suddenly looked flustered, her eyes escaping and her cheeks flushed. Don't flatter yourself. That's because I'm afraid you'll die. No one will take me out of here. Don't worry about dying. Chen Tianran slowly stood up from the ground, the sizzling sensation within his body gradually fading. At the same time, he was also feeling that the strength of his body had also been enhanced to a great extent during that scorching baking. If he encountered another parasite, he might be able to cut it up with a single slash. Ding! Kiran's blood has been turned on by 2%. Chen Tianran's brain was a bit buzzed as he listened to the prompts in his ears. This unicorn blood is turned on by 2% and the body is already that strong? If this is, Chen Tianran didn't continue to think about it, but instead turned his attention to the top of the giant door. The door was 4 feet high. The whole body is of a metaphysical color. That is, black. But unlike an ordinary door, there was also a treacherous astrological diagram of 5 elements and 8 trigrams on it. The dull sister beside him looked at his fine appearance, and was secretly relieved. The watermen in the live room have exclaimed that it still has to be Brother Chen. The tenacity of life far exceeds that of a small strong man. Indeed, I thought Chen was going to GA with that weak look, but then he stood up like a man. But then again, Brother Chen, could it be that behind this door is the underground palace of the tomb of the first emperor? No way. Didn't they say that the mausoleum had been sealed off long ago? Why is there such a big door? The water user named Goryo Handsome B, however, immediately interjected. It still has to be Chinese. I can't believe you're raising so many real-life images just for the sake of a gimmick. It's really interesting. Quickly, how much did it cost to get all this stuff? Might as well let our Oba play it. Broken-hearted man, dead stick. Are you blind? Can you make that image with your special effects? Walala, it still has to be the stick. How many years have gone by without any improvement in this blinding kung fu? Little fox fairy, don't laugh. What's the point of arguing with a stick? If he had eyes, he wouldn't have said something so stupid. In the midst of some stinking scolding, Gory Handsome B was also a bit tense and, joke. Open the giant door now if you can. A direct shot to the end. I will expose the despicable behavior of you ugly Chinese. Hearing these words, the crowd of sailors once again remained silent, and had already begun to secretly laugh. And when Dull's sister heard these words, she couldn't wait to look at Chen Tianran. Brother Chen, there are sticks provoking us. He said you're not capable of opening this door. Oh, Chen Tianran raised his eyebrows, his murderous aura rising suddenly. Instant waterboy bursts of laughter in the live room. Asterisk. Nerdy girl is learning to be more and more bad. Dull's sister, in the midst of being held by Chen, gradually lives into Chen's likeness. I'm laughing my ass off. You're the best at making things worse, aren't you? And that Goryo Handsome B immediately spoke out. If all of this live broadcast of yours is true, I'll recognize you as a father. If not, you'll admit that the Chinese are vassals of our Goryo people. Dull's sister was shocked and quickly relayed the story. Chen Tianran was filled with disgust. Why should we all let him take advantage of us? When this comment was made, the broadcast room burst into laughter again. However, Chen Tianran did not continue to focus his attention on it, but instead quieted his mind to look at the huge door in front of him. The feng shui bagua technique operated secretly, and all the various constructions of this gate also entered his eyes at this moment, and the menace of it made his expression grave. At the same time, Xiao Wang was also using the scanning function of the live camera to analyze the door, and the final result also made his heart jump, and he hurriedly asked Li Luo to inform the other party of the situation. At every turn, Comrade Xiao Chen, please do not act rashly. The crisis lurking behind this ancient door is no smaller than a secret room. It is even more terrifying. Our scientific team has begun further analysis. When the news came out, it once again attracted a lot of hot discussion among the netizens. But in the next second, above the screen, Chen Tianran was already lifting his right hand and sticking it on top of the ancient door, speaking softly, and, this is a moment in history. The Earth Palace. Open. Chapter 74, He, who cannot be seen straight. The treacherous dungeon. Chapter 74, He, who must not be seen straight. The treacherous Earth Palace. As Chen Tianran's phrase landed, the water friends in the live broadcast room all had their hearts clenched violently, and all of them were staring at the screen of the live broadcast room with unblinking and dead eyes. But the expected image of the giant door opening did not appear. The organ trigger also did not appear. Everyone was a little confused for a while. Broken-hearted, what's going on? Why is there no response at all? Ulala, does it mean it's terminated? Little Fox Fairy, Chen is quite sensible. As long as we forcefully terminate it, we can prevent the organ from triggering as well. While Goliath Handsomebby was sneering and laughing. Is that all the Chinese have? They just say there's a trap inside and won't open the door? What a big joke. As soon as he sent out this pop-up, he heard a crisp turning of gears coming from the live broadcast. Ka-ching! Immediately after that, the originally tightly closed giant door was also slowly moving inward. It was as if a giant hand was opening the door. Ancient and mysterious atmosphere came to the surface. Gusts of dust and mist rose up as if to greet the magnificent 2,000-year-old building. And it was also at this time that Chen Tianran said towards the live camera, "Excuse me, I have a little black dog at home. Please recognize him as his father." After saying that, he was grinning, beckoning to the dull sister. He was ready to enter the underground palace. And this sentence, undoubtedly, once again set off a wave of discussion in the live broadcast room. Chen, loss of people still have to be you. Laughing my ass off. Letting Stick recognize his father would be too cheap. Why don't we just let him recognize Black Dog as his father? Sure. There's one thing to be said for that. The little black dog and the Stick are still a perfect match. It's not too much to say that they're in the same lineage. Gory Handsomebby, ACI bar. Humiliating people in public? Is the quality of Chinese people that low? It's really funny. If you have the ability to remove this fog, let me see the inside. Don't let it be a green screen. Chinese. Stick frantically tapped the keyboard, and when the live camera followed Chen Tianran and Dull Sister through that giant door and through the heavy dust and fog, facing a pitch-black screen, Chen Tianran threw a cold flame into the air. Snap! Bright light instantly illuminates this place. The buildings in the underground palace are thoroughly reflected in the eyes. They were in an extremely high position, precisely overlooking this seemingly subterranean Xianyang-like existence. At this moment Chen Tianran also suffered a considerable shock. I didn't realize that within the underground palace, the entire Xianyang was replicated. So majestic. Nerd girl can't help but feel the same way. It's really hard to imagine how the ancient people, in the end, managed to build such things in this ground. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. And in the middle of the building, there was a huge and incomparable high platform. Above it was an even more majestic temple. Just one glance made Chen Tianran a little lost in thought. Broken-hearted, my horse. This is the view from inside the underground palace? Little Fox Fairy, boy. The first emperor's burial is actually the entire Xianyang? This building ability is simply horrible. Ulala, oh my god. This will definitely be a moment that will go down in history. This is definitely a moment for the history books. The Institute of Archaeology of the Lehigh Mountains. Li Luo's hands had begun to tremble as he watched the live feed. This is the underground palace. This is the inside of the underground palace that has been sealed for over 2,000 years. It turned out to be such a sight. So that's the sight. For an archaeologist, this kind of image, undoubtedly, is very much to make him feel shocked and excited. But it's a shame that he wasn't able to be there in person. Suddenly, his heart clenched violently and, the crowd around us came forward and, heart attack? Hurry! Send the hospital. Get to the hospital. Something will really happen if you link up with Chen. and Lu Shangxin and the others in the room didn't stay any longer, having received the news a few seconds ago that some of the other adventure spots were already in a lot of trouble. It was also causing them to quickly leave to preside over the big picture. Meanwhile, Wang Feng, who decided to release his new album today, opened his microblogging account with excitement, ready to check out the hot one he just bought. The result is that when you click on it, there are all the words related to the tomb of the first emperor. Ah. Every time we release an album and have a concert, something has to go wrong. And with the opening of the tomb of the first emperor's underground palace, the heat is skyrocketing. Various words are also dominating the hot search list, and more people are aware of this matter. My God! I saw the news in the afternoon that the fifth tomb passage of the first emperor's tomb had been discovered. I didn't realize that it's already at the stage of opening the underground palace. It's too bad. This historic moment, and I didn't even see it? Regret. The bright civilization of China can be seen more clearly again. Meanwhile, inside the Chinese Institute of Archaeology, a middle-aged man was working at his desk, examining the decaying bronze in his hand, and writing with satisfaction a line on the paper that, beginning of the Emperor's Mausoleum dungeon, suspected to have a fifth tomb passage, to be examined in depth. The research objectives of the Chinese Institute of Archaeology, more broadly, and the bronze in his hands also not long ago, also a doofus who did not want to step on the sewing machine turned in, and once he studied it, he wasted his sleep and food, until he realized the special nature of the words on it, which made him understand in his heart that, once this news is released, the future is bound to be even more exciting for your resume, and he, Mao Naokan, would be a strong contender for the position of deputy director. After all, once the existence of a fifth tomb passage is confirmed, the future, Mao Zedong was ready to order a takeaway after finishing his research. After all, he had spent the whole day in the research room today without going out for a minute. Just picking up my cell phone was a succession of news tweets. What? The beginning Emperor's tomb passage has been discovered? And it's even a little tour guide? Asshole. Mao Zedong instantly raged and slapped the table, and after seeing Chen Tianran's photo, he was even more hostile in his eyes. Meh. The blood in Chen Tianran's body boiled and burned again, causing him to violently slow down, and immediately he was sweating profusely with his hands holding his knees, his eyes full of scorn. Gollum. He swallowed raw. His mind gradually was recalling the words the owner had said to him when he went to the antique store to buy the black donkey's hooves. He, who is not to be looked at directly. At that time, he did not care, but when he now entered the underground palace, Chen Tianran vaguely realized something. The mystery of the underground palace is by no means as simple as the scene in front of us. While the dull sister on the side was still staring blankly at the high platform, Chen Tianran also immediately patted her awake when she saw this. Wake up! The dorky girl covered her butt and looked at the other with a grimace. You! Chen Tianran shook his head and spoke faintly. There's something odd about the high platform. You can't look directly at it. Chapter 75, Chen is a grave robber rewarding mysterious background. Chapter 75, Chen is a grave robber? Bonus mysterious background. As soon as she heard this, the dull sister also immediately forgot about the one she had just received, and recalled the picture she had seen just now, and then she was in a state of shock. Brother Chen! I just saw 1,000 armies. I think I also saw a basilica-clad emperor, but he had his back to me and couldn't see his face. Chen Tianran sniffed and also fell into deep contemplation. The picture he saw was different from that of the dull sister that, instead, Afonso offered a bead. When he thought back to the scene, he was shocked and, could it be that Sufu ended up coming back after establishing the Sakura Kingdom after leaving the sea back then? And offered the bead. The live streaming pop-ups were even more surging because of Nerd Girl's words. Asterisk. What the hell? What did you see? She saw the first emperor? No way. This place is so mysterious? One look at the high platform and this is it? But I don't think there's anything special about that platform. It's just a palace up there. It's too weird. It's really too weird. I always feel that the world is not as simple as we see it. The water boys are wildly speculating. And the earlier Goliath handsome bee is long gone. But just then, a pop-up screen came up and, Huagui Institute Mao Zedong, what is the significance of this live broadcast? How can a young tour guide explore the tomb of the first emperor? It's a disrespect for history. It is disrespectful to the heritage. What should be done once historical relics are damaged? Who can afford such a loss? When this ID with the title of China appeared, the live broadcasting room was plunged into a moment of silence, and those fairies who had been holding back for so long began to speak out in droves at this time. Mao experts are right. Letting a tour guide explore and develop the underground palace of the tomb of the first emperor is simply an incomprehensible thing to do. Even then it was said that when the fifth tomb passage of the tomb of the first emperor was first discovered, Professionals should have been called in to explore it. Yeah, but it's biased. Those archaeological teams that entered into the tomb passage were too unhelpful. 2 in a row. All of them failing, and not even as good as a combination of a tour guide and an Edison? It's such a big joke. Ha ha ha. The national nanners have worked hard. Under these circumstances, whoever goes in first and finds something first, won't they be honored? Laughing. Under the siege of a pop-up screen, after Dull's sister noticed it, her face also changed slightly, and she quickly informed Chen Tianran about it. The latter's brow furrowed as he looked at the live camera and said seriously, I ask all watermen to pay the utmost respect to archaeologists. There is never such a thing as honoring whoever discovers it. It's a smear. His righteous words did not make the fairies stop. Ha ha ha. Guanan likes to say these empty big words. If not for the sake of being famous and gaining big hits, can you risk entering the underground palace of the first emperor's mausoleum? Laugh it up. Coke nom. He just likes to do these doggy dang dang things. He always likes to talk grandiose and boast of his righteousness, but in reality it's just a bunch of chicken feathers. Stop it. Stop it. They'll be so mad. They'll ban you. Oh, yeah. Donkey Fist Fairy fires wildly, but Chen Tianran just smiles blandly. Ha, justice is in the eye of the beholder, but never in the heart of an ass. After saying that, he was waving at the Dull sister. Go! And his words, undoubtedly with stabbing a hornet's nest like angry Donkey Fist Fairy. Asshole. Guinan is really of low quality. He doesn't move. He curses. That's it. It's too much. As ordinary citizens, don't we even have the right to speak up? It's disgusting. You're not allowed to say anything, but you're not allowed to say anything? At this point, Mao Zedong again continued, Gentlemen, selfish people are in the minority, and it is important not to beat all archaeologists to death. Archaeologists enter tomb passages to uncover artifacts, to preserve history, but what could a tour guide's descent into the tomb be for? Don't say anything about nominally having become an outsider to the archaeology team. It was all done out of necessity. In my opinion, this guide is clearly a grave robber. Sternly request a thorough investigation of this person. The news was an instant public outcry on the air. More and more uninformed people were puzzled after entering the Yes. Why did he, a little tour guide, go down to the grave? Is it really purely for the so-called national righteousness? This is debatable. That's right. He must be harboring evil. He must be trying to make a profit. He wanted to get something, but he didn't get it. Ha! I joined halfway through to watch the live broadcast and thought that this tour guide, Chen, should be good. But think carefully, if not for some purpose, for fear of being arrested afterward when it comes to light. The human heart is a sinister thing. People are dangerous. The pop-ups are moving wildly and public opinion is intensifying. The hot search phrase was also immediately changed from the discovery of the underground palace of the first emperor's tomb to tour guide Chen Tianran is a grave robber. Hot searches drive public opinion, and for a time, Chen Tianran became a target. Nerd Girl looked at the pop-up scene and was a little confused for a moment. Brother Chen. There's something not quite right about this situation. The latter did not care too much after receiving the phone and scanning it roughly. After all, he did participate in the tour guide reality show because of the money. The predecessor's background is even very clean, and since someone wants to mess with it, let's do it. It's not like one feeds on public opinion anyway. There was only one question on his mind now, whether the first emperor was dead or not. But suddenly the system's beep interrupted his thoughts. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching 50% exploration progress, and obtaining the reward mysterious background. Chen Tianran was suddenly confused. Originally did not care about the clean background. Now, it seems that it is not clean anymore. Most importantly, what's with the mysterious background? Not even a specific hint? He scratched his head in confusion, but recalling that the system's rewards all worked silently, he could not stop himself even if he wanted to. He then took a deep breath and was just about to say something, but then a sudden sense of crisis erupted. Flash! Chen Tianran did not hesitate to directly drag the Dull sister to the side of the flash. In the next second, an arrow had suddenly attacked. The dumb sister looked back in horror at the arrow sticking straight up on the ground, and just after turning back, she saw the arrows flashing with cold light in the darkness. 10,000 arrows. Ah! In the midst of screaming, her body lost its center of gravity once again, and she flew flat out as if she was being dragged like a kite. You can only hear the sound of arrows landing and shattering the ground from behind you. Bang! 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 Chapter 76, Investigating the Background. Who the hell are you? Who the hell are you? Chapter 76, Investigating the Background. You. What the hell are you? Chen Tianran's speed is very fast. Between the rabbit and the falcon, has been running down the stone steps, in an instant is to enter the streets and alleys. It was also at this time that the sound of the arrows faded. The two hid by the short house, keeping a careful eye on their surroundings. The dull sister opened her mouth with a heartfelt question. Brother Chen, what's going on? How could someone shoot arrows all of a sudden? Could it be that there are still living people inside this beginning Emperor's Tomb underground palace? Chen Tianran shook his head slightly. It shouldn't be a living person, an organ or something like that. But then, we can be more cautious in our actions. From what I've seen so far, the level of danger inside the underground palace far exceeds that of the tomb passage outside. Hearing these words, naturally, dull sister didn't have any rebuttals as she nodded her head heavily and, so what do we do next? Go to the high platform. Chen Tianran answered without thinking. High platform? Dull sister recalled the scene she had seen when she looked at the palace on that high platform, and vaguely she could feel guidance. Broken-hearted, I'll go. It's too dangerous in here. You're just going in and you're going to get shot by a million arrows? Even wearing a bulletproof vest won't help. Urara, that's right. At this rate, there's no telling what kind of sinister stuff is out there. Little Fox Fairy, Brother Chen, we don't have to. It's better to withdraw, lest we get another big hat. The voice of the Iron Fan is too small. After all, spammers are coming out of the woodwork. 2. A grave robber is a grave robber. What's the point of talking so much? Anyway, you're on the air, and you've got all the evidence in hand. Even if you have hundreds of mouths, it's useless. That's right. Those who harbor evil intentions are the ones who should be severely punished. Do you really think that the law will let you earthlings off the hook? Laughing, trouble police investigator uncle to investigate Chen Tianran as soon as possible. I firmly believe that he is definitely not simple. He may even have a criminal record. Yeah, definitely has a record. And just by looking at his technique, you can tell he's not a newcomer. It's just a matter of familiarity. Brother, dull sister looked at the pop-up screen in the live broadcast room, and a touch of doubt gradually rose in her heart. After all, the ability that Chen Tianran had displayed was truly terrifying, truly unimaginable. It's simply not for normal people. She looked at Chen Tianran with some curiosity. Brother Chen, are you really an ordinary little tour guide? The latter's mouth twitched, and then he said in a serious manner, what else could I be if not a tour guide? Isn't it normal for a tour guide to know a little history? Yeah, nodded the nerdy girl. Chen Tianran, wouldn't it make sense for a tour guide to know a little bit about tomb paths? It's true. The dorky girl nodded again, feeling more and more justified in. Chen Tianran continued, as a tour guide, it's normal to be able to judge what you can and can't eat, right? Yeah. Nerd girl nodded heavily and, look, Chen Tianran clapped his hands together. I know a little bit about everything as a little tour guide. That's reasonable. What bad intentions could I have as a little tour guide? That's it. Nerd girl nodded her head with great approval and, the water boys on the air, on the other hand, were a little less than happy about it. You're a big man. What do you call your situation, a little tour guide? I'm so far away from the sky. Damn it. Who else's little tour guide can jump 20 meters in one step? Who else's tour guide can wrestle with an anaconda? What an international joke. This is afraid to be the most outrageous thing I've ever heard in my life. Uncle Police Inspector, hurry up and plow this one out of the ground. The more I look at him, the more problems he has. Among those who are watching the live broadcast, naturally, there are also police inspectors in the police station. The situation was then reported, and since no news had been received to corroborate the legality of Chen Tianran's descent into the tomb, so no matter what, in terms of their rules, Chen Tianran had already broken the law. Therefore, an announcement was issued in black letters on a blue background, and it was stated that the background of Chen Tianran would be strictly investigated. The news immediately sparked an even bigger outcry. Ha ha ha. Heaven's way is good for reincarnation. Anyone who is evil is unavoidable. That's right. I felt from the beginning that there's something not quite right about this little tour guide. Awesome. I'm already the one who's looking forward to the next time Uncle Police Checker makes an announcement that he's going to start preparing for an arrest. Hiss. Just think of the anticipation. And the corner of Mao Zedong's mouth lifted slightly after seeing the announcement inside the Chinese Research Institute. Archaeology isn't something that the kind of people who want to archaeologize can do. It also requires connections, skills. He coldly looked at Chen Tianran on that live broadcast screen, his eyes filled with flames that were about to spurt out of his eyes. But the next moment he got a phone call. Hello, teacher? What's wrong? When he heard the words on the other end of the phone, he was instantly incredulous and said, What? What are you talking about, teacher? I didn't engage in any internet explosions. No, I'm this. But the teacher opposite didn't give him much chance to explain, and said that someone would come to his door to talk to him later. At this moment, Mao Zedong had a feeling that the world was about to collapse. Slowly looking back at Chen Tianran on the screen, the anger in his eyes disappeared in an instant, and it all turned into fear. You, who the hell are you? Chen Tianran didn't pay much attention to what was happening on the internet. Instead, he carefully led the doll sister through the streets and alleys, and from time to time, he could still see the terracotta warriors standing at the end of the street. After all, also had the experience of terracotta pits, for the terracotta warriors are naturally avoided. But just at this time, between the two walking, they felt the sound of footsteps coming from the neighborhood vaguely, and is not alone. Doll sister's pupils gradually widened, nervously clutching the corner of Chen Tianran's coat. The latter's expression was calm, but his right hand had already gripped the hilt of the black gold ancient sword and his muscles were taut, ready to chop out a fatal blow at any time. The atmosphere grew tense. Broken-hearted, I'm going to. It's not, is it? It's not going to be dangerous again, is it? Ooh la la, this familiar smell. Another prelude to trouble at the door. Little Fox Fairy, it's really dangerous. This ghost place, if it were anyone else, I'm afraid I'd come 10 times and die 10 times. It's horrible. In the midst of the worries of the crowd of iron fans, the footsteps over there were still undecidedly advancing in the direction of Chen Tianran's duo. Chen Tianran raised his hand to signal the doll sister to hide behind the stone pillar first, while he himself went to explore the situation first. Subsequently, the next second, he tapped his toes. His body has been like a ghost straight away. The flashlight in his hand was turned down to the lowest level, in the process of dragging, as if it was like a wisp of a tail, fleetingly passing away. By the time it's completely settled, on the live broadcast screen, Chen Tianran was already ready to slash with his sword, but just in the nick of time, a delicate female voice immediately stopped him. Brother Chen, I'm from the archaeology team. Chapter 77, Linny is still alive. Please believe in science. Chapter 77, Linny is still alive. Please believe in science. Archaeological team? Chen Tianran was slightly stunned, and then he took a step back, shining his flashlight at the other party's appearance. Straight long legs, broad chest and then a pretty face. Just by the looks of it, it would never be a native of this dungeon. And the moment the woman appeared, the live broadcast room also completely exploded. What's the situation? An archaeological team? That is, the first archaeological team to enter the tomb passage from the Levi Stone Institute of Archaeology? What's going on? Why is she here? This is too weird, isn't it? Something's wrong. How did we get into the underground palace? Isn't there a door? Hiss. I've got a cold feeling in my back. It's scary. The water friends were in awe, but Chen Tianran was very cautious and opened his mouth. How do you prove you're on the archaeology team? One sentence directly dumbfounded Linny. She thought left and right, and then said, I can memorize history. Even grave robbers. The corner of Chen Tianran's mouth quirked, full of disdain. And, this time is even more Linny some worry. After all, the beginning of the Emperor's Mausoleum underground palace tomb passage of the Terrible has long been to let her palpitations, and Chen Tianran deserved to be so careful and cautious. After Linny carefully recalled, she opened her mouth and said, I'm Elder Li's student. That's what grave robbers say. Chen Tianran was still unforgiving. The black and gold ancient sword in his hand flashed with a cold light as he kept approaching. But in the next instant, he turned back abruptly and looked towards the place where the dumb sister should have stayed, which was empty at the moment. Dorky sister, Chen Tianran roared sternly. Immediately, he was sprinting up. When they arrived at the place, they found a side house. Door was open. Chen Tianran's face was grave, and the operation of the feng shui bagua technique was immediately a way for him to understand the ferocity of this place. Linny hurried over, holding her knees in exhortation. Brother Chen, can't go in, can't enter. There are a dozen of us in our party. I'm the only one left by now. This place will eat people. Even though the nerd girl disappeared, the live camera was still there. Only the one camera on the nerd girl's chest had lost its signal. Something's really wrong. Something's really wrong. What's going on in this dungeon? The house eats people? Can't do it. It can't be done. I can't even look at one of those dark old houses. It always feels like something's going to come out of it. Chen Tianran looked at Linny, who was on the side. I'm going to ask you a few questions. Answer truthfully. Good. Linny also knew that she couldn't hold anything back now. You ask. How did you guys get in? Chen Tianran spoke up. There was a lot of confusion about that, too, recalls Linny. At that time, after entering the tomb passage, our group set out along the route you took. But when you get to those 3 choice tomb passages, the one you're on is directly blocked. We weren't able to enter. So, we had to wade in and go the other way. There, we saw a magnificent mural pattern, as if recording the development history of the Qin dynasty. As archaeologists, We are naturally so excited that we become so engrossed in our research that we forget to go any further. By the time we had slowed down and were ready to move forward, we were shocked to realize that the end of the road is here. When Chen Tianran heard this, his expression also became more and more grave. He had a vague feeling as if there was a big hand behind the scenes pushing everything forward. Because the most important point is still that he has also watched the live broadcasts of Basil, Sholem, et al. They came all the way along the road they had traveled. There was no such thing as being blocked. Whether Lin Yi's words were true or not, he couldn't be sure for the time being, but at the very least, from the looks of it, it should be a person. When Chen Tianran thought of this, he reached out and touched the other party directly. Well, there's body heat. It shouldn't be dead. Lin Yi is also by the other side of this hand to get a little overwhelmed. After all, who touches the body temperature? Is touching the broad bosom? What is this? Hooliganism? She was a little out of breath, and a huff of anger slowly climbed up her face. And, seeing this, Chen Tianran nodded slightly. The reaction is also reasonable. It's a human right. As he said that, he was incorporating the black and gold ancient sword that he had secretly gripped tightly just now into the sheath. After Lin Yi saw this scene, her back was suddenly cold. She could imagine that once she said a sentence that was not right, this knife would definitely cut down. For a moment, any huffing and puffing was gone, and there was only the celebration of the aftermath. Broken-hearted, this dungeon and tomb passage is really treacherous. There's actually a shortcut? Olala, it's just incredible. But we didn't see anything that was sealed off when we watched the broadcast. Little Fox Fairy, but if there's no place to be sealed, then it's hard to explain how Lin Yi got to the underground palace. There's no way to explain it at all. The pop-up screen kept brushing, and Chen Tianran also opened his mouth once again. How long have you been here? Lin Yi slowed down. I lost my watch a while ago, but it's basically safe to assume that I've been here for a full 7 days. All the food we originally brought with us has been eaten. 7 days? Chen Tianran's frown grew deeper and deeper. After all, he hadn't actually been there for more than 7 hours from the start of his descent into the tomb until now. For a while, this phenomenon also made him feel confused and incomprehensible. He was followed by a third question. You said there were a dozen of you in your party, so where are the others now? At those words, Lin Yi slowly lowered her head. Dead. She then said in an agitated manner. Brother Chen, this place can't stay. We can't stay here. It will really kill people. Let's get out of here. Let's go. Chen Tianran wasn't moved, but rather, he was in deep thought. The two answers she gave in quick succession shocked the aquanauts on the air. Asterisk. Time flows differently in this place? So arcane and scary? Damn. It hasn't been more than 7 hours since the start of the show, right? What's with the 7 days? Nima. They've already lost a dozen people since they got here? What kind of place is this? Amidst everyone's shock, Chen Tianran was slowly shaking his head. I'm going to save the day. Ha! Lin Yi scorned. At the very beginning we had people being eaten by the house, too. We tried to resuscitate them too. But, no one who went and came back out. Even we came close to being devoured upon entering. Brother Chen, the danger here is definitely different from the tomb passage outside. We'll die. People will die. At these words, Chen Tianran but smiled faintly. Please believe in science. Chapter 78, The House of Cannibalism has a different story. Chapter 78, A House That Eats People? There's something else going on. Science? Lin Yi only felt her brain buzzing as she looked at this outrageous to the core being in front of her and, opening your mouth about believing in science? To hell with it. Broken-hearted, I'm so happy. When Chen says he believes in science, it's almost as good as that sow going up the tree. Ulala, it's too absolute. Doesn't your conscience hurt when you say that? Chen, Little Fox Fairy, as it stands now, you're actually saying you believe in science? That's outrageous. It's outrageous. The live streaming pop-ups were constantly swirling and the Chen Tianran on the screen was already stepping inside the house. The light from the flashlight kept moving, surveying everything inside the room. It's a very plain and unusual house, and along the walls is a bronze vessel from the olden days. That's a lot of bronze. Chen Tianran lamented a bit, and when that one piece of brilliant gold-colored bronze ware entered the live broadcast screen, it also immediately triggered a larger shock. Broken-hearted, I'm going to. One piece here is a life sentence to start with. Urara, what a guy. Does it mean that any random house here has this amount of bronzes? Little Fox Fairy, that's an amazing amount. At this time, Lin Yi was the one who spoke. Brother Chen, why do the bronzes here stay rust-free for 1,000 years, maintaining their original luster? Listening to these words, Chen Tianran slightly raised his head and, it's still more to do with light. And the bronzes here were undoubtedly soaked in a special liquid when they were buried. Which is why, when he said this, He was ready to touch it with his hands, but he suddenly thought of something and looked back at Lin Yi. The latter was stunned, and a trace of an imperceptible dodge color flashed across his face. What's wrong, Chen? It's fine. Chen Tianran shook his head, and then he continued to survey the situation here. This room presents the four sides, typical of the Qin dynasty period of construction. Only to make him puzzled is this place, is how to eat people. Lin Yi, what was it you said earlier about the house eating people? Is it a how to eat people way? The latter's face also gradually became grave as he heard the words. That's what I saw with my own eyes. After one of our team members got into the... Suddenly there was a shadow approaching and then it fell off? Chen Tianran wondered. Right. Lin Yi nodded heavily. It's just falling off. And I fell off too. There. The horror of the by no means can people go. Brother Chen. Let's go. Let's go. Fear was gradually written on her face, and her body began to tremble slightly. And Lin Yi's appearance undoubtedly made the water friends in the live broadcast room even more worried. Lily, I'm going to. What the hell is this that can scare a girl like this? Duo, it's heartbreaking. Chen had better hurry up and withdraw. There's no way to stay in this place for long. Little Fox Fairy, it's horrible. What's with the shadow? This thing is so mysterious? And in the water friends of the exclamation. But see, Chen Tianran has begun to pinch the fingers, pinch decision in the mouth, vibrant words. Pro soldier fighting. At the same time vaguely seems to be able to see his body swirling around the gas of Xianyang. Feet is floating gossip. The whole person is like a special effect. Looking at Lin Yi, who was on the side of the room, she was stunned. Not. You're really reasonable? The pop-up swipes were also much more intense. Asterisk. Ah. This kid definitely has problems. His background is definitely not simple. It's outrageous. Who's the little tour guide who still knows how to do this? The ING special effects are all over the place. Don't be so outrageous. I've never seen anything so outrageous in my life. The authorities should look into this quickly. Otherwise, how can we rest assured? Surrounded by pop-ups, Chen Tianran fiercely stepped out. Bang! The floor trembles. The house shakes, as if something was about to bubble up. Lin Yi, who was on the side, gradually revealed a look of fear as her body fell backward uncontrollably. What's going on here? In the next second, Chen Tianran roared and spat out a word that, open, ka-ching, gear rotation. The ground gradually cracked open and opened up to the sides. The deeper tunnels were palpitating to watch. Lin Yi's pupils continued to tighten. Brother Chen, this absolutely cannot go down. It will kill people. It will really kill people. There are man-eating monsters there. She couldn't strain herself to growl out the last sentence. Chen Tianran's eyes narrowed slightly, but he didn't ask too many questions. Instead, he took out a cold flame from the backpack behind him, lit it and threw it into the tunnel. The light instantly illuminated the tunnel, and when it came to the bottom of the tunnel, the skeletons, in 2s and 3s, were already in sight. Skeletons? There are actually skeletons here. To die. What kind of a place is this down here? Why are there skeletons on the mouth? Are they from people 1,000 years ago? Mom, this is instantly creepy. The water friends in the live broadcast room were shocked, and Lin Yi was even palpitating as she kept shaking her head. Brother Chen, can't enter. Really can't enter. For your own sake, really can't. She kept shaking her head, but Chen Tianran was firm in her eyes. I am a tour guide. I will never give up on any of my customers. I am responsible for the safety of their lives. He tightened the black and gold ancient sword on his body while adjusting his breath a bit before looking at Lin Yi again. Wait here. I'll be back soon, and there's something else I want to ask you. When he said that, he jumped into the tunnel in one step, and that live camera's follow function immediately triggered right into it. The moment the light faded away, the expression of horror on Lin Yi's face gradually narrowed to indifference, and she walked slowly to the side of the bronzes, picked a smaller dagger, and carefully wrapped the blade in a handkerchief. Only then did his eyes fall on the tunnel again. Poof! Chen Tianran landed on the ground with a single step. The great commotion shook the surrounding skeletons, slightly scattered and broken. Flashlight light column spotlight immediately illuminated this place, and when the fair skeleton one by one presented in front of the eyes, the feeling of horror rushed straight to the sky. The skeletons were grouped in 2s and 3s, leaning against a rock wall, dying quietly as if they didn't know what was happening. Chen Tianran sniffed at the one anger that remained in the air and paced cautiously. Nima, what the hell is this place? Why are there so many skeletons? It is said that after the ground was sealed for the tomb of the first emperor, the workers who participated in the construction of the tomb were buried alive in it. Does it mean that all these people are workers? Hu Hei is really ruthless. He's so cruel. Just as the water users were talking, a figure suddenly approached Chen Tianran. Chapter 79, Fairy Fate Noble Chen. Please go to your death. Chapter 79, A Fairy's Life is Expensive? Mr. Chen. Please go to your death. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who's this? Dangerous. Brother Chen. It's killing me. Is the man-eating monster coming out? Damn it. Chen, be careful. Be careful. Brother Chen. In the midst of the gusts of worry, accompanied by a clank sound of a sword being drawn, the blade of the sword that was glowing with cold light was already against the throat of the visitor. Brother Chen. What are you doing? Linny was wearing a bitter smile, fear written all over her face. Didn't I tell you to stay up there? Chen Tianran spoke up. Linny stammered. I'm scared to be alone. Scared? Chen Tianran swept his eyes at the other party and nodded. Then follow. But Linny's slightly odd and overly fast speed made the water friends in the live broadcast room also notice that something was wrong. Wait. Iron Men. Why do I feel like there's something wrong with this Miss Linny? That's right. I think it's a bit weird too. That black shadow-like speed just now. It's not something a girl could do, right? The most crucial thing is that she jumped down without even making a sound. Don't you think it's weird? But immediately the donkey fist fairy is for Linny Stan launch counterattack. Ha! What's wrong with girls being scared? I told you there's a man-eating monster here, didn't I? That's it. What about this if the man-eating monster isn't underground, but up there? This is pure discrimination. Absolute discrimination. There are just too many small minds in Kokonan nowadays. Isn't it normal for a girl to be so light that she jumps off without making a sound? What a fuss. People run fast. Isn't that because they're scared in their hearts? A frantic output is directly the live broadcast of the Iron fans instantly fell into silence. They gritted their teeth knowing full well that the only one who could go toe-to-toe with Fairy was Chen. But the Chen Tianran on the screen at that moment was already walking to a narrower chamber. There's an uncovered coffin here. There's still a lot of blood left on it and it's still fresh. Chen Tianran's expression was slightly grave, while Lin Yi, who was on the side, kept pulling on the other party's coat. Brother Chen, let's go. Let's go. This place is too creepy. Look at this. I'm afraid this is the work of that monster. She cringed and began to shake her hands and, however, the next second Chen Tianran's words directly froze her in her tracks. It's not dull sister's blood. It tastes different. Linny looked at the other party with disbelief, her face filled with confusion. And the acquaintances in the live broadcast were even more shocked. Broken-hearted? Brother Chen? You mother asterisk 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 asterisker is really outrageous. Smell the blood can smell whether it is a nerd sister? Little fox fairy, nice one. What the hell do you do? Whose guide still has this ability to smell blood and recognize people? It's so creepy. Ulala, I thought that when I entered this underground, it would be the man-eating monsters that scared me. But, what scares me the most is Chen. How much blood you have to be sniffing At this point, the sound of creaking and crunching gradually resounded. Linny hurriedly voiced out, Brother Chen, it's dangerous. Amidst her exclamation of surprise, she exited the chamber with quick steps, while the fair skeleton was already as if it had come to life, slowly entering the chamber. Brother Chen, you mustn't blame me. You must not blame me. I've obviously talked you through it, but you had to come down. Chen Tianran straightened up, drew out his black and gold ancient sword once again, crossed over the skeletons that came slowly, and opened his mouth, saying, The blood here, it's your co-worker's blood, right? Linny stood still and did not reply, seemingly acquiescing, and this scene undoubtedly caused the live broadcast to completely explode. Asterisk 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 asterisk? What's going on? What is this Linny trying to do? What the hell? Why am I suddenly kind of missing the point? Hissing, a backstab? Could it be a backstab? In the midst of the water friend's successive astonishment, Chen Tianran opened his mouth and asked, If I'm not mistaken, in the middle of this underground palace, the only way to obtain the right to live is to make a sacrifice, correct? The corner of Lin Yi's mouth raised slightly. She didn't answer positively, but said, Brother Chen, you should have descended into many tombs, right? You've also seen a lot of dangerous mechanisms, right? But those are just organs. They can even be explained by science. But science here? That's all a joke. She laughed mockingly, and opened her arms as if in a seizure. They say that if I can keep 13 people here forever, then I would be able to live. Then I can get eternal life. Brother Chen, what's wrong with me? A girl, wanting to live? Brother Chan, will you please fulfill me? Okay? Now, it's just you. Lin Yi's movement stopped. Her skull gradually bent and deformed as she turned, her eyes glaring round at Chen Tianran. The latter remained calm and expressionless. Who are they that you speak of? The corners of Lin Yi's mouth slowly cracked open, letting out an extremely creepy hee laugh. They are gods. are immortals. It is an existence that transcends this world, and we are but tiny grains in the ocean. The conversation between the two gave the live streamers an extremely strong shock. Whoever it was, they didn't expect things to be reversed like this. Damn it. This is so mysterious. This is a good person. How did he end up like this? Dying. I'm getting a chill down my back right now. How the hell did these skeletons stand up? It's not going to happen. Is it? Could it be that? Is Chen going to die here too? With this kind of quantity, even if Chen's force value is high, he can't carry it, right? Iron fans are as worried as they can be with a single word, and the only thing that comes out of it is Donkey Fist's crazy outbursts. If you're a man, you should sacrifice yourself. Why should you put a girl in danger? That's right. If you're a real man, you should sacrifice yourself for others. People are one head short of survival. You should sacrifice yourself. That's right. That's right. One should be generous. How can you take life and death so seriously? A pop-up screen with 3 ruined viewpoints kept appearing, refreshing the 3 viewpoints of the aquatic friends in the live broadcast room. Although Chen Tianran didn't see the pop-ups, the moment he lifted his eyes and swept his vision to the live camera, all the fairies hiding behind their cell phones had a chill down their spine. For a while, the pop-ups were all missing a big chunk. Only Chen Tianran's voice gradually rang out. A fairy's life is the most precious. Sacrificing others to save you? Sorry about that. Chen, don't have such a broad mind. So you had to be asked to die. As the words fell, the blade burst into flashes. Cold light grinned, instantly decapitating a dozen skeletons in front of him. The long blade drove straight in. Chen Tianran roared with fury. This stab by Chen. Self-defense. Chapter 80, Chasing Down the Corpse. Chapter 80 Chase. Corpse Cracker. The Saberons continued to burst into flashes, and Chen Tianran's speed was so fast that his figure began to blur. The live camera ball was also scrambling to keep up with him. Chop. However, in a few breaths, Chen Tianran was already approaching Lin Yi. The black and gold ancient sword in his hand was half raised in the air. His arms were powered up, and with a whistling wind-breaking sound, he instantly slashed down. Lin Yi panicked and retreated back and forth, while the surrounding skeletons converged crazily, only to protect her. Boom! A knife fell. The chopping caused skeletons to fly all over the scene. Only Lin Yi's figure was missing. The strange situation made Chen Tianran couldn't help but frown. Odd. The water friends in the live broadcast room were even a bit tense and began to brush up the pop-up screen. Oolala, the power of net-bursting public opinion is still too scary. Little Fox Fairy, luckily Chen is strong enough in battle, or else he might have gotten caught in the way. Dodo, but the question still remains. Where is Doll's sister? Is she safe? Lily, that's right. Is it still possible to find an accurate direction in this situation? Surrounded by the live broadcast pop-ups, Chen Tianran had already rushed out of the skeleton's encirclement with his sword. Looking at the 4 sides of the vast and boundless darkness of the land, the heart has also sunk to the bottom of the valley. Anxious color has long been jumped on the face above. The blood in the body began to surge. He was immediately performing the feng shui bagua technique, after surveying the surrounding situation, and determining the direction in the space of a breath. That way. Life and death must not be slowed down. As the words fell, Chen Tianran was already bursting into steps, his feet generating a wind-like speed that was strangely fast. The live camera ball is desperately trying to keep up with the speed of the other team, but it still seems to be a bit of a stretch. My ass. Chen is so fast the camera can barely keep up. After all, it's Chen. Too demonic. How can anyone be like him? Now we can only hope that Chen can save Doll's sister. There's nothing to do now but hope. The water boys on the air kept saying that. But that's when an unholy pop-up also popped up. Vi Ikai, family members. Don't you think Chen is a bit self-deceived? It's obvious that he's not capable of protecting his dumb sister, but as a result, he has to take people down to the grave with him. Isn't this very pure victimization? I'd like to ask if this is a situation where you have to be arrested and sentenced to a couple of years? That's a good point. If you're from a beautiful country, you would never do something that would harm people. Being aware of your own abilities is the most basic thing. So 1,000 times over. The source of Doll's sister's accident this time is because of Chen Tianran. It was because of his overconfidence. That's what led to the accident with Doll's sister. Not only that, if Chen Tianran had called the police to inform Uncle Police Inspector at the first opportunity after discovering the tomb passage, then enter via a more professional team and maybe you won't encounter these evil things. Yeah, in that case, then nothing will happen to Lin Yi and her party. I even think that no matter who is in Lin Yi's position, when faced with that unprecedented danger, who can guarantee that they won't be self-serving? As a human being, one should still think more differently. Lin Yi may not be at fault. The originally suppressed hot search about investigating Chen Tianran's background was also instantly high. More and more people at the bottom are leaving comments. What's going on? Why are you suppressing the hot search? Could it be that this Chen Tianran has something unseemly going on? Oh, it's really here and now. Chen Tianran definitely has a problem. Who says it's not? The problem is not too big, okay? I can assure you that it's definitely because his background is so problematic that, so you can't just publish it. Hiss. So in other words, Chen Tianran's descent into the tomb was originally problematic and selfish. He doesn't have any selfishness. I can just cut off his head and make him a nightpot. Night jars? What's a nightcap? I'll just give him a handjob. TSK. I didn't think that Chen's background is so special. I guess it's definitely a big problem. And then we have to investigate carefully now. And then arrest afterwards. The public opinion is becoming more and more intense, bringing more and more people into the fray. But the numbers of those iron fans were still a bit meager, and they were unable to resist the onslaught of the Great Wave. Meanwhile, Lu Shangxin, who was inside another archaeological institute, was anxiously watching the real-time screen. Damn! How come all these historical sites are so treacherous? He cursed angrily, and his heart ached as he looked at the last fallen warrior on the screen. But just at that moment, the guards under his command immediately came to inform about the current public opinion on the internet. What? That much malice towards Chen Tianran? What's with all this network regulation these days? Can't manage such a thing? The guard said bitterly. This time, the situation is special, and the power of public opinion is so great that it makes it impossible to regulate the network as well. Lu Shangxin frowned slightly, then he asked, and what is the background situation regarding Chen Tianran? The guard sniffed, and his face became even more ugly. What should I say? This background is simply too criminal. Ha? Lu Shangxin was puzzled. And then he was receiving the thick introduction handed over by the other party. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly even as he read it. And, it's hard to imagine that Chen Tianran actually has such a background. Lu Shangxin sighed with emotion. And then, after a short period of contemplation, he continued, the circumstances of his status are somewhat unique, and a large part of it concerns what the public cannot know. Send out an announcement that directly says that Chen Tianran's background is very clean and there are no problems, and that any person who leads the public opinion will be prosecuted according to the law. Also follow the IP and grab me a couple guys back. How can a hero like Chen Tianran, who has dedicated himself to his country, be denigrated like this? Yes, the public opinion quickly calmed down, although the donkey fist is still very reluctant, but in the face of the authorities under the pressure, they do not have the slightest possibility of resistance. The donkey fist is still very reluctant, but in the face of the authorities under the pressure, they do not have the slightest possibility of resistance. In a small rented house, a man who hadn't showered for dozens of days sat in front of his computer, puzzled by the article that the authorities had posted that, oh, kind of interesting, really interesting. What kind of background is this? To actually need to hide it like that? Not even to make it up? When he thought of this, he directly began to hit the keyboard and began to prepare to hack into the system, stealing the relevant information. Ha! I can't stand to see people pretending in front of me in my life. I'd like to see how much weight you have. At the same time, in the live broadcast room where the pop-ups gradually began to subside, Chen Tianran had slowly stopped. It was full of black bugs, and it was starting to make you feel sick, mentally and physically. Corpse crawlers. What a size. Chapter 81, Weird Picture. Blood Pool. Chapter 81, Weird Picture. Blood Pool. Chen Tianran sighed with emotion, while his right hand was already gripping the black gold ancient blade tightly, and the Qilin blood in his body began to boil and burn. He could feel that every time he struck out with his full strength, he was able to boost the activation of the Qilin blood to a certain extent, and now that he was faced with this number of corpse collectors, he didn't dare to relax his nerves. What the hell? This is a corpse? How can it be so scary? I thought this was in a novel. Oh, my god. It's a corpse. Didn't they say it was extinct? This thing can eat a person in 3 seconds. Hiss. What a horrible thing. If this is touched, it will surely die. It would be fine if the number was small. But, this quantity, it's too terrifying. In the midst of everyone's shock, Chen Tianran was already taking a step forward, walking carefully through the emptiness, trying as hard as possible not to run into the black corpse crushers. After all, it can be very troublesome once you get it on. It would probably interfere with the rescue of the dorky sister. But just at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Brother Chen, I'm begging you, let me go. I just want to live. A delicate color surfaced on Lin Yi's face at the end of the corpse in the distance, and she knelt down to pray directly with her hands together. This sincere look. See, many water friends are a little sympathetic flooded. The poor girl. Such a poor girl. If it were me, I would have just sacrificed myself. Who says it isn't? As a real man, There's nothing to be afraid of in death. I'll be a good man again in 20 years. That's it. Brother Chen, don't take your life too seriously. If she dies, what will her family do? Isn't that right, Brother Chen? Think of others. The ruinous comments have festered again, causing a lot of hardcore fans to stink up the place. Broken-hearted man, where did the second stroke come from? Die yourself. Little Fox Fairy, it's absolutely brilliant. There's actually such an existence in this day and age. Walala, it's so trippy. Doesn't Chen have any family? What a load of crap. And at this time, Chen Tianran didn't have any intention of paying any attention, still stepping on the empty ground with his feet, constantly advancing. However, Linny revealed a shadowy look after lifting her face. Why did you push me so close? Why did you have to do that? They are watching. The sharp sound came slowly from between her throats. Chen Tianran paused in his steps, and the surrounding corpse cripples were all awakened at this time, rustling and crawling as if they were right next to his ears. The corpses on the four walls slowly gathered. Flashlight illumination, vaguely visible on the wall, actually have a road mural. It's a picture of purgatory. There were those who ate limbs and those who ate skullcaps, and people of all colors were on them. But none of these people who were eating were dressed in glittering fancy clothes. The eerie drawings are physically and mentally creepy to look at. Broken-hearted, holy. What the hell are these drawings? Ulala, it's disgusting. I instantly got goosebumps all over the place. Little Fox Fairy, hiss. Can't do it. It's not working. I'm already getting physically sick. On the screen, Chen Tianran looked across at Linny and spoke once again. Where are they? On the high platform? Upon hearing these words, Lin Yi's mouth slowly split open, her pupils widening. They're everywhere. He. The ear-piercing laughter echoed in the middle of this empty tunnel. The surrounding corpses were even more like being ordered to come in a crazy raid. Squeak. Chen Tianran frowned tightly. Is also felt Linny that spirit is completely out of place. Immediately a step out. With the momentum abruptly swung out a few knives to clear the corpse in front of him. But the huge number of corpse crappers was already filling the empty hole in no time at all. Even the corpses that kept gathering up even formed a high wall. Chen Tianran was completely surrounded by it. Asterisk. Mom, Chen is really going to be in danger with this wave. Damn it. They say he's showing off. He can't even beat a corpse. And he's trying to save his sister? He doesn't know what he's doing. It's over. Another person will be sacrificed. What the hell? In the midst of everyone's trembling, the corpse that kept gathering up suddenly stopped rattling as if it had sensed something. In the next second, a cold aura came out through the gap, and then came the stern shouts. Chop! Swish! Slash after slash. The fiery Chen Tianran was like the descending god of war frantically harvesting the corpse, and his ferocious attack even scared back these corpses that only knew how to follow orders. By then, Lin Yi was long gone, come without a shadow, going without a trace. One's mind is also becoming more and more puzzled. Chen Tianran frowned once again as he swept the murals around him and didn't say anything. Instead he waited for a few seconds and let the live camera capture all of these murals. Only when that was done did he rise again and burst into a sprint as fast as he could. Feng Shui Gossip Art In is already telling him, Dull sister is not far away. And life is critical. A hospital bed. Awake Li Luo have been watching the live broadcast, when seeing that a weird picture. Lu Shangxin is also called to ask each other the situation. The latter shook his head slowly and, Old Lu, these drawings, which didn't even exist among the historical records, were a mystery as to what exactly they were depicting. It will take some time of research to uncover, but the most relevant also lies in the faces of these people in fancy dress. Had 3 pairs of eyes. I'm afraid that's not a human being depicted. Lu Shangxin on the other end of the phone also fell into silence. If it's not human, is it really a god? Really an immortal? Li Luo laughed bitterly. I don't know, and I can't read at all. I'm old. As he spoke, Lin Yi's figure was already floating in his mind, clearly able to feel that this student of his has not in his right mind anymore. Chen Tianran's speed did not decrease, and when he rushed out of the tunnel, he had already arrived at a place that looked like an execution ground. There were countless skeletons hanging on all sides of the place, and the blood that had dried up long ago on top of the walls still emanated a palpitating stench. And in the middle of the place, the fainting dorky girl was tied to a brace in a big. Her face was pale, and the blood on her wrists kept dripping down into the weird patterned grooves on the ground. And eventually slid down into a huge pool of blood. The blood was boiling in the pool, while Lin Yi was standing on the side, looking at the blood pool. Eyes gradually is showing the color of madness. She raised her eyes to look at Chen Tianran. Brother Chen, next, it's your turn. Chapter 82, True or False Lin Yi, taking the head. Chapter 82, True or False Lin Yi, taking the head. Chen Tianran sank his face his right hand already resting on top of the black and gold ancient sword. It was also gradually realizing the real oddity in the other party, but just wasn't quite sure at the moment. It's just that the live streamers were already straining at the sight of this scene that, blood pool? Are you kidding me? This kind of thing actually exists? Wait, does this pool of blood mean it's all human? But this amount doesn't look like 11 people. No way? No way. Is the blood in this pool the blood of the ancients from 2,000 years ago? But after all that time, how could it not have dried up? It's not scientific. It's very unscientific. Cam, upstairs, are you actually thinking about science or not? There's still science in entering this live room? In the midst of a cluster of pop-ups, Lin E, who was on the opposite side of the blood pool, was already slowly straightening her body as she opened her mouth and said, "They chose you a long time ago. Chun, you should have known. Long ago." Chen Tianran's brows furrowed once again, his mind already recalling the white figure from this trip down to the tomb. Just never managed to find out where the other guy was, but now it seems that, could that white figure be the they that the other side is talking about? Chen Tianran shook his head slightly again when he thought of this, and did not go into too much deeper thought. You shall not be the real Lin E, shall you? When these words came out, Lin E on the other side of the river also had a slightly stunned expression, and then she laughed and said, "Brother Chen, that's funny, how could I not be Lin E? I've been watching you live all this time." Chen Tianran shook his head slightly and didn't bother, instead stretching out his black and gold ancient sword and walking along the edge of the blood pool. But it was his words that caused the donkey fists on the air to grow more and more agitated. What does this Guanan mean? Is he looking for a chance to kill Lin E legitimately in this way? It's so insidious and despicable. Calling a deer a horse? Saying a living person isn't me? I didn't realize that it's modern times and people still do this. I just want to say one thing. Lin E may have made a mistake, but the fundamental mistake is still yours, Chen Tianran. If you hadn't rashly tried to enter into the tomb passage, people's archaeological institutes wouldn't have been so urgent to go for salvage excavation. Kokonan is Kokonan, always making up for himself all the time. That's why they all behave so badly. Even if Lin E is at fault, it shouldn't be a reason for you to kill her. You're no different from scum if you do this. Jime guys don't say it. The previous lawler didn't even die. Even by Chen Tianran who said he would use the weapons of the law to punish the other side. On the contrary, it was Lin E. And this Guanan was about to directly kill the other party? This is blatant discrimination. Kokonan helping Kokonan? Then all the more reason for us girls to help the girls. The vehemence of the rhetoric has begun to brush the screen, so that most people with a normal 3 views have fallen into silence at this moment. They didn't know when Donkey Fist had taken over, and they were even less sure why these little fairies had such a skewed view of the world. And at this time, on the screen, Chen Tianran was already about to approach Lin E, but suddenly, a huge figure descended from above. Bang! The ground trembles, the dust and fog splash. The sound of ragged breathing was constantly ringing around the ears of the, until a giant hand lifted the dust and fog to reveal its true form. It was shaped like a giant ape, but with 2 huge fangs and scarlet eyes, making it particularly creepy. But it was the thousands of holes in its body that really made people care, even to the point where they could see the organs in its body directly through those holes. Brother Chen, are you afraid? Chen Tianran did not speak. Instead, he gripped the black gold ancient blade tightly while the Qilin blood in his body began to kick in. The blood was already flowing faster than ever before. It must be met at its peak. He could sense that this giant ape in front of him was powerful, even far beyond the previous streams of organ snakes, pythons, and giant centipedes. Lin E continued to laugh. No need to be afraid, Brother Chen. It's already been eating a lot of meat. He's not hungry now, and he'll be very tender later. Live streaming pop-ups. I'm Nima. A giant ape that big? It's outrageous. This giant ape is already very scary just by looking at it. How can this be so outrageous? Inside this underground palace, there's actually this kind of existence? Living for more than 2,000 years? Damn it! Is there really longevity in the world? And in the midst of everyone's shock, that giant ape was already one step ahead, his body exploding and flashing, instantly attacked and killed to the near front. Giant hand as a fist. Boom sound. Is the Chen Tianran knocked flying, sinking deep into the wall. The scene certainly lifted the hearts of the watermen once again. What's going on? Chen can't actually hide? This giant ape that has lived for 2,000 years is actually that terrifying? This wave is completely going to end. This is too strong. It's just one face to face. Chen is already losing the battle. Looks like This adventure is ending early. On the live feed, Chen Tianran was knocked into the wall and, while Dumbass was tied to a stand and bled out. The picture was so gruesome and horrific that it was frightening. Chen, what's wrong with you? You can't do it anymore? Oh, wasn't it you who swore to save people? Didn't I already say, we'll just go together? Where would any of this be happening now? Brother Chen, what about being a human being? Just can't be too kind. Otherwise, you wouldn't have ended up where you are now. As soon as her words fell, Chen Tianran's voice was already slowly ringing out. Ha, the warm-up is finally over. And it's time for me to get serious next. On top of the screen, Chen Tianran stepped out from the dust and mist, holding the black and gold ancient sword tightly. His body slightly lit up with a red glow. When King Bee starts to act like he's invincible. I can already imagine Chen saying that. That year I had my hands in my pockets and didn't know what the enemy was. Asterisk. This man is loaded. In the midst of everyone's shock, Chen Tianran lowered his body's center of gravity, his eyes looking straight at the giant ape with a huge body. The latter was already poised to strike. A low roar came out of his mouth. Roar. Suddenly, both sides moved. It was like a collision between two trucks in a hurry. Available. The images of the collision did not take place. But it was to see the giant ape planted straight into the wall, while Chen Tianran was already dodging sideways, killing Lin Yi straight away. Chop. In the midst of the latter's terrified eyes, the black and gold ancient sword emitted a cold light and was already coming down from above. It chopped straight down. Swish. Chapter 83, A Big Mouth in a Girl's Arms. Chapter 83, A Big Mouth in a Girl's Arms? The blood spattering that should have occurred did not. Instead, a puddle of slime slowly slid to the ground and, what Lin Yi? What people? All turned to mush. Chen Tianran swept his eyes at the black and gold ancient sword in his hand, and what flowed down from it was merely a puddle of mud. Broken-hearted man, what? This Lin Yi isn't human? Ulala, what the is going on here? Mud? Are you kidding me? Nuwa created man. How can this mud man become a living person? Little fox fairy. This is too unbelievable. The beginning Emperor's tomb underground palace actually hides so many horrible organs? In the hospital, watching the live broadcast of the Li Luo is suddenly relieved. Just looking at the screen of a puddle of mud, he fell into a deep meditation. For a while it was not possible to figure out what the principle was here. Could it be that 2,000 years ago, during the Qin dynasty, science and technology actually surpassed the present? He scratched his head in confusion while his cell phone rang again and, hello? Another Qin dynasty item left overseas has returned? As soon as Li Luo heard this, he immediately couldn't stay in the hospital, and directly pulled out the syringe and put on his clothes to leave. After all, after watching this live broadcast, curiosity about Qin Dai had been the common denominator for everyone. After Chen Tianran killed the fake Lin Yi, he also turned back to look at the giant ape, and the other party was also slowly turning into mud and paralyzed on top of the ground. Puppetry. What a superb technique. As he murmured, he quickly approached the doll sister, and at the same time, he also tore off the clothes on the other party's body to bandage his wrists and other various places to temporarily stop the bleeding. It's just that he's once again looking dumbfounded at the Waterboys with this one. Wait, I didn't see it wrong just now, did I? Why would Chen be the one tearing doll sister's clothes to bandage doll sister? Hissing, don't all romance dramas have the male lead ripping off his own clothes? Brother Chen, you are really Jill Shoa. Mother asterisk. I'm not convinced by anyone but you are Chun. You're the first one who's both pretentious and amusing. Amidst the water friend's praises, Chen Tianran also quickly began to check up on his opponent's physical state. The blood loss is too severe. He also revealed a tricky look, and at the same time, he raised his hand and gently slapped the other party's ear in an attempt to wake him up. Chen brother, who saves people like you do? Sooner or later, you'll play me to death. Losing too much blood. You can only have a blood transfusion if you want to survive. There's no other way. Brothers don't have much else to say, but pray for Sister Doll. How could there be a blood transfusion facility in this environment? Just as this water user sent out this pop-up, he was able to see Chen Tianran directly raise his knife and slash his wrist. The scene startled them. Once again. Asterisk. Martyrdom? Nima. Then just now still begged for a fight. What? Brother Chen thinks twice. There's no need for martyrdom or anything like that. It's only your wish that you live. Nerdy girl definitely doesn't want to see you martyred either. Just a little different from what the water friends envisioned is that Chen Tianran directly put the wrist dripping with blood to the doll sister's mouth. The blood that had the power of Qilin blood fell into the other party's mouth as if it were hot water at high temperatures, and every drop that fell in caused the other party's body to react with a slight trembling. After obtaining the Qilin's blood, Chen Tianran realized that this item could repair his injuries. But whether feeding someone blood in this manner had any effect he wasn't so sure. Things are getting more and more metaphysical at the moment, so it makes sense to use the metaphysical to save the day, right? But this wave of his operation undoubtedly looked dumbfounded the water friends in the live broadcast room. You're really acting out a drama here. You're really acting like a drama here. You're feeding blood to save people's lives? Don't you dare go any further. Having lived for so long, this is the first time I've seen such a bloody operation. Brother Chen, don't mess with me. Shattering my 3 views. Brother Chen, this is at least a materialistic world. Is it really appropriate for you to engage in such a mysterious operation? And at the same time a waterbender who called himself a doctor immediately spoke up. Brother Chen, the way you're going about it is useless. You should stop the bleeding for the other person and then send her to the hospital for a blood transfusion. Otherwise, in her condition, she definitely won't last long. Just the next second. On that live broadcast screen, the dull sister, who had drunk a lot of blood, had already improved her face's color to a great extent, far less pale than earlier. I only heard Chen Tianran nod lightly. It really works. It seems that arcane things should be done in an arcane way. But the waterbender who called himself a doctor had his worldview shattered when he saw this scene. A human miracle. A human miracle. My mom. This blood transfusion can still be done like that? I have to write my thesis. This is definitely something that will shock the medical community at home and abroad. And the rest of the water boys were no doubt filled with confusion. Holy, is it really a human miracle? How can it be so outrageous? Outrageous. Never seen such bull in my life. It's getting really arcane. It's getting more and more outrageous. After feeding for a while, Chen Tianran once again tore off the clothes on the dull sister's body, and then bandaged himself up. It looks like it's going to take a little while to wake up from the blood loss. He murmured that he was getting up and heading towards the open space, while starting to drive the feng shui bagua technique in his body. Drink! As he took a big step, the Xian Huang Qi appeared through the body, and the ground began to tremble as if it had touched an organ. And then a figure gradually emerged from the wall, as if floating from the water to the surface. When that live camera pointed it at them, the aquanauts in the broadcast room were once again shocked. Lin Yi? Again? Oh, my god. No way. No way. Is this real or fake? I can't look at anyone right now without looking at them. Don't say it's fake too. This is a sudden turn of events. In the midst of everyone's surprise, Chen Tianran went up and slapped the other party in the ear. Snap. Crisp and loud slaps that woke up the other guy straight away. Lin Yi covered her slightly offended face in confusion, then looked at Chen Tianran. Chen, brother Chen? The moment she saw the other party, the tears in her eyes had been unable to stop swirling, and finally gushed directly out. And she was even driven by instinct to rush directly into Chen Tianran's arms. Brother Chen, I'm so scared. I'm so scared. It's so dark in there. I thought I couldn't get out completely. Brother Chen, the latter, carefully feeling the softness of the other's body, also raised his head slightly and, it's okay, I'm here. Aha! It's just that the waterboys couldn't hold it together when the scene appeared on the air and, a big mouth. A human girl just rushes into her arms? Penalized. This is too much torture. I'm going to test it. This mother is outrageous. Try it and die. The only one who regained some consciousness was the dorky sister who looked at the two people hugging each other over there, and a series of question marks popped up on her brain. But suddenly, the pool of blood boiled even more intensely. Terror began to descend. A tentacle made of blood and water gradually rose up. Chapter 84, with science on his lips, he decapitates the tentacles with his backhand. Chapter 84, science on the lips, backhandedly chopping tentacles. The water friends didn't see what was going on in the middle of the blood pool, but the dorky girl's dazed and confused waking up look had already made them tense up and, laughing my ass off. Please think of the dumb girl too. Shrimp and pig heart. A cuddle while the dorky sister is unconscious? I've never obeyed a few people in my life. Chen is the only one. In the midst of the shock of the aquanauts, the dorky girl also passed out once again. I must have read it wrong. Suddenly, bang! The sound, a blood-colored tentacle landed on the ground. The stone slabs collapsed and shattered, splattering blood in all directions. Without any hesitation, Chen Tianran grabbed with his left hand and skillfully tugged on the back waist of Lin Yi's pants. A strong strangling sensation suddenly struck. This particular pulling sensation always gives a different kind of crunch. And before Lin Yi could react too much, her body flattened out like a kite with broken strings. When he looked back again, he saw that the dorky girl on his right had been taken away in the same way. Only the other party was unconscious, but the color of enjoyment surfaced on his face. And the blood-colored tentacles behind them didn't have any intention of letting them go. Heck, they started chasing them at a rapid speed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What is this? And what's with the tentacles? This is also too menacing. What the hell is this? There are no big hangers on to explain it again. It's too mysterious. It's too weird. If I didn't know I was watching a live broadcast, otherwise, I would have thought I was watching a special effects movie. Come on. This is a special effects movie. Even a top 10 movie team can't get a single frame out of this. In the midst of everyone's amazement and shock, Chen Tianran was already rushing straight along the deep tunnel. He ran furiously all the way and didn't know how much time had passed. And after making sure that the blood-colored tentacles hadn't caught up with him, that's when he dropped what he was holding onto the floor and, Linny looked at the other party with a slightly dissatisfied and sultry look. But Chen Tianran was full of integrity, checking the surroundings vigilantly. You're pretending. Chen, you're still pretending. You're doing it on purpose. You really don't know how to be compassionate at all. You old six. If I met such a beautiful woman, would I still throw her on the ground like this? I'm afraid she'll melt in my hands. Upstairs, what if you come across one made out of clay figures? How would you react? Cam, don't scare people at night. Surrounded by pop-ups, Chen Tianran crouched down to look at Linny in front of him. Tell me, what have you come across? Although the fake Linny was already talking about their encounters and so on before, he was still curious about how the fake Linny knew about it. Or perhaps this fake Linny was actually something that could plunder people's memories. When Linny heard this, she also immediately nodded her head, and then she began to narrate. Chen Tianran listened patiently, but the water friends in the live broadcast can't help it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell? Isn't this exactly the same as what that fake Linny said? WOJ. Does that mean it's fake too? It's not, is it? Is this place that weird? It can clone people all the time? It's too much ing bull, isn't it? Amidst everyone's shock and amazement, Chen Tianran slightly raised his head and, so, in a nutshell, it's that after you guys got into the cannon, and then you just went down a different path than the one I went down in the cannon. By the time you slow down and notice again, you're already in this place? Right, that's what it means. Lin Yi nodded heavily, then she opened her mouth to inquire. And, Brother Chen, what exactly is this place? When we were exploring this place, we found a lot of antiques about the Qin dynasty and stuff like that. There are also some accounts of those times. Where exactly is it? Haven't you already guessed? Chen Tianran shook his head with a smile and, the latter said bitterly that, although I guessed that this might be the legendary underground palace, this one weird thing makes me really reluctant to believe this fact. Because, this is too metaphysical. How could such a thing exist in this world? It's simply impossible. As Lin Yi spoke, tears were already welling up in her eyes, and the color of fear surfaced once again. Seeing this, Chen Tianran also pacified. There would be nothing esoteric in this world, though we feel esoteric. But with careful observation and study, it is also basically possible to find in it the mysteries that belong to science. Really? Really? Lin Yi inquired. Looking up between hesitant, Chen Tianran smiled and nodded his head. That's of course. Brother Chen never lies. As he spoke, he suddenly was aware of the crisis that was coming, and the light of the flashlight in his hand struck. The blood-colored tentacle was as if it was sneaking closer to be discovered. Suddenly it stops, and in the next second, the black and gold ancient sword had descended. Swish! Bang! The long sword swung down. The blood-colored tentacle fled in fear. The ground was left with a bloody tentacle writhing on the ground. Chen Tianran swept his eyes, and then he stomped on it. Bang! When that was done, he walked back in. Oh, small trouble solved for now. Lin Yi, for the first time, she felt the same sense of helplessness as her dorky sister. The broken-hearted man, mama yeah, laughing doesn't live. Ha ha ha. Talking about believing in science and finding scientific mysteries in the midst of the arcane. You're backhanding a tentacle? Ulala, please explain Chen properly. How many scientific mysteries are contained in this wave of operation? Little Fox Fairy, I can already feel Lin Yi's helplessness. This old six of Chen's is just too much of a show. I can't believe a word of it. With the appearance of the blood pool tentacles, the real and fake Lin Yi incident occurred, which made Chen Tianran is also once again constantly on the hot search. Everyone's in shock, and also as a result, the live streaming platform is already reaching a horrific number of downloads and plays. Chen Tianran's one live room alone can already kill a dozen live platforms in the outside world. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's a one-trick pony, but the other live platforms are not without action. After all, if this continues, Chen Tianran's Tian live room, sooner or later, will swallow them all. Therefore, they then gathered to finalize a plan, also to have a live outdoor adventure. Only the difference is that they're hiring the world's most famous adventure experts. The crowd gathered and burst into laughter as they finalized their ideas. Ha! Gentlemen, we will win this round. That's natural. Although this Chen Tianran's live broadcast is very genuine, there is even a Tai Do testifying, but the authenticity is still lacking in examination. What's more, Chen Tianran isn't a famous celebrity himself. We invited that one. Absolutely crush them. Hee. The Tian live broadcast platform. It's almost time for it to fall. Chapter 85, Master O's Expedition. Entering the human forbidden zone is like a game. Chapter 85, Master AO Expedition. Entering the human forbidden zone is like a game? As this group of live streaming platform giants finalized their plans, all parties were in a hurry to start brewing public opinion and start building momentum. The original Calm Down the Counterfeiting Storm is also in the middle of the Weibo wind pit again opened. Ha! It's a bunch of vulgar guys. Don't you guys see it yet? This is just a fake. Have you guys ever seen these whatchamacallit blood-colored tentacles? You've got to be kidding me. This is like a CG special effect. Who says it isn't? I've seen it before in my cousin's movie company. The CG effect is much better than this. No wonder the surroundings are so dim. It's actually to make the CG effect look even more superb, right? What a joy. The public opinion is also getting stronger and stronger. And even then it directly creates a few hot search phrases. 1. Hashtag surprise. Chen Tianran expedition to the tomb of the first emperor livestream is fake? Hashtag. 2. Hashtag live CG effects have been proven to be real and can already be done with existing technology. 3. Hashtag what kind of live streams are fake these days? What else can we watch? Hashtag. The appearance of a hot search has undoubtedly given a lot of netizens misdirection. Asterisk. What the hell? That's all CG animation? So realistic? Outrageous. I can't believe I can do CG to this extent or something awesome. Who says it isn't? This technique is just awesome. In the midst of the gush of emotion, another hot search began to silently leap up and 4. Hashtag compared to the fake adventure broadcasts. Master O's adventure broadcasts are the most authentic. Hashtag. Everyone was taken aback when this one hit popped up. The asterisk. Outdoor adventures top streamer, Master O, is going on another adventure? No? Are you kidding me? This is a man who can eat anything. He's going live? Hissing. It's a bit interesting. I think I smell smoke. Meanwhile, in the middle of an outdoor campground, the white-skinned Master AO was looking at a comment on the internet on his cell phone, and the corners of his mouth were raised in a disdainful smile. Ha! Funny. To actually compare me to a silent, nameless, counterfeiting person? His eyes gradually were showing a look of disdain, especially after clicking on that little video and snickering at it. Ha! So false. Not real at first glance. How in the world could this be possible? Whether I've traveled through the rainforest or whatever, I've just never seen it. He swept his eyes around the busy Chinese people and sneered. The Chinese really like to make things up. Master AO's voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears. There was some fire in everyone's hearts, and at first they knew that Master O had seen footage of the other's adventures purely through the channels of the internet. But after real contact it turns out that the other side is very discriminatory. There is even a sense of the fait accompli of Lord Sheep. And that condescending stance is very hard for them to bear. If it weren't for the demands of the job, otherwise they'd have swarmed up there and cleaned each other out. Only, now they were on fire. But knowing what the other side was about to do to pick up the pieces, the fire was also a little bigger. And, it's still a fake after all? Funny. Can you compete with Chan? Let's see how you'll end up in the east window. After all the preparations were completed, the project leader also walked over quickly with a cold face and, Master AO, we're ready on our end. And in addition here's a list of precautions for you to take a look at that. Though we'll be doing a lot of program effects next, arranging for all sorts of exotics to show up, but the place we're going to is still known as the Antenna Canyon that we went in, so there are some points of note that still need to be taken care of with a little more care and attention. Snap! Master AO directly slapped the notes out of the other's hand, slowly got up and looked at the other from above. And a human forbidden zone? I'm afraid that's something you Chinese made up yourselves, right? What precautions do I need to see? Ha. His cynicism was also causing the faces of the people present to become more and more ugly. Master AO did not stay too much, but backpack, click on the live camera ball, is straight toward the penalty area, while walking also did not forget to say, don't forget to hit the books with those hundreds of millions of dollars of the beautiful country's currency. The crowd looked at his arrogant and unbearable appearance, and each of them was also a little angry. Yards, This white skin is an abomination. Excessive. It's simply disgusting. How can you come to China and still have this kind of attitude? Damn you. No rush. No rush. He's not just purely because Chen is getting a ton more attention than he is right now, to the point where people are saying Chen is the real outdoor adventure top stream. It's natural that he would feel bad about it. Ha, compared to Chen? He's comparable? Don't compare and become a puddle of rotten meat. As Master AO's live broadcast began, countless amounts of traffic also instantly poured in. Asterisk. Master AO is on the air? The destination of the expedition is Antenna Canyon? No one has ever come back alive from that place. That's right. It's a very scary place. Hiss. Master AO is playing a bit big with this wave. It can't be that he's trying to take on Brother Chen, right? Master AO looked at the pop-up screen in the live broadcast room, and from time to time, someone mentioned Chen Tianran, which made his face also very ugly, and at that moment, he was solemnly saying, "Ladies and gentlemen of China, I just want to say one thing. Live broadcasting is about truth. Instead of getting a bunch of CG animations to cajole people, that's all wrong. This would be in our beautiful country. That's all going to jail." A comment that led to a pack of sheepdogs barking at each other. Well said. And a righteous and beautiful countryman too. That's great. I'll give you 10 rounds of super fire just for that. Master AO is finally on the air. This time we're going to show them what it means to be a real outdoor live broadcast. What's real? Surrounded by all the people. Master AO also immediately went deeper towards the Antenna Canyon. But the more he walked, the more he felt his body hairy, and always felt that there was something around him following him. But after turning back, there was nothing to see. A thrilling sense of dread began to linger in his mind and, oh, it can't be. How can there be any cow ghosts or snakes in this world? That's all made up by the Chinese themselves. Absolutely, he muttered as he continued to make his way inside. But just then a huge figure had already silently appeared behind This scene, however, was captured in its entirety all the way into the live camera. The crowd that was watching the live stream this moment, all dumbfounded, until Master AO slowly turned around and that mouthful of blood suddenly fell. Master O live, broken. Chapter 86. There's no reclamation on the script side. Chapter 86. The script? It's not reclaimed over there. The moment Master AO's live stream cut off, the live room was instantly a mess. Asterisk. What was that just now? What the hell was that huge mouth that suddenly opened up? It swallowed him directly? To die. We agreed on a joke, but we ended up getting killed just after we debuted? It's outrageous. I told you not to talk big, but now it's straight up karma, isn't it? But just as everyone was shocked, the live broadcast was also connected once again and, only to see the picture above, Master AO covered in blood holding a machete, and beside him, collapsed in a pool of blood is a roughly estimated to have more than 20 meters long python. Master AO slowly turned back and smiled faintly. The Chinese forbidden zone is nothing more than that. This picture of gasping for air and arrogance after a great battle was immediately a great shock. Handsome. It also has to be Master AO. I can't believe that he even dares to forbid the forbidden area of China. It's really awesome. If it were Guanan, he wouldn't be able to do it. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. That's why when I watched Dull Sister's livestream earlier, that Chen Tianran's every move seemed a little too forced. Only something like Master AO can be called real. Too true. How can anyone face that kind of behemoth and still be able to avoid the attack so easily and effortlessly, and then still be able to fight hard? Surely that's all scripted. After finishing the recording and shooting of the background, Master AO looked at the pop-ups in the live broadcast with satisfaction, and his heart was getting more and more excited. After all, one's own followers remain inundated. Soli was clicking on the Dull Girl's live feed again and watching it. Just above the picture, Chen Tianran and the others were already on a wild goose chase once again, carrying the Dull Sister on her right shoulder and tugging on the back of Lin Yi's pants with her left hand. She ran wildly with her feet in the wind, and her speed was already so fast that it was almost a blur. And in the midst of that live camera, there was another imposing figure that was in constant pursuit of A guttural hissing sound erupted from his mouth. Roar, roar, roar. The sound was loud and powerful, with great visual sound effects and other effects. Seeing that the audience in the live broadcast room were all in a state of shock. I'm going. There's another giant ape out there. To hell with it. How many of these monsters are in this place? Outrageous. It's like this thing is loaded with localization. It's so scary. I clearly saw that giant ape smash the wall with a single punch just now. This destructive power. It's like a conquering weapon. But it feels like Chen is also in some danger. This left and right hands are not empty. How can this be a fight? Just as everyone was puzzled and surprised, Chen Tianran had already given his answer. only to see that he relied on the full level of physical skills mouth Dio black and gold ancient sword, suddenly threw out. At the same time the body bucket turn, right foot vigorously pumping. Bang! The long knife instantly pierced through the giant ape's chest like a wind-breaking arrow. And this does not directly kill the giant ape. The next second, Chen Tian ran rabbit, leaping into mid-air, overhead left foot pumping. Bang! Instantaneous crushing of his head on his neck. Puff! As the giant ape slowly fell to the ground, Chen Tianran was also relieved, putting down the two people on his hands and shoulders, wiping the non-existent sweat. Phew! What a thrill! The live broadcast pop-ups, too, exploded at this moment. Good guy, Brother Chen, do you dare to be more outrageous? Just ask you, where do you feel tired? Please, next time you say that, sweat it out. That's right. If not, you'll be more convincing if you breathe a little more. The pop-ups kept brushing, and some of the water users who came in because of the hot search were shocked to see the scene of the party, and they struck up their keyboards and, even though the internet is saying that all these images of Chen are scripted are CG effects, but, it's too realistic, isn't it? It's too easy to write? It is. The flow is so smooth that I feel like it's real, and the kills are so good. All sorts of details are straight out of the box, far better than the adventure of Master O next door. Hiss, why don't I just stay here and watch Chun kill the monsters? It's simply violently awesome. Next door maybe Gar next. Master AO looked at the pop-ups, and the corners of his mouth gradually began to twitch. Damn Chinese, how can this level of fake CG effects be so passionately sought after? What a bunch of brainless two-biters. He had his headset off even as he muttered, but all the staff in the neighborhood heard it loud and clear. But for the sake of their jobs, for the sake of supporting their families, in the face of Lord Sheep, they had to hold their breath, and there are even small-minded ones who have already secretly reported that their old boss is walking $500,000. And that's when the staff tipped him off that the next segment was ready. Master AO does not miss traces of a slight head. Put away the phone is carrying a machete stained with fake blood toward the depths of the antenna canyon. But where he'd left off, a figure flashed silently by, and it's still Master AO's that has authenticity. Yes, you see that the setting is truly realistic. What a tomb passage. What tomb of the first emperor. It's so fake. It's so fake. That's it. How can something that arcane exist in this world? Amidst the flurry of pop-ups, Master O, on the other hand, is in danger again in the midst of his plans. Only this time the encounter was with a huge-sized tiger, and it was also as good as a live interruption. Then a few minutes later, Master AO, gasping for breath, connected to the airwaves again, drenched in blood, while the disemboweled tiger carcass lay beside him. Everyone, if you meet a tiger in the wild, you can't fight too hard. After all, this tiger is still too powerful. I almost got hit just now. This would absolutely pulverize if you were hit. But the good thing is, I was also a special forces soldier. My hands need not be said. He eloquently dictated some of the battle that had just taken place, drawing gasps of surprise from the live feeds. I'm going. Wu Sung is alive. It's worthy of being Master AO. It's so fierce. Yes, Master AO. This truthfulness is really shocking. That's why I've been saying for a long time that only the beautiful nation can do a real adventure live. Otherwise change it to someone else. That's all fake. But at the same time there are skeptics happening in droves that, no, why did 2 successive dangers just cut off the signal? Why don't you just put that image out there? That's right. How do you think if the signal was bad, it would have connected immediately after the battle? Is Master O also be faking? Master AO, who was pretending to be tired and resting, looked at the questionable language on the air and was furious. Discrimination. This is discrimination. What a piece of crap Chinese. That little tour guide faking it aside. I'm not honest enough for a beautiful countryman? He was so angry that he stood up straight away, and headed for the depths. And those staff members who were so exasperated by the comment that they forgot for a moment to warn the route that by the time he reacted the other party was already burrowing into the forest. No, it's not laid out over there, and it's not reclaimed. Chapter 87 That's PPO Everything is a real Buddha statue. Chapter 87, is that PPO? Is everything real? Buddha statue. The staff were at once a little anxious, and shouted frantically, but Master O did not care in the least for they. What kind of trashy Chinese people are asking me to cooperate with them in doing a fake live broadcast? If I'm really in danger, I'll be able to handle it easily with my skills and abilities. What fun! As he muttered, he turned his headset on. Friends, the rest of the journey will be rough and dangerous, but you can rest assured, there is absolutely no faking involved. After all, I'm not from China. I am a noble and beautiful countryman. His words were a direct result of stirring up 1,000 layers of waves and Countless sheepdogs, donkey fists and clapping in the live room. Well said. How can the beautiful countryman fake it? Playing it real. Yeah, I've always wanted to live in a beautiful country. That's why I've always longed for the life over in the beautiful country. It must be very beautiful. Who isn't? They say it's a most free country. You can eat peanuts anytime you want to ascend. You can avoid jumping off a building and hurting other people. The smile on Master Ao's face grew wider and wider amidst the pop-ups from Dawnguard. Only as he continued to go deeper and deeper, but more and more felt a chill down his back. It always feels like something is following you, but when you turn around you can't see any trace of it. Even those Chinese people have disappeared, which can't help but make him feel a little odd. What's going on? What are all these Chinese people doing? Shouldn't they be following closely after inviting me here? What a loser. He hurled a curse and then also did not care much. Is to continue to move forward. Just the more you go, the more you feel the surrounding cold. And even let him goosebumps are standing up. Hiss. What's going on? Why is it so cold? He muttered, and began to rub his hands together. While the acquaintances in the live broadcast room are full of confusion. No, it's cold in the middle of summer. What's going on? Master O says it's cold? Is there a PPO nearby? No way. How could that kind of thing actually exist? You're overthinking it. At this time, Master AO more and more feel wrong. Simply as directly take out the phone to open the Dumb Sisters live room. I was just about to click into the live stream, but I was surprised to find that my phone was stuck. Or even just die. What the hell? How come all the cell phones are dead? And the next second, he flung his phone hard and the screen went black for a moment, but when he picked it up again and brought it to his eyes, by the light of day, you can see your face reflected in the dark screen, at the same time, and an extremely unfamiliar face that, you want to scare the hell out of. Master AO instinctively assumed that the other party was a staff member, and turned around violently, but he did not see any figure. A wave of uneasiness immediately began to haunt him. Misread it. It must be that I'm looking at it wrong. How can there be such a metaphysical thing in the world? Not even in our beautiful country. A small place like China would be even more unlikely. However, the live broadcast room at that time was already completely blown up. Nima. Hell. What is this? What did I see just now? Why can I see that fluttering long-haired white figure even on this live platform? Could it be that those wacky images you saw on the daily live platform before were actually, it is likely to be true? Hissing. Stop it. I've got goosebumps already. If PPO really exists, then, wouldn't that mean that all of Dull Sisters' live broadcasts are actually true? This will basically shatter all the talk of Chen being a fake. But meanwhile the sheepdogs are confident that the chattering, this is it? In front of our beautiful countrymen. That's not an easy fix. What a bunch of short-sighted existences. So what if it's PPO? I'll take your head off with my bare hands. Laughing. Just like to make a fuss. Learn from the beautiful country people. Otherwise the quality of the people will be compared to the quality of the people. The crowd in the live room were all shaking. And Master AO had indeed begun to panic. His forehead was dripping with cold sweat, and he was swallowing his saliva constantly. He kept muttering something, and at the same time he slowly lifted his cell phone, and once again pointed the screen at himself, and cautiously looked behind him, but he did not see any white figure. For a moment, Master AO was just relieved. Oh, it really is an illusion. I told you so. How in the world can? But just as suddenly, the moment he put down his cell phone, the bleak white as paper face had come up to just half an inch from him. The coldness of the air came over me. Deadly gas lingers, causing Master AO's body to begin to gradually tremble. Accompanied by his pig-killing screams, the live feed was turning into snowflakes, bit by bit, but all of them saw the white figure looking towards them at the last moment and showing a smile. Hip. The broadcast room was completely shaken at that moment. Nima. There really is a PPO in the world. Damn it. I'm going to the temple today to invite a Buddha statue home. I'm going to the temple too. If we don't go, we're going to run out of people. For a while, things about Apiao or metaphysics also immediately began to soar on the hot search. It is directly the top of Chen Tianran's hot search again. But at the same time, between them, there are more and more Buddhist temples that have turned on their live streams. Amitabha Buddha. If the monks are worried about evil spirits getting close to them, you can place an order for a couple of jade pendants that have been enlightened by the poor monk at the little yellow car in the live room. It's not that expensive. It's only 999. There are not many jade pendants, and only those with a destiny can obtain them. All monks, please grab it quickly. The opportunity is not to be missed. Even though the price is high, the backing is a temple and it is immediately snapped up. Although some people questioned the Buddhist sect's ability to make difficult fortunes, the Buddhist sect had an extremely large number of followers, and a mouthful of spittle from one person could drown a person. Any questioning was silenced. As for this outside world, Chen Tianran was not aware of it. As he carried Dull's sister and walked with Lin Yi to a more open area, the four walls were lined with clay statues of Buddha, but unlike the world's Buddha statues, their faces were slightly hideous. In addition, there is a bronze coffin in the center. On the side of the coffin, there was a flesh monk with greenish skin sitting on his knees. Chapter 88, Who is the angry Vajra suppressing? Chapter 88, Who is the angry Vajra suppressing? The atmosphere at the scene was extremely depressing, and no one made a sound. Even though Lin Yi's eyes had flickered with the archaeological soul of the archaeologists that belonged to the one alone after seeing that statue of Buddha, that one corporeal Buddha, but she still held back. After all, after experiencing so many things, she did understand that she should never be reckless, especially since Chen Tianran, who was beside him, didn't even make any moves. Then she, too, was even more immobile. When a picture of the scene entered the live broadcast, it was even more shocking to everyone's mind and soul. I'm going. A statue of Buddha? Is this really a Buddha statue? Oh, my God. Buddha statues from over 2,000 years ago. Each one of these would be priceless at least if they were moved out. Upstairs. You're a criminal. You can really criminal. Who dares to move this thing? If you move it out, you'll be eating peanuts to your heart's content. But I have a doubt. Wasn't Buddhism introduced to the Central Plains during the Han Dynasty? How come there's a Buddha statue in the tomb of the first emperor? Where the hell have you guys been? That's it? Is this still the Shi Huang tomb? It's too ridiculous, isn't it? And at this time, Chen Tianran also took out the cell phone that Dull's sister had stuffed in his pants pocket, and looking at the pop-ups that floated by, he also laughed faintly and said, the spread of Buddhism was in the Han Dynasty, but the earliest contact with Buddhism in history was in the Qin Dynasty. These are all historically accurate. In those days, the first emperor had also seen these Buddhist apostles under the guise of faith. It is said that they were not killed at the time, but let go. Chen Tianran's popularization also made Lin Yi agree, saying, on this point, and I can testify to this, it is true that during the Qin dynasty there appeared Buddhists who came to try to spread the Buddhist philosophy, but it was expelled at the time. It's just a little confusing now as to why a Buddha statue exists in the middle of the dungeon. Listening to the words of the two, many water friends are a burst of realization. Even this Buddha statue thing is also immediately rushed to the hot search. After all, Buddhist statues that shouldn't have existed at all were found in the underground palace of the first emperor's tomb in the Qin dynasty. It was certainly very exciting for all. I'm going. There's a statue of Buddha in the first emperor's tomb? Oh boy. What kind of a linkage is this? Good man. I've always felt that there's something not so simple about this. The historical record is that the first emperor, Ancestor Dragon, drove away the Buddhist followers. But now there is a Buddha statue in the middle of his tomb. This is too unbelievable. What the hell is this for? Meanwhile, in the Golden Sun Temple, in the middle of the presiding meditation room, the presiding priest with a beard on his lower jaw was chanting the Earth Treasury Sutra while knocking on a wooden fish. And at that moment a young monk hurried in at the door and, host, presiding, the dungeon is open. The flesh Buddha has been found. Oh, the presiding officer opened his eyes. The wheels have begun to turn once again. Thousands of years of waiting, just for this day. Presiding officer, what do we do next? The monk respectfully inquired. The host smiled. Wait and see. Someone will always be impatient. Yes. As the matter of the Buddha statue appearing in the tomb of the first emperor became more and more intense, it also drew more and more people into the live broadcast room to watch. Among them, there are even more rods from the Goryeo kingdom. Buddhism? This is our Goryeos. That's it. Hurry up and give it back. Otherwise, you're robbers. Our Goryeo's history of tens of thousands of years is not comparable to your little China? Hurry up and return the treasure. Otherwise we will definitely not let you go. Chen Tianran looked at the two little cuties in the pop-up screen, bouncing around, and couldn't help but laugh. Goryeo, over 2,000 years ago, seems to be still playing with mud. And as for Buddhism and all that, read more. It's good for your brains. A word, an angry dislike without a trace. It's a straight-up defense break for the Goryeo stick. *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Sooner or later, we Goryeo will unite the world. Ha! What a dog adventure. Talking like it's real. It's obviously fake. Our Goryeo's Admiralty warriors will soon be exploring the historical sites of our Goryeo kingdom as well. You will be able to see what a real historical artifact is when the time comes. Tremble. Chinese. In the midst of a pop-up screen, all the Chinese water users were directly ignored. After all, the choreostick's temperament has been known all over the world for a long time. Pulling across is not an option. Chen Tianran didn't bother to look at the pop-up screen anymore, but placed the doll sister in his hand on the ground aside, while looking back at Lin Yi. Wait here for a moment. I'll go and explore. Aha! Lin Yi nodded heavily. She didn't have any problem with this arrangement. Whether it was her hands or her knowledge of history, she wasn't as good as the other party. Only Chen Tianran stepped in slowly and he didn't rush to observe that corporeal Buddha first. Instead, he came aside to ogle the bronze statue of Buddha, with its hideous face, as if from the abyss, and, at first glance, you are just taken aback, but after a closer look, you can feel more and more fear from the depths of your soul. Why do I always feel as if this Buddha statue is watching me? Hissing, I'm getting goosebumps. I feel like it's looking at me too. It's not that I'm a bit confused as to why the Buddha statue looks like this. I remember when I went to the temple those Buddha statues looked very kind. Chen Tianran swept his eyes at the pop-up screen and also opened his mouth to explain. Among the Buddhas, there are some divisions. For example, the angry-eyed Vajra and so on will be more fierce, because they belong to a kind of similar to the punishment of the department. If you're too merciful, how else can you punish others? As for why all the Buddha statues here have such hideous faces, I don't really understand. He shook his head slightly, not knowing too much about these among the memories in his explorer skill pack. Only what made him feel most curious was what kind of person was sleeping in that bronze coffin. The first emperor? Not very probabilistic. After all, this is under the underground palace, and what the first emperor has always wanted is to live forever and become immortal. So he must be in the temple above the high platform. And underneath this dungeon, it must belong to something that needs to be suppressed. There are also a number of acquaintances in the live room who are extremely interested in these. According to this, what kind of existence is locked up in this bronze coffin? Why did you have to invite so many angry Buddha statues to deter it? Hiss. The more I hear, the more I feel something oddly arcane. Could it be that? Is there a great terror in the bronze coffin? What a guy. How is this getting more and more mysterious? Where's the science? Where's the science? Just as everyone was surprised and confused, an eye-catching pop-up screen appeared above the public screen of the live broadcast room. Chapter 89, Eternal Bliss in an Open Coffin. Chapter 89, Eternal Bliss in an Open Coffin. Master Chen. The poor monk is the presiding officer of Manhwa Temple. Dharma named Qinglian. Today this pop-up is to invite the monk and poor monk to join the mic. I'm afraid the magnificence of the Buddha statues in this place can add a new chapter to our Buddhist history. The message was posted by an account authenticated by the platform, and for that reason, it was slow to disappear from the high-hanging comments section. A lot of water users have also swiped the pop-up screen when they saw this. Nice guy, you're here for Chen's mic? The first few who linked up have already had accidents. Hard. This host is a bit too hard. I don't think the Buddhists should have much of a problem. After all, the Buddhists are supposed to be able to get rid of any evil spirits. If something happens to all the Buddhists, then we don't want to live. Chen Tianran looked at the pop-up sent by Qinglian in the live broadcast room and also slightly frowned. He didn't have a lot of goodwill towards the Buddhist sect. After all, in history, any time of war, the Buddha's door is closed. Only in times of prosperity will open the door to welcome the majority of the incense. It can be said to be the existence of playing double standard to the extreme. But now, the other party is trying to connect with himself? It's pretty clear what they're trying to do. Whether it's the bronze statue here or that one corporeal Buddha, the value it represents is extremely high, but it is undoubtedly difficult to take away. He directly was choosing to ignore it, and instead continued to survey up the statue of the angry eyes Vajra. This move undoubtedly made many followers of the Buddhist sect a little taut and, why did you ignore it? Even the host himself sent a pop-up. This is an honor for you. Even the host of Qinglian wants to link up with you. You'll definitely be able to go to the Western world of ultimate bliss in the future. This little tour guide is a bit too uneducated. This is the presiding officer of the Manhwa Temple. This is one of the biggest temples. Such a host wants to link up with you and you ignore it? Choosing to ignore? Aren't you afraid that Buddha won't bless you? In the midst of a cluster of pop-ups, Chen Tianran still had no intention of hitching a ride. As for the Qinglian presiding officer, who was far away in the Manhwa Temple, his face also became more and more ugly. But with his extremely high mental quality, he also held back his anger and, ha. Young people these days are just too fickle, he said with a laugh at the audience of his own live stream. Everyone, do the poor monk a favor, go to that dumb girl's live room and remind Master Chen to let him link up with the poor monk. After that, the poor monk will release another 100 single protective jade pendants, and the price will still be the extremely cheap 9,999. As soon as these words were uttered, The water friends in the live broadcast room were instantly ignited, and immediately began to flock to Dull Sister's live broadcast room, froze and gave them a whole swipe. The corners of the mouth of the Qinglian presiding over watching all of this also slowly lifted up into a smile. In the middle of a live broadcast, due to the influx of a large number of Buddhist followers, causing the signal of the live broadcast room to become somewhat unstable once again, and Donkey Punch, who saw the wind in his sails, went down even more immediately. Little tour guide, the other monks are sincerely invited. Why don't you hurry up and link up? Oh, my God. You really think you're something, don't you? That's a high priest. You're nothing. Ha, Guanam is such a pompous ass. The high priest wants to link up with him and he dares to ignore it? The pop-up screen was brushing the screen, and Li Luo in the hospital room watched this scene, and his brows were frowning more and more tightly. He was also shocked at the sight of the statue of Buddha. Regarding these histories, he, as a Taito, naturally knew very well that the just how did not expect the beginning of the emperor's mausoleum in the middle of the underground palace, but there will be the existence of Buddha statues. But if that's all there is to it, it turned out that all of the statues were actually something like the Angry Eyes Vajra. Most of these statues are aimed at the most evil people. In other words, the most ferocious evil spirits. And more than that, in the center of that open space, there was even a corporeal Buddha who had passed away. If those angry eyes are used to suppress evil spirits, then this Buddha is sacrificing himself to suppress. All of this makes Li Luo feel ridiculous, yet it is very reasonable. After all, the arcane has been seen so many times that there is nothing to be surprised about. Even for him, he was a bit curious about what kind of existence was sleeping in that bronze coffin. After surveying the scene for a while, Chen Tianran also headed towards the center. He was light on his feet, not advancing in a straight line, taking one step to the left, one step to the right. And the closer he got to the corporeal Buddha, the more excited the aquanauts in the live broadcast room became. Asterisk. Brother Chen, you're going to open the coffin again? Boy, I think there's something weird and mysterious about this place. That's it. This looks a little weird. Will there be a problem if we open the coffin? But at that moment, Qinglian's pop-up screen just popped up again. Master Chen, before opening the casket, first move the corporeal Buddha to a safe place, and then open the casket afterward. According to our temple's secret records, there is a certain description of this place. It is said that this bronze coffin harbors true immortality. It is even possible for the world to be free from disaster. Eternal bliss. A single sentence that binds all the people in the world is directly the beginning of excitement for those followers of the Buddha sect. What? No disasters? Really? That's it. Then in that case, this bronze coffin must be opened as well. That's right. The coffin must be opened. It's about everyone in the world. Brother Chen, open the coffin quickly. In the albino temple, Qinglian looked at the Dull Sisters live broadcast pop-ups and once again revealed a satisfied smile. However, Chen Tianran directly chose to ignore it again after seeing the pop-up screen. He had been performing the Feng Shui Bagua technique since he stepped into this place, and he was more than aware of the viciousness of this place. And the bronze coffin is the place of great evil. It was just that what intrigued him the most was that corporeal Buddha. The place they were in was walled in on three sides, except for the entrance. He could perceive that in that fleshly Buddha's body, there was something hidden that could truly break the game. Chen Tianran approached cautiously, trying to make sure that he wouldn't trigger the organs here. Wait until you're thoroughly close. Qinglian also sent out a pop-up once again. Master, time waits for no one. Hurry up and open the coffin. This is something that will bring joy to all. You will always be remembered. Chen Tianran slowly approached, and then grabbed the wooden fish in the hands of the flesh Buddha is to escape between the rabbit and the falcon. The speed is fantastic. Already the figure is a blur. The fact that he did not open the coffin further angered the Buddhist followers on the air. Chen Tianran, what are you doing? You actually don't open the coffin? Are you going to die? This is something that will benefit all mankind. You ask what will not be made? Are you a walking $500,000? What are you doing? Are you Chinese or not? Do you not want to see us? Chapter 90, Despicable. You're walking $500,000. Chapter 90, Despicable. You're walking $500,000. As Chen Tianran retreated, the Buddhist followers in the live broadcasting room completely exploded, and Qinglian, who was in the middle of the Baihua temple, was even more furious. Wanton. Indeed wanton. Words are not trustworthy. That's being untrustworthy. Bang! Qinglian smashed a teacup aside in anger, but after noticing that he still had a live camera here, he also immediately calmed down. And, Amitabha Buddha, Chen Sure, has no desire to make the world all enjoy eternal bliss. He probably just wants it all to himself. Fellow monks, please don't blame Mr. Chen too much. After all, everyone in this world has 7 emotions and 6 desires. What's more, Shenshur Master is not a follower of my Buddhist sect and does not have a heart of great compassion. His eloquent speech caused the Buddhist followers in the live broadcast room to become even more emotional as well. How can you be so selfish? It's just a favor. He is the walking $500,000. He can't see any good in our country. Despicable. It's really despicable. He definitely has a secret to hide. Didn't you say you were going to investigate his identity and background? Why is there no news yet? What are you doing? What are you doing? The fierce words of Buddhist followers soon spread across the internet. Especially that sentence. As long as you open the coffin, you will be able to gain eternal life was directly the most favorable words for them to bash Chen Tianran. For a while, the network is also spreading the public opinion is more and more intense. There is a constant stream of invective in all sorts of places. Even Nerd Girl's live feed is still not immune to this. Asshole. Don't walk out of the palace alive if you dare. Damn it. You don't want us to live forever. Then you don't want it for yourself. Selfishness. Are you still a Chinese? After stopping, Chen Tianran also swept the pop-ups in the live broadcast, just smiled faintly and did not pay attention to it. And at this time Linny came over and asked, Brother Chen, any special findings? Why do all the Buddha statues here look like angry eyes? Chen Tianran sniffed. Also no longer pay attention to those disgusting pop-ups directly is to explain. According to my analysis, if I'm not wrong, this place should belong to a kind of evil spirits and dirty things used for suppression. Evil spirits and dirty things? Linny subconsciously repeated a sentence. And then there was a sensation of a chill running down her back. The weirdness of the underground palace has long been beyond the imagination, but now it is a grandiose statement on the suppression of evil spirits, which no matter who will have a kind of scalp-numb feeling. And the Buddhist followers in the live broadcast room were even more annoyed after hearing these words. Yeah, good. In order not to open the coffin and prevent us from getting eternal life, you'll just say that this place is used to suppress evil spirits? It's true that you can't judge a person by his appearance. The respected Buddhist masters have already said, once this bronze coffin is opened it will give us eternal life. That's it. The master has spoken. How dare you say that this place is to suppress evil spirits? Who would believe such nonsense? Despicable and shameless. You want to murder tens of thousands of people for your own personal gain. Every time someone passes away in the future, it'll be because of you. The pop-ups were brushing madly, and the Buddhist believers, coupled with the donkey fist's terrifying offense, had just formed a new force that was sweeping across the public screen with a force like a bamboo. But just at that moment, the sound of kazi was slowly rising. Bang! The abruptly departing door also fell in an instant. This place is thoroughly a wider chamber. Linny was slightly confused as she looked back at Chen Tianran. Brother Chen? What is this? The latter removed the black and gold ancient sword behind him and spoke faintly. It's nothing. You take care of dumb sister. I'll take care of it. Solve what? Brother Chen. Linny was surprised to see the other party idly walking towards the inside again, only that the wooden fish he held in his hand earlier was already placed beside Linny's body. Asterisk 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 asterisk. An obscure Buddhist sound instantly began to resound around them. Only it was different from the usual sound of Buddhist scriptures chanted by Buddhist monks. The Buddhist sounds here are more like chants from hell. Just hearing it in the ears could cause the mind to be slightly disoriented. Chen Tianran was suddenly covered in red light, and his face gradually became hideous. Then he roared harshly and said, Linny, knock on the wooden fish. Otherwise you can't resist. The latter, in a daze, raised his hand and knocked. Instantly, the brain woke up as if cold water had been poured on it. When she came back to her senses, she saw that the angry eyes Vajra, who had originally stood around, had begun to walk slowly towards Chen Tianran at this moment. Their movements were extremely stiff, like puppets, yet each step was causing the ground to cave in slightly. It was just that Chen Tianran was half bowing his body at the moment, with a red light coming out of his body and a pained look on his face. Linny immediately said anxiously, Brother Chen, danger, dangerous, Brother Chen. With the touching of the raging Vajra organ, the Buddhist followers in the middle of the live broadcast room immediately went wild. Oh, my Buddha is merciful. My Buddha has begun to punish the wicked. This is the nobility of our Buddha. He understands that Chen Tianran is evil, and that his failure to open the coffin is a great sin. This is my Buddha's punishment. Ha ha ha, the sin deserves it. Deserved. Ha ha ha. Everyone sneers madly. Mad mockery. Crazy celebration. But in the next second, the blade exploded. Swish. Bang. The nearest angry eyes Vajra to Chen Tianran was instantly chopped to pieces. The stone hit the ground and immediately lost its luster. And this scene is completely let the scene into silence. at the same time as also led in the whitening temple of the Qinglian more and more excited. What? I can't believe I've damaged the statue of the angry Vajra. Unforgivable. How can it be forgiven? These 108 statues of the angry Vajra can be said to be the greatest treasure of my Buddhist sect. So damaged. When executed. Punishable. He roared angrily and sternly, angrily rebuking. At the same time, he also immediately hit the public screen with the message, so that more people could see that at this moment. The effect was naturally remarkable, and the voices of concurrence grew stronger. But on the contrary, Chen Tianran smiled after scanning the live broadcast pop-ups. Relics, right? The greatest treasure of Buddhism, right? Unfortunately, the law states that the protection laws for these cultural relics can be disregarded if they are in the process of being physically harmed. Chen Tianran said as he lowered his body's center of gravity and swept his sight towards the surrounding statues of the angry eyes. My cut was still self-defense. With those words, the black gold ancient blade also struck out frantically without hesitation. One blade continuously chopped the raging Vajra statue. The fall of each statue of the furious Vajra doubled Qinglian's heartache. Asshole. Asshole. Chapter 91 Being a believer in failing to meet the performance standards. The Buddha will not even save you. Chapter 91, there's performance in being a believer? If you don't meet the standard, Buddha won't even save you. Selfishness. This is a national treasure. How dare you damage them all? You are breaking the law. You're breaking the law. That's it. It must be arrested. Must be arrested. Abominable. How dare you destroy the most precious treasure of Buddhism? You're going to hell. Chen Tianran was already in the realm of selflessness as he began to fight frantically, the black and gold ancient sword in his hand, constantly cutting the surrounding raging eyes Vajra. Every blade that went down would instantly chop up a jinn. At the same time there would be a wisp of unfathomable black smoke that didn't enter the fleshly Buddha's body. It's only a matter of minutes to chop up 108 angry eyes Vajra. Chen Tianran stood on top of the rubble that filled the ground, his face still rather ugly. The exertion of this battle was no less, if not more, intense than every sound battle before it. After all, when facing the furious Vajra, every slash needed to be done with all one's might, otherwise it simply wouldn't be able to chop. He then also once again saw what was on the pop-up screen of the live broadcast, and couldn't help but let out a snort of laughter. Anything can be called an artifact, can't it? Just that pile of stuff that cuts people up as a cultural relic? Don't be ridiculous. Besides, something from the Buddhist sect is a treasure? Joke. A sentence that once again provoked the entire Buddhist sect followers to begin to frantically retort. Farting. The senior monks of the Manhwa temple have already said it. This is the supreme treasure of their Buddhist sect. Since it's a supreme treasure that's a cultural relic, then it's a national treasure. That's right. The Buddhist sect's greatest treasure that is a cultural relic. That's what can't be damaged. That's a treasure. You've committed a crime. You have committed a crime. Chen Tianran just smiled and looked at the shocked Linny in the distance. Ms. Lin, may I ask if those stone figures just now are considered cultural relics? This kind of thing needs to be appraised, right? Right. Without a professional appraisal, it isn't judged to be a valuable cultural relic that requires a professional appraisal. Linny opened her mouth with professional instincts and explained, but at the same time, her mind once again recalled the scene just now, and she was again terrified in her heart. Then Linny was frowning when she saw that flesh Buddha, and she always felt that the Buddha over there seemed to be slightly moved. Is it an illusion? The Chen Tianran who got this answer also once again began to dislike the water friends in the live broadcast room. Get it? That is a pile of rocks. It's just a pile of rocks. And a Buddhist treasure. Have you ever seen your bodhisattva really bless you? I'm laughing my ass off. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The attack on faith directly is to make all believers rage. What are you talking about? My Buddha is compassionate. My Buddha is universal. How can I, Buddha, have so much time to take care of everyone? Wouldn't he think differently? Funny. You need to be told that my Buddha saves people? Only true believers can be saved by my Buddha. Only true believers can be saved from suffering. Chen Tianran laughed again. Ha ha ha. So there's performance in being a believer these days, huh? If the performance is not up to the mark, Buddha won't even save people, nah. Ha 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 ha. A big laugh froze a lot of the water boys into silence, and the iron fans jumped out and, broken-hearted, I've convinced no one in terms of show. Only Brother Chen. It's too much of a show. Walala, this is the first time I've seen someone directly dislike a Buddhist believer. Strong. Little fox fairy, too funny. You need performance to be a believer these days. Ha ha, I'm laughing my ass off. In the middle of the Manhwa temple, Qinglian's face was as gloomy as ink. Amitba Buddha. My Buddha is compassionate. My heart is good. He repeated it under his breath. And then he started tapping on the keyboard again. Chenshur Master has no faith. Poor monks will not blame. This kind of protection of the most precious things, this is to talk about a you and I willing. It's true that the power of one person, Chen sure, can't protect everyone's statue of the furious Vajra. But I also ask you, Master Chen, to protect that corporeal Buddha for the sake of my Buddha's universal benevolence, and for the sake of my Manhwa temple's dedication to the people, and bring it out. The poor monk feels that this small request should not be refused by the Chen monk. These words immediately drew the resonance of the crowd of Buddhist followers. Master Qinglian has such a big heart, as expected of a Buddhist monk. This bosom really deserves to be learned by all. The master's point is for us not to get too involved with this kind of villain. After all, the Buddha is compassionate. He will definitely see the good and evil in everyone. A despicable being like this will definitely go to hell in the future. The master is merciful. Even after being chopped into 108 angry eyes, Vajra still chose to forgive. What a great mercy. Chen Tianran looked at the pop-up screen, once again revealed a frown expression, and then just want to shake his head as to notice something wrong. Yin Qi was soaring. The smell of death was closing in, and Lin Yi on the opposite side was even more frantically banging on the wooden fish, hissing, "The Brother Chen, alive, alive, the fleshly Buddha, it's alive." And the live stream pop-ups refreshed even faster. Nima, it's standing up. Damn it, it's been 2,000 years. You're still alive? In hell, is this a human being? This is an evil spirit. But the Buddhist believers have put their cell phones on the table, then put their hands together and started bowing, all chanting the phrase "living Buddha in the world." The Qinglian of the Baihua temple is even more emotional. Can't chop. It cannot be chopped. This could be our Buddhist ancestor. He hissed harshly, while also frantically tapping the keyboard in his hands. And as Chen Tianran slowly turned around, he also saw that the corporeal Buddha, who should have originally been sitting on the ground, was now standing upright like an ordinary person. Its skin is green, without a trace of blood color. Its eyes are empty, its lips and teeth slightly open and close to emit an obscure and difficult to understand ancient sound of scripture. In the next second, the Buddha raised his hand and, bang! A palm strike. Chen Tianran's body instantly flew backwards as if he had suffered a heavy blow. An amazing scene that left everyone in the broadcast room with their mouths wide open at the moment. Lin Yi shouted even more anxiously, Brother Chen! Brother Chen! Only to see that the body of Chen Tianran, who had crashed into the wall, once again rose up with an even more intense red light. Ha. A little bit of fun. A bit of fun. Is this also the so-called puppet technique? Or is this a secret Buddhist technique? Never mind. None of this matters, he said as he approached with his black and gold ancient sword in his step. Anyway, next, I won't hold back, old bald ass. As the words fell, Chen Tianran was already bursting into steps. His silhouette was so fast that it was a blur, and his black and gold ancient sword cut through the air to bring about a gust of wind-breaking sound. But just the next instant, bang! The contact between the blade and the corporeal Buddha instantly erupted with extremely strong astral energy. Boom! Chapter 92 Brother Chen, you are still hiding a shocking knife. Chapter 92, Brother Chen, you're still hiding? A shocking slash. Boom! For a moment, the two sides were at a stalemate. The flesh Buddha, expressionless, but the lips and teeth constantly opened and closed to spit out an obscure and difficult to understand Buddhist sound, which made Chen Tianran always have a feeling of being disturbed. Lin Yi was anxious in the distance. What to do? What to do? If this continues, won't Chen lose? Her line of sight swept around, but once again, she saw the wooden fish in her hand. Recalling what Chen Tianran said just now, she immediately took out a small wooden stick and began to continuously knock the wooden fish. Da. The knocking sound of the wooden fish continuously collided with the Buddhist sound emitted from the mouth of the corporeal Buddha, and actually had the tendency to suppress the other party for a while, and also formally the sound of this wooden fish sound. Chen Tianran's sanity is also more and more awake. At the same time, the unicorn blood in the body is burning fiercely. The reddish aerosol of light that rose around his body was like a special effect overriding him. Although this was the case, the battle power of a fleshly Buddha was truly amazing. Bang! Bang! A palm shakes the sword. A couple of back and forth attacks that caused Chen Tianran to stumble and retreat. The hearts of the iron fans in the live broadcast room have long been anxious. Damn it! How can this fleshly Buddha be so strong? It's impossible to fight. It's a monster. It's too thick. It's hard to imagine how something like this has survived this long. And those followers of the Buddhist sect were naturally delighted to see Chen Tianran's retreat. Ha. Those who disrespect our Buddha. That's what happens. Death. That's a Buddhist ancestor. That is a great being. How can you possibly defeat it? You want to behead him? I think you're tired of living. Selfishness. Do not open the bronze coffin, you are already an enemy of all mankind. Hurry up and be killed. Go to hell. In the middle of the Manhwa temple, Qinglian's originally bitter face also slowly climbed up into a smile. This was followed by a gesture to the monks under his hand. Go away from the mountain. A confidential place. Lu Shangxin is also once again to watch the live broadcast. When noticed the flesh Buddha, he was also stunned. Did not even think of the Qin dynasty's mausoleum of the first emperor among the underground palace as actually there is a Buddhist sect of the people. At the same time, what was hidden in that bronze coffin had piqued his interest, especially now that Chen Tianran's retreat was causing him to be anxious. After hesitating for a long time, he said in a deep voice that, arrange for manpower to prepare the dead man's plan. The battle continued. No matter how fast and fierce Chen Tianran's knife was, it was never able to break through the other party's flesh. But the other party's skin and flesh didn't look like steel. Instead it was more like stretches of water. Every time he dropped his sword, it gave him a sense of breathlessness that, he cursed angrily under his breath and, at the same time, he swung a slash again. But just as Chen Tianran moved his body in the air, the system's prompt suddenly rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching 60% exploration progress, and obtaining the rewarded blade technique 3 blade stream. Swish! However, in an instant, the various blade techniques regarding the 3 blade stream also immediately surged into Chen Tianran's body. Compared to the various swings he had made earlier, this 3 blade stream skill was clearly more subtle. Only at the moment, his proficiency in the skill was still relatively low, and he was only able to perform the blade technique of a single sword. But even so, it would be more than enough to deal with the flesh-silk Buddha in front of him. In the next instant, Chen Tianran decisively pulled away the distance between the two sides, and in an instant, unloaded the knife sheath behind him and summarized the black gold ancient blade within it. This scene caused Linny, who was knocking on the wooden fish behind her, to be directly confused. What's going on? Why did you put away all the knives? This isn't right, is it? Surrender is not an option. The hardcore fans in the live room were even more excited about the Chen, what are you doing? Why are you closing your sword? You're not going to surrender that quickly, are you? Brother Chen, that flesh Buddha won't stop attacking just because you retracted your sword and then stopped. There are still 2 lives behind you. Out of the knife. Brother Chen, if you don't make a move, you really don't have a chance. Only on the picture. The corporeal Buddha clasped his hands together, as if he were a devout monk walking step by step. The speed was not fast, but in a few breaths it could arrive close. On the contrary, Chen Tianran nearly lowered his center of gravity, as if he did not have any intention to strike out his sword. Ha. You know you can't beat me, so you just admit defeat, right? No respect for our Buddha. You'll end up dead. Die. Go to hell. Go to the 18th floor of hell. Inside the Manhwa temple, Qinglian became more and more satisfied with the picture in front of him, and his heart was extremely flattered by it. Knowing you're outmatched and giving up? Very good. That's the kind of heart an ant should keep. But in the very next instant, his pupils kept widening, and the expression was completely frozen, only to see that above the picture, while Chen Tianran lowered his body's center of gravity, the red aerosol on his body was also rising up more and more violently. It wasn't until the moment the flesh Buddha was completely close that he raised his head violently, his eyes erupting with refined light, his lips and teeth parted, and he spat out the words, Lion Elegy, immediately accompanied by a crisp sound of a sword being drawn. Madaka! The white aura suddenly burst into flashes. Cold light shot out in all directions. The terrifying blade she rushed across the 8 directions. The blade even decapitated the fleshly Buddha's head in a situation visible to the naked eye. Rip! And when everyone came back to their senses, Chen Tianran had already appeared behind the flesh Buddha and maintained the posture of swinging his sword out. The movement was so fast, almost like a quick shadow. Bang! With the fleshly Buddha's body in the end, it also signaled that the trouble here was also completely resolved. Chen Tianran slowly stood up and took a rare breath of air. Phew! While Linny in the distance was still in a daze, she froze and looked at the corporeal Buddha whose body was separated from its head, and then at Chen Tianran, the corners of her mouth twitching. Just now, how did you do that, brother Chen? Chen Tianran smiled blandly. Only the hand is familiar. Linny once again opened her mouth wide, and in her heart, she exclaimed, this thing can also only be hand-cooked? What kind of person are you? And this scene is making the airwaves boil. Hoping that everything just now was Chun hiding something? What a great guy. Brother Chen, you actually left a hand? I'm dropping. How many people did you have to cut to get this? That's ridiculous. The corner of Lu Shangxin's mouth, who was watching the live broadcast, was also twitching continuously. This knife, I'm afraid it can cut a tank, right? In the middle of Manhwa temple, Lian's face grew more and more ugly, and then he also immediately struck the keyboard to send a vital pop-up. Master Chen, you have destroyed the most precious treasure of my Buddhist sect. This sin is unforgivable. If you want to redeem yourself, then open the bronze coffin. This sin will be atoned for. Chapter 93, you will be an eternal enemy of my Buddhist sect. Chapter 93, do you want to be an eternal enemy of my Buddhist sect? Lian's pop-up immediately caused an extremely strong reaction as the believers in the live stream chimed in. Master is right. As long as you open the bronze coffin, then all the sins before this can be erased. That's right. That's the way to do it. This will erase it. If you don't want to go to the 18 layers of hell, then hurry up and open the bronze coffin. This is your only choice. It's also your last choice. In the midst of the catapults, not far away, the door of the tomb was slowly opening. A ladder, apparently leading upwards. And at this time, Lin Yi noticed that Chen Tianran was looking at the pop-ups and curiously went over to him. Brother Chen, what is hidden in this bronze coffin? Why do they all want you to open it? But you're afraid to open it? Chen Tianran nodded heavily. I am good at the feng shui bagua technique, and after coming here, I sensed the unusual nature of this place, and was more than able to understand that the bronze coffin is the biggest dead end. Once opened, the consequences are unimaginable. That terrifying? Lin Yi immediately sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and her body stumbled back half a step. Chen Tianran said again, and the deadbolt I'm talking about is not a deadbolt against this chamber, but the entire dungeon. Understand? Gulp. Lin Yi swallowed deeply. Hearing this, she also understood the terrifying nature of this bronze coffin. What's more, the fact that this bronze coffin also required 108 angry eyes Vajra for suppression was enough to explain the problem. Inside must be a chaotic demon. Lin Yi also finalized the idea in her mind. But within the live broadcast, it was clear that the Buddhist followers were somewhat unimpressed by the bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It's clearly something that benefits all mankind. But you call it a demonic chaos? That's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. That's right. There's no such thing as demons and monsters in this world. But if you open the bronze coffin, we'll all live forever. That's right. You are the villainous heart. The heart of a villain is despicable and shameless. The upside-down pop-ups kept swiping at the Chen Tianran didn't pay any more attention to it, but instead walked towards the bronze coffin. Lin Yi said anxiously behind her. Chen, what are you doing? The raging eyes are gone. So naturally, we need to put up a ban, preventing someone from coming here to open the bronze coffin. Lin Yi was once again a bit confused. No, you still know this trick? Only the hands are familiar. Chen Tianran smiled faintly. This kind of forbidden formation, feng shui bagua art, is also recorded a lot of. Just pick one, and then the Qilin blood most medium to perform. Its effect is not worse than 108 Jiang angry eyes Vajra. It was just that when that Lian was already furious to the extreme after hearing those words. Immediately, he was on fire and started sending pop-ups. Master Chen, you will be an enemy of my Buddhist sect. You will be an eternal enemy of my Buddhist sect. Now, you have a chance to turn back. Buddhist followers have echoed the sentiment. And Chen Tianran just swept the pop-up screen with contempt, then opened his mouth and said, so what if you are an enemy of the Buddhist sect? If we release the demons, this place will be a purgatory. I don't want the world to become a place of purgatory. After that, he turned off the cell phone, and stood in front of the bronze coffin, and began to chant an obscure incantation. At first, Lian did not think that the other party was really good at this type of prohibition. After all, this was all recorded in the existence of the ancient books. There are even fewer who can really cultivate it out. But now, after he heard the voices, his mood became heavier and heavier. Amitabha Buddha, this son, will be a great enemy of my Buddhist sect, must be executed. He snapped, and within the live broadcast, the pop-up rush is also getting more and more intense. And even once on the hot search list, almost all of the 50 or so hot searches were related to Chen Tianran. The comments at the bottom also split down the middle. One side supported Chen Tianran's claim. After all, the 108 statues of the angry Vajra were fresh in our minds. What can be suppressed by this kind of existence is definitely not something good, and opening it must be a calamity. But the other side is the Buddhist believers plus donkey fist and sheepdog forces. This force of people, constantly scolding, are declaring that the world does not exist in the demons and monsters. Everything is Chen Tianran's imagination. All is his little mind. The two sides argued until the authorities directly forced the shutdown of these words to suppress things a little. But the heat is so high that unless the software is blocked, otherwise it's still hard to cut it off completely. On the live broadcast screen, Chen Tianran was still chanting incantations over and over again, and at the same time, He drew his black and gold ancient sword and began to cut and paint formation patterns on the ground. Each blade that went down caused the bronze coffin to emit a slight vibration. Not far away, Lin Yi's heart violently tightened once again. There's really something in there. Chen Tianran smiled faintly. After all, this formation may prevent it from coming out for eternity. It's natural to be excited. As the words fell, the vibrations of the bronze coffin intensified. It was as if it was truly resisting. Broken heart? There is definitely something in here. It's too scary. Brother Chen rushed to suppress him. Little fox fairy, hiss. If we really let out any demons and monsters, we won't be able to live. Walala, yeah. Watching Master Ao's live stream earlier, I'm now all but certain that there might actually be a PPO in the world. In the crowd's discussion, Chen Tianran is also continuously set up the formation, but the bronze coffin's trembling degree is gradually to break the coffin out of the momentum. Bang, 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 bang. Constant pounding. The sound was as if it could take the heart. But right at this moment, Chen Tianran suddenly slashed his palm with his knife. The moment blood dripped down on top of the formation. The original formation with flat and uninteresting engraved patterns instantly erupted with extremely strong fire. As if on fire it began to boil. And that bronze coffin even let out a creepy, shrill shriek at this moment. It was as if it was a mournful scream from the nine hells. It gave everyone the creeps. Only Chen Tianran revealed a faint smile. Not enough, then I'll give you some more. Mr. Chen has nothing else but a lot of blood, he said as he added a few more drops into it. That flame burned more and more fiercely. This scene directly stunned everyone in the live broadcast room. Is this okay? Mr. Chan, can you tell us the scientific truth embedded in this? Outrageous. It's outrageous. Amidst the cluster of pop-ups, Chen Tianran shouldered the dull sister, and was greeting Lin Yi to continue to follow. Leaving this place, only when they left, the blazing fire also weakened in a visible way, and a wisp of gas leaked out from the coffin. Meanwhile, on the Weibo hot search list, a phrase went straight to number 1. It triggered an extremely strong impact. Chapter 94, Tomb Raider Family. If you don't think right, you'll die sooner or later. Chapter 94, Tomb Raider Family. If you don't think right, you'll die sooner or later. The so-called little tour guide is actually a family of grave robbers. The appearance of this hot search is directly a wild ride to the top of the hot search list. The moment everyone saw this hot search is a kind of brain-buzzing feeling. Until you click on the words to see an image of a mysterious man dressed in black and then explaining. Since ancient times, there have been 4 major tomb raiding sects, Tujin, Feiqiu, Monshan, and Shirling. And our little tour guide is actually the descendant of this legendary captain touching the gold. So what he went down to the tomb for? You all know in your hearts. The comments at the bottom are also coming in by the bucket load. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Real or fake? Chen turned out to really be a family of grave robbers. I said, why the hell is he so professional? There are specialties in the arts. I didn't realize that his background was actually really a family of grave robbers. That's outrageous. No wonder I felt something was wrong with him when I watched the live broadcast. Good man. Letting someone from a family of grave robbers go down to the tomb? Then how can this first emperor's mausoleum still be safe? The influence of public opinion is also growing stronger. The influx of people in the live stream is also increasing. Chen Tianran and Lin Yi had just left the underground with Dull Sister, when he saw the pop-ups that kept popping up. Damn grave robbers. You're actually the descendant of the Gold Touch Police. Asshole. You're really disturbed when you go down to the tomb. No wonder you didn't open the bronze coffin. Everything happens for a reason. Since it's a grave robber, there's nothing to say. The motive itself is not pure. Chen Tianran's brows were slightly furrowed, and immediately he was reminded of the mysterious background that the system had previously rewarded him with. At that moment is to feel a burst of head. The so-called mysterious background is the grave robbers, right? He shook his head slightly helplessly, not caring too much about this kind of public opinion bashing. The police had already said before that they were going to investigate his background situation. Pick out then. It's all a matter of indifference. After all, it's certainly not the first one to sit down. He looked back and observed the scene of. This is already deep into the middle of the place, and it's much closer to the high platforms and temples. But right at this moment, Lin Yi carefully tugged on the corner of his coat, and whispered a reminder that, Brother Chen, what's wrong? Chen Tianran turned back, still rather scornful of those previous mechanisms of stress archery, and that's when Lin Yi spoke up. I've been to this place before. Ha? Chen Tianran listened to the familiar tone, and immediately began to seriously scrutinize the other party. This was followed by a raised hand inspection of the goods. Well, it shouldn't be a mudblood. You. Lin Yi's face instantly turned red with shame, looking at the other party with disbelief that he dared to directly go up to her. And it's a live broadcast in front of a large audience. Are people so spontaneous these days? Even if you have an idea, you can't be that direct. What girl doesn't want to lose face? Can't you tell me in advance? Can't you sneak around in private? In mere moments, her mind was already brainstorming a serialized drama, and she was just about to go along with the script that Chen Tianran, however, suddenly opened his mouth. There was a mudblood who said the same thing to you before, that she had the same beauty as you, the same voice, and only lacked in physical elasticity. Sorry about earlier. A statement that made Lin Yi a bit confused, but after seeing that the other party had already put down the dull sister at some point, and his left hand had even been holding the sheath of his sword, I'm afraid that if I don't feel right in my hand, I'll just draw my knife. Instant. A chill surged up his back. It's fine. It's fine. It's only right to examine it. After all, there are still too many mysterious things in the underground palace. Lin Yi nodded heavily, even as she had the urge to hope that the other party would inspect the goods again. However, Chen Tianran's attention had already fallen elsewhere, which caused Lin Yi to lose her head slightly. The iron fans in the live broadcast room were also a bit unable to hold back when they saw this situation. Broken-hearted, in the past, there was Dull Sister who was played in the palm of her hand. Now there is Lin Yi. Walala, poor Lin Yi, being casually toyed with by Chen. Little Fox Fairy, I only have one 6-word word to express the mood. What the? Dodo, criminal. It's getting criminal. In the future, I'll do that trick. I'll do it in my room. But if I don't, I'll use the sewing machine. The pop-ups kept scrolling, and on the screen, Lin Yi, after adjusting her thoughts, she immediately came to Chen Tianran's side and opened her mouth. Brother Chen, it's very dangerous here. There will be many more doll soldiers patrolling up there. Doll soldiers? How did you see that? Chen Tianran looked back at the other party in confusion and, after all, the last time he had seen that image of 10,000 arrows, it was still because he had thrown a cold flame as a result. So is it hard to believe that just using the flashlight triggers the mechanism? Lin Yi said in a hurry. No. I remember at that time my colleague just walked here, and then accidentally touched it when he saw a very fine bronze artifact here and wanted to study it. Snap. Lin Yi was learning from the previous situation, lifting her hand and accidentally knocking off the bronze on the side of the road. The next instant, swish, a fierce bonfire then began to burn on the ground along the street. But in an instant, it makes this underground palace as if it were daytime. As the fire burned, the originally dark place on top of the underground palace was also revealed at this moment. It was a picture of the immortals' presence in the world, different from the one outside the underground palace. Here are countless immortals sending congratulatory gifts to the first emperor. It was countless immortals who celebrated the first emperor's long life. The magnificent picture. Looking at Chen Tianran slightly stunned, but also Lin Yi deeply fascinated. Until the arrow landed with a swoosh and a bang, exploding debris in all directions. Chen Tianran as a dream woke up and general left and right grabbed the Dull Sister and Lin Yi as that temple escape like began toward the direction of the high platform sprinting and walking. Lin Yi felt the sensation of flying close to the ground, so fast that her brain was a bit unable to react. The mouth exclaimed in shock, and the mannequins that stood on top of the various sentry towers all opened their bows and arrows at this time. Shoo shoo shoo. The momentum of 10,000 arrows is once again present. Shock after shock in the live room. Good man. Demonstration demo is directly triggering the organ? That's so cool. Brother Chan's inner self is screaming that he's had enough. There's a dumb girl, and then there's a naive Lin Yi, laughing my ass off. This Lin Yi and Dull Sister are practically from the same mold. At the same time there were many Buddhists who sneered and laughed. Oh, it's just as well. It's a grave robber anyway. I'll be damned if I'm going to die. It is. If a grave robber dies inside, that's where he really belongs. Thinking incorrectly. Sooner or later, you'll die here. Chen Tianran's speed had not decreased in the slightest, and with the addition of the Qilins blood, he was now able to manage to directly dodge the pursuit of various arrows. It was very different from when I first entered the dungeon. At that moment, the system alert sounded once again. Chapter 95 Gallop. Flying Dragon Flame. Chapter 95 Gallop. Flying Dragon Flame. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The exploration progress of the beginning Emperor's tomb has reached 70%, and you have been rewarded with the opportunity to walk the horse *3. Walking around? Chen Tianran was in the midst of running wildly, and a wave of doubt emerged in his mind, and the system immediately answered it. The so-called walking the horse is to allow the host to select the body of a deceased person and see some of the images of his life. Hearing this, Chen Tianran's body shook violently. If it is possible to see a picture of a deceased person in life, doesn't that mean that one can see images of the first emperor's life? Won't you be able to see with your own eyes what it looked like after the great unification of the Qin dynasty back then? At the thought, His thoughts began to get a little agitated. Witnessing history firsthand is definitely the most exciting moment for everyone interested in history. The arrows kept falling, but none of them could land on him, merely marking the route of his travels clearly. Even the white figure that was hidden in the darkness was hidden amongst the rain of arrows. The camera also captured it in silence. And the pop-up screen exploded again. I'm Nima. What's going on? That white figure? I remember seeing it in the tomb passage before. Hissing. That's really it. It's really there really is a PPO in the world. This kind of big dangerous place where people are rare. It's really unusual. What's wrong with the world? What the hell is wrong with it? Why is it completely different from what I remember? The pop-ups were rolling. Chen Tianran was running. Countless arrows kept falling. And Ah Piao was following closely. Outside the tomb of the first emperor, the entrance to the fifth tomb passage has long been heavily guarded. 3 layers of fighters inside and 3 layers of fighters outside, waiting in line. They weren't sure what was going on here, but it was clear that when they switched to loaded guns, everything became unusual. The sound of the Buddha's voice arrives around the ear. Amit Ba, goodness gracious, my Buddha is merciful. Quite a few monks in monk's garb came straight towards the crowd of warriors, their faces filled with piety and peacefulness. The head of the army frowned as he stepped forward. Masters, this place is temporarily off limits, so please make a detour. The monk at the head of the group then spoke up and said, You're joking, monks, we are the ones who will go down to the tomb and save the lives of the people. Save the Cthulhu? The person in charge was puzzled, and his frown deepened, but his tone was also much stronger and, Master, please also leave quickly. This place does not allow passage. The tomb passage is even more forbidden to descend. The words fell. A loaded gun is already pointed at the monks. Faith? Worthless in the face of firepower. The monks didn't dwell on it too much, but started chanting Buddhist scriptures. The sound of the Taoist Buddha's voice circled around their ears, and everyone at the scene felt their brains a bit dazed and empty. By the time everyone had slowed down, where are the monks still on the scene? Suffered. The person in charge immediately felt bad and immediately sent the message back. In the Manhwa temple, the Qinglian host, who was running a live broadcast, looked at the cell phone screen, and Chen Tianran was getting closer and closer to the high platforms and pavilions. All of a sudden, a pair of eyes were gradually as flushed with blood red. There is an ancient art of immortality. If true, that must be in that temple. His fists were clenched, and his covetousness had crossed the surface of the. Just at the moment, he also has no way to do more. People have been sent, but in the way of the agreement of the temples, the presiding level of people shall not be shot. Otherwise, this dungeon will be flattened. Qinglian looked at the figure running wildly on that live screen. A trace of killing intent flashed across his face. The closer you get to the high platforms, the more you can feel that sense of grandeur. It is enough to imagine the majestic picture of the construction of the underground palace back then. Suddenly, the number of arrows chasing behind that back suddenly decreased. When they came back to their senses, there was already a 6-foot-tall, giant-like, gatekeeper general in front of them. It stood like that, without a trace of life in its body. The instant Lin Yi saw it, her eyes were flooded with fear. Brother Chen, it's so big. The latter did not reply, but merely placed her on the ground, and again handed her the dull sister, who had continued to fall into a coma. And he or she lowered the center of gravity of the body to build up momentum. When the giant gatekeeper appeared, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room also exploded once again. At least more than 20 meters. How in the world did the Qin dynasty create such a demonic existence? It's horrible. It's really hard to imagine how such unorthodox things are done. I had a vague sense of seeing a new world. The Qin dynasty was clearly ancient, but it gave me a whole new sensation. Could it be that all the myths and legends in those ancient books are actually true? This giant. It looks like the mythical magic green. This time, I'm afraid that they are in danger. Who can resist such a huge being? Wielding a sword? One man guarding the heavenly gate means now, doesn't it? Behind the gate is a high tower, probably the real sleeping place of the first emperor. Then it will only get stronger. Amidst the cluster of pop-ups, Lin Yi retreated to the side with her dull sister, and the might of Chen Tianran's body was climbing up, the blood-red aura sparing his body. It's like a bomb that's just about to explode, and the giant was already slowly standing up. Every movement it made could bring about the feeling of the earth shaking and the mountains shaking. The stone floor trembled slightly. The huge lance moved slowly. A dull ringing sound rang out from its mouth. The first emperor's bedchamber. Who dares to disturb? Boom! As soon as the words fell, the lance plummeted to the ground. The explosion scattered the rubble in all directions. Dust and smoke filled the air, causing Lin Yi and the iron fans in the live broadcast to be on edge. But when that fog cleared, Chen Tianran still maintained his sword-napping stance. He's still building momentum. On the contrary, the giant was already dragging his lance slowly, and his mouth kept chanting the phrase, "The first emperor's bedchamber. Who dares to disturb it? What's going on? Chen doesn't come out with his sword yet? If you don't come out with the knife, then the giants are ready to kill him. Rush me to death. Brother Chen, come out with the knife. Come out with the knife." I don't think he was scared out of his wits. Was he? Straight up frozen? Just as everyone was anxious, the giant had already arrived close to the front. The lance in his hand was raised high in the air, and as it fell, it carried a heavy wind-breaking sound, squeezing the air and making the ground under Chen Tianran's feet start to collapse slightly before it suffered any impact. Just in the nick of time, Chen Tianran raised his head, and scarlet flames were already burning in his eyes. He flicked the hilt of the blade with his left index finger, popping it an inch, and his right hand no longer held it in a false grip but grabbed it violently. Clank! The sound of a crisp long sword being sheathed suddenly resounded through the heavens and earth. Flying dragon. Flames of fire. Lion's elegy. Boom. Chapter 96, Chen going down to the grave is just like going home for dinner. Chapter 96, Chen going down to the grave is just like going home for dinner. When Chen Tianran roared out this sentence, the blazing fire instantly engulfed the blade above the black and gold ancient sword he stretched out. The terrifying blade chi-boiled. He was a blur with just one step. When I saw him again, it was like a stream of light that passed through the giant's body and came behind him. The naked eye could see a wisp of fire ignite in the giant's chest. The first emperor's bedchamber. Who dares to disturb? Everyone in the live room is holding their breath. What's going on? 1 second? It shouldn't be that bad, right? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. How is this possible? 1/ in seconds. It's impossible. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That flame is getting bigger too. That wisp of fire instantly spread. It spread along the trace that Chen Tianran had cleaved out just now. Swish! But in an instant, the flames engulfed it. Bearing flames, constantly burning. The giant didn't make any painful sounds. It just stood by its gun, just as it did when it was accompanied by a burial, being made into a puppet in a raw form. Chen Tianran slowly nabbed his sword. Madaka! The flames on the giant's body stopped abruptly under the sound of the sheath clashing with the hilt. Bang! As if a bomb had burst. The huge body instantly shattered into pieces of flesh and scattered in all directions. Linny looked at the scene in front of her, shocked for a long time without slowing down. She did not dare to imagine that human power was actually able to do this kind of thing. Or even that even movie special effects can't compete with it. Brother Chen. You. What the hell are you? Linny subconsciously let out this doubt. The latter straightened up and shook his head faintly. Just ordinary people. The corners of Lin Yi's mouth twitched, but she realized that the other party wasn't going to tell the truth. But when the crowd in the live broadcast heard these words, they were somewhat unable to resist. Ordinary people? Brother Chen. Your bottom is stripped bare. What a family of tomb raiders. It's outrageous. Brother Chen. You're really good at pretending. A family of tomb raiders actually pretending to be a little tour guide and then using an excuse to go down to the tomb? How outrageous. Although this broadcast is fun to watch, we have always had zero tolerance for grave robbers. That's right. How many artifacts have been destroyed by grave robbers throughout the ages? How many ancient tombs have been destroyed? If it weren't for them, I'm afraid all these artifacts would be very well protected. The contents of these pop-ups were naturally seen by Chen Tianran, who still didn't care too much about them. Instead, he went straight to fight the dorky sister up before heading inside the gate with Lin Yi. The two huge gates of the inner city slowly opened. The feeling of the mountains and the river is instantly overwhelming. Unlike the houses in the outer city's marketplace, the inner city is like a different world. The mountains, rivers and forests, as if they were forming a small piece of the great mountains and rivers. And after the bonfires in the outer city had ceased to burn, the inner city was already bright as day. Upon closer inspection, it was a night pearl in action. Linny looked at the scene in front of her and couldn't help but marvel at it. This is simply a wonderland. The water friends in the live broadcast room were also taught with emotion and good. So beautiful. What kind of ingenious craftsmanship is required to build a mountain and river in the middle of a mausoleum? It turns out that the descriptions of the underground palace and the historical records are all true. Everyone was shocked for a second. Only the Qinglian of the Baihua temple. At this moment, his face became more and more unsightly. How can you move so slow? With both fists clenched, he rushed at the group of believers within his live stream and said, "Fellow monks, perhaps you all know that Chen Tianran, the one who went down to the tomb, is from a family of grave robbers?" The poor monk felt that there was something wrong with this man's character before. He did not cooperate in opening the bronze coffin for the benefit of the world. And from here it is clear that he is by no means a good person. And now being in the tomb of the first emperor's underground palace, it's even harder to guarantee that something won't be destroyed. Everyone, please use your power to stop it. Buddha be with you. A sincere word that caused the Buddhist followers in the live broadcast to get excited. In the ensuing minutes, the alarm rate increased hundreds of times. All the calls coming in were all requests to arrest Chen Tianran, the grave robber, and bring him to justice. And the hot search was even more heavily populated with the words "down with grave robbers." Everyone kept slamming it, constantly going on about slandering and throwing dirt. It is also because there is nothing wrong with their starting point, and the authorities are not able to penalize them in any way. After all, grave robbing isn't the right thing to do, per se. And at the same time, that one hacker is on the fence saying that he's going to send out an even heavier message, and said he was still deciphering. This wave of beats is straight out of the heat. For a while all the netizens all waited with great anticipation for as long as there can be something about Chen Tianran destroying cultural relics or trading them, then his conviction is the nail in the coffin. For a while, more and more gloating people also appeared in Dull Sister's live broadcast room. And, ha ha ha, Brother Chen, don't look at the scenery. You're going to step on the sewing machine when you get out. Laughing my ass off. So it's just a grave robber. After the hacker experts expose your background, let's see how arrogant you are. From the time you disobeyed the master's faithful words, you should have expected it. The despicable things you have done will all be brought to light, including your family, all going in to step on the sewing machine. Chen Tianran looked at the pop-up screen in the live broadcast, suddenly was feeling a little funny. He was also double-checking that neither his predecessor nor himself had committed any crimes. After skimming through his predecessor's memories, even if the system gave a mysterious background, it would never be so simple just a pure grave robbing family. What's more, is a family of grave robbers guilty? That's just a genre. You can't trust what other people say, but you still have to believe in the unification sun. Chen Tianran didn't care, but continued to carry Dull Sister towards where the high platform was. There was a strong aroma wafting around the place, causing Lin Yi to inhale several times, vigorously. Brother Chen, it smells so good here. It's the aroma of corpse gas after it's been tempered. Chen Tianran's answers directly caused Lin Yi to break down a little. What? Corpse breath? What the hell? Me. Ha ha ha. Chen Tianran laughed. You guessed correctly. All the vegetation here all grows using corpses as nutrients, and supported by secret techniques. That's why it can do thousands of years without rotting. So cruel. Lin Yi couldn't help but exclaim. It's really worthy of being the descendant of a family of grave robbers. You really know enough about these things. This kind of tune rating is just like him coming home for dinner. It's like a handful. But then again, the first emperor was indeed a veritable tyrant. So brutal. And just as Chen Tianran was walking towards the high platform, a group of anchors were already rushing to Chen Tianran's hometown with their team at fire speed, exposing the Tomb Raider family. This heat. Whoever takes it first. Whoever takes it will be on fire. Chapter 97 Exposing the Military God. I'm from China. Chapter 97, Exposed? Military God. I'm from China. Chen Tianran's hometown is in a relatively remote village. His parents lost track of him at an early age. And within the old family home, there was only one grandfather who kept the old house alone. It's late at night. But today, the old man did not extinguish the candles in his room. Yes, candles are still used here. And electricity has not even been energized yet. He's waiting. Until a cacophony of voices rang out from outside that house. Water friends, can you guess where I arrived? That's right. It's the old home of Tomb Raider Chen Tianran. Ha ha ha. I'm at the doorstep of the legendary Tomb Raiding family, the Gold Touchers. Does anyone want to see what a Tomb Raider's home looks like? Button 1 if you want to see. They became more and more wild, more and more intense, not caring in the least about others coming up and slamming the door. Open the door, open the door, open the door, hurry up and open the door. Don't open the door yet. Crunch. As the two wooden doors slowly moved, a spirited old man appeared in everyone's view. Just by standing there, an invisible pressure enveloped everyone's body. Their original rampant attitude was directly subsiding at this moment. By the time that old man made a sound, there were already people who wanted to beat a retreat. Now that you're here, come on in. The crowd looked at each other, and no one dared to enter. The pop-ups are constantly swirling around their booths. Get in there. Hurry up and get in. Hurry up and expose these grave robbers. If there are artifacts, I'll take them down. That's it. They say it's a family of grave robbers. What else can it be? Arrest them all and step on the sewing machine. That's right. That's right. I'm already looking forward to the grave robbers trembling. Although the pop-ups kept talking about trembling, the ones who were really trembling now were these anchors. They looked at the secluded cabin and their legs went a little weak, especially since the place was off the beaten path. It's a bit hard to tell if something really happens, but just at that moment, a woman's figure stepped out from the crowd. She bowed politely to the old man first and, "Old grandpa, my name is Shue Shue. I have a few questions I want to interview you, can I? I'm a fan of Chen Tianran. I've been watching him live since he went down to the grave. I could sense that he didn't have any thoughts of destroying the artifacts, and even more so, I could sense his heart for preservation." The old man's eyes narrowed slightly at his words. "Old man me. I don't know anything about live streaming, but Tianran is a good kid. He's a lot like his parents." Shue Shue sniffed and also spoke up. "Then old grandpa, are you really a family of grave robbers?" The latter nodded heavily as he sniffed. "Yes." As soon as the words landed, many anchors on the scene set up their lenses to shoot wildly, but they did not have any courage to ask questions when facing the old man. I always feel that the old man in front of me looks weak but is actually a cheetah that has not yet opened its eyes. And the water boys on the air kept sending pop-ups that, "This is a real hammer. This is a real hammer," have already admitted to being a grave robber. Why don't you hurry up and arrest them? What are you doing? Uncle Police? Uncle Police Inspector is still not hurrying to do it. Grab it. Don't hesitate. That's right. That's right. The perpetrators will be arrested. The heat is on. Gradually it is expanding towards the full platform. Even Lu Shangxin of the 5th War Area was informed at this moment. He looked at the old man in the cell phone screen and couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. When I first saw Comrade Xiao Chen appear on the live broadcast screen, I thought something looked familiar. So it's his descendant. A guardsman on the sidelines wondered. "General, who is this old man?" "Military god." Lu Shangxin spat out a sentence faintly, but it caused the body of the guard to jolt. There had been a legend of a military god circulating within their 5th war zone. It is said that there was once an ancestor. A man and a sword appeared in the midst of that sky of battle. He did not need a bullet. It has already slaughtered thousands of pioneers. Killing the enemy did not dare to cross the minefield for half a minute. That battle even saved hundreds of soldiers. And he simply said at the time that, "I'm from China." The guard barely slowed down, then looked at Lu Shangxian with wide pupils. So, how did he come to live in such a poor and remote place? Hearing this, Lu Shangxian also sighed and shook his head. The god of war is clean and quiet, so he picked this place to live in his old age. If it wasn't for these jumped-up clowns trying to make things happen, I'm afraid he wouldn't be in the world's eyes anymore. The guards nodded slightly and looked at the old man in the middle of that cell phone screen with respect. At the same time he was a little puzzled that, what about Comrade Chen Tianran's parents? Upon hearing this, Lu Shangxian couldn't help but laugh. "You've seen it, huh?" the guard asked, staring, then thinking of something. "Could it be, it's those two?" Ha. Lu Shangxian didn't answer, but said, "It's also time to let the world know that not all toon rating families are scourges. They have given no less than ordinary people for their country and their people. It is because they are special that generations have gone before and after them in that unseen place to serve their country." Shue Shue looked at the old man in front of her, and after stabilizing her mind, she continued to ask, "And, so, have you ever been down to the grave?" "Of course." The old man nodded without thinking. His words undoubtedly set off monstrous waves once again. This is a verbal admission. Pleaded guilty. Ha. Chen Tian ran ah. It's all because of you that your grandpa can't even die well in his old age. This is what happens when you don't listen to my Buddhist masters. Shue Shue frowned tightly. Her heart slightly speculated uneasiness. And again, she continued to ask, "And, so you got something?" "Yes." The old man nodded, still calm and self-possessed. But this sentence is directly let the scene of other anchors directly as the whole will not be. What's going on? Are grave robbers so bold now? Good guy. Stealing things from the grave is a big deal. It's so pathetic. Old people don't understand the power of the opinion network. No good can come of this. And that's when the old man opened his mouth and said, "Do you guys want to see it?" Shue Shue once again stared, puzzled, and, "May I?" Of course. The old man walked back into the room with smooth steps, and then he was taking out a box. At this moment, everyone was a little excited. After all, an artifact that could be stored so treasured by a grave robber from a grave robbing family. It's definitely very precious. Very rare. Once exposed, definitely a sewing machine stomped through. Shue Shue tried to stop it, but the old man had already begun to slowly open the box. That's all. And when the contents of the box appeared, everyone was completely confused. Chapter 98, as a tour guide. Isn't it reasonable for me to be a little adventurous? Chapter 98 as a tour guide. Doesn't it make sense for me to be a little adventurous? It was a medal of honor. It was a great medal that could not possibly be awarded again in this day and age. But it was on this day, in the hands of an old man that everyone wanted to expose and reveal, that they saw this bucket load of medals. The scene was silent, and no one uttered a single word again. they realized they had kicked a can of worms. Even more so, he understood that he was afraid that his days would not be too good after today. And when the footage of this medal was transmitted live into the internet, the uproar that has been created has been instantly topping the hot search number 1. The Tomb Raider family turns out to be the hidden hero? A short and concise hot search, but it made everyone feel their hearts and minds tighten. It had the feeling of being held by the throat, especially those Buddhist believers, who are clearly going to see the light of day, who are clearly going to see those who disobeyed the Buddhist masters come to a bad end. But it's being flipped against the wind now. My God! Chen's grandfather actually won so many medals? Many of these are the highest honors in China. How much blood and sweat did it take to get this? Unbelievable. That's what our heroes are. How dare someone try to smear them? Oh, exposing the Tomb Raider family? Since when are the Tomb Raider family they despicable? Are they bad people? In ancient times, even the gold touchers were just following the orders of their superiors. These medals are strong enough to shatter any rumors and gossip. The power of public opinion is also extremely strong. But a few minutes of effort has been spread throughout the network. Even more so, it's gotten into the Dork Girl's live feed. Chen Tianran looked at the content on the live pop-up screen, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly, sighing at the system's bullpen. This so-called mysterious background is actually that dangling. This wave must have shocked all those people directly into confusion. And with this news, the Buddhist followers as well as the donkey fists who were originally jumping around in the live broadcast room all neatly chose to remain silent. They were also well aware that there were some existences that they could not go messing around with. Broken-hearted, Brother Chen. You've hidden it really well. Ulala, I didn't realize that you were actually a descendant of a hero. Brother Chen. No wonder when Elderly asked you to explore the underground palace of the tomb of the first emperor, you uttered the words I am from China. Everything is traceable. Little Fox Fairy, yeah, there's no way to erase something like this that's carved into your bones. A family of Tomb Raiders isn't all bad. The pop-ups on the live feeds were filled with ironic fans exclaiming that and Lin Yi, who had glanced at the content on the side, also looked at Chen Tianran in shock. Brother Chen, your grandfather was actually a hero? Took so many medals. My God, what the hell did he do back then? This is too scary. The latter smiled faintly. Just a mediocre old man. What's there to mention? Lin Yi was once again confused. You call that mediocre? The words were more than flavorful, and once again created an excellent program. Ha ha ha, this pretentious feeling is really Chen. It's so vanilla. If I had a grandpa like that, I'd have to find someone to talk to every day. That's right, if it were me, I'd definitely let the whole world know. Chen Tianran, two people's footsteps did not stop. The closer the distance to the high platform, the more they could feel the grandeur of this high platform and pavilion. There's no crisis in this business, no obstacle to there. In this way they had already reached the doorway of the high platform and pavilion. Chen Tianran put down the doll sister is again signaling Lin Yi. Take doll sister away from me. I'm afraid there might be a trap in here. Yes, Lin Yi can be said to have 100% trust in him, and without hesitation, she pulled away from him. At the same time, he was also watching the other party with unblinking eyes as he dragon-walked like a tiger and began to divine the crisis situation behind this door. The pop-ups are still going strong in the live room. Every time I see Chen's fortune-telling, I feel a sense of shock. This kind of metaphysical stuff has really played 6 in Chen's hands. Then again, Chen's ability to divine with this hand couldn't have been passed down from his grandfather, could it? Then how did the old man get all these medals? Is it possible to tell your fortune during the war? This is a ing hangman. Good man. Brother thought right. Having this kind of ability to fight a war is simply unbeatable. Just as everyone was shocked, with a snap sound, Chen Tianran's last kick landed on the ground. The 3 copper coins were already on the ground and showed the corresponding trigrams. Seeing this set of trigrams, Chen Tianran's face was also grave. Seeing this, Lin Yi immediately inquired, "How's Chen doing?" The latter gave a bitter smile and, "He who enters shall die." What? Lin Yi's pitch instantly raised several times. Panic also showed in her eyes. Chen Tianran's trigrams have never been wrong. No matter what time it is. What a guy. Whoever enters will die? This is the first time Chen has said such a thing. Yes. Every single one of his previous trigrams has been accurate. Hiss. Is this high platform actually that scary? It's so scary. Everyone was shocked. And even more so, they didn't expect the level of danger to be so high this time around. But at this time, Li Luo sent a pop-up in the live broadcast room. In case of irreversible danger, come back and discuss your options. Chen Tianran looked at the pop-up screen and didn't say anything, but raised his eyes to Lin Yi. Do you think we're in or out? Hearing these words, Lin Yi also fell into a burst of contemplation, and she didn't know whether or not to take this risk or not, but as an archaeologist, For the Beihuan Mausoleum underground palace is absolutely full of the greatest curiosity. And now after entering into the underground palace to see the incredible of all people, the desire in her heart has been satisfied in a small way. But now the real mystery exists on top of this high platform. If you don't enter, you will only regret it for the rest of your life. After all, she wanted to know if the first emperor was dead or not. Did the first emperor seek immortality or not? In the midst of heavy confusion, she looked up slowly and, I think, but Chen Tianran was already raising his hand to interrupt. I know what you're thinking, but the crisis here is by no means something you can fight off. Wait here, let me go and reveal the true secrets of the beginner's palace for the world. But, Lin Yi was still a bit hesitant. After all, letting the other party bear the danger alone while she just enjoyed the results. It was too unfair. Chen Tianran suddenly laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, doesn't it make sense for me, as a tour guide, to be a little adventurous? With that he went straight to the door and raised his hand to push it open. The ancient and heavy double doors moved slowly inward, and as the air rushed into them the dimly lit bottom floor was also lit up with candlelight in an instant, as if welcoming Chen Tianran's arrival. Lin Yi clenched her pink fists, but she also understood that this kind of great evil situation, her own intervention would not lead to anything too good. Brother Chen. Chapter 99, by order of the First Emperor, defend the high tower. Chapter 99, by order of the First Emperor, guard the high platforms and pavilions. The moment the doorway of the high platform pavilion opened, the popularity heat of the live broadcast room also came to an unprecedented level. It's already at the billion-dollar level. It's no exaggeration to say that it's an anchor for the ages. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The door is open. The door is open. Could it be that we can really see the legendary First Emperor? Hiss. A little bit of excitement. Suddenly feeling so excited. That's the First Emperor. The legendary First Emperor. My God. The First Emperor. Although a tyrant, it's still something to look forward to. In the fifth war zone, Lu Shangxin is also burning eyes staring at the screen in the cell phone. Do not dare to leave half a minute. After all, this one adventure could be the one to get that legendary item. It would be possible to change the status quo of everything and welcome the unknown. Li Luo, who was in the middle of the hospital room, was carrying his body's fatigue and carefully scrutinizing the interior decoration of the pavilion on the screen of his cell phone. Wonderful. Just wonderful. The bottom layer of flowers is tightly knit and gorgeous, and it amazes the crowd. Meanwhile, in the middle of the bottom floor, there was an armor-clad old man with white hair and green skin. He sat by his sword, and just sitting there was already bringing an extremely strong intimidating force. That body's fierce aura made even Chen Tianran feel slightly alarmed, and was even a little less daring to approach. A famous Qin general. Who the hell is he? Chen Tianran suspiciously surveyed the appearance of the old man in front of him, basically judging the identity of the other party. Definitely a respected veteran general. There were many great generals in the Qin dynasty. Monty had previously met There are also Bai Qi, Wang Jian and Wang Ben. In between his thoughts, the water friends in the live broadcast room were already inundated with speculation that, hey, could it be Bai Qi? I'll be damned. With this murderous look, it could very well be Bai Qi. Yeah, it's still true, but I think it might be Wang Ben. No, I think it should be Wang Jian. Look at this late bloomer. It could be Meng Yi. No one was convinced for a while, until the next second. Chen Tianran stepped forward, and in his heart, he mumbled, use the walking horse. In the next second, countless memories began to pour into his mind. At the same time these memories are even more like holograms that are starting to appear on the scene. Swish! The marvelous and treacherous situation shocked all the water friends in the live broadcast room, and they were full of confusion. Asterisk. What's the situation? What's going on here? Starting hologram projection straight away? What a great guy. This Qin dynasty technology is scary to this extent? Nima. Even we can't make holograms of this level now. Ghosts. First time I've seen something that outrageous. It's really weird, isn't it? On the live broadcast screen, there was no longer any so-called Chen Tianran and the old man. Instead, it was like a movie-like image that's a person from birth to old age. Eradicate Lu Buwei and Lao Ai. Sweeping the three Jin. Attack and destroy Chu. He then went on to conquer the Baihui in the south and achieved great successes. Make a great contribution to Great Qin. The ups and downs of this life are hot to watch. More than anything else, it made everyone realize the eloquence of this one general. In the midst of this picture, the water friends in the live room are also witnessing the horrors of the war years. All sieges bring endless death, endless casualties. In the midst of that chaos, no one can defend themselves. Even Wang Jian, who won a great battle, it also ended up being forcibly imprisoned and made into Puppet mannequins. Protecting the first emperor for all eternity. This is something that makes all the waterboys troll, unable to stop themselves. I'm a nympho. I've gotten to this point in my life. How can they not end up well? Tyrant. It is indeed a tyrant. This is the real tyrant. The more I think about it, the more angry I get. Why should people bow and scrape, but end up so miserable? Why? Just one question, why? Everyone is feeling the injustice of what happened to Wang Jian at the end. As the walk ended, Chen Tianran also noticed the content on the pop-up screen in the live broadcast room, and he slowly shook his head. In those days, the first emperor was heaven. You couldn't disobey what heaven wanted you to do. When he said that, his eyes were already on the old man in front of him. During the party's walk, when the other side met the first emperor, they always kneeled down and bowed, and even when they raised their heads, they didn't allow him to see the true face of the first emperor. This feels like someone deliberately glossed over this information. Or maybe it's impossible to see a likeness in a walkabout without being dead? If this is the case, then the first emperor really didn't die? Recalling the previous, just into the underground palace, looking out over the high platform when the scene seen by the picture. That great figure, if he is still alive in the world, and what kind of things will be done? Is he willing to die out? Chen Tianran shook his head slightly. He had a strong curiosity within him regarding this mystery. Only in the next second, the old man in front of him moved slightly. By order of the first emperor, guard the high platforms. Muddy and indistinguishable ancient sounds, but after listening carefully, it was still possible to tell what the other party had said. Chen Tianran subconsciously took a step back, because the moment the other party moved, the murderous aura that had built up in his body was already coming out through his body. The terrifying killing aura made even Chen Tianran feel chills in his body. Then, Wang Jian spat out another sentence. By order of the first emperor, guard the high platforms. The voice seemed much clearer this time than it did in the party that, along with the sound came his rise. At that moment, all the collected killing aura was no longer released without reservation. Chen Tianran's face was extremely ugly. It was hard to imagine just how many people the other party had killed. It's only this murderous aura that can be condensed. It would never have been possible to do it if you hadn't crawled out of the dead. The pop-ups in the live room were also completely boiling. Asterisk. He stood up. Code. This killing aura through the screen, I can feel it. It's horrible. Is this the famous war general in history? It's really horrible. A true commander of the armies. A true general from the battlefield. This deterrent alone. It's already a deterrent to all the small fry. Everyone was shocked. And everyone was even more incredulous as they looked at the scene in front of them. They were all holding their breath at this moment, silently praying in their hearts that Chen Tianran would be safe. As for the latter, at this moment, the unicorn blood in his body had begun to burn scorchingly. The aura state was even raised to the limit. He is very clear that the strength of this great Qin war general in front of him is by no means comparable to the previous curmudgeonly generation. If it's a battle, then it's going to take the full force of the battle. Chapter 100, True Death is the greatest tribute to you. Chapter 100 True Death is the greatest tribute to you. The situation at the scene appeared to be very grave, and the stalemate between the two sides was like an encounter between two armies in front of the battlefield. Just that aura collision alone made everyone in the live broadcast room feel their hearts palpitate. Nima. Chen is trying to get tough with Wang Jian. This battle represents the ancient and modern battle. Hiss. I don't know how, but a wave of anticipation is starting to build up. The hearts of all the people are trembling, and Lin Yi, who was outside that high platform, was also looking at the picture in her cell phone with a burning gaze. But in reality, she was already able to personally feel the collision of that raging battle intent just by being outside the. It appeared to be neck and neck, but in reality, Chen Tianran was already the one being suppressed. Brother Chen. Lin Yi's face was full of worry, and her heart was trembling straight away. But just at this time, the sound of the Buddha's voice came into the midst of the ears. An obscure voice drew her attention to the. When Lin Yi turned around, he saw 8 people dressed as monks walking slowly. They were full of warmth and kindness, as if there was no threat. But Lin Yi was feeling a deep chill. It always felt like their arrival was definitely not a good thing. The 8 people also skipped right past her, directly in front of the closed doorway of the high platform pavilion. The leader, after a moment's thought, spoke. Aren't pawns just for crossing rivers? Amitabha Buddha. We will wait outside. After saying this, the remaining 7 people also raised their heads and retreated to Lin Yi's perimeter and sat down on their knees and began to recite the Buddhist scriptures. The leader also came at this moment. He looked at Lin Yi with a smile. Amitabha Buddha. Scholar, we'll need your cooperation in the next matter. Cooperate? Lin Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. What the hell do you guys want to do? After what happened down there with the flesh Buddha? On the internet, It's been all about losing her favor with the Buddhists. And now their sudden appearance was more like some kind of unknown conspiracy. This smell of conspiracy made Linny feel very sick to her stomach. Ha ha ha. The leading monk didn't explain too much, merely laughed, then sat down on his knees and started chanting Buddhist scriptures. Surrounded by them, Linny only felt that she was at the moment, was like a hostage. What was going on in the outside world, Chen Tianran was not aware of. His attention at the moment was already fully focused on this battle. Although he did not draw his sword, but the collision of his aura was already dividing the high and low. The two sides are very much in sync. But just the next second, Wang Jian's body swayed slightly. The ground left a trail of residual shadows. The corner of Chen Tianran's mouth raised slightly. His left thumb flicked the hilt of the blade, and the black and gold ancient blade catapulted up. The right hand gripped the hilt of the blade and exploded into a supreme strike in an instant. The big shock! He hissed under his breath, and his aura around him jumped up several layers in an instant, and shocked that Wang Jian in this instant, creating a slight stop in his movements. It was also this critical moment when Chen Tianran chopped horizontally with the black gold ancient in his hand. Lion Elegy. With a roar, the attack skyrocketed. The long knife in his hand was even swept through as if it were cutting tofu. Poof! The large head fell to the ground in a perfect arc in the air, and the tall body fell to the ground with a loud crash in the next instant. Chen Tianran nabbed his sword and got up, and as he looked back, he again gave an arching salute to the other party. True death would be the greatest tribute to you. He didn't stay long, but continued on his way upstairs, and this battle made everyone's hearts race as it traveled into the broadcast room. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Cool. Handsome. This is simply awesome. Good man. It's hard to imagine. In what state did Chen pull out this blade? It's simply amazing. So cool. Laughing, 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 it's amazing. This is incredible. I thought Chen was going to die here. Above the image, Chen Tianran's pace was not slow, and the successive layers he passed through housed a variety of exquisite artifacts, all of which were very rare and supreme treasures. If it were to reach the world, it would certainly cause a more intense stir, and the appearance of these supreme treasures undoubtedly made Li Luo in the hospital bed sit up vertically. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So exquisite. This is the level of craftsmanship of the Qin dynasty? It's worthy of being a burial object of the first emperor. It really is extraordinary. But what he was looking forward to even more was whether or not Chen Tianran would be able to find that which could save the world when he came to the Great Hall of the first emperor. The one who also had this expectation was Lu Shengxin, who was in the fifth war zone. When Chen Tianran entered into the high stage, his heart was already lifting. After all, this was the closest they'd come to success. If it succeeds, in the future, China will stand on top of the world. This is an opportunity that cannot be missed. No one can predict what kind of jeopardy will be suffered if they miss it. After all, havoc never spares anyone. Meanwhile, the presiding officer of the Golden Sun Temple was also watching this live broadcast. He looked at the Chen Tianran who kept running wildly on that screen, but he revealed an intriguing smile. Can you, really, find that thing? On the live broadcast screen, Chen Tianran's gaze was resolute and his feet were running wildly as if flying. But just then, he suddenly stopped in his tracks again. A man in fancy dress appeared before him. Chen Tianran looked at the other party's appearance and was also slightly puzzled, always feeling that this image seemed like a coronation. Live broadcasting room and the water friends originally calmed down the heart, but again is once again raise up. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Someone again? There are puppets again. Does it mean that there will be that movie-like image again? What a great guy. What a great guy. What kind of technological power does the Qin dynasty have to be able to do this? It's outrageous. It's really unimaginable. But who is this one? Is it one of the ministers? But which ministers are qualified to be buried with them? Everyone was puzzled for a long time. And by this time, Chen Tianran was already choosing to use walking horse. When that brilliant golden light erupted, the scene was also completely transformed. The war is raging. The deaths and injuries continue. But soon afterward, it was already peaceful times. But soon, the officials began to arrest the laborers. They started to build the Afong Palace. 2 out of 3 members of a family will be taken for forced labor. The people are not fed. Survival is already becoming precarious. The crowd in the live broadcast room was outraged at the sight of this tragic scene. Tyrant! This is the tyrant. A proper tyrant. It is really abominable. How can such a tyrant exist in the world? It's really hard to imagine what kind of pain people were going through back then. It's horrible. I'm so glad we're living in the present. Chapter 101, There are demons in the world. Chapter 101, There are demons in the world. Although Chen Tianran also saw these miserable images and the behavior of the first emperor's tyrants, but he saw the deeper other side. These palaces were built, not just built. Instead, it's a devil-suppressing formation based on the Bagua technique. In other words, the so-called major construction, etc., was merely an operation he had no choice but to carry out. World. Demons really do exist. If we envision it this way, then the first emperor, after sweeping the 6 kingdoms, after unifying the world, he was confronted with these mysterious treacheries hidden in the darkness. The world, not knowing this, treated him as a tyrant. If these demons were to come out, it would be more than just that casualty. The scream continues to play, but soon after, the man had an audience with the first emperor and said that he would go out to sea in search of the art of immortality. When the words exit, everyone then knew who he was. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Su Fu. Su Fu. This is the legendary traveler Su Fu. Good guy. I didn't realize that this one's companion was actually Su Fu. Damn it. Didn't history say that Su Fu ended up with 3,000 boys and girls and never returned to Qin? What the hell is going on here? Why is he still buried here? This is too unbelievable, isn't it? The crowd was as shocked as they could be. After all, it's a reversal of history as they know it. And at that moment, quite a few people from the Sakura country immediately jumped out of the way. Su Fu? Of course we know that. In history, but Su Fu bowed down after coming to us. That's right. That's right. He barely escaped with his life after he bowed down. Ha! Poor Chinese. It's such a humble place in history. The appearance of a group of Sakura nationals immediately provoked the ire of the waterbenders. Greeting after greeting with the word mom, and even more indiscriminate and frantic attacks. Originally, this kind of profanity would have been blocked for sure. But now, the vetting side is a straight green light. After all, facing the Sakura nation, the patriotic spirit in everyone's heart is immediately ignited. No one will give in to defeat. A tirade of insults directly flooded the Sakura nation who were in the broadcast room. Terrifying battle power. Anyone who saw it would have to take a detour. And at this time, Su Fu, who had received the order, immediately traveled overseas. The images flowed quickly, immediately came to a place that seems to be in the ancient times. Su Fu looked at the group of dwarfs in front of him as if they were savages. So he ordered his men to distribute clothes to them, and finally put a name to the place. Sakura Nation. When this scene comes out, the effect of the show is instantly pulled full circle. Bursts of laughter followed one another in the live room. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Laughing my ass off. Where did those Sakura Nation guys go just now? Come and take a look. Who's the ancestor of whom? Joy. I didn't realize that even the name was bestowed by Su Fu. Ha ha ha. It's so funny. That's hilarious. We've all got a well-established system of home and country, and you guys are still there playing in the mud? Joy to the world. The people of Sakura Nation, who were watching the live broadcast, started smashing their cell phones. Baka. Baka. This is not real. How is this possible? Why is it that no one from our Sakura country is exploring ancient historical sites? We must prove that our Sakura country is not a descendant of China. The vignette was fleeting. Su Fu's first line is over. After that, he returned to Qin to report the situation, and with the permission of the first emperor for the second time, he traveled again to the land of Sakura, and chose to go directly to where Mt. Fuji is. At this moment, the ministers of the Sakura kingdom who were watching the live broadcast were completely a bit confused, and they vaguely felt that something was wrong. When Su Fu took out a bead that was as brilliant as a star, they are completely sitting on their hands. It must be this. It has to be. He is the key to solving the Holocaust to come. Baka. This thing was actually taken out from inside our Mount Fuji. What the hell is going on here? Quickly. Send someone quickly. Go to Mt. Fuji. And those who were equally shocked included other people from various countries. They didn't have the natural advantages of the Sakura country, but they did immediately diplomatically apply to send an expedition into Mt. Fuji. The only country that hasn't budged is China. Lu Shangxin's eyes burned as he looked above the image of Su Fu offering the pearl to the first emperor. It's exactly where it is. Among the murmurs, the scene suddenly came to a screeching halt. Everything's changed back to the way it was in that pavilion. The scene was also devoid of Su Fu's figure. Only Chen Tianran stood still, a touch of shock spreading across his face. What happened after that? No one else saw, but he actually witnessed it. This one jewel and was built into the washi jade, and with it formed the heirloom jade seal, but it was precisely because of this that Chen Tianran's mood was slightly low. After all, the real seal of transmission in history was destroyed in Xuanwu House long ago. If this is true, then, there really is no way to stop the Holocaust? He gritted his teeth and charged to the top again. No, there must be another chance. At this moment, Chen Tianran quickly ascended to the top of the high platform and pavilion, and as he stood in front of that large hall, he was vaguely able to feel the Xian Huang Qi that was coming from his face. At the same time, here, he once again sensed a touch of something wrong. The feeling was extremely similar to the bronze coffins encountered underground. The feng shui bagua technique immediately operated. Death's door. Chen Tianran's pupils tightened. The last walkthrough worked immediately. Only this time, the hologram effect did not appear again, but only Chen Tianran was able to see it. It was the interior of this palace, where the first emperor sat, determination written all over his face, and staring tightly at Chen Tianran, his lips lightly inspiring out an ancient sound that, lone, only death can make heaven and earth suspend the coming of the catastrophe. Thou, having arrived, then it means that the time delayed by the lone man has come to an end. The apocalypse has descended upon the people. Thou, wilt thou save the world? Chen Tianran looked at the middle-aged man in front of him, and a flash of excitement flared in his heart. He bowed respectfully and spoke. Grasshopper. Yes, the words just fell. A flash of purple energy instantly surged into his mind, improving his body. By the time Chen Tianran came back to his senses, he was still outside the main hall, while the first emperor's voice lingered by his ears. China will live forever. Chen Tianran took a deep breath, while the system's prompts kept ringing out. Congratulations to the host for reaching 80% progress in his adventure. Congratulations to the host for reaching 90% progress in his adventure. But it's just not a complete adventure. Chen Tianran looked thoughtfully at the door of the great hall in front of him, and finally gave up on opening it. He had already glimpsed a glimpse of the truth within, in his walkabout, and the first emperor was in it. No one can know the consequences of turning it on. He turned and looked out over the underworld, and for the first time he had the marvelous feeling that all the world was his, even under the emotion of spitting out a sentence. Lone, a celestial being. Chapter 102, Chop It All Up. The Earth Dragon Flipped. Chapter 102, Chop It All Up. The Earth Dragon Flipped. The words he spat out under his instincts made the aquanauts in the live broadcast room feel mildly surprised. What's wrong with Brother Chen? What celestial being? A little bit didn't understand. Is it hard for Chen to be compelled as well? Hiss. Brother Chen, don't scare me, but why don't you go and open the door to the Great Hall yet? Yeah, hurry up and open the doors to the Great Hall. This is a historic moment. Also concerned about this was Lu Shangxin of the 5th War Region, who had a puzzled look on his face, and also sensed that something was wrong. Could it be that the pearl does not exist within that hall either? The top brass of other countries are even more anxious. If the pearl was really born in China, then they wouldn't need to search so desperately. After all, it's all good when there's a precise location. But on the contrary, the door of the Great Hall was not opened, and everything was a mystery. Chen Tianran didn't know what was on the pop-up screen. When he looked back, he had already seen the 8 monks, and his brows tightened as I didn't realize that this underground ragemaster hadn't finished shopping, Chen Tianran roared, and in the next second, his body exploded and flashed, leaping down from the high platform in one step, at the same time stretching out the black and gold ancient sword, and exploded with a roar from his mouth. 36. Troublesome wind. The Tao's sharp blade chi broke through the air. The 8 of them immediately stood at attention, chanting obscure Buddhist scriptures under their breath. The situation was instantly scorched. On the pop-up screen of the live broadcast, the water friends are also shocked and amazed. Asterisk 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 asterisk? Are these neuroblasts that hard to kill? Surprisingly, they're not dead yet? No. Why do I feel like they're not dressed the same? It's like these monks are all modern people. How can that be? What are modern Buddhist monks doing in a tomb? Is it possible that they want to rob the tomb? Wouldn't it be better to ask Master Qinglian about such things? Monk Qinglian, who was broadcasting live, looked at the large number of people suddenly pouring in the live broadcast room, and his face became more and more ugly, especially as he watched the 8 monks being suppressed the instant they exchanged blows. His hands began to tremble slightly. However, as the presiding officer of a temple, it was natural for him to maintain an extremely high level of mental quality, and he smiled blandly and said, "Oh, I, a Buddhist, never do such despicable things as going down to the grave. These 8 should just be puppets. I told you, how could a Buddhist monk think of grave robbing? That's true, the Buddhists are all incorruptible. They spend a tremendous amount of effort every time they open the light, but they end up charging very little money, which shows their excellent character. Who says it isn't? I had to slip away to watch Chen's fight. That picture, TSK, it's like an action movie." Qinglian looked at the live broadcast of a large wave of traffic that disappeared in an instant, and did not half stay, and even a feeling of relief. And at this moment, the eyes of him looking at Chen Tianran were already showing thick killing intent. Regardless of whether or not the other party would still go to open the Great Hall today, he had become an eternal enemy of the Buddhist sect, regardless of who was under the door. When you meet them, you have to do your best to transcend them. And right at this moment, above the screen, Chen Tianran erupted with a vicious and extreme blade move. Already, he had decapitated several monks in the space of a breath. The bloodthirsty side is nothing like earlier. Lion elegy. Only to see him roar again. The black and gold ancient sword in his hand igniting a blazing fire. It made the place several times brighter again. Linny in the distance was already unable to stop herself from covering her mouth. She understood that these monks were all from the outside world. None of them are from this tomb. However, Chen Tianran still chose to kill. Suddenly she was having a guess. Could it be that the other party was worried about his own safety? That's why he decisively chose to strike hard? That must be it. She clenched her fists nervously as a scarlet blush began to climb up her face. The battle became more and more intense. It gradually entered white heat. These monks were also gradually unable to resist. Chen Tianran, you dare to kill us. That would be making enemies of the Buddhist sect. The latter glanced at the corner of his mouth. Are puppets so full of these days? Since it's from over 2,000 years ago. Hurry up and die. After he said that, he didn't even give the other party a chance to respond, and directly killed him with his knife. The scene has become a slaughterhouse. Madaka. Chen Tianran nabbed his sword and got up. The purple aura on his body was also a bit thicker, and then he was looking at the live camera. The exploration of the tomb of the first emperor's underground palace ends here. He said that as directly turned off the live camera. This sudden change, no doubt let everyone in the live broadcast room is shocked. What's going on? How come it's over? Not. The great hall above the high platform hasn't even been explored yet. How come it's over? Pants are off. You're showing me this? That's ridiculous. Don't go. Brother Chen. Even though all the people called out, it was not half as useful as it could have been. Several hours later, Chen Tianran was already carrying Dull Sister carrying Linny on his back, appearing at the entrance of the thief cave. He was looking out over the newly risen sun, and he was a little less than calm, too. After all, he had promised the first emperor that he would save everyone from the Showa, but there's no clue how to save it. The jade seal of transmission had been destroyed in Xuanwu building long ago, so how could it still be found? What's more, what the Holocaust is, no one knows for sure. Chen Tianran stood like this, quietly looking at the rising sun. Linny did not disturb and stayed with her like this. The only one who had just woken up was Dull Sister, who was looking around at everything in a daze. Where is this? Why am I here? What's going on? She looked at this place as where she was when the two of them went down to the tomb, but her last memory was in the tomb. Then Dull Sister was in a hurry to find Chen Tianran to get her cell phone back, and looked at her concern. What? 50 million fans. She looked at the number of fan followers she had and was a little speechless with shock. Full of buzz. There's something very magical about having your fan base skyrocket on one adventure. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's a top stream anchor now. She then also tried to ask Chen Tianran about what happened after she passed out, but the other party chose to remain silent. The nerdy girl had to stop, but in the very next second, she received a message among her cell phone from the good set of Mamoru. SOS. A succinct message calling for help, but it was directly ignored by the dorky girl as a spam message. This ninny. What a way to think about screwing up all day long. The nerdy girl grunted a few times, and then she got into the jeep prepared by the military. That's what Lu Shangxin meant. He wanted to know more about what was going on inside, but just moments before they got in the car, Earth Dragon Flip. The strong vibrations were so strong that every heart and mind began to rise in their throats. Chapter 103 Who was the guide afoot on the concrete floor? Chapter 103 Who was the guide afoot on the concrete floor? The mountain collapsed. The original departing mountain sank into flat ground in a matter of moments. The clouds in the air are even more so constantly converging, as if there is a great tribulation descending upon the world. Chen Tianran's brows were slightly furrowed. He secretly divined, but he vaguely calculated the flavor of death. That's just it. It's as good as done. For a few days after that, Chen Tianran's trio was living amongst the 5th military region, and from time to time, someone would take them to do all sorts of physical examinations and inquiries about what was going on in there. It's all shown on the live stream, but it's asking how I feel about it that counts. And Chen Tianran is the one who's being focused on. He wasn't overly disgusted, and was cooperating, too, with the constant. It was just that after arriving at the 5th military region, he never saw Lu Shangxin, which made him feel a little strange. It wasn't until a week later that he met the spirited Lu Shangxin. General Lu. Chen Tianran gave a lame military salute and the latter laughed and patted him on the shoulder. You're not from here, so you don't need all the rules. Then Chen Tianran followed the other party into the middle of the office. Lu Shangxin didn't mention too much about what happened in the tomb, but asked a question that, where do you think the pearl is? Chen Tianran sat on the sofa and fell into deep thought. He had also been pondering over this issue during this period of time. but had never figured it out. Seeing this, Lu Shangxin also did not continue to pursue the question. He also understands that this kind of thing, this is very mysterious. Okay, there's nothing to do, and you can go home first. If there's anything new, you can always contact me. Lu Shangxian said that he handed a note to Chen Tianran. Okay, Chen Tianran didn't want to stay here for long. After all, it's still too boring inside the military district. There's not much entertainment. It's too boring. But just as he passed the plaza and was about to leave in his jeep, a booming voice called out to him. Chen Tianran looked back. Shaolin? Captain Xiao? The latter grinned as he quickly stepped forward and, Brother Chen, don't you want to continue playing for 2 more days? No more fun. Chen Tianran shook his head. There's nothing to play with here. Might as well find a few big tombs to play with. Ha ha ha. Shaolin laughed out loud. Brother Chen, you're really funny. Just as the two were chatting, a young man on the side was puzzled and said, Team Shaw, is he the one you said was very good with his hands? Shaolin nodded. Anyway, I've never seen an existence that strong in my life. The latter immediately ignited a fighting spirit in his heart and opened his mouth, saying, Brother Chen, do you dare to fight me? The youth's face was full of warlike vigor, while the people around him who had seen the live broadcast were looking at him with shocked and amazed faces, but there was no one who came forward to remind them that, after all, this kid is just too crazy on weekdays. It's better to teach a lesson. Shaolin, however, frowned. Long Kai, stop it, hurry back. What's the difference between you and making a fool of yourself? The latter defiantly said. Team Xiao, on fighting ability, you can't beat me either. Not to mention he's just an ordinary person. Listening to his words, the people around him nodded their heads and, speaking of which, Chen is only a small tour guide coming up. Indeed, a mere guide. What's a guide to fear? Shaolin instantly understood the meaning of the crowd and turned back to glare fiercely at the one doesn't learn, all here to encourage, and that's when Long Kai was shaking his head. Team Shaw, what has it got to do with them? The one who wants to challenge Chen is me. You. Shaolin was still trying to stop it. Brother Chen, that level is simply not humanly possible to shake. Don't you mess around. Bang! Suddenly, a terrifying burst of sound directly shocked everyone, only to see Chen Tianran take a step. The ground was already collapsing and continuously expanding and cracking towards the periphery. At this moment, the whole room was quiet as a pin drop. Only Chen Tianran shyly scratched his head. Sorry, a little bit of force was used, and it crushed your floor. Shoreline, Long Kai, crowd. No one chimed in. The shock in their hearts was already making them unable to speak. And at this time, Chen Tianran also laughed and said, I should go back to work. Otherwise, the owner of the travel agency is going to dock my paycheck. The corners of Long Kai's mouth kept twitching as he looked at the crowd behind him. You guys call this a little tour guide? Whose tour guide breaks the concrete with 1 foot? To hell with it. The military region is protected on the network, so a lot of news and so on, Chen Tianran cannot see. It wasn't until he left the place and his cell phone was reconnected to the internet that he noticed the number of weird things that had been happening lately. 2. It should be said that it is very esoteric. Surprise! 17-year-old boy claims to be a poet from ancient times. Billionaire died tragically in his home. Surveillance shows only a white figure leaving the scene. The list goes on, and all of it seems like a teaser. All of it seems like a sign of something to come. But this was not what Chen Tianran was thinking about. When the sky falls, there's a big man to hold it. When the tide is high, just lay flat and it will float. But right at this moment, the driver suddenly braked sharply, pulling Chen Tianran back to reality. What's wrong? He was instantly in his element, for the driver in the driver's seat had fumbled with his gun, and was staring daggers at the upright weasel. Not far from. Brother Chen, you stay in the car. I'll get rid of it. Chen Tianran's eyes narrowed slightly as he raised his hand to hold down the other party and, that's no ordinary weasel. Let me. Gulp. The driver was also able to sense that something was wrong. After all, what weasel would stand upright and then smile in an extremely humane manner? Chen Tianran quickly got out of the car. He didn't have the black gold ancient sword with him. Previously, when he was telling the false Taoist's fortune, he counted out the existence of the Exodus Immortal and others. And now, he was the one who had come across ahead, and he would never believe it when he said that there was no connection. And that's when the weasel spirit spat out. Ha ha ha, the Goldfinger is it? So, Chen Tianran responded in a cold voice. And, do I look like a human or a god to you? A touch of cunning surfaced on the weasel spirit's face. The corners of Chen Tianran's mouth raised slightly as he slowly approached and opened his mouth. Like your grandma's legs. You. The weasel spirit was instantly furious. His aura was released around his body, and just as he was about to make his move, he caught a glimpse of the purple aura rising from his opponent's body, as well as the scarlet blood mist that was beginning to burn. And, wait, don't fight, don't hit. The weasel spirit immediately fell to his knees and begged for forgiveness, hastily explaining that, "It was my aunt who told me to come to you." Chapter 104, The Horse Immortal. The heavens and the earth have changed drastically. Chapter 104, Exit the Horse Immortal. Great change in heaven and earth. Chen Tianran stopped immediately even as he listened to its words. "Oh, auntie?" The weasel spirit only felt a chill down his back, feeling more and more that the human race was not yet as good as the elves and monsters. "Move and you'll be suppressed." Yes. Auntie said there was something to find you, so she sent my little one over to deliver the message. Chen Tianran sneered. "Then what did you mean by that handful of questions just now? Was it also your aunt's meaning?" No. The weasel spirit was all of a sudden so excited that he somewhat wanted to slap himself in the ear, hurriedly explaining, "It's the little one who has no eyes. I don't know how to recognize MT. I can't recognize MT. Tai Shan." Inside the jeep, the driver looked at the creepy-looking weasel spirit not far away that was bowing and apologizing to Chen Tianran. For a time, his worldview vaguely showed signs of collapsing. "It's getting outrageous." Just as he was about to light a cigarette and continue watching the show, he just looked back, and the figure of a man and a mouse in front of him had long since disappeared. "Where are the people? How come people are gone?" The driver panicked and took out his pager. "Sir, I lost Chen." The weasel spirit was walking in front. Chen Tianran was following behind. The colors of the surrounding scenery were constantly changing. "Formation?" Chen Tianran's subconscious sentence caused the weasel spirit to be slightly stunned, and in his heart, he could not help but feel a higher sense of awe for this human race. "I don't know how long I've been walking." By the time he came back to his senses, caves had appeared before him, deep and eerie. The corner of Chen Tianran's mouth lifted slightly. "The smell of blood is still pretty bad." The weasel spirit nodded and said, "We mainly eat meat, but this is the flavor of human blood." Chen Tianran looked at the other party with a face full of goodwill and, startled, the weasel spirit was immediately on his knees and kowtowed, saying, "Don't worry my lord. Don't worry, my lord. We have in no way set any traps to victimize your excellency. Even if I were to give little 10 guts, I wouldn't dare." It kowtowed for half a day but didn't hear half a word, and when it raised its head, it saw that Chen Tianran had already entered the cave, with light footsteps and no way to be afraid of it. What a scary human race. The weasel spirit couldn't help but wipe his non-existent cold sweat, and then he quickly followed suit. The cave tunnel is deep and damp, and from time to time there is the sound of standing water dripping down, but after a dozen or so breaths of effort, a faintly bright light had already appeared. "My lord, it's here." The weasel spirit swept past Chen Tianran in a fiery hurry to the front and beckoned. At the end of the cave, a number of animals had gathered, but while they were said to be animals, their human-like demeanor was more appropriately described as treacherous. Among them, those sitting in the center are the 5 foxes, yellow pips, hedgehogs, snakes, and rats, which happen to be able to correspond to the last 5 immortals. Chen Tianran was able to feel the wisp of aura on them since the elves and monsters can be called elves and monsters. Naturally, they have captured the rarer things in the heaven and earth. This is a bit like the aura revival in the novels of the previous life. The very thought of it sent a shiver down his spine. Is it hard to believe that this world is really going to have an aura revival? A flash of consternation crossed his face. And that one of the 5 immortals. Immortal who? After asking the 4 people beside him with his eyes, he slowly transformed into human form. "My lord, first time I meet you. My slave's name is Hu Li, and I count myself as a minor immortal." Chen Tianran looked back at her, looking godlike like a certain star, and instantly wondered, "You can't be witch who? Ho. Unspeakable, said Hully, shaking her head slightly. "And, alright." Chen Tianran didn't care too much, but inquired, "What is it that you're looking for me for?" The Yellow Family Juniors should have said just a few words when they invited His Excellency here, right? Said. Chen Tianran nodded heavily. "It asked me for the seal, so I'm debating whether or not to eradicate all of you." The purple chi on his body began to boil, and scarlet aura gradually rose up through his body. A tiger spirit sitting on the periphery instantly stormed out and, "Curmudgeonly generation! You dare to be here!" Bang! Chen Tianran lifted his foot and stomped it on the ground, nearly crushing its skull with a terrifying force. "I've heard that tiger bone in soup is a great tonic." As he spoke, the feng shui bagua technique was in operation, and the power of prohibition fell. I. The tiger spirit wanted to get up, but the unknown force was completely confining it. The original contempt in his eyes was gone. Only fear. The surrounding elves all subconsciously sucked in a breath of cool air. they were also like the tiger essence, who had no fear of Chen Tianran. Between weekdays, there are not a few humanoids who eat. Seeing this situation, Huli also immediately spoke out to stop it. My lord, Junior doesn't know what he's doing. I still ask you, my lord, to raise your hand. The yellow immortal on the side also immediately transformed into a voluptuous woman and spoke out. If your excellency doesn't mind, you can take my Huang family's junior away and let him work as an ox for your excellency. The weasel spirit in the corner was already shivering. Where had she ever seen such a battle before? If he had known, he would never have dared to ask for a seal from Chen Tianran. This is simply suffering. The human race is so scary. I'm going back home. Chen Tianran scanned the surroundings with a coldly raised cross eyebrow. The hearts of those who are not of my race will be different. What's more, you and others have eaten a lot of people. The lesser is the greater. And today I have to do justice to heaven. No, my lord, Huli hurriedly spoke out, while the remaining few great immortal family members also transformed into voluptuous women and knelt on the ground. Huli hurriedly said, it is precisely because of the great change in heaven and earth that it is all forced upon us. A great change in heaven and earth? Chen Tianran became interested and inquired. Tell me more carefully. Huli nodded heavily. Your excellency should have felt it as well. The aura between heaven and earth is gradually showing signs of recovery. And this is one of the reasons why we have gradually evolved into immortals in recent years. But the word of calamity has been passed down since ancient times. And at the same time there are evil spirits flying around. Many of our clansmen have been subjected to evil chi entering their bodies outside and are delirious. And the attraction of human flesh and blood is even stronger. You call this a reason at all? Chen Tianran angrily rebuked. Old me wants to eat snake meat today, so you're going to skin it now? On the side, Lu Dexian was shivering, and in his heart, he exclaimed that he had never seen such a fierce human race. Which human race came up to eat elves and monsters? Huli immediately opened her mouth. My lord rest in peace, my lord rest his anger. I promise that this will never happen in the future. Never. Ha! Your assurances are devoid of any credibility. Chen Tianran coldly swept his eyes over the scene. If he didn't have his black gold ancient knife with him, he was already having the urge to chop up the entire place and enjoy a good meal of wild game. But at this time, Huli also immediately pulled out her crushing words. My lord, little immortal knows where the object you are seeking down in the Earth Palace is currently located. What? Chen Tianran put away his wild game-eating mind. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the other party. And, where? Chapter 105 A New Journey. East China Sea Dragon Palace Tomb. Chapter 105 A New Journey. East China Sea Dragon Palace Tomb. As soon as Huli heard that Chen Tianran was interested, her waist stiffened considerably. Before that, your excellency still needs to promise Xiao Xian one condition. Bang! Chen Tianran raised his foot and stepped on the ground next to the tiger spirit's head. And instantly the ground shook, and the ground slightly caved in. I'm not making a deal. The tiger essence was shivering, already feeling a bit incontinent. 2 lines of clear tears slowly sliding down, his face ashen. And Huli even gulped deeply, knowing in her heart that the human race in front of her was simply completely different from that group of reasonable Taoist priests. At least they'll tangle with you. This mother asterisk her comes up and kills and kills and kills. Your excellency is extremely right. Huli hastened to answer, and continued. Whether your lordship agrees or disagrees, the villain will say something first, and after that, about the whereabouts of that thing, he will also tell it together. Quickly put it, Chen Tianran said with little patience. Huli did not dare to slow down in the slightest, and hastily said, if your excellency is on his way to retrieve that item, and if he comes across a token called the Order of the Seal of the Gods, I would ask that you bring it back with you. It's something we've been out on, only to leave it unaccounted for in the early days, but lately it's been getting a semblance of the same thing. When this is accomplished, in the future, all of us from the Azuma faction will be at your command, forever and ever. Chen Tianran listened to the other party's words, his brows slightly furrowed, but he did not inquire carefully, and then he pretended to answer. Yes, hurry up and tell us where the stuff is. Huli sniffed and also said immediately, East Ocean. Chen Tianran looked at it suspiciously. Your bull ting me, aren't you? No, my lord, it's not wrong. Huli hurriedly defended that, but Chen Tianran was in deep thought. Ancient rumor has it that when Emperor Shi Huan was on his southern tour, he encountered something strange and threw the jade seal of state into the river to suppress it. When he returned, he built a fake one, and the flow of all rivers ends at the sea. By extension, it's normal for this thing to be in the ocean. What's more, if this suppressed thing got out of the way, it wasn't impossible to run away with the jade seal of transmission. Huli then took out an extremely old map. My lord, This is the map where the Dragon Palace is located. Chen Tianran looked at the other party in confusion. You're ing pulling my leg. No, my lord. There really is a Dragon Palace in the world. Huli wanted to cry. It's really not that I'm babbling. Hearing these words, Chen Tianran also felt more and more puzzled. After all, the Dragon Palace or something, that is something in myths and legends. If it really exists, doesn't that mean there really are gods and Buddhas in this world? That all the myths and legends are true? Just as he thought of this, a system prompt came from his mind. Ding! New quest, explore the Dragon Palace tomb in the East China Sea. Current progress 0%. The appearance of the prompt caused Chen Tianran's body to tremble once again. The relevant map in his mind was also immediately visible, and it was even clearer than the map that Huli had pulled out. Chen Tianran closed his eyes to stabilize his mind and opened his eyes to look at Huli. Can there be anything else? The latter shook his head. Nope. Eat again. People. Next time, you'll have to be eaten by me. Chen Tianran glared viciously at the crowd of elves and monsters, and then he turned around and left. The surrounding elves shrunk their necks, while Huli mustered up enough courage to open her mouth and said, My lord, if you come across the sealing order please bring it back. My lord. Chen Tianran didn't pay any attention and left straight away, while the white great immortal on the side was frowning slightly. Huli, if we lure this human race to the East Sea like this, that supreme immortal, he should be letting us go, right? Huli shook her head slightly. I don't know, great immortal Lu said with trepidation, but in case this god of murder comes back alive and realizes that we intentionally lured him to a dangerous place, will it put us? Huli shook her head again. The hints that should be given, we have already given. With his intelligence, he will certainly be able to realize a thing or two. After Chen Tianran left the cave, he sensed something following behind him. What are you following me for? Want to be made into a weasel soup? The skinny weasel spirit immediately took a half step back in terror and, it's not, my lord, it's not it's our aunt who asked me to follow you as an ox and a horse. Oh, is that so? Chen Tianran slightly angled his head and didn't care much. There was no harm in having more than one little follower. It's good to throw it over there to explore when you're in danger. While he was thus thinking, various calls had been heard in the distance, as well as the barking of dogs that, Brother Chen, Brother Chen, Brother Chen, where are you? Chen. Everyone was shouting desperately, but just as they were shouting, a large and a small silhouette appeared silently. What's wrong? So urgent. The leader was Shaolin, who looked at Chen Tianran and sighed in relief all of a sudden. Nowadays, this master can be said to be very valuable. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the hope of China. Brother Chen, where have you been? We searched the whole mountain but couldn't find you. The latter shook his head. Nothing much happened. I was going to hunt some wild game, but it all ran away in the end. Shaolin also felt a bit puzzled as he listened to the other party's words, and then he opened his mouth. Brother Chen, a message came through just now, saying that there is something important for you. Please also hurry back quickly. Important matter? Chen Tianran felt a slight sense of ill will in his heart. And that's when Dull's sisters sent him a message that the Brother Chen, Fomi is missing. Fomi is missing. They said she disappeared after entering the East Sea. Chen Tianran's brows furrowed, feeling more and more that the coincidence of things was too great. It's like a big invisible hand is behind the push. He took a deep breath, and quickly got into his jeep to rush to the 5th military district and in the process he was noticing that no one else seemed to be able to see the weasel spirit. He also took the opportunity to ask about it, and the latter stated that it was an ability of their elves and monsters to conceal their figures. And thinking of this, Chen Tianran hung the black gold ancient blade on the other party, allowing it to act as a sword-resistant character. It didn't take long for the vehicles to get back to the 5th military region, when he found Lu Shangxin inside the research room. The other party's face was extremely grave. Comrade Xiao Chen, we have detected unusual energy fluctuations in the depths of the East Sea. If the guess is correct, there may be the very thing we are looking for in there. Chen Tianran slightly angled his head and did not have any surprises. Just a short sentence. When do we leave? Lu Shangxin looked at the other party's resolute appearance, and immediately a touch of respect rose in his heart. Give your life for your country. That's what makes a hero. He nodded heavily and said, It's not too late to leave today. Yes. Chen Tianran nodded his head in response, and at this time Lu Shangxin said again, The crustal activity is more intense in the depths of the East China Sea. Within 24 hours, according to researchers, there will be an unprecedented eruption. So you only have 24 hours. 24 hours. Chen Tianran repeated, then smiled blandly. That's enough. Chapter 106, Fish Monster. Brother Chen, Grilled Octopus. Chapter 106, Octopus Monster. Brother Chen. Grilled octopus. The trip to the East China Sea was undoubtedly dangerous. But when Chen Tianran returned to the 5th Military Region to prepare the necessary equipment, Dull's sister, however, also arrives. What are you doing here? We're the best partners ever. Nerd girl puffed out her barren chestplate and tried to testify in favor of the hill's name. Chen Tianran felt a headache all of a sudden. This trip is very dangerous, especially underwater, and the crisis is even more unpredictable. I'm not afraid with you, Dull girl answered righteously. Chen Tianran shook his head helplessly as he listened to her words. It's too dangerous. Lu wouldn't agree to it either. He agreed. Nerd girl grinned. Ha! Chen Tianran's brows slightly knit tightly. At that moment, he put down the things in his hands, rushed to the office where Lu Shangxian was in big strides, and inquired about the situation. The latter slightly angled his head. The deep sea is full of unknowns and mysteries. An ordinary person going down with you might not be able to carry it in terms of spirit, and I don't think it would have been a problem if it had been a dorky sister. What's more, as a woman, she has a sensual side, and oftentimes that kind of member is needed among the team. Aside from her, who else is going down to the sea? Chen Tianran wondered. Lu Shangxin didn't hide anything and said bluntly, the deep sea expedition team and their party. They themselves specialize in deep sea research. This one was discovered by them as well, so they will follow regardless. I don't care if someone dies. Chen Tianran opened his mouth to take a calculated precaution. As you said, Dull's sister might not feel fearful and have a mental breakdown because of the loneliness in that deep sea. But it's hard to tell with these people who haven't had a crisis experience. Ha ha ha, they can all be researchers with a lot of experience. Don't worry. Lu Shangxin laughed and patted the other party on the shoulder. Preparation is also fleeting. And, after taking a helicopter ride, they arrived at an aircraft carrier in the East China Sea. This is a ship designed for deep-sea research. Above deck, crews were busy coming and going, and a new submarine hung high in the distance. Just when Chen Tianran was ready to observe from a close distance, his ears were already filled with the sound of a Dull sister calling out for water friends. Iron Men. Look, guess where I am? The corners of Chen Tianran's mouth twitched. This is ING classified. How dare you open a live broadcast? Afraid of what? Dull sister's small mouth glanced full of disdain. People Lu do supported me to open a live broadcast alright. Even gave me the most advanced live broadcast drone ball. Chen Tianran was full of helplessness, and then he beckoned to the weasel spirit at his feet, signaling him to follow him around. But just then he was at a corner when he heard a couple of scuffles and, Captain Xiao, this is absolutely not okay. How can you take a little tour guide and an anchor on a scientific exploration? Isn't this nonsense? No, Professor Chen, Xiao Lin desperately explained. Although I said Chen is a tour guide, he's very good with his hands and, having a very high level of understanding of the Great Tomb. Having him around will be extremely helpful in the exploration mission. Nonsense, Prof. Chen angrily rebuked. Scientific research and exploration requires a good body. We're in the ocean. We're in a sealed submarine. What danger could there be? Even if there is danger, that would be if the water pressure was too strong to squeeze us all to death. In that case, does he still have a way to save us? Xiao Lin first pondered, then spoke. Maybe there is. Nonsense. Professor Chen once again cursed. The two argued endlessly, and Chen Tianran didn't want to continue listening. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to resist the urge to pull out his sword. But just as he was loitering to the other side of the carrier, he was violently sensing a crisis. The weasel spirit beside him was already trembling. He was even in a hurry to hand over his sword. Chen Tianran gripped the hilt of his sword, while secretly operating the feng shui bagua technique to ascertain the next crisis situation. But just then, the dorky girl came running over and, Brother Chen, when do you think what the hell was that? Just as she was about to ask about the departure time, next to the carrier, a large, mountain-like octopus had slowly poked its head out and, its eyes were as deep as black holes, and its huge tentacles climbed on top of the aircraft carrier, causing the ship to shake tremendously with just a little bit of force. It was like the lapping of a shocking wave, and this scene is even more so that the live broadcast water friends completely confused. What the hell? Didn't you say you came to visit the aircraft carrier? What the hell is wrong with this octopus monster of yours? I'm Nima. Never seen an octopus that big in my life. Is it really true that the world is changing dramatically as rumored on the internet? Cam I also saw a huge black shadow in the river the day before yesterday, and I thought I was mistaken. Now that I think about it, maybe, the world is really changing. There were fewer staff on this side of the carrier, but when they saw the scene, they were already scared out of their wits and full of shock, until they saw an agile figure with a knife, stepping on the fence and leaping to mid-air in one step. What's that? People? No way? No way? This guy can still jump that high? Are you kidding me? Must have spent too much time at sea and already started hallucinating. This is not a movie. I'm mentally ill. Just as they were falling into self-doubt, an angry roar instantly shook the crowd awake. 36 troublesome winds. A wild roar. Dao Dao blade chi instantly streaked across. Each slash brought lethal damage to the octopus monster. Bang, bang, bang. Carry. Sharp, piercing sounds resounded continuously. As for Chen Tianran, he was already covered in purple aura and scarlet blood mist entwined around his body, as if he was hanging like a madman cutting. The live stream pop-ups were once again a buzz. Numb. In terms of fighting, it has to be the humanoid weapon Chen. It's the first time I've felt that small humans can be so great. Unbelievable. It's so fierce. But anything weaker isn't like Chen. In the midst of the constant fighting, several tentacles had been chopped down on top of the deck and were constantly writhing and twisting. Creepy. And it made the dorky girl on the side drool indisputably. Chen. Grilled octopus. Fellow travelers. In mid-air, Chen Tianran slowly fell down, looking at the octopus corpse sinking into the sea, a flash of regret in his eyes. And, next time we should wait until it's completely on board before we cut it. It's a shame that so much meat falls overboard. The surrounding staff listened to his ruthless and cruel words and felt even more confused. I must be mentally ill. Must be. That was all an illusion just now. Definitely an illusion. There's still the ability to fire sword energy like in the movies. There's no such thing as an octopus monster that big. It's not right. It's very wrong. I'm not right in the head. The crowd at the scene gasped, and it wasn't until the next second, when a burst of tantalizing roasted meat aroma completely grabbed them back to reality from their daze. Chapter 107, Chen didn't lie. He flew in midair chopping the octopus. Chapter 107, Chen didn't lie. He flew in midair chopping the octopus. Come on. What are you standing around for? Hurry over and eat. Chen Tianran transformed into a barbecue chef and the staff looked confused as they kept flipping strings of octopus meat in their hands. Looking at the IING. Was it a dream or not? Hell no. First time I've seen someone that outrageous. That said, but the meat smells so good. Under the temptation of the food, the crowd was completely bowled over, completely forgetting the panic of the party. The water friends in the live room were completely tense. Outrageous. It's outrageous. Brother Chen. People are getting dazed and confused. How dare you call them to come and eat octopus meat? Unbelievable. Worthy of being the most outrageous man ever. Going down to the sea just to eat seafood, right? Dull girl is also completely stale. Seeing such a big octopus monster, the first thing on her mind is to eat it. Both are born in the same place. Without Brother Chen, there'd be no Sister Dumb. And the great impact of that ship swaying just now had already made Professor Chen's face extremely grave as he looked at Shaolin in front of him and opened his mouth, saying, anything can happen in the sea, like the huge wave that lapped the carrier just now. If we were in the middle of the deep sea and encountered a whirlpool, etc., the likelihood of perishing is also great. In this case, you guys are still asking me to bring down 2 dragons. Isn't this purely and simply leading them to their deaths? Sending death is not so bad. Not so bad. Shaolin kept shaking his hand, and in his heart he said, others will die, but it's not certain whether Chen will die or not. But just then, the tantalizing aroma of grilled octopus meat came soon. The 2 men's noses shrugged, and they looked back at the Prof. Chen frowned and became furious. The time is so urgent. How can someone grill seafood at this hour? What kind of asshole in the end? So jumpy. He was so angry that he rushed over there with his bag in his hand, and behind him, Shaolin vaguely felt some familiarity, and before he could follow him over, he saw the ball of live drones floating in mid-air. There was a twitching of the corners of his mouth and, Brother Chen, when is a bad time for you to eat barbecue? Do you have to do it now? This I can't stand. Since Chen Tianran started grilling the octopus meat, the number of staff members surrounding him was also increasing. After all, it's still rare to get a barbecue at sea, and most of them smell the aroma and eventually, reluctantly, start eating the meat. Ooh, that smells so good. Yeah, this octopus meat is so big. It's so tasty. Not bad, not bad. But where did that big octopus tentacle come from? The chatter continued until a stern cry shook the room and, what are all doing? Don't you know that the situation is urgent? Each and every one of them wants to be put in confinement? Prof. Chen angrily swept the whole field, so that all the people have shame lowered their heads, hastily stuffed the meat into their mouths as to run out of sight. Only Chen Tianran and Dull's sister were still contentedly enjoying their food. Professor Chen subconsciously swallowed his saliva, and then he asked, who are you guys? How come I haven't seen you guys before? Chen Tianran turned around and handed over a bunch of octopus meat. Little tour guide Chen Tianran, again, pointing to the dorky girl, saying, Little hill nerd sister. The latter's eyes narrowed slightly for the name of the hill, slightly dissatisfied, but forced by the pressure of food, only to bear the gas and swallow meat. The air shakes cold. Small hills can become big mountains, and Professor Chen instinctively took the skewer, and then he was looking back at Shaolin, who was following closely behind him. Captain Shao, is this the very dependable person you told me about? Who would eat barbecue here in such an emergency? Is that like it? Shaolin looked at the roasted meat in Chen Tianran's hands, and instantly drooled indisputably. Hissy, that what? Brother Chen, this is bad behavior on your part. Yes. Chen Tianran hurriedly handed over the skewers and Shaolin took it immediately and, I'm not talking about the kebabs. Nah. There's still liquor. Chen Tianran again took out white wine from the Weasel Spirit's backpack and handed it over. TSK. This wine is really strong. Yo, 52 degrees? Not bad. Shaolin. Professor Chen hissed angrily. What the hell are you trying to do? Shaolin froze, looking at the hands of kebabs and white wine. Suddenly red-faced, had to retreat half a step. The air. Prof. Chen was immediately lecturing. You didn't used to be like this. When did you even learn to drink while on duty? Not to mention how urgent the situation is? Aren't you aware of that? Yes. Shaolin kept nodding his head, but out of the corner of his eye, he was already once again drifting up to the soon-to-be-cooked kebabs in Chen Tianran's hands. This scene, which undoubtedly made the live streamers laugh on the floor. The asterisk. It's too damn showy. Prof. Chen's lungs are about to explode from these three people. Invincible. Ever since Chen appeared, those who had come into contact with him were completely stale. Even the previously serious-faced Captain Shao. Extraordinary. This wave is simply outrageous. Prof. Chen was furious and immediately reprimanded. Chen Tianran, you're an outsider. I wasn't qualified to say anything about you, but you're about to go down with me. I still need to say more. Chen Tianran immediately changed his playful face and stood up seriously. Professor Chen, you say? The latter, looking at the serious manner in which he was still gnawing at the roast, was nearly maddened once more, when he drew a deep breath, and remarked that, just now the carrier's hull was violently shaken by the waves. You should have felt it, right? Upon hearing this, Chen Tianran shook his head after pondering slightly. I wasn't on the ship at the time. Not on the ship? Are you dreaming? Prof. Chen felt more and more that the other party was outrageous and on the side the doll sister rose gravely, gnawing at the meat, and said, Professor, I'll prove it. Chen really isn't on board. You. Professor Chen was once again exasperated. Fine. I don't care if you guys are on board or not, but I will say that the waters are dangerous. Unexpected crises can happen at any time, like the huge wave that just lapped the carrier. This wave of reprimand directly is to make the live broadcast water friends to break the defense. Professor Chen, they really did not lie. Chen just flew in midair chopping octopus. That's it. Professor Chen, there is no such thing as a huge wave. That's just an octopus monster. Hiss. Professor Chen wouldn't be unaware of how heaven-defying Brother Chen is, right? On the live broadcast screen, Professor Chen was still spouting all sorts of aphorisms, reprimanding the duo of Chen Tianran for their immodesty and what dangerous consequences it would bring. Chen Tianran nodded his head with a face full of sincerity. What the professor said. What a roast to eat my ass. He said that he directly snatched the skewer that was clenched tightly in the other party's hand and threw it into the sea. How can you be greedy for pleasure when you are in danger? Prof. Chen. Chapter 108, The Deep Sea is not as simple as you think. Chapter 108, The Deep Sea is not as simple as you think. With those skewers falling into the water, and the effects of the show pulling full circle once again. Mom, yeah. Laughing my ass off. Prof. Chen's face is full of iron. This wave of Prof. Chen can be said to be furious, but kebabs were given and then taken back and thrown away? He's the only one on the deck who didn't eat it. Prof. Chen wants to knife Chen at this moment. On the live feed. Prof. Chen tightened his fists and finally let out another breath. Forget it. Since you guys have to follow down to the sea, let's go down to the sea. Remember to write down the waiver contract before you go. Avoid any unnecessary disputes. Yes, Chen Tianran decisively responded, and then was hastily urging the doll sister to say, Quick, let's get 2 insurance policies. I'll be the beneficiary of your insurance when the time comes. Nerdy girl froze, then her brain CPU worked quickly and immediately said, But don't insurance beneficiaries usually fill in family members? Look at what you're saying. Chen Tianran patted his chest. We've experienced life and death together. Not family, but shaped like family. Doll sister shyly bowed her head. Her heart did not know what she was thinking. Unconsciously was already pushed to the clerk's room by Chen Tianran, and then filled out a dozen insurance policies. The names of the beneficiaries are all in the name of Chen Tianran. As far as costs and whatnot, that part is covered by the military district. Waiting for the nerdy sister to finish filling out the form, Chen Tianran was in a hurry to push her away. "Ha, brother Chen? Aren't you going to write?" the latter queried. "You're keen for something to happen to me?" "No. It's not. I didn't." The nerdy girl desperately shook her head to show that she didn't mean it. Chen Tianran nodded slightly. "Then it won't be enough. What's more, if you think about it, if something happens to me, in the middle of the deep sea, can you come back?" "Can't come back," Nerd Girl said seriously. "Right." Chen Tianran nodded approvingly. "So, it doesn't mean much if I fill it in or not. The real key is to protect your own rights and interests. If something happens to you, I can still go to the insurance company and make a claim. By the time you want a few male models down there, I can burn you. Think about it, is that right?" "As if. Seems like. It's still true, eh?" The more Nerd Girl thinks about it, the more it makes sense that. Wouldn't it be a waste to fill out all that information if both of them GA? Chen Tianran cast an approving glance towards the other party. "A child can be taught. The children can be taught. Why don't you thank me?" Thank you, brother Chen." Dull sister instantly unraveled her heart, full of joy, bouncing and following the other party away. In the clerk's room, the corners of the mouths of the staff members who witnessed this were already twitching madly. How come girls are so innocent nowadays? While the weasel spirit that followed beside Chen Tianran's body was jumping madly straight in his heart. The human race is so scary. They even dared to lay hands on the same clan. What a ruthless man. The water friends in the live room even broke down laughing. "I Nima. Shun you old six. Too showy. What a guy. What a guy. For the first time in my life, I've seen a guy as outrageous as you. How can you call a dead one alive? Do you dare to be more outrageous?" Poor dumb girl is once again being played with. The insurance beneficiaries are all Chun? Whoa. Sad. I see the relationship brain in the dorky girl. I've even seen what a stinking scumbag is in Chen. The time has come to go down to the sea. The staff has gathered here in droves too. They didn't know exactly what this mission was going to be about, but by and large they understood that it was definitely an unprecedented quest. It's a quest that only allows for success. Failure is not allowed in the quest. Deep sea. It's a no-go area for humans. Less than 10% of the area is truly explored for development. What kind of danger lurks inside is anyone's guess. Those who really dare to go into the sea are definitely warriors. As their eyes swept over the group of deep-sea expedition members led by Professor Chen, respect was written all over everyone's faces. This is very much a human being. But when they saw Chen Tianran, who was hanging on the side of the room, idly bull ******** ting with Shaolin, everyone's expression was a bit taut. No, why is this one going down to the sea too? Yes, who goes down to the deep sea in such a relaxed state? It's almost like going on a vacation trip. This can't be done. If you enter the deep sea without specialized knowledge, without specialized skills, won't it create an unimaginable crisis? The crowd turned their eyes to Professor Chen, trying to get an answer from the other party. Professor Chen shook his head helplessly and did not say anything more. After all, it was all from above. And even he didn't understand what this little guide and anchor who was out of tune could do down in the deep. That feeling of claustrophobia is not something a normal person can resist. Any minute now, he's gonna have a nervous breakdown. In the middle of the deep sea, you don't have anything to fall back on. Any support. Once the signal is interrupted, this fear of unknown death, without experiencing any acclimatization, madness, breakdowns, all very common. Layers of ripples rose in Professor Chen's heart, and he wanted to go back to communicating with the. After all, you can't let someone die for nothing. And just at that moment, Chen Tianran opened his mouth with a big smile and said, "Don't worry, gentlemen. Wait until I enter the sea. I'll catch you all big pippin shrimps for you to barbecue and eat." Crowd. Professor Chen, who was completely taut on the side, walked over again and said, "Comrade Xiao Chen, the deep sea is not as simple as you think. He just wanted to say more, but was interrupted by Chen Tianran raising his hand. "Professor Chen, I understand everything you have to say, but think about it carefully. Isn't it mentally stressful to be that serious?" As soon as the words landed on the ground, Professor Chen's body trembled slightly, and when he once again looked at Chen Tianran's confident smile, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, so much so that what he wanted to say later on was completely forgotten. Soon, the crowd began to enter the barn, and the submarine was eased into the water by the cranes of the deck crew mingled as if something had occurred to them. Then again, what was that violent shaking earlier? There weren't any huge waves then, were there? Yeah, that's weird. And a few staff members who had seen Chen Tianran slash the octopus monster close by said, "Ha, You guys didn't know? There's an octopus monster the size of a mountain that's mutated to climb up. It was that Chen Tianran who hacked it to death just now. The crowd around us turned around and, bro, you didn't take the wrong pills, did you? Are you not awake? Hurry back to bed. You've been too tired lately. The staffer, on the other hand, immediately said, no, didn't you all eat the octopus meat he just barbecued? Don't you wonder where this big octopus tentacle came from? The words landed on the ground and everyone froze in place. A look of horror appeared in his eyes. Chapter 109, Crisis Approaches Again. Chapter 109, Crisis Approaches Again. All the staff at the scene were shocked, simply unable to believe that there were such arcane things in this world. But that entrance to the octopus meat. But there is no way to fake it. Wait, could it be that Chen Tianran isn't a hangdog, but because he is a fighting force in his own right? Asterisk 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 asterisk. This damn. Then why is Professor Chen still reprimanding him? Could it be that Professor Chen simply doesn't know Chen Tianran's true strength? Shaolin, who was listening to the crowd's remarks on the side, also felt a pang of helplessness. Thinking back to what he had seen of Chen Tianran's astonishing movements, there is still a sense of shock. It's hard to imagine that this is actually something humans can do. He shook his head slightly and prepared to go back into the lounge to watch the live stream on his phone. The space in the submarine was still relatively generous. Professor Chen and his expedition team totaled 5 people, plus 2 of Chen Tianran and a weasel spirit carrying a black and gold ancient sword. It was still not crowded. Even Chen Tianran touched out a deck of playing cards, wanting to greet the crowd to fight the landlord. Chen Tianran, if you want to play, go to the side by yourself. Don't bother us. Professor Chen roared again. The latter had to resentfully pull Dull's sister to the corner. And the other 4 members of the expedition team also felt that Chen Tianran was more interesting. After all, someone who could force Professor Chen to rage once every 10 minutes had never appeared before this, which showed how high Chen Tianran's gold content was. Now that's a real naughty boy. Laughing doesn't live. Brother Chen, you can really mess things up. Ha ha ha. No way. I can't. I'm gonna puke from laughing so hard. I'm gonna puke from laughing so hard. I'm gonna puke from laughing so hard. People are doing professional scientific research. How dare you call him a landlord? That's really out of line. Brother Chan, the crowd on the air has been spewing. Chen Tianran, on the other hand, secretly shouted out Weasel Spirit and covered up the live camera by virtue of the height of the two of them. Dull's sister, however, was full of shock as she whispered, Brother Chen, where did you get that yellow rat? It's so ugly. The latter laughed. None of these issues matter. What matters is that someone is playing cards with us. Also, Nerd Girl nodded. 4 twos. The Weasel Spirit in the corner stared angrily, looking at a deck of cards in his hand that was rotten to the core. Hard enough to lose a dozen or so games in a joint fight between the two. But it was angry but couldn't take it out. This is obviously some guy named Chen playing a trick on it. In his seat, Professor Chen looked back at Chen Tianran and Dull's sister, who were having a good time, and was furious. These two really think they're here on a trip? I can't believe I've been playing hardcore landlord for so long. Really don't put me in their eyes. The other 4 members of the expedition were helpless, and proceeded to set to work on their. While over here, Professor Chen slowly got up and came towards Chen Tianran. Little Chen, he was about to say something, but he saw Chen Tianran get up violently. He pressed the other party down on the seat and looked at the deep, dark sea water outside the submarine with a grave expression on his face, not seeing the way ahead. At his feet the Weasel Spirit was already decisively handing over his sword, just waiting for that clang sound. The crowd at the scene was stunned by the sudden shift in his demeanor. Inside the live broadcast room, the water friends' hearts were even in their throats. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? The last time I saw this expression on Chen's face was when he was facing the Flesh Buddha. It's horrible. This would be if we just went down to the sea and encountered an existence of the Flesh Buddha's level. What's the point of playing? Inside the submarine, Dull's sister stood in the corner with her brain racing, constantly contemplating how the insurance would be wasted if she and Chen both died. It's too bad. Too bad. The darkness didn't block Chen Tianran's vision. As far as his eyes could reach, there was just a half-rotten megalodon swimming slowly. Even so, its organs are exposed outside the body. And the fact that it survived all of this speaks volumes. This place, creepy. But that wasn't the point of Chen Tianran's vigilance. In the midst of the workings of the art of Feng Shui Bagua, they've entered into the death throes of this ocean. And a more powerful crisis is drawing ever closer. If we don't leave soon, death will be the only destination. Go right. Chen Tianran started giving orders as if he were the captain of a ship. And the explorers on the scene were obviously a little confused, not understanding why the other man suddenly said what he did. It was the opposite of what the other side looked like before they arrived. And the expedition member in charge of driving said, "This is our established route. We can't change it at will, or we'll be lost within these waters. The deep sea is far from what you think it is. My friend. Hearing these words, Chen Tianran slowly looked down at him. I'm saving you. A concise sentence. But let everyone at the scene heartbeat violently a sudden stop. But the middle-aged man in the driver's seat still had no intention of listening, and was even bellyaching in his mind. It's okay for you to pretend in front of other people, but you're pretending in front of me. A professional? Do you really think that everyone can take it? Friend, we're the professionals here. Please don't make a mess. When these words came out, the water friends in the live broadcast room also boiled over. Asterisk. Chen's words are not listened to? Where are these expert brains? Mom, the last one who didn't listen to Chen, still lying in the hospital. This isn't purely add up. It's outrageous. We still need to listen to Brother Chen at the critical moment. Otherwise how to die do not know. Pop-ups are sent one after the other. But that doesn't affect the situation inside the submarine. Until Professor Chen, who had been meditating, slowly looked up and listened to him and turned right. The middle-aged man in the driver's seat turned back in confusion. But Professor Chen, he's just a little tour guide. Listen to him. Why? Upon hearing this, Professor Chen looked up at Chen Tianran. I think you must have something special. The corner of the latter's mouth lifted slightly. As long as you listen to me, I guarantee that you'll be well fed and well drinking on this adventure trip. The sudden behavior of old Six once again brought the scene to silence. The middle-aged man in the driver's seat, on the other hand, immediately shouted, Professor Chen, listen. This kind can't be trusted. We should follow the established route to walk. Prof. Chen also twitched the corners of his mouth, thinking that your kid's seriousness is only for a few seconds? But the next second, the submarine's hull shook violently. Then there was something that rained down on the hull. Slap the slapper. The succession of sounds made the submarine's instruments gradually tend to malfunction. This instant, everyone on the scene is starting to panic. Their gazes were shocked as they looked toward Chen Tianran on the side. Chapter 110, Palmistry. I'm full of. Chapter 110, Palmistry. I'm full of. Chen Tianran's brows furrowed and his face remained grave. Turn left. His sudden change of words left the middle-aged man in the driver's seat a little confused. What? To the left? Why? Wasn't it going to the right just now? Why just? His questioning voice was met with Chen Tianran's furious glare just as he raised it. You turn when you're told to turn. Where's the doubt? As Chen Tianran spoke, a purple aura also gradually rose from his body. It was a majesty that was irresistible to people. It even makes people feel like they want to kneel down and submit. Professor Chen on the side was also slightly stunned, and suddenly began to understand why the above had to force this little tour guide to come over. I'm afraid all this has a different meaning. Instrument malfunction? Damn it. It's damn well worthy of the deep sea. It's so weird. At a time like this, we still have to rely on Chen's ability. In the midst of the shock of the live streaming aquanauts, the middle-aged man was already starting to steer to the left on command, and the very moment he turned the wheel, those malfunctioning devices were instantly restored at that moment. The strange phenomenon caused the crowd at the scene to once again turn back to look at Chen Tianran. Disbelief was written all over everyone's eyes. Can't believe what kind of science this is. Meanwhile, between them, a researcher who was by the window of the submarine had just turned around to see the decaying shark violently speeding by. He exclaimed in shock. It was also immediately looking back, but realized that the megalodon was not coming towards his submarine. But thinking back carefully, if the submarine hadn't moved just now, then it would inevitably have been rammed by this megalodon. In the midst of this deep sea, once it was rammed, then the crisis was even more unimaginable. And naturally his screaming drew the attention of the surrounding crowd. And after some explanation of everyone's eyes were also looking towards Chen Tianran once again. Their minds were filled with disbelief that, coincidence? Or is the other guy really something? The crowd couldn't figure it out. And even less so. After a few breaths, Chen Tianran then turned around and patted his dull sister. Go! Let's go play poker. Now. The dorky girl instantly blushed and pursed her lips and looked down shyly. Here? And Chen Tianran's words, even more so, caused the other people at the scene to be instantly messed up, all of them looking back at him in confusion. Until the latter explains that. A landlord. Code for that. Chen Tianran cursed angrily, and his but also resat on the ground. When his spontaneous nature reappeared, the string that was taut in everyone's heart was also loosened. The only one who came to sit beside the other in silence was Dull Sister, who hung her head with slight regret. This scene is all included in the live broadcast. The program effect is even more pulled full. I'm Nima. Sure. I'm wondering if you're talking about the landlord or not. It's still Brother Chen. Dull Sister directly uncovered her clothes, and I'm afraid Brother Chen would just take it from there as well. TSK, TSK, TSK. Scumbag Chan. Scumbag Chan. It's you who's still a scumbag. But this time the one who accompanied them to play cards was no longer the weasel spirit, but the grinning Professor Chen. Ha! Comrade Xiao Chen. What exactly was that phenomenon in the square? Why did that situation occur? Is it electromagnetic interference? Chen Tianran dropped the king bomb. No, no, no. That was purely me talking nonsense. Professor Chen, you lost. Ha! Professor Chen's face was full of confusion. This didn't react. How did the other side win? But the most crucial thing is, how can you have such a bad hand? You can't even make a pair? The biggest card is just a tick? If he hadn't watched his opponent shuffle the cards with his own eyes, he would have wondered if he was cheating. In the following games, Prof. Chen was still losing. Chen Tianran and Dull Sister put together bomb streaks against each other, beating him to the point of despair in his life. Professor Chen, do you know why you lost? Prof. Chen turned back, puzzled. The heart was startled, not realizing that the other party actually wanted to take the opportunity to play cards and then explain the phenomenon just now? Yes, bravo. No wonder they sent him here. It's all for a good reason. The water friends in the live broadcast room who were particularly familiar with Chen Tianran were slightly shaken in their hearts. Something's wrong. Something is not right. Chen definitely isn't holding his farts with that expression. It's so familiar. It's always the same before every screw up. Poor Prof. Chen is going to be played with too. In Professor Chen's expectant gaze, Chen Tianran slowly said, "Hands stink." Professor Chen looked at the other side in confusion. Chen Tianran, on the other hand, at this time, directly pulled over Dull Sister's hand, and spoke. "Look at this thick lifeline. This will definitely live to be 200 years old in the future." Then you look at the thick chakra lines, and it's clear that her luck is also very strong. That's why she was able to take the bomb. And look at her in-laws line. Speaking here, the smile on Chen Tianran's face slightly stalled. Dull Sister's originally happy expression was even more instantly frozen. "No, brother Chen? Don't you not say anything. It's scary when you don't talk." And this wave, but also to make the live water friends laugh and spray. "Numb. I'm not afraid of the fortune teller's smile, but I'm afraid of the fortune teller's sudden change of expression. Ah, absolute. This wave is really going to blow the nerdy girl's mind. Ha ha ha. Amusing me to death. Amusing me to death. Poor dorky girl." It was only after a few breaths that Chen Tianran slowly opened his mouth and said, "Ha ha ha, it's okay, I just forgot how to describe it. You have a great in-laws, and you're sure to find a very physical husband in the future. It shows?" Nerd girl was instantly excited, and Professor Chen on the side was also full of curiosity. For this kind of Xian Huang's art he has always been puzzled about their operation principle. He hastily was passing his hand over to the comrade Xiao Chen. "Take a look at mine. Let's see how old I can live to be." Chen Tianran swept his eyes at the other party's blackening tang, and then looked at the other party's already broken lifeline, and immediately laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, I don't actually know how to read faces." A remark that once again confused Prof. Chen. "Ha? No? Yeah. What fortune telling? That's all a lie." Chen Tianran smiled bashfully, and then he took out his cell phone and started to call pesticides. Compared to using the feng shui bagua technique for something else, it's better to use it to divine your opponent's next move. "What do you mean by prejudging? This is a perfect take for me." The water boys in the live room cracked up laughing. "Ha ha ha, what won't look I think Chen clearly just simply wants to touch Dull Sister's hand." "Good. What a bunch of flirty talk. It has to be brother Chen. If I had Chen's skills, I wouldn't have a problem getting married." Laughing my ass off. The effect of this wave of program is really pulling full. But just as Chen Tianran was playing the game, he was frowning once again. Chapter 111, Crazy. You need to get out of the warehouse. Chapter 111, Crazy. Are you going out of the barn? The deep sea is really something else. Chen Tianran sighed slightly. At the same time, the line of sight is also once again fell to the window in the deep ocean. The middle-aged man in the driver's seat was filled with indignation as he listened to all the banter coming from behind him. "Ha! What a phantasmagoria. It's all a lie. That was definitely all luck just now too. That's why it happened. Pure and simple." Professor Chen actually believed it? What a joke. He glanced at his mouth, and then also in silence traveled once again on his original line of travel. But right at this moment, Chen Tianran suddenly voiced out, "Turn right." The middle-aged man in the driver's seat didn't pay any attention because, in his field of vision, a very majestic underwater palace building was already appearing. He bristled. "Spin what? It's obviously almost there." And the crowd around him looked at him even more suspiciously. Lin Shang, what happened to you? Where did it go? You saw something? Lin Shan? The latter's mouth grinned and his body shivered continuously. I saw it. I saw what a majestic dragon palace. It's so beautiful. We'll be there soon. But in the middle of everyone's vision, what they saw was darkness, not half as magnificent as it could be. Only Chen Tianran once again perceived the arrival of the crisis. Without saying anything directly is to seize that Lin Sheng. Get out of the way. Under his angry roar, his body's purple aura rose up, and his words filled with the majesty of a king, but they were directly invalidated at this moment. Ha. Don't you dare try to stop us from entering the Dragon Palace. Don't try to make us fail. He kept on and repeating it, and his eyes were even getting redder. The blood filaments were taut. The scene was a bit confusing to the surrounding crowd. What the hell is going on here? Why is this happening? Could it be a mental breakdown? I don't understand it. Everyone was puzzled, but only Chen Tianran went straight to his hand, and pulled the other party up from his seat with one hand. And that Lin Sheng hissed as if he'd gone mad. I'm the driver. I'm the one. Roll. Scram. He flung his arms wildly and kept flapping. Bang. Suddenly, Chen Tianran directly caused the other party to faint with a hand slash. He then also jumped into the driver's seat in one step, and adjusted his direction to avoid that road that, until then he hadn't noticed that the path itself was already set up. Professor Chen, how did you determine your travel route? With a machine? The latter shook his head slightly. Not really, but after dedicated calculations, and marine analyst judgment. Chen Tianran frowned deeper and deeper. From the beginning of the sea, the things that constantly encountered had already made him have deep doubts. In his judgment, this submarine of theirs was constantly entering the bureau of the. It's even constantly traveling toward death's door. This is a situation that he would never believe if he said there was no human control over it. And at this time, Professor Chen also looked at Chen Tianran in confusion. Comrade Xiao Chen, what's going on with Lin Sheng just now? Why did he suddenly go crazy? He also slightly angled his head when he heard these words. You should know very well, Professor Chen. The deep sea is the easiest place to get mentally stressed to the max. And the stress that builds up over the course of that long drive is immense. Staring out the window into that deep darkness for long periods of time is even more likely to break the spirit. Upon hearing this, Professor Chen immediately exclaimed. So that's why you play landlord? To distract yourself? As soon as these words came out, the crowd at the scene once again cast a gaze of admiration towards Chen Tianran. Originally, he had thought that the other party was out of practice, but he hadn't thought that he actually did have a couple of tricks up his sleeve. The water friends in the live room also exclaimed in astonishment. I see. Brother Chen is actually quite intentional. Misunderstood. It was me who misunderstood at first. I didn't realize that Chen was actually helping the crowd in this way. Perhaps this is the high man. They always do unexpected things without realizing it. The real master. This is the real master. In the midst of everyone's shock, Chen Tianran scratched his head in embarrassment. Ha. That's right. That's what I thought. He immediately put away the embarrassment he felt inside and nodded his head vigorously. Only in the next second, the smile on his face also disappeared once again. Professor Chen. What's wrong? Prof. Chen looked at the other party with suspicion but upon noticing the other's unblinking eyes looking ahead, there was a slight uneasiness in his heart. Comrade Xiao Chen, could it be that you have also seen what Dragon Palace? The latter turned back in confusion. What are you thinking about? We're still far from our destination. Still far away? Prof. Chen looked at the location that had originally been determined to be, but the exact location we surveyed earlier shouldn't be far away, right? Chen Tianran shook his head slightly, and did not say anything more. Only in the middle of his field of vision has long been the appearance of more and more body-type excessively large deep-sea creatures. They stood on both sides as if they were the guards, and did not choose to make a move towards Chen Tianran and the others. It was as if someone had given them an order to wait for a while. The more this happened, the more shocked Chen Tianran was in his heart. It's no ordinary being who can do that. And that means, more than anything else, that the crisis that keeps surfacing. But suddenly, Chen Tianran chose to stop the ship. The sudden movement caused everyone to stumble forward a little off guard. What's wrong? Something wrong? Professor Chen also looked at Chen Tianran in confusion. But the next second, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the huge mountain-like megalodon shark under the submarine searchlight. Its whole body was already rotten, and its organs were clearly exposed. But even so, it was still alive. The mysterious and bizarre situation caused the people at the scene to widen their pupils, and their bodies couldn't stop starting to tremble. What the hell is going on here? No, this megalodon isn't dead? No, it's not. Is it? How can there still be such a creature? The water friends in the live room are also unable to sit still. Asterisk 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 asterisk? What a big megalodon. This is ing weird. Hissing. Is this the deep sea? So scary. So scary. Is it possible that this megalodon was brought back to life? What's the difference between this and a corpse? How can he be alive? Are you kidding me? What's going on in this world? It's too weird, isn't it? Everyone was shocked, but only Chen Tianran was calm and relaxed. He slowly stood up, and the weasel spirit at his feet was already quickly handing over his knife. Professor Chen, the submarine should have the ability to exit the warehouse, right? Ha! There is. Prof. Chen nodded slightly, then exclaimed, "You want to get out of the barn?" Chapter 112, The only one who dares to fool around is Chen. Chapter 112, The only one who dares to fool around is Chen. When Chen Tianran said the words to get out of the warehouse, everyone at the scene was a bit confused. They couldn't believe what this kid had burned his brains out on. Would you actually want to get out of the barn in the middle of the deep sea? At that moment, one of the researchers also immediately spoke out to stop it. Comrade, even if this place is weird enough to leave, we can only do so with a submarine. We are now in a position that is more than 9,000 meters below sea level. Every square meter of an object at this depth will be subjected to over 1,000 tons of pressure. You do realize how much a meal really weighs, don't you? He looked anxious, trying in this way to make the other give up the idea of abandoning the submarine to escape. A few other people around the room meant the same thing. Comrade Chen, there's nothing wrong with what he said. In the middle of this deep sea, the only thing that can really protect us is a submarine. Once we leave, we'll all be squished into a bloody mess. Give it up, Comrade Chen. The deep sea is not land. The water friends in the live room are also sending pop-ups that, yeah, Brother Chen, don't fool around. You can't joke about this kind of thing. Brother Chen, going out at a time like this is death. Might as well stay inside the submarine. That megalodon doesn't necessarily break the submarine. Brother Chan, let's stabilize first. Don't be in a hurry. Brother Chen, in the midst of everyone's trembling and amazement, Chen Tianran looked at them with a puzzled expression. Is the pressure terrible? When these words came out, everyone felt a wave of helplessness but they can't very well spout off that the other guy didn't go to school. But just then, the dorky girl spoke up and said, Brother Chen, you didn't go to school? Don't you know that pressure is terrible? The latter laughed. Of course I know that pressure is scary, but for today's world, it's nothing, is it? He said that he was walking towards the back, and the weasel spirit was already waiting to hand over his knife. Prof. Chen, I want to get out of the barn. Just hurry up. If we're late, something will happen. In the midst of his prodding, Professor Chen was also caught in a dilemma. By now, he was naturally able to sense that Chen Tianran was special and extraordinary. It was even possible to feel that if the other party was there, this research project might have been completed very well. But it turned out that the other party was actually a timid and fearful person. And after seeing that megalodon, he had the urge to escape. This is the deep sea. Even if you are not crushed to death by the pressure, you will still be eaten by the megalodon. What the hell is going on in the minds of these young people? Completely unreadable. Can't read it at all. But at this point in the broadcast, the water boys were able to see a hint of the, wait, if Chen wants to go out of the barn, can't it be that he wants to go and slaughter that megalodon? Good guy. This possibility is not unheard of. Indeed, this is the kind of thing Chen would do. But now the question is, how is it possible to get out when the pressure is so horrible? In the midst of everyone's skepticism, Chen Tianran spoke again. All of you, if you don't want to die, open the barn door now. Otherwise, we'll all die. In the midst of his roar, Professor Chen also jerked his head up, and a flash of confusion surfaced in his eyes as he looked at Chen Tianran. What are you going to do? Chen Tianran smiled faintly. Of course it's to save you guys. With that, he stretched out a black and gold ancient sword from a place where there was nothing. In the middle of everyone's gaze, the rust on it was already mostly gone. There is still, but it still doesn't stop it from chilling the air. Just holding it in one's hand gave one a sense of killing. The kind of gut-wrenching cold that comes out of your bones. Gulp. Professor Chen subconsciously swallowed his saliva, and after careful consideration, he also nodded his head and said, I understand. Just let you want to go out of the barn. Naturally I won't stop you too much, but you also have to take your own safety as a precondition. Don't worry, old Chen. Chen Tianran laughed out loud, and then he was walking towards the exit position. And Prof. Chen almost didn't tense up when he heard this name, but he smiled helplessly. The surrounding crowd looked at each other in disbelief, and sighed in their hearts that this young man was not really reckless. The pop-ups are flying all over the live feed. Great guy. That's an expert in the study of the ocean. How dare you call him old Chen? I'm afraid Chen is the only one who dares to fool around like this. Yeah, the only one who can fool around like that is Chen. In the midst of all the trolling, above the screen of the live broadcast, Chen Tianran is already ready to leave the position. The moment the pressure relief device finishes relieving pressure and opens the barn door, endless pressure hits instantly, and try to crush Chen Tianran into pieces in an instant. But between the same time, the Qilin blood within Chen Tianran's body began to work like crazy. It was constantly running. In the midst of this breath, already a powerful aid to his physical strength, the purple aura rose up even more again to bring him into safety. What pressurization thoroughly has little to do with him. Even to an extent, he could breathe underwater. Outside the submarine, a large number of deep-sea creatures were already gathered here. Their bodies were twisted, their appearance was strange, and their size was extremely huge. And right at this moment, Chen Tianran's appearance undoubtedly caused all the deep-sea creatures to be confused for a moment. They looked at each other wide-eyed, as if they didn't understand that there was actually someone coming out of this thing, and out at the same time as the live drone ball. The superb craftsmanship makes it easy to swim in the deep sea as well. Meanwhile, after it filmed what these deep-sea creatures looked like into the live feeds, immediately, it was an extremely strong shock. Asterisk. Are you kidding me? This is all from the deep sea? It's not that I'm uneducated. But why are there these things in the middle of the deep sea? It's not scientific. It's outrageous. This is outrageous. Why are all these things in the deep sea so huge? Everyone was shocked and dumbfounded as they watched what was happening on the live feed. And at the same time there are quite a few discordant voices popping up. And looking at ID addresses, it's clear that they're all some people from overseas. TSK? The Chinese are making movies again? And deep sea adventure, right? Chinese people just like to engage in this kind of gimmick. There is no strength. Ha. We in the beautiful country have been playing this movie effect for a long time. I can't believe you guys are still playing here. This is also too naive. It's not even a picture. So bad. Chapter 113, Jie and Jie don't run. My gout packages guys. Chapter 113, Jie. Don't run. My gout packages guys. The emergence of a pop-up screen also immediately triggered a frenzy of criticism from the nation's people. Asterisk. You think the beautiful country is the whole world? Take a good look. This mother asterisk is real-time recorded footage. What a movie. You can't even make a movie like this. Oh, joy. It's your Hollywood that can't make a movie effect like this. It's so funny. There was a lot of swearing on the air. This kind of country to country is the easiest way to stir up the waterboys to fight. After all, the number of beautiful nation people was still relatively small. But in an instant it had already been captured, defeated. Meanwhile, the beautiful country's media company, SB, has taken notice of Dull Girl's livestream. After they watched it, they agreed that it must have been the Chinese directing themselves and then making a documentary about the ocean, to attract traffic, and that's why they were even more fired up to get deep-sea explorers, and started teasing that they were about to go on a deep-sea expedition too. SB's teaser is causing quite a stir around the globe. Even in the pop-up section of the Nerd Sisters livestream, a number of sheepdogs started jumping off the bandwagon and, oh, yeah. On the subject of tombs, maybe you've got a few tricks up your sleeve, Shun. But in terms of technological power, how can China be compared to the beautiful country? Also deep-sea exploration. Not so much for a gimmick and then make a big deal out of it like that, right? No way. Just because you want to make money after the next tomb is on fire, then you start making a big deal out of all this stuff? Marketing, right? It's so much fun. 10,000 meters down in the deep sea, live people out of the barn? Ha. This kind of thing would be better to fool the little kids. Anyone with 2 years of schooling knows that it's impossible to get out of the barn in this situation. The sheepdog and donkey fist fairies were bashing away like crazy in the live feeds, and the reasoning they stood on was such that a whole lot of Iron fans simply had no reason to refute it. After all, it makes so much sense. Can't even argue with it. True to form. It's impossible for a person to get out of a warehouse freely in the middle of the 10,000 meter deep sea. If only. I'm afraid that would be movie special effects. At the same time, Liu Shangxin, who was in the 5th war zone to end his busy work, also once again took out his cell phone to watch the live broadcast. After all, the significance of this live broadcast is still relatively significant. Just when he saw Chen Tianran walking out of the submarine directly like this without any protective measures, he almost didn't tense up either. Are you human or not? Don't keep doing things like this that are so far out of the realm of possibility. How else can you explain something like this to someone? He's got Nerd Girl following along while he shoots these live feeds. In fact, there is a certain degree of wanting to do scientific and educational publicity, and then to enhance the cultural heritage of this area. But, Chen Tianran's maneuvering was directly a way to turn the science education channel into a science fiction channel, and even stepped into metaphysics. Not many people are willing to believe in his veracity anymore after something that simply can't happen has happened. So much so that the effect of public opinion on the internet has changed radically. What's going on? Brother Chen went to act in a movie? What a guy. This man. He can't be famous. Once you're famous, you can do anything. Ha ha ha. It's true. Once a person becomes popular, he's definitely going to act in movies and then rake in all kinds of money. Look at that. This is all starting to play out the deep sea theme. It's a bit of a bluff, isn't it? Go 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 go. This is going to look. The number of online viewers in the Dull Sisters live broadcast room was already at the level of over 10 million. And now with the fermentation of public opinion, has been the support of the relevant departments. So the number of online viewers of the live broadcast room is once again exceeded to 30 million. Countless water friends watched Chen Tianran just like this floating in the sea and those deep sea creatures against each other. Can't help but marvel at the, ha ha, it can be. The special effects in this movie are still very well done. I think it's okay. I think it's okay too. Especially since the modeling is done so lifelike. Awesome. It's really awesome. And I don't know what movie studio came out with it. It's really something. Similar words kept drifting across the pop-ups on the live feeds. And the dorky girl who was inside the submarine was instantly a bit confused when she looked at the barrage of pop-ups. Especially shocked, after seeing the footage from outside the cabin. I'm going. So much. It's huge. Between her exclamations of surprise, she also immediately drew Professor Chen and the others over. When the crowd saw one of the huge-sized deep-sea creatures out there, everyone's worldview felt like it had suffered a strong impact. Not. What are all these things? In all my years of studying the oceans, I've never seen that before. It's so outrageous. If I wasn't right here in person, otherwise this kind of image would definitely be taken as fake by me. The deep sea. So there is such a thing? How is this possible? Professor Chen's attention wasn't on this, but instead stared unblinkingly at Chen Tianran, who didn't have any abnormalities in the face of the water pressure. He is a human or what? Why doesn't this 1,000 tons of water pressure have any effect on him? Once these words came out, everyone once again showed a shocked expression. The expected image of Chen Tianran being crushed into a mist of blood did not appear. Instead, the other party was standing with a sword in a fight against the deep-sea creature. Just as everyone was shocked, Chen Tianran was suddenly moving. He exploded instantly as if it were lightning, even in the middle of the deep sea. It took him 1 foot to step out as if he had stepped on compacted ground, his body propelling. The black and gold ancient sword in his hand emitted a chilling light, and those deep-sea creatures had no qualms about attacking. The moment of truth. Collide with each other, and that strong wave of water kept the submarine rolling. On the live broadcast screen, Chen Tianran, on the other hand, looked like he had gotten high, launching a frantic attack, and the surrounding deep-sea creatures were even more epileptic in their attacks. But just then, Chen Tianran's lips and teeth opened, although he couldn't make a sound, but from the shape of his lips you could still tell that he shouted out, "The Lion Elegy!" Shocking blade awnings, instantaneous swinging chop. The terrifying airwave had already arrived in front of the deep-sea creature in a matter of moments. Swish! In a flash, blood stains the deep sea. Only this dark and deep place, but cannot see is. When the first deep-sea creature died in battle, it was followed by the second, the third, between one after another. A constant stream of deep-sea creatures fell, so much so that by the end of the fight, Chen Tianran had already started picking out today's dinner. Jia jia jia. Don't run. My gout packages guys. P.S. Strongly condemn Sakura Nation for dumping garbage. Sooner or later Chen will have to go and stomp the Sakura country flat one day. Grandma is fierce. Chapter 114 Exploration. The reason for the appearance of giant sea creatures. Chapter 114 Exploration. The reason for the appearance of giant sea creatures. After a disastrous battle, Chen Tianran had returned in triumph. With octopus tentacles wrapped around his waist and a huge crab pincer on his shoulder, he returned to the submarine like a god of war. After the pressure relief and some other procedures, only then appeared again in front of the eyes of the Dull Sister and Professor Chen and others. Everyone was a little silent, even a little unsure of how to express their feelings at the moment. The water friends who were always watching the live broadcast in the live broadcast room were unable to strain themselves and started sending pop-ups. Outrageous. It is really outrageous. Brother Chen, can you be a human being? Damn it. I still haven't been able to understand why this thing in the sea suddenly became so big. What the hell is going on here? What is the reasoning again? Is it possible that nuclear radiation is really causing mutations in living creatures? I've seen a lot of sea creatures get weird before. Surrounded by pop-ups, Chen Tianran was already throwing everything into a corner of the submarine, and then lamented. It's quite a harvest. It's a great harvest. So much food. Enough for a barbecue. As one sentence exited, the crowd at the scene was feeling a bit messed up. Barbecue? What a joke. We go to sea to explore. Who's got nothing better to do than get a barbecue going here? Outrageous. Don't be so outrageous, okay? The hearts of the people were all spitting. But in the face of this inhuman operation by Chen Tianran, also immediately held back from saying the words out loud. And just at this time, Prof. Chen suddenly was speaking. I've been thinking about the reason for the appearance of these huge sea creatures since just now. Upon hearing these words, the people at the scene were turning back to look at him. Prof. Chen coughed lightly twice. And I don't know if everyone remembers what happened 3 months ago when Sakura Nation dumped its wastewater? When these words came out, all the people at the scene were gradually turning ugly. And Chen Tianran, who was on the side, even had his murderous aura already risen up. If it weren't for the diplomatic relations involved, he would already be suppressing the urge to go for a 7-7. Then Prof. Chen also continued to speak. From our various studies, it appears that since Sakura Nation began dumping wastewater around the globe, just from time to time, some very bizarre phenomena start to occur. In other words, some of the non-scientific paranormal occurrences are occurring at a much higher rate. One of the body-sized mutant creatures has even been photographed from time to time. And today, even more so with the presence of such a large number of sea creatures. The moment this comment was made, it directly ignited the pop-up area of the live broadcast. Asterisk. So what was that white figure I saw on the live stream earlier? Creepy thing. In fact, it's all connected to Sakura Nation. Numb. I told you when the world suddenly changed. Turns out it was all because of Sakura Nation. Numbed. How in the world do they manage to do things that are outrageous in every era? Can this be tolerated? Cam. The pop-up section is full of curses. But the impact of this broadcast itself was more than simply domestic. Even the Sakura country is equally as crowded with people watching the live stream. When the content of the live broadcast gradually turned into a crusade against the Sakura country, the dwarfs were a bit unable to sit still. Baka. What a joke. What do we have to do with the mutation of marine life? That's it. Mutations are mutations. We didn't do it. What's more, didn't our legislators already drink the wastewater? It's not a big deal. The pathetic Chinese are just too careful. You're going to blame us for this? Oh, what a joke. Just as everyone in the live broadcast room was bickering extremely fiercely, on the live broadcast screen, Chen Tianran also fell into a burst of contemplation. This unknown danger may have something to do with the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. After all, based on some of the information in the beginner's tomb, it's clear that the place where the pearl came from is Sakura country, and it was to some extent possible to guess that they were messing things up. Chen Tianran smiled faintly. The wind is picking up. The Cherry Blossom Kingdom is almost ready to be exterminated. His words once again caused a furor to erupt in the live broadcast room. Well said. Sooner or later, we'll trample Sakura country to the ground. Grandma Tick Tick. Can this be tolerated? Of course not. Good for you. You little runt. How dare you be so tough? I'll give you a few more rounds of little boy fun. And that's the end of the conversation. After all, the matter of stepping on the leveling needs to be considered in the long run. After all, the real culprit can be more than just the Sakura Kingdom. As for Lin Shang, after the mental storm, he was still in a coma and was slow to wake up. And at this time, Prof. Chen also found Chen Tianran once again. Comrade Xiao Chen, are you sure that the direction we are traveling to now is not wrong? The latter was shuffling the cards. And, hearing this, he, too, raised his head slightly and, it can't be wrong, Professor Chen. In that case, 4 threes. Professor Chen immediately flung out the bomb. Just as the corners of his mouth were about to raise, Chen Tianran suddenly was grinning and, I'm so sorry, King Bomb, Comrade Xiao Chen, you're cheating, aren't you? Professor Chen was indignant on the spot. Chen Tianran spread his hands. Professor Chen should speak with evidence. What do you mean I cheated? Do you have any evidence? You can't slander people with empty words without evidence. Even if the Sakura Kingdom falls to wastewater, they're still making a big deal out of it. Cam, don't lump me in with the trash. Professor Chen, I mean we have to be reasonable. Chen Tianran kept explaining, while also secretly hiding the other card. The two men's argument once again created no small amount of showmanship. Sure, Professor Chen is really surnamed Chen. It's getting more and more like Chen. It's still outrageous, but anyone who stays with Chen for a long time, all will be stale. Whether it's Dull Sister, Captain Xiao, or Prof. Chen, it's all the same. Amuses me. It's so funny. For a while, the original atmosphere that was tense because of the danger was gone. Inside the 5th war zone, Lu Shangxin looked at the live broadcast screen, also slightly angled his head, very glad that this time the plan involved Chen Tianran. Otherwise, that giant sea creature alone was not something an ordinary person could fight against. Only nowadays, The winds on the internet are also changing under the guidance of those who have the intention to change. Especially when the hot search of Chen Tianran going down to the sea to slaughter giant sea beasts rushed up. The comments underneath were full of skepticism. The cow. This movie effect is still well done. That's it. This effect alone is not something a normal company can do. Oh, my god. This kind of program can be taken out as a science program? What a joke. Chapter 115, The Forbidden Land of the Dragon Palace is inaccessible. Chapter 115, The Forbidden Land of the Dragon Palace. Not to be entered. Even though a number of hardcore fans kept explaining that it was all real footage, very few people actually believed it. After all, billions of people in China watching the live broadcast still only occupies a small portion of the population. More people, who don't have all that much time to watch the live feeds, nor do they consciously scrutinize news of any kind, especially when those Buddhist monks go on the air and state that there won't be any demons or weirdos or anything like that in the world. It is even easier to convince the general public that after all, there are as many followers of Buddhism as there are people. At the same time, Chen Tianran's picture of fighting with the sea beasts in the middle of the seawater was even more unsurprisingly edited by the editing master after some passionate editing, and then directly transmitted to the short video app. This is also once again a huge wave of heat. At the same time this video is being spread overseas, only compared to the domestic green environment, the comments on the foreign network can be a lot more radical. The comments are even worse. Ha ha ha. It looks pretty bluff, but to me, doesn't it look like a new movie made by the Chinese? Ha ha ha. It's definitely a made-for-TV movie. With all the fanfare, Chinese people love to fake, laughing, still blabbering on about giant sea creatures in the sea? Take it easy. Don't worry, SB's side is already preparing to go down to the sea. What exactly is inside the sea by then? It'll be easy to expose all of them. Chinese, tremble. All your clumsy lies will be exposed. Ha ha ha. In the midst of a sneering laugh, Chen Tianran on the live broadcast screen, with his best record of 11 consecutive victories, beat Dull Sister and Professor Chen full of life and death. It even drew a few other researchers over, who, as research scholars, could be considered absolute masters in arithmetic. When you play cards, the competition is arithmetic. But on the contrary, when they met Chen Tianran, they all went down with expressions of despair and shouted under their breath that, "You definitely cheated." This could make Chen Tianran full of helplessness. Brothers, it's important to talk about evidence, right? Amidst a flurry of frolics, Chen Tianran suddenly was shouting, "Turn right, turn right." His sudden anxious appearance was instantly a cause for the atmosphere of the scene to become quite heavy. All of them are looking at the environment outside the submarine in amazement, still very claustrophobic, but did not see anything present that. Comrade Xiao Chen, what's wrong again? Is there any danger emerging? Prof. Chen was also rather nervous in his mind that, originally an atheist, but after entering the bottom of the sea, he was already somewhat wanting to find a temple to worship. Chen Tianran didn't say anything, because in his field of vision, he also didn't see any creatures, any dangers that. But the art of feng shui bagua is absolutely not wrong. Ming Ming, crisis hangs high, and how could there be no danger? His silence made the crowd even more nervous, and cold sweat gradually began to break out on everyone's foreheads. The water friends in the live room have been raising their hearts. I go to, what's going on here? Is there another one of those giant sea beasts? The deep sea is really scary. It's true that the deep sea is the real no-go area for humans. I don't know how, but I'm already getting nervous altogether. And at the same time there were a number of discordant voices bubbling up that, so good at acting. Nice pin. It's really good. At least the atmosphere of the scene is captured. Yeah, usually a lot of movies don't have the means to film this kind of weird and scary environment. It's still more of a test of filming techniques. And I don't know who the director of this movie is. What a great talent. When the live broadcast heat influence up, the people absorbed is also more and more mixed. Do not believe that the people are naturally not a few. And when confronted with these pop-ups, the dorky girl in the submarine did her best to explain that it's all true. The Iron Men. It's really not a movie. Only, no matter how much she tried to explain it, it didn't help. Even with the first Emperor's tomb underground palace in front of them, those who don't believe in it still take up the majority. Controversy rages on in the live room. Chen Tianran, on the other hand, remained in a state of vigilance for more than an hour before he breathed a sigh of relief. All right, don't all stand around. Go back and sit down. Gulp. Prof. Chen also swallowed his saliva raw, and then asked, tentatively, Comrade Xiao Chen, what happened just now? Why were you so nervous? It's okay. It's fine. Chen Tianran revealed a smile that was written with ease. But the more he did, the more the people at the scene lost their minds. Comfort. Often the most common thing said is that it's okay. It was only that Chen Tianran was unwilling to speak. So naturally, no one forced the issue. But with the atmosphere of the scene having always seemed rather weird after this, several of the researchers were sitting in their seats, then looking out the window at the pitch-black surroundings of the. Gradually, their pupils gradually began to lax, the body swayed from side to side, and a broken laugh began to escape from the mouth of the. Ha. The odd situation, once again, caused Chen Tianran to frown as he turned around and signaled Dull Sister to pull Professor Chen away. The latter was immediately using a chokehold. Stupid. You tried to kill him. Dull Sister instantly let go of her hand with a blush, then pulled Professor Chen to the corner. Professor Chen didn't get annoyed. Instead he took the opportunity to ask, Comrade Dale, what exactly does this Xiao Chen do? Why? It always feels like he's special. Him? Just a mediocre little tour guide. Nerd girl grinned even as she said that. Upon hearing this, Professor Chen was also filled with helplessness, shook his head inside, and did not ask any more questions. The water users in the live room have been sending pop-ups that, nerdy girl, you're getting stale, laughing my ass off. You're really getting more and more like Chen the more you live, aren't you? Outrageous. You call this an ordinary little tour guide? Whose tour guide can also divine? He can also kill sea animals. Don't be ridiculous. Surrounded by the pop-ups, Chen Tianran was already walking towards those three people. At the same time, the feng shui bagua technique in his body was also operating instantly. The palpitating sense of crisis that had originally disappeared also struck again. Exactly. Chen Tianran had just uttered a sound, and the researcher in that seat was already rushing towards him. Kill. Offenders of the sea. Death. The Dragon Palace is forbidden. Do not enter. Die. The treacherous situation once again made Chen Tianran's face gloomy. Facing the several researchers rushing towards him, Chen Tianran also raised his hand slightly helplessly. Snap. Reward each person with a big mouth. A powerful slap. It instantly made them fall to the ground unconscious. But the next second, bang! A huge force slammed into the submarine instantly. P.S. Sakura must die. Chapter 116, Turtle Breath Technique. Men of China. Chapter 116, Turtle Breath Technique. Men of China. The submarine's hull rocked violently. Professor Chen and Dull Sister, who are still safe and sound, are also in a panic and are dripping cold sweat. But yet, in the next second, they felt as if their feet were grabbed by something then fixed in place. Not so much that they would fall. Professor Chen lowered his head in confusion, and in the next second, he saw the weasel spirit, who was revealing a humanized smile. What? Weasels? Why is there a weasel? I am also hallucinating. It's over. When Dull Sister heard this, she also quickly relieved herself. And, Professor Chen, this is not an illusion. Xiao Huang is Chen's little follower. It was only upon hearing these words that Professor Chen once again cast his eyes towards that weasel spirit. Only then did he realize that the other party was carrying a black and gold ancient knife on his back, and just by looking at the hilt alone, he could tell that it was the same knife that Chen Tianran had used earlier. But that's why he was completely confused. When you get on the boat, that's what everyone is staring at. When did you get an extra weasel spirit? How the hell did that happen? Professor Chen's face was filled with doubts and shock, and his eyes towards Chen Tianran were even more surprised, just compared to the shock brought to him by the weasel spirit. The unknown and lurking crisis outside that submarine was the most terrifying. One blow is what caused the submarine's hull to shake violently. Could it be another one of those sea creatures showing up now? He swallowed his saliva raw, not daring to move. Now, one can only hope for a miracle from Chen Tianran. The deep sea, it eats people. But after he had seen Chen Tianran's miraculous performance, he realized that the deep sea ate the weak. Inside the live broadcast room, when that camera swept over to the weasel spirit, the crowd was a little confused. What's going on? When was there an extra weasel spirit? What a guy! What's going on? What's going on here? Why is a weasel on a submarine? Not true. Why is it carrying a black and gold ancient sword behind it? Isn't this Chen's knife? Good man. It's outrageous. Really outrageous. And the water boys who didn't think it was all true in the first place spewed that. It's so fake, isn't it? This movie was made. Come on. They say it's a marine propaganda movie. What are you doing with a weasel? Are you going to advertise to foreigners that animals in China have come to life? TSK. Is this the limit of Kokonan's imagination? It's really amusing. What do you think? So that's the key to the quality of our Chinese movies not going up, right? This money is taken and spent on some unnecessary CG animation. It's such a waste. Ha. If you ask me. As opposed to watching this movie promo, We might as well look forward to SB News' upcoming ocean exploration film. After all, SB News is from the beautiful country. The authenticity is a match. I'm not sure how this is going to end. When people send out videos to reveal that there are no so-called giant sea creatures in the deep sea, then I'll see how it ends. The skepticism continues. But Pai's Chen Tianlan's attention wasn't even on that, as he vaguely sensed the presence that was hovering outside the submarine. That size. Looks like a whale. If it's a whale, it's going to look like a bit of a problem. After all, with that size, he wasn't sure if he could kill it with a single slash. A slash would be more troublesome if it didn't kill you. After all, the amount of time you can breathe in the water is also relatively limited. It's especially hard in the middle of the deep sea. Some earlier fighting had brought this to his attention. And now. Ding! Congratulations to host Dragon Palace Mausoleum exploration progress has reached 1%. Obtaining the reward turtle breath technique. Yes, bravo. It's still you, Tatsuko. What I am missing you come. I'd like to say now that I'm short of pearls, so you can just send them over. Chen Tianran chanted in his mind, but the system's voice immediately came to an abrupt end. He didn't care too much. After all, this wave came up with the turtle breath technique, which was a nice bonus. With this bonus, it would seem a lot easier to fight in the water yourself. Jia. Gout packages people. Someone Chen is coming again. Immediately, Chen Tianran was putting away his thoughts and pacing towards the pressure relief chamber. Seeing this, Prof. Chen immediately shouted, Comrade Xiao Chen, what are you doing? That commotion outside. Can't go out. The latter turned back and laughed. This deep-sea exploration is of great significance. It must not fail. Professor Chen's body also trembled slightly after hearing those words. What a man of China. This is the real good man of China. He subconsciously made a military salute towards the other party. Chen Tianran returned the courtesy. Just as she was about to leave, Dull's sister also opened her mouth and said, Brother Chen, come back safely. I want to play poker with you. As she spoke, her cheeks flushed slightly, and at this time, Professor Chen also interjected. I'm in. Dull's sister instantly grimaced, as if she could squeeze out black water. And Chen Tianran just smiled. Don't worry. This battle. Never lose. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room also kept surging. What a great guy. What did the nerdy girl mean by that just now? Did she really want to play cards? Or does she want to play cards? Asterisk. Sure. Professor Chen you still don't understand the coded language of the youth. You actually want to join? Amusing me to death. The dorky girl's expression instantly grimaced. Ha ha. Laughing my ass off. Ha ha. Meanwhile, waterbenders who questioned the broadcast are speaking out. There's one thing to be said for this plot. It's somewhat interesting, but doesn't it take into account that there's no way for a person to swim peacefully in the middle of the deep sea? Hey, let's just say it's so fake. It's so fake that I want to turn it off already. Boring. Uninteresting. Deliberately melodramatic. You're being deliberately heroic, aren't you? Oh, this is the level of production in Kokonan. You should at least follow the example of other beautiful countries to get a beautiful captain. It's so boring. I can already envision another instantaneous second in the fight later on. After all, constant fighting sure burns a lot of money. I don't think there's any later on though, is there? After all, after this fight, it's time to say, I'll guard the peace of the world blah blah blah. Ha ha, upstairs is really a middle child. Amidst the voices of skepticism, Chen Tianran carried his sword into the pressure relief chamber, and after a series of treatments, he took a deep breath and his turtle breath technique instantly kicked in. One step forward instantly disappeared into the sea. Chapter 117. The seawater hit the body, but it was immediately separated by the purple and blood-colored aura. Chen Tianran slowly swam with his sword, and his five senses were unleashed to the extreme. He's constantly feeling something around him. But suddenly, Chen Tianran felt an inexplicable sense of watching. Subconsciously, snapping back, a large and shaped, the stuff of legendary dragons. What? Chen Tianran subconsciously exclaimed in shock, even a bit without holding the long knife in his hand. Although he knew that this was the so-called Dragon Palace Mausoleum, but how could he not expect that a dragon would directly emerge? Especially with that slender body. Even more so, he was constantly trembling in his heart. The appearance of dragons also means that many stories from ancient times, I'm afraid they are all true. And between the same time, the HD equipment of the live broadcast drone was also filming that peek of a glimpse of the dragon into the live broadcast in this darkness. It was rather vague, but it still set off a large amount of turmoil in the broadcast room. What? What did I see? Is that a dragon? Are you kidding me? There really are ancient dragons in this world? No way. Are you kidding me? I'm not dreaming. Am I? A dragon? What does this look like? It's clearly a dragon. What's going on in the world? Legendary things are starting to pop up. It's crazy. It's crazy. And the waterbenders who were already questioning this are launching a frenzied offense of that. Ha? Dragon? Are you kidding me? Don't you have any common sense? These so-called dragons are creatures that people fantasized about in ancient times due to feudalism. How dare you make a movie about ocean exploration? How can you afford to let the children watch the live broadcast? How irresponsible. I can't believe I'm filming this kind of thing that will make people misunderstand. It's really great. Outrageous. Truly outrageous. Why do we have to shoot dragons? Wouldn't it be better to get some normal aquatic products to shoot? I kind of want to ask you national nannies, can't you keep your feet on the ground? A little bit of footwork would kill you, wouldn't it? You are purely poisoning the next generation with this kind of shooting. For a while, the storm also took the internet by storm. More and more people who were agitated began to slam Chen Tianran for taking on this kind of tone-deaf science work after exploring the tomb of the first emperor burst into flames. I'm sure people are all like this when they're popular. It's too ugly to eat incense. Ha! It really makes you want to vomit. I can't believe they even made a dragon. How dare you get any more outrageous? Yeah, good for you. You're going straight to the movies, aren't you? I'm going to report you. I'll report you on the spot. The internet is getting hotter and hotter. Lu Shangxin, who was in the fifth war zone, looked at the screen above his cell phone, and the corners of his mouth were twitching. The world. There are actually real dragons. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. A side guard, on the other hand, was puzzled and, General, there's some strong criticism of Chen Tianran on the internet right now. Do you think you should? No need. Let the bullets fly for a while. Lu Shangxin tilted his head to the ceiling and, the way things are today, there are definitely some things that can't be hidden. So there's also a lack of a better time to make an announcement. A good time? The guard queried. What do you mean? Oh, isn't SB News preparing an ocean adventure program? Isn't it trying to poke holes in our fake facade of this live program? Then let him poke and prod. I see. The guard nodded as realization dawned on him instantly. So we'll be ready to make the announcement once the SB News Agency's program goes live? Pretty much. Lu Shangxin nodded slightly. Only until then, we should still focus on Chen Tianran and the others. If we can get the pearl this time, this will be the most favorable help for our country of China. General, I'm afraid there will be a lot of eyes on this matter. Do you think you want to see it? Lu Shangxin grinned. Ha ha. Fearless, the guard thought again and realized. Yes. At those words, the guards also clenched their fists, and their hatred for Sakura had long been overflowing. And at the same time, on the cell phone screen, Chen Tianran's figure shifted. Just like the fish in the deep sea that is most adapted to fighting, he is already approaching in just an instant. The black and gold ancient sword in his hand even began to slash explosively without a second thought. Lion elegy. Chen Tianran hissed madly in his mind. At the same time, the black gold ancient blade in his hand violently erupted with an extremely powerful attack. But the dragon in front of him didn't have any sense of fear, and even found it amusing. It raised its giant claw and gently slapped it down. Bang! Mutual contact between the two offenses. Immediately it was a strong wave of air that erupted. It even pushes the submarine away in an instant. And this was only the first shot in their battle. Immediately after that, the blade chi poured out damage as if it were raining madly. And Chen Tianran was also showing a rare hint of fatigue. Facing this kind of terrifying existence of unknown battle power, the only way to have a slight chance was to go all out. The unicorn blood in his body immediately began to exert a strong effect, and his physique and strength were also uplifted to a great extent. Drink! Under the turtle breath technique's enhancement, he hardly needed to deliberately conserve his physical strength, conserve his oxygen, and any drawbacks from earlier in the sea were now gone. Bang! Bang bang! The battle between the two sides is gradually entering into a white heat. Scorched, and it is difficult to distinguish the real high and low for a while. And the two figures, one large and one small, are extremely visually appealing. Slaying dragons with a mortal body? Brother Chen, it's worthy of you. So fierce. I seem to sense that I'm afraid Chen is doing all this for the sake of China too. No need to doubt. Whether it was the previous exploration of the tomb of the first emperor or now, everything Chen did was for the sake of China. He never cares about his own gains and losses. But, after fighting for so long, Chen's oxygen is going to be insufficient, isn't it? And those who also had the same idea included Professor Chen and Dull Sister, who were in the submarine. Oops. Normal people can't hold their breath and dive for that long in the middle of the deep sea. The lungs will explode. How can this be carried? It's clearly nonsense. Professor Chen looked at Chen Tianran on the live broadcast screen with a face full of shock. His heart had long since been lifting up huge waves. Normal people do. But Dull Sister immediately recalled all the subconsciousness in the beginning Emperor's tomb and said, "But Chun he has good physical strength." Professor Chen turned back with an odd expression on his face. "I forgot to write the chapter name, so I can't add it. Hey, it sucks. Brothers, give some votes. Give some reward nah." Chapter 118, The Crippled Dragon Palace. Water Sheltering Pearl. Chapter 118, The Crippled Dragon Palace. Water Sheltering Pearl. Nerd Girl's line about being physically fit really confused the crowd on the air. "Ha? What's going on? What's this wolf talk I'm hearing? It's not right. Not right. It's not right. What kind of physical strength is that? Yeah, good for you. These two really do have a little secret. Good for you. You've finally blown it, haven't you?" In the midst of the pop-ups, on the other side of the battle within the Chen Tianran was already in a state of sound battle, the black and gold ancient sword in his hand constantly slashing out ripples. Even more so, he kept casting this terrifying blade chi, but even so, it still couldn't do any substantial damage to the dragon directly. This was greatly related to the layers of scale armor on the other party's body surface. But just then, Chen Tianran roared again, and the Qilin blood in his body even erupted with unrivaled battle power. 36 troublesome winds. The black and gold ancient sword in his hand continuously swung and chopped. Dao blade chi flew across the sky. It was even swirling in the water. The special effects like battles continued to refresh people's perceptions, and between the same time, everyone was realizing a point that asterisk. How did he hold his breath for so long? Damn it! How is this possible? Something's wrong. It is really not right. Who in their right mind could hold their lungs that long? Damn it! Asterisk. Is Chen planning to break the world record for this breath-holding time? What a world record! To be able to enter the deep sea below 10,000 meters. It's a record in itself. Just as everyone was shocked, the dragon in the middle of that scorching battle abruptly disappeared. Chen Tianran, who was frantically pouring out attacks, also stopped moving at this moment. Run away? In the midst of his powerful senses, the other party hadn't really left. Only the place where the other party was now was completely unperceivable. He frowned slightly and was just about to turn around and leave when a strong magnetic field fluctuation suddenly came. That originally muddy sea water was instantly restored, and in the next second, a magnificent, ancient architectural city had appeared before his eyes. Only an extremely strong aura of death remained on it. The Yin-Chi was so compelling that even Chen Tianran felt a slight tremor in his mind. This scene, naturally, was transmitted into the live broadcast. What? Is there really a city at the bottom of the sea? Is this the legendary Dragon Palace? It can't be, can it? This is the Dragon Palace? I go. It's outrageous. It's really unimaginable. This is actually the legendary Dragon Palace. However, this dilapidated look is too spooky, right? Everyone was shocked, while at the same time a number of unpleasant voices came out and, Dragon Palace? Don't be ridiculous. Anyone who has read Journey to the West knows that the Dragon Palace is glorious. How can this be the Dragon Palace? You're kidding. Ha ha ha. Kok nam ha. Guan nam. So you're making a Dragon Palace just to get attention? Please, go read Journey to the West more often. Happy to die. You call this wreck of a place a Dragon Palace? That's not a good show effect at all. In the submarine, Professor Chen looked out the window at everything, and his mind was suffering from strong shocks, with regard to the deep sea, of which they know very little in itself. Even many instruments malfunction when they reach the deep sea and so on. That's why, in the absence of absolute technological power, the exploration of the deep sea has been in a state of limbo, and the appearance of the city in the sea today is undoubtedly an indication that many of the myths and legends of ancient times drew on things that already existed. As a historical researcher, Prof. Chen's excitement about all of this was undoubtedly far greater than any other person's, but at the same time a doubt rose in his mind that, this huge city, how does it exist at the bottom of the sea? A few minutes later, Chen Tianran is already back in the submarine. He took off his wet clothes, revealing that a piece of ramrod muscle. See, the dull sister wide-eyed raised his hand to cover his face, shyly peeping from the cracks of his fingers. Brother Chen, how can you just take off your clothes? I'm still a girl. The latter pressed on without choosing to hitch a ride, his mind now filled with the likeness of this bizarre underwater city. Among the feedback from the Feng Shui Bagua technique, the description of the place is ambiguous. Roughly speaking, it's a 50-50 split between life and death. It's up to you whether you'll live or not, and the location of that Dragon Palace Mount Tomb is right here. Chen Tianran was still a little hesitant. After all, this exploration was no better than the previous beginning Emperor's Tomb, and it was even more crisis-ridden. But just then, the weasel spirit on the side pulled out a few beads and, my lord, This is the water-avoiding pearl that Auntie asked me to bring you. Ha! Chen Tianran's face surfaced with astonishment, vaguely having a feeling of being caught up in the wrong path. Suddenly the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing an evil smile. And, yeah, counting on me. Ha! As soon as he saw the other party showing this expression, the weasel spirit had a feeling of chrysanthemum tightness, and immediately was backing up a few steps. No. It has nothing to do with it. My lord. The little thing was trembling all over, not daring to say more than half a word at all. And Chen Tianran also did not have too much in the other side of the mind to settle scores, but also wait until after to find that a few big fairy to settle scores. If you put the math on your own head, how can you get past it without paying a price? He then handed the water-avoiding beads directly to Dull's sister. Open your mouth and hold it. Never let go. Otherwise, once you lose your breath, you're bound to be in great danger. Dull's sister honestly took the water-avoiding beads in her mouth and Professor Chen, who was listening to the conversation between the two, suddenly had a black line appearing on his forehead, always feeling that this was a bit strange. However, he could not say it. He did not wait for Chen Tianran to urge him to also immediately contain it. Seeing this situation, Chen Tianran also slightly angled his head. For the authenticity of the water avoidance pearl, he was already feeling the specialness of it when he entered his hand. A faint power contained therein could vaguely bring about extreme adaptability. Just as the three men were making preparations for the water boys on the air couldn't hold it together. Ah. Chen brother, what are the words of the tiger and the wolf? Damn it's outrageous. I'm blind, what the hell are you guys talking about? Hissing, the more I hear, the more confused I get, the more it sounds like a small website. And at the same time there are more and more skeptical voices out there. A water balloon? No way. You think you're in a movie? Okay, alright. What was promised to be a science fiction movie turned out to be a metaphysical movie, didn't it? Outrageous. How dare you be more outrageous? Dare the director of this movie to jump out and let me hammer him twice? Who else would have this so-called water pearl in a science fiction movie? Can't you be that outrageous? Can you be a little more rigorous? Meanwhile, Lu Shangxin in the 5th war zone was messed up. Chapter 119, Quirky. 9 deaths. Chapter 119, Quirky. 9 deaths. Lu Shangxin looked at the content on the cell phone live screen. The whole person's brain is a little blank. Said good exploration of the deep sea? Looking for that one pearl that can change everything. How did the drawing style get so weird? If I didn't know it was all true. He was going to start wondering if this movie producer could make a movie. But looking at that one little weasel spirit, it all seemed to make sense. Treacherous elves do exist in the world. And if the water avoidance beads can be proven to be really effective, wouldn't that be a side note that the existence of the pearl is also real? When Lu Shangxin thought of this, he was already unable to control himself and clenched his fists. In the face of danger, as a warrior, but cannot personally go into battle, the heart's reluctance is also intensified. And just then, the submarine slowly picked up speed. After several minutes of sailing, it was also officially landed. The houses of the crumbling city ahead were treacherous, and to enter them in a submarine was bound to create a lot of trouble. Coupled with Chen Tianran's proposal to walk, the two nodded in agreement. Under these circumstances, the only way out was to listen to him. Only for the validity of this water-avoiding bead, the two still had no small amount of skepticism, especially when it gets into the water. Will it be crushed into mush by the water pressure? Chen Tianran smiled. Professor Chen, there are many things in the world that have no way to be explained by the power of present-day technology, but I can assure you that this water avoidance pearl is far more powerful than we have imagined. But, this, Prof. Chen still had his doubts, but just then, Dull's sister said, with her water avoidance beads in her mouth, Prof. Chen is not afraid. Let me take the lead. For Brother Chen, I still believe in it. At those words, Professor Chen's old face slightly flushed. Although he was old, a girl grabbed ahead of him to go on an adventure. The heart is more or less in the right place, but when he saw this next scene, he was instantly relieved. Just see the nerdy girl, skillfully pouting, and tugging up the waist of her own pants, feeling the familiar strangling sensation, and saying, with all her might, come on, Brother Chen, grab it, I'm ready. At this moment, the scene was plunged into a deathly silence. Chen Tianran reached out his hand, but again felt that it was a bit inappropriate, while Professor Chen, who was watching the scene from the side, suddenly turned red in his old face and threw his head away. And young people nowadays are so good at this. Inside the live room, the water friends are even more taut. And what a guy, what a great guy. You two are playing with real flowers. Hey, don't bring your personal fetishes to the live broadcast. Be careful of having your account blocked. Outrageous. It's really outrageous. Do you two dare to be more outrageous? Surrounded by the pop-ups in the live broadcast, Chen Tianran waved his hand and slapped it away. Snap. Grab your ass. Hurry up and get out. It's not like this is a cliff. There's nothing to hold on to. Oh, nerd girl, full of regret and with her head bowed, eased into the middle of the pressure relief chamber and then right in the middle of Professor Chen's pair of old eyes, he walked out of the submarine like nothing. What? Really? It really can avoid water? How the hell did this happen? What kind of scientific phenomenon is this? In the midst of his doubtful questioning, Chen Tianran spoke faintly. There's nothing strange about that. The world is a big place, isn't it, Professor Chen? With that, he too entered the pressure relief chamber and left the submarine. Looking at Professor Chen, who came out of the submarine one after another, the corners of his mouth twitched at once. Odd. I'm afraid the most outrageous one is you, Comrade Xiao Chen. Prof. Chen sighed slightly, and then he slowly entered the pressure relief chamber with a tense mood. And then he flicked the switch with some mental gaming. The barn door opened slowly. Swish. The seawater surged in. But he was surprised to find that there was nothing wrong with his body at all. It doesn't even feel like there's no oxygen. So much so that it's the ability to breathe freely. He looked at Chen Tianran in the distance in shock. His old eyes filled with shock. And this scene is even more shocking to the live broadcast water friends. Is this a fake or a movie? What the hell? Is there really such a thing as a water-avoiding pearl in the world? I have the feeling that my brain is going to crack. Wacky. It's really weird. I can't figure it out. Why in the world did this turn out this way? Waterproof beads? So magical things really exist? Everyone was shocked, and doubt was written all over their faces. And Lu Shengxin in the 5th Military Region even slapped the table with both hands. Asterisk. The deep sea under 10,000 meters is actually nothing at all? Originally, he wouldn't feel surprised by whatever behavior Chen Tianran did, but now a water-avoiding bead allows that Professor Chen, who is over 55 years old, to go out to sea freely. This is absolutely appalling. He, too, immediately stabilized his cluttered heart and prepared to report the situation to his superiors, the group of donkey fighters who were already looking at Chen Tianran with displeasure. Seeing this unnatural scene, did not hold back their punches for a moment. TSK. Fake. It is really fake. I put up with fighting monsters earlier. Now you're going out of the barn with a water balloon in your mouth? And in 10,000 meters of water? Please? Can you not be so outrageous? This is a sign of Guanan's lack of imagination. I wonder if we'll have to say that everything in the classic of mountains and seas is true in the future. Ha ha ha. Happy death. Yamaha Sutra. Laughing my ass off. And one of them named Clip the Treasure ID even attacked extremely ferociously. What kind of laborious show is this? It's not even a fraction as good as SB News. I feel like people can look forward to more of the deep sea exploration programs created over there. After all, the programs that come out of the beautiful country are certainly fine programs. There's no way such a mysterious and treacherous phenomenon could have occurred. These words, directly as triggered a great effect, also as making more and more people began to pay attention to the SB News Agency's deep sea exploration program. And at the same time in the middle, has been out of the warehouse of Chen Tianran did not directly toward the ancient city. Instead, he took out a couple of copper coins and tossed them up and the water is rippling. Chen Tianran's lips and teeth slightly opened and closed, chanting an obscure divination incantation in a silent voice. Professor Chen, who was on the side, saw this situation, and the shock in his heart grew stronger. And the moment that copper coin fell, all three people's attention was drawn to it. Chen Tianran's brows were furrowed as he watched Dull Sister and Professor Chen's faces fill with worry. But at this time, Chen Tianran gave a gesture to the two to indicate that it is okay. At the same time, said that this time the trigrams are not bad. He gestures and writes a line on the ground. 9 deaths. The current immediately dispersed 4 large letters that. Professor Chen and Dull Sister looked at Chen Tianran with a face full of confusion. Brothers, ask for favorable reviews. Ask for favorites. Ask for bounty pull. Chapter 120 Weirdness. Aura Revival. Chapter 120, Weirdness. Aura Revival? 9 deaths in 1 life. Prof. Chen was instantly filled with questions and began to gesture to ask Chen Tianran what the meaning of 9 deaths in 1 life was again. The Dull Sister on the side also looked at the latter in surprise. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room were even more frantic. Asterisk. Chen's fortune-telling is actually a 1 in 9 chance of survival? Is a crumbling ancient city like this that dangerous? No way. This is outrageous. Is this right or not? It's not random, is it? Divination? You're kidding, right? How in the world can that exist? I'm now increasingly skeptical that the previous matter of the tomb of the first emperor's underground palace was actually a program effect. Who says it isn't? It's definitely Kokonan's way of creating heat. In the albino temple, the Qinglian presiding officer sat cross-legged in his meditation room, and after learning that all of the people of the Buddhist sect had fallen, his face became more and more unsightly. Also as a result, contacted some sailors began to attack on the network. Let's see how long you can resist the onslaught of public opinion. But he knew deep down that this alone would not solve the problem at its root. Amitabha Buddha. My Buddha is compassionate. Since you want to be an enemy of my Buddhist sect, you must be prepared to go to hell. Qinglian stood up and opened the chamber in the midst of the Zen room. In the next instant, sharp and ear-piercing voices that sounded like hellish devils came out from it. Same time, in a commercial house in a neighborhood, a man is watching a live stream of a dorky girl jerking off while. It's kind of fun. Movies are made with that flavor nowadays. 9 deaths in 1 life? It sounds rather bluffing, but I guess it's an effect of psychological suggestion. Just as he was saying this, suddenly, the sound of water dripping from the kitchen faucet came to his ears, and snap, puzzled, the man got up and walked out of the room and closed it. But when he returned to his room, the sound of dripping faucets was once again heard outside. What's going on? Is this faucet hardly aging? The man huffed slightly and turned off the faucet again in exasperation. But just as he was about to step into the room, the faucet rattled with the sound of turning. Squeak. An unspeakably eerie feeling began to climb up his body and the man's pupils slowly contracted. His body subconsciously began to turn back, and his mind was already beginning to recall the various recent news on the internet. Could it be that there really are demons and shenanigans in the world? Suddenly, the moment he turned around, a green face came up. The number of EMS trips this night was several times higher than usual, and the number of calls to the police station skyrocketed several times. In the dark, everyone had a feeling as if something was constantly brewing and about to happen. Lu Shangxin, who was in the 5th Military Region, naturally received the relevant report. Is this the precursor to an impending crisis? The guard looked at the report and wondered. Chief, what exactly is the crisis? Why are there so many weird things going on? Lu Shangxin looked up at the ceiling slightly and, it's top secret. But for now, it's about time to cut loose. The guard's body shook violently, and a grave expression spread across his face. And then Lu Shangxin opened his mouth and said, in fact it is a prophecy that has been conveyed for thousands of years and is said to have been handed down during the time of the Yellow Emperor. It says that an unprecedented calamity will break out in the land of Chinese civilization thousands of years from now. And a normal plague is, in layman's terms, a demonic revival. It can also be described as a resurgence of the aura. Any magical event will happen again. It's only relatively speaking that the revival of the aura should be a good thing. According to these obscure sources, people in ancient times had the ability to fly through the air, and when the aura recovers, this will happen again. What? Flying in the sky? The guard immediately felt his brain buzzing like he was listening to a novel. Lu Shangxin nodded. At first I didn't believe it either, but as the things amongst the prophecies continued to come true, especially when Chen Tianran appeared, this prophecy was also most favorably corroborated. But the fact is that such a being also appeared decades ago. Lu Shangxin once again fell into a long reminiscence. That man is the military god, Chen Tianran's grandfather. Oh, it really is a lineage. He continued. In reality, the aura revival is nothing. The key lies in that demon revival. In the prophecy, once the demons are revived, it will be a disaster. Only the pearl can solve it. And that is why we must go in search of the pearl. After hearing these words, the guard also felt that his worldview had been opened up a notch. There had been speculation as to whether or not there really was a spooky presence in the world. And today, confirmed. Just when he wanted to ask again, the horrifying picture was already appearing on the live broadcast screen in front of him. What? This damn. Only to see Chen Tianran, who was holding a sword in one hand, suddenly swing his long sword towards the distance. The terrifying blade chi instantly wrapped the flames and sprinted away. But in an instant, it was to set the road in front of him ablaze. The scene stunned the crowd once again. And, nerd girl, how did this get here? The sea. It's the sea. Prof. Chen, hell no. All the old man's life's learning is fake? The pop-ups in the booth are boiling over. What a great guy. Nowadays, playing with special effects is not at all scientific. Is it? Good. Setting fire inside the sea? Even burning that violently? Sure. Too much show. How dare you be more fake? Damn it. In the midst of everyone's amazement, where that was burned by the blazing fire, suddenly several electric eel-like existences began to rise. They twist their bodies, constantly squirming, The body burned by the flames began to curl up continuously, and there were even a few of them that directly rushed towards Chen Tianran and the others. A horrifying scene that once again shook everyone to their core. Asterisk 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 asterisk. There's an ambush here? What a guy. This is if you don't find out in advance. Wouldn't it be a head bite to go over there? Outrageous. Get out of the way. Brother Chen. In the midst of pop-up exclamations, Chen Tianran merely raised his hand and waved his sword. The giant electric eel was cut into two. The poof fell to the ground. The scarlet blood immediately diffused. Chen Tianran beckoned to the two people beside him, and Professor Chen was obviously still immersed in this shock without slowing down. The only one who was excited was Dull Sister, who ran to the side of a roasted eel and tore off a piece of fish meat with her hand. Blah 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 blah. A face full of happiness. Chen Tianran. Prof. Chen. The live streaming aquatic friends are also frantically posting pop-ups in the midst of their astonishment. Asterisk 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 asterisk. If I'm not mistaken, Chen wants you to rush not to eat. Nice guy. How can you eat with a water pearl in your mouth? This ventriloquism is a bit cowhide. Sure. You really dare to put it in your mouth. Chapter 121 also see SB News Service. Giant Corpse Crawler. Chapter 121, also read SB News Agency. Giant Corpse Cache. Dull Sister barfed her food, but noticed the odd gazes of Chen Tianran and Professor Chen. She handed over a piece of meat suspiciously. Seeing this, Prof. Chen also immediately took it and took a mouthful experimentally. Yummy. He then gave a thumbs up, expressing his inner appreciation. Only Chen Tianran looked at the two with a face full of disgust, and even spread his hands helplessly. And then he stood aside with a face full of righteousness and made a gesture for them to hurry up and eat. After eating, they still have to go on the road. Nerd Girl nodded vigorously, indicating that the food was delicious. Will definitely eat more myself. Prof. Chen also nodded hard. Chen Tianran. He was then using his cell phone to type out the relevant words to inform the two. Until this moment, the dorky girl was unhappy to let go of the fish. This scene is even more to make the live broadcast water friends laugh to break the defense. Ha ha ha, I can't, laughing my ass off. It turns out Chen was urging them to hurry up and eat. As a result, the dorky girl thought she was asking her if it was good. Sure. Not bad for you, dorky sister. How can you understand it like that? You're worthy of being a dorky sister after the stereotypes. It's not just the dorky sister. Even Prof. Chen is getting out of sorts. Laughing my ass off. Going further and further down the crooked road. But then again, looking at it this way, it looks like Chen is the only sane person in the dark. Hissing. Didn't see it coming. Today's brother Chen is extraordinarily serious. Does it mean that the Chen that is shown is the real Chen only when there is a crisis at hand? This is the Chen I'm a fan of. Love it, love it. Afterwards, Chen Tianran continued on his way with the two of them after some small wait, and while crossing the sea of fire that was still in the midst of burning, he showed even more vigilance. This made Dull Sister and Professor Chen couldn't help but be shrinking their necks and gathering together in fear. The only way to feel safe enough was to stay behind Chen Tianran. A human weapon. No joke. He took 3 steps and paused, all the while scrutinizing the condition of the sizzling, cooked electric eel, from time to time picking apart the flesh of the other side with his black and gold ancient knife, observing it carefully, and Professor Chen couldn't help but marvel at this scene as he watched this young man look as if he had a big grin on his face. But in reality, he was a very meticulous person. In order to remove the danger, they actually had to examine the body. It is simply prudent to do so. The Dull Sister on the side, however, had her eyes narrowed slightly, vaguely understanding what was going on. The only people who laughed like crazy were the water boys on the air. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How come Chen's hand is exactly the same as when I ate fish? What the hell? Brother Chen, did you pretend to do all that earlier? Now you're picking? Wrong. He was most likely making sure the fish were not dead. After all, it's still dangerous once it recoils. That's true. So it seems Chen is getting serious. He's still eating fish. In the next second, on the live broadcast screen, Chen Tianran seemed to see the aristocrat among the fishes, and as soon as he picked it over with a black and gold ancient knife, and got some cumin out of his pocket to smear on it, a bite followed. Yummy. He immediately was comparing to both the Dull Sister and Professor Chen. On the spot, the two of them fell into silence, especially Prof. Chen was filled with helplessness, saying that the most outrageous person is really still this guy. He and Dull Sister then joined the tiger's mouth once again. The original 9 deaths froze and the trio interpreted it as a food journey. Then the 3 of them also set off again. The dilapidated condition within this ancient city was already at a very high level of. There's no way to tell when this was built. Prof. Chen kept observing and researching, and from time to time, He also had to use his water pressure-resistant cell phone to take photos and records. Only Chen Tianran still had that scornful expression, constantly looking around. The feng shui bagua technique never stopped working. The crisis here is only going to be several times higher than at the tomb of the first emperor. And this performance of his, to a number of jet-setters, was pure and simple acting. The TSK, TSK, TSK. Still pretending. Didn't you just have a relaxing and enjoyable meal? Deep-sea science popularization. You've got to look like a scientist. Too funny. People who don't know come in thinking there's really some big crisis. And it says 9 lives to live. Ha ha ha. What's so dangerous about the oceans? The earth is all human. Humans are the real masters. This movie making is so funny. Meanwhile ID's name is Klitpa and he continues to instigate the bandwagon. Just got inside information. Rumor has it that the program over at SB News is just a few hours away from going live. By then everyone can totally go see the deep-sea sci-fi over there. This fake program filmed by Coconan is not interesting at all. Makes sense. Looking forward to it already. Who says it isn't? I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Meanwhile, across the ocean, the SB News crew was in full swing setting up the scene. And they were also getting full support from Rasta. Get a highly technological submarine for their deep-sea shoot. Ha ha ha. That subscience program in China is still so fake. After all, they are Chinese. What more can one ask for? Yeah. I'm afraid everyone will curse that program to death when we broadcast that real deep-sea situation live. Ha ha ha. Just as they were laughing maniacally, a staff member suddenly shouted, "Quick look! What is that thing in the sea? How come it's so big?" Gradually, a huge mountain-like presence rises from the sea level. Its back is angular, as if it were a monster. But then, in the next instant, it disappeared. The beautiful countrymen on the scene were shocked, yet exclaimed that this must be an experiment our great and beautiful country is doing. It must be so right. The beautiful country is the most powerful country in the world. Ha ha ha. The whole world trembles. The beautiful country is the true hegemon. Meanwhile, Chen Tianran and the others had already passed through half of the ancient city. But just as they continued on, he stopped the two men with a sudden lift of his hand and, Dull Sister and Prof. Chen both cast puzzled glances at only to see the other side. Once again, throw out copper coins. Then, to the puzzled eyes of the two men, he wrote the line, 10 deaths. The two lapsed into silence once more. But soon the nerdy girl was typing out a line on her cell phone. Fear not, we have you. Chen Tianran looked at the other party's words and was slightly moved in his heart. Then he stepped out. The ground began to shake. Immediately afterward, a massive deep-sea corpse slowly crawled out of the ancient city house next to it. Its giant griddle size comparable to a small tank. Compared to that, Chen Tianran and the others were like that tiny existence facing a mountain. And the dull sister who saw the scene, completely dumbfounded. The Sakura people shall die. Fuji shall erupt a volcano. A typhoon will sweep through the Marinuchi. Hear the applause. Chapter 122. Everything can slide into the abyss. Chapter 122. Everything can be slide shoveled? The abyss. What is that thing? How come it's so huge in size? Dull sister was dumbfounded, and her heart had already set off monstrous waves. Professor Chen, who was on the side, even kept retreating, also shocked by this appalling scene. Inside the live room, the water boys were frantically pounding on their keyboards. The good guy. I'm calling out straight to the good guys. Brother Chen, you girl is getting more and more outrageous. Damn it. This bug was clearly sleeping, and you woke him up by stomping on him? What? Sure. I would call you the most showy. And all the while the questioning voices of those donkey punches continued to rise and fall. Quite good at acting. I can't believe I made something that big. I'm afraid the special effects cost a lot of money, right? Guanan just has low self-esteem. That's why he's in a place like this and then especially loves to make something big. It's pathetic. Ha ha ha. Who says it isn't? Often it's out of psychological self-preparedness that they build something so big. In the midst of a frenzy of donkey punch pop-ups being sent out across the ocean, the president of the SB News Agency in the pretty country, Kiba Tesho, is also watching this live broadcast. A trace of disdain flared up in his shadowy eyes even as he saw the huge-sized corpse cake. Ha ha. This is the Chinese, isn't it? There's nothing left but counterfeiting. To actually call this stuff a deep-sea science program? How retarded are their own countrymen to believe that? It's so funny. Kiba Tesho couldn't help but be smiling and shaking his head, while at the same time, he was casting his eyes on another surveillance screen. That's the busy staff of SB News under him. Hold on tight, my man. How much money you can rake in on this one depends on your speed. He was well aware that at the present time, when this program was in full swing in China, their SB News agency suddenly inserted the most authentic ocean adventure. which is certainly something that can directly put that show down to some extent. Culturally let the whole world completely decide that Chinese people love to fake, thereby achieving certain results. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, already impatient to see that one image. It was only in the midst of his surveillance that a certain sudden rise in a small hill attracted his attention once again. What was that? What's going on? Something's wrong. Just as he blinked his eyes, the small hill also disappeared in an instant. It's as if it never existed. The weirdness of the situation sent a chill down his back, but he didn't think much of it. It must be because I've been up all night. It's all starting to go all blurry-eyed and bleary-eyed. He shook his head, not caring too much. How could that kind of demonic shenanigans exist in this world? Just thinking about it is unrealistic. Only the Chinese would think so, Kiba Tisha thought secretly in his mind. And then he continued to focus his attention on Dull Sister's live broadcast. Inside the 5th military region, Lu Shangxin looked at the huge corpse-crushing figure on the live broadcast screen, and his heart could not help but also suffer from shock once again. If these things are allowed to run onto land, it's hard to imagine what a gruesome picture they'll end up with. The guards also nodded heavily. Among the beginning emperor's tomb before, the giant python that even Team Shao couldn't penetrate with their guns. It's really weird. Lu Shangxin laughed softly. Fortunately, the truly bizarre and unpredictable people are, thankfully, on our side. Between words, on the live broadcast screen, Chen Tianran was already carrying the black and gold ancient sword towards the other party. The Qilin blood in his body was already surging crazily, and the surface of his body was constantly bubbling up with purple aerosol, boiling continuously. The state heck has been elevated to its peak, but he could also sense that the giant corpse cake in front of him was, in fact, absolutely inferior to the dragon of the party. He wasn't sure what kind of existence the dragon was. He just felt that when he fought, there was always a feeling of hitting on cotton, unable to cause substantial damage. But I don't know what kind of situation the corpse will be in this time. The pop-ups on the airwaves continue to be negative. Still not running. So big in size. It's not easy to fight. That's it. And it's a corpse. How can we fight it? This isn't quite the same as those deep-sea creatures from earlier, is it? In the midst of a cluster of pop-ups, the two sides are close to each other on the screen. But just when they were no more than 30 meters apart, suddenly, Chen Tianran exploded into a step. The figure instantly attacked the opponent's lower abdomen like a shadow. The black and gold ancient sword in his hand even erupted with an extremely strong blade aura. Swish! Scarlet blood instantly spurted out. Everyone did not hear the voice, but vaguely can imagine what the other side is saying at the moment. Slide shovel explosion kill. In the midst of blood spurts, Chen once again suffered a strong shock. This being on the spot and then seeing the images of the battle, that definitely quite a visual impact. At the same time, it was also a way for him to understand just how strong Chen Tianran's combat power was. To say that it is the murder weapon of the earth is not an exaggeration at all. There is even some talk of lowering it. The Dull Sister on the side had already seen it all long ago, but she was still excited to clap her hands as she watched Chen Tianran's battle. After all, Chen knows more and more poses. Awesome! Inside the live broadcast room, it had long been boiling like an ocean. Good! Bravo! Is that really a second goal? Another sliding tackle? Kao Pan Brother Chen, is this the legendary Aoi slide shovel? Sure. Hang. In terms of pretending, it's still our brother Chen. This alone is enough. While some people tout it, the spammers are always in the huge majority. Laughing my ass off. There's no way anyone would actually believe that some kind of sliding shovel could kill a giant corpse like this. Is there? No way. No way. From here we can see that no matter whether it's the current live footage or the previous live footage of the Tomb of the Patriarchs, in all likelihood, it's a sub-movie program, specially built to fool you uninitiated national nannies. It's so fake. It's so fake. The previous dragon couldn't even be hacked. But here it's a second kill? This is a bug on, isn't it? In the midst of the controversy, Chen Tianran was also slowly walking out from amongst the corpses, and since he was in the middle of the deep sea, the blood did not stain his body. Just when everyone thought things were about to come to an end, suddenly, the live camera began to shake. It began to shake violently. The ground began to crumble. It began to tear from the center. Chen Tianran's quick eyes and hands immediately grabbed Dull Sister and Professor Chen before letting the two of them fall into the abyss. That deep underground had a palpitating feeling just looking down on it. Chapter 123, this is not an abyss. It's a giant mouth. Chapter 123, which is an abyss. It's clearly a giant mouth. Asterisk. What's going on? How come all of a sudden the ground is cracking open? To die. I thought that was pretty much it. And now there's another one that's even stronger? Outrageous. What's going on in this abyss? It's a hell of a thing. Is this also a mechanism? In the 5th military region, Lu Shangxin couldn't help but grip the armrests of his seat when he saw this scene. The eyes even showed a shocking color. He also didn't expect that after defeating a giant corpse cake, it would actually trigger a chain effect, causing the ground to crack open to reveal the abyss. That huge mouth was like a mouth that would eat people. Just looking at it from a distance gives you a palpitating feeling. Across the ocean, Kiba Tisha shuddered even more violently and, what's wrong with this Chinese? How can they make this kind of movie effect? The investment is too much, isn't it? Ha ha ha. That is really a bit of an apology. Let's have you all end up settling for us at SB News with such a high level of commitment. Kiba Tisha also showed a hint of embarrassment, without a moment's notice, and at the same time, speculating. But, even if you make that big abyssal gully, at best, it's just a visual impact. It's impossible to actually go down, right? This would be great if, before he could finish his sentence, his pupils tightened for a moment, and then he slammed his hands on the table and, OMG, crazy, right? Only to see that above the screen, Chen Tianran has taken out his cell phone and wrote down a line of words. The Dragon Palace Mount Tomb is down there. A few simple words were the ones that made the two men's spirits soar. After all, that would mean to go down into the abyss, and the deep abyss, which gave them a strong feeling of, if you go, you may not be able to come back. Professor Chen subconsciously took half a step back. Instead, the dorky girl is already grabbing her pants by the waist and typing out a line on her cell phone that, Brother Chen, my life is in your hands. Inside the broadcast booth, the water boys exclaimed that the only one who really trusts Chen is Dull Sister. Yes, after all, Dull Sister was single-handedly lured into the first emperor's tomb by Chen, and single-handedly carried out. Under experiencing this level of life and death, trust must be rising by the day. At times like this, one suddenly starts to feel a bit envious of the dorky sister. After all, she has a rather perverted Chen. Just as the water friends sighed, a side of Professor Chen, embarrassed to pull his pants waist, with a cell phone to type out a line of words. That, Comrade Xiao Chen, please be gentle. At these words, the whole room fell silent. The nerdy girl cast an appreciative glance. Chen Tianran lapsed into silence. Live streaming pop-ups or even more instantly disappeared empty, until a few seconds later slowly fish out. Asterisk. Wouldn't that be too big of a game for a mother asterisk to play? It's outrageous. It's nifty. It's simply bull asterisk. What kind of international joke is this? Prof. Shan, if you've been kidnapped, you just blink your eyes. How can you still say such a thing? In the 5th military region, Lu Shangxin looked at this scene on the screen of the live broadcast, and then he also fell into a moment of silence. He looked back at the guard. What would you do if it was you? The latter scanned down the magazine and nodded. I'll put on a gear guard. Otherwise, life will be lost. Elder Chen must have gone through an extremely complicated mental game as well. Lu Shangxin nodded slightly, expressing a high degree of recognition that, the guards on the side even gave a military salute on the spot. They had all watched Chen Tianran's live broadcast, so they naturally understood what Dull Sister's actions meant. For the girls, they have watered down to reduce a huge part of the friction. But for men, that's definitely cutting off their children. But on the contrary, Professor Chen was determined to grab the waist of his pants. The act of the warrior is enough to make the crowd admire. Only on the screen, Chen Tianran didn't obey him, but grabbed the waist of the Dull Sister's pants. And then it was a handful of Chen Lao who carried him and jumped into the abyss in one step. While descending, Prof. Chen was already clinging to Chen Tianran in a million pieces of panic. Only because they were in the middle of the deep sea, they had some buoyancy and weren't subject to much gravitational pull. But what worried Prof. Chen the most was the horrible water pressure. The deeper the sea, the more water pressure will only increase. And in the middle of his gaze, Chen Tianran is again pulling out a waterproof cold flame, pulling out the strings instantly lit, and tied on a black donkey hoof to increase the weight after, and with great force directly thrown to the abyss within. Swish! The cold flame kept burning and bursting out a strong and piercing light, but soon it had drowned in the deep sea. Invisibly deep. It deepens the fear in people's hearts even more. If this goes down, can you still go back alive? With Brother Chen around, I don't think it should be a big problem, right? After all, that's Brother Chen, the number one in the outrageous world. It's hard to say. After all, there are too many unknown things that exist under this deep sea. There's no way to predict. Guanam, you're still pretending. Isn't this an obvious special effect? This movie is doing a lousy job. 2. I can't believe they're making such a pompous scene here. It's so funny. Oh, my god. It's so funny. How can you make a movie out of this kind of picture? But then, suddenly, in the next second, a slender figure suddenly sprang out. Bared. The speed is strangely fast, like lightning, but Chen Tianran was already quick on his feet, stretching out the black and gold ancient sword held by the weasel spirit and swinging it out. Moment. Blood filled this place. It was a fish that was extremely odd looking and had tiny limbs, but it was the rows of sharp teeth in its upper and lower jaws that attracted the most attention. Hissing. What is this thing? How come I've never seen it before? Mutation? That's disgusting. Do fish in the deep sea have such long teeth? No way. Outrageous. If you get a bite of this, you'll be GG on the spot. Amidst the marvelous sounds of the water friends, Chen Tianran and the others continued to continuously free fall. And in the meantime, they even encountered a number of similar fish again. And it was as if they had triggered some kind of mechanism. Then he started this crazy suicide attack. Every lunge was a bloodbath. Without realizing it, they were already completely in the abyss. But then in the next instant he saw the cold flames of a smoking fire. A few people were shocked. Dull Girl was going to say something, but when she saw that the place illuminated by the cold flames was an inverted prong, she showed a puzzled expression. What is this thing and how did it? Until she took a look at the giant red tongue. It's not an abyss. It's a mouth. Chapter 124, Into the Mouth. A Sense of Wonder. Chapter 124, Into the Mouth. A Sense of Wonder. The live drone is also constantly recording and photographing all of its surroundings. Naturally the brightly glowing cold fireworks were in the spotlight. The blood-red tongue was instantly on the live broadcast screen. At that moment, the pop-ups boiled over. What's going on? This is going inside the mouth of a fish? This is a little too forward-thinking, isn't it? How did this special effect come about? It's outrageous. Damn. Wouldn't this go down as a meal to death? This is outrageous. Inside the 5th military region, Lu Shangxin was even more dumbfounded at the scene in front of him. How bizarre. It looks like the records in the ancient books are not wrong. Once there was already a revival of the aura. Only that it weakened later. The guards couldn't stop their hearts from trembling even after seeing that scene. General. They going to be alright? Do you think Chen Tianran will be alright? Lu Shangxin asked rhetorically. The latter thought for a moment. He's so outrageous. He should be fine. As long as he's okay, the other two are definitely going to be very safe as well. Oceanside. Kiba Tisha was so shocked that he clapped his hands together. What the hell is this? What the hell are you guys doing? Chinese? I can't believe you're making a move into the mouth of a fish. What a show. I just have to ask. Dare you not be so full of? He looked at the live broadcast screen with a face full of contempt. And in his heart, he was also looking forward more and more to what kind of repercussions the deep-sea exploration program in his hands would cause after it was aired. Definitely burning up the world. Let the world know that no matter what the industry, the dominant player will always be the beautiful nation. Just as he was thinking this way, the huge black figure appeared again in his monitor. Even though it was fleeting, it was something that made him look at it for a few more seconds and, what is that? What the hell is that? He scratched his head, his eyes filled with doubt, but when he turned back to look at the live broadcast screen, the white-skinned face had revealed a shocked color. That works too. Only on the live broadcast screen, Chen Tianran and the others were about to enter into the mouth of the fish when, but it was a sudden encounter with a deep-sea creature that came out from within the mouth of a fish. It was covered in barbs, resembling a seahorse-like existence, and instantly exploded. It's so fast, it's almost impossible to defend yourself against it. The watermen are on tenterhooks. It's finished. This thing is too fast to die. This place isn't exactly creepy. It's getting cold. It's really getting cold. But right at this critical moment, Chen Tianran's left-hand black gold ancient blade instantly struck out at a very tricky angle. Jab. A knife didn't enter the opponent's body, instantly piercing through. Death. It was hard and decisive. There was a feeling of cold sweat rising up from the backs of the water lovers watching the Brother Chen. This hand of yours, honestly, isn't it often in use? That's it. Brother Chen, what do you usually do? You're very skillful with this sneak attack to kill the enemy. I don't have the relevant training experience to do it, right? For the content on the pop-up screen in the live broadcast room, Chen Tianran did not have too much heart to reply at this moment. Among the effects of the Feng Shui Bagua technique, he had already sought out the entrance to the Shangmen here. There is an angle of entry, even though it is a fish mouth. But where the angle and strength are not right in every way, then you will go straight to the dead end. At that time, it is hard to know whether we will live or die. The pupils of Prof. Chen, who had narrowly escaped a calamity, still had an unavoidable pang of astonishment in their pupils. Although his opponent's slide shovel exploded and killed the corpse, but now this hand is once again shocked him. I really didn't think that this young man's body was so powerful to such an extent. It was no wonder that Shaolin, who was the strongest special single soldier, was all praise. What adventure together is clearly let the old man eye open. In contrast to his internal shock, the dorky girl was completely sunk in crotch-strangling pleasure. Especially whenever Chen Tianran's right hand gave a hard tug. That feeling would also become more intense. It's also fortunate that it's surrounded by seawater. It doesn't feel overly dry. Amidst the marvelous senses of the two, Chen Tianran instantly led them inside the mouth of the fish. The moment they passed through the mouth of the fish, all three of them had a marvelous feeling of the pressure disappearing. Bang! All three fell to the ground in unison, and looking around again, there was no longer any seawater. What's going on here? Dull sister uttered in surprise, disbelief written all over her face. This kind of thing was clearly beyond her knowledge. But, Prof. Chen, who is a professor on the side, is even more full of confusion and, what's going on? Why isn't there even a drop of water in here? Is there even air? Pressure? Same as above sea level? As a scholar, he was feeling a very high degree of amazement at everything that was going on at the scene. Immediately, he was squatting down to check the situation, and after the scene was transmitted into the live broadcast, it set off a lot of storms and waves. Asterisk. What is this principle? Newton's coffin board is about to be pressed again? Good guy. Under the deep sea, there's actually no seawater? How could it not collapse under that kind of thousands of tons of weight? It's simply outrageous. This movie show is a bit too much of a crapshoot, isn't it? That is, even if I'm just a high school educated person, I all know it's just impossible. All of this is clearly an insult to the intelligence of our countrymen. Don't be too outrageous, okay? In contrast to the astonished skepticism of the internet, Lu Shangxin in the 5th military region is already sitting up straight, looking at the scene in front of him with shock. The more subtle and unbelievable this seabed is, it also means that the possibility of the existence of the pearl is even higher. It's like I'm seeing hope. He spoke out faintly. The guards on the side were, however, shocked. And, inside this fish's mouth, how could it be like this? It's too strange, isn't it? It's not clear. Lu Shangxin shook his head slightly. This kind of thing can only be understood further after they go deeper. The guard nodded his head deeply, and his curiosity about this Dragon Palace Mountoon rose to a new level in his heart. But compared to this, the storm of public opinion on the internet is growing stronger and stronger. More and more black people started lashing out and threatening to say that they must get this show off the air. What a crap show. My kids can't sleep when they watch it. It has to go off the air. Too scary. It says it's a science program, but it's all horror movie filmmaking? What the hell? It must be taken off the shelves. Chen Tianran must be made to bow and apologize. What's the point of having a program like this? To scare the country? Interesting? What's the point? Turn it off. Chapter 125, Shinsu. I accidentally collapsed the tomb of the first emperor. Chapter 125, Shinsu. I accidentally collapsed the tomb of the first emperor. Public opinion is growing stronger, and the authorities are trying to suppress it, but they can't help but be outnumbered. Unless it's just shutting down Weeble, but that's a little more costly than it should be. Plus, another message from the top indicating whatever public opinion kicks up. This makes the people in charge more and more confused as to why the powers that be care so much about a fudged movie show, but he couldn't make a good guess, so he just had to call it quits. In the mountains isolated from the cyber world, Chen Tianran's grandfather, Chen Su, had already walked out of the old room, holding what appeared to be a knife wrapped in a cloth. He walks with a staggering gait, but with each step he appears 100 meters away in the next second. It's amazing how fast the Manhwa Temple. I didn't exterminate it back then. It's a bit of mercy. Now you have gone a little too far with my grandson. In that case, I, Chen Su, will be making a comeback. Buddhist curmudgeons tremble. Ha ha ha. That night, all the Buddhist temples had closed their doors tightly, as if they were afraid of what demons would descend. The whole temple was like an enemy, especially whitewashed temple. Host Qinglian forehead with a rainy cold sweat. Of course he had seen the live broadcast, had thought that Grandpa Chen Tianran was nothing more than a person who had collided with that person. But, when the other man stood before him, he realized what a mistake he had made. The Elder Chen. The poor monk wonders what you have come for this time? The old man was stepping on a half-dead Vajra monk with his left foot, and carrying a rusted black and gold ancient sword in his right hand. When he smiled, the creases on his face would squeeze together and, ha. Little Qinglian, when the old man slaughtered your master, you were like 7 or 8 years old, right? Gulp. Qinglian swallowed his saliva raw. The things the other party said were still fresh in his mind, even feeling a deep fear. Although the other party was only smiling, He was already able to feel that the rusty black and gold ancient sword would chop at his neck without a second thought. This, even more unreasonable. Ha ha ha. Qinglian still spoke in a strong voice. Elder Chen, are you going to tear up the treaty? Though I am the presiding officer of Hakuhodo Temple, but I'm kind of a young guy in the middle of the treaty. If you strike at me, then you will surely suffer a treaty backlash. All of them, all the congregations of the Buddha will be out to get you. And your family. I, the Buddhist sect, am not the only one in the Baihua Temple. Oh, Chen Su raised his eyebrows lightly and squinted at him. You're threatening me? Ha ha ha. The poor monk is just giving some small advice. Qinglian gradually straightened his spine, and as he spoke these words, his bottom spirit was obviously much stronger. After all, that's the only point at which you can constrain the other side. But the next second, the other party's words were what made him chill again. At one time, I feared you because the Buddhists were all, well, mixed, and would have harmed the old man's family. But today, the little one in the old man's house has grown completely. In that case, what does the old man have to fear? As the words fell, his aura around him instantly exploded. The airwaves rolled over as if a storm was coming. The crowd of monks at the scene were all physically and mentally shocked, completely not expecting a late-blooming old man to actually act as if he had opened up. While they don't understand why this has turned out the way it has, available at, they are monks, can't retreat. Qinglian looked at his opponent with scorn. Elder Chen, please also think clearly about the cost of doing this. Is it worth it? Ha ha ha. Chen Su stepped slowly toward the other. When you laid hands on my grandson, the so-called treaty that, the old man doesn't care anymore. What's the matter? You've got nothing else to offer. But you've got the pretty country thing down pat? Talking about treaties and doing unseemly things with your hands? Don't you talk nonsense. How could a poor monk be that group of shameless people from pretty country? Qinglian suddenly shouted angrily and Chen Su still had no intention of stopping. Sometimes one needs a little motivation. Since you guys are going to surround it, then go ahead. At least open up this sword completely before that darkest hour arrives. The words fell. Swish. Blade energy rushed, chopping Qinglian in half with the temple behind him. Both of them. The ghastly strike was already shocking. The surrounding monks had long since written scorn on their faces. He looked at the scene in front of him in horror, subconsciously as to pull out his legs and run. Chen Su took out a packet of cigarettes from his pocket, skillfully poured out one and lit it up with pleasure. He exhaled a deep breath of smoke and looked at the moon, which, in a trance, seemed to look like a blood moon. Grandson, don't blame Grandpa for being too harsh on you, but blame you for hiding too much. It's not a good habit to hide from Grandpa. Live on the air. Prof. Chen carefully observed everything around him and said in alarm, Comrade Xiao Chen, what the hell is this place? Why is there a stone floor here? We squarely entered the mouth of the fish. What the hell is going on here? On the side of the dull sister is also puzzled with a flashlight to survey the surrounding. Looking at the wall full of tomb bricks, the heart of the shock is not at all less. Is this a cemetery? Upon hearing this, Professor Chen turned back in confusion and just wanted to speak. Chen Tianran had already picked up the conversation. Dragon Palace Mount Tomb. The weasel spirit by his feet was already shivering, and subconsciously moved towards Chen Tianran, while holding the knife sheath tightly in his hand. Before the trip, the ant told it to hold its thighs tight if it wanted to live. The water friends in the live broadcast room were even more shocked after hearing the words of, what? The cemetery? Who's it for? You're kidding, right? You're not going to say it's the Dragon King, are you? Ha ha ha. Nice guy. So the name of this movie is called Legend of the Dragon King, huh? You're killing me. You-hoo. The one upstairs didn't expect to be a junior. Look at me. Lan Ning. Amidst the hijinks of the Waterboys, Chen Tianran was already taking big steps. Professor Chen, do you know about the Wanxiu people? The people of Wanxiu? The people of Wanxiu recorded in the Gleanings? Prof. Chen wondered out loud. Chen Tianran's body feng shui bagua technique was running wildly, and it was already gradually showing the situation of breaking through the sky. And at this time, Prof. Chen was puzzled. But, isn't that a legend? One of the most one-sided accounts in ancient texts? Chen Tianran shook his head slightly. These records are not all false, nor are they all legends. After all, I have seen too many unbelievable things within the beginning Emperor's tomb underground palace. The tomb of the first emperor? The underground palace? Professor Chen was momentarily confused, then exclaimed in shock that, excavation of the tomb of the first emperor? When did this happen? How come no one told me about it? I should have been informed about the excavation. When we go back, I must visit the underground palace. Hearing this, Chen Tianran laughed. Can't go. Why? Prof. Chen looked at him, puzzled. Chen Tianran spread his hands. It was collapsed by me. Chapter 126 As long as I, Mr. Chen, am here. Chapter 126 As long as there is me, Mr. Chen. Prof. Chen was immediately filled with confusion, plus doubt. Comrade Xiao Chen, what are you talking about? What do you mean it collapsed? How come I didn't understand a word of it? Old man, how could the beginning Emperor's tomb underground palace still collapse? Oh, Chen Tianran thought carefully then spoke. In fact, the main thing is that the mountain collapsed, so it crushed the underground palace. He said such an appalling thing in a flat tone, and the water boys on the air were laughing and, ha 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 ha, Chen is really good at screwing up. I'm laughing my ass off. Too funny. It directly confused Professor Chen. After all, the existence of the tomb of the first emperor had been known for a long time. As a result, Chen backhandedly said he collapsed the tomb of the first emperor. It's so great, but there's a saying that the tomb of the first emperor has really collapsed. That means the matter of Chen exploring the tomb of the first emperor before should be true, right? The upstairs is not stupid? This kind of thing is predictable. Maybe there are archaeologists themselves want to collapse the first emperor's tomb dungeon and so on. That's why it happened. And at the same time Chen acted it out as a matter of course. Chant, hissing, that's really something. If you put it that way, there's nothing wrong with it. After a short period of shock, Professor Chen also slowed down, and after some careful questioning, he finally understood a general. So that's why. No wonder the top had to ask you to come. Everything is for a reason. Ha ha ha. Chen Tianran laughed and didn't pick up on it too much. The reason why he had to come. But it didn't have much to do with Lu Shangxin. It was purely because the unified sun had set up a task. It's more or less impossible to say for yourself if you don't go through with it. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The Dragon Palace Mount Tomb exploration progress has reached 10%, obtaining the reward Qin Bronze Ancient Sword. As soon as Chen Tianran heard this news, his heart tightened. Good. Finally giving rewards again, huh? Ancient Qin Bronze Sword? Sounds like a better bullpen than a black and gold ancient knife. Qin Bronze Ancient Sword is the sword used by the first emperor back then. It's currently 1% open. Chen Tianran listened to the system prompts, and his heart became even more excited. Good. The beginning emperor uses a sword? Wonderful. In itself, he was short of swords. After learning the swordsman's three-blade flow technique, it's hard to get just any one of them to utilize the power of the true three-blade stream blade technique. And now this extra Qin Bronze Ancient blade given to him was undoubtedly something that would allow him to develop the second blade stream stance. In terms of self-preservation, there is undoubtedly a new level of. He even wanted to go and have a go at that so-called dragon from earlier now. Today's shame must be returned. Chen Tianran had already finalized the idea in his mind, and at the same time, he beckoned to the two of them, ready to start a brand new exploration of this place's graveyard. After all, the crisis is in the back. If we don't find the pearl as soon as possible, who knows what kind of bad things will happen after that. Not to mention the fact that there is a Buddhist curfew within that will mess things up. Crisis is really undefendable. While he was thinking about it, he also opened the Feng Shui Bagua to continuously measure the next fate of himself and others. Great! He discarded the copper coin falling into his hand to reveal the trigrams. The two men around him looked at him, puzzled. Chen, what's wrong? What's so great? Dull Sister was the first to come over and issue a question. And Prof. Chen looked over, puzzled. Seeing this, Chen Tianran didn't hide anything, but said bluntly, "Oh, nothing, I just think we're so lucky." Dull Sister heard this sentence, instantly lost the intention to continue to ask. The meaning of skimming over the head is to pretend not to hear. And the unknown Prof. Chen is still inquiring. Comrade Xiao Chen, what are you talking about? What do you mean we're too lucky? Is something good happening? The crowd of aquatic friends in the live broadcast room were already able to anticipate what would happen afterward after hearing the conversation between the few of them, and immediately laughed and reared towards the sky. Ha ha ha, can't stand it. On the subject of getting things done, it's still Chen. Look at the look of disgust on dumb girl's face. It's about to overflow the screen. Absolutely. It's perfect. What a masterpiece. I can already guess what Chen is going to say later. Amidst the excitement of the water friends, Chen Tianran spoke again. I just divined for us. Aha! Prof. Chen listened intently and Chen Tianran said, discover that we shall die this time. Professor Chen once again had question marks floating up in his brain, looking at the other party with a puzzled expression on his face. You call that too lucky? Ha ha ha. Chen Tianran burst out laughing. This must be great luck. Without this level of pressure, how else would one be motivated? No, you're also. Professor Chen was at a loss for words to describe the other party's behavior. It was simply outrageous. How can anyone say something so bad as to look as if they were about to pry into the hidden secrets of this place? Forget it. It's better to grab between explorations. Go back as soon as possible. Ha ha ha. Professor Chen, what are you thinking? Chen Tianran laughed again. It's good enough not to be accounted for here. What are you going back for? Is it hard to believe that you have long-legged granddaughters? Nonsense. Professor Chen instantly became energized. My granddaughter's skin is white and beautiful. Of course she's pretty enough. In the next second, Chen Tianran, who originally had a face to snicker, suddenly changed his appearance. Grandpa Chen, are you tired? Do you want me to carry you? With that, he was ready to go for it. Professor Chen immediately took half a step back with a face full of disgust. At this point, Chen Tianran continued, Grandpa Chen, don't you worry, as long as there is a day when I, Mr. Chen, am around, you will definitely not be half hurt. What laborious Dragon Palace Mountuma? If you really can't do it, let someone Chen just chop it down. Professor Chen was instantly filled with confusion, not having thought that white skin and long legs would be so lethal. Suddenly he realized something that, you've met General Liu and their granddaughter? Chen Tianran shook his head. They're all substitutes. Get out. Professor Chen instantly rebuked angrily. For a moment, the live broadcast was full of laughter, just like the previous, that tense and serious. Only in the corner where the crowd didn't pay much attention, Dull Sister huffed and puffed, tucking hard at a stone aside. The dead scumbag. Dead scumbag. You said you would only strangle someone's pants. You actually need to strangle 2 or 3 people now. Damn scumbag, go to hell. The weasel spirit, who was clutching 2 knives on the side, had a feeling of being at a loss for words. This. What a situation. Chapter 127, I'm sure I'll bring your corpse back. Chapter 127, I'm sure I'll bring your corpse back. Subsequently, after a period of reprieve, Chen Tianran relied on his shameless spirit and once again struck up a conversation with Professor Chen. Grandpa Chen, the Wan Drains are not ordinary people. According to the information I have available, it's still more likely that this is a Wanquan burial site. True or false? Prof. Chen looked at the other party suspiciously and, after all, the existence of the wannabe drainage people is itself a mystery in history. And in this case, to suddenly pull out a sentence saying that this is a wannabe drainage people's tomb is obviously a bit unbelievable. But the person who said these words was Chen Tianran, so the credibility of this one could be raised again. On the contrary, the donkey fist sprayer in the live broadcast room was already hard to resist and began to spray wildly. What's that? The wannabe drainer? Ha ha ha, laughing my ass off. It's a real brain fart these days, isn't it? It's still a good thing. You're killing me. Why don't you say it's an alien? Do you really think that because you've read a few reports on history, you can spout nonsense here? What a joke. Ha 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 ha. Oceanside. Kiba Tishan naturally saw these words, and at that moment, he also could not help but laugh a little. Wanquans? What stupid and clear-eyed Chinese? Why don't you say Atlanteans at a time like this? What a tease. But anyone who made it look like the real thing wouldn't be so skeptical. Hey. The Chinese. The Chinese. I'm afraid that's all I've got. Just as he was saying this, in the next second, he saw the strange tomb passage mechanism that appeared on the live broadcast screen. The How is this kind of mechanism made? What? Only to see on the live broadcast screen, Chen Tianran, after some deeper and deeper, suddenly is stopped. Nerdy girl immediately came over without saying a word. Brother Chen, is there a situation? Prof. Chen sniffed, but also had an example to come over. As a pendant on the big brother, naturally, he should do a good job of taking care of his own weight. Never give the big man a hard time. Chen Tianran didn't say anything more about the reaction of the two. It was all a very normal reaction. Ha. There's a mechanism here in front of us. Once you walk through it rashly, it's bound to be triggered. Organs? Dull Sister was instantly reaching out and grabbing the other's coat corner when she heard that. For the first emperor's tomb and the encounter has long been a fresh memory. Especially the strong strangulation. Well, if only I could experience it a few more times. That is a marvelous feeling. On the side of Professor Chen naturally do not know what the Dull Sister in the end went through. Just surprised with a flashlight in front of the road, but did not see a reason. Where is this organ? Comrade Xiao Chen, why don't I see it? Inside the live room, the Spitfire once again settled down to his guns and, no way. This old storyline is still playing out. It's amazing. Laughs at me. First, let's talk about the crisis, right? This kind of old-fashioned routine people in pretty countries have long since stopped using it. Can it work? Can't you come up with something new? You'll only make foreigners look down on us more and more. Jet's words, one after the other, were ignored. And the iron fans in the live broadcast room had already seen what Chen Tianran was thinking. Wait, it can't be, can it? I always feel like Chen is up to something. Ha ha, it's definitely going to be something. Think back to what happened to the dorky girl in the middle of the tomb of the first emperor line. Tee-hee-hee-hee-hee, poor old man. He's so old. He's still being teased. I don't think so. In the middle of the 5th military region, Lu Shangxin watched the live broadcast is also full of helplessness, saying that the old Chen Yu questioned him what to do. Isn't that just pure abuse for yourself? Afterward, only to see on the live broadcast screen, Chen Tianran calmly opened his mouth and said, Prof. Chen, come. You stand over here. Prof. Chen was filled with doubt, but still obediently walked over that way, and the dorky girl in the distance was already turning her head sideways with Rain Me No Melon written all over her face, and the speed at which the pop-ups are soaring in the livestream has reached an extreme. Ha ha ha, this kid is really good at screwing up. Laughing my ass off. Can't do it. I can't. I'm gonna crack up. Ha ha ha. It's so amusing. He's actually really going to let Professor Chen test out what an organ is. This kid is too damn good at messing things up. Make a moment of silence for Prof. Chen. So poor. So old. In full view of everyone, Professor Chen walked over to the position that Chen Tianran had pointed to. Next second, ka-ching, a crisp sound of gears turning suddenly rang out. Immediately after that, in all directions, suddenly a dozen deep-sea fish with sharp teeth began to rush out. They were ghastly looking, with no flesh or blood on any part of their bodies other than their heads. The moment it rushed out, it began to make the sound of clicking lips and teeth opening and closing. The sharp teeth were even reflecting a cold light under the flashlight. What? He exclaimed in shock. A figure instantly wrapped around his old waist, and raised his hand to use the black gold ancient blade to directly chop up that pile of flying fish with ease, all the while posing handsomely with a valiant swing of his long sword. Grandpa Chen, do I look like the boyfriend of your fair-skinned, long-legged granddaughter? Prof. Chen. When Dull's sister heard this, she was furious and kicked the stone again. The weasel spirit holding the knife trembled, and sighed in his heart that humans could not understand, and the livestream was already an ocean of laughter. Numb. Chen brother, this wave of yours is purely and simply trying to scare the old man to death. Laughing my ass off. You're all like this, and you still want someone's old man to introduce you to a marriage? What a joke. I can already feel the killing intent contained in Professor Chen's eyes. Ha ha, Professor Chen, don't show mercy. Knife him directly. Amidst the watchful eyes of his water friends, Prof. Chen also showed great emotional control. Comrade Xiao Chen wants you to be more rigorous. I'm getting older. Can't suffer such a shock and awe anymore. Otherwise, you're going to have to take my dead body back with you. Chen Tianran said with embarrassment. I don't usually bring bodies back. If you were killed in action, wouldn't this be a burial site? Professor Chen was so furious that he blew his beard and eyes out. He was close to transforming into a scion to have a battle with the other party. Chen Tianran immediately waved his hand. Ha ha ha, Professor Chen is joking with you. You can rest assured that I, Mr. Chen, will do the job. I'll be sure to bring your corpse back. Chapter 128, What a Family of Perverts. Chapter 128, Perverts. What a family of perverts. Chen Tianran's words were directly the Professor Chen would not be able to straighten out. You kid, Professor Chen's face flushed red, obviously already being a bit too breathless from the other party's anger, while the dull sister on the side was hiding her mouth and snickering, sighing in her heart that Professor Chen was completely played by Brother Chen. Poor and lamentable. On the contrary, the effect of this wave of the program, so that the water friends in the live room is even more taut. Ha 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 ha, laughing to death. Brother Chen, you're really something. People are just joking. You actually really want to take his body back? Penalty. Criminal. It's still got to be Chen. This outrageous way of answering. 666. What's with the dorky girl in the corner? Don't you realize that once upon a time you looked like this? Ha ha ha. Look at Dull Sister's happy face. She's definitely remembering who she used to be. In the midst of a wave of boisterous clamor, the trio proceeded a few steps further. During this time, Prof. Chen was also constantly surveying his surroundings. The construction of the tomb bricks here has rather a very different result from the structure of any other dynasty in history. If you don't look closely, it's still hard to tell that these tomb tiles are also joined by mortise and tenon construction. After Chen Tianran heard these words, he also opened his mouth and said, on this point, in fact, I have always had a conjecture that, since there are fragments about the people of Wanqiu recorded in the gleanings, is there a possibility that, in fact, the Wangquans are not actually less technologically advanced? The possibility is there. But, Prof. Chen was still reluctant to believe in this matter. After all, it's a community that is suspected to have existed thousands of years ago, and as a result, it's been said that they had stronger technological powers back then. This kind of talk would be a bit strange no matter who heard it, and wouldn't be considered true. What I mean to say is that their tech tree is probably pointing crookedly. Chen Tianran turned around and said, Prof. Chen was a bit confused on the spot. What does it mean that the science and technology tree is askew? Upon hearing this, Chen Tianran also immediately explained. I'm also just kind of guessing that thousands of years ago they found something else and then there was a technological explosion. Technology is advancing at a rapid pace, but because of certain bad things happening, their technology tree is gradually becoming more and more skewed. So much so that today, it's completely is extinction. Listening to his words, Professor Chen fell into a moment of contemplation, and he didn't retort. On the contrary, the spammers in the livestream are already resting on their laurels. What? You've got the wrong technology tree? How can you even say such a thing? Ha. Luckily, you're still a sci-fi movie show. It's really outrageous. Laughs, how dare you say the tech tree is crooked? You're killing me. Why don't you say that their tech development is going down the drain? Technology? The people of Wanxiu? You've read too many novels. This kind of thing is just a fantasy of the ancient people. How can you believe in it? That's ridiculous. Outrageous. The pop-ups keep coming. There are also many levels of skepticism. Among the 5th military region, Lu Shangxing did not have any expression or even emotional ups and downs when he heard this statement. Because some things are also thoroughly guessed by the other side. At the thought of it, he also shook his head and laughed without holding back. And, ha. What a surprise. What I hadn't told him yet turned out to be all his guess. It's incredible, the guard said. Do you think it's possible he's relying on the math? Well, Lu Shangxing is directly into the silence. Once that one, also rely on a hand of divination directly kill the enemy chills. After all, it's too strong to fight. You want to attack from whatever direction you want, and a trigram directly knocks you all the way out. The enemy did not fail to invite the stream of yin and yang masters, but in front of Chen Su, it is simply a small witch. Spitting out blood would have been a better outcome. Otherwise that's all karmic consequences to be suffered for several generations to come. Thinking back on all this, Lu Shangxing also nodded his head and said, the likelihood of counting is still relatively strong. Between the two of them chatting, a phone call suddenly came over. Lu Shangxian looked at the somewhat familiar and somewhat unfamiliar number and, speak of the devil? He immediately picked up the phone and, military god, farewell. An old voice came from the other end of the phone. Ha. What do you call a military god? Xiao Luo. You're still the same as before, giving me nicknames indiscriminately. I'm just an idler hard blowing me up into a military god. Ha. Lu Shangxing threw back his head and laughed. You will always be a military god in my heart. Chen Su on the other end of the phone obviously didn't want to continue to dwell on this, but opened his mouth and said, I need to tell you something. Ha. Lu Shangxian looked at Chen Tianran on the live broadcast screen and had a slight guess in his heart. 80% of the other party wanted to tell himself to protect his grandchildren. But what is it to protect someone that perverted and outrageous? He didn't hesitate to nod directly and, you say. There was silence on the other end of the line for a short while, then said, I accidentally butchered the albino temple just now, so contact some people to come over and clean it up. For a moment the atmosphere in the office among the quiet some weird. Only a side of the guards can see their own forehead has emerged on the rainy cold sweat. After a moment's silence, he said, military god, didn't you say they couldn't move? Why are they suddenly? Ha. Chen Su laughed. Before it wasn't possible. That's because things hadn't started yet. But now, it's different. The plague is about to come. And this kind of thing that messes things up. If we don't get rid of him, my grandson will not have the heart to solve great things. But if you do this, aren't you pushing him into the fire? Lu Shangxing said, slightly worried. At this time, Chen Su was laughing. Ha. What is there to be afraid of? A male son is to have some motivation. Otherwise, I would have uprooted all the Buddhist sects within China. Now, slaughtering only one family is just a small warning to them. If you don't know what to do, it won't be the old man who does it next time. Okay, not right to say. Before dawn old man can still have to go back to planting. You hurry to find someone to clean up. Lu Shangxing once again fell into silence. He clearly remembered that the place where Chen Su lived was a few hours away from the Manhwa temple, even by airplane. And with this one's nature, he certainly won't be taking any transportation. Perverts? What a family of perverts. It's outrageous. Lu Shangxing couldn't help but curse. But what showed on his face was a snicker. Chapter 129 Prof. Chen, How about I carry your granddaughter like this from now on? Chapter 129 Professor Chen. How about I carry your granddaughter like this in the future? If it were not for the fact that they have long had an inseparable chi with this land, otherwise the old days would have eradicated them all. Neither is it as large as it is now to grow the believers to be. But the good thing is, they still have a military god. When the god of war is there, he is the linchpin of the sea. No one will dare to make a move. That's the deterrent on the other side. He then instructed his guards to go on a secret errand, while he continued to watch the live broadcast. But when the content on the live screen is gradually somewhat up, Lu Shangxin's mouth is also once again did not twitch up. The content on the screen is gradually somewhat up. Lu Shangxin's mouth is also once again did not twitch up. This old man and young man are outrageous. On the live broadcast screen, the few people who were still in the middle of chatting, but they suddenly stopped in their tracks. Chen Tianron's face was grave, and with a raised hand, he suppressed the two. Seeing this, Dull's sister was also filled with nervousness, carefully observing the surrounding situation. Brother Chen, what's going on? Is there another organ? Don't move. This terrain is a bit odd. Chen Tianron's brows were furrowed, already realizing that something was wrong. He looked carefully around him, and continued, don't look at this as just an ordinary aisle, but it's actually very elaborate. Professor Chen, who was on the side, was also fascinated by the other party's words. Comrade Xiao Chen? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by very preachy? Is there anything else special about this thing? Chen Tianron nodded and said, there are definitely claims, like this one, for example, that this tomb passage is actually a form of an organized tomb passage. Only this was different from the tombs I'd been to before, and this one had a huge discrepancy from all of them. It's not at all like an organized tomb passage from any dynasty in history. Professor Chen, listening to his professionalism analysis, is directly into silence. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room are still scrolling wildly. Ha ha ha, laughing my ass off. Brother Chen, you're a bit more restrained. What do you mean? You've been to the graves? How many graves have you visited? Absolutely. You've started to tell the truth by accident, haven't you? You've accidentally revealed your chicken feet, haven't you? 2-6. It really didn't occur to me that if Brother Chen is invited out for tea in the future, it definitely has a lot to do with the fact that he talks too freely. For a moment, the entire live broadcast started to wonder if Chen Tianran had stolen many tombs. Meanwhile, across the ocean, Kiba Tisha couldn't help but let out a chuckle as he watched the scene in the live feed. Oh, it's really a movie. It's so deceptive. It's amazing that people believe this kind of trick. Oi! It seems that the Chinese people these days are also quite good at cheating. Ha ha ha, he said as he continued to look at his surveillance screen. On it, the submarine and other equipment is ready, while the equipment side is also has been deployed successfully. Basically can be safely and steadily launched into the water. Is it finally about time? Kiba Tisha stood up, looked out the window into the pitch blackness, and took out his cell phone to make a call. And, almost ready to go live. The live streaming of the Chinese sci-fi is just too outrageous. It's still time for a correction from us. The beacons of humanity. What kind of world has that kind of metaphysical stuff in it? It's unbelievable. How dare you fake it out for her? Ha ha ha. After this sub-show, I'm afraid that no one in the world will ever believe in the credibility of the Chinese again. After all, a sci-fi movie show can screw up like this, let alone anything else. A strong look of disgust passed over Kiba Tesho's face. And, after all, this kind of counterfeiting behavior is disgusting, whether it's in the industry or anything else. But when he returned to his seat and looked at the screen on his cell phone he couldn't help but shout, 2, F*********. That works too. Just seeing that Chen Tianran was recounting the various dangers of this organized tomb passage, and all sorts of things that might happen. Just the fact that he used his mouth to talk like this, made Prof. Chen at the scene feel a chill in his back, and even a little bit of trembling in my heart. If it wasn't for Chen Tianran, there was absolutely no way for him to leave alive. But the next second, his mind was floating in the other party's earlier words that he wanted to take his body back, and immediately felt a little hairy in his heart. Hey, this is not really going to take my body back, is he? His horrified expression was also filmed into the live stream, causing his water friends to laugh. This Professor Chen is really good at acting. How can he act so real? Cowhide. It's really cowhide. I feel like I can get a movie star just by looking at his expression. It's just too much. That's right. It's obviously a scripted movie, but he's able to show the look of fear when he hears about the organ tomb passage in such a perfect way. This acting skill alone is enough to put many showbiz stars to shame. What do you call an actor? It's called being an actor. This is called professionalism. In the midst of a cluster of pop-ups, Chen Tianran also slowly stood up, Looking at the narrow and long organ tomb passage, he had already determined the route forward in his mind. And that's when Nerd Girl spoke up and said, "Brother Chen, what do we do next? Walk straight through?" No. Chen Tianran shook his head and directly negated this proposal from the other party. After all, this kind of proposal is still rather outrageous. Walking? How? If you walk over there, 10 of you won't be enough to kill you. Chen Tianran did not say the words out. After all, this kind of words are still rather hurtful to the heart. How could he, as a kindred spirit, do such a thing as to? Then Chen Tianran said, "All right, the two of you, there's no time to lose, so come up here, both of you." Professor Chen was once again confused. Where to? Just after he finished speaking, the dull sister on the side was already grabbing the waist of her pants and handing them to Chen Tianran's hands, and looked at him and said, "Professor, would you like to experience flying close to the ground?" "Ha, Prof." Chen was still a bit confused but Chen Tianran was sweet enough to say, Ha. The professor still doesn't carry it. As soon as he heard this, Professor Chen was relieved. If he really carried it, he would have to squat to go to the toilet in the future. But the next second, Chen Tianran's big hand yanked directly to carry him like a little daughter-in-law on top of his shoulders. There was no shame when I was in the water, but now it's overflowing screen embarrassment. Comrade Xiao Chen, this cannot be allowed. Ha. What's there? Professor Chen. Chen Tianran let out a loud laugh and, "Professor Chen, how about I carry your granddaughter like this from now on? Get out." Chapter 130 Please don't panic. Chapter 130 Please don't panic. Only on the screen, Chen Tianran took a step forward. His figure was like a ghostly one as he shuttled above this organized grave passage. Whenever he passed by a place, it would instantly collapse. Immediately afterward, a large amount of ghostly blue flames would emerge from above and continuously spit and burn. Boom, boom, boom. The lurid scene continued to stimulate Professor Chen's adrenaline, not to mention the searing heat that kept scorching his big butt. That sense of crisis was naturally stronger as well. Inside the live broadcast room, the water friends in seeing this scene also cannot help but let out a sigh of admiration. It's so anticlimactic. It's so anticlimactic. Chen Lao is already this old. He actually wants to experience such a thrilling and exciting program. There's a saying that with Chen, I'd like to experience it too. The safety of this life is still very secure. Right. Iron Pink's statement was immediately something that made the jet-setters feel a little offended. How can you brag about a movie that's so fake? Do you have any brains at all? It's so funny, isn't it? How dare you brag about it? Laughing my ass off. Amusing. It's just for your own amusement. Come on. Better hurry up and go watch SB News Service's Sci-Fi Live. That's the real sci-fi. Gmae guys, hurry up and charge with me. In an instant, the broadcast of SB News' Deep Sea Science program immediately went viral. All but the ones who heard the news were also immediately quick to pull out their cell phones to board the international version of the live streaming software and chose the SB News Agency account to watch the live stream. Coming. Front row. Ooh, this is what realism feels like. It's such a big submarine. It's more real than the show in China. That's it. This is a real deep sea science program. Not like Chen Tianran's show, which is fake as hell. I also wonder who planned that sub-show and made it really fake. There are actually so many huge deep sea creatures. Why is it hard to believe that there are really mutations? Are there really demons and monsters in the world? Well. Let's just move our little benches and watch the SB News Agency science program. I think I would have learned a lot of useful knowledge if I had watched this sub-show. After all, this is a program created by the people of Pretty Country. The SB News program began immediately, only to see that above the screen, a middle-aged man was passionately recounting some of the circumstances of the deep sea and whatnot, and specifically stating that there were definitely dangers in the deep sea, but there would definitely not be anything too unbelievable, like some kind of sea beast that looks like Godzilla or something. It's even more unlikely that it's going to show up. In the midst of his remarks, he immediately drew laughter from the broadcast room. Ha. That's the same program that the Chinese are talking about, isn't it? I think that's it, right? Laughing my ass off. Fake-loving Chinese. It's a repeated offense. Ha. When will the Chinese grow up? When will they stop doing such things? Abominable. What a disgrace to a foreign country. I'm so pissed off. I'm definitely going to report that show. It is really too fake. It's simply misleading the general public. In the midst of some heated rhetoric, the host of SB News was also very impressed. And then he began to introduce the various functions of the submarine and so on. Then there was another live broadcast shock. Everyone was in awe, even as they kept praising the beautiful country's technological power for being so awesome. And after a while of all sorts of patting, it finally came time to get in the water. Everyone in the broadcast room was in high spirits and felt that this launch would go down in history, because it would be a milestone in human exploration of the deep ocean. But the moment the submarine fell into the water after the count of 3, 2, 1, a huge figure suddenly appeared in a corner on that live feed. At that moment the breathing of the crowd in the live broadcast room began to become rapid, and even a number of people began to frantically slap the table. What was that? What was that huge figure all about? An illusion? It must be my illusion. This figure looks completely out of place. What's going on? Is there really an existence in this world that has completely mutated in size? No way. It can't be true. Can it? What? Could it be that the program that Kokonan filmed was actually real? It wasn't faked? And this one immediately was an extremely powerful sensation that erupted above the bluebird. Everyone in the various countries was looking at that one screenshot with a dumbfounded look on their faces. And at the same time, they immediately began to look back at the images of Chen Tianran fighting the sea beasts. The heat skyrocketed for a while. Baka, this is clearly real. The Chinese aren't faking it? Ash bar. How is this possible? The Chinese didn't fake it? Then that means this unimaginable creature really exists in this world? Damn it. How can there be such a thing? It's incomprehensible. I really can't understand it. Is this the other world? Is it another world that I don't know about? For a while, all sorts of comments came out of the bluebird, and even it was getting more and more god creepy as well. And the effects of this have, naturally, been felt at home. On Twitter, the hot search is also high. #surprise. This livestream of Chen Tianran and Dumb Girl is not a movie shoot #. For a moment, the heat formed a break first. In second place, a certain peak is releasing a new album again. But unfortunately the heat remains flat. The comments at the bottom are also very informative. What the hell? I'm just going back, and things are getting a little out of hand altogether? Outrageous. I told you there was no way to make this kind of image even with CG effects. I was wondering how Chen did it, but all of them are real shots. Good. Bravo. I can't believe it's still real. It's outrageous to the core. It's bull *********. How on earth did those sea beasts of that size appear? Why are they so terrifying in size? All the people speculated, but in the end there was no uniform answer. And at this same time, due to the heat of this one, SB News came out immediately in defense of it. Dear friends, the figure that appeared on the live feed is actually an experiment that our great and beautiful country is doing. And please don't panic that there can't be such a sea beast with a mutated body type in the world. Chapter 131 I'm actually Gaia. Not to hide it from Prof. Chen. Chapter 131 Not to hide from Prof. Chen. I am actually Gaia. When someone from SB News came out to offer an explanation, the group of guys who were leading the beat jumped right in. Oh, it's true. Only the Chinese would fake it. Laughing my ass off. A bunch of people still think there's really such mysterious and treacherous things in the world, don't they? Joy. Guanam. Don't be so happy. Ha, didn't you say there's this giant sea beast in this world? Hurry, come here and listen to what Lord Goat has to say. Do you understand? If you don't, will you let your family translate it for you? Guanam. Kuni-san. It's hard to believe you guys really think there's a monster. Ha ha ha. Don't be so childish. There's no light in the world. For a moment, the heat that was originally raised was also immediately suppressed under the attack of the donkey fist. On the contrary, the dull sister live room, in Chen Tianran's once under the wild running, is also in the breathing room as close to get out. When he landed on the ground is directly in the hands of the dumb sister throughout, and then carefully embraced Professor Chen, assisting each other to land. The scene was watched as the live streamers exclaimed, "What a way to honor the old and the young. It's really the best thing on earth. Brother Chan, I've been a fan of you all my life. I love no one but you. Brother Chen didn't expect you to be so caring, but you should care about dull sister, right? After all, she's one of us." The crowd has been complaining for dumb sister about the injustice she has suffered, but the next second, Chen Tianran's move directly stunned the crowd again, only to see that after assisting Prof. Chen to land on the ground, he even opened his mouth and said, "Professor Chen, look at how gentle and considerate I am. Do I look like your future granddaughter-in-law?" Prof. Chen was full of confusion, did not think that the other party actually in this place to another set. Immediately his angry spray, "Get thee outta here. Hey hey hey." Chen Tianran laughed, then turned around and went to the side to pull up the dull sister who was full of grudges. "Little dumbass, don't cry. Brother Chen is here." Humph. Dull sister was immediately huffing and puffing and turned her head away, not wanting to pay any attention to the smelly scummy guy at all. The weasel spirit holding two knives on the side looked at the scene in front of him, and even had the urge to go buy some melons. So wonderful. The live feeds were a mass of laughter. And, good, Brother Chen, it's worthy of you. What a show. God show. Dare I ask, how did you do that show? Outrageous. What an outrageous occasion. You can't eat what's in the pot. I'm trying to stabilize the food in the bowl. Aren't I? Good good good. On Scum it's still Chan. The pop-ups were flying wildly, and Chen Tianran didn't pay too much attention to it, but once again surveyed the surrounding situation. At the same time, the Feng Shui Bagua technique in his body had begun to operate. All sorts of arcane chi was also coming out through the body. It's as if the special effects are on. Looking at Prof. Chen, who was full of consternation. Comrade Xiao Chen, what the hell is going on here? Why is it like a special effects movie? The latter sniffed and immediately grinned, not to hide it from Prof. Chen. Actually I am. Professor Chen looked at him with a curious face waiting for his next words. Are you? I am Gaia. Chen Tianran suddenly was comparing a movement. Professor Chen was instantly petrified, while Dull's sister, who was far away, was amused by his behavior. Put, you're too childish. Chen. Chen Tianran raised his right index finger and waved it from side to side. We have to believe that there is light in the world. Otherwise, and how can we go about illuminating the darkness? The words that came out of nowhere also left the dorky girl a little speechless. After all, the other guy wasn't wrong. Without light, how can the darkness be dispelled? And in the live broadcast, the water boys were also feeling that the Chen is going philosophical with this wave. Suddenly I seem to be hearing things a little better. There is light in the world because there is darkness. There are demons and devils and weirdness in the world is for Chen to destroy. There is a crisis in the world, and it is also a need for Chen to step in. Asterisk. Good good a Gaia direct character sublimation, right? Can. This is also outrageous. In the midst of everyone's amazement, Chen Tianran was also observing the scene once again. He looked around him with his head slightly raised and, so it is. So that's how it is. The mechanism here is like this. Amidst his mumbling, Prof. Chen also took the opportunity to come over and, Comrade Xiao Chen, what's the word? Sorry, I only talked to my father-in-law's father. Chen Tianran immediately just waved his hand and refused to talk to the other party. Professor Chen was filled with question marks on the spot, and in his heart, he called out that this broken terrier was not going to get through, right? This wave of programming is undoubtedly excellent. Ha. Laughing cracks me up. Brother Chen can't get away from Professor Chen's long-legged granddaughter in 3 sentences. Absolute. I have to say Chen is a proper LSP. Really invincible, really absolute. Brother Chen, you've started calling your father-in-law's father now, haven't you? Good for you. It's really like a duck in a row, isn't it? You don't think about the girl's heart at all? Please, don't think about the others first. The dorky girl in our live room is about to get pissed off. Chen, go take care of her. In the midst of a cluster of pop-ups on the air, Chen Tianran didn't bother to shut down the dull sister, but instead concentrated on checking out some situation not far away. And his uncharacteristic behavior is what gradually made the atmosphere of the scene become gloomy. After all, back when there was danger, Chen Tianran would always put up such a stance. For a while, the dull sister and Professor Chen, who had already relaxed mentally, were suddenly tense. With mutterings in their hearts, they very tacitly came to Chen Tianran's side, and that weasel spirit is also very sensible to come over, living like in a group to warm up. At this time, Chen Tianran also felt something wrong, subconsciously turned around, is to see a pair of eyes staring at themselves. What are all of you doing so close to me? Hurry up, move away. Comrade Xiao Chen. Professor Chen instantly began to be coy. What are you doing being so grave and serious? Is there some danger again? I wouldn't dare stay too far away from you if I did. Yes, good old Chen I didn't expect that. When I mentioned your long-legged granddaughter you told me to get lost. Now that you're in danger, you're being nice, aren't you? Good. Chen Tianran was filled with disappointment and lowered his head to continue his officer. And Professor Chen is also completely petrified. The heart of the crazy spit this mother ***** cannot pass, right? But just in the next instant, there was a loud boom. Chapter 132 World Lighthouse, never out of fashion. Chapter 132 World Lighthouse, never out of fashion. In the midst of this loud noise, the ground shook. Everything at the scene seemed like a dream from another world. Collapse. Chen Tianran didn't have any hesitation, grabbing one person in each of his left and right hands, and carrying the weasel spirit on his shoulder. He once again started the life and death race. The ground behind them was constantly caving in. At the same time something else is squirming on the walls, constantly more along with it, but with no direct light. Live drones flying too fast for a variety of factors. That figure was also becoming slightly blurred, but that's what made the hearts of the crowd in the broadcast room start to rise in their throats. The hissing. What the hell? What the hell was that again? So disgusting. Can't it be that it's some extraordinarily large sea creature again? No way. No way. Why is this happening? It was fine just now, wasn't it? This place has gone to hell. While the crowd gasped in amazement, Donkey Fist proceeded to start her tirade of laughing. You one and all are really good at cooperating with the show. How can you believe such things? Ha ha ha. It's not true, is it? You guys would believe something with such a strong dramatic effect? I don't think any normal adult would believe such a thing. TSK, TSK, TSK. They're the only ones who believe it. Donkey Fist spewed wildly, but there were quite a few water boys who couldn't hold back a bit and started to line up against the asterisk 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 asterisk. You show proof that it's fake. When did CG technology become so sophisticated? When did CG technology become so sophisticated that it can be used to make a fake look like a real one? Are you kidding me? It's just that. Don't be a brainless hacker. How can you hack something like this? Is it possible that Mr. Goats is a bit better? Evidence? The evidence is that there hasn't been any mutated deep-sea creatures since the beginning of time. It would not be that big. This is the proof of irony. Laughing. I can't believe I'm still shouting for evidence here. This is a great joke. The live streaming curses are also getting ferocious. Meanwhile, Kiba Tisha, who was on the other side of the ocean, was joyfully watching the pop-ups on the live broadcast. Ha ha ha. Make a scene. The more noise you make is also the better. That way, the heat on my side will stay high. And the number of online viewers of the SB News Agency's livestream is skyrocketing at the moment. After all, it is the international version of the live broadcast software, so the face of the customer is even more extremely broad. It has easily surpassed 10 million heat levels. The comments in there are endless. Wow. This is the real deep sea. So many fish. These fish are so beautiful under the searchlight. The Chinese broadcasting room must be faking it. They've all gone down to the sea, and they haven't even seen that what's called a giant creature. So it seems that Chinese live broadcast must just be faking it. Oh, it's Chinese. After all, not enough for it. Not enough for it. That must be it. Laughing. In terms of counterfeiting, it has to be the Chinese. But there's a story about how the Chinese made their live CG effects? It's hard to believe that the level of technology on their side has developed very high. Has it far surpassed us? Fine thought. Could it be that the Chinese have completely risen up? For a moment, while everyone was questioning the Dull Sisters live streaming fake, at the same time they are realizing one thing. When did the live CG effects technology get so good? If this is really the case, what kind of horror should China's technology reach? This thing was immediately a hit on Bluebird. People in dozens of countries saw the news and felt a strong shock. The heart's yearning for China was also stronger. Only Kiba Tisha's face was so dark that it looked like he could squeeze out a puddle of black water. F asterisk asterisk asterisk. Damn the Chinese. That's how they can find a point to bring up the tempo? What an abomination. Surprisingly, the winds of the fishing wheels have turned to China's technological power becoming stronger. Gao Ming. What a masterpiece. Kiba Tisha pounded the tabletop angrily. But in the next instant, a thought also popped up in his mind that technology. Suddenly, he thought of the huge figures he had just seen on the screen. Ha. It's not easy to look at technology. In terms of technological power, it has to be our beautiful country. A glint flashed in his eyes right away. There were some things that pretty country hadn't made public yet, but that shouldn't be a problem if you just accidentally filmed it yourself. As soon as he thought of this, he was immediately instructing the expedition team that went into the water to secretly observe the surroundings in the dark and to look for that huge figure. And sternly, this is the new technological power of the pretty country. As to what exactly remains to be examined. When the people in the submarine heard these words, there was an inward burst of ecstasy. Then this would indicate another huge wave of power for their pretty country. World Lighthouse never goes out of style. When they start looking for those things with a purpose, the point of introduction is quite a bit less. This left the crowd on the air feeling slightly confused. What's going on? How come deep sea fish and stuff aren't introduced anymore? Strange. It's really weird. Is it hard to believe that something happened? I don't think so. For a while there were many different opinions, and no one had figured out what a situation this was. But in the very next second, a huge figure abruptly appeared in the live camera. It looked shaped like a fish, but not a whale or anything like that, although it was just a flash. But it still brought a great shock to the crowd in the live broadcast room. Baka, how is this possible? That such a huge creature actually exists in the world? No way. To die. The Chinese actually didn't lie? True or false? It's outrageous. It was originally thought to be the rapid ascension of technological power on the Chinese side. But I never thought that these unimaginable creatures really existed in this world. The Chinese, they didn't cheat. They actually didn't cheat. Everyone was gasping in shock, somewhat unable to believe their eyes. There are even a lot of them that have started sending news messages on top of the major platforms. And the only one who knew the truth, Kiba Tesho, was sipping elegantly from a glass of red wine. Ha ha ha. Isn't it just a fishing wheel? It's easy to build it, isn't it? Guess. All hurry up and guess. When it's revealed that it's a new technology from my beautiful country, the world will see the light of day again. Chapter 133, Chen's power we can't imagine the limits of. Chapter 133, Chen's powerful. We are unable to imagine the limits. Kiba Tesho was already able to anticipate the future direction of the truth. He was even more excited inside. In this way, in the future, the beautiful country might even give him a certain amount of funding to grow his news agency. Ha ha ha. Here's to celebrating the great future success of my SB news agency. Kiba Tesho picks up his glass of red wine and takes a small sip. The eyes were full of hope. And the degree of fermentation of this matter within China is undoubtedly extremely huge. The original wind direction of the fishing wheel was to question Chen Tianran's faking. Dull sister is also faking. Even the experts have become a party to counterfeiting. But it was at this juncture that what the SB news agency captured directly shocked everyone. I'm going, real or fake? So there really are so-called mutated deep-sea creatures in the world? No way. Are you kidding me? This isn't a CG effect, is it? No way. Ah, my brain hurts. It's really a bit hard to think past. How in the world did these things become like this? I have begun to think, not to understand. Amidst everyone's gasps, the hot search phrases were also soaring. More so, more and more people are seeing the relevant words. The heat is even more soaring, constantly skyrocketing. But the donkey fist and the sheepdog underneath are still making their statements without relenting. Ha ha ha. It's impossible. How could such a thing exist in this world? It's absolutely impossible. It is. The pretty country's SB news agency hasn't even published a report about it yet. Don't you think it's a bit too arbitrary to jump to conclusions here? Or are all Chinese people like this? Laughing. It's better to be patient and wait for the reports to come out. What is the point of speculating here? What's the point? What's more? It's just a shot of shadow now. What's the big deal? And who knows what kind of shadow it is? Unless it's actually captured in full. For a while the curses on the internet were getting more and more vicious. Only the pretty countrymen in the submarine were a little panicked at the moment. Especially when there are deep waters in all directions. The darkness of not being able to see the edge of the world can make one's heart palpitate even more. Just now, what did we see? I seem to have blinked. Is that a small pomfret? Not why did the pomfret get so big? Unscientific. I think I saw it too. But maybe I ate too much icing sugar yesterday. As a result, my brain still didn't react. It should be. How could such an excessively large sea beast exist in this world? Impossible for sure. 9 times out of 10. It's new technology from our pretty country. The 5 men whispered and exchanged words, and did not transmit the contents of the conversation into the live broadcast. This is also to prevent the fermentation of the fishing wheels from going over in an uncontrollable direction. And on the other side, in the middle of Dull Sister's live broadcast, Chen Tianran was already bursting with extremely strong stamina, frantically escaping. After a full 10 minutes of frantic running, the ground behind them finally stopped collapsing, but the creatures in hot pursuit were still there. After Chen Tianran threw the 2 people in his hands away without hesitation, he stretched out a black and gold ancient sword in the weasel spirit's hand. Drink! He snapped under his breath and took a step forward, his aura already soaring in every direction. That intertwining of blood and purple aura. It was like a cartoon with special effects on. Prof. Chen, who was watching the scene, was still strongly shocked. Incredible. It's unbelievable. Comrade Xiao Chen is actually the one with this unimaginable ability. Dull girl, on the other hand, slightly adjusted the situation of her pants, slightly grateful in her heart that fortunately the pants she bought this time were extremely elastic, so it wasn't as if they would just break under such intense strangling and tugging. She then picked up on Prof. Chen's words as well. Chen is powerful. We can't imagine the limits. She also subconsciously straightened her back as she spoke, like a parent praising their own child that way. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room were even more surging. I'm Nima. You've all seen the footage captured by SB News, right? This everything is real. It felt maybe a little fake when it was before, but now our nemesis SB News has captured the corresponding footage. That speaks volumes about the authenticity of this broadcast. It's too scary. I can't imagine that there are such horrible deep-sea creatures in this world. Simply let my worldview has a refreshing. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. It's really incomprehensible. Why in the world would this even happen? And what is this cause of the mutation? Does anyone know? Everyone looking at that live screen, Chen Tianran with special effects on is feeling a burst of skepticism. Previously, when it might not have mattered much, after all, it might just be a collaboration between official and private experts, maybe to raise some news about archaeology or something. There is nothing wrong with having a program to get more people interested in archaeology. A similar thought rose in the minds of all the people but in the face of this movie-like image, everyone is still a bit incredulous brothers, I'm just saying, is there a possibility that there was actually that group of mysterious beings that we don't know existed in this world in the first place? Yes. Could it be like what is written in the novels? That they are guarding us in the dark? Only now Brother Chen and Dull Sister had a live broadcast, and then they just exposed all these things? Hiss. The brother has a good point. That's right. The possibility is still extremely high. Brother. For a moment, everyone in the broadcast room began to get excited. After all, this kind of thing is also supposed to be very rare. And this is the moment to witness what a truly magnificent fight is. On top of the screen, Chen Tianran was posing. His body's center of gravity was already constantly lowered. At the same time, the black and gold ancient sword was clenched in his hand. The once rusty blade was now culling rust for the most part. Still need to drink quite a bit of blood to really weed out all of this stuff. Chen Tianran's attention wasn't on that, as he was fully focused on the creature that was sprinting towards him. At the same time, the unicorn blood in his body began to burn even more intensely. Boiling. Make a great charge for his next blow. Lion Elegy. Chapter 134, That's a Rumor. Chapter 134, This is a Rumor? Accompanied by Chen Tianran's roar. The hideous-faced sea beast that came after him was also revealed for the first time in the live broadcast. It had open teeth and claws, as if it were a creature from the other world, but its body was like that of a jackal on land. But the volume is already comparable to an elephant. But when running, it is as easy as a goose. But in an instant, it had already swung its giant claws to attack and kill. At the same time, the black gold ancient blade in Chen Tianran's hand had quietly erupted. Boom! Lion Elegy's fierce strike was instantly swung at his opponent. Bang! The collision between the knife and the sharp claw instantly erupted into an extremely powerful wave of air. It blew a grin off the Dull Sister's body. Just this first contact was what made Chen Tianran realize how terrifying the other party's power was. When this scene was transmitted to the screen of the live broadcast, the water friends even erupted into shouts of surprise. It's so fierce. This. Since the SB News Agency has captured the relevant sea beast content, doesn't that mean that all of Chen's series of images are in fact true? Horror. What a horror. This is the other side of the world. It's unimaginable. The Dull Sister on the side also had her heart beating rapidly. After all, something that could make Chen Tianran unable to die with a single slash was still relatively rare. This is all the more reason why the sea beasts are so powerful. And that Professor Chen's shock was undoubtedly even more intense. When had he ever seen such an intense battle scene? Even earlier in the day, it hadn't been that great. Although it is said that the heart is very afraid, but as a man is and will not be interested in this wonderful picture, he secretly tightened his fists, as if he was the one who was in the middle of the battle. The battle was also gradually becoming white-hot. A swinging chop, one collision at a time. It always explodes into an extremely bright starburst. In the 5th military region, Lu Shangxin was still watching the live broadcast. He hadn't moved his eyes away from the beginning of the battle until now. Even when someone comes to him, they tell them to wait, simply because the intensity of the battle had completely captivated him. What a ferocious weapon on Earth. In the future, if we are really heading for a complete revival of aura, then we should ask Comrade Xiao Chen to be the instructor. I'm afraid this kind of skill is unique in the world. The guards on the side also held their heads slightly high when they heard that. Indeed, Comrade Xiao Chen's combat power. I feel that it's already at the ceiling level of our human race. The combat power of such an existence is truly mind-boggling. Ha. Lu Shangxin laughed. If you're lucky enough to have seen military god Chen Su in battle, you'll understand what it means to be a one-man army. Upon hearing these words, strong ripples once again rippled within the guard's heart. Warlord. Military god. In this instant, the urge to meet him also rose up in his heart. Far away from the other side of the ocean, Kiba Tisha at this moment looked at the content of the live screen. Once again, some cannot help but laugh. Said, ha, a Chinese countryman. It's really worthy of being as a Chinese national. This ability to fake is truly mind-blowing, yo. He sipped his wine, and again he said, pity, everything is going to be a stepping stone for me. Kiba Tisha. He sneered, and at the same time, he immediately started contacting the people under his own hands, and began to write about the huge figure. Although it was said to have been captured on the live stream, it was only a shadow. It's not a particularly tangible image. In this case, All it takes is one report to hit the Wahini live again. The thought that his report may make the Chinese live broadcast suffered a fierce spat again. Kiba Tisha is a burst of inner ecstasy. Ha ha. Funny. What fun. Now that's life. The corners of his mouth split wide open, while at the same time, between them, he immediately ordered his men to. And SB News itself is a very good presence at doing this kind of journalism. It's even in a way that only SB News has the highest level of journalistic fictionalization in the world. But it can't be helped that they are from a beautiful country. As an article is generated, it is instantly published. But in a minute or two, it was a new wave on the internet. Hashtag explosive. SB News Service debunks rumors of alleged deep-sea sea beasts. Hashtag. When the word came out, it immediately triggered a hot search. Originally there was some kind of celebrity affair news that. It was the same instant that it was completely overwhelmed. After all, netizens don't just want to read this kind of bought hot news. They want to read the kind of news that's real. Asterisk. Discredited? That's a rumor? What a guy. It's so fast. This is the start of a rumor? It's obviously all shot on live action. Why did you say it wasn't? Do you think we're blind? Laughing my ass off. As usual, this SB News agency is saying one thing and doing another. This ability to make things up is really exactly the same as those in Sakura country. I'm laughing my ass off. For a moment, the netizens were all in a frenzy spewing all sorts of disgusting behavior from this SB News agency. But soon the SB News agency immediately released a new article in which it pointed out that the so-called sea beasts were actually new things developed by their beautiful country. Exactly what it is cannot be revealed yet. The news shocked everyone once again. What the hell? What the hell did pretty country invent? What a guy. Is this wave showing off? Yeah, it's really outrageous. How can you call this a pretty country invention? If you have the guts, just pull it out and take a look. This wave of controversy is also growing stronger. And as the president of SB News, Kiba Tisha naturally watched with delight as the netizens of the Chinese country were hotly debated. But for this he chose to stop immediately. Heat is only going to get more heat by going for a copy like this. Instead of just showing all your cards. Since the Chinese people want to see it, let them see it. But this wave of anticipation is still a mandatory pull. He then was the one who noticed that his SB News agency's livestream heat immediately began to explode after the news release just now. And since it was a live broadcast of a worldwide nature, so much so that the popularity of this live broadcast even surpassed 100 million, thoroughly made it to a new platform high. And that's an accomplishment for Kiba Tisha. Also, the value of SB News agency's stock will skyrocket dramatically after this event. This sort of thing is a given. It's also sure to happen. Chapter 135, Joint Coffins. Chapter 135, Joint Coffins. Kiba Tisha's heart was ecstatic as he looked at Chen Tianran on the live broadcast screen. More and more, he felt that the other's existence was truly a great blessing for him. This is the real talent. Such talents can only profit themselves more. TSK. Pity. Just wait until after I expose the great invention of our pretty country. Then this live broadcast of yours will be completely reduced to a clown broadcast. In the midst of his shaking head and sighing, on the live feed, the Chen Tianran's battle was also gradually drawing to a close. Drink. 36 troublesome winds. Boom boom boom. Gale force winds swept through. The constant boiling of the Qilin blood, even more so in an instant, was giving him the feeling that he was bursting at the seams. Moment. Boom. A knife was offered, but in an instant it was instantly chopping that sea beast into pieces. Bang. The huge body boomed to the bottom. Blood spilled all over the ground. Chen Tianran slowly stood up. He still hasn't broken a drop of sweat. The battle just now looked very thrilling, but it was only a small warm-up. Chen Tianran shook his head slightly inside. Pity. At this time the dorky girl who came over to him looked at him with a face full of curiosity and, Chen, what's the pity? What's wrong? And Professor Chen also threw over his eyes, somewhat unsure of the other party's meaning. After Chen Tianran na knife, is once again shook his head inside. It's a pity that it also just lets me warm up. It doesn't allow me to exert my full power. For a while the scene seemed extremely silent. Both Dull Sister and Professor Chen looked at him with odd expressions, as if they were looking at an old demon. Listen, is that ing human? What kind of person could compete with such a terrifying sea beast against each other? It didn't even lose the battle. What's all this about? The live stream is even more hotly debated. Good guy. I am really convinced. Brother Chen. It's just you. I haven't seen anyone else in such an outrageous state. It's so bull asterisk. How did you manage to be so bull asterisk tie? Just warming up? Is that ing human? Is that human? This is outrageous. Mr. Chen. And at the same time between Sheepdog and Donkey Fist are sending pop-ups one after the other. What the hell? Warming up? Ha ha ha. Ah, the Chinese people. You really like to pretend. You're just warming up. Laughing my ass off. SB News is already debunking the rumors. Ha ha ha. Guanam. How dare you still pretend here? It's really as outrageous as it needs to be. Ha ha ha. It's really great. It's a great idea. I can't believe I'm still pretending. Laughing my ass off. That's what Coconan can do. If he doesn't make a little noise, how is he going to gain heat? What a great fake deep-sea broadcast. See what people do at SB News? Although this kind of mysterious image was captured, but people immediately investigated and immediately began to dispel the rumors. This is a real science fiction news. In looking at yours, it's really as outrageous as it gets. Under a barrage of pop-ups, Chen Tianran didn't take it to heart. He was already able to feel that he and the others were finally entering the real Dragon Palace Mausoleum at this moment. After passing through the narrow tomb passage, it came to a broader area that there are rows and rows of coffins here. Just looking at the staging of this place gives you the feeling of dreaming of the tomb of the first emperor. The dull girl's mind was suddenly flooded with mutterings. Brother Chen, do you think this will suddenly have dumplings jumping out? That would be scary. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianran only waved his hand faintly to indicate that she should not be too agitated. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. Don't worry about it. The dumplings and stuff won't come out. Don't worry. Hearing these words, the dull sister was only slightly relieved. Although it is said that after experiencing everything in the mausoleum of the first emperor, the guts will certainly be a lot bigger. But when really confronted with something bizarre and unpredictable, the little woman's side can't be hidden after all. She carefully began to move her feet towards Chen Tianran. Only by staying beside the other party could she gain a true sense of security. And the side of Professor Chen has long been unable to control hands began to observe the mouth of the coffin. TSK. These coffins are simply not constructed like the ancient ones. His mouth was full of praise, and the water boys on the air were laughing out loud. Ha ha ha. Nonsense. Prof. Chen. This is all modern stuff. How can it be real? After reading the news released by SB News Agency, I am also thinking that this might all be fake. How can there be a so-called mutated sea beast? This is simply more magical than a movie. That's right. This kind of thing is simply beyond belief. It's simply impossible. Laughing my ass off. It's obviously fake, and it turns out to be pretending to be real? There is something Prof. Chen, with your acting skills alone, that best supporting actor is definitely a no-brainer. Why not is the best actor? Or is it because Chen's acting skills are in the realm of 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 the realm? No one can match it anymore. Ha ha ha. In the midst of all this scorn, Chen Tianran was already standing up, and came to this mouthful of coffins. He looked at the feng shui bagua technique inside the coffin as well as also for this reason, among his perceptions, this mouthful of coffins was really not simple. It was even said to make him feel a sense of danger as well. The Dragon Palace Mausoleum is a real crisis. And just at this time, that Prof. Chen who was on the side was greeted with, "Come on, nerdy girl, give us a hand and we'll open the coffin together." Yes, the two of them, one after the other, were already preparing to work, and Chen Tianran on this side reacted violently. Stop it. He was in the midst of exclaiming, immediately raised his voice to stop it, but the two men were also extremely nimble and, boom, the coffin slabs fell to the ground. Prof. Chen laughed aloud. Ha. Comrade Xiao Chen, you don't still believe in the idea of lighting incense and candles before opening the coffin, do you? There's not that much to say. Comrade Xiao Chen, it's all superstition. We can't have such superstitions. Comrade Xiao Chen, go. Chen Tianran was instantly anxious. Where did he think this professor could be so reckless? It's better to step on a tiger's tail than to just open the coffin like this. An open casket is a real death. Step on a tiger's tail, at best, you'll get a big bite. But right in the middle of his exclamation of surprise, a hand slowly stretched out from within that coffin. Chapter 136, Too Much Substitution. It's hard not to be nervous. Chapter 136, Too Much Substitution. It's hard not to be nervous. The moment that hand appeared, Professor Chen instantly turned pale, his body unable to move halfway as if it was filled with lead. The dull sister on the side was even more shocked. Her face lost color, and she kept muttering under her breath. How did the corpse get up? A horrifying scene, into the middle of the live broadcast, but also led to the crowd have exclaimed. What's going on here? Are there zombies? No way. There are really zombies in this world? This is ridiculous. Bull ********. Zombies. This is really bull *******. Zombies. It can't be. This must be fake. How can there be zombies? Chinese people like to make this kind of small muff. Really no energy at all. There's no energy. Outrageous. It's outrageous. But anything interesting is more interesting than these so-called dumplings. Everyone's hearts jumped and they felt a strong threat. After all, when have you ever seen a dumpling? Although in their hearts they all thought it was fake, the moment they saw that hand, everyone's heart missed half a beat. There's no getting out of this. They didn't dare to move half their eyes at all. And at this time, Chen Tianran is already quietly pacing the stage. His hand is already from the weasel spirit hand stretched out a black and gold ancient knife, left and right between the shift, has arrived close to the front. The black arm swayed slightly, as if still hesitating as to whether it should come out and Professor Chen gulped in horror and looked at Chen Tianran as if he was looking at his life preserver. The latter raised his hand to make a no-shushing gesture, scaring Prof. Chen to cover his mouth in a hurry, not daring to make half a sound. After hitting this, he had already sworn in his heart that he would absolutely not mess with anything. He'll do whatever Chen Tianran tells him to do. Definitely won't be sidetracked. Otherwise, this is too damn dangerous. Moving could be a death sentence. He then noticed Chen Tianran take out a joss stick from his backpack and light it with a fire discount, once again moving to the southeast corner in a misty figure. As the joss stick flames rose, the original orange-red fire abruptly turned green. That deep green color, as if it was a ghostly fire from the nine hells constantly prancing and burning. At this moment, Professor Chen's heartbeat intensified a few more points. He did not dare to move at all. Even his breath was completely held. Dull Sister was already sweating coldly on her forehead, and she could still recall all the things she encountered in the middle of the first emperor's underground palace. It wasn't this dangerous at the time, especially when that Yuji's body suddenly jumped up, enough to shock people's jaws off. The live feed. My mom. It's so creepy. How can the color of this joss stick still change? It's outrageous. It's outrageous. I've never seen anything so outrageous in my life. What a guy. Good man. I've seen it before on a TV show. Ghostbusters. Scented candles go out. This corpse is really going to stand up. What? Real or fake? There's actually such a thing? Damn it. Good man. This demonization scene is actually going to be presented directly in front of my eyes? Is it real or fake? No way. Are there really zombies coming out? No way. No way. The Waterboys exclaimed, amazement written all over their faces. After all, it was just one hand swinging down earlier. Nothing special. After all, like other people's movies don't always play out that way. But now with the addition of this special effects image, it is even more scary in people's hearts. All sorts of concerns rise. Seeing this situation, Kiba Tisha on the other side of the ocean was also so frightened that the red wine glass in his hand clanged and broke on the ground. Scared me. Between his exclamation of surprise, his heartbeat also involuntarily began to accelerate. Looking at that live screen, but also had a sense of empathy. The Chinese have a handle on this kind of suspenseful movie, but it's above us. Especially this unknown horror. But it's very well done. And it's a shame that you're making what is clearly supposed to be a sci-fi movie. And yet it plays out as a straight-up horror mystery? How outrageous it really has to be. Just how outrageous. Kiba Tisha shakes his head helplessly and sighs. If this had been released in theaters as a suspenseful masterpiece, I would have inevitably been there to support the wave. Sadly, he isn't. Kiba Tessie lamented helplessly. But looking at that image of Chen Tianran, who was utilizing the black and gold ancient sword to slowly push the black hand, unconsciously, he tensed up with it. Let's just say that the immersion is so strong that it's too hard not to be nervous. On the live feed, Chen Tianran did not intend to make an extra effort to fight these dumplings. It's not necessary. There is no need for it at all. This would only be a waste of energy, although it wouldn't be much of a drain on the can. The 10 deaths on top of the divination is never as simple as talking about it. If you really triggered the most dangerous layer, you would really have to die 10 deaths. With his ability, under caution, he might still be able to win a sliver of life. But all of this is predicated on the fact that there can be no moths in the air. Otherwise, it is hard to be saved by the gods. Subsequently, the black and gold ancient knife in his hand is to continue to slowly push the black hand into the coffin back into the coffin. Time passed little by little, and the air became frozen because of the tense situation at the scene. Tick, tick tock. The sound of water drops falling was like a gourmand beast hissing by the ears, which seemed exceptionally loud. Professor Chen, Dull Sister's eyes were even more deadly staring at Chen Tianran's movements. Every time the black gold ancient blade pushed his hand in for 1 point, their hearts and their throats were able to slowly fall by half a point. The green flame of the scented candle was also slowly changing towards orange-red. But suddenly, the flame that had already taken on a half smudge of orange-red color was once again reverting to a deep cyan color in an instant. At the same time, between them, the black hand seemed like it had the strength to hinder the push of the black and gold ancient sword. At this moment, Professor Chen and Dull's sister were already sweating coldly on their foreheads. The fear in their hearts had long since risen to the limit. This has been the atmosphere. Do not dare to gasp some suffocated panic. At this moment the feeling of fear is from the tailbone straight to the skyling eye. Their bodies were trembling slightly. The only thing that could be done was to drop his sight onto Chen Tianran. Can only rely on each other. The power cable is wild. But the other party's tense countenance added to the fear in their hearts. It's over. A thought rose in both of their minds at the same time. The live feed. Asterisk. This tension. It's so scary. Why is that hand suddenly not pushing? What the hell? Hell no. It's hard to believe that this dumpling really want to sit up? What a guy. What a guy. I've never seen that before in my life. Chapter 137, Crisis Stumbles. Chapter 137, Crisis Stumbles. The live feed instantly exploded. No one expected that things would suddenly move in such a direction. Previously, Chen Tianran could be seen fighting various sea beasts without mercy. It was as if he was the god of war in the world. The divine master strikes out in general. But now it seems that all is not the case. Sea creatures are, after all, creatures of. But dumplings, on the other hand, it is just evil. Totally not in the same order of magnitude. It's really hard to compare who wins and who loses if they really fight. The gravity of the situation at the scene had everyone on edge. In the 5th military region, Lu Shangxin looked at the live screen. Hands are already tightly clenched fists. If you look closely, but also visible on the forehead of a drop of sweat. The adventure of Chen Tianran and the others was not simply an adventure, but meant more of a rescue of the future of mankind. Only if they actually find the pearl. It is the only way to save everyone in the world. Otherwise, everything will be reduced to nothing. Prophecy. The calendar is in the eye of the beholder. Chen Tianran's face was unsightly, but he had no intention of giving up. The level of danger here was already extremely high. It was kind of expected of him, too. In the next second, the purple qi in his body slowly began to rise, and the qilin blood even burned with it, and transformed into an extremely strong force infused above his hands. But in an instant's effort it was already enhanced several times. Ben has been unable to push the black hand, but it was at this moment, once again, slowly moved, although it was only a 1-point push. But it's like giving the nerdy girl in Prof. Chen a peace of mind. It's done. Sure enough, it's still Chan. There's Chen. Surely there is nothing wrong with it. The two men recognized each other with a glance, and both of them saw in each other's eyes a sense of thought escape that, it was close to tears of joy. Inside the broadcast booth, asterisk. Finally moving. Finally pushed again. What a surprise. Who says it isn't? If this black hand is pushing and not moving, doesn't it mean that the other party is completely going to stand up? Everything has Chen. The world can still be at peace. The adventures with and without Brother Chan are worlds apart. The crowd in the live room was out in force, full of joy and, inwardly though, I know that this broadcast is a movie show, but the vibe was just too strong to bring in. It was simply beyond their control. This was all over the place just watching it. Other than that, one can only praise the show for being awesome. Sheepdog and Donkey Fist. Although they also felt their hearts tighten and loosen. But as jet-setters, naturally, they had to mouth off to the end of the day. So that's it? How can I scare you? It's child's play. Ha ha ha. It's so funny. Still pretending here. It's clearly a movie show. It's also a deep-sea adventure. It's clearly a movie about grave robbers. This is crude. I still prefer to watch the new SB News Agency program. What an adventure. A little. Just as the spammers were spraying furiously, suddenly, a scene on the live broadcast screen was so shocking that they sat up in their beds. All of them are looking at the picture in the cell phone in shock, with disbelief written all over their faces, only to see that on the live broadcast screen, the black hand, which was already in the process of moving back into the middle of the coffin, suddenly reached out violently at this moment. It was accompanied by a shrill, unmistakable scream. Dull's sister and Prof. Chen were both shocked by this sudden blow, and their bodies fell to the ground uncontrollably. On the contrary, Chen Tianran was calm. Even so, the black and gold ancient sword in his hand was already stabbing forward abruptly. Clank! The blade landed on top of the black hand's arm, and immediately burst into dazzling flames. The scene as if time stood still. Only Chen Tianran's arm taut veins rippled. Teeth are clenched. Only after several seconds of stalemate did Chen Tianran's mouth slowly protrude a stern hissing voice. Give me up. Fizzle. The black gold ancient blade instantly shook the black arm back. When Dull's sister and Professor Chen saw this, they immediately had a relaxed look on their faces. Winning? Finally? Dull's sister opened her mouth with a palpitating heart and said, "And Prof. Chen looked like he had survived a robbery. Phew. What a thrill. The live feed. It's so scary. This dumpling's power is actually that terrifying? It's no less than those sea beasts out there. It's really something. Why do dumplings still have this kind of power? But think carefully, Chen can pull mountains. That one dumpling power extraordinarily strong. Seems to be acceptable. The crowd spoke in tongues as if it were all in the past. But on the live broadcast screen, Chen Tianran stood up and crossed his sword. He was not chilled, much less fearful. The weasel spirit that had been by the side seemed to sense something, and quickly stepped forward, handing out the Qin bronze ancient blade. When he drew his sword, the gust of might shook the sky. It was as if there were war drums beating. The hearts of both men at the scene jumped violently. Brother Chen? What are you doing here? Isn't it already fine? Dull sister looked at the other party in surprise, and the line of sight even fell on top of the incense candle that had returned to its original color on the southeast corner of the Brother Chen. The joss sticks have all regained their color. There should be no more corpses, right? Prof. Chen, who was on the side, also nodded his head and said, "Yeah, Comrade Xiao Chen. According to what you said just now, the ghost blows the lamp. It's only then that the corpse will rise, right? Now, you." Chen Tianran didn't reply, but was constantly mobilizing the aura in his body, and the Qilin blood was burning even more fiercely. Purple fog rises, converging behind him. A solemn figure is faintly visible in the void. The live feed. What's wrong with Chen? Why are you still so serious? Isn't it over already? Too cautious? It's not like the joss sticks are out. I'm sure it's fine. Too much caution. Instead, it's becoming more and more like an act. Quite a few spammers also started to speak up constantly at this point. Ha. It's so fake. If only the details were a little more realistic. I think it must have been a bad one shot. That's why they did this. Otherwise, the corpse scene would have been very explosive. Who says otherwise? It's because there's no way to shoot this kind of footage, so it's a deliberate brew of suspense to the core. If you can't do it, you'll have to rely on the atmosphere. And right in the middle of everyone's questioning, suddenly, on the live screen, the scented candle abruptly went out. The only source of light disappeared and the scene was completely plunged into endless darkness. But just then, the flashlight in Dull Sister's hand abruptly lit up. Swish! Chapter 138, He's Alive. Chapter 138, He's Alive. The moment when the light of a flashlight illuminates this place, a green-colored figure stood up. It wore ancient to somewhat weathered clothing, and its skin was a dark greenish color. All of his body was revealing an invisible weirdness. The mere fact that it was standing here gave people a horrible feeling to the extreme. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became extremely grave. Nerdy Girl and Professor Chen were both in a cold sweat, even if one has ever seen, or has seen, those so-called sea beasts. But when facing these bizarre dumplings directly, both of their hearts trembled. There is a sense of stopping the jump. They were all nervous in their hearts. They didn't dare to have any thoughts at all. Their fists were clenched, and their palms were already seeping with cold sweat. Meanwhile, the sweat on his forehead was already slowly sliding down his cheeks, converging on his jaws to form water droplets. He shook. The two of them were incredibly tense, to the point where they were in the horrendous situation of brewing a battle once a bead of sweat dripped down. So much so, that the two of them didn't even dare to swallow their saliva. They could only hold their breath, and I was afraid that one of my breaths would wake up the standing dumplings. Time passed by, breath by breath, passing slowly, like it was months long. Everyone in the live room was riled up with anxiety all over the screen by the tension that was building. Dying. So nervous. So tense. I'm afraid the situation before the storm is just like that, isn't it? Hiss. I don't know when the palms of my hands are already sweating cold sweat. Among the legends, there are grades of dumplings. The lowest grade is the purple dumplings. The second grade is white dumplings, green dumplings, purple dumplings. The tension in the live broadcast room intensified when this master understanding said something about the small division of the dumplings. What? The old iron. There's actually a detailed division for this kind of thing? Wouldn't that mean that what this Brother Chen and the others encountered was actually a dumpling that had reached the second level? Hiss. There is a feeling of such horror. This mother asterisk is actually a dumpling that has reached the second rank? I'm going. I really don't know who will win and who will lose if we fight. The crowd on the air got more and more excited, while at the same time comparing the original. This detailed delineation has heightened the crowd's sense of immersion to the extreme, especially since the stagnant air was even reaching them at home through the screen. It gives everyone a shuddering feeling. Horrendous. It lingered on and on in the minds of the crowd, especially when that dumpling's hand shook slightly. The crowd even had a feeling that their hearts were trembling. One time, the public screen of the live broadcast room was actually showing a clear screen. It's like everyone forgets to send pop-ups out of fear, and that's exactly what happened. Live screen above. Chen Tianran stands motionless. From his face cannot see half of the timid fear. The only thing that can be seen on his face is a bit of timidity and fear. But there is the will to fight that is born under the helplessness of the people. I was hoping for an easy ride, but I didn't expect to be so insensitive. Chen Tianran sighed quietly in his heart. But the dull sister on the side was flooded with mutterings in her heart. She seldom saw the other party would show such a cautious look. The more cautious and careful we are, the more we realize how terrible this crisis is. There is definitely more than meets the eye. Maybe there is a deeper crisis. She was subconsciously about to swallow a mouthful of saliva, but under this ghastly atmosphere, she also stopped alive. Professor Chen was similarly scared. After noticing Chen Tianran's appearance, the fear in his heart rose even more doubly. What a way to go! It really is a good idea to fold here. Then wouldn't this plan that had taken so many people's efforts be a complete bust? It's over. It's really over. It's really going to be over. He was screaming madly at the top of his lungs. Until the next second, a sharp voice seemed to pierce everyone's eardrums. Ah, the sound source is from the dumplings. When it tilted its head, the sound was like a flood that opened the floodgates and poured down instantly. Both Dull Sister and Professor Chen were unable to stand it and they covered their ears to reveal a look of horror. Only Chen Tianran, who was holding the dual swords, had an ancient expression on his face. The live feed. Asterisk. The sound is so piercing. I almost went deaf. Terrible. It's horrible. Are these dumplings? Almost scared me out of my wits. My eardrums are going to shake out. How come this dumpling is still here screaming like a ghost? Upstairs. That's the wrong thing to say. It's supposed to be a corpse call. Hiss. Good point. I can't believe I can't refute it. It seems to me that Brother Chen is not the least bit flustered. Isn't this confidence a bit too much? Can't read it. Really can't read it. If he could kill in seconds, he shouldn't have waited until now, right? It must have been that the enemy was just too strong, so he had to build up his momentum. So it is. So a few strands of raw or 55? Mom. Yeah, it's a blessing to have a 55 Kai in this situation. In the midst of the flurry of pop-ups, the corners of Chen Tianran's mouth lifted slightly. The original posture was also slowly changing. This action, naturally, drew the attention of the two people on the scene, who had sideways glances, already placing all their hopes of survival on each other. Only Chen Tianran can only break the game, in order to save the life, can only stand out. Chen Tianran's hand gestures were still changing. It was even to the point where it actually turned into a nabbing sword gesture at the back, but it was too strange for the two to see what he was trying to do for a moment. At the same time, the green dumpling was already slowly moving its body, turning around and facing towards him. It seems to understand that the only opponent among the scene is the other side. To fight. Just fight the strongest. The live feed. Hiss. It's finally going to start? But what's going on? How does Chen make the move of nabbing the knife with both knives? He doesn't have a sheath? Strange. Odd. Really odd. Under these circumstances, is he making this move a prelude to some kind of sword technique? No way. No way. Can you really kill the enemy in this awkward position? Outrageous. It's not possible that Chen is trying to escape, is it? Asterisk. This possibility is not unknown. Gentlemen, you all guessed wrong. My grandfather was a sword practitioner, and he once told me that in our ancient times, sword practitioners were concerned with killing with a single blow, so there won't be too much back and forth with you. Previously, Chen had fought in the middle of the beginning Emperor's Mausoleum without any rules at all, but as the danger level of the battle increased, he was gradually starting to perform some of the more powerful blade techniques. So I'm sure, Chen's wave, it's preparing a shocking sword move. Chapter 139, Danger Approaching. Chop. Chapter 139, Danger Approaching. Chopping. When this water friend's speech after the voice, immediately is to lead to the live broadcast of the crowd have exclaimed, asterisk. Real or fake, there's so much more to knife skills? One hit kill? Great. I'm going to get my kitchen knife now. Sure. 666. How can you compare your chopper to someone else's double chopper? It's not even in the same league. Ha ha ha. Just by looking at Chen's frame, it's impossible without decades of hard practice. At this time the netizen who had learned the sword also went on to say, that's right, Chen's posture is extremely professional in every way. It even gave me a feeling of being all over the place, which is definitely not something I just learned a few years ago. A being who must have been immersed in the art of the sword since he was a child. Otherwise it's not showing such poise. A pithy critique once again thrilled the live water friends. So, Chen will win this wave? Hiss. So it's a sure win. Then I'm still nervous. Alright, loosen up, let go. Soothing, this live broadcast always makes my little heart flutter. It's really scary. but just when everyone was about to be happy, the waterbender who was learning how to use a knife threw cold water on the situation. It's hard to say. It's hard to tell. Brothers, normal build-up simply doesn't build up for that long. What's more, the green dumplings he was facing were clearly moving towards the third level. If it was to reach the third layer, then the danger index would definitely be a geometrical surge. What? There's such a thing? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Where do you see it from? What is the third layer of dumplings? Learning to knife waterman also immediately said, because hair is starting to grow on the dumplings. With a cry of rage from him, all are immediately alarmed in that flashlight irradiation. It is very obvious to be able to see the body of the green dumplings have some fine fluff is slowly growing out. Since the hair that grows out is white, it becomes very visible. It is also extremely easy to tell. Because of this, the crowd that had originally relaxed was once again on edge. What the what? Hairy dumplings? Nice guy. Good man. Like a thunderbolt. I have seen it before in the dumpling movie. The hairy dumplings are a real cowhide. Hiss. The hairy dumplings' combat power can be described as a bullpen road. Good guy. Chen, this wave can be said to be quite dangerous. Who says it isn't? Brother Chen. Brother Chen. It's really hard on you. The main reason is still because of that professor. He's a real pain in the ass. He's got nothing better to do than open coffins. A living example of looking for death. I go. Don't talk too much. Hurry up and pray for Chen. Amat Ba Buddha. Rudra's blessing. Blessings of the infinite heavenly creator. The three Ching. Holy Mother of God. God bless. In the midst of a wave of complex blessings, on the screen of the live broadcast room, Dull Sister and Professor Chen were still full of scorn, and they didn't dare to make any rash moves at all, especially after seeing the hair start to grow on that dumpling's body. The hearts of the two men were even more frightened. Nerdy Girl looked at the live broadcast pop-ups. Cold sweat fell down as if it was raining on her. Previously, when he had teamed up with Chen Tianran to enter the beginning Emperor's tomb, he had also never encountered this level of danger. It's never a matter of heckling and eating fondue and then cracking crisis after crisis. But now, everything has changed. Eat no food. Dangerous is still so dangerous. It is simply outrageous to the house. Compared to what the nerdy girl is thinking at the moment, Prof. Chen is a little better. After all, there was no comparison. Only simple fear among his heart. Only fear, but it's the same fear that makes him still look terrified. But just then, the shrill cries of the dumplings subsided. The two men also quickly turned back to each other, still too nervous to breathe. But the next second, the hair on that dumpling began to grow like crazy. Swish, but in the time it took to breathe, it had instantly grown all over his body. It was like a wild man who had never had his hair shaved. Roar! In this instant, the dumpling's voice directly changed. It started to become rude, and it swayed slightly harder on its feet. In an instant, the coffin exploded. Instead, its figure turned like a phantom and appeared in front of Chen Tianran's close proximity. Brother Chen! Danger! Danger! Dull Sister yelled hysterically, while Chen Tianran looked like he didn't have any reaction to it. Both sides are getting closer. Professor Chen was so nervous that his hands were drenched in cold sweat. The live feed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Nice guy. Growing hair. It's really hairy. The third layer is up. This dumpling has evolved. What a guy. I never thought that this dumpling would actually evolve. This dumpling can actually evolve. Mom, yeah. Darwin is in our country. Outrageous. It's outrageous. This wave how to get Chen is dead He's not coming out yet. Damn it. This wave doesn't want to live at all. Does it? Gasps. What a guy. What a guy. This is going crazy. Just when everyone was getting nervous for Chen Tianran, the next instant, the blade rose slightly in an instant. The terrifying blade chi kept soaring, and this knife was even more solidly cut on the hairy dumplings. Also arriving at the same time was Chen Tianran's stern hiss. Ninjairu. Juhio chop. Boom. Moment. The ground trembled. There was a sense of the sky collapsing. The hairy dumpling's body instantly flew backwards. It was as if it was a kite with a broken string. Pang. And finally it hit the wall. Chen Tianran's footsteps did not stop. His figure swayed and had already killed the hairy dumplings close to him, and frantically chopped out hundreds of blades in the space of a breath. For a moment everyone was dazzled as if they were watching a grand sword dance show. The crowd was alarmed. Professor Chen on the side had already been dumbfounded, somewhat difficult to understand. What is this situation at the scene? How to fight into this? Wasn't it an even fight just now? Now it's just lopsided? Outrageous. It is outrageous. As Dull Sister looked at that battle situation, the corners of her mouth couldn't control a smile. This was the Chen she knew. Only an invincible crush would be worthy of the other side. Everyone on the air was dumbfounded. I'm Nima. Good guy. Brother Chen. You're actually still here to hide your clumsiness. To show. Chapter 140, the 8 formation diagram. Chapter 140, the 8 formation diagram. What a guy. Good guy. This is Chen, right? It's so Kyrish. Scared the hell out of me. I thought they were going all out. After all this time it's Chen preparing a suitable pose for the pretense? Good. I'm kind of convinced. It's too much. It's just too outrageous. Brother Chen, don't you dare not be so outrageous. In the 5th military region, Lu Shangxin's tightly clasped hands were also slowly loosened at this moment, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Oh, what a lift. The guards also spoke. Yeah, I almost thought they were going to be accounted for here, but I didn't think that they would actually be killed in seconds. Ha. After all, he's the grandson of the god of war. It's normal to be a bit outrageous. Oceanside. The corners of his mouth twitched even more crazily as Kiba Tisha looked at what was on that live screen. What the hell? This too? So fake? Who's it for? Laugh out loud. I can't believe this kind of stuff is good enough to pull out. Ha. That was fun. However, you can't be complacent for too long. A confident smile spread across his face once again. After all, his own handlers had used infrared detection technology to capture the huge figure during the dive. Although it looks like some kind of creature but he knew very well that it definitely wasn't. It must be a giant robot secretly developed by the pretty country. It is a strategic level weapon. Once this kind of terrifying existence is exposed, will surely amaze the world. Once again, it's time to realize what a bully is. He was not the least bit flustered inside. Slow exploration to excite the audience on a deeper level. So much for success. Ha. I'll let you all get carried away for a little while longer. Then, F******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* be that much? On the live public screen, Sheepdog and Donkey Fist are waving their little pink fists in the air, laughing. This kind of what fake special effects is really enough. I thought it was still a tough fight, but it's actually because it's hard to make that kind of special effect in the first place. That's why it's like this, isn't it? Funny. It's so funny. You call this a deep-sea adventure science program? It's just drunk. It's so stupid. If you have the ability to do something real, just like you guys, it's so fake. Just as they were spraying furiously, suddenly, the coffins of everyone on the scene began to vibrate. The hearts of Dull Sister and Professor Chan, which had already slackened, suddenly lifted. What's going on? What's going on here? Prof. Chen made a sound between panicked. He no longer knew how to describe his feelings at the moment. Totally nervous to the point of forgetting to call everything. The Dull Sister, who was beside her, was even more fearful as she shrank towards Chen Tianran's side. Brother Chen, we haven't moved those coffins either. How come they all started shaking? Chen Tianran was still maintaining the stance of holding the dual swords, but after executing that move of Juha Chop, the consumption of physical strength and aura was also extremely great. Under such circumstances, if one were to hastily continue to compete with dumplings of the same level again, would undoubtedly put everyone in extreme danger. Also as a result, his brain CPU began to run wild. The body's feng shui bagua technique was also searching for that latent ray of life at the same time. Chen Tianran's sight scanned the surroundings. Among the feng shui bagua techniques, he was also immediately given hints that the layout of the construction here is actually more similar to the more common 8 formation diagram. Normally, this kind of 8 formation should have only 8 gates, and is sat upon by 8 men of considerable strength. Of course, this refers to the situation in the midst of a marching army, but if it is applied within the tomb passage, it is the same thing. But what's happening now is that the number here is almost several times that of 8. The unusual 8 formation diagram seems simple, but the stronger the person sitting in the formation, the more powerful the formation would be. The 8 formation diagrams are so varied that the slightest mistake can lead to a fall into a dangerous place. And now, the number of coffins arranged here is even more outrageous, undoubtedly stating a case. The entrant died. Chen Tianran's face was slightly grave, but there was no panic. And at this time, Professor Chen, who was on the side, seemed to have seen the light. Comrade Xiao Chen, have you ever felt that the arrangement of the coffins here is structurally a bit similar to the 8 formation diagram invented by Mr. Kong Ming during the Three Kingdoms period in ancient times? When these words came out, the live broadcast room once again boiled over. Asterisk 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 asterisk? What? The 8 position map? Legend has it that those who enter will die in 9 deaths in the 8 formations? Good guy. The coffins in this place are actually set up with the 8 formation diagrams? What kind of mindset does this tomb owner have? Devil, right? I'm going. It's so scary. I can't believe I'm doing this. How can we play this wave? Even if you are strong. But now these coffins are moving. That's right. In this situation, one must not make a half step wrong. Otherwise, it will surely end in total annihilation. Back then, Mr. Kong Ming was very good at using this trick. Most people know more about the 8 formations. After all, it is a famous formation from the Three Kingdoms period. Only this phrase invented by Mr. Kong Ming couldn't help but make Chen Tianran fall into a short period of contemplation. The place he explored was the Dragon Palace Mausoleum, suspected to be the existence of a super-ancient civilization, and more than likely, the wannabe dragons. And in this case, the place was actually set up with 8 formation diagrams. Then there is a kind of indication that this Mr. Kong Ming may also have an uneasy relationship with the people of Wansu. Otherwise, how could such formations have appeared in a period earlier than the Three Kingdoms? Coincidence? Absolutely not. Chen Tianran didn't think any more about it. Regarding the 8 formations, in fact, the 8 formations are, in the simple sense, 8 formations that, but these 8 formations could overlap and change with each other. And that's why the 8 formations are so difficult. What's more, now, such a large number of coffins is undoubtedly indicative of a situation where the power of the 8 formation diagram was set up by them beyond imagination. But also precisely because of this, let Chen Tianran for this Dragon Palace Mausoleum among the buried things has also generated a great interest. Is it really the pearl? Or is it something else? Together with the several people of the Exodus Immortals, they even requested him to bring back the Order of the Seal of the Gods if he encountered it on the road. This, too, was something that made him feel very puzzled. How could they just be sure that they would come across the Order of the Seal? Unless it was said that there was a certain person who had a connection with them, and thus after talking to them, they would find a person to enter into the Dragon Palace Mausoleum and submit the Order of Sealing God. Chapter 141, Do you want to become a sword attendant? Chapter 141, Do you want to become a sword attendant? Just thinking about this, Chen Tianran couldn't help but laugh. Can't help but marvel at how interesting these out-of-the-horse fairies are. Just as he was deep in thought, the live broadcast had long been noisy. Everyone was scratching their heads arguing about how to break this 8 formation diagram. In the 5th military district, Lu Shangxin looked at the situation on the screen as also once again the face of the heavy tension up. Immediately as to open the mouth and said, quickly go and invite Li Luo. Elderly. In Lu Shangxin's memory, Li Luo's attainment in the study of ancient formations was also extremely high. In the current situation, the only way to help them get out of harm's way as quickly as possible is to seek more power. The faster they advance, the faster they can solve the crisis of all mankind. Crisis, always a sword of Damocles hanging high above the top of the item. It must be broken as soon as possible. And Li Luo, who was in the middle of the hospital, couldn't help but murmur after seeing the crowd trapped in the 8 formation diagram on the live broadcast screen. Ha, there's finally a use for me. Lin Yi, who was at the side, also nodded her head and said, Professor, this is your main battlefield now. Ha, don't say that. Li Luo laughed. Maybe Comrade Xiao Chen has already cracked it? Too, Brother Chen. Lin Yi recalled all the things she had done in the beginning Emperor's Mausoleum, and her eyes were showing a different kind of affection. But it was not her who was standing beside the other party at this moment. A kind of sultry regret festered in her heart. And Leroy looked at her with a sideways glance. All things are seen as destiny. And when there is destiny, don't pursue it too much. Well, Lin Yi nodded heavily. Although there was an intolerance in her heart, there was nothing she could do. Unless one could also fly like Chen Tianran who could do anything. I'm shocked to see that you've demonstrated your powers. I'm afraid there's only Chen Tianran in this world. Once she thought of this, the feeling of loneliness in Lin Yi's heart also grew stronger and stronger. She left the hospital room on the pretext of buying coffee, and stood in front of the vending machine for a long time, not able to return to her senses. But when she awoke with a start, it was to notice a figure behind her reflected in the glass mirror of the vending machine. It was late at night, and the hospital walkways were even more sparsely populated, not to mention the corner she was in. But the moment she turned around, her figure suddenly disappeared. Hallucinations? Lin Yi frowned suspiciously, but between careful recall she felt she must have seen that, but finally chalked it up to being overworked lately. But just as she turned around again, the figure was already standing at her side. She almost shouted out in shock under her breath, but was held down by the other party's large hands. Hush! The visitor's face was old and slightly familiar, wearing a black hood and a long sword, like a character from a movie. He smiled as he sized up Lin Yi. Ha, little ninny, don't say anything, old me I have no ill will. Lin Yi didn't say anything, based on the other party's hand just now alone. If he wanted to kill himself, it would be almost instantaneous. But now she wanted to know what the other party's purpose was even more. Why she had suddenly found herself in the middle of the night. This is a hospital inside the military district. There is no way for ordinary people to enter. She took a deep breath. and then she nodded her head in agreement with the other party's words. At this time the old man slowly spoke. Do you want to become Chen Tianran's sword attendant? Who the hell are you? Linny instantly exclaimed, subconsciously raising the volume of her voice again, causing her heart to cringe as she subconsciously covered her mouth and looked at the other party with palpitations. The old man smiled and said, it's not important who I am, but what's important is that I have calculated that Chen Tianran is about to encounter great difficulties. He, on the other hand, needs a third knife to get through this crisis. A third sword? Linny felt more and more confused, feeling more and more that what the other party was saying was too metaphysical. What does that have to do with the number of knives? You can't say that the more knives you have, the stronger you are, can you? And what's the point of the swordman? Linny's mind was in a mess inside, and for a moment she didn't figure out what the other party really meant. The old man seemed to have seen the other party's doubts, so he simply said, the meaning of a swordsman is to accompany the swordsman for life. A word to the wise. Lin Yi's delicate body trembled, and a flash of excitement couldn't help but rise up between her heart. A touch of yearning, but she was born to hold it back, and questioned that why would I want to be a Blade Runner? The old man smiled and continued, because all of this is the work of heaven's destiny. Everything has a destiny in the underworld. Heaven's mandate? Linny always felt that the old man in front of her was bluffing. However, it was impossible to find any cracks, and it was even said that the other party's previous maneuver had already given her a basic disc. There is a large degree of truth in everything he says, but if that was the case, wouldn't it mean that Chen Tianran really had a crisis? Her heart couldn't bear it, and even more so, she didn't want to, never want the other person to suffer an ordeal. But this latent sentiment was one she was not willing to show. I don't believe in the divine order. Ha. The old man laughed and shook his head. In that case, I'll be off and you can keep watching the live stream and see how he gets killed step by step. Linny was instantly enraged. How could anyone go about cursing like this? This is not at all like that. But the old man, as if he had already anticipated her thoughts, turned and walked away without any pause. This action, undoubtedly, put Linny in a dilemma of sorts. She hesitated for a long time, but spoke. I do. As soon as the words fell, the distant old man's figure instantly disappeared. Linny frowned, and as soon as she came back to her senses, there was a long, brilliant gold-colored blade pushing straight into her face. She tried to scream, but realized she couldn't make any sound, until the shanked Dao was completely and utterly lost in the middle of his own face. At the same time the old man slapped out a palm, landing on top of her chest. A strong yet seemingly soft power surged into her between continuously. Nei-chan, the old man's life's work will all be imparted to you today. From today onwards, you are Chen Tianran's sword servant. It is more for the arm of the one who saves the world. What happens in the world in the future depends on the two of you. What? Linny didn't react at all, but she poofed to the bottom, and in a daze, she looked at the old man's face, as if she had seen Chen Tianran. You are Chen Tianran's grandfather. Ha. Chapter 142. How can this be solved? Chapter 142. How can this be cracked? The coffin was trembling. The atmosphere of the scene is once again back to the previous, that heavy. Without exception, both Dull Sister and Prof. Chen began to tremble again, and they didn't know how they were always trembling. It was clear that there was a man beside him who was already strong to the extreme. But after noticing that this is an 8 formation map, and that each coffin may hold a dumpling in its midst, and this dumpling is covered with green and white hair. Under these circumstances, the fear in their hearts grew more and more intense. Chen Tianran could kill a single hairy dumpling in seconds with a single Juhua chop. But what if it's a group? Is he still capable of this amazing performance? But what if these hairy dumplings were standing in the historically famous 8 formations? What is the best way to deal with such a large number? Is this really something a human can handle? Can be decapitated in front of the sea beasts? But this and other more bizarre and unpredictable hair dumplings in 8 array. Can a human really solve it? Professor Chen's mind sent out a heart-stopping hypothetical question. But he was equally clear that all of these hypotheses had already come true. The crisis has been hanging in the air for a long time. His hands had been clenched uncontrollably, even to the point of allowing the sweat in his palms to be squeezed into a slow stream. Dull Sister's heart is also scared, but she is very clear. In this kind of time the only person she can trust is Chen Tianran. There was nothing left for her to do but believe. Believe firmly. Just while watching the coffins constantly shaking and making toothsome noises. This conviction is vaguely and subtly shaken. Between the three of them, Chen Tianran was the only one who maintained a high degree of calmness, and he scanned his surroundings, carefully analyzing the scene. The location where each coffin had landed and was overloaded with calculations in the middle of his unicorn blood-enhanced brain. The 8 array diagram is a very subtle formation. Different people can set it up with different effects, not to mention the fact that this might even have been laid down by the real creator of the 8 formation diagram. The Dragon Palace Mound tomb was mysterious and treacherous, and it made him feel a deep yearning for the original arrival was supposed to be about finding the pearl and going on a rescue mission. But now, what he wanted to do more than anything else was to find out what kind of things had happened in the world that once was, letting a suspected super-ancient civilization disappear completely into history? This curiosity became his new source of motivation. As a result of his days, he seemed to outsiders to be frozen in place. Many of the water friends in the live broadcast room were amazed and surprised. What's going on? Why is Chen frozen? What happened? Mr. Chan, are you asleep? Are you sure? Are you sure? Brother Chen, hurry to slow down. This time to put what empty. Hurry up and take care of the trouble. If we don't solve it, we might get all the corpses later. A bunch of water boys are anxious. Lu Shangxin, who is in the middle of the 5th military region, is even more anxious. What happened? Froze up? Or did they suffer a mental attack? In the face of his doubts, the side guards were not able to give any answers. In his eyes, Chen Tianran did freeze in place. It's like a man who's faced with extreme danger and can't do anything about it. But the guards were well aware that the man had never been at a loss for words. But the truth is thrown out in front of us. By that time, Li Luo had already arrived at the office by car. He was holding a book on ancient formations in his hands, and on his way here, he kept flipping through it to check all the information. Any situation where there has ever been a battle of the eights, Li Luo is all about arithmetic and reasoning. Lao Lu. What? Found the answer? Lu Shangxin's eyes showed a flash of hope that, this glimmer of hope wasn't just his own, it was the entire human race. Chen Tianran and others fall. Humanity, or will also be heading for extinction. And that's when Leroy nodded and said, I have found some answers. In ancient times, there were people who cracked the 8 formation map, and he was faced with a situation where several times as many people were involved in the formation. But this person managed to break through. If it weren't for the fact that I'm well read in history, even some of the side stories had been read, otherwise it would have been very difficult to find out about this. Lu Shangxin subconsciously let out a breath, while a wave of curiosity rose in his heart. And, how the hell are we going to break it? Hearing these words, Li Luo was embarrassed. This may sound outrageous, but it's true. The saying recorded in this wild and ancient book is that there are 8 eyes in an 8-eye diagram, regardless of the geometric increase in the number of people. The real eyes of the formation are these 8 people. The things that need to be done to actually get out of the trap in the middle of the rapid are also extremely simple. Simple? Lu Shangxin frowned vaguely, was guessing something, but still inquired. What? Speak up. Li Luo straightened out his thoughts and then looked at Lin Yi, who never followed him up, and he opened his mouth and said, kill the enemies on the 8 eyes of the formation between the same time. Fong can break the formation. Dog fart. Lu Shangxin immediately cursed angrily without an image. And, what a way to go. He hammered the table in front of him, his eyes filled with rage. And, how is it possible to do such a thing? Just the state of Chen Tianran when he fought with the hairy dumplings earlier is evident. If the strength of the hairy dumplings among these coffins are all highly uniform, this is barely half a chance of winning. Under such circumstances, and how to go about managing to decapitate 8 hairy dumplings at the same time, and it's still on top of 8 formations. This is not bull *********. Lu Shangxin is using his angry voice to vent his anger in the middle of his heart, as a way to vent his dissatisfaction. Li Luo listened to the whining in his mouth and did not have any dissatisfaction. When he saw the method in the car also could not help but swear. Only after careful thought it makes sense. Old Lu, if things are that easy to get, do you think it's realistic? For a moment, Lu Shangxin also froze in place, and it occurred to him in a trance that if this plan didn't have Chen Tianran's figure, if he didn't join in, what would be the outcome? I'm afraid that this exploring team was already going to be devoured by those unseeable sea beasts the moment they entered the deep sea, right? Under such circumstances, it was perhaps the greatest blessing for them to be able to penetrate deep into the tomb of the real Dragon Palace Mound. But now he's still a little disgruntled and lashing out. Perhaps, it was because the shock brought about by Chen Tianran was so outrageous that so much so that it made him forget the difficulty of this salvation. Chapter 143, need to kill 8 at the same time. Chapter 143, need to kill 8 of them at the same time. Salvation is never that simple. With Chen Tianran not existing, this ray of hope was even more minuscule. It may even be that it just doesn't exist. The miracle, however, came from Chen Tianran. Lu Shangxin took a deep breath. He was at least a general sitting on one side. He is also very strong in managing his emotions, and has calmed down in the blink of an eye. He sat back on the sofa with a colorless face, and waved his hand to signal Li Luo to take a seat with him to witness the birth of an impossible miracle. But just then, in a trance, he was thinking of something that, is there a famous person you say broke the formation? Yes. Li Luo nodded without thinking. Lu Shangxin turned around and wondered, who is it? Li Luo opened his mouth. A battle that has hardly been recorded. And the man who was surrounded was Lu Bu. He killed 8 people instantly with one hand on his square halberd. Break through the siege. A word landed. Lu Shangxin blinked his mouth. Suddenly is feeling that the other party is not playing with himself. But controlled the nationalist did not export, but somewhat stifled to continue to look at the live broadcast. On the public screen of the live broadcast room, the sound of doubt is also increasing. Meanwhile the shepherd's dog and donkey fist kung fu continues to be applied. What's going on? What's going on? Strike? No way? What? At a time like this, a bunch of zombies are supposed to come out and start escaping like crazy, right? Like Busan? Ha ha ha. Laughing my ass off. If it's really a Busan episode, then I think there's really a need to watch it. It's going to be great. Don't even think about it. With the small brains of the Chinese, how can they come up with such a subtle and brilliant plot? It's too funny. Where there are them there is bound to be constant controversy, especially when they start insulting Chinese nationals. I can go to your big brother. Aren't the sticks now copying our online writings every day? Laughing. Nowadays, half of the dramas are all about the weblogs we're tired of reading. Ha ha ha. It's so much fun. This real life shot can still be taken as fake? Funny. Very funny. No way? No way. Are these sheepdogs and donkey fighters blind? A scolding was also set off immediately. Laughs dead. Dead Country Nan is still here in a negative way. You guys, this movie if true. I'm going to eat today. 2 strokes. Why should I reward you? The name calling continues. And live screen on the Chun Tianran is still keeping motionless strength posture. His brain was still calculating the possibilities, just to protect those other 2 in this extremely dangerous situation. Yes, he never thought of himself, from the beginning. Because he is invincible. The invincible never have to think about themselves. If you really fight, it's okay to turn on a hang and just start slaughtering. However, Dull Sister and Professor Chen were after all only mortal flesh, and could not carry the attack of these hairy dumplings, so he's searching for a way to break through with both pendants together. But suddenly, bang, 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 the sound of successive coffins lifting up suddenly rang out. The light of the flashlight does not cover all, but can be seen in a limited range of that light. A body of greenish-black dumplings not tightly and courteously from the coffin stood up. They move as if they were stepping on human heartstrings, making people so nervous that they can't breathe a little bit. But that's just the dumplings within range of the flashlight. The number has been as large as 2 hands, to the extent that there is no irradiation. There will only be more. The water friends in the live room had already had their hearts in their throats. They were nervous. Just imagining it tells you how hard this next battle will be, how tough it will be. What a predicament. But now, all the hope, all the chips all also and can only be pressed on Chen Tianran's body. Except for him. No one else can do it. Even though it's close to impossible, can only be pinned on him. The live broadcast screen gradually less and less, only a few half dozen floating through, after which it fell into a long dead silence. They know that what happens next is either life or death, but whatever the outcome, the process must be heart-wrenching. There is not a single person who would want to miss it. Even if this person is Kiba Tisha, he is on the other side of the ocean. At this moment also did not hold back the curiosity of putting down the glass of red wine in his hand, and earnestly end of the cell phone sat on the sofa. Wanted to see what a rendition of this fake show would turn out to be next. Whether or not it would shock people, he wasn't sure, but it definitely snapped. This kind of tension brewing is what the Chinese are best at. Maybe we can learn from it in the future, in the programs we produce. If you can't do it again, poach someone and use them. Just pay the money, won't you? But at that moment, a line of large letters floated across the live screen, causing Kiba Tisha not to be able to help but is laughing out loud. Ha ha ha. The Chinese are really good at acting. Even the live broadcast pop-ups have to be deliberately arranged. I'm Li Luo, Comrade Xiao Chen. According to my investigation, the most straightforward way to break the 8 formation diagram is to kill the 8 dumplings in the eye of the formation at the same time. The brief and concise remarks, after being sent out, immediately started a heated debate. What? At the same time? Are you kidding me? That kind of thing? It's impossible. That's it. Although it was said that earlier Chen managed to slash for a second, but in the cartoon, there is also a CD for putting skills. They also need to build up momentum. There are so many dumplings here now. There's no way to fight. Everyone's hearts were wildly shaken. And the nerdy girl who saw the pop-ups in the live broadcast was even more delicate and trembling. Professor Chen, look, she handed the cell phone over, and the latter's pupils clenched violently when he took it. What? Actually, to behead 8 dumplings that are in the eye of the formation at the same time? But this, how can this be done? They had also seen Chen Tianran's strain earlier, so at this moment, there was already a sense of disillusionment. But on the contrary, when Chen Tianran heard these words, he slowly turned back, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Simultaneously decapitating 8 that are in the eye of the formation? Such a method does seem to work, he said as his body had begun to walk slowly, and those in the coffin in the middle of the dumplings had begun to grow white hair without exception, and instantly covered the surface of their body between breaths. The aura on their bodies also began to skyrocket in an instant. Soaring. Chapter 144, One Blade After Another. Chapter 144, One Blade After Another. A dumpling from the original greenish-black color, gradually is changed into the present body-hairy appearance, but that's exactly what they are, and the pressure they bring is ever increasing. It doesn't stop climbing. Chen Tianran's body was motionless. He did not rush to strike directly. In such a situation, it is all the more important to remain calm. But to Prof. Chen, it was more and more alarming. What's going on here? Why is Comrade Xiao Chen standing still? The dumplings, it's coming. Dull Sister also had the same anxious look, but she knew in her heart that only by believing in Chen Tianran, then this result would continue to go in the ideal direction. She was still nervous, but her palms were sweating coldly. The live feed. I go. Brother Chen, don't just talk without doing anything. That's it. Brother Chen, if you don't make a move, you'll all be wiped out. It's outrageous. Brother Chen, don't just pretend. Remember to do it after pretending. Meanwhile, between now and then, the jets are immediately on the line. Laughing my ass off. This situation is clearly one that has been completely intimidated, and you want to pin your hopes on him? Dream on. Acting out a scene without even realizing that the protagonist is already going to make a move at such a time? Oh, I get it. It must be that this kind of battle footage is too burnt out, so think not to shoot for the time being, and then later on, the dumplings are all held back when they accidentally hit some mechanism or something, right? The probability of this is still high. After all, this is all an act. Yet, that way, the comedy is there, and it saves a ton of money on special effects. Wonderful. The pop-ups just keep coming. Everybody's voicing their opinions. In the 5th military region, Lu Shaixin was already clenching his fists. Comrade Xiao Chen Fong should have already heard the way to break the situation, but why hasn't he done it yet? Li Luo also shook his head slightly at his words. How easy is it to kill 8 dumplings at the same time? After all, that was only possible with a brave character like Lu Fengxian. As he spoke, he was looking out again. His heart was extremely curious about the fact that Lin Yi had never come over. Obviously the other side said to go to a restroom. How ago has been a long time has never come. This cannot help but is to let him heart have a little worry. Only this is a military area. No more. There's no way someone could just take a large living person captive while ignoring all defenses. Is there? Thinking of this, Li Luo also immediately calmed down, and gave his full attention to the live broadcast. Nowadays, the most important thing is to find another way to help Chen Tianran and others to break the situation. They absolutely cannot be stalled. Li Luo's heart gave a start, and he immediately consulted the ancient books again. Lu Shaixin see this situation, is also slightly chagrined. He is just a warrior origin. In addition to fighting, nothing else. At this moment, can only be a passerby's point of view to see what happened. At the same time, those hairy dumplings are already impatiently out of the coffin toward Chen Tianran and others converge. They are not in a hurry. Seem to have wisdom, is to slowly advance, so that in the psychological above, completely crush each other. But right at this moment, Chen Tianran suddenly spoke up and said, I've been thinking just now that if we just decapitated those 8, would we not necessarily be able to break the mechanism? When these words came out, Professor Chen, who was still in the middle of his tension, also looked back at him, puzzled. What do you mean by that, Comrade Xiao Chen? His mind was puzzled by you can't even kill 8 of them. Do you want to kill them all at once? What a joke. These words he also held in his heart and did not say out loud. The live feed. Brother Chen started to fill the cups again? Sure. You should at least break the game before pretending. Don't pretend and then get wiped out. It's outrageous. If it really could be broken. I'm afraid I wouldn't have waited until now. In the middle of the 5th theater, Lu Shaixin was also full of confusion, not quite understanding what the other party meant by these words. Only Li Luo muttered under his breath, after looking through the ancient books, perhaps decapitating all of them at once. That's what really breaks the law. What? Lu Shangxin exclaimed at once. Old Li, are you kidding me again? Killing 8 is a little too much for me, and now you're talking about killing them all? Is that realistic? It's not realistic at all. Li Luo also shook his head. I don't know. I don't understand either. Although it was written above the wild history and miscellany that the beheading of 8 existences that were in the eye of the formation. But you and I are clear. This so-called Dragon Palace Mountain is located in the time of the dynasty. Can never be the Three Kingdoms period. It will only be more distant and remote than the Three Kingdoms. And in this case, the versatility of this formation may have far exceeded our imagination. His words completely caused Lu Shangxin to fall into silence. He didn't continue to open his mouth anymore. His face as gloomy as if he was able to squeeze out black water. He knew that the crisis was once again upon us. I'm afraid the crisis is all coming early. Here is a most crucial point made by Li Lo. The Dragon Palace tomb is located in a very distant dynasty, and the dynasties that were recorded among the prophetic revelations they received were very distant. Perhaps there is a stronger correlation between the two themselves. If this is the case, then is the search for the pearl not within the control of those existences, and risked 1,000 dangers in their playfulness, and in the end it's just a waste? If that's the case, then what's the point of looking? What's the need to waste talent? For a moment, Lu Shangxian was already a bit confused, until the next second. A big hand from Li Luo suddenly clapped over. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This mother asterisk 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 still has to be Shao Chun. Lu Shangxin raised his head violently, and his line of sight instantly landed on the live broadcast screen. Between them, on the screen, Chen Tianran's body had been lowered to the extreme. Instantly, a harsh hiss erupted from his mouth. Two-dagger flow. Flash. Demon bear. The moment the words fell, Chen Tianran had already transformed into a shadow, and his speed was already so fast that there was no way for anyone's light ball to keep up. Swish, swish, swish. The only thing that flashed at the scene was the blade. Only the heads that kept flying high into the air. The knife was still swinging and chopping. The head is still flying. One click. Another stroke. A slash and another slash. One after another. The knives keep on coming. Chapter 145, Brother Chen. What's wrong with you? Chapter 145, What's wrong with you, Brother Chen? It lasted for several minutes of frenzied carnage. Amidst the incredulous gazes of Professor Chen and Dull Sister, Chen Tianran slowly walked back from the mountain of corpses and blood, dragging 2 knives with him. He looked at the two of them with a long overdue smile that, in just now, I figured it out. Instead of waiting so long, I'd rather slaughter them all. Prof. Chun. Nerd girl. Both of them fell into silence by tacit agreement. After all, the man in front of me is outrageous. If you had this ability, why would you hide it? What hesitation? Cut it straight. Kill. It really freaked us out. The two of them looked at each other, and both of them could see what was going on inside the other's mind. And at this time, the live broadcast pop-up screen also fell into a moment of silence. But soon enough it erupted into a thunderous pop-up that, asterisk 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 asterisk. Good guy. The mother asterisk 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 really got loaded. Abominable. It's Chun again. Again. He's loaded to the gills. Damn it. This man is too outrageous. He's taking so long to make up his mind? How can he be like this? It's outrageous. Everyone kept trolling on the public screen of the livestream. At the same time, there are also a lot of spammers and cannot resist the loneliness of the beginning of wild spraying. Funny. Funny. Is this too much of a sham? Come on. It's a science program. Why do we have to do this kind of battle scene? Is it possible that you want to proclaim to the world that there really are demons and monsters in this world? That there really are such godly things? Ha ha ha. Laugh my ass off. How can there really be such things as dumplings in the world? In fact, even if we don't talk about the dumplings and so on, let's just talk about the so-called sea beasts. The SB news agency in the pretty country of others has already debunked the rumor. It doesn't exist at all. Okay. It's outrageous. Ha ha ha. Be forgiving. Be tolerant. After all, it's a Kokonan-produced show. What show isn't outrageous? Indeed. Indeed we should be more tolerant. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A few winos upstairs. Hurry up and roll to the pretty country. Don't talk so much here. The live broadcast scolding war is also a touch. There have long been a lot of water friends to see these non-stop smear China's people are not happy. Splashing water 3 times, but still enjoying the benefits of China. This kind of eating thing should have been eaten by the spirits and demons a long time ago. It should not even exist in this world. The minds of all the people were thinking in this way. The Kiba Tisha on the other side of the ocean, looking at the live broadcast screen, the Chen Tianran who came out from among the mountains of corpses and the sea of blood. His heart was also violently. After all, the image is so impactful, especially that last smile of the other party. It was too ghostly. as if it didn't exist in this world. His body trembled violently, but he quickly regained his composure. After all, he had been through a lot of trials and tribulations, and was bound to disbelieve in such ghostly sayings. Although it was a shock, it was only because the special effects of the show's effects were so realistic that it was a shock. Kiba Tisha was comforted by this in his mind. At the same time he was slightly annoyed. How come his own people under his hand had not yet caught up with the new technology developed by that pretty country? Is it possible that the power of technology has now reached the point where it is able to maintain ultra-high-speed deep-sea diving? And looking at that size was just huge and a bit uncharacteristic, filling one's heart with shock. He then proceeded to click on the deep-sea science section of his SB news agency. On the screen, the crew is still sitting there, except that the big difference from before they went into the water is that their eyes are slightly dulled. It's as if the feeling of having lost all faith and not knowing where to go after that. Available at. This is at least working. How can you act like that? Kiba Tisha immediately became anxious, his eyes full of anger. He picked up his cell phone and dialed the number. But since it was in the middle of the deep sea, the only way to transmit the signal was through the satellite. But the signal was never able to be transmitted in. Damn it! Abominable! Base station technology in the hands of the Chinese is really a nightmare. He recalled the previous situation of the Dull Sisters live broadcast without any sense of broken chain. Then his heart was more and more irritated. It was agreed that they would not be allowed to get the technology. And they broke through? Is it even still far ahead? What the hell? Pretty country, what are you up to? Do you know that this is very detrimental to the interests of our businessmen? He spat madly in his mind. But that's not going to help. After all, China itself has a very strong side in research and development. It is inevitable that in the near future, China will likely be a new lighthouse. It is absolute. So it's going to be about taking as many breaths as you can before that happens. Kiba Tisha was furious. But looking at the content on that live screen, he was even slightly more furious. How is it that your own people are like dull logs? Couldn't there be more interaction? Is it hard to forget all the previous training? It was so bad. It clearly improves the show, but it's these people who are screwing it up. Bang! Kiba Tessie slammed his fist on the table in anger but soon the corners of his mouth were smiling once again. But just to see the inventions of the so-called pretty country, then it will surely be a huge heavy blow to them. The smile on Kiba Tisha's face grew a little thicker as well. In the 5th military region, Lu Shangxin fell into a brief moment of confusion. I mother asterisk 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 ing. For a moment, he has been the state of the art to hold back almost just to spit out. Not for any other reason. It was because his wave of Chen Tianran's operation was just too eye-blowing. Can directly kill in seconds. Just now still there to pretend what big head garlic still pretending to be dangerously deep there. It's outrageous. It's almost like worrying for nothing. On the other side, Li Luo had a feeling that he was used to it. Before the exploration of the tomb of the first emperor, the other party is not also the same situation. And then also time and time again, the danger is solved. The level of danger may not be comparable to what we have now, but it's still dangerous. Only to see that on the live broadcast screen, Chen Tianran was already beckoning to the two. Once again, began to go deeper. But he didn't take a few steps. His body was just a little wobbly and about to fall down. Brother Chen? Brother Chen? Dull Sister is instantly exclaimed. Immediately a step out is to go to resist the other party's body. The eyes were full of worry. Chen, what's wrong with you? Chapter 146, Lin Yi disappears. Chapter 146, Lin Yi disappears. Because of the outburst of the party's meal, Chen Tianran's body was already at its limit. So much so, that it's straight up fainting. This is relatively rare for Chen Tianran. In the case of the Dull Sister, it was even more amazing. She reached down to double-check the other woman's condition, and was relieved to make sure she was still breathing. And gas. Prof. Chen, who was at the side, also analyzed it carefully. It looks like, in the battle just now, even though Comrade Xiao Chen was said to be crushing, this is still too much for his exertion. I'm afraid it's going to take a while to get over the force of this one. At those words, the sorrow on Dull Sister's face also rose again. She raised her hand and brushed Chen Tianran's cheeks, a touch of heartache rising from the bottom of her heart. If one can also fight and become stronger, perhaps, the result would have been different, right? When such a thought sprang into her mind. Abruptly, a voice came faintly to his ears. Do you crave power? Swish! The dorky girl jerked her head back, and could only see the deep darkness, and not any of the people who had spoken. And a wave of fear went up to the heavens. And, Professor Chen, did you hear anything? Prof. Chen looked along the other party's line of sight suspiciously, and did not see any shadow. Wondering, what's that noise? I didn't hear it. At those words, the dorky girl also shook her head, thinking that perhaps this was her own hallucination. Only as she murmured such thoughts in her mind, that voice also sounded again. He's so pathetic. Fighting alone. Sooner or later he'll fall again. Nerdy girl once again raised her head to look around. At the same time, she again observed Professor Chen's state, confirming that the voice should be heard only by herself. She didn't say anything, nor did she react in any particular way. She just hugged Chen Tianran, and the voice apparently had no intention of letting go of the, if you get the power, you'll be able to help him, and you'll all get what you want to get, and you will leave alive. The voice was particularly aggravated by the last phrase. This made even the dull sister's heart ran a flutter. It seemed that it was because of this tremor that the voice once again began to compel. The way to get the power is also very simple. As long as you lie inside this coffin, then, you will receive a constant stream of power. Nerdy girl's eyes gradually began to lax. The live feed. How did Chen fall down? The force is exhausted. Outrageous. Brother Chen actually exhausted himself? This kind of thing has never happened before. Ghost. This is simply a magical thing. Before the tomb of the beginning emperor all the way to kill the past, also did not see Chen force exhaustion, but now, actually collapsed. What a guy. What a guy. This is outrageous. Unbelievably outrageous. Bull ********. Chen actually fell down? Jet took the opportunity to start swinging, too, laughing. This script is simply brilliant. There's such a cliched exhaustion sequence. Kokonan's imagination is limited after all. Forget it. It's already great that Kokonan can make a movie like this. Let's just be relieved. Meanwhile, in the middle of the 5th military region, Lu Shangxin's brows were also furrowed as he looked at the fallen Chen Tianran. Exhausted? Is this his limit? He looked at the live feed in confusion, and a look of regret could not help but spread across his face. I thought Chen Tianran's invincibility was going to hold out until the end, but the most realistic thing was that the other side couldn't carry it until then. After all, the mystery of the Dragon Palace tomb in the middle of the deep sea is far beyond people's imagination. Even if he was as strong as Chen Tianran, he had temporarily collapsed at this critical juncture. As for when he would wake up, he had no idea. Li Luo also shook his head inside. The efforts made by little Chen are already enough. There is no way to ask him to do more. Lu Shangxin also nodded his head slightly when he heard this. You're right. Comrade Xiao Chen has already performed too many miracles, so much so that it became a matter of regret that he fell. Li Luo laughed. But that's a good thing, isn't it? Good thing? Lu Shangxian looked back at him in confusion. How so? Old Lu. Think carefully, Li Luo said in a close whisper. At least on some level, Comrade Xiao Chen is still person. Hearing this, Lu Shangxin's brows furrowed once again, and then they unfolded. Yes, as long as one is a human being, there is always a limit, so it seems that his fall is still a good thing. Instead, at least it proves he's human. The two of them looked at each other, but they still saw the flash of regret in the bottom of each other's eyes. The guard shook his head even more regretfully. He wanted to continue to look at Chen Tianran's invincible stance again. It's just a shame that it's going to have to stop for a while. And at that moment, Li Luo turned back again. Strange, where did Lin Yi go? How come I haven't seen her since I came out of the hospital? Upon hearing this, Lu Shangxian also waved his hand towards the guards. Go and take a look. Yes, the latter left for just a minute or two, and then came back with an ugly look on his face. People are missing. Lu Shangxian looked up at him. Gone? What do you mean it's gone? Li Luo also looked at him suspiciously. Tell me slowly, little comrade, what's going on? The latter swallowed raw, and began to give a good account of the events which had taken place in the last few minutes. And the pupils of Lu Shangxin and Li Luo both contracted in synchronization. What are you saying? Lu Shangxin said excitedly. Are you saying that she had entered this building but disappeared after stepping onto the stairs? Not only did the two fighters at the stairway not see her leave, but they didn't even catch the surveillance? Are you sure they didn't misread it? Or missed it? The guard nodded heavily. I also think that perhaps they missed but they're pretty sure that there was no one else at that time during that period of time that. So, Lin Yi has disappeared. For a while, the office was plunged into an eerie atmosphere. Li Luo frowned and wrapped his arms around his chest, confusion written all over his face, before adding, but on second thought, she came out alive from the mausoleum of the first emperor. It might be understandable to say that something in particular has changed in her. Special changes? Lu Shangxin's frown grew tighter and tighter, feeling more and more that things seemed to be vaguely beyond his control. A living, breathing person had actually disappeared right under their noses like that. Chapter 147 on Prophecy. Chapter 147 on Prophecy. A feeling of shock and anger rushed straight to Lu Shangshin's mind. It is undoubtedly very humiliating to have this kind of thing happen under your nose. Find me someone. Make sure you find someone for me today. Yes. The guards were on fire. 2. How in the world did a large living person manage to disappear? It's simply impossible. Or even that it's completely impossible. After he answered, he also left the room in a hurry. When Lu Shangshin and Li Luo were the only two left in the room, Lu Shangshin was abruptly relieved again. Phew. Old Lu? Li Luo looked back at him suspiciously. Do you know something? The latter shook his head. I don't know. And I'm not sure. Except that I think it's conversely a good thing that more and more of these transcendent, beyond our imagination things are happening. How? Li Luo looked curiously at the other man and the latter nodded faintly and said, the crisis is coming, but when it will come is anybody's guess. It's not clear. Even the signs rarely appear. But the signs have been getting stronger lately, too. Instead, this is what makes it more reassuring that at least it's finally time to face the plagues. Instead of waiting for a long period of time with internal depletion, it would be better to expect him to come a little earlier. Arriving a little earlier will, on the contrary, reduce the internal consumption of the spirit, and to a certain extent, even enable one's spirit to be able to be better. Upon hearing this, Li Luo also nodded his head heavily. You're right. Instead of waiting all the time, it would be better to face it head-on, sooner rather than later. Maybe in the process of straightening up, our comrade Little Chen can stand up and power through again. Ha ha ha. Hearing these words, Lu Shangxian burst out laughing again. Difficult. If the calamity really comes, strong as comrade Xiao Chen will just fall into one of these many suffers. That is absolutely not humanly possible to fight. It's absolutely not humanly possible to fight against that. When he said this, his face once again resumed its original gravity. Even more unsightly. Li Luo wondered. Old Lu, what exactly is the so-called calamity? Why does it make you so scandalized? The latter sniffed and also slightly angled his head. I couldn't reveal too much to you before, but now it's almost done. Upon hearing these words, Li Luo's body trembled slightly, and he immediately sat more upright and looked at the other party. Immediately, he was telling the whole story in a good way. By the time he had finished, Leroy had fallen into a long pause of contemplation. Lu Shangshin didn't bother. He understood that it would take a process that it takes time to rebuild one's worldview after it's been shattered. But for Leroy, the process is certainly much shorter. After all, he had seen the military god's magnificent posture, and even more so, he had seen the back of today's Chen Tianran. After a moment, Leroy slowly looked up at him and, so everything came from that prophecy? That's right. Lu Shangshin nodded heavily. Although when we first got this so-called prophecy, we didn't believe it. After all, it's all too metaphysical, too unscientific. No one believes that. It was only when one transcendent thing happened that everything gradually changed its flavor. The same is true for the rest of the world. Li Luo held his head slightly high. Lu Shangshin's words, explained in layman's terms, are the words of an archaeologist who discovered a piece of the ancient Samsung civilization left behind. After deciphering it was discovered that it was a prophecy left by a witch of that time. Not many people believed in this prophecy at the time. Only a few experts specializing in this area have paid extra attention. It was their attention that gradually brought it all to the surface. No one knows exactly what the future plagues will look like. But for now, all that can be done is to find out as soon as possible. Finding a way to break the ice. The only way to survive. When he had stabilized his mind, Li Luo then opened his mouth and said, about that one prophecy, can I see it? Although he was in the archaeology field, he was a little far from Kyoto, as he specialized in a different direction. That's why they seldom communicate with each other on weekdays. What's more, this kind of news is already about the country, so it's quite reasonable that he doesn't know about it. Lu Shangshin also froze slightly when he heard this request. Then he nodded and said, that's fine. You're an expert in this area anyway, though specializing in different areas. It might even give more useful information. He said. He pulled up the picture from his cell phone. Seeing this scene, Li Luo could barely hold his breath. You store that important information directly in your cell phone? Not afraid of being hacked? What are you afraid of? It's not a fruit machine. It's a flower card. Lu Shangxian said that he was turning over the logo on the back of his cell phone. Li Luo nodded and didn't care too much about it. He was now fully concentrated on the text that had been burned down during the 3-star period. Then he looked and watched as his brow gradually furrowed. 2. Lu Shangshin on the side saw this situation and wondered. Old Li, what have you discovered here? Why is your expression so grave? Although this prophecy is already being drilled by multiple archaeologists, it might also be useful if more new discoveries are made. And at that moment, Li Luo nodded his head and said, "This writing, I feel a little familiar. Like I've seen it somewhere before. Somewhere else? What place? Where?" Lu Shangxin's face gradually was showing a shocked color. And he didn't realize that just informing the other side of what happened was in exchange for an even heavier message that the prophecy existed within more than just the Samsung heap. This news is certainly huge. Then Li Luo spoke. "You do remember the tomb of the first emperor, don't you? The tomb of the first emperor? How again with?" Lu Shangxin just said here, but was violently thought that the not true. The reason why we're sure that thing is a beat is also because Comrade Xiao Chen found traces inside the tomb of the first emperor. In other words, there might be more to know about those things in the tomb of the first emperor. Speaking of which, he added, with some regret, it's just a pity that the underground palace has already collapsed, and the offlying mountains have crumbled, so it should be difficult to explore anything more. No, there's more, Li Luo spoke up. There is a replay of the Dull Sisters live broadcast, and with the advanced level of the unmanned live broadcasting machine, there's still more research that can be done. That said, Lu Shangxin shook his head. The top itself has the idea of digging start the imperial tomb again. Then take this opportunity. Dig right in. Chapter 148. Chapter 148. Digging? Li frowned at every turn. Lu Shangxin laughed. Oh, there is no need to worry too much. After this adventure of Comrade Xiao Chen's, although it was said that the underground palace had collapsed, but if we dig, we can still find a lot of useful things. Not to mention that there are still a lot of people curious about this too. 000-year-old era. When Li Luo heard these words, he was a little excited. In that case, can you let me? He. Lu Shangxin immediately saw what the other party was thinking, and immediately opened his mouth. Naturally, after all, you're the expert in the study of the tomb of the first emperor. Thanks, old Lu. Li Luo secretly clenched his fists and, for any archaeologist, for whom it is undoubtedly a great thrill to be able to excavate the tomb of the first emperor, it's been mostly destroyed, but still manages to be as exciting as ever. Just when ordered him to feel curious, but still that Lin Yi's nowhere to be found. Obviously it was there earlier. How come it's suddenly gone? Doubts constantly lingered in his mind, causing him to not figure it out for a while. But just then, a scene on the live feed made his mouth drop open. Even Lu Shangxin didn't hold back from almost spitting out a mouthful of nationalist. Only to see on the live broadcast screen, Dull Sister slowly put Chen Tianran in her arms on the ground. Immediately afterward, she rose slowly in a state of double-mindedness, and this bizarre scene filled Professor Chen with confusion. "Comrade Nerd Girl? What's wrong with you? Can you hear me?" He opened his mouth and at the same time was trying to reach out to remind the dorky girl that she was too close to the coffin. Too close. But the latter kept coming closer and closer as if he was oblivious to it. In this scene, even if Professor Chen was able to remain calm, he still had some difficulty straining himself. What the hell is going on here? The live feed. Asterisk. What's going on here? Why is the nerdy girl constantly walking towards the coffin? Hiss. This is a bit of a scary night. So creepy. What the hell is going on here? Why is this happening? Outrageous. Offbeat. I always feel like something's about to happen. For a moment, everyone's hearts were once again in their throats, and it was clear that the crisis was about to surface again. Every single water user watching the live broadcast had their fists clenched and cold sweat seeping out of their palms, so nervous that his body began to tremble slightly. Dull Sister took one step after another toward the coffin, while repeating under her breath the sentence, "Power. I want power," repeatedly, and when her hand touched the coffin, a strong force instantly rushed into her body, and it gave her a sense of a wildly shaken body. Air, Nerd Girl subconsciously chanted out. Professor Chen's heart raced as he tried to stop the other party's strange behavior, but it was the moment he reached over that the dorky girl snapped her head back to stare at him with a ghostly grin. "Do you want power too? Ha, Prof." Chen was instantly taken aback, his body subconsciously taking half a step back. The eyes flowed full of panic, completely unable to figure out what the Dull Sister party was doing to become so his mind was full of confusion. Especially as seeing the ground exhausted. Xiao Chen? Comrade Xiao Chen? Professor Chen immediately even more confused to survey the surrounding, but did not see Chen Tianran's half-figure. Asterisk. Comrade Xiao Chen? Gone? That one moment, a chill ran down his tailbone and straight to the sky. Cold hairs stood up all over his body. His super high IQ brain was also looking a little underutilized at the moment. Can't figure it out at all. The live streamers were even more confused. What's going on? How come Chen is gone all of a sudden? Oh, this is outrageous. Is this an ancient tomb or a magic space? This is bull. Asterisk. How can someone lying on the ground in exhaustion suddenly disappear? Everyone is shocked. And just as Professor Chen was confused, suddenly, a figure leapt in front of him. What? Before he had time to react, the other party grabbed the doll sister's body and detached it from the coffin. Wake thee up! The majestic voice exploded suddenly, shocking back this originally haunting sense of eeriness in an instant. He had the air of a man who would not dare to come and violate the law. In an instant, Prof. Chen's originally hanging heart also dropped immediately. There was immediate relief from the nervous waterman. And, phew, it's still Brother Chan. That scene just now almost didn't scare me to the point of fainting. Yeah, it was so scary. It's so scary. It's outrageous. If I had been there, I would have fainted long ago. The crowd exclaimed but right at this moment, on the live broadcast screen, Chen Tianran's body was once again rising with a purple aura and a blood aura. The two intersected, and once again, a magnificent image was formed. It drew a gasp from everyone, but Prof. Chen was looking at the scene with puzzlement in his eyes. And, what the hell is going on here? How did Doll Sister become like this? Chen Tianran didn't reply, but instead focused his full attention on the Doll Sister's body. The other party's situation was a bit complicated, and he had suddenly fainted earlier for this moment, because in his feng shui bagua, there's always a cloud of something lingering in this place, and if he doesn't get rid of it ahead of time, it's likely to lead to unstoppable doom. It was also for this reason that he directly chose to let his body drop to an extremely weak state, but it didn't occur to me that this thing actually chose the dorky sister, who had a bit more energy. Anyway, although this is a situation that Chen Tianran does not want to see, but since it can be solved, it is also even. Under his raised hand, majestic aura began to pour in, but within inches, under his palm slapping the small hill. Bang! Doll Sister's delicate body slightly trembled. A wisp of black gas gradually is through the body. On the side, Prof. Chen immediately took another half step back. What the hell? There's actually black gas? He was holding a flashlight at the moment, and no doubt he could see very clearly, while the one of fear in his heart was rising again. It doesn't matter who it is. At the sight of this scene, it's going to be scary. At this time, Chen Tianran but laughed out loud. Ha. Prof. Chen, there's no need to worry too much. This is nothing more than being possessed by an evil spirit. One moment. Oh, Prof. Chen sighed in relief at the sound of his voice, and then snapped out. What? A demon? Do evil things really exist? He looked at the scene in front of him, dumbfounded. And, Chapter 149 Death will come. Chapter 149 Death will come at last. Professor Chen's mind was filled with question marks. Dumplings and sea animals and such are all slightly explainable by science or something. Even feng shui can be explained scientifically, just like econometrics. But medieval? What a joke. There is no way to go about explaining this stuff with science. What a ripoff. Professor Chen was filled with confusion, and the live streamers were beyond shocked. Asterisk. Nice guy. The medievals are starting to come out. It's getting more and more in the direction of metaphysics. Outrageous occasion. It's already starting to be evil. Good guy. Medieval. A word I haven't heard in years. I can't believe I'm hearing it again. And that's when a number of jets reacted after a brief moment of shock. Ha. Laugh your ass off. Evil? How can anyone believe such nonsense? It's just for the uninitiated, isn't it? Indeed. How can there be cow ghosts and snakes in the world? It's all traditional superstition. There must be no slippage in thought. Conan, it's not okay for you guys to think like this. Saying goodbye to marine science. Wouldn't you guys be going a little too far with this? A bunch of spammers kept spraying. At the same time, there were also a lot of water friends who stood out to speak for Chen Tianran. Outrageous? Please grow some eyes. Laughs, still pulling crap here? Can your special effects do this? Can you make that dumpling effect in front of you? What a joke. Oh, not bad for a sheepdog. Day after day, they just know how to go and hold up their lord sheep. For the various controversies on the network and so on, Chen Tianran did not have any care. For him, the most important thing right now was to help Doll Sister weed out that evil spirit directly. In this way, they can go further on their way. He kept blasting the hill with his palms. It's also a good thing the other person isn't in the habit of wearing pads, or else they would need to be helped to take them off before they could continue to get rid of them. And at the same time Lu Shangxin, who was watching the live broadcast, was also surprised by Chen Tianran's sentence. Medieval? Is there really a case of being possessed in this world? Li Luo, who was at the side, was first slightly stunned, and then he said, this possibility cannot be ruled out. After all, nowadays all sorts of miraculous things have happened. Maybe souls also really exist. He also shook his head, somewhat helplessly, and, After all, being possessed of evil also means the existence of a soul, which would be another amazing discovery. It was even more bluffing than the astonishing battle power that Chen Tianran had displayed, but at the same time it can be extended to a point that, since all souls exist, doesn't that mean that the netherworld or whatever will also exist? As soon as he thought of this, Li Luo felt that his brain was bigger than two. This must have huge implications for the future of academia. The Kiba Tisha in the middle of the ocean, at this moment is also watching the live broadcast, listening to that sentence and the evil almost also a mouthful of red wine sprayed out. Ha 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 ha. Medieval? The Chinese are preparing to film all those legends of their country? Then the complexity of this piece is mind-boggling. Ha ha ha. He couldn't help but laugh out loud, while his eyes fell once again on the few employees under his hand who were involved in the program. If we are talking about evil, these people in the submarine at this moment are the most appropriate. After all, they had been in a trance since not long ago, and no matter how much they shouted, had no effect whatsoever. Kiba Tisha was immediately shaking his head. No, how can it be a so-called medieval? It's simply not possible. It can't be. He kept shaking his head, kept denying everything, and it must have been the poor audio signal that made it this way. Right. It must be so right. Yes. Kiba Tisha sipped his red wine with satisfaction. Watching with anticipation the images coming back from our own submarine, but soon he saw that something was wrong. In front of him, certain figures emerged again, but the enormity of these figures was somewhat beyond his imagination. What's going on? Could it be a whale? That's not true, is it? Whales don't swim at these depths, do they? It's not very scientific, is it? Must be an invention of our beautiful country. Ha ha ha, not bad for us. Ha ha ha, what a man among men. He took a sip of his drink with renewed excitement and in that submarine, several people have long been gray eyes without any spirit. They kept repeating the same phrase under their breath. Death will come at last. Death will come at last. Death will come at last. Perhaps it was because of the inability to transmit sound that they weren't able to send back what they said, either. But a lot of people on the air were curious and said that what's going on? Why do I see them all mouthing off like they're talking about death? I feel the same way, but I can't hear anything. I feel the same way, but unfortunately I just can't hear the sound, and it always feels a little weird. Yes, whether it's the Nerd Sisters live room or the live room here, there's an indescribably creepy feeling about it. You guys said, Nerd Girl's livestream couldn't be true as well, could it? How is that possible? If it's true that if any of those mysterious and treacherous things can be shot here as well, that's the only way to prove that it's true. That's it. Bro, don't think too much. It's impossible. It's impossible. It's impossible. The wind and waves here raised a small wave, but it was quickly suppressed, and did not startle many surprises. On the other hand, Chen Tianran, under the effect of some successive mountain slapping, quickly removed all the evil chi from the dull sister's body. Phew, not bad, nice healing. He was constantly lamenting and the dorky girl across the room slowed down in a trance. And, what's going on with me? Chen Tianran slightly angled his head. Nothing, just got hit by an evil spirit. A little reprieve will be fine. Oh, dull sister didn't question anything. For Chen Tianran she only had trust. Then she was rubbing her chest again and said, "Why does my chest hurt so much?" Chen Tianran calmly said, "Normal. The main attack of evil gas into the body is the 5 viscera and 6 internal organs. And the heart is undoubtedly the most important." I see. Dull sister's eyes instantly lit up, and Professor Chen on the side was already completely messed up. What the hell? How the hell can I be fooled? I clearly saw that evil aura go out from the door of my head. What's going on flush in the chest? Bravo. Good Xiao Chen Little Chan. Chapter 150, Hair Mound with 2 fingers. Chapter 150, Hair Mound with 2 fingers. Chen Tian wave of tart operation. Directly is to let the water friends will not. Asterisk. Too showy. It's so good. If I hadn't watched the whole thing, I wouldn't have known that Chen was that good. Ha ha ha. Laugh me to death. The poor girl is once again being played in the palm of Chen's hand again. Pathetic dorky sister. Iron Man, you always say that the dull girl is pitiful, but has it ever occurred to you that she might be enjoying herself? What the hell? What's that supposed to mean? Think about it. When you're playing with your girlfriend, if you hit her with a whip, she'll definitely have fun, right? This water friend's words exit is directly led to the live broadcast of the heat sword. Asterisk. Words to the wise. Good. I see. Search to death. Good. Everything is like this. The water friends in the live broadcast room have a look of seeing through everything, and the dull girl on the live broadcast screen is even looking at Chen Tianran with a grateful face, and her mouth is constantly saying words of gratitude. Originally they felt some pity for the dull sister, but now it seems, isn't this ing dog food? Asterisk 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 asterisk. The heart of a vicious woman. It turns out that the culprit of everything is the dull sister. Hissing. It's so vicious. It's really too vicious. I really didn't expect you to be such a person. Dull sister. In the 5th military region, Lu Shangxin looked at the crowd that was safe and sound on the live broadcast screen, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Well, at least they're all right. Otherwise, it will all be over. At the same time he was slowing down to realize one thing. Comrade Xiao Chen. Unfathomable. What he has shown is by no means all there is. Thinking of this, Lu Shangxin has a sense of shortness of breath. It's exciting. On the other hand, Li Luo was pondering over Lin Yi's trail. He always felt that Lin Yi's sudden disappearance was still a bit fishy. After all, a person would never disappear so plainly for no reason. Have something to do with Chen Tianran? As soon as he thought of this, he shook his head and dismissed the conjecture. After all, the idea was still too bold. On the live broadcast screen, Chen Tianran and the others had already started to depart on the road once again. After having had these successive crises, Dull Sister and Professor Chen's guts were obviously a bit smaller. In particular, Dull Sister's frequency of grabbing the corner of Chen Tianran's coat was also quite a bit higher. Walking up a few steps, will subconsciously turn back and then grab the corner of Chen Tianran's coat for fear that the other party will suddenly disappear. The three of them went through a tunnel, and with the flashlight in their hands, which had a supercharged energy reserve, they were also treated to a magnificent mural that was more than enough to make them raise their eyebrows. This is ancient times? Dull girl looked around her in surprise. An inexplicable feeling was knocking at her worldview, and Professor Chen, who was a leading archaeologist, couldn't stop his pupils from starting to contract when he saw this scene, and couldn't help himself as he started pulling out a magnifying glass to make observations. Among the three, Chen Tianran was the only one whose emotions were relatively stable as he surveyed the mural and nodded his head faintly. A super ancient civilization? Only to see the surrounding frescoes above, painted to stay as a gorgeous and colorful world. Instead, these paintings feature a large number of houses that, but very different from the ancient houses. The houses here are highly technological. It even has more technological flavor than modern houses. That's the important thing that shocked both Dull Sister and Prof. Chen. For all of this, Chen Tianran had been psychologically prepared, so he wasn't too shocked. He paced. Behind the little weasel spirit holding two knives followed. The deeper into the Dragon Palace Mausoleum at heart that a sense of fear is also more and more intense, because there is a truly great terror in this place. It was the ant who said it. The little weasel spirit scanned the surroundings fearfully and again moved towards Chen Tianran's feet. The latter didn't care. After all, if the Dragon Palace Mausoleum didn't have any dangers, this group of Exodus immortals were afraid that they would personally come out to that so-called sealing order. But just after he had taken a few steps, I saw a picture on one of the walls, which showed many people gathered in a square. Then there was a man holding a token, and looking as if he were saying something that, but what, exactly, is not exhibited in the murals here. Apparently only this part of the record. But what really makes Chen Tianran care is still what the little man above that mural is holding in his hand. Look at the look of the token. Could it be that this is the sealing order that the Exodus immortals want to get? As soon as he thought of this, Chen Tianran's line of sight fell on the little weasel spirit at the side. Is this what you're looking for? The little weasel spirit sniffed and looked toward the top. Then he said, I don't know. I don't know what that thing really looks like. Is that so? Chen Tianran muttered, not caring too much about it. It wasn't that he didn't believe the little weasel spirit's words. It was purely because the other party's level was too low, and it was likely that they were completely unable to know the truth. It's just that he looked at the token and became curious. 2. Since the name is called the Order to Seal the Gods, is it possible that it can really seal the gods? You don't think so? That's what's in the legendary God Sealer. It's just a legend story. I'm afraid it's going to cause a stir if it materializes into reality. As soon as he thought of this, Chen Tianran was unconsciously beginning to feel a sense of shortness of breath. He had a feeling in the dark that if he could get the sealing order, perhaps, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Ding! Congratulations to the host on reaching 20% of the progress of the Dragon Palace Mausoleum expedition, and obtaining the reward Fajo double fingers. When the system's prompt appeared, Chen Tianran's body also jolted. I didn't realize that the reward for this one would actually be a hairy mound of double fingers. This is an extremely powerful skill. 2 fingers can break evil spirits, and that's just shallow. Deeper lies in it, hard enough. Hairmound double fingers to explore the grave has long been once the Jianghua door legend. As soon as he thought of this, Chen Tianran raised his right hand with some curiosity, looking at the person in the mural on the wall holding the Order of the Seal of the Gods, and a wave of curiosity arose in him. The live feed. Asterisk 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 asterisk? These murals are ancient? Are you kidding me? No, no way. This kind of thing is also taken out to fool people. Oh, my god. I'm going. Is this okay? Why do I feel like it's getting more and more fake? I don't think so. Laughing my ass off. This is fake to a fault. Originally I thought this broadcast might be real, but now it seems completely fake. Says. What are you doing, Chen? Chapter 151, Wriggling Tentacles. Chapter 151, Wriggling Tentacles. The original pop-ups on the livestream were still centered around the authenticity of these murals. But now all of a sudden it has changed. For in the midst of all eyes, Chen Tianran was already sinking his fingers into the wall. Bang! The huge commotion also immediately drew Dull Sister and Professor Chen over. Brother Chen? What are you doing? Why are you poking the wall? Dull Sister came over in surprise and, while Professor Chen on the side was frowning. In his opinion, this is actually a practice of destroying cultural relics. After all, the preciousness of these murals could, potentially, give them an idea of how civilized the super-ancient civilizations really were. It might even make a leap in their technology today too. But now Chen Tianran was unable to stop himself from poking both fingers inside the wall. Professor Chen held back his anger and spoke. Comrade Xiao Chen, you are. He was just about to say something, but he saw Chen Tianran's double fingers violently close. It was followed by a slender, slimy tentacle that he pulled out. Snap! The moment the tentacles were extracted, they were twisted and smashed against the wall. That alone caused a crack in the wall. At this moment, Professor Chen's brain was starting to feel like it was down. What's the situation? What's going on here? Somehow we're in danger again? Is it possible that behind these murals is actually a trap? What the hell is this place? Why is there even such a creepy mechanism? Professor Chen cried out madly within his heart. Frantic hissing. The Dull Sister on the side had already moved a step sideways to Chen Tianran's back, cautiously poking her head out to look at the constantly writhing and twisting tentacles. This stuff is so gross. It's slimy and slippery. This would be disgusting if it landed on your body. When Chen Tianran heard these words, he opened his mouth and said, kind of like a loach or an eel. The Dull Sister froze, as if thinking of a video screen she had seen before, and immediately blushed to her neck. In a mosquito-like voice, she answered, oh, and at this time, Chen Tianran's attention had long since stopped focusing on her. After all, the most dangerous thing at the moment was still this horrible tentacle. At first, when he saw the frescoes, he didn't feel anything until he looked into the eyes of the little people who were. An inexplicable feeling of watching gradually came over me. Plus the system was generous enough to send another skill. This couldn't help but make Chen Tianran choose the idea of experimenting. This poke was a direct result of that which was hidden behind the mural. Apparently the other side was also not expecting someone to rip it out in such a way. The live feed. What the hell? This so-called mural turned out to be a trap. Good guy. What a disgusting thing. What the hell is this? It's disgusting. Hiss. I have goosebumps all over the place. I can't stand it. It's disgusting. This slimy, slippery look. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wouldn't this be loved if it fell into the hands of a female anchor? At least 3 hours a day to start? Good buddy. 3 hours? Hurry up. I want to see it too. For a moment, the pop-ups in the live broadcast were boiling. Everyone was stunned by the strange sight. In the 5th military region, Lu Shangxin looked at the tentacles gradually rising up on that screen. His eyes could not hide his shock. Little Chen is really something. That's even able to spot the monster lurking behind that mural. Li Luo also nodded and said, that's right. That's what he's capable of. If he hadn't made his discovery, and old Chen had continued to observe, perhaps the tentacle would have simply broken through the wall and then killed him as something that is not possible to say. Exactly. This possibility is still very high. Even the probability of perishing as a result is extremely high. Lu Shangxin nodded heavily, and his appreciation for Chen Tianran was even higher. After all, this one could be considered an early save. It's not something that can be done by the average person. Oceanside. Kiba Tisha watched the nerd girl's live feed with rapt attention. There was no sneering mockery on his face. What was left was full of shock. His face had begun to change from the time the mural appeared. How is this possible? This is simply impossible. He was shocked and kept muttering, even as he began to doubt life a bit. None of this should exist. Kiba Tisha had once read an ancient text that contained some accounts of a super-ancient civilization. At that time, he was just looking at it with interest, and then he saw some fresco patterns, and only felt that they were magnificent and magical. feeling that it is unlikely that there will ever be a civilization in this world that is more advanced than the one that exists today, but the truth is in front of his eyes. Perhaps he wouldn't have been shocked if the mural had been the same as the pictorial accounts he had once seen of but the two were completely different. And directly, he was a bit confused, even started to be a little skeptical. Some wonder if my previous thoughts were really just wrong. If that's the case, then wouldn't you be sending a whole submarine full of people into danger? At the thought of this, Kibatisha was breathing heavily. He didn't care about the deaths of those people. He only cared about whether or not he would suffer a penalty for it. Impossible. It must be impossible. Yes, absolutely impossible. This supernatural thing is absolutely all fake. What tentacles? Really think it's Cthulhu? What a joke. It's all fake. It's all fake. He suddenly began to hiss maniacally, and the glass of red wine in his hand was constantly shaking, and gradually turned out to fall onto his clothes, blotting out a scarlet red. When Kibatisha looked at the splash of scarlet, suddenly his mind was a little confused and, could it be that I'm going to die like this? Terrified thoughts gradually rose up, and behind what he could not see, a huge is constantly wriggling maggot a little bit crawling towards him. With each movement it leaves light yellow marks on the ground which in turn will in an instant will begin to scorch, corroding everywhere it passed. Ah! The screams of misery resounded through the place. Meanwhile, on the live broadcast screen, Chen Tianran did not have any hesitation to strike again. Bang! 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 2 fingers to explore the hole in the wall, constantly poking holes. Then another tentacle was drawn from it, and then it stretched out the black and gold ancient sword. Swish! 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 Chapter 152, Mutant Species. To use fire. A fierce battle erupted all of a sudden. With the moment the black and gold ancient sword in Chen Tianran's hand landed on the tentacle, which was still somewhat ancient, instantly began to wriggle as if electrocuted madly. Whiplash! Bang! 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 Every swing that cut through the air brought a gust of breaking wind. Hoo. The degree of intensity has long been to see Professor Chen and Dull Sister. The two quickly backed away from the battlefield. As a pendant on the big brother, they also have a very clear self-awareness. In the face of danger, shouting 666 on the sidelines will do, and rushing forward will surely lead to irreparable danger. Just looking in front of him, like an army of thousands of tentacles, Professor Chen once again muttered in his heart. Under this situation, Comrade Xiao Chen, I'm afraid, is also a bit difficult to fight. Dull Sister was even more filled with worry. She rarely saw Chen Tianran being trapped in place under the attack of a bunch of tentacles, and the anxiousness instantly overflowed on her face. This shouldn't be a problem, for sure, she said, her hands already clenched into fists. Not at all as easily as her mouth said, and as the tentacles broke through the wall to vacate more and more in number and density, it gradually looked like a big hand lashing out. The live feed. I'm going. What the hell is this ing thing? I thought it was anchor music. I didn't realize this mother ***** was killing people. What a horrible tentacle. I had thought that this was just something like an octopus tentacle or something, but now it seems like it's not like an octopus tentacle at all. Who has that many octopus tentacles? And it can do such a dense attack. Intense phobia patients said that after watching this scene, they can no longer sleep tonight. It's too disgusting. It's disgusting. Damn. These broken things are simply too fierce. Even Chen is temporarily trapped in them. How can we fight this wave? It's over. It's over. This wave of Chen is bound to kneel. This one is not like the previous dumplings. This is clearly 100 times more thrilling than the dumplings. There is simply no defense. There's no way to defend against it. Inside the 5th military region, Lu Shangxin, who was already relieved, was once again on edge. What is this? How come there are so many of these tentacles? Is it hard to believe it's some mutant species? As Li Luo looked at what was on that live broadcast screen, his brows furrowed, and then he opened his mouth and said, I don't know if you still remember one of our former classmates, old Lu, fellow student? Lu Shangxin looked back at the other party in confusion and Li Luo nodded heavily. His name is Wang Li. In high school I chose archaeology, while you chose to join the army. He entered the paleontology research program. Paleontology research major? Lu Shangxin frowned. At the same time the impression of this old classmate in his mind gradually began to rise. Vaguely, it seems that there really is that one person. Just don't remember too clearly, but after careful recollection, it was to the live feed that You mean the tentacles on this image are paleontological? The probability of this is still quite high. After all, living things conform to the theory of evolution. They can evolve, they can degenerate, or they can stay the same look-alike for thousands of years under comfortable conditions, Li Luo eloquently said. These words undoubtedly caused Lu Shangxian's spirit to be shaken once again. You're still in touch with him? Of course there is. After all, he's a big name in paleontology research now. Li Luo nodded and said. Upon hearing this, Lu Shangxian immediately became interested. Good. Quickly, contact him quickly. As long as it's possible to provide help to Comrade Xiao Chen. No matter who it is. Anything. Good. Li Luo's heart was in a flurry of anxiety. Chen Tianran's understanding of archaeological history and so on is in no way weaker than that of his archaeological community, or even a lot stronger. Such a talent should never be given up, or even that he should never be allowed to die young like this. What's more, the mission they are now carrying out is, to a certain extent, closely related to the lives of the people of the world, and even more so, they can't afford to be negligent. He then quickly dialed the phone, and after some explanation, the other party was shocked on the spot. And that's to be expected, after all. How can anyone not be shocked when signaled by an expert that what's on the live feed is all true? Not being shocked would be truly awesome. Subsequently, after some answers and explanations, Wan Li also immediately accepted this reality, and quickly started video screening with Leroy. He then greeted Lu Shangxian and Li Luo respectively, and after some brief and polite greetings, the three of them immediately began to enter the main topic. So Comrade Wang, what kind of opinion do you have about this tentacle? Lu Shangxian couldn't wait to open his mouth and asked. In the middle of the video screen, Wang Li nodded his head slightly. I didn't start paying attention to this live broadcast until afterward. After all, some of the creatures that appear here fit some of the characteristics of paleontology, but because of the exaggeration of the content of this broadcast, I thought it might have been filmed by a paleontology enthusiast, and that's why I didn't pay much attention to it. But now that I've heard your explanations, I'm not sure if it's a good idea. I, too, was not expecting this to be true. Well, words are not enough. I have quite a bit of detail about this tentacle here. 2. The tentacles weren't those of some octopus, but from a single-celled organism. They don't have intelligence, but they perform the same actions in a uniform way. According to records and descriptions, their body surface is relatively hard, somewhat similar to being attached to a layer of armor. And in this case, an ordinary sword would be difficult to break through the defense. That's why we need fire, to light them with fire. That's what makes this creature so special. Swords can't produce damage, but with fire you can burn straight to death. Lu Shangxian and the two of them also had a moment of realization after hearing this professionalism from the other party. So it is. Hurry, quick, send the pop-ups, send a pop-up, Lu Shangxian immediately urged. And the guard who just came back on the side also immediately struck up the keyboard. After a crackling operation, in an instant, the content was sent straight up, the live feed. I really simply too dangerous. I always have a feeling that Chen is going to GA. Who says it isn't? Asterisk. An expert has spoken. Check it out. Look, Nima. Is this actually an ancient creature? Chapter 153 Failed. It's outrageous. This is actually paleontology? Nice guy. Paleontology? Something like this needs fire to burn? Numb. Then what are you waiting for? Nerdy girl, hurry to set fire. Fire. That's it. Nerdy girl, don't look at the drama. Check out the pop-ups. Nerdy girl. For a moment, the water friends in the live broadcast room began to bang on its keyboard, and hoped that the other party could look at the pop-up screen as soon as possible. Was able to get this key information immediately. It is the only way to break the fastest. For a moment, everyone was anxiously looking at the live broadcast screen, and the intensity of the battle there was so intense that Nerd Girl had absolutely no energy to read the pop-ups. It made the water boys anxious. What the hell? Why don't you look at the pop-ups yet? Damn it. Aha. What a rush. Look at the pop-ups. Nerd Girl. Nerdy girl. To use fire. My sister. On the live broadcast screen, Chen Tianran's battle was still incredibly intense. He was in no hurry, but used the tentacles as a means of training himself in the opponent's speed was fast, even far beyond all the creatures he had encountered before, and at the same time, Chen Tianran was surprised to find that each of these so-called tentacles was independent, or even to say that if one chopped one of them, the other tentacles would not be affected in any way. That's the funniest point of all. He wasn't in a hurry, choosing instead to take his time with the entertainment. It was the only way to get him to think better. What to do next on the road? Thinking is everything. He gradually came to fall into thought again after that, while his body kept tangling with the tentacles by instinct. And looking at this scene, Dull Sister was already nervous to the point that her delicate body was constantly trembling. It's even starting to be a bit of a concern. Suddenly, an idea popped into her head. It made her subconsciously pull out her cell phone. It was also the moment. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room instantly exploded. Nerd girl. Use the fire. Use the fire. Dorky girl. Quickly burn the tentacles with fire. It's the only way to break the game. Nerdy girl. Look out. To use fire. The paleontologist said to use fire. A pop-up like a fish leaping out of the water. Constantly floating around the airwaves. Even if they refresh extremely fast. But the nerdy girl can still see a few key words. To use fire. To use fire. After a small moment of downtime in her brain, she was instantly physically storming up and, in the space of a few breaths, took out the fire folders, the cold flames, in the middle of her backpack. Shun! Dull sister yelled sternly, and then she was lighting the cold flame in her hand and threw it over. Cold flame's efficacy is not only to illuminate, but likewise to cauterize. This is one of the big reasons why many people who go to the grave choose to carry cold fireworks, accompanied by a cold flame that emitted a dazzling light after it shot out. Everyone in the booth began to hold their breath. They were also very nervous about this scene. After all, as long as this flame could have an effect, it was bound to allow Chen Tianran and the others to successfully get out of danger. From there, it continues to go deeper. The two old guys amongst the 5th military region were naturally staring with unblinking eyes. The eyes were on the verge of storming red, deeply afraid that they would miss any crucial detail. Snap! Moment! Cold flame landed on top of the tentacle. Swish! The flames instantly rose. For a moment, everyone was very excited. *********. Bullpen. Paleontologists are really gripping. Nema. It's too awesome. Too dropped. Too strong. Awesome. Awesome. This can even break the game. 6666. I don't know what else I can say besides 666 anymore. Strong. Strong. It's really strong. In the 5th military region, Lu Shangxin and Li Luo were even more relieved at the same time. Phew. Luckily. The crisis has passed. Lu Shangxin nodded his head with a palpitated heart and, still happy with the result, Li Luo, who was on the side, also spoke up. Indeed, this result is still better. Old Wang, thank you for this wave. Ha ha ha. Wang Li, who was in the middle of the video, also let out a bright laugh. It's also a source of great pride for him to be able to provide powerful help in his first connection. Nothing. It's nothing. There are specialties in the arts. It just so happened that I was given the opportunity to stumble upon it. Ha 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 ha. Li Luo looked at his appearance and was somewhat helpless. But what was on the live feed immediately afterward was what made them instantly mentally shaken. What? How? Wang Li instantly exclaimed in shock, his face full of disbelief, a face full of confusion. Lu Shangxin and Li Luo were instantly petrified. What is going on here? What the hell is going on here? The live feed. *********. Seriously? Is this serious? Saying that it's not a single-celled organism without much of a brain. Is this kind of interplay between tentacles and then extinguishing the flames really something they can do? Are you kidding me? This is outrageous, alright. It's simply impossible to do. It's bull *********. For a moment, everyone was shocked out of their minds. Just see, on the live feed, the tentacles that were originally burned by the flames were extinguished in this instant by the tentacles next to them using various actions such as entanglement. Their movements flowed like they'd been rehearsed tens of millions of times. The moment that flame rose, it was already in motion, and it was less than a minute from burning to extinguishing. It's also the less than a minute that left too much of an impression on everyone, especially Wang Li. This is a ing joke. Then Li Luo's voice slowly sounded. Among thousands of years of evolution, perhaps, this kind of ancient creature has long since grown out of its spiritual wisdom. It is even said that it has changed long ago, completely changed. As he said it, the scene was also plunged into a deathly silence. No one knows what else to say at this point. They just froze and watched the live feed as their hearts began to pray once again. May Chen Tianran and others can be safe, but they are also very clear that in this situation, it is difficult. But suddenly, an even more dazzling flame glow suddenly lit up. Chapter 154, So You Are the Fire. This flame was like the only light that was lit up in that dark night. In a flash, attracted everyone's eyes all over. They are gradually jaw-dropping. *********. Nice one. See the ghost. So Chen himself is the fire. Good. So Chen has this skill. So good. It's so cool. In the 5th military region, Lu Shangxin tight hand is once again loosened. The heart cannot help but feel a sentence. There's always a feeling of not having enough heartbeats when you watch this kid live. On the side, Li Luo also nodded heavily. Yes, but he always surprises us to some extent, doesn't he? Ho ho ho. That's true. Lu Shangxin shook his head helplessly. but didn't say much more than that. But Wang Li, who was in the middle of the video with them, couldn't help himself. No, not 2-bit. 2 bits. Don't you guys just stabilize your minds? Consider thinking about me. Is this sure it's not special effects? Is this sure it's all real footage? Li Luo smiled at his words. Of course it's true. There's no way to fake something like that. My friend. Asterisk. Wang Li couldn't help but curse, and immediately said, covering his head, how can anyone be on fire all over? This can't be explained by science anymore. There are many things that cannot be explained by science. Is everything metaphysical? Li Luo asked, directly choking the other party. That's true what you said. Wang Li nodded his head heavily, while also turning his eyes on the live broadcast once again. Just see that picture. Chen Tianran was on fire, as if he was a fire god on earth instantly going on a killing spree. Swish, swish, every swing of the blade brought up that hot flame. It wasn't actually a flame, but rather the effect of the unicorn blood after it underwent combustion. The unusual flames could make the tentacles feel afraid, so the power generated by this supreme Qilin blood would definitely be even greater. Each swing of the blade took away the life of a tentacle. Less than a minute's work. The original arrogant to the extreme tentacles, at this moment is already appearing to lay down the meaning. The more they fought, the more they retreated. Vaguely, they have lost the will to fight. But it was at this exact moment that a tentacle, as if it had discovered something, rushed directly towards Dull Sister and Professor Chen without a second thought. Swish! They were incredibly fast and completely unstoppable. This appalling scene even made the Dull Sister fall into a stupor. Professor Chen was immediately pushing her away, trying to fight back with his weak body. The live feed. Sato Voci. What the hell? How can he do that? I don't give a. Didn't you say that this thing doesn't have much intelligence? Why is it that from just now until now, I can only see the high intelligence of this thing? It's not like a creature without intelligence at all. Get out of the way. Professor, get out of the way. In the 5th military region. As soon as Lu Shangxin saw this, he directly stood up in a hurry. Oops. Prof. Chen also belongs to the Taido level of existence. If he were to fall then it would certainly be a great loss. He clenched his hands, once again breaking out in a cold sweat. Li Luo also poked out his body, worry in his eyes. They don't know what kind of things are going to happen next here. Just know that after this strike, it must be. Someone falls. Hey! As Li Luo let out a sigh, the scene suddenly changed, only to see the fireman, who was still in the distance, instantly burst into steps. At the same time the long, fiery blade in his hand that he was constantly waving, shaking his head also exploded at this moment. The chop! With a stern roar, several flame-like blades she instantly swept over. Boom! A stone's throw away. The attack that was close at hand. It directly grazed Professor Chen's body, but it was good that the flames didn't scorch him. Simply put a complete end to that tentacle. The flames gradually receded, and those so-called tentacles were completely devoid of any movement or sound at this moment. The only figure on the scene was a figure that gradually emerged from the flames of the. He walked idly along, as if he had done something extremely insignificant. Are you two okay? His words directly attracted the attention of the Dull Sister and Professor Chen, who was in a daze. Back again. Chun brother, Dull Sister exclaimed in shock. Just now that was a moment of life and death. But it was because of the other party's outburst did not let the tragedy brood. Prof. Chen took a few deep breaths with palpitations. Phew, Comrade Xiao Chen. Thanks a lot. Prof. Chen sent out a heartfelt thank you that. Chen Tianran pushed off the small hill, slightly raising his head and, there's nothing to thank you for. It's just all I should have done. It's not too late. We should also move. He was just about to say move, when suddenly, a fierce sword slashed out. Swish! That one tentacle stretched out from the darkness once again attacked Professor Chen, but facing the already furious Chen Tianran it already seems a bit insignificant. Under one slash, he instantly fell. Gar! Professor Chen swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He was completely unable to imagine that after entering this Mount Tomb, he had actually encountered two fatal crises one after the other. If not for Chen Tianran, I'm afraid that it would have already turned into a cold corpse. He thought back to the first time we met, and couldn't help but laugh at himself a few times in his mind as well. If the other party didn't have some skills, how could they come here? And now it's undoubtedly a solid slap in the face. The live feed. I'm going. This is so thrilling. There still has to be Brother Chen. Without Brother Chen, it's really hard to imagine how horrible this crisis should be. Without Chen, I reckon they'd all struggle to live long enough to enter. Yes, let's not talk about this place. Just going into the water. It's already a crisis. The deep sea is really the most dangerous. Meanwhile the spammers, still unable to look away, starts spewing wildly. What's wrong with that? What's this? It's just special effects? It's just a visual effect? Is it worth marveling at? Pathetic Coconan. That's all he's got. Laugh. Ha ha ha. That's all they can do for Claptrap. Ha ha ha. It's almost like watching a movie. If you take it seriously, you'll lose. Surrounded by a variety of pop-ups, Chen Tianran was not in a hurry to directly end Professor Chen Nerdy Sister 2 people once again in depth. Purely because he realized this place wasn't that simple. Once again, he moved toward the place where the tentacle had been born, and with every step he took it was as if he were stepping on the heartstrings of the two men that. Chapter 155, The Heart. Each step was as heavy as it could be. Dull Sister also do not know why the other side of this in the end to once again towards that side. With confusion in his eyes, he looked back at Professor Chen but saw in the other's eyes a touch of reassurance that the Professor? Don't worry, Prof. Chen spoke up, relieved, with Comrade Xiao Chen around. There will never be anything too wrong. Don't worry. Hearing these words from the other party, Dull Sister also recalled the previous Chen Tianran's various extraordinary abilities, and her heart gradually stabilized. Yeah, what's there to be afraid of with Chen? Why don't you just be a good pendant? Thinking like this, her original nervousness instantly eased quite a bit, and by this time, Chen Tianran had already arrived at the wall that had been destroyed by the Dao Dao tentacles. At this time there are many broken tentacles are retreating back in fear. Seems to be somewhat incomprehensible. Why this horrible existence still have to come over? This has passed. Why still have to rush to the end? People are inhumane. The tentacles scattered in a backward direction. And the next second, bang, hair mound double finger launch. However, in an instant, Chen Tianran's fingers were already poking into the wall once again. And this time it wasn't these so-called tentacles that he was aiming at. And even then it was said that these tentacles were already fleeing quickly in terror after feeling this power. Shoo shoo shoo. At that moment, there was a large area of black twisted things that quickly fled away. For a moment, the scene was also extremely spectacular. Nerdy Girl and Prof. Chen were also scared to death when they saw this image. After all, these things are still too intimidating. Only this time, it was as if they had been completely frightened by the fight, and without any intention of attacking, they directly left. This was a relief to both of them. In unison, the live feed. Asterisk. Just now I thought these things were going to go on the offensive again. Yeah, it was so scary. I didn't expect to actually have been completely dumbfounded as a result. Chen is still Chen. Too strong. Fierce. It actually scared these tentacles directly into a daze. They didn't even dare to go for it when they were running away. Inside the 5th military region, Lu Shangxian was also slightly twitching at the corners of his mouth, not thinking that it would be such a result. It's still a bit unbelievable. Do these tentacles really have no intelligence? Why do I get the feeling that they're all of the very high IQ variety? Yes, this is simply outrageous. These things actually have such amazing intelligence? Li Luo couldn't help but be shaking his head and sighing. Wang Li, who was in the middle of the video, also let out a sigh of admiration from Dr. Shen. One can only speak of the power of nature. Evolution is terrifying. Thousands or even tens of thousands of years of evolution is indeed enough for them to grow a spirit. Amidst a burst of emotions, Chen Tianran was already waving his hand again. Bang, 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 one after another. The Fashu double finger was cast, but in an instant's effort, it was already smashing that wall directly all the way through. Then, it was to reveal an image that all the waterbenders would never forget in their lives. Asterisk. Kill me, don't disgust me. Nima. This mother asterisk. It's disgusting. WOJ. Only to see that on that live screen, after the wall was completely shattered. What was shown was something of a heart beating continuously, and those black tentacles are peeling off from its body one by one continuously. This appalling scene, undoubtedly, turned the stomachs of all the people a little. Because there were still many raised pustules on that heart, flowing thickly, and the stench gradually coming out. Nerd Girl was already starting to vomit, unable to stop herself. Vomit. Prof. Chen is fine. He's a scholar. He regularly comes across things that are incomprehensible and disgusting. With great control, it didn't lose its temper. Comrade Xiao Chen, what the hell is this? Why is there such a big heart? Therefore, there are giants. Chen Tianran merely left behind that simple sentence and walked towards the heart, and his words undoubtedly caused the broadcast room to explode once again. Asterisk. What the hell? So there are giants? Is it hard to say that this heart is that of an ancient giant? Asterisk. I told you there was light in the world and my wife didn't believe me. She even beat me up. I can't. I'm going to hit her back. Upstairs. Hit gently. Don't hit a third or fourth child. Giant? What a joke. How can there really be giants in this world? That's it. This is completely impossible. Are you mistaken, Brother Chen? In the cluster of pop-ups, the dull girl also happened to see the pop-ups, and then she asked Professor Chen, who was beside her. The latter held his head slightly high and there have been corresponding accounts in the ancient books. And in fact there were corresponding accounts of giants before the Qin dynasty. But it fades away in the back. It's like there's a big hand covering all of this up. And giants might actually exist. Taitu's words have once again caused the heat in the broadcast room to skyrocket. What the what? A real one? Real giants? What a guy. If there really are giants in the world, why don't we have any here? It's too weird. It's really too strange. What on earth happened in those ancient times that caused all the giants to disappear? Inside the 5th military region, Lu Shangxin also immediately turned back to look at Li Luo. Giants really exist? The latter smiled. It is true that there have been records in the ancient books. And what Prof. Chen said is not wrong. There are corresponding records before the Qin dynasty, but there are no more after the Qin dynasty. I originally thought it was just a little legend too, but now I think maybe it's not that simple. After all, the transcendental things that are happening now are getting to be more and more common. The true face of this world is gradually being revealed. Perhaps the giant themselves exist. It's just possible that someone is hiding them. Lu Shangxin was silent. In the past he wouldn't have believed it. But now, perhaps it really does exist. Wang Li in the center of the video screen changed from a face full of fog to shock. Asterisk. So say, there really are giants in this mother asterisk. He, as an expert in paleontology, was undoubtedly most heartened to learn of this news. The excitement was so great that they started banging on the table. And at the same time on the live broadcast screen, Chen Tianran had already walked to the heart of those tentacles were like seeing a terrifying existence and immediately fled in all directions. And the heart, which was still continuously separating out tentacles, also stopped moving at this moment. Chapter 156, The Order of the God Seal. Chen Tianran looked at this heart in front of him and fell into silence. Among the perceptions of the Feng Shui Bagua technique, he clearly sensed the existence of a life gate in this heart. But this feeling is still rather marvelous and peculiar. After all, this is the Dragon Palace Mound Tomb. From the time I entered until I got here, I haven't encountered any real safety, not even the raw door. Really, for a while, he didn't make a move. Instead, he just quietly looked, watched, and looked at the one thing that was contained within that heart. It was a token-shaped object. If there was no mistake, it was the God Sealing Order that the Exodus Immortals wanted to obtain. When Chen Tianran thought of this, he slowly turned back to look at the weasel spirit at his feet. That's what you want, right? The latter's gaze always fell on this, and after hearing these words, he also subconsciously then nodded his head. Chen Tianran suddenly was smiling. Oh, it really is something magical. The weasel spirit was obviously a little confused as to why he would suddenly laugh, but the only thing that started out was that this God Sealing Order had already appeared. Own mission. It has been completed. Chen Tianran was still looking at the little weasel spirit. So, you want to take it now? The latter sniffed, raised his head slightly, and immediately opened his mouth and said, No, Auntie said it's a deal, and I can only take it away when the deal is actually over. When Chen Tianran heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly, the corners of his mouth slowly rose 5 degrees, and the curiosity in his heart about these Exodus Immortals was a little more intense. He can feel that these horse fairy let himself into the Dragon Palace Mound Tomb must have other reasons, not so simple so-called looking for the sealing order of the gods, and the reason behind this continues to baffle him. There was even a layer of fog consistently swirling around, preventing him from seeing the truth. The live feed. What the hell? What the hell? What is Chun trying to do? Can it be that he wants to split the heart? No way, no way. I'm afraid the gore level of this picture is going to be high. Good guy. Brother Chen, you don't mess with things you don't mess Who can stand this? In the 5th military region, Lu Shangxin looked at that live broadcast image of Chen Tianran standing still in front of his heart, and also furrowed his brows. What is Comrade Xiao Chen trying to do here? Is it hard to believe that this gigantic heart has something to do with crossing the border as well? Li Luo was also puzzled by the unreadable, can't read it at all. Maybe Comrade Xiao Chen has his own ideas. Wang Li, who was connected to the video, however, opened his mouth at this time and said, I just heard them talking about some kind of God sealing order? I remember that I once read a relevant description on top of an ancient book. It says that the order of the seal is closely linked to the witch. It is said that a sorcerer who holds the order of the seal of the gods is able to call the wind and the rain or something like that, but this is all a miscellaneous account, and it is not known whether it is true or not. Hearing his words, Li Luo and Lu Shaanxin both sucked in a breath of cold air and fell into a silence. This made Wang Li a little confused. No, don't you two have anything to say in rebuttal? With all this silence, you guys look as if I'm telling the truth. Upon hearing this, Li Luo said, Elder Wang, it's not that we don't speak up, but the world has long since begun to change drastically. Perhaps that so-called sealing order does have a corresponding ability to, although it looks like something out of a miscellany. But in today's situation there is no guarantee that he would not be true. This sum of the rhetoric directly is to let Wang Li some confused, but in carefully recall that Chen Tian ran as if the operation of the gods, he suddenly is closed wheat silence. Since a person's power could be so terrifying, wouldn't it be normal for a token to be able to call the wind and rain? In that case, wouldn't the other side of this world be the world of immortal cultivation in the novels? As soon as he thought of this, Wang Li's emotions gradually became abnormally exuberant. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Old Li, Lao Li, you tell me, don't you tell me. The other side of this world is the world of fairy cultivation. This is collapsing my materialistic worldview that I've learned all my life. You don't around. Any more messing around and I'm going to go crazy in person. In the midst of his roar, Li Luo also looked at Lu Shaanxin, who was beside him. Old Lu, look at this matter. The latter thought about it and decided that it would be better to say it directly. After all, there was no longer any need to hide this kind of thing, because when this is proven to be true, then it will be time to announce it to the world. Then Lu Shaanxin said, Old Wang, in fact, the reason why we organized people to go into the deep sea to explore the risking so much, in fact, we are looking for a silver lining for the human race. What? Vitality? Wang Li was a bit confused on the spot. He originally thought that this was just a sparse exploration. It's just that certain things are a little beyond his imagination. But now it seems, it's not even generally outrageous. It's actually starting to have something to do with human vitality? Why does it feel like they're snubbing themselves? Wang Li could only feel his mind spinning a little. After all, this kind of arcane thing is unlikely to be believed no matter who you tell it to. Even though the Chen Tian ran on that live broadcast screen was as if he was a demon performing all sorts of divine means. But, everything is still too metaphysical. How can such an inhuman thing actually exist? How could it really be done? Gradually his eyes were flooded with a puzzled look. Immediately afterward, Lu Shaanxin began a several-minute-long explanation. By the time he had finished listening to some explanations, Wang Li's breathing had also begun to catch up. What? So that's it? His eyes were filled with disbelief, eyes full of shock. Whenever someone realizes the other side of this world, it's inevitable that they'll look like this. But he's still got a good handle on his emotions. After all, he was an expert in the study of paleontology. And after a short period of calming down, he also spoke up and said, in fact, if this is all true, then some of the things I've found before from super ancient civilizations might prove true. And if those prove to be true, wouldn't that suggest that the final destruction of those ultra-highly developed civilizations might actually be related to that so-called plague in some way? Lu Shaanxin nodded heavily. From the information we have at hand at the moment, it should be safe to assume that. Chapter 157, Super Ancient Civilization. Here Lu Shaanxin paused again. In other words, although I'm not quite sure what your discovery is, Old Wang, but if the existence of a super ancient civilization is real, and these prophecies have come before, so shall their destruction be. Wang Li fell into a moment of silence after hearing this, and then he spoke, saying, in that case, our world is already in extreme peril. That's a Damocles sword hanging high over your head. Lu Shaanxin nodded heavily. You're not wrong. Humanity is at stake and there's no turning back. Only forward. Only by finding the pearl. Only then can we save mankind. And we in China are not the only ones who have made such moves. Other countries are on the move. It's no longer a simple search for life. It's more a matter of whoever finds the jewel will be the next lighthouse. Wang Li took a deep breath and, phew, so much for a smaller retreat. Lu Shaanxin spoke again. All we can hope for now is Comrade Xiao Chen. Only he has a chance. Only he can save all mankind. Because, before we knew what that salvation was, he's the one. Found it. A few words, once again, caused Wang Li to have a strong shock. What? It's Xiao Chen? He looked at the figure on the live screen, and for a moment he actually felt that the other person's figure was so greatness. It wasn't just any greatness. Rather, it was true greatness. But the next second, the live feed was something that almost made him fall over. What? Only on the live feed. Chen Tianran couldn't help but cast Fakey a double finger, straight through the heart. In that instant, countless spurts of black blood instantly gushed out. But these black blood water, as if it had intelligence, instantly transformed into large hands and then to wrap him. But in the next instant, a purple aura rose up. A barrier was created for him. In an instant, these things are isolated. This shocking scene caused the distant Dull Sister and Professor Chen to fall into silence once again. A few breaths later, Dull Sister spoke up and, "Brother Chen, it's getting outrageous. The purple aura on him is like an invisible barrier." "Yes." Professor Chen nodded slightly. "This phenomenon is simply impossible to do. Even today's highest technology can't do this kind of barrier. But he did it. Because the image of the purple chi isolating the black blood water was too impactful. It caused the crowd in the live broadcast room to also gasp in shock. "I'm Nima. Seriously? Are you serious? This picture? It's like a special effects blockbuster." "Ah, even special effects blockbusters can't do this." "Ha, don't do it. This thing is like special effects, but a million times more outrageous." Everyone's hearts were filled with shock, and for a moment they all began to wonder a little if these images were real or not. It's simply a bit outrageously over the top. Meanwhile, quite a few spammers grabbed this and started spewing, revealing the cloven foot. "Ah ha ha, what the hell is this? That's the kind of thing you'd expect from a special effects movie." Laughs. "You call this marine science? What's the point? What's so fake about it? Gook nom. Gook nom. Can't you be serious? That's it. It's outrageous. I've never seen such an outrageous video screen image in my life. You're saying this is a live broadcast? Is this for real? Are you kidding me? It's so fake. It's so fake. Might as well watch our SB News Agency's Deep Sea Science program." That's it. SB News Agency YYDS. For these controversies on the network and so on, Chen Tianran did not have any care. All of his full attention was now on this God's sealing order. Although this God's sealing order looked plain and ordinary, when he tried to take it, he felt a strong resistance. It's like this order of sealing the gods was in constant revolt. The invisible forces kept converging, kept pushing and shoving. And in the face of all this, Chen Tianran didn't have any fear, but instead increased his horsepower to carry out the fakia double finger. "Don't let me take it? Then stab you until you are in position." As the purple aura continued to rise, the Qilin blood also immediately began to flare up. It was even constantly boiling. In the midst of some entanglement, Chen Tianran was also gradually gaining the upper hand. The power of that so-called God sealing order was also getting smaller and smaller. That doesn't make it weak. In fact, from among Chen Tianran's perceptions, it was very strong. It was even a bit outrageously strong. Only after sensing that thick unicorn blood, it chose to submit. This is one of the more interesting things. Chen Tianran frowned slightly. He had originally thought that this so-called God sealing order would be more like the Exodus Immortal or something like that. Was even ready to throw in the little weasel sprites. But now that I think about it, it was unnecessary. Because the order of the sealed god is more like unicorn blood. So who exactly is this sealing order for? Who the hell is this for? For a while, Chen Tianran's mind was popping up with these two questions. Subconsciously, he turned back to the little weasel spirit and, seeing that the latter did not have any emotional ups and downs, a conjecture gradually was to rise up and, "For me?" Chen Tianran frowned, suddenly being somewhat incomprehensible. The hairy mound double finger gradually fizzled out and gradually went deeper and deeper, and clipped a token at the heart of that heart. Bang! In a split second, the heart instantly exploded. All four walls were turned into black goo. Filth, stench filled the place, but the only place that was clean and spotless was within 1 square meter of where Chen Tianran was. This can't help but be a shock to the live streamers once again. 2. I'm going. What's going on here? There really is a barrier. That's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Is there really such a thing as an invisible barrier? I thought Chen was able to resist the water pressure of the deep sea because his body was so strong that it was no longer human. I didn't realize there was a barrier around Chen's body. It's outrageous. I'm Nima. I always feel like I'm watching a movie. Ha! It's just a bit outrageous. The crowd is shaken to its core. Lu Shangxin among the 5th military region is also the corner of the mouth constantly twitching. At the same time the line of sight also fell on the other hand of the token above. What is this? What is Comrade Xiao Chen doing with it? Could it be that